The violent, gasping sounds echoed in the dim dormitory. I sat up suddenly from the bed. Cold sweat instantly wet my back, and my chest heaved. Subconsciously, I reached under the pillow, but found nothing. Where are the weapons? I was stunned for a moment, and looked around. The scene in front of me made me a little dazed for a moment. The familiar dormitory, the familiar bed, and the two-dimensional anime posters that I once liked on the wall. The air was filled with the lingering smell of my roommate's instant noodles from last night. It all felt so real that it scared me. But I was clearly dead. My pupils suddenly shrank, and I grabbed the phone abruptly, my fingertips trembling so much that I could barely hold the screen. 2026, November 11th, 9:30. My breath stopped for a moment. I was reborn 10 years ago. Memories came flooding back like a tide, and the experience of surviving the apocalypse for 10 years made me tremble all over. Despair and betrayal, struggling to crawl back from the brink of death again and again, ultimately ending up with one of his legs chopped off and his life lingering on. But now, I'm back to 10 minutes before the end of the world. After a brief trance, I forced myself to calm down. I didn't have time to be shocked, and I didn't have time to think about why. The end is coming. I must act now. The end of the world has arrived, and before anyone can react, the zombies have already started killing. They pounce on anyone they see and bite them madly. In a blink of an eye, blood and flesh fly everywhere. Anyone bitten becomes a new zombie within seconds and joins the massacre. Screams and cries for help rang out one after another, and the entire school instantly became a purgatory. I didn't look at it anymore, picked up the machete and turned away. In the center of the rooftop, there was a bronze supply box quietly placed. The levels of supply boxes from low to high were wooden boxes: bronze, silver, gold, platinum, and diamond. In the early days of the apocalypse, wooden boxes were the most common, and bronze-level ones were considered rare. I walked over quickly and opened the box. There were 3 items inside: primary defense jacket X1, zombie virus immune serum X1, blue strengthening pill X1. All good stuff. Although the defensive code is elementary, it is enough to block the bites of ordinary zombies. The blue strengthening pill is a drug that permanently enhances physical fitness, and the value of the immune serum is immeasurable. In the end times, this thing could be exchanged for at least 1 ton of daily necessities, or even a dozen beautiful female slaves. Unfortunately, I never even touched it in my previous life. When I found Su Xiaoyan, she was already infected, and I gave her the only serum without hesitation. Until I died, I never got to use it myself. I swallowed the strengthening pill without hesitation. In an instant, a strong sense of power surged through my body, and my physical fitness was significantly enhanced. Then I put on my defensive jacket, put the serum in my pocket, held the machete tightly, and turned to go downstairs. I can't stay in the university town for long. In densely populated areas, the zombie swarm will expand rapidly and even evolve. The attack power and speed of mutant zombies far exceed those of ordinary zombies. With my current strength, I can't handle them. I have to evacuate quickly and go to the suburbs to hide. Ding! The host is detected to be facing the threat of the end of the world, and the system automatically turns on. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the God-level ability Plunder. Plunder, God-level unique. Power description. Take it, you effect. Can replicate all powers, plunder wealth. Powers can be directly stripped after upgrading. Activation condition. Touch the plunder object and silently say, take it, you. The voice in my head made me stumble. My golden finger arrived? In my previous life, I spent a whole week to awaken a third-rate superpower. I didn't expect that in this life. I would have a great start with a God-level superpower, Plunder. This superpower was tailor-made for the end of the world. Unfortunately, Plunder itself has no attack power, and I am still a weakling. If I want to become stronger, I have to copy other abilities, especially those above S level. I threw the idea of evacuation out of my mind. I won't go to the suburbs for the time being. Replicating my supernatural powers is my primary goal. I began to recall how many awakened people there were in Suda. The answer is, not many. Most of them are G-level trash. And there is only one person who is truly valuable, Yu, an S-class lightning mutant, the Black Widow of later generations. She is one of the 4 campus beauties of Soochow University, with a pure appearance and a cold temperament. But after the end of the world, she hates men very much and kills every man she sees. So she got the title of Black Widow. S-level psychics are dominant beings in the future, and now that her powers have just awakened, it is the best time for me to take action. The problem is, I don't know exactly where she is right now. What's more troublesome is that the moment the end of the world comes, the global communication network is directly paralyzed, and mobile phones are completely useless. Want to contact her? Impossible. I can only go and look for it. Even though it's like looking for a needle in a haystack, S-level abilities are too precious. If I miss it this time, it will be difficult to copy it in the future. I held the machete in my hand and headed straight for the girls' dormitory. As soon as I got downstairs, several zombies pounced on me. I didn't panic, the knife flashed, and a zombie's head flew off. But I didn't want to fight. I fought and dodged with flexible steps, quickly broke through the encirclement, and quickly rushed to the target location. After running a few hundred meters, I saw a girl being torn apart by zombies on the side of the road. She held onto the car door tightly, still holding the car keys in her hand, while a zombie bit her calf. In the severe pain, she screamed heartbreakingly, looked up and saw me. A glimmer of hope appeared in her eyes, and she desperately asked me for help. "Little brother, save me. I'm willing to do anything." The flash of a knife and her voice stopped abruptly. I raised my knife and looked at the body on the ground indifferently. She had been infected and could not be saved. In this end times, mercy is the greatest stupidity. Helping her to transcend is already my mercy. I bent down to take her car keys, opened the door, sat in the driver's seat, started the car, and stepped on the accelerator to the bottom. Boom! The car roared and rushed out, running over zombies and humans along the way. Not long after, I arrived at the dormitory building where Yu lived. I frowned. The whole building had completely collapsed. There were zombies everywhere, screams were heard constantly, and the survivors ran around the building, but most of them were swallowed up. The downstairs was full of broken limbs, the ground was soaked in blood, and the air was filled with a foul smell. With such a big commotion, is Yu still in the dormitory? I was just about to get off the car when I suddenly saw a petite girl at the stairs waving a gas tank wildly, smashing the zombies that were rushing towards her. She was less than 1.6 meters tall, wearing a pink girl skirt. She was petite but incredibly strong. With one gas tank, the zombies were smashed away. One person and one gas tank. They defended an area. Huh. I was slightly surprised and looked above her head. 2 lines of small words appeared. Strength amplification ability, D level, wealth value, 5. She has awakened her superpowers and is a D-level superpower user. When the girl saw me, her eyes lit up. She swung the gas tank a few times to smash the zombies. She trotted over and slapped my windshield, her face full of fear and pleading. "Classmate, please take me away." The opportunity has come. I raised the corners of my mouth slightly, opened the car door and pulled her into the car, saying silently in my heart, "Take it." System prompts. Detected plunderable object. Copy the other party's superpowers. Plunder the other party's wealth. Please select. Superpowers copied successfully. Obtain superpowers. Strength amplification level D. In the blink of an eye, I got a D-level ability, and my mood suddenly improved. Although it was only D-level, it was better than nothing in the current situation. As for wealth, I only have 5 points, so I probably have nothing else on me except the clothes I'm wearing. I'm not interested in stealing women's clothes. It's useless. The girl hadn't recovered yet and asked in shock, "Is this the end of the world?" I didn't respond, but asked her directly, "Do you know Yu?" She was stunned for a moment, then nodded. "Of course I know her. We are in the same dormitory." Luckily, I perked up and asked hurriedly, "Where is she now?" She thought for a moment and said, "She went to her uncle's studio to take the cover photo today." "Where is the studio?" "North, next to the TV station building." With a destination in mind, I said no more, stepped on the accelerator, and drove straight to the school gate. "I can take you there, but you have to show me the way." The girl nodded without hesitation. "Okay." A few minutes later, we drove out of the school gate and sped towards the TV station. Sioux City has fallen into complete chaos. Zombies are rampant on the streets. Screams and cries are heard one after another. Vehicles are crashed. Smoke is billowing, and the air is filled with the smell of blood. The streets are full of people running for their lives. Screams are mixed with roars. It's like hell on earth. Fortunately, the zombies had just broken out, and people were still fleeing, so the road was barely passable. I stepped on the accelerator all the way, and when a zombie blocked the road, I just knocked it out of the way. The girl looked out the window with a pale face, as if to divert attention, and said, "Little brother, what's your name?" "I'm Lee Xiaoyu, 18 years old. I like to eat fishy." I replied calmly, "Suin. Brother Suin. I'll call you brother from now on. What's your relationship with Qingyu? Are you going to save her?" I just nodded and concentrated on driving. Seeing that I didn't say anything, she didn't ask any more questions, but there was a hint of envy in her eyes. She seemed to have already determined that I must be her boyfriend because I was trying so hard to find Yu. I ignored her thoughts and continued driving. After more than 20 minutes, the car broke down. The car was damaged after a series of collisions, and the fuel gauge was almost empty. If I didn't change the car, it might break down at any time. I braked to the side of the road, opened the door, and got out. "It's not there yet," Li Xiaoyu asked in confusion. "Change cars." I looked around and quickly spotted a Hummer, walked over, and knocked on the windshield. The car window rolled down, and a fat, middle-aged man with big ears poked his head out and said in a bad tone, "Kid, get out of the way." I didn't bother to talk nonsense, so I grabbed him by the collar, pulled him out of the car, and sat in the driver's seat. The man got up, roared, pulled out a dagger, and rushed towards me. "You are looking for death." I kicked him without waiting for him to get close. Bang! With the help of the D-level power boost, he flew backwards and hit a trash can on the side of the road. It was unknown whether he was alive or dead. On the passenger seat, a hot girl screamed and trembled. She looked less than 20 years old and was pretty, at least a beauty in the department. Without even looking at her, I grabbed her arm and kicked her out of the car. He closed the car door and looked up to signal Li Xiaoyu. "Get in the car?" She nodded hurriedly. "Okay, brethren." She obviously saw the whole process and knew that I would kill anyone who got in my way, whether it was a zombie or a human. But she didn't dare to object. After all, she still had to rely on me to survive. The car was back on the road. This time it was replaced with a Hummer, which had more power and drove smoothly. The original half-hour drive took an hour to reach the destination. Li Xiaoyu pointed to a photo studio in front of him and said, "This is it." I understood, parked the car at the door, took out the key, and got out of the car with a machete. Li Xiaoyu hurriedly followed. "I'll go with you." I ignored her, staring at the door of the studio, holding the knife handle tightly, and slowly stepped in. Inside the studio, Yu was curled up in a corner, trembling all over. Screams continued to be heard outside the house. She turned pale and bit her lips in fear. "Qingyu, don't be afraid. Uncle will protect you." A middle-aged man comforted her softly. This man was Qingyu's uncle, Lu Qingyu, who was also the owner of the photo studio. Qingyu has been naturally beautiful since she was young, and she has become even more pure and charming when she grew up and is no less beautiful than those big-name stars. She comes from an ordinary family and usually comes to the studio as a model to earn some living expenses. Lu Qingyu is very happy about this because Qingyu's beauty and temperament have brought a lot of business to his studio. Today, she thought it was just an ordinary cover shoot, but the world has changed. Around 10 a.m., the streets suddenly became chaotic, with a group of crazy lunatics biting and even eating people alive. The zombies rushed in before the studio could close. Lu Qingyu took Qingyu into the studio and luckily escaped the disaster. He recalled everything that had just happened, and his heart sank to the bottom. This scene was exactly like the end of the world in the movie. Wealth, fame, everything was gone. He suddenly felt irritated. His eyes fell on Qingyu, and his gaze gradually became weird. "She is so beautiful." Thinking of this, his Adam's apple rolled, and his breathing quickened. "Qingyu, don't be afraid." He lowered his voice. His tone was a little weird. "Come, Uncle will hold you. You won't be afraid." He slowly stretched out his hand. A hint of madness flashed in his eyes. Qingyu's heartbeat quickened dramatically. She took 2 steps back, leaning her back against the wall. "Thank you, no?" "No thanks." Her voice trembled. Lu Qingyu was stunned for a moment, and then his face turned cold. "Qingyu, are you disobedient?" He approached slowly, his voice as low as a venomous snake's tongue. "I have watched you grow up since you were a child. What's wrong with hugging you?" She shook her head desperately, backed away from the corner, and begged desperately, "Don't do this." However, Lu Qingyu had a sick smile on his face, his eyes were bloodshot, and his voice was hoarse. "The end of the world is coming. It's gone. It's all gone. I have struggled for most of my life. But in the end, I have nothing. Qingyu, it's the end of the world. What's the point of talking about morals and ethics? I haven't treated you badly before. Can't you help your uncle this time?" His smile became ferocious, and he pounced on her. Qingyu struggled in fear. Her legs went weak and tears kept falling. But the other party was too strong, and she couldn't break free at all. Lu Qingyu smiled sinisterly, and seeing that she was struggling desperately, he simply let her go and started to take off his clothes. "Don't scream. There are man-eating monsters outside. If they find you, your delicate little body will be gone." Instead of being eaten alive by those things, it's better to be your uncle, okay? Don't worry. I will treat you well. His eyes were completely crazy and slowly approached. Shui Qingyu's eyes were filled with tears and her face was filled with despair. No, don't come over here. You beast. Lu Qingyu's mouth corners raised, and his eyes became more excited. Bang! The door was suddenly kicked open. I kicked the door lock to pieces, and when I walked in, I could see the whole scene in the room. Shui Qingyu huddled in the corner, trembling all over, her face covered in tears. Although her clothes were not damaged, she was obviously frightened. Lu Qingyu turned around and saw me. His face instantly turned ferocious, and he roared. Who let you in? Get out! This is my studio! I glanced at him indifferently, then looked at Shui Qingyu, who was curled up in the corner, and after a quick guess, I understood most of it. What have I not seen in the last 10 years of the apocalypse? I have seen too many crazier and more inhumane scenes than this. Human hearts are scarier than zombies, and this kind of thing has long been commonplace. But I didn't expect that in this life, the root of Shui Qingyu's hatred for men was actually here. When Lu Qingyu saw that I ignored him, his eyes turned cold, and he picked up a stone from the studio and threw it at me. Go to hell? Su, and be careful, Li Xiaoyu exclaimed. Unfortunately, in front of me, this action was just a slow-motion replay. There was a flash of knife, and his attack missed. Before the stone hit the ground, he suddenly threw away the stone in his hand and covered his throat. There was already a bloody wound there. Blood gushed out from between his fingers like crazy. He wanted to speak, but could only make a gurgling sound like a broken bellows, with blood bubbles coming out of his throat. Plop! He fell to the ground, his limbs twitching, struggling to survive, but death was already inevitable. Suin, a faint voice sounded. The next second, a warm body fell into my arms. Shui Qingyu hugged me tightly, choking and crying. Question mark. I was confused. Girl, are we familiar with each other? Despite my doubts, I subconsciously hugged her back and silently said in my heart, Take it. Ding. Detected lootable objects. Please select the looting direction. Replicate the superpower. Superpower successfully replicated. Obtain superpower. Lightning control S level. I finally got the S level ability. The corners of my mouth slightly raised, and I was in a good mood. I finally have something to rely on in the future. However, in Li Xiaoyu's eyes, my smile looked like feeding lemons to others. She bit her lip, looked at Suwayu in her arms, then looked at me, her eyes full of complexity and envy. She was still a step too late. Outside the studio, the city was in complete collapse. On the streets, car accidents continued. Flames shot up into the sky. Groups of zombies wandered crazily, and pedestrians fled in all directions. We got back in the car. I sat in the driving seat, and the two women sat in the back seat, whispering to each other and stealing glances at me from time to time. Shui Qingyu's face was red, and she didn't dare to look at me from beginning to end, while Li Xiaoyu looked at us both with curiosity. However, I frowned. Massive traffic jams. The end of the world came so suddenly that most people's first thought was to escape from the city. As a result, everyone rushed out, and the highways and expressways were soon completely paralyzed. The worst thing is that the zombies have climbed onto the traffic. When people are bitten to death, they will instinctively step on the accelerator before they die, which causes a large number of out-of-control vehicles to collide, completely blocking the escape route. Cars have become cages for trapped animals, with zombies smashing the car windows frantically. Once the glass breaks, the survivors in the car will instantly become blind boxes. One person will die when the car is opened. The road out of the city is completely blocked. Walking out of the city, it will take me at least several hours, and the risk is extremely high. Once surrounded by the zombies, it will basically be a dead end. It's not worth the risk. After thinking for a while, I decisively gave up the idea of leaving the city and asked the two girls to get out of the car. Where are you going? Li Xiaoyu asked. I looked up at a district of luxury houses in the distance, with a slight smile on my face. Find a place to live. There is no doubt about the life-saving ability of the wealthy areas. These rich people don't just enjoy themselves. They run faster than anyone else. If they can't run on four wheels, they take a helicopter. As expected, the entire rich area is almost empty, with only a few zombies wandering around. We quickly sneaked in. I first entered the security booth, lowered the guardrail door, and locked it. The guardrail can't stop the zombies, but at least it can serve as an alarm. If it is destroyed, it can give early warning. This villa area has beautiful scenery and a quiet environment, but now it is dead silent. Occasionally, There are zombies wandering around in the luxurious villas, but the living people have long disappeared. This place can be used as a shelter. Along the way, I cleaned up a few scattered zombies and finally chose a single-family villa near the gate of the community as a temporary base. After entering the house, I checked carefully and made sure there were no zombies. Then I finally breathed a sigh of relief. Before moving in, stocking up on supplies is a top priority. I asked Yu to stay in the villa to organize the usable items, while I took Li Xiaoyu to other residences to collect supplies and clear the zombies in the community, and at the same time, train her combat ability. Li Xiaoyu's D-level strength enhancement has limited growth potential, but it is very useful in the early stages and is suitable for doing hard labor. At least, the use of her supernatural powers is simple and crude, unlike Yu's lightning power, which requires adaptation and proficiency. She was naturally happy with my arrangement. She was not afraid of being used like a beast of burden, but was afraid of being kicked out. In this apocalypse, having no one to rely on would be a real dead end. Besides, she was a power-type mutant with great strength, so being a laborer was just right for her. She chose a baseball bat as a weapon and wielded it with ease. With one hit, the zombie's head exploded. The scene was bloody and violent. I followed behind her, observing her movements at a leisurely pace, occasionally giving her a pointer or two to help her better use her powers. When she finally realized that she was an Awakener, she jumped a few times in excitement, with her hands on her hips and laughing wildly. Ha ha, I'm an Awaken one. No wonder I become so strong. Ha ha ha. I shook my head, not wanting to dampen her confidence. Her abilities were just like a part of her body, both at D level. Her room for growth was worrisome. In a few days, the zombies will start to evolve, and she who is only good at melee combat might not even be as good as an elite monster. Is Yu also an Awakener? She asked curiously. Yes, she has lightning powers. Li Xiaoyu's eyes lit up. Wow, that sounds so impressive. This is true. Lightning-related abilities not only have long-range attack capabilities, but can also be enhanced in thunderstorms. They are high explosive, high damage, and high growth abilities. In comparison, strength enhancement is like a low-profile version of physical enhancement, and is completely different in level. But fortunately, I now have this ability, which is very nice. With a thought, I mobilized the power of thunder and lightning and released it towards a zombie in the distance. Crack! An arc of lightning leaped out and pierced through the zombie's chest in the blink of an eye, leaving a charred hole through the body. The aim is a little off. I wanted to shoot him in the head, but it missed. I guess I need to practice more. At the same time, I noticed that my proficiency in lightning power had improved. In this world, it is the power that is upgraded, not the physical fitness. As long as you continue to use the power, you can increase your proficiency, and it will automatically upgrade when it reaches the maximum value. I opened the skill bar to check. Strength Amplification D, 1/5 proficiency, 80%. Lightning Control S, 1/25 proficiency, 1%. Plunder God level unique 1/. Proficiency, 20%. The proficiency of the three superpowers has been improved to varying degrees. The strength increase is about to be upgraded to level 5, while the maximum level of lightning control is 25. The growth gap between the two is obvious at a glance. Li Xiaoyu stared at me in amazement. Brethren, you can discharge electricity? Are you also a lightning-type psychic? I guess so. She looked surprised. But you are also very strong? I thought you had the power amplification ability like me. Yes, I do have the power amplification ability. Li Xiaoyu. She was stunned for a moment, then smiled sweetly and offered her compliments without hesitation. As expected of Brethren, she didn't ask any more questions. The stronger Suan was, the happier she was. This was the most basic survival wisdom of a pendant. If the thighs were strong, the pendant would lie down. We were busy in the community for most of the day, the zombies were completely cleared out, and we also looted a lot of supplies. When we got back to the base, the scene was a little funny. I put my hands in my pockets and walked in front easily, while Li Xiaoyu was carrying hundreds of kilograms of supplies, with large and small bags piled on her body, almost burying her whole body, leaving only a pair of big watery eyes. Qingwei had already sorted out the supplies in the house, and even cleaned the entire villa. The entire base finally had a sense of home. The preliminary statistics of supplies are as follows. Vegetable oil, 9.5 barrels, rice and flour, more than 300 kilograms, beverages and juices, 13 boxes of white wine and red wine, 629 bottles, including collection of fine wines, fresh vegetables, more than 60 kilograms. Fresh meat, more than 40 kilograms. canned food for cats and dogs, more than 20 boxes seasoning, 6 boxes snacks, 2 large sacks, abalone, bird's nest, sea cucumber, and dried goods, 2 sacks, various medicines and medicinal materials, for large sacks, including high-end tonics. These supplies were enough for 3 people to eat for 2 months, but the problem was obvious. The food reserves in the mansion area were too small. People in ordinary communities are used to hoarding food, while the rich people in luxury residential areas basically don't cook at home. They usually prefer to eat out. The food stored at home is very limited, and pet food is more than what people eat. Relatively speaking, the wine reserves here are extremely rich, with a total of 629 bottles of red wine and white wine, including many rare fine wines, and any bottle starts at tens of thousands of yuan. These wines may seem useless now, but in a few months, the prices will be outrageously high. In addition, there are many high-end nourishing medicinal materials, such as ginseng, deer antlers, deer whips, bull whips, tiger whips. These things will become the favorites of the big guys after the end of the world, and their value is also extremely high. The supplies were sorted, categorized, and kept fresh. After a tiring day, the 2 girls were hungry and started cooking in the kitchen. As for me, I went to the balcony on the 3rd floor, leaned on the lounge chair, took a sip of juice, and enjoyed the rare sunset moment. I couldn't help but sigh in my heart. At this time of my previous life, I was still hiding in the sewer with Su Xiaoyan, shivering in fear. Now I can bask in the sun leisurely. However, now is not the time to search for supplies everywhere. Although the early days of the end of the world is the best time to stockpile food, the problem is where to put so much food. Bring it back to the base? There is no way to store it, and with too many supplies, the target is big and it is easy to cause trouble. Next, my primary goal is to find more awakened people and replicate stronger superpowers. Food? Everyone will hoard it. My neighbor hoards food. I hoard guns. My neighbor is my granary. Here comes the chicken soup. My dinner was very sumptuous, with 3 dishes and a soup, both meat and vegetables, which was a luxury in the end times. The food tasted good, and I ate several large bowls and still felt unsatisfied. Li Xiaoyu was so full that he lay down on the recliner, holding his stomach with both hands, a satisfied smile on his face. Xue Qingyu sat aside, holding a small notebook to calculate the supply reserves and plan the supply consumption in the next few days. She occasionally raised her hand and tucked the black hair behind her ears, her movements focused and graceful. I took a sip of tea and asked casually, "Qingyu, can you control your supernatural powers?" She was slightly stunned, and when she came to her senses, her cheeks were slightly flushed, as if she had not yet fully adapted to the state of talking to me alone. What's superpower? I don't know. Don't you know that you have awakened S-level lightning control? I shook my head helplessly. It was really hard to connect this shy and reserved girl with the Black Widow in my previous life. So, I could only patiently explain the supernatural powers to her again. She listened very carefully, her brows slightly furrowed, as if she was still digesting the information. I'll try. She took a deep breath, slowly closed her eyes, and tried to feel the supernatural power in her body. Crackle. After a moment, fine arcs of electricity appeared on Xue Qingyu's body. She raised her hand gently, and a bolt of lightning shot out from her palm, accurately hitting a small sapling downstairs, instantly burning it to charcoal. She was stunned for a moment, then exclaimed in surprise, "I succeeded." The tip of my nose was so excited that beads of sweat even oozed out. I chuckled and nodded. Nice talent. Then lightning also leaped in my palm, and the next second, the lightning arc flowed along my fingertips towards a machete not far away. With a snap, the lightning flashed, and the blade was instantly pulled by the magnetic force, suddenly flew out, and firmly nailed into the wall. You can practice in this direction first. There are many uses for lightning powers, among which controlling metal with electromagnetic force is the most efficient and energy-saving one. It is not only highly lethal, but most importantly, it saves effort. Xue Qingyu's eyes flashed with determination, and she nodded and said, "I will try my best." I stood up and stretched. "You will take turns to keep watch tonight. Kill any zombies you find, but don't make too much noise, or you'll attract more zombies. At night, the zombies' vision will weaken, but their hearing will be greatly improved." "Yes, sir. I promise to complete the task." Li Xiaoyu jumped up and saluted cleverly. I laughed, then turned back to my room and lay down. Lying on the bed, I closed my eyes and began to sort out my memories of my previous life, while thinking about my next plan of action. In particular, How to deal with the relationship with Xue Qingyu and Li Xiaoyu. Xue Qingyu is one of the 4 campus beauties of Soochow University. She is pure and lovely with outstanding looks. Li Xiaoyu is lively and cute. Her small body contains amazing energy, and she is also good-looking. It would be a lie to say that I wasn't attracted to her at all. If she was ugly, I would have kicked her away long ago. But after what happened with Su Xiaoyan, I have developed a bit of PTSD and cannot fully entrust my true feelings to any member of the opposite sex. It would be nice if I had the slave master ability. I muttered to myself. As for being friends, just cross it out. There are no friends in the end times, nor is there any so-called friendship. In this life, I don't plan to trust anyone. Is it sad? It's right to be sad. This is the end of the world, and this is how I live. I would rather live alone than pin my hopes on the illusory human nature. On the balcony, Li Xiaoyu sat cross-legged on the guardrail, his hands on his knees, his eyes fixed on the entrance of the community. His serious expression and petite figure made him look like a kitten waiting for prey. Qingyu, go and rest first. I'll stay here. I'll take over your place when I can't take it anymore. Although Su-wen didn't say anything, she knew in her heart that she was the weakest among the 3. She didn't want to be left behind, so she could only find ways to do more and prove her worth as much as possible. It's still early and I can't sleep, so I'll chat with you. Xue Qingyu shook her head and chatted with Li Xiaoyu while practicing controlling the fruit knife in her hand. The 2 were roommates and had a good relationship, so it was natural for them to chat. Qingyu, how long have you been with Nge? How come I didn't hear anything about it before? Ah! Xue Qingyu's hand trembled, and the fruit knife flew out with a whoosh and almost cut Li Xiaoyu's head. Li Xiaoyu quickly shrank his neck. Wow, Qingyu, you're going to die. Even if he knew your secret, he wouldn't kill you to silence you, right? Xue Qingyu blushed like a cooked shrimp and waved her hands repeatedly. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. She lowered her head and stammered. Su-wen and I are not dating, we've only met a few times. Li Xiaoyu was full of disbelief. How is this possible? Then why did brother and try so hard to save you? Xue Qingyu bit her lip and shook her head. I don't know either, and he has always had a girlfriend. Li Xiaoyu was stunned for a moment and raised his voice in surprise. What? Then he lowered his voice and asked quietly. Tell me quickly, which little bitch is it? Su Xiaoyan from the Chinese department. You should have seen her, Li Xiaoyu said with disdain. Hey, isn't that a green tea girl? How can Nge like her? She curled her lips. Not as good as me. If I were half a head and a half taller, just a little over 20 centimeters, I would have been the school beauty long ago. Li Xiaoyu's height has always been a concern for her. She is only 1.55 meters tall, and every time she stands next to a girl over 1.7 meters tall, she feels crushed. However, she was good-looking and managed to keep her dignity. I heard they have been together for 2 years, but Su Xiaoyan never made it public and only asked Su-wen for gifts. Xue Qingyu whispered, with a complicated look in her eyes. Li Xiaoyu frowned. How can you tolerate such a woman? I can't figure it out. I saw Su Xiaoyan and other boys walking into the hotel hand in hand. Li Xiaoyu exploded on the spot. Fuck, this little bitch is so disgusting. She suddenly paused, stared at Xue Qingyu suspiciously. Hey, that's not right. Aren't you and Nge unfamiliar with each other? How do you know him so well? Xue Qingyu's cheeks flushed immediately, and she lowered her head without saying anything. Li Xiaoyu suddenly realized. You are not secretly in love with Nge, are you? No wonder you went straight into his arms in the photo studio. TSK. When it comes to giving for free, you have to be the campus belle of Xue University. Oh, what nonsense are you talking about? Xue Qingyu was so embarrassed that she almost crawled into the ground. As night fell, a huge figure staggered over. It was a zombie as fat as a mountain of flesh, making low gurgling sounds from its mouth. Smelly black water dripped from the corners of its mouth. Its target was the neighborhood where we were. Midnight has arrived. Li Xiaoyu is still on guard, curled up on the balcony railing, looking at the entrance of the community. Xue Qingyu is wrapped in a blanket, curled up quietly on the sofa on the balcony, and sleeping soundly. The 2 of them agreed that Li Xiaoyu would be responsible for the first half of the night, and Xue Qingyu would take over in the second half. She yawned, stretched, and her eyes looked sleepy. Just as she was about to cheer herself up again, she caught a glimpse of a huge black shadow standing outside the guardrail at the entrance of the community. In the dim light of the street lamp, she saw the thing clearly. A giant fat man over 2 meters tall. Dark blue flesh and blood burst through the clothes, exposing him externally. His skin was swollen, as if it would burst at any time, and black sticky liquid kept flowing out of his mouth, like a rotten corpse that had been swollen by soaking in water. Zombies! Li Xiaoyu trembled all over and instinctively grabbed the baseball bat, hesitating for a moment. Her increased strength allows her to easily smash ordinary zombies to death, but this fat guy weighs at least 400 or 500 pounds. Just that fat body is enough to make people retreat. What if she can't smash it? After thinking for a while, she finally decided to wake up Xue Qingyu. At least, Xue Qingyu's lightning ability could attack from a distance, without getting close. The two of them quietly went downstairs and tiptoed towards the entrance of the community. In order to avoid making any noise, they even took off their shoes and walked barefoot on the ground. When she was less than 20 meters away from the target, Xue Qingyu took a deep breath. Lightning appeared on her palm, and she controlled the fruit knife to shoot accurately at the fat zombie. Whoosh! The knife flashed, and the sharp blade directly cut off the fat man's head. Boom! The fat zombie fell straight down. But the story was not over yet. The moment the fat man fell to the ground, his whole body swelled up strangely, like an inflated balloon. Oh no! Li Xiaoyu just realized that something was wrong when the fat zombie's body suddenly exploded. Bah! The impact of the explosion carried the smelly flesh and blood everywhere. The guardrail was blown into several sections, and corpse flesh and black blood were splattered all over the doorway. What's worse is that the alarms of several cars at the entrance of the community sounded. Beep, beep, beep. The sharp sound of sirens pierced the night, especially harsh in this dead, silent apocalypse, and instantly spread throughout the entire street. It's over. Li Xiaoyu's face turned pale. He clenched the baseball bat tightly and had an ominous premonition in his heart. I have said before that the zombies' hearing will be greatly enhanced at night, and such noise will definitely attract a large number of zombies. Without thinking too much, she immediately rushed to the car and tried to turn off the siren. But, roar! Before she could get close, a dense crowd of zombies suddenly emerged from the darkness and rushed towards the community. At first glance, there were at least hundreds of them. Li Xiaoyu's face changed drastically, and he decisively turned around and ran away, shouting at the same time, Qingyu, run! Xue Qingyu didn't say anything and ran towards a villa with her. Behind him, the zombies were desperately chasing after them. Some of the zombies were extremely fast. Their legs were shriveled and grayish, but they ran several times faster than the other zombies, and they were about to catch up. Swoosh! A flash of knife light passed by, and the two zombies rushing in the front had their heads cut off in an instant. Their bodies rolled 7 or 8 meters before slowly stopping. Soon, I jumped down from the third-floor balcony, and the machete spun around to kill several zombies before returning to my hand with precision. Guard the door, don't let the zombies get in and destroy the supplies. I growled, then picked up the machete and rushed into the zombie group. With a sharp movement of my hand and a slash of my knife, the heads of several zombies flew off instantly. A bloody mist filled the air, and I felt like a killing god descended from my body. The zombies' attention was instantly attracted by me, and I immediately turned around and ran towards the gate, tapping the ground with a machete as I ran to attract more zombies to follow me. Soon, hundreds of zombies rushed to the gate of the community. However, the alarm was still ringing, and the zombies outside the door continued to pour in, and the number was increasing. I focused my eyes, waved my hand, and the magnetic force surged. Several sections of the blown-off guardrails floated up and formed a triangular defense wall. Then I rushed towards the zombies. The zombies bit me frantically, but were blocked by the guardrails and could not touch my body at all. I quickly broke through the zombies and came to the car that was honking nonstop. I slapped it with my palm, and lightning burst out from my palm. Z! The car's alarm system was instantly destroyed, and the piercing noise stopped abruptly. After losing the source of sound, the zombies on the distant street gradually stopped moving and stood there blankly. However, there were still more than 200 zombies chasing me. I swung the machete to kill them, while controlling the magnetism to turn metal objects into sharp blades, flying among the zombies. In just a few minutes, dozens of zombies were harvested. However, a few unusual zombies suddenly appeared in the zombie swarm. Their skin is grayish-white, and their bodies are covered with a layer of bone shell. I chopped them off with my sword, but failed to decapitate them directly. Is their defense so high? My eyes narrowed slightly, and then locked onto one of them. Zombie, hardened species LV2. Sure enough, the zombies have begun to evolve. In just half a day, the LV2 hardened species appeared. The strength and speed of these hardened species far exceed those of ordinary zombies, and their defense is increased several times. An ordinary person might have a chance of winning against a few ordinary zombies, but facing the hardened ones, I don't have any heavy firepower weapons, and there is no way I can kill them. The air was filled with a pungent, rancid smell, a smell that I was too familiar with. Explosive LV3. This type of zombie had weak attacks, but once injured, it would explode. Moreover, the residual smell after the explosion will attract all zombies around. People who are contaminated by this smell will become the zombies' primary hunting targets. I immediately understood. They must have accidentally killed the explosive species and attracted a tide of zombies. Brethren, we are here to help you. Li Xiaoyu rushed into the battlefield with a baseball bat and smashed a zombie's head with one blow. Thunder and lightning surged in Xue Qingyu's palm, and she blasted the zombies with all her might. 10 minutes later, the zombie tide was completely cleared. Blood flowed like a river, and corpses were scattered all over the ground. Xue Qingyu walked up to Suin, bit her red lips, lowered her head, and spoke weakly. Yes, I'm sorry, it's all my fault. Xue Qingyu lowered her head, bit her red lips tightly, and said with deep self-blame, I'm sorry, it's all my fault. I waved my hands and said calmly, don't blame yourself. It was my negligence. I didn't expect that on just the first day, the zombies had already evolved into LV3 explosive species. If Xue Qingyu hadn't killed it from a distance, and Li Xiaoyu had rushed forward and smashed it with a stick, I'm afraid he would have had to fight it to the limit. It seems that it is necessary to find some time to teach them the basic knowledge about zombie types. Otherwise, similar mistakes will happen again. I glanced around and thought to myself, ordinary zombies would fall into a short, dormant state at night and would only wake up when they heard unusual noises. But zombies above LV3 were different. They already had a shallow biological consciousness and could move around as they pleased. With such a big commotion here, there may be other LV3 zombies nearby that have been attracted. If they are not dealt with early and allowed to continue evolving, they will become a greater hidden danger. You guys go back first, I'll go check nearby. Just as I was about to leave, a dazzling headlight suddenly lit up in front of me, and the strong light made me squint slightly. A double-bridge truck slowly drove over and stopped at the entrance of the community. Xue Qingyu and Li Xiaoyu behind me subconsciously approached me with caution. I looked at the truck with a slightly condensed look. You dare to drive on the road in the middle of the night. You are either a fool or you are really capable. The body of the truck was covered with dark red bloodstains, which was obviously the latter. If nothing unexpected happened, there should be an awakened person in the car. The car door opened, and two strong men in waistcoats jumped out of the car. One of them had dark skin, broad shoulders, and a smile on his face, showing a mouthful of white teeth. Dude, you are quite skilled. My name is Ahu, his name is Xiaoshan. We were searching for survivors nearby and heard some noise, so we came over to take a look. I nodded in response and glanced at the two of them. Xiaoshan is just an ordinary person, but Huzi is an awakened one. System display. Superpower. Iron Arm F. Wealth value. 100. F level? I couldn't help but feel disappointed. The worst part of the enhanced ability, the rating is even lower than Li Xiaoyu's D level. The wealth value is not much, and there is no plundering value. Brother, do you want to come with us? Huzi patted his chest and said enthusiastically, this world is in chaos. If we gather together, there will be strength in numbers, and we will have a better chance of survival. As he spoke, his eyes kept glancing at Xue Qingyu and Li Xiaoyu. Li Xiaoyu curled his lips with a look of disdain and was unwilling to even turn his head away. Xue Qingyu looked indifferent, with a hint of coldness in her eyes. After what happened with Lu Qingyu, she had developed an instinctive wariness and hostility towards strange men. Although she had not yet reached the extreme level of hatred for men, like the Black Widow, in her previous life, she was not far away. No need, I said calmly. Join a faction? Impossible. With my ability, there is no need to be inferior to others. To be more realistic, at this stage, there is no force that can protect me. On the contrary, any group would be a burden to me. Don't be so aggressive, Huzi continued to persuade. How can the three of you live long? Come with us, so that we can take care of each other. Seeing that I didn't refuse immediately, he continued to add, we have stored a lot of things, including food and drinks. Brother, it doesn't matter for you as a grown man, but these two girls can't starve, right? I won't beat around the bush, he patted his chest. I can see that you are a martial artist, brother. If you can join us, our safety will be better guaranteed. At this point, he suddenly smiled, took a step closer, and patted my shoulder. I promise you that you will have 3 meals a day. If you are willing, I will take you to see the supplies we have stored," he said as he put his arm around my shoulders and walked towards the truck. I glanced at him, but didn't stop him. "Really? Are you kidding me? Would I lie to you?" Huzi smiled innocently. "Brother, you'll know after you take a look." At this moment, a sudden change occurred. The arm on my shoulder suddenly glowed with metallic luster. The Iron Arm's ability was activated, and in the blink of an eye my arm turned into an arm of steel, and it suddenly locked onto my neck. "Boss, take action quickly. There's something wrong with this kid," Huzi shouted in horror. He found that his iron arm was completely out of control. The electric current was jumping. I raised my hand slightly and looked at him coldly. "Are you kidding me? Waste." A cold voice came from the roof of the truck. The next second, a black shadow suddenly jumped down and rushed towards me. Swoosh! The machete flashed with lightning and rushed straight towards me. Ding! Sparks flew, the blade was bounced away, and the black shadow was also repelled and fell not far away. I squinted my eyes and finally saw the true face of the black shadow, a humanoid creature, over 2 meters tall. Its whole body is covered with blue-black scales. It has sharp claws on the front ends of its limbs. Its mouth is slightly open, revealing sharp white teeth, and it has a thick lizard tail dragging behind it. 2 lines of small characters appeared above his head. Superpower, Beast Transformation B, Irreversible. Wealth value, 16,000. B-level Beast ability, Irreversible? I frowned slightly. Beast ability is indeed very strong in combat, but this guy's mutation is permanent, and he can't recover to human form. He has completely become a half-orc. I secretly sighed. What a pity, I have no interest in plundering this kind of ability with huge flaws. The lizardman's eyes were cold, and there was a hint of murderous intent in his earthy yellow pupils. His sharp claws gently stroked the wound on his chest, leaving a trace of blood on his fingertips. He licked the blood on his fingertips, and suddenly said with a grim smile, "Boy, your ability is quite good. I'll give you a chance." He slowly opened his claws and said in a playful tone, "Either kneel down and pledge allegiance to me and be my dog, or die." He smiled grimly, his tongue forked and trembling slightly. I haven't tasted the taste of the Awakener's flesh yet. Chapter 9. First encounter with others, a lot of gains. Facing the threat of the lizard man, Suin remained expressionless. He grabbed the immobile tiger with one hand and lifted him up while silently chanting in his heart. "Take it here. Pillarable object detected. Please select the looting direction." Replica ability. Obtain superpowers, Iron Arm F. Although the Iron Arm ability is a bit lame, a mosquito is still meat, so just use it as a tool to improve your skill proficiency. "Boss, save me." Huzi's face turned red, and he weakly asked the lizard man for help. The lizard man suddenly exerted force with his feet and turned into a black shadow, attacking Suin at an incredibly fast speed. Suin threw the tiger in his hand towards the lizard man. Before Huzi could rejoice in his escape, the lizard man continued to move forward and swung his claws down. "Go away!" There were only 2 puffs, and Huzi was torn into pieces before he could even scream. His body turned into several pieces of rotten meat scattered on the ground. The lizard man continued to kill Suin. Suin's body was suddenly filled with lightning. The machete not far away swung back and chopped towards the lizard man, aiming at the lizard man's eyes. The lizard man roared and quickly covered his eyes with both hands. There was a sound of metal collision, sparks flew, and the machete was bounced away again. The lizard man was unscathed, with the blade only leaving a white mark on the back of his hand, showing that his hand defense was significantly higher. "You're useless, kid. I'm invulnerable to swords and guns." Huh? However, in the short time when the lizard man's vision was blocked, Suin rushed in front of the lizard man, and his right arm instantly glowed with metallic luster. Seeing Suin's speed, the lizard man was shocked and immediately grabbed Suin's head with his sharp claws. "Die for me!" But Suin is faster than him. The power amplification was activated, and he punched the lizard man in the chin with full force. With a dull thud, the huge body of the lizard man was blown several meters high, and he let out a scream like a beast. Lightning strikes again. Suin snorted coldly. Lock! Several steel guardrails flew over quickly, twisting and winding like a flying snake, instantly wrapping up the lizard man. A moment later, the lizard man had turned into a large iron ball wrapped in steel, and fell to the ground with a thud, raising a large cloud of dust. Even so, the lizard man still refused to give up, roaring and trying to break free. His scaly limbs burst out with great strength, making the steel wrapped around his body squeak. Sizzle! Another burst of lightning struck, and the entire iron ball burst into a dazzling electric current. Ah! Under the huge electric shock, within a minute the lizard man completely lost the ability to resist and crawled limply on the ground. His body was charred black, and he emitted an unpleasant burning smell. Suin walked up to the lizard man with an expressionless face, put one hand on his forehead, and silently said in his heart, "Take it here. Pillarable object detected. Please select the looting direction. Plundering wealth. Successfully plundered wealth. Obtained 17,000 points of wealth and materials. The remaining 1,000 population wealth points cannot be plundered due to insufficient skill proficiency. Please select the material storage location. Put it in the base villa. Materials have been transferred. Please check as soon as possible. Big brother, please spare my life. I will follow you from now on and do whatever you say." The lizard man weakly begged for mercy. Suin glanced at the lizard man indifferently, stood up, clapped his hands, and turned to leave. "I'm sorry, but you're no longer of any value to me." The big iron ball is not loose but tight. Several steel bars penetrated the lizard man's 7 orifices, and in a moment, they crushed him from the inside out into rotten flesh. The lizard man died without even a scream. "Brethren, are you not hurt?" Li Xiaoyu came up jogging with a baseball bat on his shoulder, his face full of concern, and with his other hand, he was holding a crippled man. There were 3 people in total. 2 of them died, and the remaining one was beaten and captured by Li Xiaoyu when he was trying to escape. "Don't worry, I'm fine." Suin looked at the howling man and said calmly, "Kill him, there's no point keeping him alive." "Ah, should I kill him?" Li Xiaoyu shrank his head. She had no hesitation in killing zombies, but she was a little reluctant to kill people. After all, she grew up in a civilized society, and killing people was a psychological burden for her. "Can't you do it?" Facing Suin's cold eyes, Li Xiaoyu's heart tightened. He didn't dare to look him in the eye and lowered his head and stammered, I know. After hesitating for a long time, Li Xiaoyu gritted his teeth and swung the baseball bat to finish off the big man. Looking at the blood on the ground, Li Xiaoyu's hands couldn't help but tremble. Suin reached out and rubbed Li Xiaoyu's head to comfort him. "If you want to survive in the apocalypse, you must dirty your hands, otherwise you will be the one who dies. In the apocalypse, you can even have mercy on zombies, but you can't have mercy on others. In the apocalypse, people's hearts are more terrifying than floods and beasts." After a short period of contact, Li Xiaoyu performed better than he expected. He has a strong fighting spirit and is also very smart. Suin has the idea of cultivating him. "Well, I'll listen to Brotherin." Li Xiaoyu showed a sweet smile. She knew Suin was doing this for her own good, but she still needed some time to adjust to the end of the world. As for Xue Qingyu, she remained indifferent and did not feel too uncomfortable about the death of the 3 men. Suin said no more, turned around, and walked to the back of the truck, opened the cargo door. He was not looking for any supplies. After all, he had looted all the supplies from the enemy, so there should be no supplies in the car. Mainly, he wanted to load the corpses of these zombies into the carriage and move them farther away. Hundreds of zombie corpses will rot and breed a large number of germs, polluting the environment near the base, and the stench will be unbearable. He doesn't want to be vomited by the stench of corpses when he is enjoying the breeze on the balcony. At the same time, a large number of dead bodies will attract some unclean things. There are many types of zombies. Some not only eat humans, but also eat the corpses of their own kind. The more they eat, the faster they evolve. Therefore, it is better to transport the bodies around the base as much as possible. However, after the carriage was opened, Suin discovered that there were actually quite a few living people inside, about 17 or 18 of them, both men and women. However, these people were tied up like dumplings with tape on their mouths. When they saw Suin, they kept making whimpering sounds, as if they were asking for help. I think these people were captured by the lizard men before. Either take them back as laborers or take them back as fresh meat. Suin prefers both. After all, the lizard men have completely transformed into beasts and have almost lost their humanity, so they have no psychological burden when eating humans. And living people are easier to keep fresh than animal meat. Suin controlled a piece of iron and shuttled through the crowd. Soon he untied everyone's restraints. "Thank you, little brother, for saving us. When I was caught by that monster, I thought I was going to die. Brother, that monster is very powerful. Let's go quickly. If we are caught later, we will be dead." Yes, let's go." A group of people got off the car and drove away. Suin punched the carriage, causing a loud bang and a large dent in the area where he was hit. Ignoring the frightened crowd, Suin said coldly, "Have I given you leave to go?" Chapter 10. Do you still want human rights in the end times? Don't worry, the monster that captured you is dead, and you are all free now. But the prerequisite is that you load all the bodies nearby into the car and take them away together. Working a little can save a life. I think it should be a good deal. Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment, but no one was going to carry the body. That lizard man is dead, so what is there to be afraid of? A woman dressed in OL clothes slapped the stains on her body and said dissatisfiedly, "Why should we listen to you? We are not your slaves. Why should we do whatever you say? I won't do it." The people around also responded, "That's right, you want to do it for free without any salary? I won't do it either. I'm fine with the work, but you have to pay me or give me food. I've been hungry for a whole day, and I don't have any strength left. Yet you want me to carry corpses? Are you a human being? I'm a girl." He has no gentlemanly manners at all. He is not a man at all. He is a straight man and destined to be alone. It is true that you saved us, little brother, but please respect our human rights. We are all free people and enjoy the human rights we deserve. You should be nicer and talk to everyone nicely. Since you have done us a favor, we can do as you say. But with your bossy attitude, who would listen to you? Young people need to learn how to behave. Otherwise, you won't know how you will suffer in the future. There are so many of us. What can you do to us? Young people nowadays really have no manners at all. When they heard that they had to work, the group of people were unhappy and started to criticize Suin. Either it was moral kidnapping, or he simply took advantage of his older age to teach Suin how to behave in society. Li Xiaoyu on the side was unhappy. His blood pressure went up, and he said angrily, "Hey, you guys are still shameless. Brother, and save your lives, and just help transport the bodies away. You've already taken advantage of him. If you were caught by that monster, you wouldn't even know how you died. Little girl, you have no right to speak here. Have we asked him to save us?" Seeing the situation escalate, Suin reached out to stop Li Xiaoyu's plan to argue with the scholars. He came to the OL girl who spoke first, grabbed her with his big hand, and lifted her up in the air, then crushed her to death, and threw her into the carriage. The body hit the carriage with a loud bang. Suin kept pretending and repeated the same method, killing the next one and throwing him into the car. Then the next one. You want human rights, right? Let me help you fast forward to your next life to get your human rights. Boxing, huh? I'll give it a try too. Teach me how to do things, right? Are you qualified? In a short while, Suin had saved 5 people. It's murderous! Help! The others saw this and screamed and tried to run away. But they were all caught by Suin one by one. Sometimes, those who were nimble and fast would be knocked over by Xueqingyu and then dragged back by Li Xiaoyu. Who wants human rights now? Suin looked down at the group of people with a cold expression. The group of people were trembling and dared not speak. The timid ones were so scared that they peed themselves and sat on the ground, shaking. My patience is limited. I hope you won't try to attack my blood pressure anymore. I'll give you 10 minutes. Either you carry all the nearby corpses into the car and take them away, or you become corpses and I throw you into the car and take you away. Choose one. The group of people were so frightened that they hurriedly got up and carried the body away. My legs are no longer sore, my waist no longer hurts, and I am no longer hungry. Everyone is working harder than the other. In less than 10 minutes, all the bodies on the ground were cleared away, and even those in the community were stuffed into the car. Who of you can drive? I will. One of them trembled and stretched out his hand. Just you, get in the car, take everyone with you. I don't care where you go, the farther the better. But it's best not to drive too fast or make too much noise, otherwise if you die, don't blame me for not warning you. The group of people were as if they had been pardoned after hearing this. They all squeezed into the truck, stepped on the accelerator, and drove away. But he didn't seem to take Sue Ann's reminder to heart, and drove so fast that he disappeared at the end of the road. Suin shook his head when he saw this. Good words are hard to persuade to find a dead ghost. With such a loud noise, who knows how many zombies will be attracted along the way. The road condition is already bad if we are forced to stop. Let's go back. Suin asked the 2 girls to go back. The harvest tonight was not bad. I copied a superpower and looted a lot of supplies. However, before returning to the villa, Suin asked Li Xiaoyu to push several cars to the gate of the community and line them up. He also used magnetic force to absorb the metal guardrails on the street and piled them on the roofs of the cars. In this way, a simple and practical protective wall is completed. It's tough to resist the zombie tide, but it can prevent some zombies from wandering into the community. To enter or exit the community, You can directly open the car door and enter from the car. When the three returned to the villa, as soon as they opened the door, they saw piles of supplies pouring out. Meat, eggs, milk, fruits and vegetables, snacks and drinks, pots and pans, everything is available. Soon, it seems that the lizard man led his men to rob several small and medium-sized supermarkets. 17,000 points of wealth is awesome, filling up the entire villa. The two women looked at the huge amount of supplies that suddenly fell from the sky and couldn't help but open their mouths wide. What are you all standing there for? Hurry up and get ready. Yu turned around blankly. Where did Suin come from? I made a wish to the Bodhisattva, and the Bodhisattva appeared and gave it to me for free. Suin casually answered the question, and Yu did not ask any more questions. She called Li Xiaoyu and started to sort out the supplies. These are the three people's reliance for surviving in the end times. There are so many things, it's enough to eat them all in 1 year. Two girls are responsible for sorting the supplies. Suin went to other villas to carry refrigerators. There is no way. Among this batch of supplies, fresh vegetables, fruits, and meat account for a large proportion, at least 1 or 2 tons. It is midsummer now, and the weather is hot. These fresh ingredients are easy to spoil. If they are left outdoors, vegetables and fruits will rot within 3 days, and meat will go bad overnight. They must be kept in the refrigerator. Suin carried more than 20 refrigerators in a row and placed them in a nearby villa. He found a power strip and connected them to electricity one by one. This villa will be used exclusively as a granary. After fixing the refrigerator, Suin went to the community to search for generators. Luckily, he found 4. In this way, even if there is a power outage, the refrigerator can be temporarily powered by the generator. If all else fails, there is still Yu, a humanoid generator, but battery life is a big problem. By the time all the supplies were put away, the sky had already turned pale. This busy work took an entire night. Even though Suin had some backache, and his whole body was dirty and smelly, he couldn't stand it. Facts have proven that too much material is not always a good thing. Then he called the 2 girls to the indoor swimming pool in the community. What else can I do? Of course it's enjoyable. Can't you enjoy yourself after a busy night? Chapter 11, Preparing Medicine, Corpse-Eating Species. Suin, wearing sunglasses and swimming trunks, lies comfortably on a lounge chair. Pick up a piece of steak and chew it, then take a sip of red wine. The aroma of meat mixed with the aroma of wine permeates the tip of the tongue. I brought my own steak, which Yu carefully fried using an induction cooker. 2 girls are playing in the swimming pool. Their sexy swimsuits outline their hot bodies, making people dazzled. Suin couldn't help but sigh. This is how life should be lived. Brother, and come down and play with us. Li Xiaoyu kept waving at Suin. Suin grinned, stood up, and walked to the edge of the swimming pool, then jumped. I jump. It rotates 900 degrees and dives into the water like a Filipino fish fry, splashing water everywhere. The 2 girls giggled. The swimming pool was filled with laughter and the invisible hormones of youth. After playing for a while, I returned to the villa with satisfaction. Before leaving, Suin drained the water from the 2 swimming pools and replaced them with new water. Soon, the water and electricity in the entire city of Suzhou will be cut off. Electricity can be barely solved, but water can only be connected in advance and stored. Fortunately, the 2 swimming pools are large enough and are indoors, so evaporation is slow and they are not easily polluted. If there are only 3 of us, it will last a long time. After returning to the villa, Suin did not rest, but took Li Xiaoyu out of the community directly. Yu was responsible for looking after the house. With her, an S-level superpower, guarding the house, ordinary people could not enter the base to steal the house. Although I am very tired, it is not time to rest yet. It is the 2nd day of the apocalypse, and the situation is still relatively safe. The zombies are at a low evolution level, and most people have not recovered yet. They are not in a hurry to go out to find supplies, but are hiding in relatively safe places, waiting for rescue that will never come. If everyone reacts in a few days, then we will truly enter an era of chaos. Zombies are rampant and bandits are everywhere. Where there are supplies, there will be fighting. When you go out, you must not only guard against zombies, but also other survivors. Sometimes survivors are scarier than zombies. The stronger the survivors, the more dangerous they are. Taking advantage of this time, Suin planned to search for as many medicines as possible, especially drugs like antibiotics. After the end of the world, pharmaceutical factories have completely stopped operating, and the supply of medicines has been cut off, so they will no longer be produced. The living conditions in the last days are extremely cruel. Injuries are common. Wounds become infected and inflamed, leading to fever and colds. If you can't make it, you will be sent to the hospital. Therefore, medicine is particularly precious, much more precious than high-end ingredients such as wine and meat. The two found a motorcycle in a motorcycle shop and drove towards the city center. He rarely dealt with zombies along the way. He would avoid them if he could. If he couldn't avoid them, Soon would control metal objects to smash them away. In a city of reinforced concrete, metal products are the most abundant. After a while of running, the two came to a pharmacy, and Li Xiaoyu smashed the two zombies that pounced on him to death. Suan went directly to the shelf and started buying for free. All the packaging boxes that take up space are removed, and each medicine is classified and placed in a bag separately. Soon, more than 20 bags of medicine were cleared out. I found 2 more large sacks and put everything in them. It was a great harvest, but Suan was not happy at all. Less stuff. Not even half of the goods on the counter were filled, not to mention that there was a small warehouse inside the pharmacy. My heart is hurting. These are all good things that can be easily picked up, but I just can't take them all. Suan thought for a moment and asked Li Xiaoyu to go directly to the warehouse to move all the medicines out, while he ran to the street to find a truck. Not far away, I saw a double-bridge truck parked on the side of the road, with dozens of zombies wandering around the truck. Why do you look so familiar? Looking closely, isn't this the same truck as yesterday? It's fate whether I should say it or not. However, there was no one in the car now. It seemed that those people yesterday had either escaped or been eaten by zombies. Suan recognized the appearance of a zombie among them. It was one of the people in the group yesterday. Suan roughly counted and found that there were about 40 zombies around the truck, not including others wandering on the streets. There were at least 100 zombies in total. With his current strength, he could kill them all, but it would take a lot of time and energy. After observing the surrounding environment, Suan quietly came to the 3rd floor of a shop, looked down at the zombies, and with lightning surging in his hands, he controlled an iron table and threw it towards the front of the truck a few dozen meters away. The table fell to the ground with a muffled sound, and the zombies immediately rushed over with howls. Suan took the opportunity to get to the windowsill, climbed onto the balcony next door, and controlled another table to smash it further away. The distance controlled by the lightning is about 200 meters. He can only use this stupid method to gradually lead the zombies away, and he can't let the zombies notice his whereabouts. Otherwise, it will be troublesome. As time went by, Suan kept changing his position, controlling the metal objects to gradually lead the group of corpses away. Until they reached a corner street, Suan quietly turned around and came to where the truck was. He first checked the driver's seat and found that everything was intact. The fuel in the tank was barely enough to run 200 miles. Only the windshield was broken. Then he jumped out of the car and opened the compartment, and a foul smell hit him. The weather was hot, and the truck had been exposed to the sun for a whole morning. Hundreds of bodies had already started to stink in the confined space. The smell was so sour. Fortunately, Suan had seen a lot of storms and had eaten a lot of rotten meat and corpses in his previous life, so this kind of scene was nothing to worry about. After getting into the carriage, they kicked and pulled the bodies out. Just after all the bodies were dealt with, a sharp chewing sound came from outside the car. Suan paused, stopped all movements, and carefully walked to the door of the car. With my back against the carriage, I turned my head and looked towards the sound of chewing. At the edge of the pile of corpses, a naked, pale-skinned humanoid was crawling on the ground, gnawing at the corpses, making chewing sounds. A line of small words appeared above his head. Zombie. Corpse-eating LV4. Suan couldn't help but twitch his mouth. On the 2nd day of the apocalypse, he encountered a special evolutionary species of LV4. His luck was really bad. This kind of corpse-eating zombie is a special type of evolutionary zombie. It gains the ability to evolve rapidly through devouring. The evolution speed is very fast. It can evolve from the initial LV3 to LV6 in just 2 or 3 days. This zombie is extremely aggressive and greedy. It preys on animals, humans, and even its own kind. It is incredibly fast and can crawl rapidly on the wall. It has excellent hearing and vision. It can attack from extremely strange angles. Its claws and sharp teeth are its weapons of attack. The corpse-eating species is the backbone of the entire zombie family. If I have to say the disadvantages, it is that the defense is very poor, even inferior to the LV2 hardened species, and there is no means of long-range attack. Suan then controlled a piece of broken iron on the side of the road to slowly float into the air, and when it was about to reach the top of the corpse-eating species, it suddenly shot down. Chapter 12 Return. with a full load. However, the seemingly sure-shot strike missed. The corpse-eating creature dodged the iron block in an extremely strange manner, and with a kick of its hind legs, it disappeared on the spot. Suin cursed inwardly and jumped out of the car. Just as Suin jumped out of the car, a pale figure rushed to where Sue and was originally. It was the corpse-eating creature from before. I saw it clinging to the carriage, with no emotion in its pale eyes, and its upper and lower rows of sharp teeth were knocking against each other in a regular da-da-da sound, with blood dripping slowly between its teeth. The place where Suin was leaning had been pierced by the claws, leaving a big hole. If it were someone who didn't know the attack method of the corpse-eating species, he would be dead now. This thing's counterattack can be completed in an instant. It's incredibly fast. If you can't kill it with the first attack, you have to change positions immediately. Suin hunched over, ready to attack. The corpse eater was even faster, screaming and rushing towards him. Suin's mouth drew a smile. "You've been fooled, idiot." Lightning immediately surged out, electrocuting the zombie in the air. At the same time, his ironclad right arm swung up and grabbed its throat, then smashed it hard on the ground. The corpse-eating creature cried out in pain, waving its claws and ready to strike back. Suin was one step faster than it. He had already controlled a piece of iron and inserted it directly into the head of the corpse-eating creature, stirring it. The corpse-eating creature twitched weakly for a few times before it stopped moving. This zombie has a strong desire to attack. As long as you show the intention to attack, it will take the lead in attacking. If you master it properly, you can use this to kill it. Suin spat and kicked the corpse away. He locked the car, trotted back to the driver's seat, started the car, ran over the bodies on the ground, and drove towards the pharmacy where Li Xiaoyu was. He could still deal with the corpse-eating species, but if it were Li Xiaoyu, he would definitely die. I hope Li Xiaoyu didn't run into this kind of ghost thing. When Suin returned to the pharmacy, Li Xiaoyu had already taken out all the medicines and was hiding behind the counter waiting for him to come back. Seeing that Li Xiaoyu was fine, Suin couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief and quickly asked Li Xiaoyu to move all the medicines back to the carriage. Then the two of them drove the truck towards the next pharmacy. I took every pill I could get. The double-axle truck has a load capacity of dozens of tons. There is no need to worry about not being able to pull it. As long as it can be loaded, it will be loaded to the hilt. After sweeping through more than a dozen drugstores, the cart was barely half full, and there was still a lot of space. But Suin didn't want to continue looking for a pharmacy. It's easy to find a pharmacy, but the transportation work is really tiring. Even though he and Li Xiaoyu both had the power to increase their strength, they were still exhausted after carrying the things back and forth. "Forget it, I won't move today, I'll go home." Suin drank a bottle of honeysuckle drink in one gulp and waved his hands helplessly. Li Xiaoyu had already slumped in the passenger seat. All listened to brother. Then Suin stepped on the accelerator, turned the car around, and drove towards the stronghold along the same route. In order to avoid making too much noise, and because of the road conditions, the car was not going very fast, only about 30 yards away. Even so, it still attracted a lot of zombies to follow. Suin had no choice but to drive while distracting himself with controlling metal objects to block the zombies that were following him. The car not only attracted the attention of the zombies, but also attracted many survivors. From time to time, people popped their heads out from the residential buildings on both sides of the road. "Brother, can you help me get some food? I'll give you $1,000. I'll give you 5,000 yuan to get me a box of instant noodles. I'll give you 200,000. As long as you bring me a pound of steak, I'll give you 200,000. 2A grade will do. Brother, I'll give you 1 million. Can you please bring me a bag of rice and a pound of pork? I'll write you a check." Suin simply ignored it all. Money is useless in the end times. It's too hard to wipe your butt with, and it doesn't last long in making a fire. As Suin frequently uses his abilities, his proficiency is constantly rising. The lightning ability has grown from level 1 to level 5, and the strength increase has reached the full level 5. The plundering ability is still level 1, and the proficiency is 30%. Iron Arm level 1 is the maximum level. F-level abilities are so lame, there is no room for growth. With a level 5 power increase, Suin can lift about a ton of weight with his bare hands. The level 5 lightning ability can directly control a 2-ton metal object through the air. At the same time, the power of lightning is greatly increased. Each electric shock can kill a zombie into charred skin and rotten flesh. Again, even though they are both supernatural powers, there are still differences. As time went by, the distance to the base was getting closer and closer. The number of zombies following the truck also reached an astonishing number, densely packed with no less than 1,000. and there were a number of evolved species among them. There are the obese and bloated explosives, the hardened species with calcification all over their bodies, and the leaping species with amazing jumping abilities. This is the number that Suin collected while cleaning up the area while driving. If we drive the car back to the base like this, the entire base will be flattened. Suin immediately stepped on the accelerator to speed up the car. The power of his lightning ability was also released to the highest point. He frequently controlled the small vehicles on the roadside to smash directly into the group of corpses, especially for the explosive species. Every time they hit the target, and there was an explosion, and blood and flesh flew everywhere. With Suin's obstruction, the zombies quickly distanced themselves from the truck, and soon the truck disappeared from the zombies' sight. The zombies, having lost their target, froze in their tracks, and then scattered around aimlessly. When they encountered a living person, they chased after him like crazy. The survivors who had poked their heads out of the residential building accidentally attracted the attention of the mutant jumping species. Several jumping species jumped up the tall building and broke into the building through the window. Then there were bursts of screams. Attracted by the screams, more zombies were attracted, broke open the door of the residential building, and rushed in. More screams and cries for help. As time goes by, there will be more and more mutant zombies, and the lives of ordinary people will become more and more difficult. It can be described as living day by day like a year. The Awakened ones are also not doing well. The ability level is divided into 8 levels. Sapdef. In the case of full level of default ability proficiency, F level and G level Awakened people can only deal with LV2 mutant zombies at best. If they encounter LV3 zombies, they may have a chance if they fight desperately. D level and E level Awakened ones can deal with L3 to LV4. B level and C level Awakened people can deal with LV5. A level Awakened ones, the highest, can deal with LV7. S level Awakened ones are the most exaggerated and can deal with top mutant zombies from LV7 to LV8 or even higher. At the same time, LV8 is also the pinnacle of zombie evolution. Of course, these are not absolute. Before a high-level Awakened person improves his ability proficiency, he will still not be able to face high-level zombies. For example, the upper limit of S-level Awakeners is very high in theory, but at this time, their proficiency in supernatural powers is low, and they don't even know how to practice supernatural powers. It's not surprising that they are killed by LV4 zombies. At this stage, it is a race against time. Zombies are evolving every day, and the Awakened ones are also growing every day. The competition is about who develops better. There are many kinds of superpowers, which can be roughly divided into 3 types. Combat, functional, auxiliary. The first two are good at fighting, but the auxiliary type is a bit awkward. Even an S-level soldier can't beat an LV3 zombie in a single combat situation. But in the final analysis, superpowers are dead, and people are alive. The same superpowers can play different roles in the hands of different people. Some people can exceed the upper limit, while others can't even keep the lower limit. Just like some people can start a business and make a fortune if you give them 1 million, but some people squander it, and after a few months, not only do they have nothing left, but also owe a lot of debts. Nothing is absolute. This is the real Doomsday era. Every minute and every second is challenging your survival limit. Chapter 13. Lots of supplies, little space. After driving the truck back to the base, Suin first removed the roadblock and drove the truck directly into the community. The moving work can only be left until tomorrow. He and Li Xiaoyu were both exhausted. Xueqingyu didn't have the ability to increase her strength, so it was very difficult to carry the medicine. Anyway, the medicine was in the carriage, so it wouldn't get wet in the rain or be exposed to the sun and wind. It was relatively safe, so it didn't matter if she left it there overnight. As soon as he returned to the villa, Li Xiaoyu was too lazy to even go back to his room. He fell straight on the sofa and fell asleep in seconds. Having not slept all night and being exhausted from the whole day, not to mention Li Xiaoyu, even Suin couldn't stand it anymore and lay on the sofa like a corpse. Seeing this, Xueqingyu first covered Li Xiaoyu with a blanket to prevent him from catching a cold. Then he walked slowly to Suin and said softly, "Thank you for your hard work." Suin replied weakly, "It's okay. Actually, that's not good at all. Lightning power is powerful, but the amount of lightning is not infinite." He now feels as if his body has been hollowed out, without a drop left. "Let me give you a massage to relax you," Shuya whispered as she squatted down and stretched out her soft hands to press on Suin's back. Xueqingyu's hands were soft, and her strength was not great. Her massage technique was even more awkward, but Suin still enjoyed it. When he thought that Yu was a famous ice beauty Black Widow in her previous life, and now she was giving him a massage, he felt a sense of satisfaction in his heart. You have to know that in his previous life, when he saw Yu, he was lying on the ground, not even daring to raise his head, for fear that the other party would whip him with a lightning whip and take his life. Now, it's not certain who will whip whom. Suin was distracted and was thinking about. 3 people are too few after all. There is no shortage of combat power, but there is a shortage of laborers. He has to do everything himself and is too slow in doing things. Take the stockpiling of medicine today, for example. If there were a few more people, the truck would definitely be filled up. I'm thinking about whether I should find a few more loyal people to serve as laborers. Keeping watch, moving things, etc. In general, there are a lot of supplies now, but there are too few ways to stockpile them. Of course, besides recruiting coolies, he has other better options. That is to copy the space ability. Space-related abilities are not combat abilities, but they are very precious. Every person who has awakened the space ability has an independent space, and anything can be put into it except living things. Moreover, the independent space can also keep the food fresh permanently. No matter how long it has been, it will remain the same when you take it out as it was when you put it in. It is simply a bug-level existence. However, space-related abilities are extremely rare, and all of them are treasures of all major forces. He had not seen many of them in his previous life. The major forces will not let outsiders know the specific identities of their own space awakeners. Therefore, Suin knew very little about those who had awakened space abilities, so it was all up to luck whether he could meet one. Or you can just wait for some big forces to form, and then go look for them directly. Feeling sleepy, Suin gradually fell asleep. It was already midnight when Suin woke up. Yu was still on the balcony keeping watch, yawning from time to time. Come to the balcony. Seeing Su Anshua whispering and smiling warmly. You woke up. Suin nodded. You go to sleep first, I'll keep watch. Yu shook her head. It's okay. I'm not sleepy yet. You must be hungry. I'll go cook. Well, thank you for your help. Yu got up and went to the kitchen, and soon brought up the hot meal. 1 dish and 1 soup. A plate of fried meat and seaweed egg drop soup. It looked like it was prepared in advance, just waiting for Su to wake up and eat it. Suin raised his bowl and ate heartily. Yu watched quietly from the side, smiling, and occasionally helped Suin with more food. After dinner, Yu cleaned up the dishes and made a cup of hot tea for Suin. Suin crossed his legs, looked at the deep night sky, and sipped his hot tea. Under the moonlight, several dark shadows kept circling in the sky. After a moment, it swooped down in the direction of Suin. Suin's expression remained unchanged. Under the control of his mind, a fork flew out rapidly, piercing the attacking black shadow in a few strokes. The shadow fell on the balcony with a clatter, and after struggling for a few times, it stopped moving. Upon closer inspection, they turned out to be several black bats as big as wash basins with hideous faces. This is a LV2 blood-sucking bat that specializes in attacking living people at night. It carries a virus on its body. If you are bitten by it, you will be infected with the virus and become a zombie. After tonight, there will be more and more of these bats, and their number will increase exponentially every day. Take our community as an example. Within 3 days, the number of bats in this community will exceed tens of thousands. On the 6th day, the number of bats will far exceed the total number of humans and zombies, covering the sky and the sun. The world's population will shrink by 60% in just 2 days. Yu covered her mouth in horror. The cruelty of the end of the world was far beyond her imagination. If it is true, as Suin said, is there any hope for humanity to survive? He was just stating the facts, and also wanted to give Yu a shot of prevention in advance. He hasn't even said anything more desperate. Bloodthirsty bats only move at night and remain dormant during the day. But this doesn't mean it's safe during the day. Most zombies are active during the day, and in addition to zombies, there are also bloodthirsty crows that are similar to bloodthirsty bats. The number of bloodthirsty crows and bloodthirsty bats will increase exponentially, and in the end, there will be a swarm of crows and bats that covers the sky. One is active during the day, and the other is active at night. The purpose is to hunt living people. Compared to these crows and bats, zombies are nothing more than child's play. In front of millions of bats and crows, even the strongest S-class psychic would die in an instant. Of course, the crows and bats will not exist forever. After the 14th day, they will disappear without a trace. Their appearance is more like a big funnel, filtering out those defective products that are not suitable for survival in the apocalypse, just to start the next more cruel doomsday stage. Yes, there are many doomsdays and each one has different stages. Now is just the first stage of the first doomsday. It's just the beginning. It's true that zombies are scary, but compared to the weird monsters that came after them, they are just cute. Chapter 14: Chaos, Stockpiling Oil. The next morning, after breakfast, Sue took Li Xiaoyu out again. There are only two goals today. The first thing is to find a tanker truck and take a load of oil back for backup. The second step is to search for other awakened people to replicate their abilities. The two found a motorcycle and rushed towards the city center. Compared to yesterday, the zombies on the streets are denser, and there are also many more evolved zombies. The most mainstream ordinary class has become a minority. LV2 hardened species account for the majority. Fat explosive species and jumping species can be seen everywhere. After 3 days of apocalyptic baptism, most people have come to their senses and no longer expect any rescue. They have left the shelters and gone out to search for supplies. But for ordinary people, it is too late to think about collecting supplies at this time. The zombies have evolved to a high level, and there are bloodthirsty crows that choose people to eat. Every time you go out, you will face the possibility of death. But they had no choice but to risk their lives in search of food. In the days ahead, the zombies will level up every day and become more dangerous. If you back down today, you may completely lose hope of survival. Today is not destined to be a peaceful day. A large number of survivors risked their lives to search for supplies on the streets. The lucky ones could find something to eat, but more of them were killed by zombies. At the same time, the survivors began to fight each other in order to grab supplies. The zombies also became agitated. For a time, the whole city was plunged into a clamor. Screams, cries, curses, and the roars of zombies echoed continuously in the streets. Suin and his partner came to a gas station. At this time, several survivors in the small supermarket at the gas station were desperately grabbing the goods on the shelves. After seeing Suin and the others, they looked alert. One of them stood at the door of the small supermarket holding a fire axe, watching Suin and the others warily. Apparently, these survivors were in the same group. They were afraid that Suin and the others would compete with them for supplies, so they sent someone to guard the door. Suin ignored it and just checked the fuel reserves of the gas station. The oil reserves are still sufficient, but unfortunately, there is no tanker, so the oil cannot be transported away for a while. Soon, several survivors in the gas station finished sweeping and rushed out with several packages, gathering together. We only have a box of instant noodles and mineral water, which is not enough for us to last for long. What should we do? How about looking for something else? One of the middle-aged men thought for a moment and said, "You guys continue to look around. I'll take the food back first. The children haven't eaten for 2 days. Okay, go and come back soon." After discussing it, they decided to act separately. The middle-aged man who was responsible for delivering the supplies back to the base was delighted when he saw the motorcycle Suin and his partner rode over. By riding this motorcycle, he could get back to the base faster and come back earlier to search for supplies. I ran towards the motorcycle. It's just that Li Xiaoyu was sitting sideways on the motorcycle, swinging his feet. The middle-aged man waved the fire axe at Li Xiaoyu and scolded him. "If you don't want to die, get out of here." Li Xiaoyu was unmoved and replied with a smile. "Uncle, you are so fierce." The middle-aged man's face darkened when he saw this. "Don't force me to chop you, little girl." The middle-aged man was about to reach out to grab Li Xiaoyu. In her opinion, a little girl like Li Xiaoyu has never been beaten by society. She has been pampered since she was a child and has no idea how dangerous it is in the end times. However, Li Xiaoyu kicked out quickly, and the middle-aged man was kicked out without any defense. He rolled a few meters away and crawled on the ground wailing. Li Xiaoyu's kick broke several of his ribs. Seeing this, the other companions ran over and helped the middle-aged man up. "Ugh, fuck, my ribs seem to be broken." Several people looked at Li Xiaoyu in amazement. They never expected that the seemingly weak little girl could break her companion's ribs with one kick. "Catch her, drag her inside, and give her a good beating." One of them licked his lips when he saw Li Xiaoyu's delicate face. The others looked at each other and nodded in agreement. This is the end of the world. Do whatever you want. Who knows if you can survive until tomorrow? Several people quickly surrounded Li Xiaoyu, but they put down their weapons and wanted to capture Li Xiaoyu alive by relying on their numbers. As for Suin, who was fiddling with the oil tank in the distance, he was ignored by the others. He was just a young boy, a wimp. He didn't even dare to come over to see his companions being surrounded. Li Xiaoyu still had a smile on his face, not showing any sign of panic. Suin in the distance simply ignored it and checked the oil tanks everywhere. He had already checked and found that these were ordinary people. They posed no threat to Li Xiaoyu at all, not to mention being unarmed. Even if they were armed, they would not be Li Xiaoyu's opponent. Li Xiaoyu's strength has reached the maximum level. He can kill a cow with one punch. He was showing mercy when he attacked earlier. He didn't realize that he had saved his life, and he even wanted to capture Li Xiaoyu alive. He was courting death in such a direct way. Call out! Puff! There was a sound of breaking through the air, and a dagger with a cold light directly pierced through the head of one of the men. The man died on the spot and fell straight down. Then there was a roar, and several motorcycles roared into the gas station. The riders were all young men in their early 20s. At first glance, there seemed to be more than 10 of them. The young men made strange noises, and as they did so, they took out their prepared machetes and chopped down anyone they saw. The few people who were originally surrounding Li Xiaoyu didn't have time to think about it, and they turned around and ran away in fear. But how could his legs outrun the wheels? He was caught up and knocked to the ground before he could run far. The young men all got out of the car and hacked at the screaming men, but none of their attacks were fatal. They only hacked at the limbs and fleshy parts. As if for fun, the gas station was suddenly filled with screams. Okay, stop playing and check how much oil is left in the tank. Abat man yet in dissatisfaction. After hearing this, the young men gave up in disappointment. However, he still did not let go of the few people who were howling on the ground. Instead, he beheaded them one by one and kicked the heads around like a ball. The bald man looked at Li Xiaoyu, and his eyes lit up. I'm really lucky today. I found a great product. Chapter 15, The Bald Head of Dragon Tiger Gang. The bald man came up to Li Xiaoyu and grinned. Little beauty, don't you know that it's dangerous to wander around outside alone? Li Xiaoyu rolled her eyes. My husband and I came here together, not alone. Where is your husband? Why can't I see him? Li Xiaoyu pointed at Su, and who was squatting on an oil tank in the distance. Look over there. The bald man winked at a young man next to him. The young man understood what he meant, picked up his machete, and walked toward Suin. My little beauty, how about you follow me from now on? I will make sure you have enough food to eat. In this world, your useless husband can't even support you. Li Xiaoyu's face turned cold after hearing this. But then he suddenly put on a smile and stretched out his hand to the bald man. Okay, then take me away. The bald man was delighted. You are so smart. I promise to make you live a happy life. Ha ha. As he said this, he was about to hug Li Xiaoyu's waist. At this moment, Li Xiaoyu's eyes flashed coldly, and he supported the motorcycle with one hand and kicked the bald man hard in the chest. If it were an ordinary person, the kick would have been a solid one, but the bald man reacted very quickly. He quickly raised his hand to block Li Xiaoyu's kick. Unfortunately, the bald man underestimated Li Xiaoyu's strength and was kicked away. His left arm was broken. You are the waste, your whole family is waste ba. Li Xiaoyu couldn't stand the fact that someone dared to insult her brother. The bald man staggered to his feet, his left arm hanging limply by his side. Cold sweat flowed down his forehead from the severe pain. He gritted his teeth and said, Damn, you're an awakener too? The bald man cursed in his heart. Li Xiaoyu's power has exceeded the scope of common sense. Only the awakened have such power. As an awakened person, he deeply understands how terrifying the power of awakened people is. You must not easily provoke the awakened ones unless you have no other choice. But now that we have already formed a feud, we can only cut the grass and root it out. The bald man did not dare to underestimate the enemy, and quickly took out a dagger from his waist, shouted coldly, and then activated his supernatural power. Eagle-eye tracking, throwing the dagger straight at Li Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu was prepared and dodged the flying dagger. The bald man laughed abnormally after the knife missed. Go to hell, bitch! The dagger that had originally flown out turned quietly and stabbed towards Li Xiaoyu again. By the time Li Xiaoyu realized it, it was too late. The dagger was already close at hand with a cold light, and it was too late to dodge. Just as the dagger was about to pierce Li Xiaoyu, it suddenly stopped moving and just floated quietly in the air. The hideous smile on the bald man's face froze. His ability is called Eagle-Eye Tracking. When the ability is activated, the thrown weapon can almost hit the target 100%. Even if the attack is dodged, the weapon will automatically track the target until it hits. It can be said that the flying knives he threw were more terrifying than bullets. However, this flying knife, which was sure to hit the target, just stopped moving at this moment. How could this happen? What did you do? The bald man roared at Li Xiaoyu angrily. B-level abilities seem pretty good. A cold voice sounded. Suin slowly walked up to Li Xiaoyu and flicked his head. In the future, remember to finish off the opponent as soon as possible. Don't give the opponent a chance to breathe. There are many kinds of superpowers. Don't be caught off guard when you are ambushed. Theoretically, the higher the level of the ability, the stronger it is, but it does not mean that high-level abilities can absolutely crush low-level abilities. The strength of superpowers has a lot to do with the user. If used properly, low-level superpowers can also defeat high-level superpowers. If Li Xiaoyu had just taken advantage of the situation and not given the opponent a chance to throw his knife, he could have used his supernatural power to beat him to death before he could use his supernatural power. Li Xiaoyu covered his forehead with both hands and stuck out his tongue in embarrassment. I know, husband. Suin looked strange. When did I become your husband? How come I didn't know? Don't they say that if you can't repay someone for saving your life, you can only repay them with your body? You've saved me twice, and I'm only repaying you with my body now. That's already very reserved. Okay. Suin laughed and joked. You don't have to repay a favor with your body, right? You can still be a slave, right? What? Li Xiaoyu pouted in dissatisfaction, and then seemed to think of something and smiled slyly. It's almost the same. Suin's mouth twitched, and he couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Your driving skills are unique. The wheel is crushing my face. Li Xiaoyu hugged Suin and started laughing. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The sound of breaking through the air was heard frequently, and several daggers flew towards the two people one after another. Seeing that the two men ignored him, the bald man threw several daggers in a rage and attacked them. Go to hell. Suin just glanced at it calmly, and the dagger was still in the air. You did it, right? You are also an Awaken one. The bald man pointed at Su and tremblingly. Even a fool knows that he has encountered a tough opponent. Friends are all misunderstandings. The bald man stepped back subconsciously, looking around, complaining in his heart why his men hadn't come over to help. But it doesn't matter if you don't watch it, but once you watch it, you'll be scared to death. The ground was covered with corpses, and all his men were already dead. All of them had their mouths and throats pierced by steel bars and machetes. They died without a sound or a scream. The bald man was so scared that he sat down on the ground and couldn't help shaking. Brother, I was wrong. Please spare my life and give our Dragon Tiger gang some face. Things may not change. If you need my help in the future, just let me know. My boss is Lord Tiger, who is also an Awaken one, a very strong Awaken one. If you kill me, Lord Tiger will not let you go. Suin hesitated for a moment. Dragon Tiger gang, Lord Tiger. In his memory, there seemed to be a memory of such a powerful force, but the impression was not very deep. All we know is that the Dragon and Tiger gang was originally an underground gang in Sioux City. After the end of the world, Awakened people appeared in the gang, and thus occupied a part of Sioux City and formed a pretty good Doomsday force. It seems that it is necessary to go to the Dragon Tiger gang. Suin waved his hand lightly, and several daggers flew back to the bald man, nailing him to the ground. Then he walked over and put his hand on the other person's head, silently thinking. Bring it here. Shopter Seisten. Dragon Tiger gang. Brother, this is it. Led by a bald man named Wild Dog, the three came to a high-rise urban area. This was originally the most prosperous entertainment street in Suzhou, with dozens of bars and nightclubs of all sizes, commonly known as the Night City. The Dragon and Tiger gang had already occupied this place before the apocalypse, and they also used this place as their base after the apocalypse. At this time, the originally complex Night City has completely changed. Most of the intersections have been blocked by fences and iron nets, leaving only a straight street leading to the deepest part. Brother, I will lead the way for you. Lord Tiger will be very happy to see you. Lord Tiger admires heroes like you the most. The Wild Dog stumbled ahead, leading the way. The wounds on his body made him grimaced in pain, but on the surface he still looked humble, but a trace of resentment flashed in his eyes from time to time. I was thinking about how to get rid of Suin. He couldn't beat him, but that didn't mean Tiger couldn't beat him either. He had hundreds of brothers in the Dragon and Tiger gang, and they could drown this bastard with just a spit from each of them. He has been in the underworld for more than 10 years, and he has never suffered such a big loss. He will not be able to swallow this anger unless he kills Suin. I don't need you to lead the way. I know how to go next. Your value has been used up. Suin said as he waved his hand. A dagger flew out and pierced the Wild Dog's throat directly. The Wild Dog covered his throat, widened his eyes, and fell straight down. Suin took several daggers from Wild Dog. The steel of these daggers was quite good and could be used as flying knives. Suin led Li Xiaoyu along the straight street and walked slowly forward. They hardly encountered any zombies during the period. It was obvious that someone had cleaned them up specially. Only occasionally, two jumping zombies jumped out from the shadows to attack, but without exception, they were all dealt with by Li Xiaoyu with a baseball bat. Soon they came to the end of the street. This is a bar called Blood Queen, but the door and windows on the first floor have been sealed from the outside to the inside with steel plates. The only entrance was the broken French window on the third floor. A ladder was needed to get in and out. Two young men were squatting next to the French window. They were probably guarding the place. "Hey, what are you two doing?" Seeing Su-in and the other man, one of the men stood up quickly, took out a pistol, and pointed it at Su-in with a vigilant look. Su-in was a little surprised to see that the other party actually had a hot weapon, but it was just a pistol. It was okay to use it against people, but it was not enough to use it against zombies. It couldn't even break the defense of the LV2 hardened species. However, these people were quite smart. They set the entrance on the third floor. The hardened zombies couldn't climb up at all, and the jumping zombies that could climb up couldn't withstand the gunfire. Generally speaking, it is safe, but only for now. It will be hard to say in 2 days. "We are here to seek refuge with Lord Tiger. Can you please let us go up?" Su-in explained with a smile. The two men exchanged a few words and then shouted downstairs. "Okay, the ladies come up first, and the men wait downstairs." One of them quietly released the safety of the pistol. It was obvious that they didn't intend to let Su-in go up. Only Li Xiaoyu would go up. In the end times, women are also a kind of materials, especially young and beautiful women. When a girl like Li Xiaoyu comes to their door, they will naturally not refuse. With the bonus of the eagle eye ability, Su-in's vision is several times that of an ordinary person, so he can see the other person's small movements clearly. I originally wanted to sneak in as low-key as possible to avoid alerting the enemy, but now it seems that even keeping a low profile is no longer possible. Su-in then rushed up the wall. The floor-to-ceiling window was only 8 or 9 meters from the ground, so he could still run up there. But if it was the 5th or 6th floor, that would be impossible. Seeing Su-in running up the wall, the two guards screamed and fired 2 shots at Su-in without hesitation. 2 bullets whizzed out of the gun and shot toward Su-in, but the next moment they turned around and shot the 2 guards in the head. Su-in easily jumped into the window and looked around. He did not find anyone else in the room. However, due to the gunshots, someone should come soon. Then he waved to Li Xiaoyu downstairs and said, "Come up." Li Xiaoyu nodded, ran a short distance, jumped 2 or 3 meters high, grabbed the ladder, and climbed up in no time. In terms of the use of the power amplification ability, she still had a long way to go compared to Su-in and could not run as freely as Su-in on a straight wall. As soon as Li Xiaoyu came up, the door of the room was pushed open, and more than a dozen people entered with machetes, axes, and other sharp weapons. After seeing the 2 bodies lying on the ground, one of the leaders did not even bother to ask why and directly ordered, "Kill the men, chop them into pieces, and throw them to feed the zombies, and leave the women behind." Upon hearing this, a group of subordinates shouted and rushed towards Su-in. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Several daggers shot out from behind Su-in at the same time, shuttling back and forth in the room. In the blink of an eye, there were more than a dozen warm corpses on the ground. The leader was terrified when he saw this, and he quickly pulled out his pistol and shot at Su-in. The bullet turned a corner and pierced the little leader's limbs. The little leader collapsed to the ground helplessly, letting out a heart-wrenching scream. Su-in walked up to the little leader, stepped on his chest, and said indifferently, "Where is Tiger Lord?" The little leader's face turned pale. "Tiger, Lord Tiger is in the office on the 5th floor. Big brother, spare my life. I can't." Before the little leader could finish his words, a dagger came out of nowhere and stabbed his throat. Su-in used his foot to push aside the corpse blocking the door and walked in slowly. Li Xiaoyu quickly grasped the baseball bat in his hand and followed. Su-in left the room and walked into the corridor. Several people with weapons came up to him and asked coldly, "Who are you, kid?" Su-in didn't want to say much. He controlled the dagger and shot them in the head one by one. For a moment, blood flowed all over the ground, and the air was full of the pungent smell of blood. Walking through the corridor, there is a door at the end, and the harsh rock music can be heard faintly from behind the door. The dagger flew out and blew up the heads of the 2 guards guarding the door. Su-in pushed the door open and entered. What came into view was a spacious dance hall with flashing neon lights and harsh rock music that made people's eardrums hurt. Dozens of men and women were dancing to the music on the dance floor. There is a large iron cage in the middle of the dance floor. Inside the cage, a zombie with its mouth sewn shut and nails cut off is chasing a woman. A few hooligans were shouting at the iron cage and occasionally pouring a basin of water into it. Suin frowned and felt a little disgusted. Li Xiaoyu squatted on the ground and retched. Chapter 17 True Brotherhood. Go guard the door, don't let him escape. Suin patted Li Xiaoyu on the back. This scene is nothing to him. But for Li Xiaoyu, it was a bit too disgusting, even more disgusting than the scene of blood and flesh flying everywhere. Li Xiaoyu nodded, covered his mouth, left the dance hall, closed the door, and stood outside. At this time, the people in the dance hall also discovered Suin. Hey kid, who are you? I've never seen you before. Who brought you up here? Suin waved his hand, and several daggers flew around the dance hall. The screams of men and women were heard frequently, even drowning out the harsh music. 5 minutes later, bah! A dagger stabbed the speakers, and peace returned to the hall. Looking around, there are corpses and blood all over the ground. Only some women were left, huddled in the corners, trembling constantly. All the men were dead without exception. It's not that Suin is just soft-hearted towards women. Simply because most of these women are toys of the Dragon Tiger Gang, and they are here just to seek shelter and survive in the world. They are not closely related to the Dragon Tiger Gang, and killing them will only increase their killing karma. He is not a bloodthirsty demon, and he doesn't want to waste his energy killing irrelevant people. Of course, there were a few women who were hostile to him before, but they were saved by him. As for the members of the Dragon Tiger Gang, he will not let any of them go. Cut the grass by removing the roots. Then he walked slowly upstairs, with several daggers floating behind him. He saved the souls of every person he met, leaving behind blood and corpses along the way. Suan's eyes were so calm from beginning to end. I will not be merciful by praying, nor will I be crazy by killing. In a blink of an eye, Suan has arrived on the 4th floor. But he was stopped by someone. The person blocking the road is a burly man with tattoos all over his body. This is not the place you should be in, kid. I can forgive you for killing a member of my dragon and tiger gang. Get out of here now, and I can spare your life, the sturdy man said in a muffled voice. Suan looked at the top of the strong man's head. Superpower. Man of Steel A. Wealth value, 2,000. Seeing the message from the strong man, Suan secretly thought he was lucky. A-level superpowers are the strongest superpowers I have ever encountered except for Shueqing Yu. It is also an extremely rare steel body. This ability can turn the body into fine steel with excellent defense. Even shotguns cannot penetrate the defense. It is also immune to most abilities and is invulnerable to water and fire. At the same time, the attack power is also very abnormal, and the explosive power is several times stronger than the strength amplification ability. A true human tank, a melee nemesis. Suan controlled several daggers and stabbed forward. The sturdy man's body was covered with a metallic luster, and in the blink of an eye he turned into an Iron Man, allowing the flying dagger to pierce his body. The invincible dagger only splashed sparks on his body and could not even cut his skin. When the Iron Man saw the dagger, he narrowed his eyes and grabbed the dagger. This is the third brother's dagger. Where did you get this dagger, kid? Suan spread his hands and said, Of course I took it from a corpse. It seemed to be called a wild dog. But don't worry, I'm very skilled in killing people. He passed away peacefully. Iron Man glared at him angrily. How dare you kill the third brother? The Iron Man's voice was deep and deep. He was on the verge of a rage. He and Wild Dog have always had a good relationship. Although they are not brothers, they are better than brothers. The two have known each other since they were young and have always been hanging out in the streets. After the apocalypse, the two of them got lucky and awakened their superpowers together. Later, he joined Tiger Lord and became the second and third in command of the Dragon Tiger Gang. I had thought that I could make a career out of my supernatural powers in this chaotic world, but I hadn't enjoyed myself for a few days before the stray dog died. My favorite dagger was taken away, and I don't know where my body is. Bastard, I'm going to shave out your bones and crush them one by one. The Iron Man roared and rushed toward Suan, swinging his metal fist and punching him. Suan didn't dare to take the attack head-on, so he jumped back to avoid the attack. Bah! There was a muffled sound, and the Iron Man punched a big hole in the wall with one punch. In an instant, mud and dust flew everywhere. The Iron Man pulled his hand out from the wall, shook off the dust on his body, and rushed towards Suan again without any injuries. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 3 steel bars shot out from the wall, binding the Iron Man like snakes. A steel bar went straight into the Iron Man's buttocks. When there was a sound of metal collision and sparks flew. A trifle. Ha! The Iron Man snorted coldly, tore off several steel bars with his bare hands, and a teasing sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. Break through the wall in one go. Hiss, is this possible? Suin took a breath. Compared with this guy, Lao AI is just a younger brother. How about I? Am I powerful? I suddenly changed my mind and don't want to kill you anymore. Since you killed the third brother, then you can take his place and serve me. But I won't be as gentle to you as I am to the third brother. Suin stepped back several steps after hearing this. I'll let you guys in the fight. He never expected that the Iron Man in front of him would play so colorfully. Think about the wild dog and this guy's voice and smile when they were together, one in front and one behind. How could the wild dog's tiny body bear it? Suin felt a chill all over his body. Don't just stand there like an idiot, kid. Keep running. The more you struggle, the more excited I get. The fun has just begun. Haha. The Iron Man laughed wildly and rushed towards Suin again. Suin stood there motionless with a gloomy face. Iron Man thought he was frightened. Just when the Iron Man was hesitating whether to hold back a little to avoid killing Suin with one punch. Suddenly, my whole body froze and I just froze in place. Chapter 18, do you think you are humorous? Your ability is indeed very strong, but it is not invincible. Lightning abilities can easily restrain you. After you become steel, your defense and strength will become terrifying. But because your body has been turned into steel, it will be directly affected and even controlled by electromagnetic force. Suin slowly walked to the Iron Man who was standing still, raised his hand, lightning rolled in his palm, and the electric light flashed. Unfortunately, I happen to have the power of lightning. You deserve to lose. The Iron Man still stood there, shaking his fist, his eyes filled with fear and unwillingness. He wanted to say something, but he couldn't even move his mouth. Do you have any last words? Forget it. I'm afraid you'll disgust me with your words. Suin put his hand on the other person's head and silently said in his heart, Take it here. Pilgrimage object detected. Please select the looting direction. I want them all. Successfully replicated the superpower. Obtained superpower. Iron Man A. Successfully plundered wealth. Obtained 2,000 points of supplies. Please select the location to transfer the supplies. Suin silently chose to transfer the supplies back to the yard of the base. Done. 2,000 supplies are not much, but the A-level steel body can just make up for his weak defense. Just replicating this ability can be said to be a worthwhile trip, and I have gained a lot. Suin patted the Iron Man on the shoulder. Brother, I still want to complain. What you two brothers are doing is really perverted. After saying that, he snapped his fingers. The Iron Man began to twist and deform, with his head and body twisting in opposite directions. Soon, there was a loud bang, and the head was separated from the body, and the head fell to the ground with a thud. The Iron Man died, his supernatural powers were removed, and his body returned to its original appearance. Suin stretched himself and walked up the stairs to the 5th floor. Tiger Lord is on the 5th floor, and I don't know if Tiger Lord is a supernatural being. After arriving at the 5th floor, Suin looked around and found that there was no one around. The entire 5th floor was surprisingly quiet. I kicked open several rooms, but didn't see anyone. Did he run away? That shouldn't be the case. A great Tiger Lord shouldn't be so cowardly. But after Suin searched the entire 5th floor, he still didn't find anyone. Suin came to a luxurious office and lay down on a chair with his feet on the desk. He felt very unhappy. If I had known earlier, I would have solved that problem earlier. Now I have suffered a huge loss, Chow. Suin kicked the table in frustration, and it hit the wall with a dull thud. Oh, that's not right. The sound of the table hitting the wall is not right. The sound is dull, and there is a faint echo. The size of this office is not right either. Judging from the style and luxury of the decoration, it should be Tiger's office, but the office is very small, less than 40 square meters. Suin's eyes lit up. He walked to the wall and looked at it carefully, then pushed open a bookshelf. I could vaguely see a thin crack on the wall behind the bookshelf. After knocking twice with my hand, I could hear the sound of metal echoing. There is a secret room indeed. Suin took a few steps back and said in a low voice, Man of Steel. After he finished speaking, a metallic luster appeared all over his body, and his entire body turned into steel. Then he crashed into the wall. There was a loud bang, and a big hole was opened in the wall. Suin pushed aside the tiles and stuck his head in, grinning and saying, I found you. When? The response was a frying pan on his face. Suin's face suddenly darkened. He used a little force to push the wall open and squeezed his whole body in. What comes into view is a luxuriously decorated enclosed bedroom. There was a big bed in the middle of the room, and next to it was a computer, on which some martial arts action movies were playing. A fat man in a bathrobe was standing in front of the bed, holding a frying pan. Seeing Suin breaking through the wall and coming in, the fat man decisively threw away the frying pan in his hand and said with a laugh, "Brother, your iron head skill is really amazing. Master Tiger, I admire you." Suin tilted his head. "Do you think you're funny?" The fat man's legs softened, and he knelt down, knocking his head repeatedly. "Brother, I was wrong. Please don't kill me. I can give you whatever you want and take anything away. Everything in the Dragon and Tiger Gang is yours." The fat man ran to the bed and pulled out a woman with a charming figure and delicate face from under the bed. "Brother, look, this is Xiao Bingbing, a top-tier celebrity beauty. I'm giving her to you. I've taught her everything, and you'll like her." Suin stared at the two of them. His pupils suddenly constricted, and his breathing became rapid. Seeing this, Tiger Lord hurriedly pushed Xiao Bingbing and said, "Why don't you go over there quickly?" Xiao Bingbing rolled her eyes at Tiger Lord, looking very resentful. "Humph, I'm not going. Who do you think I am? What kind of person am I? A top actress. How can he be worthy of me? I'm not going. You go if you want to go." Tiger Lord almost got angry when he heard this. It was obvious that his training was not very successful. There's nothing he can do about it. Who makes him like Xiao Bingbing's proud look? But now that my life is in danger, how can I care about other things? He slapped Xiao Bingbing in the face and roared, "You're a rebel. Do you know that it's the end of the world? A top star? Bullshit. If it weren't for me, you would have been fed to the zombies long ago. You just do whatever I say, or I'll chop you into pieces and feed you to the zombies." Seeing the angry Tiger Lord, Xiao Bingbing covered her burning face and was about to cry, feeling very aggrieved. Okay, I'll listen to you." Xiao Bingbing gritted her teeth, glared at Tiger Lord fiercely, and walked toward Suin. She has seen many young people like this. She is absolutely confident in her appearance. With just a little seduction, she can surely make the other party fall in love with her. Maybe he is still her crazy fan. He is starting to breathe heavily. Humph! This wild boy can only get it for free. After I subdue this kid, I will make sure that fat guy pays for what he has done. I will chop him into pieces and feed them to the zombies. "Little brother, you have to make the decision for me. Ying?" Xiao Bingbing said as she was about to get into Suin's arms. "Pa!" Suin directly slapped the unknown, crying monster away with a big blow. He stared at Tiger Lord and then licked his dry lips. "It's you who should come here, Lord Tiger." Chapter 19. Wide space, large amount of supplies. "Brother, please don't joke with me. I am so fat that you don't like me." Tiger Lord covered his buttocks and kept backing away. His face turned pale with fear. He never thought Suin liked this. Just like the two fools under him, he has a unique taste. "Brother, if you like this, I have two subordinates who have the same fetish as you. How about you go and talk to them?" Suin flashed in front of Tiger Lord, grabbed him by the throat, and lifted him up. Shouted, "Take it. Pillarable object detected. Please select the looting direction. I want them all." Reproduction successful. Obtained superpower. Wide space S. Successful plunder of wealth. Obtained 50 million points of wealth value materials. Please select the material transfer location. Transfer everything to wide space. Material transfer is successful. Please check it as soon as possible. Ha! Ha! Suin shrugged his shoulders and laughed wildly. "Finally, I got the space ability, and it's the top-level wide area space. The area is as large as 100,000 football fields. Now you don't have to worry about where to put your supplies." What made him happy was that Tiger Lord still had a lot of supplies stored, with a wealth value of 50 million points, which was worth at least billions of RMB. 1 million tons of meat, eggs, and milk, 2 million tons of vegetables and fruits, hundreds of thousands of tons of fresh produce, 100,000 tons of seasonings, and 500,000 tons of alcoholic beverages. You have to know that the more than 10,000 wealth and materials he looted from the lizardmen were already a lot, and Tiger Lord's was 5,000 times more, a pile as big as several basketball courts, a quantity that he could not use up in several lifetimes. There are even more than a dozen tanker trucks filled with oil. I have to say that Tiger Lord's vision is really unique. He probably took people to collect supplies everywhere on the first day of the apocalypse. He also had 2 Awaken people as bodyguards. It was the early stage of the apocalypse, so the collection of supplies was naturally smooth. He could buy anything for free wherever he went. No wonder the Iron Man didn't care about the death of his men. It seems that the true strength of the Dragon Tiger Gang is in Tiger Lord. The death of the rest of his men is not worth grieving. If Suin hadn't appeared, who knows if these guys would have survived until the end of the world. This is the rarest ability the bug of the wide space. It's so good at hiding. It's rarer and more useful than any S-level combat ability. There are definitely no more than 100 of them in the world. Truly one in a billion. Tiger Lord can be said to have had a great start, with capable generals, and awakened the wide space at the beginning of the end of the world. But he met Suin, Tian, who also became Tianbong. At this moment, Tiger Lord screamed in fear. My stuff is gone, everything in my space is gone, everything is gone. You did it, didn't you? Give it back to me, give it back to me. Lord Tiger was furious and scratched Suin madly. This was all his possessions and his life support. He had gone to great lengths to get these supplies back, sacrificing hundreds of his men. How would he live without these things? Noisy. Suin threw Tiger Lord against the wall with a swing of his hand. Since you have helped me stockpile so many things, I will let you die without any pain. Tiger Lord looked at Su and with hatred. I curse you to die a miserable death, and I will not let you go even if I become a ghost. Your wish may not come true. There are not many people who can kill me. You should pray for a good rebirth in your next life. I also suggest that you try not to cut in line when you are reincarnated. Wait a little longer. At least you should wait until after the end of the world before reincarnating. After Suin finished speaking, lightning burst out from his palm, directly transforming Lord Tiger into a handful of black ash. Ah! Seeing this, Xiao Bingbing screamed and stood up to run out the door. I almost forgot. There are witnesses. The fact that he took a large amount of supplies from Tiger Lord cannot be spread out casually. A man is innocent but guilty of possessing a treasure. The huge amount of supplies is enough to make many forces jealous. A bolt of lightning struck out, sending the former top actress away with joy. I hope she can create another classic film and television drama when she goes to heaven, provided that she can go to heaven instead of hell. At this point, the Dragon Tiger gang was completely wiped out. This trip was very fruitful, and Suin was very happy. Then I went to Tiger's computer and checked it out. Wow, there were dozens of discs with learning materials, all kinds of action movies, both domestic and foreign. This is good stuff. Take it away. Suin put his computer into the wide space. Then he went downstairs humming a little tune. When we got to the third floor, the girls on the dance floor had not left yet. They were still huddled in the corners. When they saw Suin, they screamed and hid. Li Xiaoyu was leaning against the door with a baseball bat in his hand. There were two corpses at his feet. They were probably the ones who had escaped from the Dragon and Tiger gang. They wanted to escape when Suin was away, but they were smashed in the head by Li Xiaoyu, who was guarding the door. Seeing Su and coming downstairs, Li Xiaoyu jumped directly into Suin's arms and began to take credit. Just now 2 of them tried to run away, but I knocked them to death. So I'm awesome, right? Suin rubbed Li Xiaoyu's head and said, look at what you can do. Why don't you stay outside? Wouldn't it be disgusting to come in? Li Xiaoyu shook his head and looked at the women not far away, hesitating to speak. You feel sorry for them? Li Xiaoyu felt very sympathetic when seeing the plight of these women. They were all women. At the same time, I'm also very glad that I met Suin, otherwise I don't know where I would be starving now, or I would be kept in captivity like these women and treated as a toy for them to play with at will. There are many, many people like this, and you can't sympathize with them all. Yeah, I know. Li Xiaoyu nodded sadly. She knew the truth, and she would not ask Suin to help these people, but she still felt bad. After all, half of these girls were still very young, only about 11 or 12 years old. Suin sighed upon seeing this, and said to the group of women calmly, I left some food for you in the room on the 5th floor. Eat it sparingly. The food was deliberately left by Suin before. It was only a drop in the bucket of Tiger Lord supplies. Leaving a little bit for these women was just a good deed. If you are poor, you should take care of yourself. If you are rich, you should help the world. He will not help the world, and it is good enough for him to do good deeds occasionally. Suin said and left with Li Xiaoyu. Li Xiaoyu happily jumped onto Suin's back and gave him a kiss on the face. Hubby, you're so nice. Suin smiled, but said nothing. The women started to cry when they heard this, and some even knelt down and kowtowed in the direction where Suin left, saying thank you over and over again. When the world is as cold as hell, even a little bit of compassion will seem so hot and warm. Chapter 20. Buying supplies for free. Leaving the Dragon and Tiger Gang stronghold, Suin took Li Xiaoyu and walked towards the commercial street. Xiaoyu, do you want to go shopping? Suin asked Li Xiaoyu. Okay. There was enough food in the base, but the rest of the supplies were a bit scarce. Especially for girls, there are almost no. Then the 2 of them came to a Wanda shopping mall. These shopping malls basically sell clothes, bags, cosmetics, and the like. There is basically no food. Even if there is, it has been looted long ago. Therefore, few survivors will patronize here. Li Xiaoyu jumped into a clothing store and happily started shopping for free. It takes a lot of time to look at this and that. Suin simply waved his hand and put all the items in the store into the wide space. Li Xiaoyu was frightened and screamed, "Ghost!" Suin covered his ears and said, "Don't make a fuss. I have put the things into my special space. You can take your time to choose when you get back." Supernatural space? What is that? Li Xiaoyu was very curious. Literally, I have a very large supernatural space. Except for living animals and people, anything can be put into it, Suin explained patiently. Really? Well, I have a lot of things I want. Can I take them with me? Li Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled. Of course, but it's too troublesome to go door to door. Then Suin directly transferred everything in the mall to the wide area space. Then the next mall. Clear. Next one, next one, next one, next one. All cleared. Passing by a 4S car shop. All. Hardware stores, no disdain, cleared out. Hospital, this is good, take all the equipment and medicines away. The steel yard collects hundreds of tons of steel, cement, and lime. The paper mill is not to be missed. The seasoning factory, need I say more? I wish I could tear up all the land. Library, the spiritual and cultural heritage of mankind depends on me. Take it away. Brewery, not a drop left. Cigarette factory, ditto. After walking around Suzhou for a while, it was not until the moon was up that Suin finally stopped. At the end of the day, Suin's wide space had stored a lot of things, enough to fill hundreds of football fields. There are all kinds of things, but compared to the vast space of the wide area, it still seems very empty. Li Xiaoyu is completely numb. This is not shopping. It's obviously a land grab. As long as Suin takes a fancy to something, he will not leave a single bit of it. Compared with Suin, bandits and robbers are simply child's play. His hands are so clean. It was already midnight when the two returned to the base. Seeing Suin coming back, Xueqingyu hurried over to greet him. Suin, come and see. A lot of things suddenly appeared in the yard at noon today, and I didn't dare to take them. Suin looked at the pile of things in the yard. They were all aphrodisiac herbs, silicone gadgets, whips, candles, and fitness equipment. They were looted from the two Iron Man brothers. Suin's mouth twitched, and he waved his hand to store all of them into the wide space, and at the same time took away the double bridge card that was previously filled with medicines. Xueqingyu opened her mouth in surprise. Li Xiaoyu quickly repeated what Suin had said to Xueqingyu to help her understand. Xueqingyu was no longer surprised by Suin's magical abilities. This is a mysterious man. He was completely different from the Suin in her memory. He seemed to know everything and could do everything. Although unfamiliar, it feels safe. You must be hungry. I prepared the meal. Come back and eat. Yeah. Li Xiaoyu jumped back to the villa. Suin was also very hungry, but he didn't rush to eat. Instead, I looked up at the sky. In the dim night, hundreds of blood-sucking bats can be vaguely seen flying and circling in the sky. Compared with yesterday, the number of blood-sucking bats has increased tenfold, and will increase tenfold again tomorrow. Facing these bloodthirsty bats, the villa's defenses are no longer enough. Suin then took out the steel plates from the wide space and controlled them with electromagnetic force to inlay the entire surface of the villa with steel plates, leaving only steel mesh on a few doors and windows as ventilation holes, turning the entire villa into a steel fortress. Only in this way can you rest assured and relax during the most difficult half-month. After doing all this, Suin returned to the villa with satisfaction to eat. Still 2 dishes and 1 soup, 1 meat, and 2 vegetables. Stir-fried potato shreds, 3 fresh tofu soup, garlic fried pork. I have to say that Xueqingyu's cooking skills are very good. The dishes she cooks are at least as good as those in most restaurants, and they look great too. But it is still too little, the variety of dishes is too small, and the main dishes are not enough. The supplies he has now are enough for 3 people to eat for a lifetime. There is no need to eat so lightly and frugally. You can totally spend it recklessly. It's just that Xueqingyu is likely to only be able to cook some farm-style dishes, and she is not capable of making a big meal. At the same time, Xueqingyu spends a lot of time practicing her abilities every day, leaving her with little time to cook. Li Xiaoyu is even less reliable. That girl is okay at eating. 1 person is better than 2 people, but she is not even as good as Xueqingyu at cooking. For a moment, Suin had the idea of hiring a cook. After dinner, Suin took a shower, changed into new clothes, and went to the living room. She took out a large pile of women's clothes and shoes, as well as a series of women's products from the wide space. You can choose whatever you want. You don't have to keep watch at night. After Suin finished speaking, he stretched himself and went back to his room to lie down. The two girls happily picked out their favorite clothes and cosmetics. Qingyu, don't you think Ngu is a little too serious? Don't you have any feelings for us at all? Li Xiaoyu picked up a pair of white silk stockings, put them aside, and continued to choose other clothes, looking a little helpless. Shui Qingyu picked up a pair of black stockings and put them away, liking them very much. She replied casually, I think it's okay. He's not very familiar with us, so it's normal for him to be a little unfamiliar. Li Xiaoyu raised a finger and shook it. Oh, no. Qingyu is not normal at all. It's the end of the world now. Who doesn't indulge in desires? Qingyu, you don't know what I saw today, let me tell you. Li Xiaoyu then recounted what he had seen and heard over the past 2 days, and continued. Look at those men. They all live a life of debauchery, but Brotherin seems to have no interest in these things. Why? Brotherin is obviously much better than them. He should be more indulgent and should have taken advantage of us long ago. I'm beginning to doubt my own charm, and your charm as well. Shui Qingyu blushed and spat. You are shameless. Doesn't this just prove that he is very special? Unlike those beasts, he is a trustworthy gentleman. Li Xiaoyu held his forehead in pain and said angrily, Oh my pure Shuada campus beauty. You think too one-sidedly. I wish Brotherin was a bit more beastly. Do you think there is a possibility that Brotherin didn't touch us because of Li Xiaoyan? Brotherin has been looking for her all the time. Shui Qingyu froze upon hearing this. Chapter 21 Li Xiaoyu. We can win if we fight 2 versus 1. No way. Shui Qingyu was also unsure about Li Xiaoyu's guess. After all, she has always been watching the relationship between Su En and Su Xiaoyan. Su En loves Su Xiaoyan so much that even if he is treated like a fish and delivers takeout, he still buys gifts for her. This is how deep his love is. It is entirely possible that Su En still has feelings for Su Xiaoyan. Thinking of this, Shui Qingyu unconsciously believed Li Xiaoyu's speculation. Qingyu, think about it. If Brotherin finds Su Xiaoyan and brings her back, with Su Xiaoyan's personality, we will probably not have a good meal and may even be kicked out. Shui whispered. It seems that this is really possible. What should we do then? Li Xiaoyu raised his little fist and pretended to grab. Let's take action. Go to the high ground and push the crystal. Before we find Su Xiaoyan, we should take down Brotherin. Once the matter is settled, we will be the mistress of the house. We won't be afraid of Su Xiaoyan anymore. Besides, we are 2 against 1. We can win if we start a team fight. We definitely can't lose. Li Xiaoyu looked at Shui Qingyu seriously. I've even thought about the status. Qingyu, you will be the first wife and I will be the concubine. Together, we will squeeze out the living space of that green tea bitch Su Xiaoyan and drive her out. Or we can just let Brother and give up the idea of looking for Su Xiaoyan. It doesn't matter who you replace me with. I just can't accept Su Xiaoyan coming to this house. She's such a bitch and a slut. Who knows if she has any diseases like AIDS or something like that. I don't want to be indirectly infected with those diseases. Shui Qingyu opened her red lips in a daze. Is this okay? Doesn't Li Xiaoyu have any sense of shame? She can say this so carelessly. Why didn't I realize she was such a bold person before? Shui Qingyu's worldview was severely damaged, and she was speechless. Seeing Shui Qingyu still hesitant, Li Xiaoyu became anxious. Qingyu, now is not the time to be shy. If you hesitate, you will lose. You might as well seize the opportunity and give it to me for free. If you don't go up, I will go up myself. But I still hope that you can form a sisterhood with me, face the enemy together, and increase the chances of winning. But, Shui Qingyu blushed. There's no good. This is the end of the world. There's no time to hesitate. Anyway, I like Brother and I don't mind giving it to him for free. I think Brother and must have feelings for you. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come all the way to save you. Qingyu, you have to seize the opportunity. If it's too late, there will be no chance. Under Li Xiaoyu's brainwashing remarks, Shui Qingyu's 3 views gradually deviated, and she actually began to agree with Li Xiaoyu's point of view. Shui Qingyu's face was burning, and her nose was sweating. The main reason is that she has been secretly in love with Su En for a long time. She did not resist committing herself to Su En, and she even felt a little happy in her heart. Then the 2 women formally formed a sisterhood alliance. Li Xiaoyu formulated the battle plan, and the 2 of them simultaneously implemented the battle plan with 3 goals. Free. It's still free. When the 2 girls secretly discussed the search for the enemy in the void, Su Anren knew nothing. Still lying in bed, thinking about what to eat tomorrow, or where to find a cook. The next morning, when the sun was high in the sky, Su En lazily got up. I haven't slept so soundly for a long time. Without the trouble of materials, I feel a lot more relaxed. After washing up, I went downstairs to the living room. Li Xiaoyu and Xue Qingyu had both gotten up and were whispering something on the sofa. Li Xiaoyu was so excited when he spoke that Xue Qingyu blushed slightly. Seeing Su En coming downstairs, Li Xiaoyu came up to him with a smile, ran over, and took Su En's arm. "Hubby, you're awake. You must be hungry. Breakfast is ready for you." Li Xiaoyu pulled Su into the dining table and pressed him down on the stool. Xue Qingyu blushed and put a bowl of porridge in front of Su En. "Thanks." "No, you're welcome." Su En thanked him and lowered his head to drink the porridge. Li Xiaoyu took the opportunity to gesture towards Xue Qingyu. Xue Qingyu turned her head away and pretended not to see it. She was scared at the critical moment. Li Xiaoyu was angry at her for not fighting back, glared at Xue Qingyu, and smiled and whispered to Su En, "Hubby lets Sister Qingyu feed you." Su En didn't swallow a mouthful of porridge and spat it out directly. No, I have my own hands." Xue Qingyu hurriedly took the napkin to help wipe it. Looking at the two abnormal girls, Su En's intuition told him that these two girls must be planning something. "You're not going to give it to me for free, are you? Could it be that both girls like him? It should be impossible. Don't be too confident. You must know yourself. He's just a billion points more handsome, has a billion points more supplies, a billion points more superpowers, a billion points more familiar with the end of the world, and a billion points more charismatic personality. But in other aspects, he's still very ordinary. It's just a joke, something for your own imagination, no big deal. Li Xiaoyu is eccentric, so it's okay. Xue Qingyu is quiet and shy, so she definitely won't do anything for free." But after thinking about it, he still couldn't guess it, and Su En was too lazy to continue guessing. "After breakfast, I plan to go out. If you two have nothing to do, don't go out. It's very dangerous outside now." Li Xiaoyu pouted. "Aren't you going to take me out with you today?" "No. The zombie level outside is already very high, and the crow swarm has formed a large scale. It will be very dangerous for you to go out with me. You'd better stay at home." "Oh well, if you have nothing to do, you two can go to the gym in the basement to practice your abilities. I'm going to go out and find someone. I probably won't be back until the evening." "Okay, husband, be careful on the road and come back soon. Have a nice trip. I'll prepare dinner for you." After saying goodbye to the two girls, Su En opened the heavy iron door and went out. Li Xiaoyu put his hands on his hips and said, Look, my guess was right. Brother is out looking for that little green tea. We have to speed up our plan." "Yeah." Xue bit her lips and responded softly. It seemed like what Li Xiaoyu said. Su En went to find Su Xiaoyan. She suddenly felt a little scared, afraid that Su Xiaoyan would be found and she would lose this home. She really didn't want to leave Su En. Su En walked slowly on the street after leaving the community. The telephone poles on both sides of the road were already full of bloodthirsty crows, and the noisy cawing sounds were heard frequently. After seeing Su En, they all flapped their wings and flew over, their scarlet eyes full of bloodthirstiness. Su En controlled the dagger to spin, piercing through the heads one by one, and the bird feathers fell to the ground. Chapter 22 Haitian Hotel. Hundreds of bloodthirsty crows were killed in a row, but the number of crows increased instead of decreasing. Su En was helpless. It was endless. He had no choice but to take out a motorcycle from the wide space, ride it, step on the accelerator, and shoot out at high speed, disappearing at the end of the street. Chiron, it seems that he doesn't have much time left to find a chef. The number of crows will increase. After tomorrow, even he cannot guarantee absolute safety when he goes out. In front of millions of bloodthirsty crows, any supernatural power is useless. We must find a chef we like today, otherwise it will take half a month for the crows to disappear. Who knows if they can find a good cook? They might have already been fed to crows and bats. Su En planned several target locations where he might find the cook and rushed out directly, stabbing the fat zombie that was blocking the way in the distance with a dagger. Hai Tian Hotel. On the day of Doomsday, the Haitian Hotel was holding its annual charity auction. Elites from all walks of life gathered here, including many prominent officials, nobles, business elites, and many celebrities. There were no less than 1,000 people attending the charity event. The ground was covered with red carpets. Reporters from major media outlets rushed to visit and report on the event. It was a grand and solemn event. But with the end of the world, everything changed. The zombies suddenly appeared and swarmed into the crowd, killing them mercilessly. The dead were either eaten by the zombies or resurrected and dragged their broken bodies to transform into new zombies to join the zombie slaughter army. The situation quickly got out of control. Some people risked their lives to escape the hotel, but more people were trapped in the hotel and could only run to the upper floors at all costs. Many people were even trampled to death in the chaos. The commotion lasted for a whole day and night before it gradually subsided. There were thousands of people at first, but after just one day, there were less than 200 people left. These people retreated to the hotel buildings above the 18th floor and hid there to survive. Since all the communication equipment had failed, the hotel itself had completely turned into an isolated island. There were thousands of zombies wandering around on the floors below, and the upper floors were hundreds of meters high. The people inside could not go down, and no one outside would think of coming in. In this desperate situation, everyone can only pray that rescue will arrive soon. But as time went on, the zombies began to mutate gradually. The obstacles that originally blocked the corridor could no longer stop these bloodthirsty monsters. The mutated zombies broke through the doors and windows and devoured the survivors one by one. The 18th floor fell on the second day, followed by the 19th and 20th floors. On the fourth day, only the 22nd floor had any survivors left. The 22nd floor is not a guest room, but a narrow storage floor on the top floor of the hotel with only 3 rooms. At this time, more than 20 survivors, men and women, old and young, were hiding in the largest room. Everyone sat on the floor in a daze, and the room was filled with despair. "I'm so hungry. Does anyone have any food? Give me some. I'll pay you 1 million. Just give me a small bite." A sexy actress in a black evening dress said weakly. She is Ma Yingying, a first-line actress in Dragon Country. She was once the national goddess. Now she is indeed unkempt, with chapped lips and sallow complexion. A middle-aged man in a suit sneered. "Who isn't hungry? Let alone a mere 1 million. I'd be happy to exchange 10 million for a pack of instant noodles." His name is Hua Ge. He is a well-known director. He is also known as Hua Dao in the circle. He has directed many popular movies and has gained a lot of box office. The others agreed with Brother Hua's words. It was only 10 million. If it could be exchanged for a pack of instant noodles, everyone would be happy. Those present are not poor. All of them are wealthy. Unfortunately, at this time, money is not omnipotent, and it can't even buy a grain of rice. During these 4 days, we barely ate anything and were starving. Only the day before, everyone shared 3 loaves of bread. The 3 loaves of bread were contributed by a woman named Lu Hui. Thinking of this, everyone looked at the mother and daughter in the corner. This is a woman who looks about 30 years old. Her name is Lu Hui. She is wearing a Chinese ink-wash cheongsam and has a dignified posture. She has a curvy figure, white skin, and delicate face. It seems that the baptism of time has not left any traces on her face. She is still as bright as a girl. Her beauty even exceeds that of most of the actresses present. It is hard to imagine that she is already a mother. Even in this desperate situation, Lu Hui still managed to keep her appearance neat and tidy, with her hair neatly tied behind her head. Apart from a slightly melancholy look, she did not look too embarrassed. In Lu Hui's arms was curled a girl of about 14 or 15 years old in a pink dress, with big eyes and an oval face. 2 cute dimples could be vaguely seen on her pink face. The girl's name was Yu Qiao Qiao. Born into a famous family, she debuted as a child star when she was young. She had an excellent screen temperament and a good appearance. Now she is a well-known young actress. The mother and daughter were also guests attending the charity auction. When the end of the world came, they did not have time to escape and were trapped in the hotel. Moreover, these 2 mother and daughter were the first people to hide on the 22nd floor. When other survivors came, it was the mother and daughter who opened the door for everyone. The entrance to the 22nd floor was relatively hidden, and it was not easy for zombies to find it, so everyone was able to survive until now. Lu Hui, do you have any food? Take it out and share some with everyone. Brother Hua asked Lu Hui with anticipation in his eyes. Lu Hui shook her head. No more. Then where did you get the bread from? You don't have any more hidden, do you? Brother Hua seemed unwilling to give up and continued to ask. Lu Hui frowned. There's really no more. There are only 3 loaves left, and I share them with everyone. Brother Hua couldn't help but feel a little upset. Impossible. You definitely have some food. You and your daughter were the first to hide here. God knows how much food you have hidden. Take out all the food. Hurry up. Brother Hua was already roaring excitedly as he spoke. Chapter 23. Repaying kindness with revenge. Lu Hui, if you have any, take them out as soon as possible. Yeah, we're all in this together, so let's not be secretive. Take out the food. We will all owe you a favor. Don't you think about our identities? You can't afford to lose out. When the rescue comes, you will definitely benefit everyone after they get out. I just happen to be starting a big budget movie. If you can bring out the stuff, Xiao Xiao will be the designated female lead. Not only did everyone not stop Huaga, but they all began to persuade Lu Hui to take out the food as soon as possible. Lu Hui sighed helplessly. There really is no more. I didn't lie to you. I took those breads from the restaurant on the 21st floor. There weren't many to begin with, and I took out the remaining 3. If you really want some, go to the 21st floor and get them. There should be some left. Everyone looked at each other, but no one volunteered to take the bread. The 21st floor has probably become a zombie paradise by now. Going there would be a death wish. We are all from the privileged class, and our lives are precious. Who would be so desperate as to seek death? Lu Hui, why don't you go to the 21st floor to get the bread? You've gotten it before, so you're familiar with the route. After this, I, Li Dagong, will owe you a favor. You should know how much my favor means. At this time, a thin, middle-aged man spoke up. This person is called Li Dagong. He is a person of high status in the audience. He is known as the first director of manhwa. He has countless artists under him and has made countless blockbusters. He can be said to be a leading figure in the circle. Director Gang is right. Lu Hui, just go and make the trip. Everyone will be grateful to you. Yes, Director Gang is right. After all, you are most familiar with the route. What else are you thinking about? Director Gang has already spoken. You can be happy if you can make him owe you a favor. Listening to everyone talking, Lu Hui's face turned pale instantly. This is clearly sending her to her death. The chances of her coming back alive are slim. Mom, don't go. Yu Xiao Xiao hurriedly stood in front of Lu Hui and glared at everyone. If you want to go, go by yourselves. Don't you have legs? We kindly opened the door for you and gave you food, and now you actually want my mom to die. You scum. You are all ungrateful scum. After hearing Yu Xiao Xiao's words, many people looked away in shame. After all, Yu Xiao Xiao was telling the truth. If they hadn't opened the door, everyone would have been bitten to death by the zombies. But what can we do now? We can't just starve to death here, right? Someone has to make sacrifices. What are you talking about, little girl? Do you have the right to speak here? Li Dagong's face darkened. Lu Hui, you have to go today whether you want or not. You are the only one who knows where the bread is. You have the obligation to help everyone get the bread. If you don't go, everyone will starve to death. Don't you care about your daughter? As a mother, don't you think about your daughter? If you insist on not going, you will offend the public and forget about staying here. Li Dagong stood up suddenly and forced Lu Hui to go to the 21st floor to get food. Lu Hui pursed her lips, her expression gradually calmed down, still looking noble and intelligent. Okay, I'm leaving. Lu Hui glanced at everyone calmly and pulled Yu Xiao Xiao to leave. Stop. Li Dagong stopped the mother and daughter. Who agreed to let your daughter go? She is still so young and has a bright future ahead of her. If you want to die, don't drag her with you. If you want to go, you have to go alone. Lu Hui's face turned completely cold when she heard this. These shameless scumbags are trying to use her daughter to force her to submit. If she left alone and let her daughter stay, it is easy to imagine what kind of inhuman treatment her daughter would suffer. It's not surprising that these people who have completely abandoned their conscience can do anything. Lu Hui looked at everyone with a sarcastic expression. Don't even mention that there may not be rescue. Even if there is rescue, will the people rescued from here be human? You all pretend to be righteous, but in fact you are just beasts in human skin. Even wild dogs know how to be grateful, but you are not even as good as wild dogs. Okay, I can go get you some food. I hope that when I bring the food back, you guys will be able to swallow the blood food that a weak woman risked her life to buy. After saying this, Lu Hui let go of Yu Xiao Xiao's hand, slowly held her in her arms, and said gently, Xiao Xiao, I'm sorry, mommy couldn't protect you. Yu Xiao Xiao started to cry, choking and unable to speak. She held on to Lu Hui tightly, not wanting her mother to leave. Lu Hui gently helped Yu Xiao Xiao wipe away her tears, with a doting smile on her face. Your face won't look good if you cry, my little diva. Lu Hui said as she slowly leaned over to Yu Xiao Xiao's ear and whispered, If mom hasn't come back by nightfall, jump off the building when no one is paying attention. Don't be afraid, just close your eyes. And make sure you leave cleanly, okay? Yu Xiao Xiao trembled slightly, nodded her head with all her strength, and responded hoarsely, Yes, I understand, Mom. Baby is so good. Lu Hui smiled slightly, turned around and left, still so calm and elegant. She has only one belief in her heart. If she couldn't come back, even if she turned into a man-eating evil ghost, she would crawl out of the 9 nether hell and eat up the flesh and blood of these people. Suin walked around the city for a long time, but couldn't find a chef he liked. His target is high-end hotels, where he should be able to find a suitable. It's just a pity that after going around in circles, I have killed a lot of zombies and encountered many survivors, but there is no suitable candidate. Most of the chefs in the hotels have been sent away and have become zombies that can only scream. Even if there are still some alive, I am not very satisfied. They are either too ugly or too old. Most of them are fat and strong, and they are all men. There are only two delicate girls at home, living under the same roof, and it is inevitable that they will be exposed to the sun during their daily life. He just wants to enjoy the sight of them alone, but he doesn't want to bring a man back to annoy himself. After wandering around for a long time, Suin finally arrived at the gate of Haitian Hotel. This is the most upscale hotel in Suzhou, a favorite of celebrities and socialites. I think the chefs here must be very good, although he has never eaten here. The per capita consumption of meals is over 10,000 yuan, which is not something he could afford before. Now that I have the ability, I don't have the chance anymore. Really, life is unpredictable. The big intestine is wrapped in the small intestine. Suin sighed as he put the motorcycle back into the wide space, put his hands in his trouser pockets, and walked into the Haitian Hotel. Chapter 24. You Disturb the Witch. Plop. Suin casually killed a zombie and walked slowly up the stairs. The situation inside the Haitian Hotel was worse than he had imagined. There were quite a lot of zombies. If nothing unexpected happens, a large number of people should gather here when the apocalypse comes. Otherwise, there won't be so many zombies in such a narrow area. Ah! A zombie in a suit rushed up screaming. Suin couldn't help but feel familiar with it. Hey, isn't this the famous star GA? Why are you here? How long have you not slept? The dark circles under your eyes have drooped down to your chin. You can't work so hard even when filming. It's time to rest. Suin solved it with one sword. Ah! Another fine zombie in overalls rushed up. Kunzi Geijai, what happened to you? Do you have a mouth ulcer? It's so badly rotten. Where's your basketball? Why don't you go back and continue practicing? Suin kindly sent Kunzi back to the spring to find the basketball. The merits are immeasurable. The merits are immeasurable. Suin walked upstairs while killing zombies. He ignored the floors infested with zombies, thinking there wouldn't be any survivors. It was not until he reached the 20th floor that he discovered that the number of zombies had decreased. The Haitian Hotel has only 22 floors in total. We're almost at the top. Whether we can find survivors depends on the last few floors. Suin first searched every room on the 20th floor, but apart from finding dozens of zombies, he didn't see a single living person. Woo-woo! At this moment, a faint crying sound was heard. Listening carefully, it was a woman's cry. As we all know, zombies generally don't cry. Hey, there are still living people? Suin followed the sound of crying to the door of a room at the end of the corridor. The door of the room was half closed, and the sad crying sound came from inside. Suin didn't think much about it. He stretched out his hand and slowly opened the door. The crying sound became clearer. In the room, a woman in a white dress was sitting on the floor with her hair disheveled. She had her back to him, and his face was not clearly visible, but he was sure that the crying sound came from her. The cry was low and full of sadness. Suin was about to speak, but when he saw the small words on the woman's head, his heart skipped a beat, and he quickly swallowed back what he was about to say. Zombie. Which LV7. Skills. Chase tear. Suin couldn't help but take a breath. He never expected to encounter this damn thing. Witch, also known as female ghost or witch, is a kind of evolved zombie. A ceiling-level existence in a zombie world. The initial level is the terrifying level 7, which is a level that most mutant zombies cannot reach, and they have exclusive skills. Moreover, the attack desire and attack power are extremely high. Not to mention ordinary people. Even most awakened people would be in danger of death if they encountered this thing. It could be called a killer of awakened people. This is only the 4th day of the apocalypse. Logically, this thing shouldn't appear. How do we meet? Suin didn't want to provoke this monster, so he retreated cautiously. Bah! One of them accidentally stepped on a can, making a crisp sound. Man of Steel. Suin did not hesitate to activate his iron body ability at the first moment. Aya, which let out a sharp scream and suddenly turned around, revealing a pale and terrifying face. Then he turned into a white shadow and rushed towards Suin. His speed was so fast that even the Eagle Eye's ability could not keep up. By the time Suin reacted, which had already arrived in front of him, with a pair of scarlet claws about 30 to 40 centimeters long. The sharp claws with red light tore down like lightning, and Suin had no time to dodge. There was a clanging sound like metal colliding, and sparks flew everywhere. In the blink of an eye, Suin's chest was scratched dozens, or even hundreds of times. Fortunately, with the defense of the Iron Man, it was not fatal, leaving only dense white claw marks on the surface of his chest. But even so, if she continues to grab like this, she will break through sooner or later. Suin threw a punch without hesitation, hitting Witch in the abdomen and sending him flying. Several daggers flew out and nailed him to the ground. Witch screamed and tried to get up. Suin waved his hand, and a huge amount of electricity surged out and enveloped it. As the lightning flashed, the witch's scream gradually disappeared and finally turned into a pile of black charcoal. Seeing that Witch was dead, Suin slowly released his supernatural power. His chest was red, and the clothes on his upper body turned into rags. This was all thanks to him. If it were any other Awakener, even an S-level 1 like Xue Qingyu, they would be killed instantly by Witch if they were not careful. This thing's defense is close to zero, and its strength lies in its speed and attack power. It can almost kill the opponent instantly. Because it has tracking skills, the prey it targets is almost impossible to escape, and the tearing is extremely destructive. Even if it is surrounded by a group of people, it can still do a one-for-one exchange. Before Suin could breathe a sigh of relief, a sharp scream came from outside the window again. This scream is even more piercing than the witch's, and it makes people's eardrums ache and swell. After searching for an hour on the 21st floor, Lu Hui finally found a few baguettes in the kitchen after much hardship. Then I planned to walk back quietly along the road. But a zombie staggered in, and she had no choice but to crawl on the ground and squirm to avoid it, not daring to make a sound. Fortunately, she was calm enough and could always make accurate judgments to avoid the zombie's sight. I can leave the kitchen now. But just then, the bloodthirsty crow outside the window spotted her through the window. The bloodthirsty crow swooped over with a strange cry, but was blocked by the window and could only keep hitting the window glass, making frequent clanging sounds. Attracted by the sound, the zombies rushed over and saw Lu Hui lying on the ground at a glance. Lu Hui did not dare to hesitate. She stood up and ran. The zombies howled and chased after her. After leaving the kitchen, Lu Hui ran straight to the 22nd floor. All the zombies along the way were attracted and followed behind her. More and more. Seeing that there were so many zombies, Lu Hui didn't dare to go back to the 22nd floor directly, but ran into one of the rooms. This is the entertainment hall on the 21st floor. Unlike the guest rooms, the entertainment hall has a front door and a back door. She first attracted all the zombies to the entertainment hall, then took advantage of the blind spot around the corner and slipped out through the back door. After closing the back door, she quickly returned to the 22nd floor. Arriving at the door of the room on the 22nd floor, Lu Hui was relieved to see that there were no zombies around, so she knocked on the door. Soon the door opened a little, revealing Li Dagong's pockmarked face. "Open the door. I have brought the food back." Seeing the baguette in Lu Hui's hand, Li Dagong was immediately delighted. "Hurry, hurry, and pass the things in." Lu Hui's face turned cold when she heard this. "Open the door first." Li Dagong sneered, and his face gradually became ferocious. "Ha! You bitch, you have no right to negotiate with me. If you don't want your daughter to become sashimi, just hand the food in first, and then go find a bucket of water. I'm already thirsty. Your daughter is still a virgin, right? She's so cute and beautiful. Maybe her blood is sweet." Lu Hui was terrified when she heard this. Her face turned pale, and she quickly handed in the food she had managed to find. No, please don't hurt Xiao Xiao. I'll give you the things, and I'll go find you some water." She had long since given up on human nature, so she told her daughter to jump off the building and commit suicide if she didn't come back. But she still underestimated the ugliness of human nature. These beasts' goal from the beginning was not bread, but her daughter herself. Yes, just a few pieces of bread. How can they be worth the flesh and blood of a living person? Chapter 25. If you want to make a wish, go to worship Buddha. Just as Lu Hui was praying, a dark shadow suddenly appeared behind her. Lu Hui seemed to have noticed it and quickly turned around to look. At the stairs, a naked little boy was squatting there quietly. The boy's body was covered in bruises, and the whites of his eyes were invisible. His entire eyeballs were as black as ink. Then the boy opened his mouth and closed it, making a clicking sound with his teeth. Then it opened its huge mouth, and its entire face was torn apart in an instant. The scarlet throat hung out and kept squirming. The next moment, the throat trembled, followed by a piercing scream. "Ah!" The sharp sound instantly filled the entire hotel, causing the zombies to become agitated and rush towards the 22nd floor without hesitation. Lu Hui almost fainted from the sharp screams, and she managed to hold on by covering her ears. Li Dagong, who who had half of his head sticking out, was pierced by the scream, and his eardrums hurt. He screamed, covered his ears, and rolled to the ground. Seeing this, Lu Hui gritted her teeth and crawled towards the door, knocking it open, and then held it tightly. This unknown monster made such a big noise that it will definitely attract a lot of zombies. The 22nd floor is no longer safe. She didn't pray to survive. She just hoped that the beasts in the house would die. Don't live any. When the others in the room saw Lu Hui opening the door, they were horrified and rushed over to grab Lu Hui. Throw her out quickly. This bitch wants to kill us. However, in just a short while, a large number of zombies rushed up, and it was too late to close the door. Seeing the tide of corpses coming, everyone was in despair and collapsed to the ground. Lu Hui had a calm expression. She pushed a strand of hair behind her ear and waited quietly for death. Bang, clatter. I saw a dagger smash through the glass, spun around, and decapitated the little boy, and the piercing scream disappeared. Boom! A muffled sound was heard, and the ground was shaking. The staircase leading from the 21st floor to the 22nd floor collapsed, and the dense crowd of zombies fell down one after another. The rest of the zombies could not come up at all, and could only circle in place. A figure jumped to the windowsill, squatted down, tilted his head, and picked his ears. Damn you screaming bastard, it's killing me just by howling nonstop. The sun shines through the window, falling on the sharp-edged face of the visitor, and his dark eyes are as deep as a cold pond. Several daggers with cold light quietly floated behind him, so holy and noble. Lu Hui just stared up at the handsome man who suddenly appeared. If there is a God in this world, then the one before us must be him. She had never believed in God, nor had she prayed devoutly for salvation, but at that moment she felt the urge to kneel down. She doesn't want to die. She wants to live with her daughter. God have mercy on me. Lu Hui's eyes were red, and she opened her mouth but didn't know what to say. Suin shook his head and looked down at the survivors in front of him. Judging from their attire, they are all celebrities and nobles, and some of them are familiar faces that you can see on TV. TSK. Suin smacked his lips in dissatisfaction. It seems that we can't find the cook again. But with the idea that he was already here, Suin still asked without any hope. Hey, who among you can cook? The kind that can cook all 8 major cuisines. My family needs a cook with decent pay. Is there anyone who is capable and interested? The survivors were all stunned. Cooking? Cook? What? They are all people of status. How could they cook for themselves? They usually eat in high-end restaurants. To be a cook for someone? Don't be ridiculous. Those present are either big stars or well-known directors. Who will want to be a servant? I can cook a lot of dishes from all 8 major cuisines. Lu Hui said slowly. She didn't lie. She is from a single-parent family and has always lived with her daughter. For the sake of her daughter's health, she has always cooked for herself at home. She also likes to cook delicious food, which is one of her few hobbies. She not only knows how to cook the 8 major cuisines, but also a lot of foreign food. Hearing Lu Hui's answer, Su An's eyes lit up. This is the most satisfactory chef he has ever met, and she is quite pretty. Then let's talk about salary first, Suin said as he jumped lightly, leaped over the corridor, and came to the door of the room. He stretched out his hand to pull up Lu Hui, who was sitting on the ground, and then walked straight into the room. There were more than 20 people in the room, men, women, old and young. In the corner was a girl with her hands and feet tied and her mouth gagged. Suin didn't care and went straight to a table. He sat down and said to Lu Hui, "Don't just stand there. Come and sit down and talk slowly. When hiring a chef, it's all about mutual consent. Force is not acceptable. Otherwise, they will poison your food and you're done." Lu Hui finally reacted and rushed into the house, but she ran to the corner to help the girl untie the ropes. As soon as the restraints were removed, the girl burst into tears and threw herself into Lu Hui's arms. Lu Hui comforted Yu Qiao Qiao with a self-blaming look on her face. "Qiao Qiao, don't cry. It's Mom's fault for making you suffer." Yu Qiao Qiao sobbed and raised her head. "It's not Mom's fault. It's Qiao Qiao who has implicated you. Qiao Qiao is a burden to you." Lu Hui pursed her lips and shook her head, tears welling up in her eyes. Then he quickly pulled Yu Qiao Qiao to Suin and said apologetically, "I'm sorry to have kept you waiting for so long." Suin waved his hand indifferently and looked at Yu Qiao Qiao. "It's okay. She is your daughter?" "Yes, my daughter Qiao Qiao." Lu Hui nodded. Yu Qiao Qiao wiped the tears from her eyes, raised a smile with difficulty, and said politely, "Hello, big brother." "Hello, little sister." Suin smiled slightly. The little girl was very polite. "Don't stand, sit down and talk. If you agree, you can start work today." Lu Hui nodded solemnly and sat down with Xiao Xiao. Seeing the three of them start talking as if no one was around, Hua Ge, who was standing by, came over. Who are you, little brother? Are you sent by the rescue team to save us? I know Guijia hasn't given up on us yet. Suin glanced at Brother Hua calmly. Did I talk to you? Brother Hua was stunned when he heard this. Little brother, can you be nicer? Be aware of your identity. You can't afford to offend just anyone. Do you believe that once I'm rescued, I can make you lose your job with just one phone call? Oh! Suin snorted coldly, and with a big punch, he knocked Hua Ge away. Brother Hua smashed directly against the wall. His back teeth were knocked out by the huge force, and blood was flowing from his mouth. Seeing Hua Ge being beaten, the other people couldn't stand it anymore. Why do you hit someone, young man? That's your fault. Young people are just too impulsive. They have no idea about hierarchy. If they mess with the wrong people, their future will be ruined. The rescue team should be downstairs. Wait until Brother Hua is rescued. I'm afraid this slap from you won't end well. Go down quickly so the rescue team can be more efficient. Suin looked at everyone speechlessly. You don't think there will be a rescue team coming to save you, do you? This disaster is global. Not only is there no rescue team, but the situation will only get worse. Everyone is busy with their own affairs. Who would risk their lives to save you, my ancestors? If you want to make a wish, worship Buddha. If you like to dream, go to sleep. Be more pragmatic and don't fantasize about things all day long. Chapter 26. New Employee. Hearing Su An's words, everyone was stunned. A global disaster? No rescue? No one will come to save them? Is it really the end of the world? Impossible. You are lying. I don't believe it is true unless you provide evidence to prove it. Some people could not accept the reality and raise doubts. Believe it or not, your life or death has nothing to do with me anyway. Suin shrugged indifferently. The saddest thing about people living in the apocalypse is that they cannot learn to recognize reality and still hold on to all unrealistic fantasies. This kind of people often die the fastest and can't even survive one stage. Let's continue the discussion. I'll first tell you the conditions and treatment I offer. See if you can accept them. Suin turned around and continued to talk to Lu Hui. Okay, please go ahead. Lu Hui nodded. She no longer had any excessive demands for treatment. As long as the mother and daughter could have a hot meal every day, she would be satisfied. In fact, Suin didn't need to tell her that she had already realized that it was the end of the world and there would be no rescue team. You have to prepare 3 meals a day. The quality of the dishes cannot be too low and the variety cannot be too few. Occasionally, you will be asked to prepare midnight snacks. You also need to help clean the house. This is your job almost all year round. As for compensation, you can eat with me, and you can eat whatever I eat, 3 meals a day. As for material benefits, you will get a new set of clothes every month, and you can choose the style and type you like. You will also get a new set of cosmetics every month, 2 packs of sanitary napkins every month, and 1 bottle of shampoo and shower gel every month. You will also be provided with medicine if you are sick. If you want to keep a pet, you need to apply, and I will decide whether to allow you to keep one based on the situation. As for entertainment equipment, it is still quite scarce at the moment. We can only provide you with fitness equipment, books, and music to listen to. Of course, if you have other requirements, you can apply, but there is no guarantee that they will be 100% met. Hearing the conditions offered by Suin, Lu Hui opened her mouth in a daze. Is this the treatment that will happen at the end of the world? It is 100 times better than what she expected. She would never dream of such an outrageous treatment. I do, Lu Hui blurted out without hesitation. Suin waved his hand. I haven't finished yet. Don't rush to agree. The employment system I adopt is lifelong employment. You can't unilaterally break the contract unless I fire you directly one day. Suin grinned. In other words, you have to work for me for the rest of your life. Once you agree, your free life will basically be over. Think about it before you answer me. Lu Hui. Lifetime employment? Cooking for life? Oh my God. Are you sure this isn't a benefit? Is there any need to think about this? No need to think about it at all? Okay. I am willing to cook for you for the rest of my life, as long as you don't mind. Suin nodded in satisfaction and stretched out his hand to shake hands with Lu Hui. Welcome to work at my home. I hope we can get along well. Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss. But, can I take Xiao Xiao with me? If not, I won't go. Suin looked at the nervous girl sitting beside him and thought for a moment. We already have a cook, but we are still short of a cleaner. Isn't this just right? Buy one, get one free. One more isn't too much, but the premise is that I don't support anyone who eats for free. She can go with me, But she has to do most of the housework, such as washing clothes, sweeping the floor, mopping the floor, serving tea and water, etc., and her treatment will be the same as yours. Xiao Xiao is very obedient and hardworking. She will definitely not let you down. Thank you for taking us in. Thank you very much. Lu Hui's eyes turned red, and she quickly stood up and bowed to express her gratitude. Yu Xiao Xiao also bowed to express her gratitude. Thank you, big brother. Xiao Xiao will be obedient and work hard. She will never eat for free. The ups and downs of life happened too quickly, and the two girls were so excited that they wanted to cry. Suin smiled slightly and waved his hand to take out a steaming hot Kentucky Fried Chicken bucket and 2 bottles of Coke from the wide space and put them on the table. Looking at the faces of both of you, you probably haven't eaten for a long time. Just eat something to fill your stomach. After you're done, I'll take you away. Seeing the fried chicken and cola that suddenly appeared on the table, the two girls covered their mouths in surprise and looked at Suin as if he were a god. What kind of magical method is this? Is it not to your liking? The two girls did not move, Suin asked in confusion. No. They both waved their hands in unison. Then he was no longer reserved and started to eat voraciously with his head down. Yu Xiao Xiao even cried while eating, not because she was sad. It's Xiang who's crying. Seeing the two people eating meat and drinking Coke, the survivors watching were in a mess. Smelling the meaty aroma in the air, the sound of swallowing saliva can be heard frequently. Hey, big brother, can you give me a bucket of fried chicken? I'll give you 10,000 yuan. Brother, give me a bucket too. No, half a bucket will do. I'll give you 100,000. Me, and me. I'll give you 1 million or even 10 million. Just give me a chicken drumstick. Brother, I can write you a check. You can fill in the amount you want. I'll just give you half a chicken leg. Chicken bones are fine too. I'm not picky about food. The survivors were all starving and started bidding frantically. Suin waved his hands impatiently and said, "Go wherever is cooler." Seeing that Suin was not interested in money or checks, the group of people were helpless. They had nothing else to offer except money. Some of them even thought about snatching the food from the two people. Suin gave him a cold look, and the dagger behind him flew out, knocking him unconscious. The reason why he didn't stab him in the head was because his 2 new employees were eating. The headshot caused red and white to splatter all over the floor, which was really disgusting. Now no one dares to rush forward to grab it. The means displayed by Su and were unimaginable to ordinary people like them. He was just like a Superman. The reason why the corridor collapsed must have been caused by the young man in front of them. They can't afford to offend this kind of Superman. Chapter 27 Director Lee's Immeasurable Merits. When they were almost done eating, Suin stood up and stretched. If you're done eating, come on, I'll take you out of here. The two of them stood up quickly. Yu Xiao Xiao also cleaned up the chicken bones and leftovers quickly, holding them in her arms like a treasure. Why are you holding the bone? Yu Xiao Xiao blinked and said seriously, "Take it back and make soup." Suin laughed in silence and patted Yu Xiao Xiao's head. It seems that the two of them have suffered a lot during this period. If it was in his previous life, he would probably do the same. It's okay, just throw it away. As long as you listen, you can eat as much as you want. Yes, thank you, big brother. Xiao Xiao will be very obedient. When the others heard that Yu Xiao Xiao was going to throw away the bones, they became excited. Xiao Xiao, don't throw it away. Don't throw it away. Give it to Annie. Annie will give you money. Give it to Uncle. When you were a child, your uncle treated you to ice cream. Have you forgotten? Go, Xiao Xiao, I filmed a movie with you before. You still remember it was last year. Yu Xiao Xiao looked at the smiling faces of the crowd, but turned her head away and didn't want to pay attention. Before, these people forced her mother to die, tied her up, and said that if her mother couldn't find food to come back, they would eat her alive. She didn't forget it at all. She would never give them the bones, even if they begged her on their knees. Thinking of this, Xiao Xiao ran to the window and threw the bones and the packaging box out. I wouldn't give it to you even if I threw it away. Humph. A middle-aged woman saw this and gnashed her teeth in anger. You little bitch, I gave you the face, but you still... As he said this, he raised his hand and pretended to slap Yu Xiao Xiao. But when he saw Su An's cold gaze, he withdrew his hand in dismay. Slap yourself 10 times, Su An ordered calmly. The middle-aged woman blushed when she heard this. She didn't dare to refute, but she didn't want to slap herself. My patience is limited. Don't force me to do it, or it will just be a few slaps. I don't mind throwing you off the building. The middle-aged woman's face turned pale in an instant. I can do it myself. I can do it myself. Don't kill me. As he said that, he slapped himself in the face. At this moment, Li Dagong, who had been silent, came over with a smile on his face and stretched out his hand. Hello, little brother. My name is Lee Dagong. I'm a director. You should have seen me on TV. Nice to meet you. Suin glanced at Lee Dagong and did not shake hands with him. What's the matter? Lee Dagong laughed dryly and withdrew his hand awkwardly. It's like this, little brother. I want to hire you as a temporary bodyguard to take me out of here. You can ask for anything you want. Suin was a little amused. I'm afraid you can't give me what I want. Lee Dagong smiled and shook his head. No, that's not necessarily true. You should understand how powerful my connections and prestige are. Anyone will give me a favor. If you take me away from here, I will owe you a big favor. You should understand how important my favor is, right? I think you can see clearly how this kind of business can make a profit. Suin took a breath. How insolent does one have to be to say such shameless words? If he had half the nerve of this guy, he wouldn't even need to activate Man of Steel to withstand hundreds of claws from Witch without breaking his defense. Brother, don't believe him. He is a bad guy who doesn't keep his word. He is a scum and a villain. Xiao Qiao said angrily, with a fierce expression on her face. Oh, why did he go back on his word? Tell me about it. Yu Qiao then told Suin everything that had happened. After hearing the whole story, Suin shook his head at Lee Dagong. I don't want to judge whether you are right or wrong. It's the end of the world, and I'm used to this kind of thing. Right and wrong have become unimportant. The most important thing is to stay alive. It's a pity that they are responsible for their own mistakes. They're my employees now. As their boss, it would be unreasonable for me not to help them collect their debts. Director Lee, have you figured out how to pay off your debt? Lee Dagong smiled unpleasantly and took a few steps back unconsciously. I think you are a very independent person. You won't be easily instigated by others, right? Suin's eyes gradually turned cold. I'll give you 10 seconds. Either you jump off the building, or I'll tick you down. Choose one. If you don't choose, I'll assume you've chosen the second one. Lee Dagong clenched his fists tightly, his pockmarked face full of gloom. Don't think I'm afraid of you, little brat. Believe it or not, I'll find someone to kill you. I've killed many people over the years, so I don't mind one more. Suin nodded and said, Very good. It seems that you have made your choice. I am glad that you can draw inferences from this example and find the third option. Then he disappeared in a flash, and when he reappeared, he was already in front of Lee Dagong, grabbed Lee Dagong's throat, and dragged him to the door. In ancient times, the Buddha cut off his flesh to feed eagles. Today, Director Lee feeds zombies with his own body. I admire you. Director Lee has done a great deed. After Suin finished speaking, he raised his hand and threw Lee Dagong towards the screaming corpses in the corridor. Lee Dagong was quickly overwhelmed by the zombies. He didn't even have time to scream before he was torn apart alive by the zombies. Suin returned to the room and looked around at everyone. Those who forced them before should come forward. After Suin finished speaking, the room was completely silent. No one responded, and no one was willing to step forward. Suin grinned and showed his sharp white teeth. Very good. It seems that you have all chosen the same fearless path of gaining merit as Director Lee. Xiao, who bullied you before? Point them out one by one. Chapter 28. My hands are dirty. After feeding the zombies 8 portions of food in a row, Suin finally stopped. The debts of the mother and daughter were finally settled. It's almost time we should go. As for the others, let them fend for themselves. Suin controlled an iron table to float outside the window and called the mother and daughter to come to the window. Then he hugged the 2 people on the left and right, jumped onto the iron table, and slowly floated downstairs. With his current control over electromagnetic force, it is not difficult to do this, but it is a little bit awkward. The principle is like pushing the left foot with the right foot to rise into the air. The mother and daughter hugged Suin tightly, not daring to look down. Smelling the male scent in her nose, Lu Hui couldn't help but blush, and her heartbeat suddenly became very fast. This godlike man suddenly appeared in her world and saved her from the quagmire. He was so powerful and reassuring. I just don't know how old she is. She looks younger than her. Lu Hui couldn't help feeling a little sad. She has already become a mother, and her youth is gone. Soon the 3 of them landed safely. Several zombies rushed over like crazy. Suin swung his dagger and killed them one by one. After another half day, the number of zombies on the streets became denser, and the number of mutants also increased significantly. After thinking for a while, Suin took out the Simo from the wide space and rode on it. Come up, I'll take you back. I originally wanted to drive a car back home, as the car has more space and is more comfortable for 3 people to sit in. But with the current road conditions and the number of zombies, Driving a car is no longer realistic. If they encounter some giant zombies again, they will most likely be forced to stop or be knocked over by the giant ones. You will be fine, but the mother and daughter are both ordinary people, and their lives are in danger. For safety reasons, it is better to ride a motorcycle, which is fast and flexible. It's definitely not for rice bowls or anything like that. Louis sat in the back while Chow Chow, who was smaller, sat in the front, curled up in Su-En's arms. Hold on tight. I'm very fast. After telling Lu Hui something, Su-En stepped on the accelerator and the motorcycle roared forward. Lu Hui hurriedly held Su-En's waist and leaned her head against his back. Just as Su-En said, his speed is really fast. He believed that going fast in a curve is the real speed, and he stepped on the accelerator to the bottom. No worries about rolling over. With the help of electromagnetic force, the stability is greatly enhanced. Not only can it be driven on the ground, but when necessary, it can also fly up and over the zombies in the air, and even on the wall, it can be driven as if it were flat ground. This is how a motorcycle should be driven. After speeding for several kilometers, there was a sudden roar in the sky and the noisy crows of bloodthirsty crows. Looking up, I saw a helicopter circling overhead with a large number of bloodthirsty crows following behind. However, since the helicopter was flying at a height that exceeded the crow's maximum climbing limit, the crows were unable to do anything about it. From time to time, some paper would be dropped from the helicopter, flying all over the sky with the breeze. Su-En let out a light and controlled the motorcycle to run along the wall to the roof of a bungalow, reached out and grabbed a piece of paper. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a flyer. The content is as follows. Survivors, please rush to the Jinlong Reservoir as soon as possible. We are stationed here and can provide you with sufficient food and water, and at the same time, guarantee the safety of you and your family. On the back of the leaflet is a simple map with the coordinates of the Jinlong Reservoir at the end. The leaflet is very concise and to the point. The village has distributed gold bars. Oh no, it's a pie in the sky, right at the Jinlong Reservoir. Come quickly, you won't have to worry about food and drink, and it's very safe. Su-En crumpled up the flyer and threw it away with disdain. Even ghosts wouldn't believe this kind of words. But it is undeniable that in many cases people are easier to deceive than ghosts. His disbelief does not mean that others do not believe it. In this chaotic period, food and safety surpass all other needs. Even though they know it is unbelievable, there are still large numbers of people willing to take risks to find out. In his memory, there are indeed memories about the Jinlong Reservoir. This is a very special organization. It is a force established by prisoners who escaped from a prison riot after the apocalypse. Relying on the guns and ammunition brought out from the prison, they quickly occupied the Jinlong Reservoir and developed it as a base. The reason why they occupied the reservoir is entirely because of the reservoir's unique geographical conditions. There is a power station next to the reservoir, so they don't lack electricity at all. The reservoir itself has inexhaustible water resources. At the same time, Jinlong Reservoir is closed to fishing all year round. There are many fish and shrimps in the reservoir, which can be used as food. The reservoir is still very high, with only one mountain path connecting to the top. You can defend the mountain path and ambush the enemy from top to bottom, or you can row a boat and hide on the small island in the middle of the reservoir to live in seclusion. From energy to food, water resources, and topography, everything is excellent. From some perspectives, Jinlong Reservoir is really a very safe place. But the place is a good place, but I don't know if the people there are good. You know, the people occupying there are all extremely vicious criminals. Would they be so kind as to provide food and shelter to the survivors for free? I'm afraid not. Moreover, the Jinlong Reservoir was later renamed Sinner Island. I have some self-awareness. However, many people mistake sin for drunkenness, thinking that Drunken Island is some kind of paradise with wine and meat. As the roar of the helicopter faded away, Su-En came to his senses, turned the car around, and drove down the roof, taking the two women towards the base. I plan to send Lu Hui and her daughter back first. He suddenly had the idea of going to Jinlong Reservoir to find out what was going on. They have occupied a lot of land and are the kings. I guess they must have a lot of resources, right? I don't know why, ever since I got the ability of wide space, Su-En always feels itchy. He feels uncomfortable if he doesn't take something, especially when he knows that others have stockpiled a lot of supplies. Even when I was wandering around the hotel, just now, I took away hundreds of beds and beddings. The hands are not so clean anymore. Chapter 29, bringing new employees home. After about half an hour of galloping, we finally returned to the base. Suin directly controlled the motorcycle to jump over the high wall, rushed into the community, and stopped at the door of the villa. Okay, we're here. We got out of the car unsteadily. The car was so fast that she felt carsick. Xiao Xiao was a little better, but still pale from the speed of the car. Before Suin knocked on the door, Li Xiaoyu and Xue Qingyu ran out quickly. Li Xiaoyu ran over in a coquettish voice. Husband, you are back. After running a few steps, Li Xiaoyu was stunned. What's going on? Why are there two women, one big and one small, beside Suin? Li Xiaoyu hurriedly whispered to Xue. It seems to me that she is not Su Xiaoyan. Xue Qingyu nodded. Well, it's not Su Xiaoyan. Ah, that's good, that's good. Suin called them back to the house. Go back to the house first. Staying outside for too long can easily attract bloodthirsty crows. It's not a big deal to deal with the crows, but I'm afraid they'll keep an eye on me. They'll sneak up on me every time I go out. It's troublesome just thinking about it. Back in the living room, Suin sat down on the sofa. Don't stand, sit down. Xue Qingyu brought a few glasses of water. Thanks. Thank you, sister. The mother and daughter took the water and thanked. You're welcome. Xue Qingyu smiled warmly and sat quietly next to Suin. Let me introduce you. This is Sister Lu Hui, the chef I hired specially. From now on, we will leave our 3 meals a day to her. This is Yu Qiao Qiao, the daughter of Sister Lu Hui. She is our apprentice maid, responsible for cleaning and housework. Li Xiaoyu and Li Xiaoyu both understood what he said. It seems that Suin ran out in a hurry to do this. He kidnapped a cook and a maid and brought them back. The two of them didn't have any idea about this. As long as it's not Su Xiaoyan, thank God. The key is that this is Su An's decision, and they will not interfere. In this family, Suin has absolute say and veto power. They both need to spend a lot of time practicing their abilities, so it would be a good thing to have someone to help with housework. Welcome to join our little family. My name is Xue Qingyu. Nice to meet you. My name is Li Xiaoyu, welcome. Looking at the two beautiful girls in front of her, Lu Hui couldn't help but look at Suin, trying to figure out the relationship between the three of them. Thank you, I will work hard. Xiao Qiao tilted her head and said, Sisters, are you both the eldest brother's wives? Xiao Qiao's shocking statement. Suin sprays water directly. Xue Qingyu looked embarrassed and didn't know how to explain. Li Xiaoyu smiled and said, Not yet. The speaker is unintentional, but the listener is intentional. Lu Hui muttered to herself, It's not now, but it will be in the future. But if you think about it carefully, it makes sense. Not to mention Suin's godlike means, he is also very handsome. In this chaotic end times, it is normal for such a godlike man to have a few confidants. In Lu Hui's eyes, Suin holds a very high position in her heart, and is someone who needs to be looked up to. Even the way she looked at Su and was mixed with an inexplicable admiration and respect. There was a vague feeling that Suin was a belief that was taking root in her heart. Whatever Suin does must have a reason. Then Suin arranged 2 rooms for the mother and daughter, and took out a pile of clothes from the wide space for them to choose from, and then some women's products. Since his rebirth, he has been so busy every day that he has not even slept twice, let alone anything else. Sister Lu Hui, you can take a rest tonight and cook tomorrow. Just tell me what ingredients you want. I lack everything except ingredients. As long as you can cook them well, I can even have Yangtze River knife fish and Yellow River carp. Thank you for your concern, boss, but I want to work today. Don't be so polite, just call me Suin. Then you should get familiar with the environment first. I have to go out for a while. After settling the mother and daughter, Suin went out again. We have already encountered zombies of witches level today. Who knows what we will encounter tomorrow? Plus, the crow swarm will increase tenfold tomorrow. Just thinking about that kind of scene makes my scalp tingle. He plans to thoroughly investigate the Jinlong Reservoir today. I won't go out after tomorrow. I will stay at home for half a month until the second stage of the first Doomsday begins. Then he rode on Simo and headed out of the city. Target Jinlong Reservoir. As Suin gradually moved away from the city, the density of zombies began to gradually decrease. But on the contrary, the number of survivors encountered gradually increased. Because at the beginning of the apocalypse, many people ran out of the city as soon as possible. In the vast countryside, the number of zombies is relatively much smaller and it is safer. In a short period of time, you can rely on wild vegetables and weeds to fill your stomach and avoid starving to death. But as time went by, the shortage of food resources in the wild gradually became apparent. The huge number of survivors would soon consume the few remaining resources such as wild vegetables and crops. At this point, They could either continue to starve and freeze in the wild, eating tree bark and insects to survive, or risk their lives to march towards the city, slowly advancing to look for hidden supplies in the city. The danger is accompanied by a large amount of material feedback. Therefore, many survivors gradually return to the edge of the city to camp, entering the city at dawn to plunder supplies, and returning to the edge of the city to spend the night at night. But they dare not approach the city center. The city center is now a living hell for everyone. It is completely a land of zombies. Many survivors also spontaneously formed a survivor team at this time. Everyone in the team has their own responsibilities. Some are responsible for finding food, some are responsible for keeping watch, some are responsible for resisting zombies, and some are responsible for taking over. The world is gradually changing into something familiar to him. I have to say that humans are really a very amazing species. They are extremely fragile. If they get sick, fall down, or get a cut and get infected, they may die and sleep forever. But when faced with high pressure, they can show incomprehensible tenacity, growing like weeds. Chapter 30, Survivor Camp. After half an hour of speeding, Suin arrived at the outskirts of Suzhou City. He met many survivors along the way, and they all looked at him with envy. Not because he's handsome. He was too neatly dressed. Almost everyone is struggling to survive now. Not to mention taking time to take care of their appearance. They can't even eat. They're completely in a state of hunger and fullness, and they often have to fight for their lives with zombies. They were all covered in dirt, had sallow complexions, and were in tattered clothes, like refugees. On the other hand, Suin was neat and clean in her branded clothes, and her whole body was clean, and her face was rosy and shiny, paired with a brand new and handsome Simo. It's like a rich second generation who accidentally entered a refugee camp. It's very inconsistent. Some people envy, while others are jealous. As soon as Suin left the city, he was stopped by a group of people. There were about 10 people who stopped the car. All of them were young and strong men, and each of them had a weapon in his hand. "Hey boy, this car is great. You must have found a lot of good stuff in the city. Take them all out." A man carrying a steel pipe came up slowly, his eyes scanning Suin. Not everyone is willing to risk being attacked by zombies to search for supplies in the city. Many people have become bandits, waiting for others to risk their lives to find supplies while they wait outside to rob. For now, people are much easier to deal with than zombies. The group of people in front of us are bandits who specialize in robbing other survivors. Suin scanned the crowd and found no awakened people. They were all ordinary people. At the beginning of the apocalypse, there are still too few awakened people, and it is difficult to meet them. Only when the second stage begins, a large number of survivors will also awaken, and the number of awakened people will increase significantly. But the prerequisite is to survive to the second stage. In the following time, ordinary people have to try their best every day. In just half a month, 50% of the world's population will be eliminated again. Only those who survive will have the opportunity to awaken. Suin controlled the motorcycle and flew straight through the crowd, leaving without looking back. The metal object behind him turned into the Grim Reaper's sickle, reaping lives one after another. A group of robbers sent it without exception. After a while, Suin drove his motorcycle to the entrance of a small survivor camp. Looking inside, there were about 200 or 300 people in the camp, including men, women, young and old. The camp is surrounded by abandoned vehicles and iron sheets, which are used as protective walls. Apart from this, there are no other defensive fortifications and no one is standing guard, so the security is very low. There are many such small temporary camps, most of which are used as temporary small markets. The people in them will not live here forever, but come here to do business. Either they are bartering for daily necessities, or they are here to engage in sex trade. There are many small houses of only 7 or 8 square meters in the camp. They are all temporary buildings and look very shabby. These small houses are the trading places for the flesh trade. The price is negotiated, and we can talk about it behind closed doors. Often half a loaf of bread is enough for one. Transparent, affordable, and fair prices. As for whether AI may or not, it all depends on luck. At this time, many people in the camp are carrying their luggage and walking out, their faces filled with excitement, holding tightly in their hands the leaflets about the Jinlong Reservoir. Many people plan to go to Jinlong Reservoir to enjoy themselves. After packing up, they set off with their families. It is less than 30 kilometers from here to Jinlong Reservoir. If you run fast, you can reach it before dark. Suin thought for a moment, put the motorcycle into the space, and walked inside. He could go to Jinlong Reservoir with these people, but his current outfit is too eye-catching, so he needs to change into something a little dirtier and more torn. After walking a few steps, an old lady from Su Rong flirted with Suin and said, "Come over and play with me, handsome boy. Just a pack of instant noodles will do. I have great skills, and I guarantee you will be satisfied." "Brother, half a pack of instant noodles is enough. If you have a seasoning packet, you can have it twice." This is another beautiful woman who is no more than 20 years old. Obviously, the price is more reasonable and the quality is better. A bearded man came over and winked at Su in an ambiguous way. "Brother, are you looking for a girl? My wife is very pretty. 1 loaf of bread for fast food, 3 for a night out, and 1 more if you wanted to be there." I saw a hot young woman standing next to the man. The woman was in her early 30s and had a good face. She could score at least 80 points. A little girl of 8 or 9 years old poked her head out from behind the woman and blinked her big eyes at Suin. Apparently, this is a family of 3. Suin looked at the girl, and 2 lines of small words slowly appeared above her head. Superpower, dream creation A, wealth value, 3. Suin's mouth curled up into a smile. He didn't expect to have an unexpected gain. This little girl turned out to be an Awaken one, and her ability level was not low. It is an extremely rare spiritual ability. This ability cannot be used for direct combat, but to control other people's dreams. It is up to you to make dreams in any way you want. Therefore, people who possess this ability are also called dream makers. Of course, if used properly, it can also be used for assassination. Destroy the target's spirit directly in the dream. After the mental breakdown, if the target does not die in reality, he will suffer from cerebral palsy. But this is only the crudest method of use. The correct way to use it is to open a shop, help people compile the dreams they want, and let people indulge in the dreams. In his previous life, Suin had seen several such dream-making shops. They were very popular. If you wanted to buy a dream, you had to queue up and make an appointment in advance. The price was not low. Seeing Suin staring at the girl, the man laughed dryly and moved the girl behind him. "The child is still young, he." Suin shook his head. "Don't worry, I don't have that kind of quirk. Lead the way. Let's find a place where there is no one." "Okay, this way, bro." The man led us to a small, shabby house with a bed and a table. Pots, pans, and other things were piled in the corner, but there was no food to eat. "Brother, this is the first time my wife does this. Please take it easy." Suin ignored the man, took out an 80-inch cream cake from the space, held it in his hand, and waved to the girl. "Little sister, this is for you, okay?" Seeing the cake, the little girl's eyes widened. She hadn't eaten for 2 days. She subconsciously ran to Suin, staring at the cake and swallowing her saliva. "Brother, is this cake really for me?" Suin smiled slightly, patted the girl's head, and stuffed the cake in her arms. "Of course, it's yours now. Plunder. Pillarable object detected. Please select the looting direction. Replica ability. Successfully replicated the ability. Obtained the ability. Dream manufacturing A." Chapter 31. Weird People. Suin was in a good mood after easily obtaining an A-level superpower. Seeing Suin take out a big cake like a magic trick, the couple was so surprised that they couldn't close their mouths. The man pointed at Suin and stammered. "Brother, you." Suin searched the room by himself and soon found a set of men's clothes. The clothes are torn and dirty. "That's it." I immediately changed my dirty clothes and pants. "It fits nicely." Then he took out 3 boxes of instant noodles from the wide space and placed them on the ground. "Your daughter is also an awakener. She can control dreams. She can master it with a little practice. If you don't want to die, you'd better find a safe place to hide for the next half-month." After Suin finished speaking, he turned and walked out of the hut, trotting to join the refugee army, and soon disappeared from sight. The family of 3 in the room finally reacted. The man rushed out of the room and looked around, but could no longer see Suin. Then he quickly shrank back to his room and closed the door. Faced with this sudden huge gift, the man's eyes suddenly turned red. He didn't even know his name. It is no exaggeration to say that even if they sold their entire family, it would not be worth a box of instant noodles. What's more, there are 3 boxes plus a cake. This favor is too great. The man choked up and said to his daughter, "Xian, you must remember the appearance of that big brother just now. You must repay his kindness in the future, no matter what, understand?" The girl nodded seriously, her expression firm. At this time, Suin had gloriously become a refugee, following the vast army of refugees heading towards the Jinlong Reservoir. There are about 70 or 80 people in their group, and more people are joining from time to time. The size of the team is still growing. There is still some distance to the Jinlong Reservoir. Although it is in the wilderness, there are still many zombies along the way. It is dangerous to act alone. It is relatively safer to go in a team. Young and middle-aged men spontaneously walked in the front to resist the zombies. There is strength in numbers. With the human wave tactic, even if you occasionally encounter a few zombies, you can easily deal with them. It was not until the evening that the crowd finally arrived at the Jinlong Reservoir. At this time, a large number of people had gathered at the foot of the Jinlong Reservoir, about several hundred people. Roadblocks and sentry towers have been set up at the intersection of the Ring Mountain Highway, and a group of fully armed people equipped with guns are guarding the checkpoint. Refugees are crowding in. Don't push, check one by one, and let them in one by one. If anyone doesn't obey my orders, I will kill him, fuck. A burly man was cursing at the intersection, looking very impatient. Everyone get in the fucking line. He fired several shots into the air. Under the deterrence of the gunshots, the crowd gradually restored order and lined up in an orderly manner. After the inspection, you can enter the level. It's called an inspection, but in fact it's just a casual body search, plus the seizure of weapons, which doesn't take much time. Suin noticed that there were 2 lines of small words on the head of the big man who fired the gun earlier. Superpower. Scent tracking E. Wealth value. 300. The big man was also an awakener. His ability level was a bit low, but he could remember the smell of zombies and track them by scent. He could easily identify those infected by the zombie virus in the crowd. Being assigned to guard the checkpoint here can be considered a professional match. Suin thought about it and trotted up to the big man, patted him on the shoulder, took out a pack of huazi from the wide space, and handed it to him. Brother, this small gesture is not a sign of respect. The big man grabbed the cigarette without thinking and put it in his pocket. This is good stuff. A pack of huazi can be exchanged for 3 pounds of pork on the island. You are quite sensible. Come in, you don't have to wait in line for inspection. Hey, thanks, bro. In this way, Suin successfully jumped the queue and passed the inspection. The most important thing is that I also copied a supernatural power. The proficiency of the plundering ability has also reached 80%. You can upgrade it by copying 2 more abilities. In less than half an hour, everyone was checked. Those who were carrying the virus were shot on the spot, and those who were infected, young and old, were gathered together and escorted to the dam. There was a cargo ship parked beside the reservoir. The refugees were driven into the cargo hold, and the cargo ship started to move towards the small island in the center of the reservoir. The refugees were whispering in the dim warehouse. Do you think we will be captured and used as laborers? It's fine as long as I have something to eat. It's better than starving to death. I don't have to worry about being eaten by zombies. Anyway, I'm happy to be a laborer. Put yourself in their shoes. It's not realistic to support us for free. We have to work more or less. I can accept working 5 days a week and resting 2 days a week, so working 8 hours a day. But if it's 996, the treatment can't be bad. At least you should have meat every 2 days. The salary must be discussed right from the start. The living conditions cannot be too bad. The food may not be very good, but at least it should be nutritionally balanced. We will reach a consensus later. We need to be firm and not give in easily. Otherwise, it will be difficult to negotiate conditions later. Everyone agrees, right? Yes, that makes sense. We have more people and have the capital to negotiate terms. Listening to the indignant words of the crowd, Suin couldn't help but twitch his lips. How many dishes are there to drink like this? Let's not talk about the Awaken ones sitting there. Didn't you see they all have guns? Let's see if you can talk about treatment after a burst of bullets. You should be thankful if they treat you like a human being. These people have lived in a peaceful and prosperous world for too long, and their thinking is seriously rigid. Even now, they are still daydreaming. Suin simply leaned against the cabin and closed his eyes to rest. He thought that listening to one more word would be an insult to his intelligence. Not to mention the managers here, his blood pressure would rise after hearing it. Comrade, don't you want to give us some advice? Just say whatever you want to say. I will summarize everyone's demands to facilitate the next negotiation. A man with glasses pushed his glasses frame and asked Suin. Suin waved his hands repeatedly. No, you intellectuals are good at this. I am a fool, and I won't get involved. The man with glasses looked at Suin with disdain, then stood up and said loudly, Then I will summarize everyone's collective demands. If there are any omissions, please add them. First of all, the accommodation conditions should be separate for men and women. If you are a couple, I hope there is a couple's dormitory. In terms of diet, you should have 2 meals a day, at least enough to eat, and at least one of the meals should contain meat. Entertainment. Chapter 32, The True Face of Sinner Island. In the imagination of a group of refugees, The cargo ship arrived at the island and slowly came ashore. The cargo hold was opened, and several men with guns stood outside, shouting into the cargo hold. "Get the hell out here! Hurry up! Don't waste time!" The crowd got off the boat and came to the shore. They couldn't help looking around. The island was surrounded by a high earthen wall with sentry towers and searchlights sweeping across it from time to time. The entire island looked like a giant mudstone beast crawling on the water. Then, led by several armed men, the crowd passed through the city wall gate and came to a square. Several bright lights were lit in the square, covering the refugees. A man in prison guard uniform stood on a platform and shouted with a megaphone. "Now listen to my orders. Men and women stand in 2 rows, men on the left and women on the right." There was a commotion among the crowd, but no one did what he said. The man with the eyes who had encouraged everyone in the cabin to speak out boldly stood up, raised his hand, and said loudly to the platform, "Comrade, could you please tell us what kind of treatment you can give us? We have come all the way to join you. We cannot let you down, and we have not yet decided to stay. We are not your employees, let alone your subordinates, so you have no right to order us around. Let's talk it over with sincerity." The man with glasses spoke so powerfully that everyone agreed with him. "Yes, show your sincerity. That's right. We have so many people and all kinds of talents. If you want us to stay and contribute, you have to give us corresponding treatment. Show your sincerity, or I'll turn around and leave. Whoever wants to stay here can stay." "Me too." The prison guards couldn't help but burst into laughter when they heard this. I'm dying of laughter. Did you hear that? They want us to show sincerity. Ha ha ha. Piglets actually want treatment? Did I hear correctly? Ha! The man on the platform also smiled and waved his hand casually. There was a gunshot and blood splattered everywhere. The man with glasses who led the group became a corpse. A murder! The crowd erupted in a commotion, and many refugees turned and ran away in fear, but the gate had already been locked. Several prison guards raised their machine guns and fired at the crowd. Suddenly, gunshots rang out and screams rang out. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen refugees were shot and fell to the ground, already dead. After a while, the gunfire stopped. The man on the platform gave another cold order. "I'll give you 3 minutes. Men and women must stand in 2 rows. Otherwise, I don't need to tell you what the consequences will be." The refugees were now obedient, and in less than a minute, the men and women stood separately. Looking at the prison guards armed with live ammunition, everyone was terrified. The timid ones were so frightened that their legs were shaking and they could hardly stand. "Okay, everyone pick your favorites and take them home. The rest can be kept in captivity." Following the order from the man on the platform, the prison guards rushed into the line of women with strange shouts and dragged any woman they saw by her hair. "What are you doing? Let my wife go. Stop touching my girlfriend, asshole." Bang, bang. Well, those who tried to resist were shot to death. Neither their wives nor their girlfriends could be saved, and they even lost their own lives. Some prison guards did not choose women, but men. A sharp sword, a sharp eye. "Come back with me. Let's fight head-on." Suen felt a chill. Fortunately, in order to prevent it from being too eye-catching, I smeared some mud on my face to hide my beauty. Otherwise, my chrysanthemum would be in tatters. After about 10 minutes, the guards finished selecting the women and took the rest away and locked them in the cell. The prison is divided into 3 floors with hundreds of rooms. Each room is less than 20 square meters, but holds more than a dozen people. Besides the people who were just locked up, there were many cells full of people. At least 700 to 800 people were locked up here. Suen was put in one of the cells. Fuck, these beasts are worse than pigs and dogs. They all deserve to go to hell. One of them punched the iron bars angrily, his eyes filled with anger and unwillingness. I thought that life would be better after arriving at Jinlong Reservoir. But who could have imagined that I was entering a dangerous place, where the people are all devils who kill without blinking an eye? You were also deceived by the flyers, right? A fat man who was originally locked up said sarcastically. There is no such thing as a free lunch in the world. We were all deceived. Were you also deceived to come here? How long have you been here? Not long, just 2 days earlier than you. I think you should save your energy and try to look more energetic. Otherwise, the fat man chuckled. You will become the broth that everyone drinks tomorrow morning. What? What do you mean? The fat man leaned against the wall, scratched his belly, and laughed evilly. What else can it mean? Do you know what they called us? Piglets. Piglets for bleeding and eating. They will save the heart and liver to eat with wine, and stew the intestines and fat in a pot, and bring them back to feed the prisoners. Either you eat human flesh obediently, or you will be dragged out and slaughtered to make soup. People always call me a fat pig before. Now I have really become a meat pig. Ha ha. Everyone was terrified when they heard the fat man's words, and some even fainted from fear. There is no bread or milk here, and it is even more unsafe. He lured those who were delusional to come here willingly to become feed and blood food. This is Sinner Island, a cannibalistic den built on lies. Chapter 33, Robbing at Night. It's night. The originally noisy prison gradually became quiet. Several prison guards were patrolling outside the cells with flashlights, knocking on the cell doors from time to time, and yelling at the prisoners to stop talking and go to sleep. Suin slowly opened his eyes, walked slowly to the door of the cell, and observed the situation outside through the iron bars. There are 3 patrolling prison guards, 1 on each floor, and they are all ordinary people, so it won't be difficult to kill them. The more troublesome thing is the monitoring and alarm, which must be bypassed. After a brief thought, Suin turned around and knocked out all the inmates, then stood at the cell door and quietly waited for the patrolling prison guards to arrive. 10 minutes later, a prison guard came over with a flashlight. Suin took the opportunity to whisper to the prison guard, "Sir, please come over here for a moment. I have something good to show you." The prison guard came over with a puzzled look on his face and cursed. "Boy, you..." However, before the prison guard could finish his words, the wrist-thick steel fence automatically opened. Suin stretched out his big hand, grabbed the other person's throat, and dragged him into the cell. With just a little effort, the prison guard was silently liberated. Then he changed into the uniform of a prison guard and swaggered out of the cell. After walking through the corridor and out of the cell area, I headed towards the living area where the prison guards were. He didn't even bother to take a second look at those areas that looked like ordinary dormitories. The status of Awaken people is relatively high, and they will definitely not live in ordinary dormitories. After wandering around the living area, I found that all the people were just ordinary people, so I simply checked the independent dormitories. When passing by an independent dormitory, Suin saw through the window that 2 tough guys were fighting hard in the room, which hurt his eyes. One of them is an ordinary person, and the other is an Awakened one. Superpower, Multiplication B. Wealth value, 1800. Multiplication ability. When the ability is released, the body can be multiplied and become larger, and the strength and speed are improved to a certain extent. As long as it is used properly, it can also control the local multiplication of the body. It's a pretty good ability. Suin first took out the iron chain from the wide space, then controlled the door lock to open automatically, and quietly entered the room. Without the 2 brothers knowing, the iron chain shot out quickly and trapped the 2 men who were fighting together like dumplings. Then quickly go over and activate the plundering ability. First copy the supernatural power, then plunder the wealth. In a split second, he decisively killed the witness and closed the door in one go. Continue to look for the next target. After searching for less than 10 minutes, a new target appeared. Superpower. Hearing amplification D. Wealth value, 700. The Awakened one was sleeping soundly. Suin did not wake him up, but activated his recently acquired ability of dream creation to weave a beautiful dream for him, in which he was eaten by the zombies. The other party soon showed an extremely enjoyable expression. His face gradually began to twist until his whole body twitched. Suin swaggered into the room and started looting. "Take it here. I want them all." Successfully replicated the ability, gained the ability. Hearing amplification D. Successfully plundered wealth. Obtained wealth value, 700. Plunder proficiency reaches 100%, skill upgrade. Plunder unlocks new ability strip. Stripping. Completely deprive the target of plunder of their abilities. The stripped abilities can be transferred to other people. Transfer target conditions. Favorability exceeds 60%. Hearing the system's announcement, Suin was greatly surprised. He had never expected that after the plundering ability was upgraded, a new function would be enabled. In the past, it was only possible to copy the abilities of the plundered target. Now, not only can it copy, but it can also completely deprive the target of its abilities, turning it from an Awakened person back into an ordinary person, directly kicking it from the clouds to the abyss. From plucking wool to scraping bones. This is even more cruel than killing someone. It's too much, too cruel. I'm so satisfied. Moreover, you can give away the stripped skills to others, which is absolutely a necessary weapon for building your own power in the future. It directly saves the trouble of recruiting other Awakeners for your own use. It is entirely possible to create a group of Awakened people by yourself. The premise is that there are so many people to plunder for him to strip away their superpowers. It is not very realistic at present, but as the Doomsday comes more and more times, the number of awakened people will also increase, and then it will be much easier to plunder. Let's start with this center island. Suin then turned into a black shadow and disappeared into the night. After searching the entire dormitory area, I only found one awakened person. Superpower: Water Vapor D. Wealth value: 1500. Suin took it in without hesitation, replicated and stripped a dragon, and then helped the other party reopen it. After checking the dormitory area, the next step is to check out the more upscale single-family villas. There are only 4 or 5 single-family villas on the island. Suin moved towards a 3-story villa at the edge, and after a few moves, he came to the balcony on the 2nd floor. The lights in the villa were not turned off yet. Through the gap in the curtains, you can see that the owner of the villa has not yet gone to bed. Instead, he was playing multiplayer landlord with a group of girls in the living room, and obscene sounds were heard from the room from time to time. This is a thin young man with red hair. Superpower: Fire Energy A. Wealth value: 200,000. Seeing the small words on the red-haired head, Su-in's eyes narrowed. The elemental combat ability has reached the A-level rating, which is already a very good ability. The wealth value is as high as 200,000. It should be a small boss-level character, a fat sheep for sure. It has to be said that the strength of the center island is still very strong. So far, 5 awakened people have been found. Compared to the small forces like the Dragon Tiger Gang, the overall strength of the center island is much stronger. I'm afraid it can be ranked among the top in the entire Suzhou area. The small bosses are all A-level, and the big bosses should be S-level. Thinking of the S-level ability, Suin couldn't help licking his lips. So far, he has collected 11 kinds of superpowers, but most of them are of poor quality. There are only 2 S-level abilities. S-class functional wide space. S-level elemental combat type lightning control. I am still too weak, and I can never reach the state of invincibility. If he has 17 or 18 S-level abilities at the same time, why would he be so sneaky? Just go and grab all his land. There is still a long way to go. Chapter 34: Killing the Little Boss Red-Haired Monster. At this moment, the red-haired monster was desperately playing in a 5-man team, and he didn't seem to be planning to take a break at all. If the opponent isn't a duo, then he can sneak in and give them a good beating without alerting other awakeners. He can defeat them one by one, and then no one will be able to escape. No matter where he enters from, he will be discovered by the people inside. It is inevitable to fight with a combat-type superpower. Although he is absolutely confident that he can beat the opponent, it will inevitably alert other awakened people. For a moment, Suin was in a dilemma, but when I saw the bloodthirsty bats flying overhead, my eyes lit up. Then he jumped onto the roof and opened his arms to the bats. "Come on, here's something delicious." The bats immediately spotted Suin and pounced on him like lightning. Then he was trapped in the huge electric net set up by Suin. Suin precisely controlled the voltage to burn the bat's brain nerves, but nothing unusual appeared on the outside. Then he took out a wire from the wide space, tied it to the bat's wings, and then controlled the wire to imitate the bats flying. Then he returned to the balcony with a small group of bat puppets, scattered dozens of steel nails on the ground, and then quietly hid in the dark. Controlled by the wire, the bats flapped their wings and kept hitting the windows. The sound of fighting in the house gradually faded away, and the red-haired monster came over and opened the window, cursing. "You damned bastards. How dare you ruin your father's fun, fuck." The red-haired monster opened his mouth and spurted out a stream of scorching flames. Under the flames, the bats were all turned into ashes, and even the iron wires were melted into molten iron. However, the red-haired monster did not notice that dozens of steel nails were quietly standing up not far from his feet. Some of them quietly slipped into the room, and the rest were pointing their spearheads at him. The time is now. Suin turned into a black shadow and rushed out from the shadows. His arm turned into an iron fist and punched the red-haired monster. The red-haired monster is worthy of being an A-level awakener. His sense of smell is extremely sensitive. He just dodged the fatal blow by turning sideways. You're looking for death. Being attacked by someone, the red-haired monster was immediately furious and spewed a mouthful of flames at Suin. Suin was prepared. He ducked to avoid the flames and punched out with all his strength. The red-haired monster's fists burned with flames, and he punched forward. The 2 fists collided with each other, making a dull sound. The iron arm, which had been strengthened, was unable to repel the red-haired monster. With one move, the two were evenly matched. This is the magic of A-level fire ability. The fire vortex, gushing out of the red-haired monster's fists, produced several small fire cyclones on his fists. While the lethality was enhanced, the defense was also enhanced several times. It seemed that this red-haired monster was very skilled in the use of supernatural powers and had a high level of skill proficiency. "Ha, bastard! You're still too young to kill me." The red-haired monster laughed wildly. Suin smiled slightly. "You're already dead, friend. Remember to watch your step when you get into a fight in your next life." All this was within Suin's expectations. If you can be knocked out with one punch, you are not worthy of being called an A-level psychic. At that moment, several steel nails on the ground shot towards the red-haired monster. The incident happened so fast that the red-haired monster was shocked and quickly withdrew. A flame spurted out of his mouth, melting the steel into molten iron. But before the red-haired man could catch his breath, a huge electric current instantly struck his entire body. Under the electric flash, the red-haired man felt numb all over, and his body froze in place. Several steel wires shot out and tied up the red-haired monster. The red-haired monster lost his balance and fell to the ground. He screamed twice and opened his mouth to spit out flames again. At this moment, Suin stepped forward, took out a palm-length steel nail, and pierced the red-haired monster's lower jaw from bottom to top, and pierced the upper jaw along with the tongue, completely nailing the red-haired monster's mouth shut. "Bring it here." Pillarable object detected. Please select the looting direction. Replicate superpowers, strip off superpowers, and plunder wealth. Superpower replication is successful. Superpower obtained. Firepower. Successful stripping of supernatural power. Obtaining a giftable supernatural power. Fire energy A. Successfully plundered wealth and gained 20W wealth. The goal was achieved. Suin released the steel nail in his hand, and the steel nail, under the control of his mind, pierced through the upper jaw of the red-haired monster and broke out. Red-haired monster, dead. He stood up, clapped his hands, and walked into the house. At this time, several women in the room had fallen to the ground, with a steel nail in their throats, deader than dead. At this moment, Suin controlled the steel nail to fly into the room, killing these women who could be used as alarms if they screamed. But there was still a woman with her mouth tied with wire. Suin sat on the sofa, bent down, and looked down at the woman. "Now you have to answer whatever I ask you. If you dare to yell, you can go and accompany your sisters." The woman nodded hurriedly, with tears in her eyes. Suin untied the woman with a single wave of his hand. "Who is the red-haired guy I just killed? What's his rank here?" His name is Ho Chi, nicknamed Monkey 3, and he is the third in command of the island." The woman answered quickly, without hesitation. "How many heads are there on the island?" Three. "Talk about each one." "I'll tell you, the second in command is Huang She. The first in command is Zhu Tai. The first and second in command were originally prisoners in the Black Mountain prison. After the disaster broke out, they led a rebellion and escaped, and then came here. The third in command joined later." "What are the special powers of the first and second in command?" "Well, I don't know." "Really?" Suin frowned slightly. "Really, big brother, please don't kill me. I will tell you everything I know." The woman knelt down and begged. "By the way, I heard that the earth walls on the island were built by the second in command alone, and it was built in one day." Hearing the woman's words, Suin was slightly surprised. The island is about the size of a dozen football fields. It is a bit exaggerated that one person built a wall more than 10 meters high to surround the entire island in one day. What is an infrastructure maniac? Interesting. What about the boss? Is there any rumor about him? I have never seen the boss, but I have heard from others that he likes to eat people, and he eats every day. Chapter 35, The Man-Eating Boss. Suin stood up and left the red-haired monster's villa, closing the door behind him and disappearing into the night as a black shadow. As for the woman, he knocked her unconscious, and she couldn't wake up for several hours. It was a dark and windy night, and the others didn't know that their third master was already impatient to reincarnate. Suin's next task is to deal with the remaining two bosses. He had a hunch that the first and second in command might have S-level abilities, and even if they were not S-level, they would be at the top of the A-level. He will be the strongest person he has ever met. The best way is to defeat them one by one. Facing two S-level awakeners at the same time is a bit too much for him. A guard was yawning while on patrol, when suddenly several wires attacked him and dragged him into the shadows. A pair of cold eyes came towards me. "Tell me where your first and second in command are. If you are not afraid of death, you can try to shout for help or just keep silent." The guard nodded desperately. The wire on the mouth then slowly loosened. Brother, spare my life. I will tell you everything. The boss is always in the basement, and the second in command is in the tallest villa. Where is the basement? It's in the back mountain. If you go over there, you can see the door to the basement. The boss is the only one there. Normally, no one dares to go there. Not even our own people dare to go there. When the boss gets angry, he will even eat his own people. Your boss really likes to eat people? Speaking of the boss, the guard's face turned pale. The boss doesn't like to eat people, but he only eats people, and he especially likes to eat people's hearts and livers. Several brothers on our island have died because of this, so we have to lure people from outside here. Those pigs are raised for the boss. Hearing the guard's answer, Suin couldn't help but frown. Cannibalism is common in the end times, but it is almost always done to fill the stomach and survive. Because human flesh is not delicious, and cannibalism also has a certain probability of contracting prion, and once infected, it is basically waiting to die. The risk is too great. Therefore, those who have the conditions generally will not choose to eat human flesh. Only those who are struggling on the line between life and death will eat whatever they see. He had never seen a boss who ate people just for the sake of eating them. Either a pervert or a monster. But no matter whether it is a pervert or a monster, Suin wants to see it and broaden his horizons. Then he strangled the guard's head with a single swing of the wire and followed the guard's instructions to quietly move towards the back mountain. Just as the guard said, the entire back hill was silent. Not a single person could be seen. This shows how much people here fear the boss. After passing a large stone step on the back hill, a half-open iron gate came into view. I could vaguely see the dim, incandescent light pouring out from the crack of the gate. The night was dark, the lights were flickering, the mountain wind was whirring, the iron door was creaking, and the atmosphere seemed a little scary. Suin rushed to the door and looked sideways inside. This is a huge underground passage dug by human hands. It is more than 5 meters wide and high. Fresh chisel marks can be vaguely seen on the passage, which shows that this passage should have been dug not long ago. There are several wires connected in series on the wall of the passage, and there is an incandescent bulb lighting every certain distance. At this time, no one could be seen in the long and narrow passage, and there was no end in sight. Suin didn't think much about it. He just gently opened the iron door and went in. As soon as he entered the passage, a foul odor hit him in the face, making him want to vomit. Suin was not unfamiliar with this smell. This is the smell of rotting corpses. Because humans are very long-lived omnivores, the smell after they rot is much more smelly than that of dead vegetarian cows and horses. It is a smell that is more plague than stench. After walking about 100 meters in the passage, the surrounding space gradually became wider, but at the same time it became more strange. There are human skeletons hanging upside down on the walls and ceiling, which looks a bit like the White Bone Cave in Journey to the West. However, since these human bones were only recently removed, there were still pieces of meat and rotten skin stuck to them. Under the high temperature in summer, the pieces of meat had begun to rot and stink. A large number of flies and insects were hovering over the bones and breeding. Occasionally, maggots would wriggle and fall to the ground. A small layer of maggots, desperately crawling upwards, had already piled up in the corners of the wall. This is where the pungent stench in the passage comes from. After going several dozen meters deeper, the passage branched out. Suin randomly chose an intersection and walked in. This passage is not long, less than 20 meters, and it ends at the corner. At the end was a heavy iron door. The surrounding temperature was obviously several degrees higher, and it was stuffy and hot. This big iron door is similar to the door of a freezer and can be opened from the outside. Driven by curiosity, Suin walked to the gate, turned the handle, and slowly opened the iron gate. A chill suddenly hit me. Just as he expected, there was indeed a large freezer behind the door. Because the ice cave heat sink is connected to the channel, the temperature in the channel will be slightly higher. This freezer is about 200 to 300 square meters in size. At this time, there were densely packed iron hooks hanging above the cold storage, and on the iron hooks were hung upside down corpses wrapped in frost. It looked roughly like there were more than 40 or 50 corpses. I think this should be the boss's refrigerator. Suin couldn't help but wonder, could he finish eating so much meat? However, a normal person with a perverted mentality naturally cannot understand. Leaving the ice house, Suin returned along the road and headed towards the other end of the passage. He soon reached the end, and there was still a large iron gate blocking his way. The iron door was not closed tightly, and I could vaguely hear the sound of happy humming coming from behind the door. Suin leaned over to the crack of the door and looked inside. This is a very oddly designed room. The kitchen and bedroom are in the same house. To be more precise, the kitchen is the bedroom. In the corner of the room stood a large bed covered in black oil stains. The bedding and mattress had turned shiny black due to the oil stains. Next to the bed was a large iron table with some uneaten meat on it. The meat was not fully cooked and had traces of blood on it. A bunch of flies were circling back and forth on the table. The walls of the room were covered with dried or salted corpses. In the center of the room was a large stove. At this time, the stove was still burning and something was cooking. Next to the stove, a big meatball was standing in front of the chopping board, chopping the ingredients with a kitchen knife and humming a happy tune. Seeing the meatball, Suin secretly smacked his lips. More than 2 meters tall and 2 meters wide, the upper body is naked and the fat is almost hanging to the ground. Is this still a human being? Compared to this, the obese explosion zombies can be described as skinny. Chapter 36, Fighting Half-Zombie. At the same time, Suin also saw 4 lines of small words appearing on the top of the meat mountain. Half-corpse, hungry tyrant LV8. Skills, super evolution, gluttony, madness, bloodthirstiness. Superpower, super energy storage S. Wealth value, 268,000,000. Seeing these 4 lines of small words, even though Suin was well informed, he couldn't help but twitch his lips. What is this? There are zombie levels and skills, and awaken people's abilities and wealth. Zombies or awaken ones? Or both? It's probably both zombies and awaken ones. Half-corpse means that it is a zombie that has not been completely infected, so it is called half-corpse. Generally speaking, after being infected by the zombie virus, even the awakened ones will turn into zombies, unless they are vaccinated against zombies. This kind of half-human, half-zombie species is the first time he has seen it. It really is a great insight. This should be the boss. No wonder everyone on the island is afraid of him. This thing has completely evolved into a monster that is neither human nor corpse. Eating people has become an instinct. Judging from his weight, his appetite must be quite large. It is not excessive to eat 100 to 180 kilograms of human flesh in one meal. If you're a bit more picky, you might eat several adult men in one meal. If you calculate it this way, the frozen meat in the cold storage is not enough for him to eat for a long time. At this moment, the boss who was chopping meat suddenly stopped moving, raised his head, and sniffed the air like a dog. A rumbling sound in the throat. Hey, it's the smell of fresh human flesh. It smells so good. The head of the family suddenly turned his head and looked at the door. His bloated face was full of fat. In order to avoid being blocked by the strip of meat hanging down from his forehead, one of the pieces had been torn apart. The big swollen mouth was 4 or 5 times bigger than that of a normal person, and the teeth had turned into shark-like saw-like sharp teeth. The big boss made a strange gurgling sound, stretched out his hands to pull down 2 large kitchen knives more than 1 meter long from the wall, and rushed towards the door. The ground was shaking as he ran. Suin secretly said bad luck and kicked the door without hesitation, using the force to fly back. He forgot that the boss was almost like a zombie and he ate human flesh every day, so he was particularly sensitive to human smell. In such a confined space, the smell of a living person he exuded could easily be detected by the other party. The door of the room that he had just exited was knocked away, and the bloated body of the boss slowly emerged from the dust. He was seen holding a kitchen knife in each hand, and the 2 knives were rubbing against each other, making a harsh rustling sound. Where did you come from, little mouse? You smell so good. I really want to eat your heart and liver. The boss stared at Suin's flesh crack with eyes full of greed and tyranny. Suin did not answer and directly took out dozens of steel bars from the wide space. His whole body exploded with lightning, and the steel bars, wrapped in lightning, shot towards the boss. The big boss didn't dodge or evade. He raised the kitchen knife to block his head and let the steel bar pierce into his body. Blood splattered and lightning flashed everywhere. Suin was not happy at all when he saw this. The steel bar was only inserted to a depth less than a palm's length, which was just enough to break the skin of the boss. Moreover, he could feel that the power of the lightning he had fired was rapidly decreasing. On the one hand, the fat layer of the boss weakened the voltage, and on the other hand, the boss's special ability took effect. Super Energy Storage S. In simple terms, it absorbs the damage received and uses it for its own benefit. At the same time, it can also store energy and return the next attack several times. This ability is an extremely terrifying combat ability. It is good at accumulating power to counterattack, and its explosive power is particularly terrifying. If you can't kill him with one strike, you will be counterattacked with multiple times the power. Gulyalu, little mouse, you hit me so hard, I'm going to kill you and eat your heart and liver. The boss suddenly became extremely furious. His pupils dyed blood red, and he had already activated the frenzy skill. His body's functions were greatly enhanced, his speed and strength soared again, and combined with his own super energy storage, his destructive power had reached an extremely terrifying level. He turned into an irrational and increasingly enraged monster. Go to hell! A burst of blood flashed around the boss body, and he rushed directly towards Suin. His speed was so fast that it was astonishing, like a chariot running at full speed, which was out of tune with his fat and bloated body. Man of Steel. Suin did not dare to be careless. He directly activated the iron body and instantly turned into an Iron Man. But even with the iron body activated, Suin still didn't dare to fight the opponent head-on. Instead, he used magnetic energy to control his iron body and flew up directly. He kicked into the rock on the ceiling and fell on the ceiling. The boss immediately pounced on the ground, but the two kitchen knives left 2 half-meter deep cuts on the ground. The attack missed, but the boss didn't stop. He jumped up without raising his head, and his huge body crashed towards Suin on the ceiling like a cannonball. Suin was prepared and dodged it with a jump. Bang! The boss hit the ceiling directly, making a dull sound. The rubble flew everywhere. A big hole was knocked out of the ceiling, and half of the boss's body was stuck in the rock. Retreat! Suin ran out of the passage without hesitation. The terrain here is too narrow, and the speed and strength of the big boss have almost reached the limit. He has no advantage here, so he can only lead him to a wide area to fight. The big boss roared, tearing the stone wall apart, and his huge body fell to the ground with a bang. The furious boss brandished a kitchen knife and chased after Suin. The ground was shaking as he ran, and every step he took left a deep footprint on the ground. Chapter 37, The Boss of Gauze. Suin jumped out of the underground passage. He casually took out several hundred kilograms of thin steel wire from the wide space and threw it on the ground. Under the control of electromagnetic force, the steel wire weaved into a large net on the ground. Bang! Then the door of the basement was knocked away, and the boss rushed out. I'm going to kill you, damn rat. At this time, the boss had fallen into a state of complete rage, almost insane. After seeing Suin not far away, he rushed over with a rumble. At this moment, the wire mesh that Suin had set up in advance suddenly rose up and wrapped up the bloated body of the boss. The sudden change caused the boss to lose his balance and fall to the ground. Under the huge inertia, he rolled more than 10 meters. Suin was prepared. He flew forward, grabbed the wire mesh, and shouted angrily. The boss's huge body, weighing 800 or 900 pounds, was lifted up. Then he smashed the ground with a loud rumble, leaving holes all over the ground. After hitting it dozens of times, Suin threw it towards the stone wall not far away. There was a loud bang, and the boss crashed into the stone wall. Although the boss thought he was seriously injured, he was already dizzy. Suin took advantage of the situation and threw another punch. This punch hit the big boss's fat body without any resistance. After touching the boss's body, Suin immediately started to plunder. Come and get it. A lootable object has been detected. Please select the looting direction. Copy, strip, and plunder wealth. Immediately, a 3-companion plunder team was assigned to the boss. Successfully replicated to obtain superpowers. Super Energy Storage S. Successful stripping of the ability can be given the ability. Super Energy S. Successful in plundering wealth. 268 million wealth was obtained, and the materials have been transferred to the wide area space. Please check as soon as possible. Another S-level ability is obtained, and there are materials worth 26.8 million wealth points. If there is a special effects narration, it must be, wow, the legend of gold, gold, gold. The big boss roared in anger, and his huge body burst out with great force, tearing the wire mesh apart with a swish sound. A punch full of force smashed down toward Suin. This time, Suin did not dodge or retreat. He took a defensive stance, and a lightning ball gathered in his palm. Donk! The boss punched Suin's arm, making a dull sound of metal collision. The whole person was knocked back several meters, and his feet left a deep scratch on the ground. Super Energy Storage. Suin slowly uttered a few cold words, and blood suddenly appeared around him. The lightning in his palm also grew 10 times larger. Then he kicked his feet and turned into a ray of lightning, hitting the boss. The unstoppable punch tore through the sound barrier, tore through the thick skin and flesh of the boss, and blasted straight through the boss's body. Most of Su-An's arm was stuck in the boss's flesh. Wow! The boss vomited a mouthful of blood, and the blood-red color in his eyes gradually faded. His frenzy was lifted, and his sanity was restored. No! Impossible! Why are your abilities the same as mine? How could this be possible? Because this is your ability, you idiot. The big boss pupils suddenly shrank. How could this happen? How could this happen? My superpower is gone. Give me back my superpower. I will kill you, the boss said as he reached out to grab Su-An. You no longer have this opportunity. Su-An gently squeezed his palm, and a powerful lightning immediately exploded from his palm. The violent force of thunder and lightning gushed out from the boss' body, tearing every inch of his flesh and blood. Just heard a crash. The boss's entire body split apart, turning into hundreds of pieces of rotten meat piled on the ground, leaving only a bloated head standing on the pile of meat. The boss opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but because his trachea had been shattered and his vocal cords had lost their function, he couldn't say anything. Finally, out of reluctance and anger, the boss's eyes gradually lost focus, and his life was frozen at this moment. The boss dead. Su-An jumped lightly onto a huge rock and frowned as he looked at the blood and flesh all over his body. If you can avoid using this trick in the future, then don't use it. Detonating lightning from within the enemy's body is very lethal, but the visual effect is a bit disappointing, and the rotten flesh will be splattered all over the enemy, which is really disgusting. This boss is indeed strong enough. With the dual abilities of a half-corpse plus an awakener, his physical strength and defense alone are close to S-level abilities, and he also has S-level energy storage. It's a very tanky group and has high damage. But the disadvantage is that the IQ is not very good, especially after falling into the frenzy state. The IQ is infinitely close to negative. I became stronger, but also became cerebral palsy. God knows if he ate too much human flesh, and the prion burned his brain. When Su-An thought about the boss's love of eating human flesh, his heart skipped a beat. Could it be that the supplies he looted from this guy were all human flesh? Su-An hurriedly checked in the wide space. I saw a lot of new supplies added to the wide space. 100 tons of rice, flour, grain and oil, 30 tons of fruits and vegetables, 80 tons of pork, mutton and beef, and 10 tons of wine. I hope it's not human flesh. They're all normal supplies. Su-An breathed a sigh of relief. So here comes a question. This boss only likes to eat human flesh, and there is no other supplies stored in his basement. Where do these supplies come from? After thinking about it, it could only be looted from the island's supply inventory. Although the boss doesn't like these things, they do belong to him. And the meats had signs of being frozen, so they must have been stored in a cold storage. I think there must be a huge material storage warehouse somewhere on the island. I don't know how much is left. The things we looted this time are almost half of what we got from Tiger Lord. If there are still so many in the warehouse, it will be a great profit, even if you can survive the end of the world. Think about the day when the apocalypse just arrived. He looted the entire community and only got a few thousand supplies. In comparison, it was pitifully little. It still depends on how fast you grab it. Just as Su-An was in a daze, he saw a huge hand of sand and stone descending from the sky, slamming him into the ground with one palm, creating a large pit of 5 or 6 meters on the ground. Chapter 38, We Are All Cowards. A man in prison uniform slowly walked to the boss's pile of parts and knelt down. The man held up the head of the boss with trembling hands and carefully wiped the blood off the head with white gloves. Brother, I'm late. I'm sorry. The man's voice was choked with sobs, and his eyes were red. Clatter! A steel figure broke through the gravel and slowly stood up. Pooh! Su-An spat out a mouthful of saliva mixed with sand and gravel. The power of this slap was actually very average. It just looked intimidating, and it was far inferior to the power of the humanoid monster like the boss. But his clothes were damaged, being torn into rags by the sand and stones. He slowly turned his head and looked at the man who was crying not far away. This man should be the second in command. 2 lines of small words caught my eye. Superpower, Sand and Stone Master S. Wealth value, 38000000. Another S-level ability. Elemental, can manipulate sand and other materials, both combat and functional abilities. He had seen it once in his previous life. That person is also an S-level sand and stone master. He built a huge city made of sand and stone by himself, occupied a piece of land, and became the king. He was nicknamed Lord of Yellow Sand. This shows the power of this ability. There is no S-level ability that is bad, let alone this kind of multifunctional S-level ability. What made Suin even more delighted was that this man's wealth was as high as 38 million. Together with the supplies of the big boss, the total amount even exceeds that of Tiger Lord. The total wealth of these two groups of people has exceeded 100 million points. If converted into money, it is at least 10 billion. No wonder he had such a hard time in his previous life. It felt like the supplies in Sioux City had evaporated out of thin air. The scarcity made no sense. How many supplies are there in the entire Sioux City? I guess most of them were looted by these two groups. But if you think about it carefully, it makes sense. It seems to be accidental, but it is inevitable. Tiger Lord is a natural starter. The one who is close to the water gets the moon first. Sinner Island crushes everything with its powerful strength. Both groups awakened at the best time, and they were their own team, so they could search for a large amount of supplies in a short time. It is not difficult for Tiger Lord to store things with the wide space. Sinner Island is even easier with two S-level monsters leading the way. Both of them are shady people, so they will not leave anyone alive. A cancer, a complete apocalyptic cancer. How can others survive if they take so many supplies? Am I a cancer now? That's okay, it smells so good. The second in command turned his head and looked at Suin with red eyes, his eyes bursting with deep hatred. Who are you? Why? Why did you kill my brother? We have no grudge against you. Suin twisted his body and loosened his aching body. The sound of metal colliding between his bones was heard. He jumped lightly to a place not far from the second in command. Suin looked at the second in command and snorted disdainfully. Why pretend to be a sheep when we are all wolves? When you were handing out flyers everywhere to attract ordinary people to come and die, didn't you ever think that you would also attract demons who could kill you? Unfortunately, I am the demon that was attracted to you. It's your bad luck to meet me. The second in command looked at Suin angrily. You killed my eldest brother just because of those ordinary people? Suin shrugged. That's not the case. If I must say, there's actually not much difference between you and me. We're both essentially predators who bully the weak. You like to rob ordinary people of their fate, lock them up in prison, and dominate their life and death. Because you were once prisoners, you also lost control of your own fate. When you gain powerful power, the first thing you think of is to dominate the fate of others. Because you are cowards, you are afraid and terrified, so you put on the most terrifying prison guard uniform and become the perpetrators. When you two brothers were in prison, you must have been small fry and bullied a lot, right? Your brother must have often not had enough to eat. The scar on your forehead was caused by a cigarette burn. Is your chrysanthemum okay? Do you think I'm right? You are a prisoner in the guise of a prison guard. The second in command was hit in the sore spot by Suin. He stood up suddenly and threw a huge fist made of sand and stone at Suin. That's enough. Shut up. Suin did not retreat, nor did he allow the super energy storage to be activated. He raised his fist and went forward to meet the enemy. With a bang, the big hand of sand and gravel was broken apart. In a hurry? I know you're in a hurry, but wait, I haven't finished talking yet. Do you know why I didn't leave immediately after I killed your brother? Because I was waiting for you to come and get killed. As Suin finished speaking, hundreds of steel bars floated up from behind him and shot towards the second in command. It's still unclear who killed whom. I want you to be buried with my eldest brother. The second in command snorted coldly, and a yellowish-brown light appeared around him. A pair of large sandstone hands broke out from under his feet. The sand and gravel hands alternately block all the flying steel bars. Suin had already prepared himself for the attack. He leaped high into the air with a flash of lightning and smashed towards the second in command. Seeing Suin leap into the air, the second in command showed a trace of disdain. There was no leverage point in the air, so I could only let him slaughter me. The second in command stamped his feet slightly, and a huge hand 10 meters away broke out of the ground. The giant hand turned into a fist and smashed towards Suin in the air. Go to hell, idiot! This attack contained his full strength. Even a body made of steel would be crushed. There is only one person who can take his move. That is the big brother with super energy, but the big brother is dead. However, at this moment, he heard a series of cold syllables that made him shudder with fear coming from the sky. Super energy storage. The moment the giant hand hit him, Suin immediately activated the super energy storage to fight back. Puff! Suin's body turned into a cannonball and pierced through the giant hand like a rotten wood. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of the second in command. When he passed by and plundered, he grabbed the other's throat with one claw and smashed it hard on the ground. He pressed the second in command to the ground, slid for several meters, leaving a deep scratch on the ground, and then he came to a stop. Wow! The second in command felt a sweet sensation in his throat and vomited a mouthful of blood. Su-An's voice slowly sounded. In fact, I'm the same as you. We're both cowards. I'm also afraid of being powerless, afraid of being betrayed, afraid of having my fate controlled by others, afraid of having one of my legs chopped off and thrown into a mass grave like in my previous life, and of eating rotten corpses like an animal to survive. So in this life, I want to become stronger than anyone else, and I will pay any price for this. Chapter 39. I'm rich. Everything I own is mine. Successfully obtained the ability to replicate. Sand and Stone Master S. Successfully plunder the ability to obtain the gift ability. Sand and Stone Master S. Successfully plundered wealth. Obtained 38 million points of wealth. Has been transferred to the wide area space. Please check as soon as possible. After the 3 consecutive robberies, Su-An saved the second in command. Since then, all 3 leaders of Sinner Island have died without exception, and all the supplies have been looted by Su-An. I think the supply warehouse of Sinner Island should be empty. However, Su-An did not leave immediately, but turned back to the island and continued to make money. Without the 3 big bosses in charge, he could be completely unbridled and plunder the enemy base. Suddenly, the sirens on the island sounded, and the prison guards rushed out, some holding cold weapons, some carrying hot weapons. Su-An turned into a black shadow and started plundering. 300 points of wealth? Here you go. This one has 500 points. The needle doesn't poke. 30 o'clock? You are poor enough. Take it away. How dare you come out to see people at 8 o'clock? I'll clean you up. For a moment, Su-An was like a man in an empty land. He plundered everyone he saw, no matter how much the wealth was worth, and took it all. He even confiscated the opponent's weapons. Seeing that Su-An was invulnerable, the prison guards panicked. Their 3 invincible bosses were nowhere to be found. So the guards dropped their guns and ran to the water's edge, trying to escape by boat. Su-An will make them happy. Get off my boat! Mine, all mine is mine. He kicked people into the water one by one and put all the boats into the wide space. The escaped prison guards had no choice but to flee back to the center of the island, huddled together and trembled. This time, Su-An did not chase after him, but instead looked at the vast reservoir and fell into deep thought. Since we are here, the water resources in the reservoir have not been polluted yet, but we can't say for sure what will happen in a few days. Maybe we can take some away for backup. Besides, water resources will be extremely scarce in the second Doomsday, even more so than food. So Su-An used his mind to transform a reservoir in the wide space. Then the water from the entire reservoir was directly put into the wide space. After the water was diverted and emptied, densely packed fish and shrimp were revealed, at least 100,000 tons. There are also unexpected gains. I'll take them. After collecting the fish and shrimp, Su-An looked at the silt at the bottom of the reservoir. He couldn't help but collect another 1,000,000 tons. This thing is a good thing for growing vegetables and seedlings. No matter if it can be used or not, just take it first. There is still a lot of empty space in the wide area, and even now it has not filled up 1/10 of the area. After getting almost everything, Su-An left with satisfaction. He had originally seized a helicopter and wanted to drive it back directly, but unfortunately he had never learned how to fly a plane. I'm pretty good at it. Then I had to give up, cross the dry reservoir, and get to the road, take out my motorcycle, step on the accelerator, and return along the road. After Su-An left, the surviving prison guards dared to quietly show up. When everyone saw that the entire reservoir was dry, they were stunned. The monster is finally gone. It was so scary. He looked at me, and I felt like I was going to die. I don't know if the bosses were killed by him. What's going on? Where's the water in the reservoir? Why is there not a drop left? Just as the prison guards were in a state of chaos, a shout of killing broke out from the direction of the prison. Oh no! The prisoners have escaped. What should we do? It's over. Our weapons were taken away by that guy just now. What else can we do? Run! There were 800 or 900 prisoners in total, but only 70 or 80 of them were left alive, less than 1/10 of the total number of prisoners. They had no weapons and could not fight at all, so they had to flee in panic. As a result, a battle royale broke out on the Jinlong Reservoir, and the angry prisoners launched a ruthless pursuit of the prison guards. Su-An, who left early, naturally didn't know about all this. Riding a motorcycle leisurely on the road, humming a little tune, feeling relaxed and happy. This trip brought me 8 superpowers, 2 of which were S level, plus over 50 million in wealth and supplies. Now we have collected 4 S level abilities, with a total value of tens of billions of materials. Even if you look at the entire apocalypse, there is absolutely no one better developed than him. As long as he wants, he can start playing at any time. At this moment, he felt that even the air was sweet. At this moment, a survivor camp not far away caught his attention. This is a small camp covering only a few hundred square meters, surrounded by iron fences. A blazing fire is burning in the center of the camp, and a dozen survivors are cheering around the campfire. Next to the bonfire was a small wooden stage with a large iron cage on it. Inside the cage was a calf-sized cat covered in black scales. Next to the cage was a zombie chained to the ground. The zombies seemed to be very afraid of the strange animals in the iron cage and kept struggling to escape. A woman wrapped in a white sheet was standing in front of the cage and giving a vivid speech to the audience. Look everyone, this is the divine beast sent to us by God. It will lead us to escape from suffering. When the Lord of divine beasts comes, there will be a clear sky. When the Lord of divine beasts comes, there will be good days. The evil and dirty zombies will soon be destroyed by the Lord of divine beasts, and the Lord of divine beasts will protect its loyal and devout believers to overcome the crisis. Lost lambs, offer your loyalty and tribute to the Lord of divine beasts. The almighty Lord of divine beasts will protect you. Under the woman's instigation, the crowd in the stands burst into applause, and many people actually took out food and put it in the iron bucket beside the stands to offer to the so-called divine beast. Mutated animal, scale cat LV6. Suin. He had seen the things in the cage in his previous life. This is not some mythical animal. It is clearly a mutated rural cat. Not only does it not protect people, it also eats people. Chapter 40, Taming a New Favorite. You can't blame these people for being bewitched. With the presence of this mutant cat, ordinary zombies and bloodthirsty bats dare not approach this camp easily, and the onlookers are naturally confused. You have to know that they usually don't even dare to go out at this time. Otherwise, they will be bitten to death by bloodthirsty bats if they are not careful. How can they gather around the fire and be safe and sound like now? But strictly speaking, mutant animals are also new species that have evolved from being infected by the zombie virus. Because of the different evolutionary levels of individuals, some mutant animals are much higher than ordinary zombies. To ordinary zombies, this is pure blood suppression. It is not out of any blessing for believers. Moreover, cats are natural hunters. They are extremely cruel to animals smaller than themselves. Even if they don't want to eat them, they will catch them and kill them. After the mutation, this characteristic not only did not disappear, but it became more and more widespread. After the apocalypse, humans have completely become inferior at the bottom of the food chain, and in the eyes of mutant creatures, they are the prey of choice. This mutant cat might be injured, otherwise it would have rushed out of the cage and sent its believers to heaven with one claw. But if they continue to feed the mutant cats like this, after their injuries are healed, these people will still die. However, what surprised Suin was that this mutant cat was very quiet. It lay lazily in the iron cage, occasionally taking a bite of the believers' offerings, staring at the crowd with its big copper bell-like eyes, which were full of human and playful colors. It's like watching a bunch of retards. Isn't this thing injured? If the mutant cat was not injured, this iron cage would not be able to trap it at all. The only possibility is that it went involuntarily. The reason why it did not resist was to eat and drink for free and to take advantage of the believers' tribute for free. The ultimate freeloader. When the believers can no longer afford to offer it, it will eat the believers. It has become a spirit. This possibility is not ruled out at all. Most mutant creatures lose their rationality and become bloodthirsty and violent due to the virus. But a small number of them have evolved more completely, and their IQ has also been enhanced. Before evolution, cats' IQs were roughly equivalent to that of a 2- or 3-year-old human child. After evolution, their IQs have increased several times, so it's no problem for them to catch up with the intelligence of ordinary people. This would explain why this mutant cat is so smart. Of course, these are just his guesses. We have to try them to know if they are true or not. Suin couldn't help but jump off the motorcycle, walked into the camp, and came to the stand, then jumped lightly onto the stand and walked towards the iron cage. Hey, who are you? What are you doing here? Get down quickly. You haven't been recognized by the Lord of Divine Beasts yet. You are not qualified to stand here. Before you are recognized by the Lord of Divine Beasts, all you have to do is offer your loyalty and sacrifice. The woman in the white sheet stood in front of Suin, looking unhappy. Suin glanced at the other person calmly, and a cold, murderous intent swept over him. The woman felt a chill all over her body and could not help but took several steps back. What do you want to do? Suin ignored him and went straight to the iron cage, smiling at the mutant cat and said, I'm craving cat meat. I think your fat will be enough for me to eat for a long time. The mutant cat suddenly turned its head, anger reflected in its green eyes, and the scales on its neck exploded and stood up. Seeing the mutant cat's performance, Suin nodded slightly. Not bad, it's easy to talk to as long as you can understand what people say. However, Suan's words not only angered the mutant cat, but also angered the believers present. Presumptuous! Who gave you the courage to insult the Lord of Divine Beasts? Where did this bastard come from? Get him out of here! You will be punished. The Lord of the Divine Beast will punish you for your disrespect. Suin completely ignored the criticism from his followers. Slowly raise a finger, and you can faintly see electric lights surging on the fingertip. Meow! The mutant cat in the cage felt threatened by Suin, let out a strange cry, and then stood up and broke open the cage, jumping 5 or 6 meters away. Sand. The mutant cat looked at Suin warily, hunched over with scales all over its body, and kept making low roars from its mouth. Ah! It's over, it's over. The god of divine beasts is angry. Damn bastard, he offended the divine beast master. Master divine beast, please calm down. Seeing the mutant cat easily break through the iron cage and jump 5 or 6 meters away, the believers were frightened and their faces turned pale. This is much scarier than a lion or a tiger, beyond everyone's cognition. This makes everyone more convinced that this is undoubtedly a mythical beast. Its perception of danger is pretty good too. Suin was even more satisfied with the mutant cat's performance. High IQ and good perception of danger. He's a good guard at home. How about coming with me, little thing? Go back and help me look after the house. My family treats you very well, Suin said as he approached the mutant cat step by step. The mutant cat kept retreating. In its perception, the human in front of it was extremely dangerous, stronger than any creature it had ever seen, and it was no match for him. Escape, must escape. It is the instinct of animals to escape. Even the top predators are no exception. When the enemy is too powerful to resist, running away is the only option. Don't leave in such a hurry. Suin waved his hand, and the surrounding iron fences suddenly flew up from the ground, surrounding the mutant cat in the center. Seeing this, the mutant cat struggled to break out of the encirclement. But no matter how it jumped and bit, it could not break free from the iron fence. In the end, it was tightly wrapped by countless metal objects and fell to the ground, unable to move. Even so, he continued to roar at Suin, biting the iron fence with his sharp teeth desperately to escape, revealing his ferocious appearance for a moment. Tisk! Suin smacked his lips impatiently. What I like most is to convince people with reason. Let's have a good talk. As he spoke, he took out a more than 1 meter long kitchen knife that he had seized from the boss from the wide space and stuck it into the ground with a puff. Seeing the big kitchen knife, the mutant cat stopped struggling. The bloody aura from the kitchen knife made it dizzy. It had no doubt that the strange man in front of it would chop it to pieces with a knife. He immediately stopped struggling and put on a well-behaved look. Meow. The cry was gentle, without any of the fierceness from before, and the attitude changed as fast as the face changing in Sichuan opera. Chapter 41, The Origin of True God Religion. That's right. Seeing that the mutant cat had given in, Suin untied the restraints with one hand. After being untied, the mutant cat did not attempt to attack again, but its green eyes glanced around intentionally or unintentionally, as if it was looking for a chance to escape. Being at the top of the food chain, how could it easily succumb to a human, even if that human was very strong? This is the pride engraved in its genes. Cats will never be slaves. Have you thought about it? Do you want to come back with me and help me look after the house? Suin smiled kindly and took out a box of canned cat food and a box of premium cat food from the wide space. If you nod, these are yours. There are more for you after you finish eating. They are large and will keep you full. The mutant cat widened its eyes when it saw a whole box of canned cat food. DNA is moving. I can't look away. And this. Suin threw out dozens of kilograms of dried fish. Here is this. Dozens of pounds of chicken breast. You don't like anything? Forget it, Suin said as he took back all the wide space. Meow. The mutant cat let out a strange cry, jumped to Suin's feet, and rubbed against him desperately, with a flattering look on its face. Don't blame the cat for being spineless. It's just that I gave it too much. Not to mention that it is just a mutant cat. Even other believers were moved when they saw it. Big brother, how about I go back with you and help you look after the house? You are wrong. I was born in the year of the dog, so my major is suitable for you. Brother, I am also a dog. I'm not picky about food, so I just need cat food which is easy to feed. At this time, it doesn't matter whether you believe in mythical beasts or not. Seeing that the believers were trying to steal his job, the mutant cat got angry, and his scales exploded as he glared at the believers, as if to say, "Get out of the way. I was here first." Suin was also relieved to see that the mutant cat was easily bought off. If the mutant cat refuses to obey, he will not force it. After all, a forced melon is not sweet. I can only kill it. In his 2 lives, he has never tasted the flavor of a mutant cat. Okay, then you'll be my pet from now on, Suin said as he jumped onto the mutant cat's back and sat down. Let's go home. Mutant cat. Wasn't it agreed that it was a pet to guard the house? How did it become a mount? It's different from what we agreed. How can it be at the top of the food chain and live under the crotch of humans? Cats will never. Suin directly threw out a big fish weighing several dozen kilograms. Meow. The mutant cat jumped up high and bit. A little bite of grease. It smells so good. Then, under the confused gazes of the believers, their divine beast was abducted and disappeared after a few jumps. Ah, the true God has descended. The divine beast obeyed the call of the supreme true God and left with the supreme true God. The leading woman knelt down in the direction Suin left. The believers were even more confused. Big sister, the Bisama, was clearly being fed cat food. The woman glared. Call me high priest. Foolish mortal. Can you create so much food out of thin air? Only God can do it. He is God, the supreme true God. All the believers were stunned when they heard this. Like, really? Legend has it that in the West, Jesus conjured food for the suffering people beside the Red River. And just now they saw that young man conjure food out of thin air. This is a true miracle. The true God must have heard our call and appeared before us. The reason he left was entirely to test us. Ah, I heard the call of God, and I offer my loyalty to the Supreme Lord. Let us follow God's instructions and move forward. All suffering is a test bestowed by God on his faithful servants. As long as we are pious enough, the true God will come back to guide us out of suffering. Under the appeal of the charlatan, more and more people believed it and knelt down one after another. Soon, everyone in the camp became Suin's devout believers. A religious group called True God Religion took root. Suin was riding a mutant cat on the road at this time, completely unaware that he was being worshipped as a god. The mutant cat is very fast, with a speed exceeding that of 100 horses. It can also completely ignore the road conditions and go straight ahead. It can easily jump over small rivers and small buildings. It has sufficient battery life. A few cans of cat food can run hundreds of kilometers. The energy conversion efficiency is just right. Thomas Young, the founder of the law of conservation of energy, would shake his head when he saw it. Moreover, he has his own observation hockey, so ordinary zombies don't dare to come and cause trouble. This is much better than riding a motorcycle. It is convenient and affordable. It's just that the sitting experience is not very good. The scale cat's body is covered with a thick layer of hard scales, which is very uncomfortable. Suin couldn't help but silently think about designing a saddle when he returned. So the man and the cat quickly rushed back to the city. In the dark night, the cat carried Suin and jumped between the buildings like a ghost. In less than 20 minutes, they returned to the base community. Arriving at the door of his house, Suin discovered that there was a faint candlelight in the villa, as if someone was still awake. Suin didn't think much and walked in with the cat. Master, welcome home. Master, welcome home. He saw Lu Hui and her daughter, one big and one small, standing at the entrance in black and white maid outfits to greet him. Lu Hui blushed and lowered her head, not daring to look directly into Suin's eyes. Xiao Xiao showed a sunny smile, with dimples and 2 small canine teeth, which made her look quite cute and full of vitality. Honey, are you satisfied? Li Xiaoyu stuck his head out with a wicked smile on his face. Suin gave a thumbs up and praised. You still know how to play. Chapter 42 Wonkai. The noble scaly cat is so mature. Hubby, you're finally back. You made us all so worried. Although everyone knows that Su Wanho is strong, they still can't help but worry about his delay, because now is the end of the world full of dangers. Li Xiaoyu pushed Suin into the door, but unexpectedly saw a calf-sized scale cat, and was immediately startled. What a huge tiger. It's not a tiger, it's a cat, Suin explained casually. I picked up a pet and it can help guard the house. Ah, is this a cat? Are there cats this big? Is it really appropriate to have a cat as big as a cow as a pet? It won't eat people. Normally not, it's very well behaved, don't you think so, Wonkai? Suin touched the scaly cat's big head. This is the name Suin gave to the scale cat. Simple and unadorned, festive and auspicious, the ultimate earthiness is elegance. Meow. Wonkai called out in response. Well-behaved, .jpg. Li Xiaoyu's mouth twitched slightly. As expected of the man she likes, he is so domineering even when raising a cat. It's just that the name sounds a bit like a dog's name. Then they returned to the villa and came to the restaurant. The dining table was filled with 2 large tables of food. Prawns and tomato sauce, dompa pork elbow, crispy sea cucumber, steamed sea bass, beef and lemon sauce, spicy blood curd, Chinese cabbage with wolfberry, tremella and lotus seed porridge, hibiscus and cinnamon soup, hot and sour sappy, Thai-style pounded chicken feet, seafood stone pot rice, pan-fried snowfish, charcoal grilled goose liver, sashimi platter, seafood pasta, rosemary grilled steak. There are meat, vegetables, sweet, spicy, sour, and fresh dishes from all cuisines, including the Thai cuisine from Yunnan, and even some special dishes from overseas. There are more than 20 dishes. Most people don't have such a rich New Year's Eve feast. This is what Sister Lu Hui and Xiao Xiao worked hard on all day to make. Come and have a taste. Xueqingyu smiled and helped Su Wanxian serve a bowl of soup to warm his stomach. She felt inferior to Lu Hui's cooking skills and even wanted to become her apprentice. This was the best cook she had ever seen. No, it should be called gourmet. It looks pretty good. Suin nodded with satisfaction. Lu Hui smiled shyly. I prepared them in a hurry. They are simple home-cooked dishes. I hope you can get used to them. Suin raised his eyebrows. This is called home cooking? It seems that this cook has some skills. I will have a good time and make a lot of money. Let's all sit down and eat together. Sister Lu Hui and Xiao Xiao, there's no need to be so distant. Just treat this place as your own home. Suin invited a group of people to sit down and eat. I didn't eat much that day and was already hungry. I only ate some fried chicken on the way during the day to make do. After tasting a few bites of the dishes, Suin couldn't help but be dazzled. It was no exaggeration to describe the dishes as delicious in color, aroma, and taste. Then he started to eat with relish. The others also started to eat. No one had eaten much during the time Suin was away, so they were all hungry now, thinking that they would eat together when Suin came back. During the meal, everyone ate and talked with laughter and joy. Li Xiaoyu excitedly told me that she had watched many movies and TV series played by Xiao Xiao, and that she was a fan of Xiao Xiao. She praised Xiao Xiao's temperament and acting skills. Xiao Xiao's face turned red, and she felt a little embarrassed. Xueqingyu seldom spoke but listened quietly, occasionally picking up food for Suin, while Lu Hui helped pour wine. A warm scene. Wonkai squatted at the kitchen door. It wants to say, have you forgotten something? Think about it carefully. Feeling Wangcai's pitiful gaze, Lu Hui then remembered that Suin also brought back a pet. Then he found a large iron basin to use as a bowl for Wonkai and filled it with food. Wonkai was so excited that he kept spinning around and meowing nonstop. Remember to wash the dishes after eating, Suin said without turning his head. Wonkai nodded repeatedly. Seeing Wonkai showing such human nature, Xiao Xiao couldn't help but exclaimed in a low voice. Wonkai is so smart. Hearing someone praising him, Wonkai raised his head gracefully and meowed elegantly. The human face is full of pride, as if to say of course. Then he dove into the rice bowl and started eating with great enthusiasm. After half an hour, the meal was finally over. Suin was so full that he lay on the sofa and didn't want to move at all. He hadn't eaten so much in a long time and felt a little full. More than 20 dishes were almost wiped out. Not even the soup was left. Mainly because of Wonkai, the good-for-nothing. A cat can eat as much as 5 people. But Suin didn't care at all. This was just the beginning. He could afford to feed Wonkai even if his appetite increased 10 or 100 times. It's better to say this. From now on, all leftovers will be eaten by Wonkai, so there is no need to worry about wasting food. What a nice cat. Wonkai also did as Suin had instructed before and washed his own bowl after eating. The girls praised Wonkai for being so smart. This caused Wonkai to puff out his chest and raise his head, which made him extremely arrogant. It was already midnight, and Suin was also feeling sleepy. He then told Wonkai, when you go to bed at night, be careful not to sleep too deeply. Always pay attention to the movements around you, and don't forget your job as a guard at home. Wankai meowed to show his understanding. Suin thought about it and took out several hundred kilograms of cat litter from the space and threw it on the ground. Go dig a hole outside and pour the cat litter in it as a toilet. When you want to go to the toilet, just go by yourself. But you have to remember to clean up the poop regularly. You are already a mature cat. You have to learn to do things by yourself, okay? Li Xiuyu. Shui whispered. Yu Qiao Qiao. Lu Hui. Can pets be kept like this? Suin. Is there a problem? He is Wankai, not an ordinary cat, but a noble scaly cat. This is normal. Wankai meowed to show that he was right. Yes, that's what a noble scaly cat looks like. Then he looked at the women with disdain. Things are rare and surprising. Chapter 43 opening. Next day. It was already the 6th day after the apocalypse, and the number of bloodthirsty crows had reached an extremely terrifying level. Looking up, you can see a large flock of crows. Each flock has at least several thousand crows. The entire city of Su was shrouded in flocks of crows, large and small. The day before, ordinary people could still go out to look for supplies under the crows, but today it is no longer possible. Anyone who dares to show his head will be swarmed by the crows and eaten. Even his bone marrow will be eaten by them. Even in the suburbs where there are relatively few crows, it is still extremely difficult to go out. If you are not careful, you will die on the spot. But even so, many survivors had to risk their lives to go out and look for food or try to stockpile food. By now, many people have noticed that the number of crows and bats is exploding every day. If this continues, it may be too late to go out and collect supplies after today. Compared to the survivors who were living a miserable life, Suin was living a much more comfortable life. Lazily leaning on the balcony lounge chair basking in the sun, the little maid Xiao Qiao helps to massage her shoulders behind her. Wankai dozed off to the side, releasing his breath to scare the crows away from approaching the villa. Now Suin is completely flat. After a few days of hard work, his life in the last days has been secured. I have more than a dozen superpowers, which is enough for now. I have too many supplies to use up. Now the only thing he had to think about was what he wanted to eat today. As for the other girls, they also have their own things to do. Lu Hui prepares delicious food in the kitchen. In her spare time, she likes to lazily lean on the sofa to read books or go to the study to write and draw. She is a woman with a lot of connotation and charm. She exudes elegance and nobility at any time and place. Shui Qingyu and Li Xiaoyu converted the villa next door into a training ground where they practice their supernatural powers. There is still a lot of room for improvement in the control of their abilities, especially Shui Qingyu, who has S-level abilities and great growth potential. As for Li Xiaoyu, his room for growth is really limited. This reminded Suin of the several supernatural powers he had stripped from the Sinner Island. There are 2 S-level ones among them. If Li Xiaoyu is given one, Li Xiaoyu will have a lot of room for growth. Suin then looked at Xiao Qiao beside him and saw a small progress bar above Xiao Qiao's head. The progress bar above has reached 71%, which represents the favorability. Since the plundering ability was upgraded, he found that he could actually see other people's favorability towards him. Xiao Qiao's favorability towards him is 71%, Li Xiaoyu's is 85%, and Shui Qingyu's is 90%. Lu Hui's most exaggerated score is 98%. Even Suin himself couldn't figure out why Lu Hui had such a high liking for him. We've only been in contact for 2 days. Moreover, the seemingly quiet Shui Qingyu has a higher favorability than the usually more enthusiastic Li Xiaoyu. Even after living 2 lifetimes, he still couldn't understand women. Fortunately, now there is a progress bar. Everything becomes simple. 50% favorability is a watershed. Reaching 50% means that you have enough trust in him. Every 10 percentage points after, that is a new stage. They are 60% admiration, 70% passionate love, 80% only love, 90% forever, 100% devotion. He was suspicious by nature and would not trust others easily, even towards Li Xiaoyu and Shui Qingyu. With the existence of the favorability progress bar, you can tell at a glance whether someone is being false or not, and you can feel more at ease now. At least the women around him are trustworthy. The prerequisite for granting supernatural powers is that the favorability must reach more than 60%. Currently, several women have reached the standard. Sun was thinking about manually empowering a few women. There are now a total of 4 abilities that can be gifted, namely, Water Vapor D, Fire Energy A, Supercharge S, Sand and Gravel Master S. Shui Qingyu already has S-level lightning control, so there is no need to open it for the time being, otherwise it will be too much to chew. Shui Qingyu is different from him. After all, he has lived 2 lives and has seen all kinds of superpowers. He also knows how to use superpowers quickly and skillfully. Others can't do it. They need to slowly get familiar with it. Lu Hui and her daughter are both responsible for logistics, so it is not necessary for the time being. If you really want to give them a fire energy, you can give Lu Hui a fire energy A. Firstly, there is a power outage and water shortage. Cooking requires gas. Although he has no shortage of gas, wouldn't it be better to get energy for free? He hasn't tasted the taste of dishes made with supernatural powers yet. He is looking forward to it. Secondly, Lu Hui's favorability is ridiculously high, and he is most assured. Finally, Li Xiaoyu. Suan intends to train her into a capable general. Li Xiaoyu has a strong fighting consciousness and is worth training. After he is enlightened, he will have a promising future. Of course, the main reason why he wanted to empower the women was because he wanted to start. It is not okay to do everything yourself. As a human being, you should enjoy life to the fullest. Xiao Xiao, call Sister Lu Hui over here. Suan took off his sunglasses and patted Xiao Xiao's little hand. Hello, Master. Xiao Xiao smiled sweetly, revealing 2 little tiger teeth so cute. Suan originally thought it was weird that Lu Hui and her daughter kept calling him Master, but since they insisted on calling him that, he didn't bother to care anymore. But I have to say, after listening to it, I quite enjoyed it. Soon Lu Hui came to the balcony and smiled at Suan. Master, do you need anything? In fact, the reason why the mother and daughter insisted on calling Su and the Master was all decided by Lu Hui herself. This is her way of showing her loyalty. Although it is silent, it already says a lot. Looking at this elegant and kind-hearted woman, Suan couldn't help but secretly give a thumbs up to his own aesthetic taste. This was the most feminine woman he had ever seen. She perfectly demonstrated the beauty of intellect. It was said that women were like water, but in Lu Hui's case, she was more like a glass of aged wine. There is enough beauty and charm. Even though Lu Hui kept calling him Master, but it still seems a little unreal. It is hard to imagine that such a noble woman would show such a docile attitude like a sheep. Chapter 44. Selling a lifetime for a price. Do you know superpowers? Suan said directly. Lu Hui nodded and said, I know. After 2 days of contact, she also knew the existence of awakened people. Li Xiaoyu and Xue Qingyu are both awakened. Li Xiaoyu is so strong that he can lift a small car. Xue Qingyu can release lightning with her bare hands and can also control metal objects. Both women are not ordinary people. This made Lu Hui feel a little uneasy. They're just ordinary people. Apart from cooking well, she can do very little. In this chaotic era, there are countless people like her. As long as Suan asks, the whole community will be filled with people willing to wash clothes and cook for him. They, mother and daughter, can be abandoned at any time. After all, she thinks her own value is really limited. In this cold world, where is home? Where can they find shelter? If they leave here, where will she and Xiao Xiao go? The biggest possibility is to bid farewell to this world with Xiao Xiao. She has a certain degree of confidence and awareness of her appearance. In this world without moral constraints, these things that she should be proud of have become a burden. As for Xiao Xiao, it was even worse. Her identity as a cute little star turned into a death warrant. Do you want superpowers? I can give them to you. Just when Lu Hui was worried, Suan looked at her and said slowly. Lu Hui's heart started beating fast when she heard this. What did you say? I think I heard it wrongly. You heard me right. I can give you a superpower. Do you want it? Lu Hui's eyes were filled with disbelief. As far as she knew, Li Xiaoyu and Xue Qingyu were both her awakened superpowers. Lu Hui couldn't figure it out but still blurted out, I want it. Suan smiled slightly, stretched out his slender fingers to the back of Lu Hui's fair neck, lifted a strand of hair, and gently stroked it. Lu Hui's face turned slightly red, but she showed no resistance or disgust. It's a bit of an honor. Yes, it's an honor. Everything has a price. When you gain something, you are bound to lose something else. I can give you a very good ability, but in return, you will also lose your entire life. Have you really thought it through? Use your whole life to exchange for. Lu Hui looked up at Suan, her eyes a little hazy. In her heart, this man is like a god, saving her from the water and fire when she is most desperate. He was so powerful and mysterious that she couldn't see through him even when he was right in front of her. His deep black eyes seemed to see the bottom of an abyss that made her gradually sink. Selling out your entire life to him? Isn't it a kind of guidance from destiny? Perhaps she had met her destiny the day she met him. Lu Hui knelt down slowly. I do, Master. The word master was called out with absolute certainty, without the slightest hesitation or forcing, and with sincere submission from the bottom of his heart. Suin nodded with satisfaction. One day, you will be proud of your decision now, and I will take you to the end of the world. Then he placed his finger on Lu Hui's red lips and silently said, Supernatural power gift, fire power, The gift of supernatural power is successful. The recipient has obtained supernatural power. Fire power. The first artificial awakener was born. The consecration process was simpler and easier than Suin imagined. Lu Hui's favorability instantly rose to 100%, reaching the stage of being worshipped as a god. But just when Suin was in a daze, he suddenly felt some warmth on his fingertips and saw Lu Hui's face flushed and her lips opened. Suin's eyelids twitched. Girl, what are you doing? Is there a misunderstanding? Also, Xiao Xiao is still here. Can we be a little more reserved? Suin finally saw the power of full favorability. Soon the day passed in a flash. During this whole day, Suin did almost nothing. He just basked in the sun and ate his meals while the maids massaged his back. He occasionally listened to some songs to cultivate his almost forgotten sentiments. He spent the whole day in such a leisurely manner. This was also the most relaxing day he had since his rebirth. There was no need to think about collecting supplies from outside. The existing supplies were too much to use up. Even the remaining supplies in the entire Sioux City might not be more than half of what he had. The two big enemies, Sinner Island and Dragon Tiger Gang, have helped him stockpile all the supplies he can think of. Today's dinner is also very sumptuous. 18 dishes in total. Today's main dish is a combination of northern and southern cuisine. It has both the rich and mellow flavor of the imperial capital's royal cuisine and the spicy and appetizing flavor of Sichuan cuisine. Lu Hui is a treasured cook who never disappoints people when it comes to food. Everyone was talking and laughing during the meal, while Wang Kai was squatting on the side, eating like a starving ghost who hadn't eaten in 8 lifetimes. Xue Qingyu and Li Xiaoyu would ask Suin some questions about supernatural power training from time to time. Suin did not hide anything. He spoke out everything he knew and taught whenever he could. Superpowers are not fixed martial arts moves. Even if two people have the same superpowers, the effects will be different when they use them. This is related to everyone's understanding and habits. Take Su Ladian's control as an example. Suin himself prefers to use electromagnetic force to control metal objects to fight, which saves time and effort and is efficient and fast. In modern society, metal objects are particularly abundant and can be seen everywhere. They are excellent weapons. Snow Whisper is different. She prefers to use the power of lightning itself, gathering it into a sphere, which will generate a thunderstorm after it leaves her body. It is hard to say which method is better. One is more labor-saving, and the other is more powerful. The reason why Xue Qingyu chose this more powerful method was because she wanted to prove herself in front of Suin. As for Suin's preference for labor-saving methods, that's because they were too poor in their previous life, so they like to save money on everything, including physical strength. In the end times, every bit of strength of ordinary people is precious. This subconscious, stingy thinking has continued to affect us until now. However, if you want to become a qualified and powerful awakener, you must learn to skillfully use various methods of using supernatural powers. Therefore, Xue Qingyu still has a long way to go. The more powerful the supernatural power, the more difficult it is to control. It takes a long time to learn. All he could do was to teach Xue Qingyu various ways to control lightning. How long it would take for her to master it depended on Xue Qingyu herself. When Suin was teaching Xue Qingyu, Li Xiaoyu noticed that Lu Hui's eyes had changed a little when she looked at Suin. Lu Hui looked at Su, and with eyes full of fanaticism and admiration visible to the naked eye. It was not only Lu Hui, Xiao Xiao was the same, but compared to Lu Hui's enthusiasm, Xiao Xiao kept her face red while eating, not daring to look up at Suin or Lu Hui. The woman's intuition told her that something must have happened between these 3 people. Chapter 45, Li Xiaoyu's Big Crisis. Sister Lu Hui, the food you cooked today smells so good. It's even better than yesterday's. Thank you, as long as you like it. Lu Hui smiled gently, picked up a piece of fish, carefully removed the fish bones, and carefully placed it in Suin's bowl. Without Li Xiaoyu saying anything, Lu Hui herself discovered that her cooking skills had improved. The reason is because of the new abilities Suin gave her. The dishes cooked with the supernatural flame are indeed more fragrant than those cooked with ordinary gas. At the same time, she also thought of more cooking methods that she had never imagined before. With the help of fire energy A, She can control the heat when cooking. As a chef, she has a lot of contact with fire, so she can master it faster. When Lu Hui released the scorching flames with her bare hands, she was so surprised and delighted that she cried with joy. And these are all given to her by the omnipotent man in front of her. Lu Hui looked at Su and with even more passion. Li Xiaoyu's heart skipped a beat when he saw this. Sister Lu Hui, are you trying to cut in line? That's so rude. Li Xiaoyu is in big crisis. We have to take the initiative. Xiuyu, come to me at night and I'll give you something. After dinner, Suan said something that attracted the attention of several girls. Ok. Oko. Li Xiaoyu was also shocked. She didn't expect Suan to let her go. Big one is coming? Li Xiaoyu was a little nervous. Even though she usually drove the fastest, she had never been in a relationship before. She was just a talker. It would be a lie to say she wasn't nervous. But she changed her mind and quickly changed from nervousness to excitement. She always felt inferior about her height. She was the shortest among the 4 girls present. Xiao Xiao, who was only 15 years old, was half a head taller than her. But now Suan actually chose her first. Doesn't that just prove that she is more attractive? What's wrong with being shorter? Maybe Suan just likes short girls? Oh no, he likes petite and cute girls? As expected of me. Now Li Xiaoyu felt relieved, and his concerns about his height also disappeared. Lu Hui smiled slightly and didn't think there was anything wrong. She even thought Su and was very restrained. In her opinion, all the women in this house belonged to Suan, including herself. As long as it was Su An's order, she would obey it unconditionally. Even if she was asked to die now, she would do it without hesitation. Her feelings for Suan have turned into blind worship and fanaticism. From some perspectives, Suan has now become her belief, and she is the most devout believer. Xue Qingyu beside her trembled slightly, and a trace of loneliness flashed across her eyes. The mood is very complicated. Suan didn't know that just one sentence made the women present start to think wildly. God knows, he asked Li Xiaoyu to go to the room just to give her a blessing and give her a supernatural power. How could a harmless young man like him have any bad intentions? Li Xiaoyu casually took a few mouthfuls of rice and poured the rest directly into Wang Cai's food bowl without finishing it. Wang Cai, if it could talk, it would. What do you mean? What do you think I am? A trash can? Although he was a little dissatisfied, Wang Cai still ate it with a smacking mouth. It smells so good, meow. Li Xiaoyu ran back to the room, took a cold shower, and then took out the victory suit that he had prepared long ago from the closet. Suan went straight back to his room, took out a notebook, and started writing. He planned to develop a training plan for Li Xiaoyu, Xue Qingyu, and Lu Hui, respectively, in order to make the 3 of them stronger in the shortest possible time. In half a month, the first zombie apocalypse will enter the second stage. The world will become more chaotic, but at the same time, a large number of awakened people will appear one after another, and major forces will be initially established at that time. He was destined to have some contact with those big forces, so it was necessary to make some preparations in advance. At the very least, he couldn't let the people around him become a burden, so as not to be hindered by others. After all, what he was best at was stealing from other people's homes, and what he was most worried about was being stolen from by others. About half an hour later, Li Xiaoyu knocked on the door and walked in. Suan looked back and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. White silk short skirt, double ponytail. How cute is it? Li Xiaoyu stood on tiptoe and turned around. Suan touched his chin and looked around. To be honest, it is true. Li Xiaoyu threw himself into Su An's arms with a sly smile and whispered in his ear. I heard from others that this is called a victory suit. Even Su Anding, who had the strength of an old monk, could not bear it any longer. He quickly carried Li Xiaoyu to the chair and sat him down, subconsciously adjusting his thoughts. Ahem, I asked you to come here because I wanted to give you a superpower. Li Xiaoyu's mouth shrank when he heard this. What? It turns out it's not. Wait, what did you just say? Give me what? I'll give you an S-level superpower. Don't you want it? You can give me superpowers? How is this possible? Nothing is impossible. If I say it, I can do it. Seeing that Suan looked serious and didn't seem to be joking, Li Xiaoyu couldn't help but believe what Suan said, but he was still shocked. Suan had clearly told her before that every awakener can only awaken once and can only gain one superpower. Once the superpower is awakened, it will not change in this life. Once awakened, it is basically determined whether you are a dragon or a worm. Through her contact with Xue Qingyu during this period, she discovered that although she and Xue Qingyu were both awakened, the difference in their strength was not a little bit. At first, she could still practice with Xue Qingyu, but now she can't even withstand a single move from Yu. Moreover, Yu is still growing every day, while she is basically standing still. As time goes by, the gap between the two will only get bigger. Obviously, she is a bug and Yu is a dragon. God is unfair. He gave Yu the most perfect face and figure, and made her into an exquisite treasure. Even her supernatural power is 1 in a million S level. And she, Li Xiaoyu, is more like a defective product. She fell into deep self-doubt more than once. However, Suin now told her that he would give her an S-level superpower. How could she not be shocked? She couldn't help but think, is it possible that I, Li Xiaoyu, will finally change my fate? Chapter 46. Li Xiaoyu gets a new ability to repay his gratitude. Gift of Superpowers, Super Energy Storage S. Successfully gifted the superpower, the recipient gains the superpower, Super Energy S. While Li Xiaoyu was confused, Suin completed the opening ceremony with a brain explosion. Alright. That's it? Isn't it a bit too fast? You can find out if you check it out yourself. Li Xiaoyu then checked his own abilities and found that there was indeed a strange power in his body. It is many times stronger than before. Su picked up the training plan he had written for Li Xiaoyu and handed it to him. I've already written down how to use and train it. Just follow it. Li Xiaoyu took the notebook blankly and looked at Suin stupidly. His nose felt sore and his eyes turned red. Then he threw the notebook away and rushed towards Suin with a strange cry. The next morning, a ray of warm sunshine shines into the room. Suin slowly sat up and stared out the window, feeling the bright morning sun, and grinned. Su, what a weak-willed man. Li Xiaoyu poked his head out from under the quilt and giggled, his bright eyes curved into beautiful crescents. Master, breakfast is ready. Lu Hui's gentle voice came from outside the room. Suin answered casually, then got up, dressed, and washed up. I'll bring some food up later. You can sleep for a while. Okay, I didn't sleep well last night. Ugh, I'm too sleepy. Li Xiaoyu yawned and curled up in the quilt to catch up on his sleep. When Suin went downstairs, the others had also gotten up. Lu Hui was preparing breakfast, while Qiao Qiao and Yu were cleaning. Seeing Suin coming downstairs, Yu smiled and greeted him, her eyes intentionally or unintentionally glancing upstairs, while Qiao Qiao bowed obediently and called out sweetly, "Good morning, master." Breakfast is porridge, eggs, milk, and a fruit salad. Because she had eaten a lot of greasy food in the past 2 days, Lu Hui prepared a relatively light breakfast. It is the 7th day of the end of the world. Because many zombies have the habit of cannibalism, after a few days of devouring each other, the number of zombies has obviously dropped a lot. But at the same time, it has become more dangerous, and a qualitative change has occurred based on quantitative change. The zombies have almost evolved. Nearly 2/3 of them have become evolved species. Among them, the hardened species of LV2 are the mainstream, followed by the mutant species of LV3, LV4. The proportion of LV5 and above is about 1%. LV6 to LV7 belong to boss level, which is relatively rare. The large-scale evolution of zombies is not the most troublesome thing. What is more terrible is that the number of bloodthirsty crows has exploded to an extremely terrifying number. The noisy cries were so dense that even through the window one could see a dense flock of crows circling. In just the small area of the community, there are more than 100,000 bloodthirsty crows. They are everywhere, on the ground, on the eaves of houses, and on telephone poles. It would be fine if these crows ate zombies, but they only attacked living people and animals. Any survivors who dared to show their heads at this time would be eaten up. Even if you are a powerful psychic, you can't escape death. Moreover, the bloodthirsty crows are extremely cunning. Once they find the hiding place of the survivors, they will take turns to attack the safe house. Even a concrete bungalow will gradually collapse under the iron claws of the crows. If they can't destroy it, they will wait in the same place in turns until the people inside run out of ammunition and food and risk their lives to come out to look for food, and then they will rush in and eat them. Don't make too much noise, and don't try to watch the crows. The only thing the survivors can do is to hide in the dark safe house silently, waiting for time to pass slowly. The life journeys of countless people stopped on this day. They survived the initial zombie apocalypse but fell under the crows. In this dangerous situation, even Suin can only take the time to bask in the sun. In 2 days, the crows will block out the sun and the sky. There will be no chance to bask in the sun. Anyway, with Wang Sai's evil repelling spell, the crows will not approach the villa easily. Even if a few brave ones occasionally pounce on it, it will not cause any trouble. When you get tired of sunbathing, go back to the villa's private cinema and watch a movie accompanied by a maid. The electricity was naturally cut off a long time ago, but there were plenty of generators, diesel, and gasoline, so there was no need to worry about electricity. The movie was copied from the computers of the original owners of the nearby villas. Louis specially picked out some movies and TV series that Xiao Xiao had participated in for Suen to watch. Xiao Xiao debuted as a child star and acted in movies at the age of 3. Up to now, there have been no less than 40 or 50 works about her, some of which she played supporting roles, some were the main roles, and there were both ancient and modern costumes. Even Suen, who has no interest in the entertainment industry, has heard of Xiao Xiao. He has also seen several wretched roommates licking the screen while watching Xiao Xiao's videos. This shows how popular this popular young actress is. I have to say that Xiao Xiao's screen temperament is really good. She is the type of pure and lively girl next door. Her smile is very contagious. That kind of bright smile with youthful exuberance makes people love it. Of course, a big part of the reason why Xiao Xiao became famous at a young age is that she never lacked film sources and had enough opportunities to appear on the big screen. To put it bluntly, it means having the ability to make money. Lu Hui once accidentally revealed that before the end of the world, Xiao Xiao alone had 2 companies under her name, and she also had several companies of her own, one of which was listed. The total assets of the family are worth more than 100 billion yuan, making them a truly wealthy family. However, under the impact of the Doomsday, all the money and fame accumulated in the past were gone. Only these copied movies are still playing on the screen. It seems to be telling the past, or recalling an era that is about to pass away. Chapter 47, The End of the End. Day 10 of Doomsday. Suen and Li Xiaoyu were woken up by the crows early in the morning. Ever since she repaid the favor 3 days ago, this girl has been staying in Suen's room and has even moved all her clothes and cosmetics into Suen's bedroom, making it seem like they are living together. Fortunately, Suen's room was the master bedroom of the villa, about 100 square meters, so it didn't seem crowded when Li Xiaoyu moved in. It's just that Li Xiaoyu decorated the room in pink. This made the old man speechless. Unable to bear the noise of the crows, Suen had to go downstairs cursing. Wonka, meow? Go out and chase away some of the crows nearby. They're too noisy. Take the garbage out with you and throw it away. Meow. Catching birds and chasing dogs, it is really good at it. The noble scaly cat can do anything. As for throwing away garbage, that is just a matter of course. Wonkai ran out with a garbage bag hanging from his neck to chase away the crows. Suen ate a quick breakfast and went to the living room on the first floor. He kicked a big hole in the wall. He stayed in the villa for several days, eating, sleeping, and playing games with Li Xiaoyu. The lack of entertainment made him feel bored. I simply used the sand and stone ability to build a passageway to the community swimming pool and invited a few girls to go swimming together. Even for dinner, they didn't go back to the villa, but had a barbecue in the swimming pool, a sip of wine and a bite of meat, and then let the maid play a piano piece to liven up the mood. Life is still manageable. 18 days until the end of the world. The crow population has stopped growing and has stabilized. The reason is that if the price goes up further, there will be no place to put it. All you can see with your naked eyes are dense swarms of bloodthirsty crows. Telephone poles and signal towers have been crushed by the crows. The crows have turned into a sea of crows. The situation of the survivors is so bad that it is hard to describe in words. Those with enough food resources can still survive a little longer, but most people are almost at their limit. They have already run out of food and drink. In addition, they have lived in darkness for 11 days. Fear and despair hang over everyone's heart. I don't know how long this will last. There are also many clever people who want to catch bloodthirsty crows to satisfy their hunger, but they are infected by the virus and become zombies. Suen also suffered heavy losses. He has completely lost the right to bask in the sun. This made Suen feel very dissatisfied with these damn bloodthirsty crows. Therefore, Wonkai had an additional job to chase away crows every day, 3 times a day, each time for 2 hours. At the same time, Xue Qingyu and Li Xiaoyu had to move their training location from the villa next door to the basement. Lu Hui would also go to the basement to practice her abilities after cooking. There is no way. There is only one Wonkai that can ward off evil spirits, and I can't divide it. Perhaps the few good news is that the 3 girls' abilities are improving very quickly, and their strength is getting stronger day by day, which makes Suen feel a little relieved. Out of boredom, Suen also developed a new entertainment project. That is to watch the little maid Xiao Xiao sing and dance. After a few days of living together, The relationship between the girls became more harmonious. Yu and Lu Hui get along well. Yu will learn how to cook and make pastries from Lu Hui whenever she has time. Yu took Xiao to learn singing and dancing, and then went back to the room every night to dance again for Su and to appreciate. Or maybe she disturbed the night with her graceful singing, causing Yu to blush again and suffer from insomnia all night long. Day 20 of Doomsday. Suin has insomnia. It's not that Yu likes to make trouble. It was the bloodthirsty bats that caused the trouble. There were crows during the day and bats at night. The same number and the same noise were simply overwhelming. This kind of life was simply torture. There is only one Wonkai, and it is not realistic to work overtime day and night to drive away crows and bats. Suin had no choice but to decide to spend the night in the basement. Not only Suin, but others also think so. Today, Suin did not do nothing as usual. Instead, he used his sand and stone powers to build a huge factory outside the house and began to build some things that would be needed next. First, the modified transportation tool. 3 buses, 3 trucks, and 3 cars, all covered with steel plates and sharp steel nails to increase defense and lethality. The second thing is weapons. He has many abilities and does not rely on any one of them, so he does not have any requirements for weapons. The other women must have corresponding weapons to enhance their combat power. First is Li Xiaoyu, possessing 2 abilities, strength enhancement and super energy storage, both of which are melee-oriented. As for weapons, melee weapons with high lethality are preferred. So Suin used fire energy to forge fine steel and made her a giant saber. The blade was 60 centimeters wide, 15 centimeters thick, 1.2 meters long, and the handle was 30 centimeters. The total length reached an astonishing 1.5 meters, almost catching up with Li Xiaoyu's height, and the weight exceeded 580 kilograms. There is a large iron ring at the end of the handle with a chain tied to it. It can be used as a giant throwing knife when necessary. Every time it swings, there's a hissing sound. With one strike, not to mention ordinary zombies, even cars will be cut in half. The only flaw may be that it looks too rough, and it is more or less a bit inappropriate for girls to use it. However, Li Xiaoyu has a unique way of thinking and actually likes it very much to the point of not being able to put it down. As for Yu's weapons, their design is relatively elegant. It is a set of fine steel lightning rods, a total of 900 pieces, each 7 centimeters long and 1 centimeter in diameter. It can be used as a long-range weapon and is designed to be conductive. At present, Yu cannot control so many lightning rods at the same time, but in the future, she will be able to control more. As for Lu Hui, there is no weapon suitable for her at present. After all, she has the purest fire ability, and there are not many materials that can withstand the high temperature of a level fire ability. Even if there are, they are not very useful. The only hope is to see if she can find a suitable weapon from a treasure chest in the future. After the second stage, the number of treasure chests will increase a lot, and the chance of getting good things is still very high. There is a certain chance of getting the special power amplification bracelet for elemental awakeners. Although she didn't get a suitable weapon, Lu Hui still asked Suin for a flat-top pan made of fine steel. She seemed to prefer kitchen utensils to weapons. As for the little maid Xiao, Suin generously gave the other party 10 sets of white silk short-skirt attack speed suits. Chapter 48, the second stage, is about to begin. Day 25 of Doomsday. When the sun rose at dawn and the first rays of sunlight shone on the earth, the flock of crows that had covered the sky disappeared without a trace, as if they had never appeared. After more than half a month, the survivors finally walked out of the dark shelter and embraced the long-lost sunshine. Without the noisy and harsh crows, the world once again returned to peace and clarity. But it was so quiet that it was a little scary. After the day and night invasions by the sea of bats and the sea of crows, there are not many things left alive. Apart from zombies and a few mutant animals, there were no other living creatures. Not even a fly or a mosquito could be found. The tall buildings, pavilions, and towers were all in ruins under the destruction of crows and bats. Some collapsed and some rotted. Telephone poles, signal towers, trees, and jungles were almost all collapsed. There was no sign of anything standing. In just half a month, the whole world became a ruin, indicating that the civilization of the past was declining and even regressing at this moment. Even if the apocalypse ends now and all the zombies disappear, it will take at least dozens or even hundreds of years to rebuild civilization and restore it to its previous state. Obviously, this is impossible. The current situation of mankind has not only not improved, but has become worse. Under the ravages of the sea of bats and the sea of crows, almost all edible things were gone. The river water was drunk dry, and the trees and grass were trampled and pecked to pieces. In this case, every bite seems extremely precious. The survivors had no time to rest and had to frantically search for anything they could eat under the threat of the mutant zombies. It was on this day that countless forces formed by the survivors began to sprout all over the world. Only by gathering together can we survive in this dangerous world. At this time, several major forces in the suburbs of Sioux City also launched the first Survivor Alliance Conference. There is only one goal: to absorb all available forces, kill all the zombies in the city, and take back their former home. There is nothing to eat in the suburbs, and the only supplies are in the buried city ruins. Even though they knew that the city had become a zombie paradise with countless mutant zombies, the hope of taking back the city was slim. But people still have to do this, and can only do this using countless lives to exchange for a possibility of survival. Under the joint call of many forces, more and more people are gradually gathering towards the edge of the city. As the largest city in Sioux Province, Sioux City had a permanent population of about 12 million before the apocalypse. Today, there are less than 4 million people left, including those who are hiding in the ruins of the city. At this time, no less than 1 million survivors have gathered in the outskirts of Suzhou City. Forces of all sizes also took advantage of the situation to rise. The slogan of taking back our homeland is true, but the goal is actually to take back our supplies. The current situation is that there are too many people and too little supplies. No one can guarantee that they will not be stabbed in the back by others when they find supplies. Therefore, when the goals are the same, but the interests conflict, the survivors are both comrades and enemies. The best way is to form different forces and advance towards the city in different directions, each playing their own game. At the same time, many people began to awaken at this point in time. At the beginning of the apocalypse, only 1 in 10,000 people awakened, but now it is 1 in 1,000. The original hundreds of awakened people suddenly became thousands. But it is still too small compared to the population density of 1 million. These awakened people represent power and hope, and soon become the object of competition among the major forces. Everyone knows that whoever controls more awakened people can dig up supplies faster. Nowadays, materials are hard currency and also a symbol of power and money. Whoever has more materials has the right to speak and can gain a firm foothold in this chaotic world. So the Survivor Alliance Conference turned into a recruitment site for awakeners. As long as you are an awakener, no matter how poor your awakening ability is, there will always be people vying for you. The Wild Wolf Adventure Group sincerely recruits awakeners to join. G-level awakeners can be interviewed and join the group. The salary is half a loaf of bread for 2 days. F-class half a loaf a day. E-grade half a bag of instant noodles a day. 1 pack of instant noodles per day, plus a bag of seasoning for D-level. 2 bags of complete instant noodles a day, grade C. B-level provides 2 meals a day and guarantees a meat meal every 5 days. A-level includes 3 meals a day, accommodation, 1 meat every 2 days, 1 bottle of soda every 10 days, and 1 glass of wine every month. S-level directly appointed as deputy leader. You can decide what you want to eat. Recruitment calls can be heard everywhere, but not everyone can offer the above treatment. The Wild Wolf Adventure Group is already considered very arrogant. Most of the forces, including their leaders, are still in danger, not to mention whether they will get paid or not. Therefore, these adventure groups that can offer salary benefits are often more popular among the awakened ones. Half a loaf of bread may seem like a small amount, but it is actually a lot. At a critical moment, it is a life. When you have nothing to eat, a grain of rice is more precious than gold. As for ordinary people in the stables, it is even worse. There is no treatment at all. The only benefit is that you will be protected by the gang and have the opportunity to follow the awakened into the city to dig for supplies. But it doesn't mean whoever digs it gets it, but it's 70% to 30%. Is 70% too little? 70% belongs to others, and the diggers can only get 30%. Even with this, people still rush to dig. If you don't dig, you can just wait to starve to death. You can work alone, no one can stop you, except zombies. In most cases, lone wolf excavation is not as efficient as group excavation. Not only is the income low, but you may also die at any time. Therefore, even though everyone knows they're being exploited, they still go ahead and do it because they have no choice. The only ones who can choose are the noble awakeners. Just as the talent recruitment conference was in full swing, a heavily armed black double-decker bus slowly drove out of the city center, attracting everyone's attention. During this period, even large adventure groups dared not drive directly into the city, as the sound of cars would attract a large number of zombies. Even if there were awakened people in charge, they would not dare to do so. However, the bus drove out of the city intact. This is fucking awesome. They dare to drive in and out of the city. The last adventure group that did this had their graves chopped off by someone else. I'm afraid it's at least an S-level adventure group, with an S-level psychic leading the group. That's probably the case. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare to do it even if he had 10 times the courage. Oh, it would be great if I could join this kind of adventure group. I would be happy to split the supplies 80% and 20%. If you are happy, I am happy too. I don't want 80% or 20%. 90% or 10% will satisfy me. As people were talking about it, the black bus slowly stopped at the recruitment area. The car door opened, and a handsome man wearing sunglasses, beach pants, a floral shirt, and flip-flops slowly got out of the car carrying a table, followed by 4 women. With a dong sound, the man put the table on the ground. A pretty girl hurriedly brought a small sofa, and the man sat down with a big horse and a golden sword. 4 women stood behind him. The 4 women are big and small, with different styles, and all of them are stunningly beautiful. The man pulled out a large speaker from the table and cleared his throat. Good afternoon, everyone. The Chongqing Adventure Group is officially recruiting members, and we welcome applicants with favorable treatment. The successful applicant will be provided with 3 meals a day, one of which will include meat, a bottle of Fat House Happy Water every 2 days, a new set of clothes, and a bar of soap every month, plus 3 pounds of fruit. We organize a movie screening every 7 days, a concert or stage play every half a month, and a festival every 2 months. During the festivals, we provide free wine, meat, and fruits. In addition, the accommodation conditions are for 2 people in a room. There is a public bath and toilet, and you will receive new clothes, towels, toothbrushes, and toothpaste when you join the group. The number of places is limited. Please register now if you are interested. The man turned off the speaker and said no more. Wow, the crowd made a commotion. What kind of godly treatment is this? I wouldn't even dare to think about it in my dreams. What are you waiting for? Apply now. Go. Chapter 49, Recruiting New Members, is officially underway. Seeing large numbers of survivors rushing over, men, women, old and young, Suen couldn't help but twitch his mouth. He still underestimated these people's desire for a stable life. Husband, you forgot to tell me the recruitment conditions. Li Xiaoyu hurriedly picked up the loudspeaker and shouted, "We only recruit female members, not men for the time being." Thank you. When this was said, the male compatriots were dumbfounded. We're halfway through this, and you're telling me you don't accept men? Playing dirty? What do you mean? Are you being sexist? My husband is the first one who is not happy about this. We men are the main force in digging for materials. Why shouldn't we do this? I am an E-level awakener. Do you know the value of an awakener? Let's not leave today. What do you think? If you don't want to hire, then don't hire at all. Seeing the situation gradually escalate, the scene was once out of control. Lu Hui, who was wearing an office lady, took the trumpet from Li Xiaoyu, and a ball of scorching flames suddenly rose from her hand. The flame flew out of his hand and hit the ground, causing a violent explosion. It blew a hole more than 1 meter deep in the ground. People who were closer were even blown away. Yes, an A-level awakener. It's so strong. This power is incredible. If you touch it, you will be burned to death. Lu Hui glanced at the terrified crowd and said coldly, I hope everyone will not try to upset my master. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences at your own risk. Those who want to apply now, please line up. Those who jump the queue will not be hired. I'd like to reiterate that we only recruit female members. There is no requirement for special abilities. Ordinary people can join as well. As soon as Lu Hui finished speaking, female compatriots of all ages lined up in a long queue. As for the male compatriots, they can only stare blankly. There is nothing I can do about it. They have bigger fists. I don't have the courage to make a symbolic rebuttal. I might get burned by fire. Besides, even a fool can see that there is more than one awakened person in this group. Especially the girl with the giant saber. That sword looks like it weighs at least several hundred pounds, but he can walk briskly with it on his back. Who knows what level of awakener he is? It's possible he's A-level. It's enough to die 10 times after getting stabbed. Forget it. Forget it. We don't have this fate. If I don't want to join, I can let my daughter come. Isn't it possible for ordinary people to join? Yes, I'll go call my niece now. I have a cousin. I have a cousin. I have a wife. The conditions offered by the Chongqing Adventure Group are definitely unmatched in the entire Sioux City. The only comparable person is probably an S-level awakener who becomes a deputy leader in a large force. But how many S-level people can there be? I'm afraid that there won't be 10 of them among the millions of people in Sioux City. If I could be included, I would be happy to work like a slave. Soon, the news that the Chongqing Adventure Team was recruiting female members with no awakening conditions and super preferential treatment spread quickly. In less than an hour, tens of thousands of applicants gathered, including young and old, even those over 100 years old. Suin looked at the dense crowd and felt his scalp tingling. You guys take care of it. I'm going back to the car to catch up on some sleep. After Suin finished speaking, he took Xiao Xiao and ran back to the car. The three girls couldn't help but smile. Then Xue Qingyu was responsible for recording, Lu Hui was responsible for questioning, and Li Xiaoyu was responsible for public security. The three women began recruiting personnel in an orderly manner. Of course, they don't want any kind of person. First of all, the appearance must be outstanding. Not to mention stunning beauty, but at least the most beautiful girl in the class or department. 80 points for appearance is the minimum standard. The second and most important point is loyalty and obedience. If the obedience is too low, you will be directly eliminated, no matter how beautiful it is. Originally, there were only two hard indicators, but Li Xiaoyu suddenly added a clean. Clean refers specifically to physical cleanliness, while dirty refers to the kind of dirt that cannot be washed clean no matter how hard you try. In Li Xiaoyu's words, she didn't want to bring back some questionable women. It was a small matter for Suin to cheat on her, but it would be bad if she got involved in something she shouldn't have. She's doing this for everyone's good. If Suin gets infected, none of them will be able to escape. Lu Hui looked at Suin's direction meaningfully, smiled slightly, and added this indicator. Xue Qingyu rolled her eyes at Li Xiaoyu and agreed. Although Li Xiaoyu's words are vulgar, they do make sense. Although there are only 3 requirements, they're already quite strict. It is no exaggeration to say that they are 1 in 100. But they didn't plan to recruit too many people. According to Suin's previous plan, they would recruit at most 200 people, and 100 people would be enough. Seeing that there are tens of thousands of people, it may take a long time. But with the 80-point appearance standard, the initial review is not that difficult. While the girls were busy, Suin lazily leaned back in his seat, drinking juice and listening to music, while the maid Xiao Xiao served him attentively. Suin was enjoying himself while scanning the crowd through the car window, looking for traces of the awakened ones. The reason why he planned to recruit members was to prepare for the second Doomsday. If he wants to survive and live comfortably in the chaotic world that follows, a certain amount of manpower is essential. He doesn't have any big requirements for living again. He just wants to go further and live longer. Just like the name of his adventure group. According to his initial estimate, 200 elite backbones would be enough. If these 200 people were trained into 200 awakened ones who could be controlled at will, it would be an unimaginable huge fighting force. In this apocalyptic world, the more people there are, the better. The more talented, the better. Too many people will become a burden. Chapter 50. Conquer 200 girls at the same time? Before he could build this elite force, he had 2 problems to solve. First of all, he must have 200 abilities to give away, and they must not be too bad, and the favorability of the 200 members towards him must be over 60%. It is not easy to choose any of these 2 items. The former can be achieved by plundering frantically as time goes by and the number of awakened people increases. Just work hard. But the latter is different. 60% favorability has reached the level of admiration. This means he has to capture 200 girls and raise their favorability to 60% for each one. This is not a question of whether it is difficult or not. It is the feeling of powerlessness that makes your scalp numb just thinking about it. I can only say, try my best. Once something is decided, there is no going back. What is a scumbag? The second phase is about to start. After the second phase starts, there is still a lot to do. Now is the time to recruit people. After the second Doomsday, if you want to recruit people, you can only do it by chance. There won't be as many people as now for you to choose slowly. Rather than waiting until the future to regret, it will be too late. It is better to make up your mind now. Opportunities are often reserved for shameless people. Hey, finally found a C-level ability, Stone Skin. After looking for a long time, Suin finally found an awakener in the crowd. He then put on a hooded jacket and quietly got out of the car, sneaking towards the awakener. It's not that he likes to be sneaky, but he doesn't want to expose his trump card that can plunder other people's superpowers. Maybe once or twice, no one would notice it, but if he robs too many times, even a fool would suspect him. At that time, he will be hunted down by all the awakened people in the world. Just thinking about that scene would make his heart unstable, and it would be difficult for him to take action. So if you can avoid showing up, try to show up as little as possible. Suin walked to the awakened person as if nothing had happened, took out a piece of bread from the wide space, threw it quietly at his feet, and then patted his shoulder. Brother, you dropped your bread on the ground. The guy glanced at the ground quickly. I didn't bring any noodles. Haha, thank you, buddy. The buddy was confused at first, stunned for a moment, and then laughed dryly. As he said this, he bent down with a smile on his face, picked up the bread, and put it in his arms. You're welcome. 1 loaf of bread in exchange for 1 superpower. That's reasonable, right? After all, he was just too kind-hearted. He could have gotten something for free, but he insisted on exchanging it for a piece of bread. He really made me cry. Besides, he's doing a good thing. If the opponent's abilities are stripped away by him, he is no longer an awakened one. Theoretically, there is still a possibility of awakening again. What's so good about C-level abilities? The next awakening might be B-level or A-level, or even S-level. In short, the future is promising and the potential is unlimited. This kindness is tantamount to rebirth. Not only does he not charge any fees, he even gives me a precious loaf of bread. I think of it as a way to gain merit. The merits are immeasurable. The merits are immeasurable. Suin then walked away with his hands in his pockets. Soon, a terrified scream came from behind. Where's my superpower? Why can't I use it? Suin wandered among the crowd for another half an hour. Another awakener was found. D-level sharp perception, barely acceptable. Brother, is this half of the bread on the ground yours? Ah, oh yes, thank you. I must have been heartbroken when you almost lost it, haha. You're welcome. Your happiness is the most important thing. This time the ability is only a D-level one, so if you round it up, it's only worth half a loaf of bread. With another superpower in hand, Suin started wandering around again. But after wandering around for a long time, I still couldn't find any trace of the awakened one. Looking at the vast sea of people, I can't say I'm disappointed. I can only say I'm quite disappointed. But if you think about it carefully, it makes sense. There are about 4,000 awakened people scattered all over the city of Su now. This talent market is just one of many talent markets. How can you easily meet an awakened person? Moreover, most awakened people are sought after by major forces. There's no need to run around to apply for them. Once their special abilities are revealed, basically everyone is vying for them. How could such high-end talents, selected from thousands of people, be willing to come here in the hottest weather to suffer for no reason? After figuring this out, Suin simply stopped looking for her. Whoever wants to look for her can do so. Others can help him store food. So why can't supernatural powers do the same? As a human being, you must learn to adapt. When others have recruited enough awakened people, he will bring a basket of bread to visit them. If one basket is too little, he will bring 2 baskets. He is not a stingy person. Now I just have to wait for Tiger Lord 2.0. When Suin returned to the recruitment point, the recruitment work was going smoothly. However, the 2 bodies lying next to the recruitment point seemed to prove that the recruitment work was not without problems. At this time, quite a few people have been recruited. At a glance, there are more than 200 people, and they are all fair-skinned and beautiful girls. Even in Suzhou, where there are so many beauties, it is difficult to see such a spectacular scene, let alone now is the end of the world. Seeing Suin coming back, Lu Hui walked over and reported, Master, we have now recruited 218 people, 18 more than expected, but I suggest recruiting more. With today's influence, the news will spread to other places soon. More people will come tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. We will continue to recruit for 2 days in a row. Then they are taken back for further review and inspection. Those that do not meet the standards are eliminated, and those that meet the standards are retained. After several rounds of screening, the 200 best ones are finally selected and retained. What do you think? Suin nodded without thinking too much and reached out to help Lu Hui brush away the dust on her collar. Just do as you say. You are fully responsible for recruiting people. If you have any questions, don't ask me. He was naturally very confident in Lu Hui's ability. As a former boss of a listed company, Lu Hui should be better than him at recruiting employees. Thank you, Master. Lu Hui looked at Suin tenderly, her affectionate eyes almost brimming with tears. Being flirted with so directly, Suin touched his nose in embarrassment. What happened to those bodies? Lu Hui came back to her senses and explained with a blushing face. The one who came to cause trouble just now was beaten to death by Xiu Yu with a knife. Well, you did a good job. Next time you encounter someone like this who is looking for trouble, just kill him no matter who he is. Wait, Are there any Awaken ones among them? It seems that there are two Awaken ones. One of them has B-level ability, and the other has E-level ability. However, they were both killed by Xiaoyu's attack. Suin couldn't help but twitch his lips when he heard this, and felt a dull pain in his heart. Li Xiaoyu's photos were not meant to be a nitpicking act. They were clearly his beloved ones. They had two great superpowers, but they were gone just like that. Punishment must be punished. She must play the instrument for half an hour tonight without stopping. Well, if you encounter an Awakened one in the future, try to capture him alive and keep him for me to study his abilities. It will be very useful to me. If you encounter an S-level Awakened one, report it to me directly and don't fight him. Good host. The recruitment work lasted until the evening before it was hastily concluded. The original 200 people were recruited, but 400 were recruited within one day, which was seriously exceeded. The large buses that came here can barely fit 200 people, but it would be difficult to fit twice as many people. Even if you learn from the Indians, it won't work. The bus must be crushed until it smokes. Chapter 51, Bringing 400 Girls Home? Suin had no choice but to take out his motorcycle from the dark and ride back to the city, and then take out a spare bus from the space in the dark and drive back. It's a bit troublesome, but it's all for safety reasons. Spatial power is too rare, even rarer than S-level. As long as others see him pull out a bus out of thin air, they can basically conclude that the entire Chongqing Adventure Group supplies are on him. Now, if it is not known to others, try to keep it secret. At least, no one can know about it before the Adventure Group is fully formed. With two large buses, 400 people can barely sit, but it is just barely enough. Basically, people are crowded. Suin was responsible for driving one bus, and the other bus could only be driven by someone who could drive a bus. Fortunately, there are girls who can open. So two buses full of people slowly drove towards the city. Li Xiaoyu rode a motorcycle with Xue Qingyu on board, and the two of them cleared the way ahead. The girls in the car saw the bus heading towards the city, and many of them screamed in fear. For ordinary people, the city is a cannibal's den, full of man-eating zombies. Driving in so brazenly is basically the same as seeking death. Immediately, more than 20 girls asked to stop the car, then jumped out and ran away. Suin did not stop them, just regarded it as an automatic screening. The more they run, the better. I can tell you that we are going to the city, and we cannot guarantee your personal safety 100%. If you regret it, you can leave now. We will not force you to stay. Lu Hui understood Suin's meaning and immediately stood up and said. The girl was even more frightened when she heard this. Dozens of people got off each car and left. In a blink of an eye, only 300 people were left out of the 400 people. Most of those who are still here are gritting their teeth and persevering with the mentality of taking a gamble. At worst, I'll die. If the bet is right, it will undoubtedly be a great honor for my ancestors to find a place to live with such good treatment in this difficult Doomsday world. Anyone else wants to leave? The city is just ahead. It will be too late to regret once you get there. After Lu Hui made repeated statements and saw that no one left, she took out the recruitment form and started to call out names. She circled the names of those who left, and if they wanted to apply again the next day or the day after tomorrow, they would be eliminated. After this little episode, the bus was on the road again. As time went by, the bus gradually went deeper into the city. Facing this forbidden land that few people dare to set foot on, the girls in the car were all nervous. At first, we only encountered a few hardened species, but later on, there was a steady stream of zombies and advanced evolved zombies. The fat man who swells and explodes, the jumping species that can fly and hide, the binding species whose tongue can stretch out more than 10 meters, the corrosive species that spits green acid. There are all kinds of zombies, many of which are types they have never seen before. Only at this time did they deeply understand why the deep part of the city was called a forbidden area for humans. This is no longer a place for humans. This is a land that belongs exclusively to zombies. At this moment, they are heading towards the depths of the forbidden area. The timid ones were so scared that they covered their mouths and whimpered. As Lu Hui said, once you get here, it's too late to regret. Just leave it to fate. Of course, these zombies are only meant to scare the rookies who have been hiding in the suburbs. With two S-level Awakeners leading the way, there won't be any accidents. What's more, there is Suin, a humanoid self-propelled plug-in to back him up, so it's even less likely that there will be any accidents. People like Li Xiaoyu are no longer surprising. From time to time, I have to go out and find some to practice with Xue Qingyu. There are not enough in the neighborhood. Most of the time, Li Xiaoyu rode the bike while Xue Qingyu remotely controlled the lightning to kill the zombies. Occasionally, When they encountered tough characters, such as giant zombies, the two would work together to solve the problem as quickly as possible. After a shaky ride for about an hour, the bus finally arrived at its destination. Li Xiaoyu drove, Shueqing Yu back to the rear of the car, then got out of the car himself, carrying a saber, and rushed towards the group of zombies that were following them. With one swing of her knife, she could kill several zombies. The hardened seeds were as thin as paper in front of her. Gradually, Li Xiaoyu became interested in killing and couldn't help laughing out loud. Die, all of you die, haha. It seems like I have awakened some strange things. Shueqing Yu is responsible for killing some specialized zombies remotely. For example, explosive zombies and acid-spraying corrosive zombies are not suitable for close combat. With the cooperation of the two S-level awakeners, the terrifying zombie tide seemed extremely fragile and was completely eliminated in less than 10 minutes. It's not that the zombies are too weak, but that the opponents are too strong. Looking at the whole world, this is probably the only one that can use two S-level awakeners to open the way. After the zombies were dealt with, Li Xiaoyu returned with a feeling of unsatisfied desire. These things seemed to have become smarter. Li Xiaoyu couldn't help but mutter. Just now, dozens of mutant zombies saw that they were no match for the enemy and ran away, hiding in the dark and watching from afar. Just as Li Xiaoyu guessed, the zombies have indeed become smarter. With continuous evolution, some zombies are no longer just zombies that act on instinct, but have acquired a certain level of intelligence, knowing how to be afraid and run away. This astonishing speed of evolution far exceeds that of any animal on Earth. At this rate, within 4 or 5 years, zombies will completely evolve into a new species, replace humans, and become the new ruler of this world. 2 buses slowly drove into the community. The girls, still in shock, got out of the car and looked around. Suin came to the front of the crowd and clapped his hands, attracting the girls' attention, and said with a kind smile, "Welcome to the headquarters of the Eternal Life Adventure Group. I hope that all the ladies will have a good time in the coming time." Chapter 52: Free Cooking for the Girls. This little brother is so handsome. He seems to be the leader of the adventure group. I don't know if he has a girlfriend. Suin clapped his hands again to interrupt the girls' whispers. "Let me introduce myself first. My name is Suin, and I am the leader of the Chongqing Adventure Group. You can call me leader from now on, but the prerequisite is that you can successfully pass the assessment. It's getting late. Let's eat first. Everyone sit down on the floor." The girls looked puzzled but sat down obediently, looking at Suin expectantly. No one expected that there would be something to eat as soon as we arrived. "Yes, there is food. It would be nice if we had some porridge." "Yeah, a bite of bread is fine. I haven't eaten for 2 days." Suin dragged out 4 large iron pots and iron racks from a large truck, set them in front of everyone, filled the iron pots with water, and then piled firewood on them. He casually swung his hand and threw out 4 balls of flame that accurately hit the firewood, igniting it. Soon, the water in the iron pot began to emit hot steam. Suin once again pulled out 4 large sacks from the truck. He opened 2 of them and found that they were full of potatoes. Suin directly poured 2 bags of potatoes into 2 pots. Seeing 2 full pots of potatoes, the girl was not calm. "I haven't seen this kind of fresh food for a long time, let alone eat it. I only heard that in some large adventure groups, only the top leaders are qualified to eat potatoes. Many people have already swallowed their saliva." Suin opened the remaining 2 sacks again and saw 2 large bags full of fresh pork. "Wow!" The girls burst into an uproar. Their eyes widened, their faces filled with disbelief. "These are 2 whole sacks of pork, at least 1 or 200 kilograms. I have never seen so much meat since the apocalypse. Most people have never seen the shadow of meat, let alone eaten it, but they eat grass roots and tree bark every day." Now that they saw the meat, all the girls could hardly sit still. Their saliva was rapidly secreted, and they wanted to dive directly into the iron pot. Swallowing sounds came one after another. Suin poured the meat into the iron pot, took out a bag of salt, and divided it into 4 portions and poured them into the pot. At this point, the girls couldn't sit still any longer. There were even condiments. After the end of the world, spices are in short supply, especially salt. People haven't tasted salt for a long time. "Is this for us to eat?" Suin smiled slightly, did not answer, but ordered, "I'll give you 5 minutes to divide into 4 teams. Each team will send out a temporary representative to distribute the food later." The girls smiled happily when they heard this. It turned out that the food was really for them. It was unbelievable. Soon the girls were very conscious and divided into 4 teams, 75 people in each team, exactly 300 people, and each team quickly selected a temporary representative. 300 girls stared at the 4 large iron pots at the same time, waiting for the food to be cooked. The maid Xiao Xiao brought a stool for Suin to sit on, and stood by with a glass of red wine on a small tray so that Suin could drink it at any time. It must be said that Suin was very satisfied with Xiao Xiao's performance during this period, and he was thinking about finding a suitable superpower for Xiao Xiao. After about half an hour, the aroma of meat was everywhere, and it was obviously cooked. Okay, the 4 representatives come up, take out the bowls and chopsticks from the truck, and distribute them. After the bowls and chopsticks are distributed, you can share the food. Each person will get a potato, 2 spoons of meat, and a bowl of broth. The 4 representatives hurriedly ran to the truck to drag out the bowls and chopsticks, distributed them, and then began to distribute the food according to Su An's previous instructions. The girls lined up to get their food and returned to their original places to eat voraciously. Some girls even cried while eating. Everyone seemed to be in a dream and never thought that they could eat such delicious food. Soon the 4 big pots of food were eaten up by the girls, including the soup. Not even a potato peel was left. Seeing the girls finish their food, Suin smiled and said, "It seems that you are quite satisfied with our cooking skills." "It's delicious, thank you, Captain." "Long live the Captain." "Captain, I want to give birth to a baby for you." The girls cheered, and the scene was very noisy. Suin waved his hand to stop the cheers. "It's fine if you like it. Now we can talk about your treatment. Before you become official members, you will have 2 meals a day and 1 meat meal every 2 days. The standard is similar to the current one. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. After today, I won't give any more explanations. Ask now if you want to ask anything." A girl with a round face raised her hand and made a report. "You say." The round-faced girl stood up and asked in confusion, "Aren't we official members yet?" Suin shook his head and did not answer directly. Instead, he looked at the girls with a half-smile. "What do you think of the treatment offered by our adventure group?" "It's really good, better than any adventure group I've ever seen. A-level awakeners don't even get this kind of treatment." The other girls all agreed. Suin nodded and spread his hands. "Then what can you bring to our adventure group?" The girls looked at each other, speechless. This treatment is almost as good as that of S-level awakeners. They're just ordinary people. At most, they can only dig for supplies and do some hard labor, but I am afraid that they will not eat as much as they dig. I was so busy applying for jobs that I didn't have time to think about it. Now I think they really don't deserve such good treatment. The girls present were all a little confident in their looks. After all, they were all beauties picked out from thousands of people. But in this world, the looks of ordinary people are not worth much. The looks of awakened ladies are valuable. With the treatment of the Chongqing Adventure Group, not to mention a month, the food supply for 3 days alone can buy them all. I only eat 1 meal every 2 days. Me too. Me too. Even if they only had 1 meal every 2 days, it was already pretty good. Now that they had tasted the meat, no one wanted to give up the opportunity to join the Chongqing Adventure Group. Suin shook his head again. "I lack everything except food. It makes no difference to me whether you eat 2 meals a day or 1 meal every 2 days. Honestly speaking, the value you bring to me now is far less than what I spend raising you. I'm not doing charity, but you are not completely useless. The only thing you can do is to offer me your absolute loyalty. Do you understand?" Chapter 53, Selection begins. Meet an acquaintance. In the next 7 days, someone will test you. Those who pass the assessment will stay and receive the same salary as during the recruitment, while those who fail the assessment will be fired directly. Also, I want to remind you that the assessment process is not absolutely safe, and it is normal for people to die. You have one last chance to regret. After tonight or tomorrow, I will have the final say on whether you live or die. If you regret it now, you can stand up. I will send you out safely tomorrow. This meal will be free for you. You don't have to pay any price. You are still free." After the words fell, the girls looked at each other, but no one stood up and chose to give up. After the meal, everyone had their own thoughts. The financial resources and strength of the Chongqing Adventure Group have exceeded the imagination of ordinary people, and the treatment comparable to that of S-level awakeners is also true. As long as I can stay and officially join the group, I can wake up with a smile in my dreams. A golden opportunity is before them. If not now, when? Possibly dying? What's the matter? It's not like you will definitely die. To put it bluntly, we are all worthless. If we were left outside, we would only be worthy of being rats hiding in the sewers or being toys for others to play with. If we meet a perverted person, we might even be played to death. Everyone looked determined. No one was willing to give up. It would be better to say that only a fool would choose to give up. Very good. I hope you won't regret the choice you made. Suan then called Xue Qingyu and the other two girls over. He first pointed at Lu Hui and said, "This will be your chief examiner Lu Hui from now on." Then he pointed at Xiao Xiao and said, "This is your logistics director Yu Xiao Xiao." Then it was Li Xiaoyu. "This is your chief instructor Li Xiaoyu." The last one is Xue Qingyu. "This is your deputy leader Xue Qingyu." Xue Qingyu was surprised to hear that Suan actually wanted her to be the deputy head of the group. She even felt that Lu Hui was more suitable for this position. She would be satisfied to be a secretary or something like that besides Suan. Suan seemed to see what Xue Qingyu was thinking and said softly, "Qingyu, I believe you have this ability." Although Xue Qingyu looks quiet and gentle, she is very thoughtful and intelligent. It is perfect for her to take this position. "Thank you. I won't let you down." Xue Qingyu clenched her fist gently. Since Suan chose her, she would definitely do her best to repay him. "I believe you." Su Anyo then told the girls, "You can decide how to assess me next. I only have one request. The higher your obedience, the better." After Suan finished his explanation, he sat aside and became a bystander. This assessment is not only a test for these new members, but also a test for the girls around him. The girls were not dissatisfied with Su An's decision to become a hands-off manager. Instead, they were excited. Suan has been running around for the family all along, and they really haven't made any contribution. Now they finally have the opportunity to repay Suan and prove themselves at the same time. Everyone is full of energy. Finally, the four girls discussed and unanimously decided that Lu Hui would formulate the assessment plan, Li Xiaoyu and Xiao Qiao would assist, and Xue Qingyu would coordinate the final review and approval. So the assessment plan officially began. Lu Hui first shuffled the 300 people and then divided them into 10 teams, each of which then selected a temporary captain to lead the team. Li Xiaoyu and Xiao Qiao went to the warehouse to fetch 150 quilts. Each team member had one quilt. They were allowed to spend the night in the yard. At most, they could build some temporary tents to protect them from the wind and rain. Although there are dozens of empty villas in the community that can accommodate everyone, these houses are reserved for formal members. Only those who pass the assessment can live in the villas. If you fail the assessment, you can only sleep on the floor in the yard. This is also a disguised form of incentive. These people usually live in broken shacks and sewers, and they're used to sleeping on the floor. But when they learn that they can live in luxurious villas after officially joining the group, they all yearn for it. Most of them have never lived in such a nice house before or after the apocalypse, so it would be strange if they were not tempted. As for Xue Qingyu, she was responsible for approving the transfer of materials and reviewing and verifying the team members' information, including what kind of work they did before the end of the world, their experiences after the end of the world, what school they graduated from, their love history, how many boyfriends they had, their home address, age, height measurements, etc. If anyone was found to have lied, they would be eliminated directly, and those who reported the incident would be given a lot of evaluation points. When everything was ready, the new team members were already standing in 10 rows. Lu Hui walked up to the crowd and said calmly, "The assessment will officially begin next. I hope you will not let the master down." Examiner: Does the master refer to the captain? Yes, you can call the leader master like me, or you can just call him leader, but you can't call him by his full name. Understand? Clear. Very good. Now listen to my command and take off all your clothes and pants, including your underwear. Hearing Lu Hui's order, the girls hesitated, and many of them silently obeyed and took off their clothes. There are only women here. What's there to be shy about? As for the leader, it's fine if you just watch. If you're noticed by the leader, you'll make a profit. It's a lot of money. I said this is an order, Lu Hui repeated calmly. Although this order is a bit insulting, it is not a means of cultivating obedience. Moreover, this is just the beginning. If you can join the Longevity Adventure group by taking off your clothes, there will be a lot of people rushing to join. Even if the community is expanded 10 times, it will not be able to accommodate them. The girls hesitated for a moment and took off their clothes, but many of them were still very shy. They blushed and looked at Sue, who was eating melons not far away. Suddenly, spring comes and the flowers are eye-catching. Suan spit out a mouthful of red wine and hurriedly stood up to say goodbye. Don't look at what is indecent. Don't look at what is indecent. As if he had thought of something, he turned back again and pointed at a girl in the crowd. Come with me for a moment. Everyone's eyes were focused on this girl. This is a woman in her 20s with fair skin, a proud figure, and a delicate face. Even among the beauties who all have a minimum score of 80, she still stands out from the crowd. This natural beauty made many people jealous. What made them even more jealous was that she was singled out by the leader right after she arrived. It was probably because the leader had taken a fancy to her. It's just a stroke of luck. The girl was stunned for a moment and hurriedly covered her spring light with her hands, lowered her head with a red face. Didn't you hear the master calling you? Hurry up and go over. It's your honor that the master likes you. You should obey the master's orders with honor in your heart. I declare once again, from now on, everything you have will belong to the master. The master's orders are absolute. Even if it means you have to die, you must obey them. Suin was speechless when he heard this. Why did he feel that Lu Hui was like a cult priest, brainwashing these ignorant girls? Could it be that his adventuring team had turned into a cult? But since I've already told them to take full responsibility, it's not easy to interfere, so I can only accept it. Besides, he wasn't attracted to the girl, but the girl was actually an awakener, and she was barely an acquaintance. I saw it twice in the last life, but I don't remember it clearly. I just remembered it now. The girl bit her lip, picked up the clothes on the ground to cover her body, lowered her head, and walked to Suin. Captain, Captain. Seeing the stunning spring scenery that could not be blocked, Suin touched his nose and looked away. Put on your clothes and follow me. Chapter 54. The past is like smoke. Suin sat on the sofa, calmly looking at the bewildered girl in front of him. Superpower. Healing A. Wealth value. 3. He had already noticed that this girl was an awakener, and her ability level had reached A level, which was second only to S level. The ability itself is a very rare auxiliary recovery type, which is better than many S-level abilities at certain times. However, this girl never revealed her identity as an awakener from the beginning, which is a bit strange. Speaking out would only do good and no harm, so why not say it? Suin once suspected that she was a spy sent by another force, but after thinking about it carefully, it didn't make sense. Who would be willing to send their precious child into the tiger's mouth? Besides, it has not yet taken over from other forces, so it won't be targeted so soon. Suin was unsure for a moment, so he quietly observed. It was not until the girl took off her clothes that he suddenly realized and remembered the almost forgotten memory. Memories come flooding back. That was the 4th year of the apocalypse, the beginning of the 4th apocalypse. At that time, he was already a disabled person with one leg cut off. Although he survived to that time with great difficulty, no one took him in without a leg, not even a teammate, and he was always a lone wolf. In order to survive, he dared to do almost anything, eat anything, and did things like looting and stealing, and he also committed many petty thefts. When she was about to starve to death, she was so bold as to steal the Black Rose, the women's army that Xueqingyu had established in her previous life. After that, he was caught on the spot, hung up and beaten without any explanation. He thought he was dead. After all, no man has ever survived after offending the Black Rose. But strangely, he was released for no apparent reason and became the only man to walk out of Black Rose alive. Not only did Black Rose release him, but they also gave him more than 100 kilograms of food. You have to know that food was extremely scarce at the time, more than 10 times scarcer than at the beginning of the apocalypse. More than 100 kilograms of food was simply a huge sum of money. But I just gave it to him for nothing. It's fine if they just sent him food, but they also sent him a wife who was an A-level recovery awakener. That woman's name is Qingxia. She is one of the 10 beauties in Black Rose and is known as the Midsummer Angel. It is said that some people were willing to offer 2 cans of Lao Qinma, hot sauce, just to see Qingxia, but they were unsuccessful. After the 3rd Doomsday, 1 can of Lao Qinma could be directly exchanged for 2 school beauties, which shows how popular Qingxia was at that time. Suin only accepted the food at that time. He would never dare to accept the beauty. It was not that he did not want it, but that he could not accept it. Qingxia was too popular. If he accepted it, he would definitely be torn to pieces by Qingxia's crazy fans. Being weak is a sin. Even if a pie falls from the sky, you may not be able to catch it. It is undeniable that it was precisely because of the huge sum of money given to him by Black Rose that he was able to survive the 4th apocalypse and live to the 10th year of the apocalypse. But until his death, Suin never understood why Black Rose helped him, and he never repaid the favor. The girl in front of him is Qingxia, one of the top 10 beauties in Black Rose. It's just that he didn't dare to look closely at that time, so his memory of Qingxia is not very deep. Mainly because he didn't recognize me, because I was wearing clothes. Even in Su An's 2 lifetimes of experience, Qingxia's figure ranks among the top 10 among all the women he has seen. The past is like smoke. Suin gradually came to his senses. I never thought I would meet Qingxia so soon in this life. It can be considered as fate. He slowly asked Qingxia. I'm curious why you want to hide your identity as an awakener. With your status as an A-level awakener, you can get good treatment no matter where the adventure group goes. Hearing Su An's words, Qingxia's face turned pale, and she couldn't help but take 2 steps back. How did you know? Su An smiled without explaining. Tell me what made you choose to hide your identity and come to our adventure group. Don't tell me it's because of the treatment. This has nothing to do with your hidden identity. On the contrary, it will only make you look more suspicious. Qingxia bit her lip and dared not look directly at Su An and hesitated several times to speak. Why don't you want to say it? Or can't you say it? Su An's expression gradually turned cold. Qingxia waved her hands desperately. No, I applied for the job because I saw you. Oh, do we know each other? Why don't I remember? I've seen you in the Dragon Tiger Gang. You killed all the people in the Dragon Tiger Gang, and that's how I was saved. Su An looked puzzled and asked, Is there? Although he had only passed by the Dragon Tiger Gang at that time, he was sure that he had never seen Qingxia in the Dragon Tiger Gang. Moreover, the women in the Dragon Tiger Gang were not wearing clothes at that time. With Qingxia's strong capital, it was impossible for him to have no impression at all. Yes, but I was locked in a cage behind the dance hall at first, so you didn't see me. Later, Xiuyu. After others helped me release me, I saw you in the corner, Qingxia explained hurriedly. Su An twirled his chin in thought for a moment, then looked up at the progress bar above Qingxia's head. Favorability, 50%. Such a high favorability already means that he is trustworthy and has a good impression of him. It is impossible that the favorability between people who have no intersection with each other should be. Combined with what Qingxia said before, it is very likely that this is true. Were you wearing clothes? Yes, Lord Tiger wanted me to obey his orders, and I was locked up when I didn't agree. They just didn't give me food, but didn't touch me. Qingxia blushed and tugged at her ragged clothes. Su An smiled and continued. Are you so confident that you can join our adventure group even if you conceal your identity as an awakener? Qingxia lowered her head guiltily and buried it in her chest, pretending to be an ostrich and not saying anything. Su An shook his head and laughed helplessly. Little girl, you are still trying to learn from others to use the back door. Did Li Xiaoyu promise you that he could help you join the group? Qingxia raised her head in panic and stammered. It has nothing to do with Xiaoyu. Su An waved his hand and said, Don't be so nervous. This is not a big deal. With your conditions, you are fully qualified to join our adventure group. But I don't want you to try to hide anything in the future. Understand? I understand, Captain. I will never do that again. I swear. Okay, you can go down now. Also, call Li Xiaoyu up. It really has nothing to do with Xiaoyu. I never told her that I have superpowers. Ever since I was caught by Tiger Lord, I never dared to tell anyone that I have superpowers. After a long time, I unconsciously wanted to hide it. I've already said that this is just a small matter. It's over. I have other things to do while looking for Xiuyu. Really? TSK. I'll go right away, don't be angry. Seeing Su An was a little dissatisfied, Qingxia lowered her head and ran out. Not long. Li Xiaoyu smiled and clung to Su An, rubbing his back and legs with a flattering look on his face. Honey, I was wrong. Please don't be angry. When you were in the Dragon Tiger Gang, you wanted to help her, right? Did you know each other before? I've seen her several times at comic conventions. Qingxia is a very famous person in the comic circle. She is super authentic when she's COSRE and Sona. You will definitely like it after you see it. She looks very beautiful and very good-looking. Chapter 55 Qingxia joins the group. Half an hour later, Su An walked out of the villa in high spirits, and Li Xiaoyu followed behind. At this time, the new members in the yard were each holding a form and filling out information. Sister Xiaoyu, why is your face so red? Xiao Xiao asked with a puzzled look when she saw that Li Xiaoyu's face was a little red. Well, the weather has been too hot recently, and I ate some spicy snacks which made me a little irritated. Li Xiaoyu gave a dry laugh and explained. Sister Xiaoyu, please call me when you want to eat something delicious in the future. We are good sisters and should share the good and the bad. Yeah, definitely next time. Li Xiaoyu nodded repeatedly. Lu Hui, who was standing by, heard their conversation and gave Li Xiaoyu a charming look. Then he glanced at Su An, his face slightly red, but he said nothing. Su An walked directly to Qingxia, who was filling out the information, patted her on the shoulder, and started to plunder. Take it here. Pillarable object detected. Please select the looting direction. Replica ability. Successfully replicated to obtain superpower. Healing A. I almost forgot to copy the ability. But it is just a replica, not stripped. I will inspect Qingxia for a while and see if it works. If it doesn't work, I will strip it directly. If Qingxia's obedience is high and her favorability increases quickly, then there is no need to separate them. Qingxia was startled by Su An's sudden tap. When she saw that it was Su An, she hurriedly greeted him with worry written all over her face. She thought Su An was looking for her because of the previous matter. Captain, don't be so nervous. I'm not a man-eating monster. Congratulations, you have successfully passed the assessment. Welcome to join the Eternal Life Adventure Group. As the first new member to join the Eternal Life Adventure Group, you can choose which villa you want to live in and move in tonight. If you need supplies, you can go to Qiao Qiao to get them. After hearing Su An's words, everyone turned their eyes to Qingxia. The assessment has been passed. It's over before it even started? Damn connections. He must have gotten the position through the back door just now. So angry. Many girls feel sour, as if they had eaten 10 lemons. They think that they are not worse than Qingxia in terms of appearance, so why haven't they had a turn? I could do it too. Same person, different fate. Qingxia was also stunned for a moment, and after she reacted, she hurriedly bowed to Su An happily to thank him. Thank you, Captain. Thank you, Captain. I will definitely work hard. Su An nodded and said, I am looking forward to your performance. I remember that your main job should be a doctor. You should accompany the examiner to the assessment in the future, help check the physical condition of the team members, and be responsible for treating the wounded. Is that okay? No problem, Qingxia nodded repeatedly. This was her strong point. She was a gynecologist before the apocalypse, and she awakened her healing ability after the apocalypse. She had absolute confidence in medical treatment. Su An said and turned away. The others looked at Qingxia with even more jealousy. It would have been fine if he had just joined the group, but he also jumped to the management level. At this moment, Su An's voice slowly came. I forgot to mention that she is an A-level healing awakener. You can decide how to dispatch Whisper. After hearing Su An's words, the girls suddenly realized that this was the case. A-level awakener? Oh my, that's okay. Can't learn, can't learn. They really can't learn to join the group with advanced buffs, so they should just accept the assessment honestly. The preliminary assessment lasted until 11 o'clock in the evening. The girls slept on the ground in groups of 2, and the lights in the yard were turned off. Under the dark night sky, the girls were too excited to fall asleep, or whispering to each other, looking at the luxurious villas just around the corner and daydreaming. The city was pitch black at night. Occasionally, you could hear the roar of monsters in the darkness in the distance. From time to time, you could see several huge black shadows leaping over the distant buildings under the moonlight. The girls then remembered that they were in a cannibalistic den in the city center, and they were sleeping on the floor in the open air. It doesn't matter if you don't think about it, but the thought of it makes my hair stand on end, and the atmosphere becomes extremely tense. Do you think zombies will rush in and eat people in the middle of the night? Don't talk nonsense, it's scary. This is the city center. There are all kinds of monsters here. Who knows if one will sneak in the middle of the night? Stop talking. I'm scared. After these conversations, the girls' excitement was mostly dissipated, and fear rose in their hearts. The timid ones hid their heads in the quilt and dared not show their heads. Just then a girl pointed at the gate and exclaimed, Look, what is that? Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw a black shadow the size of a calf squatting quietly beside the gate of the community, watching everyone. The black shadow looked like a four-legged animal with a pair of huge eyes that reflected green light in the moonlight, like 2 flashing light bulbs. A monster! Ah! Several girls were so frightened that they screamed and ran away, running directly to the foot of a villa, cowering and not daring to show their heads. He completely forgot about Lu Hui's previous instructions that he must not leave the yard at night. The monster slowly stood up, walked to a trash can, threw the thing in its mouth into the trash can, and then the huge figure walked towards the yard. The girls who didn't run away were also getting nervous. A few of them ran away in fear, while those who didn't run away gritted their teeth and persevered. Some were so frightened that their legs went weak and they couldn't even stand up, let alone run. But just when everyone thought the monster was going to pounce into the crowd and kill them all, it suddenly turned around and walked away with an elegant and cheerful pace. It seems that some people don't take what I said to heart. At this moment, Lu Hui came out of the villa in the distance with a gloomy face. A ball of fire rose in her hand, illuminating the dark yard. Under the light of the fire, everyone finally saw the monster's appearance. It was a giant black cat covered with green scales. Its name is Wonkai. It is the owner's pet, and it just went downstairs to throw away the garbage. Wonkai rolled his eyes at the frightened women. Meow. There's something wrong. The sour and hard human flesh is no longer worth eating. I have more leftovers than I can finish. It smells so good. Chapter 56. Willow Huey's Blooming Flower of Evil. In the end, Lu Hui announced on the spot that the 8 girls who escaped had failed the assessment and lost the qualification to join the Chongqing Adventure Group. Several girls squatted down and started crying on the spot, but no one sympathized with them. Lu Hui had repeatedly told them that if they violated the rules, they would be ready to be eliminated. How could they not be afraid? They were just gritting their teeth and holding on. I hope you can remember every requirement I have said before. If you violate any of them, you will be eliminated. In addition, there will be real zombies coming into the yard, so you better not sleep too deeply. You only have one way to go, which is to fight to the death. If you try to escape next time, you will be killed directly. Lu Hui left a few cold words and turned back to the villa. The entrance examination of the Chongqing Adventure Group is more stringent than they imagined. This is only the first day, and they don't know what other rigorous examinations they will face in the future. The girls had to discuss and choose some people to take turns to keep watch. In this way, the night passed quickly under the girls' fearful torment. Early morning, after having breakfast, Suin and the other girls slowly went downstairs, while Qingxia was already waiting downstairs. "Good morning, Captain." Suin nodded and said, "Come over and eat with us next time you eat." "Thank you, Captain." Qingxia was a little flattered. Li Xiaoyu winked at Qingxia slyly. Apparently her pillow talk last night had worked. After arriving at the yard, all I could see were girls with panda eyes. The whole night was spent in fear, and not many people could fall asleep, except for a few sleepyheads who can fall asleep as soon as they touch the quilt. "Sister Lu Hui, you and Qingxia will stay here to continue the assessment today. The others, come with me to recruit people." "Good host." Suin gave a few casual instructions and took Shui Qingyu and the others, got on the bus and drove out of the community. Lu Hui showed a kind smile to the girls. "I believe everyone had an unforgettable night last night, but this is just the beginning. In the following days, I will try to make you understand within one day that dignity is worthless and your life is even more worthless than weeds." Lu's expression suddenly became a little violent, and he bit his nails with a crunching sound. After eating the food prepared by the master himself, you didn't even kneel down to express your gratitude. Even I have never experienced such an honor. I can't stand your arrogance. This is a blasphemy to the master. Unforgivable is simply unforgivable. You are obviously just the master's dogs. Oh no, you should be the master's believers, the most devout believers, slaves who can offer everything for the master. Lu Hui's eyes were already filled with enthusiasm and madness. From the moment Suin rescued her from Haitian Hotel, she fell in love with the godlike man. When Suin gave her supernatural powers, her obsession instantly turned into fanaticism and worship. She regarded Suin as a god. She likes Suin, likes him to the point of going crazy. She has never tasted the taste of love in 30 years, and she buried this feeling in her heart and fermented it to the extreme. But when Li Xiaoyu proposed that the entry requirement for the group should be clean, the listener took it seriously. Her heart still hurt deeply. When she was 15, she was forced to get pregnant with that bastard child. She had already become a mother and was no longer a virgin. She was no longer clean. However, the girls around Suin were all as pure as spring water. Whenever she recalled the face of that bastard, she could not help but feel sick. Moreover, she is 10 years older than Suin, and her youth is long gone. "I was born before you. You were born when I was old." She felt inferior and miserable because of this, cried helplessly in the middle of the night, and fell into deep self-doubt. Finally, under the watering of various abnormal emotions, the evil flower called madness quietly bloomed. She gave everything she had, even her soul. If Suin saw Lu Hui's current appearance, he would be shocked. No matter how hard he tried, he could never imagine that the elegant and beautiful young woman would have such a crazy side. They are no different from the most fanatical cultists. At this time, he had brought Shui Qingyu and others to yesterday's recruitment site. At first glance, there were more people coming than yesterday. As soon as the bus stopped, a flood of women came up. "Here it comes. The Chongqing Adventure Group is here to recruit people. Hurry up and get in line, or you'll miss out." "Hey, stop pushing. Can't you little girls be polite and give way to an old man like me?" "Hiss, Grandma, how old are you this year?" "I'm 70, but my legs are still good." "Grandma, it's not easy for you to live to this day. Listen to my advice and go back to where you came from. Our Longevity Adventure Group only recruits beautiful women." Grandma, I was very pretty when I was young. What if I was chosen? Ah, this. Do you choose to fulfill your filial duty? Just like yesterday, Suan was in charge of paddling, while Li Xiaoyu and Xueqingyu were in charge of recruiting people. However, because of yesterday's experience, they directly asked about basic information such as relationship history during the interview today and eliminated the unsuitable ones. As a result, the workload increased a lot, and the little maid Xiao Xiao had to help. Suan could only lie in the car in a daze, or look for other awakened people intentionally or unintentionally. The result was obvious. He didn't find any, but he didn't expect much, so he wasn't disappointed. The only thing he needed to consider was whether other people's awakened ones had enough, and whether he could go to visit them. His gold-rimmed bread was ready. Bored, Suan simply took a nap in the car. Hey, little girl, how can you recruit people like this? This is not a beauty pageant. Let me teach you. You have to pick those who are strong and muscular. Understand? They have the strength to do the work. Suan was awakened by a loud noise while he was drowsy, so he got out of the car with curiosity. I saw a woman in her 40s or 50s talking to Xueqingyu and others at the recruitment point, spitting and saying something. Xueqingyu and the others were secretly angry, but for some reason they did not take action. Instead, they tried their best to endure it. Suan walked over with a puzzled look on his face. What happened? Before Xueqingyu could say anything, the aunt interrupted her. Young man, you are the one in charge. You are so handsome, like a star on TV. But they are still too young. Look at the kind of people these little girls are recruiting. It's like a beauty pageant. They have small arms and legs, and you can tell they are spoiled. What can they do with them? They will just eat for free. The world is so chaotic nowadays. It's worth choosing someone who is strong, can endure hardships, and can do the work. If you ask me, I'd better let my aunt help you check. With my aunt here, these little girls won't be able to cause any trouble. Suan was immediately filled with question marks. Who are you, Annie? Chapter 57. If you don't know the rules, then there are no rules. Master, she is an awakened one. You said yesterday that there is an awakened one, so I left it for you. Xiao Qiao came over and explained. After hearing Xiao Qiao's words, Suan finally understood that there were indeed 2 lines of small words on the ant's head. Superpower, bounce C. Wealth value, 60. Young man, this is for your own good. Even if you have a big family and a lot of wealth, if you bring back so many vases, you will end up bankrupting yourself. You can't afford to support them. So listen to my advice and let me do the hiring. You youngsters, just watch and learn, and see how I will do this for you beautifully. The master was getting more and more arrogant as he spoke, and even planned to push Xueqingyu away and take the review position himself. Suan was also speechless. He didn't give up and slapped the fat lady in the face, sending her flying. The moment it was pulled out, the plunder started. Re-engraving and stripping wealth value plunder, 3 consecutive offers. Teach me how to do things. The old lady slowly sat up, holding her swollen cheek. She had only a few good teeth left, and her mouth was full of blood. She screamed, "Help! Someone is killing someone at the Alliance conference." Suan raised his hand and threw a thunderball over, and the old lady was instantly blown into pieces. This is called murder. Suan took his hand back and whispered to Zhixue, if you encounter such an awakened person next time, just chop him into a human stick and leave him with a breath of life. Pa pa pa. Just then, a middle-aged man with a hood and a beard came out of the crowd, clapping his hands. The man had a playful smile on his face and a cigar in his mouth. There was a man and a woman next to him. This brother is so angry. Doesn't he know that you can't just kill people at will in the Alliance conference? Seeing the 2 lines of small words on the man's head, Suan narrowed his eyes slightly. Superpower. Burning God Poison S. Wealth value. 18,000. Another S-class, top-level venom type, Scorching God Corruption Poison. This ability is quite special, ranking very extreme among S-level combat abilities, with maximum lethality, maximum mortality rate, the lowest combat power, and the lowest endurance. The venom released by this ability is basically fatal. Even if an S-level awakener is infected, half of his life will be lost, and if he doesn't die, he will be seriously injured. However, the disadvantages are also obvious. The distance of releasing the ability is extremely short, less than 1 meter, and the number of times it can be released is also limited. But because he can secretly poison, once the gastric mucosa directly contacts the venom, even gods cannot save it, so the lethality is full. But the ultra-short attack distance and release times greatly reduce its combat power and endurance, so it is said to be extreme. It's the leader of the Viper Adventure Group, Ma San. Hiss, the Viper Adventure Group, is a large adventure group. Their leader is called Ma San, nicknamed Malu Taipan. I heard that he is an S-level awakener. The venom he releases is 100 times stronger than that of the Taipan snake. One drop of venom can kill hundreds of zombies. Why is he here? So strong. This is the first time I've seen a real person. The Chongqing Adventure Group is finished. All the major adventure groups have jointly stipulated that no one can be killed at the Survivor Alliance Conference. If the rules are broken, they will be besieged by other adventure groups. They killed someone yesterday, and they still don't know what's good for them. They killed someone again today. This is bad luck for them. Listening to the discussion of the crowd, Suin thought for a moment, and it seemed that there was such a rule. In his previous life, he also attended this Survivor Alliance Conference. Although he knew it, Suin didn't take it to heart at all. What he knew in his previous life was something from the previous life. What did it have to do with this life? Sorry, I've never heard of this rule, Suin said lazily, leaning against the car with his hands folded. When the man saw Su-an's arrogant attitude, a chill flashed in his eyes, but it was fleeting. He laughed heartily twice. It's not surprising that I don't know. I don't see you very well. I haven't seen you at the 100 Alliances Conference. The 100 Alliance Conference? I've never been there. If you remember correctly, it was a meeting organized by various major forces 3 days ago. The content of the meeting was unknown. After all, he didn't attend it in his previous life, and he didn't go to it in this life. When they were having the meeting, he was still having a barbecue with the girls by the swimming pool. He had thought about participating at first, but gave up after careful consideration. After the meeting, the Survivor Alliance was born, along with many rules. For example, if you want to recruit people at the Survivor Alliance Conference, you have to apply in advance, you can't kill people casually, you can't snatch Awaken people from other adventure groups. There are all kinds of tedious rules like this. He simply didn't go. I haven't participated, I don't know anything. If you don't know the rules, then there are no rules. All the rules are outside the range of his supernatural powers. Within the range, what he says is the rules. Although ignorance is innocent, I already killed someone yesterday. It's a bit unreasonable for me not to stop today, Ma San said with a smile. Oh, then according to what Captain Mata meant, I have to give you an explanation. Ma San waved his hand. That's not the case. I'm just curious whether your adventure group is from other places. How come I have never heard of it? In the current environment, rules are just a way to restrain the weak. The ability released by Lu Hui yesterday has reached the A level. An adventure group with an A-level awakener can completely ignore these rules. Ma San also heard yesterday that a strange adventure group was recruiting ordinary people at a sky-high price. So he came to take a look out of curiosity. On the one hand, he was interested in the rumored A-level fire ability user, and on the other hand, he was curious about the financial resources of the Chongqing Adventure Group. There was no other group in the entire city that could offer such a good recruitment package as the Chongqing Adventure Group. Even he doesn't dare to be so generous. He can't even afford 1/10 of this treatment. Although the Viper Adventure Group is a well-known and powerful force, they are still short of supplies. Just raising the awakened ones in the group is already doing their best. Every day, they have to send a large number of people to the city to search for supplies. If you stop for 2 days, the rice jar will be empty on the 3rd day. This is not only true for the Viper Adventure Group, but also for other adventure groups, big and small. In the end, everyone is just struggling to make ends meet. Ordinary people only eat once every 3 days, and they only eat once a day at most. But everyone likes to divide this meal into 3 meals so that they can look good when they tell others about it. According to the treatment provided by the Chongqing Adventure Group, everyone will be finished within 3 days. It's just a small adventure group of a few people. It's normal that Captain Ma has never heard of it. It's because there are too few people. Aren't they here to recruit people? Is that so? Ma San thought thoughtfully. The Chongqing Adventure Group might be the type with more food than a small number of people, but at most they only have about 10 tons of food, which is still an upper estimate. It is assumed that they are richer than his Viper Adventure Group. He can be said to have a very high opinion of the Chongqing Adventure Group. In the end times, some young people completely let themselves go after gaining power. They can't walk when they see a woman. This young man must be the same. I see that you are a straightforward and outgoing person. How about taking me to your adventure group? If there is a chance, we can become friends in private and help each other. What do you think? Chapter 58, Captain Ma, you lost your bread. Li Xiaoyu had quietly stood behind Suin, holding his hand on the saber with a stern look on his face. As long as Suin gave her a look, she would chop down this smiling tiger. Xue Qingyu, who was not far away, also secretly raised her vigilance. But her focus is more on Xiao Xiao. After all, Xiao Xiao is just an ordinary person. As soon as she starts to fight, she will protect Xiao Xiao immediately. Seeing that the atmosphere was a little tense, Ma San smiled heartily. "Ha, ladies, don't be too nervous. Ma has no ill intentions," Ma San said as he stretched out his hand towards Suin. "I forgot to introduce myself. I am Ma San, the leader of the Viper Mercenary Group." "I don't know your full name, little brother?" Suin raised his eyebrows when he saw this. The old man might want to poison him. Su Aming knew that the other party might poison him, but he still did not refuse. Instead, he shook hands with Ma San and grinned. Suin, leader of the Chongqing Adventure Group. Holding hands, he immediately laughed even more happily, his venomous eyes filled with smiles. Suin was also very happy. What a nice uncle, rushing to deliver things. "Where are you coming from?" Pillarable object detected. Please select the looting direction. Replicate superpowers and plunder wealth. Successfully obtained the ability to replicate. Burning God Poison S. Successfully plundered wealth. 18,000 points of wealth were obtained and transferred to the wide space. "Hey, Captain Ma," your bread fell to the ground. Ma San looked down in bewilderment. There is a half loaf of bread at his feet. This is not a cough. Thanks for the reminder, ha. Ma San said as he bent down and picked up the bread. If you don't manage a household, you don't know how expensive firewood, rice, oil, and salt are. This 1.5 loaves of bread can hire 2 awakened people. No matter who it belongs to, pick it up first. Alas, it's all tears if I talk too much. Suin couldn't help but give a thumbs up and admired. This bread is obviously rimmed with gold. It can't be exchanged for at least 10 tons of supplies. Captain Ma is so courageous. Ma San? What nonsense are you talking about? Is this guy sick? Who would exchange supplies for gold these days? A loaf of bread with gold trimmings can't be exchanged for more than 10 tons of supplies. You must be a fool. It's obvious at first glance that he's a young fool who has never seen the dangers of the world. He must have enough food at home, at least 20 tons. Ma San's heart started beating fast. He has to take them all? Ma San gave the man next to him a look, and the man nodded in understanding, then turned around and disappeared into the crowd. When Suin released lightning earlier, he had already seen the trick. Although it was only fleeting, the aura it revealed was at least A-level electrical ability, or even S-level. He may not even be a match if we fight. But when he shook hands just now, he had already planted a poison seed in the other party. As long as he had a thought, the poison seed would explode. Even if the other party was an S-level superpower owner, he would still have to surrender obediently. Unless the other party also possesses the ability of scorching God corruption poison. But is this possible? As long as you are still a human, it is impossible to have 2 superpowers at the same time. The only thing he was worried about was the women next to him. They seemed to be awakened too, but he didn't know what level they were. I don't think it will be too high. I will just suppress and capture it later. Awakened beauties are very rare and can be auctioned for a good price. Roar! At this moment, a deafening roar came from the direction of the city. A giant zombie over 3 meters tall suddenly rushed out from the city. The floor was crushed by it while it was running, and it could easily lift a scrap car with its bare hands. Then he swung it with all his might and threw it dozens of meters into the crowd, smashing those who didn't have time to dodge into pieces. Suddenly, the crowd screamed and ran away in all directions. "Run! It's the giant zombie tank. The tank is coming, run! Help!" If there is a king in the current zombie world, this tank is undoubtedly it. Tank is just like its name, it is the tank among zombies. Level LV8. Defense, strength, speed, and regeneration are all top-notch among zombies. Its terrifying strength can destroy several awakened ones at the same time. Awakened ones below level A are guilty of looking at it. The prey it targets can hardly escape. He would chase his prey at a speed of 100 yards per hour, while continuously throwing projectiles at his target with uncanny accuracy. It has a built-in magic resistance that makes it immune to most elemental powers below level A. It also has a maxed-out physical resistance that is difficult to penetrate even with a sniper rifle, not to mention ordinary cold weapons. The recovery speed is still full. As long as it is not a fatal blow, it can recover in the blink of an eye. It is extremely difficult to deal with. If you encounter this thing, you either kill it or get killed by it. There is no third option because it has a tracking skill. No matter how far you run, it can reach your doorstep that night. If Suin had to make an analogy, it would be the zombie version of the Sinner Island boss, but without superpowers. Seeing the zombies rushing out of the city, Suin was also a little surprised. These things have a sense of territory. They usually only patrol within the territory and basically will not run out by themselves unless someone attracts them or they are chasing someone. When Suin saw a running figure not far in front of the tank, he suddenly realized that person was the man who was with Ma-san before. At this moment, there were 2 lines of small words on his head, and he was running towards Suin desperately. Ability, Taunt C. Wealth value, 100. It turns out that this guy deliberately used his supernatural powers to lure Tank out of the city. When you are attracted to the designated location, turn off the ability to escape the tank's tracking. The tank that loses the target will only attack other people nearby at the first time. This is a blatant diversion of trouble. Very skilled. Suin looked at Ma-san, who looked calm, thinking that this old guy must have done this kind of thing many times. Chapter 59, Li Xiaoyu's mistake. Tank was in a rage at the moment and started a bloody massacre in the crowd. No one could survive his punch, and he left a trail of broken bodies and rotten flesh all along the way. Tank quickly rushed to a place not far from Suin and his companions. This evil beast is so rampant. Doesn't Captain Su plan to destroy it? I can see at a glance that Captain Su is a hidden master and a chivalrous man who values friendship and loyalty. The chivalrous and kind-hearted are heroes like Captain Su. The greatest heroes serve their country and their people. I will not make a mistake in this. Ma-san immediately flattered Suin, which seemed like he was forcing someone to do something. Suin looked at Ma-san in surprise. Captain Ma, you are absolutely right. You really understand me. Then Captain Su, please come on. I will help you with the raid, but I dare not compete with you for the limelight. Suin looked a little embarrassed and waved his hands. Week to week, this big guy is only at the same level as my guard dog. It would be beneath my dignity if I took action. Suin wasn't just talking nonsense. Wang Sai's initial level is LV6. After half a month of fattening with leftovers, he has reached LV8. His strength is no worse than that of a tank. As for whether Wang Kai is a cat or a dog, it doesn't matter. Ma-san's mouth twitched when he heard this. I've seen shameless people before, but I've never seen anyone so shameless as this. He almost couldn't help but detonate the poison. When I catch this guy later, I will definitely stab him in the face twice to see how thick his skin is. Just when Ma-san was planning to continue to fool Suin, Li Xiaoyu, who was standing by, rushed towards Tank with a big knife. Ma-san almost jumped up and exclaimed, "Great." He was just worrying about how to deal with these women. Then he gave another female subordinate a look, and the subordinate understood and rushed towards Tank. But her target is not Tank. Li Xiaoyu. As long as Li Xiaoyu shows signs of weakness, she will attack him directly. Li Xiaoyu rushed to the front of Tank like a gust of wind, and the psychic who guided the tank immediately released the taunt psychic with joy. Tank, who had lost his target, was stunned for a moment, then roared furiously, and then locked onto Li Xiaoyu in front of him, raised his huge fist, and smashed down at Li Xiaoyu fiercely. Li Xiaoyu did not retreat but advanced, holding his sword horizontally, intending to withstand the blow. Seeing this, Ma-san couldn't help but reveal a hint of mockery and said lightly, "Oh, you're looking for death." Tank's attack is not so easy to take. Even the A-level psychic with strength enhancement system dare not fight Tank head-on. The physical strength of the two is not at the same level at all. He seemed to have seen the scene where the little girl was knocked away or even killed by Tank's punch. It's just a pity that such a beautiful female awakener is worth a lot of money. However, Tank's fist with tremendous force really hit Li Xiaoyu's horizontal knife. The imagined scene of blood and flesh flying everywhere did not appear. There was only a crisp sound of ding. Li Xiaoyu suddenly swung the sword in his hand like a storm, and dozens of cold lights flashed in an instant. A second later, Li Xiaoyu slowly put away the sword and put it behind her back. The broad blade almost completely covered her petite body. It doesn't matter if you can't see Li Xiaoyu. Tank can still see him. With a loud crash, Tank's huge body collapsed into dozens of pieces of flesh piled on the ground. He died without even a chance to recover. The awakened person who originally tried to sneak attack Li Xiaoyu was so frightened that he turned around and ran back to stand behind Ma-san, lowering his head and not saying a word. Only his calves could not stop shaking. The well-informed Ma-san is also a stumbling block. What happened to the kidney? Myo-sa? Tank was killed in one hit? Is this sweet or personal? An S-level awakener. Definitely an S-level awakener. The Chongqing Adventure Group has S-level awakeners. Not even one, but two. It's a tough nut to crack. Ma-san cursed in his heart. He never thought that the Chongqing Adventure Group had such strength. Otherwise, they would not have come here so foolishly. At least they should unite with several other adventure groups to deal with it together. Fortunately, they hadn't started a fight yet, otherwise it would have been bad. He wasn't sure he could beat that terrifying girl. And there are still 2 others who haven't made a move yet. Who knows what level of awakeners they are? Ma-san immediately decided to quit. He has decided to take the fat piece of meat from the Chongqing Adventure Group, but not now. He is a venomous snake, not a lion. Waiting for an opportunity to launch a sneak attack is his strong point. Captain Ma, didn't you say you wanted to visit my home? Why don't we go now? Suin looked at Ma-san with a smile on his face. Ma-san suddenly broke out in a cold sweat and waved his hands hurriedly. No, I suddenly remembered that there is something urgent at home, so I will not visit your adventure group. I will visit you another day when I have free time. Captain Ma is in a hurry to go home. Haha, it's urgent, there's no time to delay. Is that so? Suin looked a little disappointed, and suddenly he seemed to think of something. Why don't I go visit your adventure group, just as if I were visiting you? Ma-san was stunned for a moment. Are you alone? I'm enough for a visit. Ma-san couldn't help but look Suin up and down and was amazed. This kid is crazy. He actually came to me to seek death. He laughed heartily. Haha, Captain Su is interested. How dare I refuse? I will definitely entertain you, brother. Captain Su, please. By the way, can I ask how many awakened people are there in your adventure group? Ma-san didn't think much about it and casually reported a number that was roughly the same. Not many, only about 40 or 50. All of them are ugly and not worthy of Captain Su's attention. So many. Suin couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and then turned back to the bus. Captain Ma, wait a moment. I'll prepare some small gifts. Soon Suin came down with a basket of bread, which looked like about 40 or 50 pieces. A small gift is not enough to show respect. Captain Su, you're too polite. Ma-san took the bread with a smile on his face. He felt that the bread looked familiar. Captain Ma, please hold it carefully. It is very heavy. Don't worry, we can take as many as you want. My bread is also rimmed with gold. Captain Su, you are so humorous. Captain Ma, you're not bad either. Ha ha, ha ha. The 2 looked at each other and laughed out loud, each with their own hidden agenda. Chapter 60 Go to the Viper Adventure Group. We'll go with you. Hearing that Suin was going to visit the Viper Adventure Group, Li Xiaoyu and Xue Qingyu both looked worried. The bad guys are not to be feared. The smiling tigers like Ma-san are the most difficult to deal with. No one knows when this kind of person will stab you in the back. The brighter the smile, the more creepy it is. Besides, the Viper Adventure Group is a large adventure group. Ma-san also said that there are at least 40 or 50 awakened people. Although they didn't know how strong Suin was, it was not easy to face 40 or 50 awakeners at the same time, not to mention that there was Ma-san, an S-level awakener, in charge. No, just visiting, I can go alone. But the 2 girls were about to say something when they were hugged by one on the left and the other on the right, and whispered, Don't worry, I'll be fine. It's more convenient for me to go alone. You guys stay here and continue to recruit people. Raise the standard a bit today and keep it at around 200 people. If someone comes to cause trouble again, and there are awakened people of B level or above, you can withdraw to the base directly after dealing with them. And don't wait for me. Li Xiaoyu was fine with Suin hugging him like this. After all, they were used to being close, so he didn't think there was anything wrong. Xue Qingyu trembled slightly. Her face flushed. Her heart was beating wildly. Su Ank had never taken the initiative to make such an intimate move towards her. Then please be safe. We will wait for you at home. Seeing Suin hugging the 2 girls and whispering in their ears, Ma-san's snake-like eyes flashed with a hint of viciousness, and he looked at Suin with even more contempt. He's just a lecherous creature, nothing to be afraid of. When we get back to the adventure group, we will first capture this guy, and then find a way to swallow up the entire Chongqing Adventure Group. With the Chongqing Adventure Group's large amount of supplies, the Viper Adventure Group is bound to reach a new level. These days, supplies are everything. After whispering, Suin turned around and walked to Ma-san. Let's go, Captain Ma. I have admired your adventure group for a long time. Okay. Ma-san smiled and asked his men to lead the way. Captain Ma, are we going to walk there? Ma-san was stunned for a moment. What else? What era is this? Why you still want to take a car? Gasoline is so precious, so save it if you can. Don't worry, it's not far, just a dozen kilometers away. This guy is even stingier than he thought. He clearly has 18,000 points of wealth and supplies at home. Converted to more than 10 tons, it is almost 1/10,000,000th of his, which is not a small amount. Oh, it's gone now. That's okay. Just take 2 steps. Then, under the leadership of Ma-san, The group headed towards the base of the Viper Adventure Group. In his previous life, Suin was only busy trying to survive and had never observed what the end of the world would be like. In this life, he had everything he needed, and his mood was much calmer. He couldn't help but look out along the way. All I could see was a devastated scene. Because of the crows, the ground was completely bare, with barely any grass or green leaves to be seen. The survivors gathered in groups of 2 or 3, digging at the dirt like wild dogs. There is almost no food on the ground. The only hope is underground, either grass roots or insects hiding in the soil. If you are lucky enough to find a plant rhizome with a slightly higher starch content, then this day will be a good harvest. If you can find a few bugs, chicken tastes crunchy and has 6 times the protein of beef. It can be said that most people rely on plant roots and insects to survive, and the guanine soil has been almost eaten up. Everyone is sickly yellow, with sunken eyes and protruding ribs. A slight cold is enough to kill them. It is even more desperate than the famine in ancient times. The shabby camps of all sizes are like dying beasts, crawling in the wilderness and wailing with the sound of the wind. I could only hear wailing, but no children playing. A gust of wind blew up dust, which made it hard for me to open my eyes. Suin looked indifferent at the scene in front of him. Once upon a time, he was also one of the refugees struggling here with Li Xiaoyan. But he ate grass roots, while Li Xiaoyan ate the supplies he risked his life to dig out in the city. Finally, under the leadership of Ma San, Suin came to the base of the Viper Adventure Group. This is a slightly rundown neighborhood. Before the end of the world, this was a relocation community. It is still some distance away from the city, so there are fewer zombies. After the end of the world, Ma San led his men to occupy this place, and at the same time, he hid here and successfully avoided the crows and bats. But the top floors of most of the buildings in the community have collapsed. All of them were scratched down by flocks of crows and bats. There are claw marks everywhere on the walls. There is not a single piece of intact glass left. Now they are covered with wooden boards and cardboard. Don't be fooled by its shabby appearance, but this is already a very luxurious residence. The place where ordinary people live is almost the same as a doghouse. Ma San took Suin straight to a living room, which had a table, a sofa, a carpet, a painting, a tea table, and a green plant on the table. It could be considered a living room, if it weren't for the drafts on all 4 sides. Come and have some tea. A beautiful woman came in and poured a cup of hot tea for Suin. Before leaving, she did not forget to wink at him. Suin couldn't help but look back repeatedly as the woman left. Another awakener. Captain Su, the style of my place is pretty good, isn't it? How does it compare to your adventure group? I am not bragging. There are not many people who can enjoy this kind of treatment now. This one is not bad. It has a kind of simple beauty. It's almost as good as the staff bathroom at home. It's really stylish. Captain Su, I won't beat around the bush. I'm very interested in your group. I wonder if your group can join my Viper Adventure Group. I can give you a position. Ma San was too lazy to pretend anymore and just revealed his true colors. Chapter 61. Captain Ma, you don't have any special abilities. It's all an illusion. Suin was not surprised to hear Ma San's words. He had deliberately sent himself to the door. It's better to be direct. It saves time for everyone. Then he said slowly, Captain Ma, you have a big appetite and you're still thinking about my remaining food. But you should check your own granary first. What if it's empty? Bang! Ma San slammed the table and stood up, narrowed his eyes and said coldly, Boy, don't think that you can be fearless just because you are an S-level awakener. To be honest, I have planted a poison seed in you. I can kill you at any time if I want to. If you were smart, tell us where your adventure group's base is, how many supplies you have, and how many awakened people you have. Otherwise, you will die. Have you ever tasted the taste of S-level supernatural venom? I will turn your bones into powder and your internal organs into blood. Just as Ma San threatened Su, and with a ferocious look on his face, a man suddenly broke into the room. Oh no, Captain, Ma San frowned slightly, a little unhappy. Can you see I'm busy? If you have something to say, just say it quickly. You always bother me for trivial matters. Aren't you fucking still weaned? The subordinate waved his hands hurriedly. It's not a small matter, Captain. Our supplies. Ma San's heart skipped a beat. What happened to the supplies? All the supplies are gone. Not even a grain of rice is left in the warehouse. It was still fine this morning. The brothers were guarding it tightly and never left for a moment. But when we checked just now, we found that the entire warehouse was empty. Ma San suddenly stood up, grabbed his men by the collar and roared. Bullshit. Can so much material grow wings and fly away? The subordinate was so anxious that he almost cried. It really has nothing to do with us. He just disappeared suddenly. Ma-san was in a state of panic. His mind was in a mess. The supplies in the warehouse are the capital of the entire Viper Adventure Group. If the capital is gone, we won't be able to pay the Awakeners' wages the next day. Over time, morale will be lost. We all need to eat and survive. Why are you still staying here if you have no food to eat? Captain Ma, didn't I tell you a long time ago that your granary is empty? Suin took a sip of tea. The water is not good water, and the tea is not good tea. It tastes terrible. The Da Hong Pao brewed by Chow Chow at home tastes better. Suin threw the teacup onto the tea table, splashing tea all over the floor. Ma-san stared at Suin. It's you did it, right? How did you do it? The most secure place for the entire Viper Adventure Group is the granary, where 8 Awakeners are deployed to guard it, plus an infrared alarm. In order to power the alarm, the entire Viper Adventure team used all their gasoline to generate electricity. Even the leader of the team used green travel when he went out. He couldn't understand how Suin managed to empty the entire warehouse so quietly, and Suin had always been with him. Are there other companions? Could it be that he was not targeting the Chongqing Adventure Group, but that he was being targeted by the Chongqing Adventure Group? Ren Ma-san could never have imagined that just by shaking hands with Suin, his family's granary would be looted. If he knew, he would want to chop off his hand. There is no way Suin's hands are so dirty. Captain Ma, I've already told you that the bread I gave you is rimmed with gold. It's very valuable. 1.5 loaves of bread can be exchanged for a whole warehouse of supplies. Didn't I give you 40 or 50 before? Guess how much you want to exchange for it? After Suin finished speaking, he laughed sinisterly, then stood up and walked towards Ma-san slowly. Umph. You're looking for death. You dare to take my things. I want you to spit out double the amount. Poison seed explode. Ma-san snorted coldly and immediately detonated the poison in Suin's body. There was a muffled sound, and a burst of green smoke suddenly appeared around Suin, and the smoke soon enveloped Suin. The green plants on the table just touched a wisp of green smoke, and in the blink of an eye they rotted into slime. Don't worry, I won't kill you directly. Your life is still useful. I'll tell you a secret. I'll send people to find the base of your adventure group. It will be found in less than half a day. By then, your entire adventure group will die with you. When I'm done playing with those women, I'll sell them on the human market. Boy, you are still too young. Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you have superpowers. Older people are more experienced. Compared to me, you are still. Just as Ma-san was chattering trash, a big hand quickly stretched out from the smoke, grabbed Ma-san's throat, and lifted him up. Ma-san wanted to break free, but he seemed so powerless. Although he is an S-level awakener, his melee ability is very poor. Once the poison wears off, his strength is close to that of an ordinary person. At the same time, densely packed thin wires shot out from the smoke, tying up the men beside him like dumplings. Suin's cold voice also came from the smoke. Don't you know the law of smoke without injury? You haven't watched enough movies, Captain Ma. Then the smoke suddenly shrank and soon gathered in Suin's palm and disappeared. Seeing his poisonous smoke being absorbed by Suin, Ma-san widened his eyes in disbelief. Only poison abilities of the same level and ability can absorb each other's toxins. How can you have the same superpower as me? It's impossible. You obviously have the power of lightning. Suin smiled faintly. What nonsense are you talking about, Captain Ma? Where do you get your superpowers? It's all an illusion. Try it yourself and see if you have any superpowers. Upon hearing this, Ma-san hurriedly checked his ability. As Suin said, he really had no superpowers anymore, and his scorching god poison disappeared. Where is my superpower? How could this happen? Why did it disappear? How could this happen? Recalling the missing supplies in the warehouse, Ma-san seemed to have thought of something and looked at Suin in horror. It's you, it must be you, you stole my superpower. Click! Suin suddenly exerted force with his big hand to strangle Ma-san's words in his throat. Show! Suin stretched out his slender fingers and placed them on his lips, making a gesture to keep quiet. Captain Ma, this is not something you can talk about. Ka. As Suin's big hands gradually exerted force, Ma-san's eyes began to become red and bloodshot, and his face was covered with bulging blood vessels. Finally, under suffocation and oppression, Ma-san gradually stopped struggling. Suin slowly loosened his grip, and the body collapsed to the ground. A ball of scorching flames instantly enveloped the body, and in a moment, it was burned into a pile of charcoal. Suin untied the restraints on the mouth of his subordinate with one hand. Okay, start shouting for help. The man screamed in fear. Help! Someone, the leader has been killed. Puff! A steel bar broke through the concrete floor and pierced his thigh. Louder! Haven't you eaten yet? Chapter 62, the best way to fight the end of the world is to become the end of the world. It was him. He was the one who killed the leader. I saw it with my own eyes. Kill him quickly and avenge the leader. At the man's shout, all the Viper mercenaries rushed over. There are 400 or 500 people. Standing at the front were a group of Awakened people, numbering 40 to 50 people. The levels of abilities range from G to B, and there is also an A level. You bastard! You actually killed our leader. You must die today. Don't waste time talking to him. Beat him up first, and then interrogate him slowly. Deputy Captain, you are an A-level Awakener. Now that the captain is dead, you will be the one leading us. We'll talk about this later. Let's avenge the leader first. Since his rebirth, this is the first time Suin has seen so many Awakened people at the same time. Looking at the angry crowd, Suin felt a little excited for some reason, and the blood in his body began to stir. He will face dozens of Awakened people at the same time. It's really exciting. He now has about 20 superpowers, 5 of which are S-level. Even he himself doesn't know how strong he is. He is strong for sure, but how strong can he be? I'm afraid no one can give a specific answer. Even if he faces an S-level Awakener, he can kill him instantly. But is that enough? No, it's not enough. Not enough. Not enough. Strength amplification. Man of Steel. Hearing amplification. Amplified sense of smell. Eagle eye tracking. Jumping amplification. Lightning control. Supercharge. Fire energy. Stone skin. Multiplication. Suin roared to the sky, and dozens of supernatural powers were activated at the same time. The body suddenly grew several times larger and was already 4 or 5 meters away. The body had turned into steel, and a layer of rock crust covered the steel. The sky-high lightning mixed with flames was restless all over the body, wrapping it up into a thunder and firestorm. Suin slowly raised his hands, and thousands of steel bars broke through the wall and coiled behind him. The burning spirit poison was lingering on the tip of each steel bar. The sudden change shocked all the members of the Viper Adventure Group. He has S-level abilities. No, there is more than one. A lot. He has a lot of special powers. Monster. How can a human being have so many skills? He is a monster. Suin ignored the horrified crowd. He has experienced 9 Doomsdays. He had witnessed the earth being devoured and civilization destroyed. He had also witnessed the sky falling. He had looked up at the eye of the end in the endless desert sea. He had seen the blue beast at the end of the ocean. He had looked into the eyes of God in the new world. In the face of a natural disaster, even an S-level Awakener is just a humble ant. So what if he could kill an S-class instantly? He still couldn't control his own fate under natural disasters, and he was still lingering on. Human power has its limits after all. The best way to fight the apocalypse is to become the apocalypse. Become the end of the world. I am the end of the world. Boom! The earth trembled, and sand and rocks rose from the ground and spread upward, blocking the sun and the sky. Like an angry beast bursting out of the ground, it swallowed the entire Viper Adventure Group base in one gulp. Suin's cold declaration echoed in the beast's mouth. Welcome to the end of the world. When the last ray of sunset falls on the earth, the huge sandstone fortress that covered the Viper Adventure Group's base slowly loosened until it collapsed. Looking around, the Viper Adventure Group that once stood there has now become a collapsed ruin. Suin sat naked on a hill made of charred corpses, quietly watching the sunset. He took out a cigarette from the wide space and put it in his mouth, then picked up a piece of burning meat and lit the cigarette. Take a deep breath. The Viper Adventure Group is already here. Whether it's the awakened ones or ordinary people, even the old and the young, women and children are all here. No one from the entire adventure group survived. He didn't let anyone go. He revealed too many secrets today. Only the dead can keep them absolutely confidential. Being kind to your enemies is being cruel to yourself. There is always such a story in his memory. A large adventure group cut off a C-rank Awakener's leg, humiliated him in every way, and threw him into a mass grave, leaving him to die. Perhaps in their eyes, the C-level Awakener is just an ant, nothing to worry about. But it was just such an ant that eventually led to the destruction of this large adventure group. The ant also achieved his revenge by eating the heart of the man who chopped off his leg. This story tells him not to underestimate any of your enemies, even if they are still very weak. The best way to cut off hatred is to nip the flame of revenge in the bud. Suin supported himself and jumped down the pile of corpses, took out a set of clothes from the wide space, and put them on. The clothes are new, but they can hardly cover up the smell of burnt meat. It's time to take a shower when I get home. Let Xiao Xiao help me clean myself. It smells so bad. Then he took out a motorcycle from the wide space and drove away. The noise made by the Viper Adventure Group was so loud that many people came to watch. But all I could see were ruins and piles of charred corpses, not a single living person. In just half a day, the Viper Adventure Group, which was ranked at the forefront of the entire city, was completely wiped out. According to insiders, the Viper Adventure Group was destroyed because they provoked an adventure group called Chongqing. Moreover, it was just provoked in the morning and it was gone in the afternoon. This speed of extermination is simply appalling. The news of the destruction of the Viper Adventure Group spread rapidly throughout the Sioux area. All adventure groups, big and small, received this shocking news, and it was almost known to everyone. As for Suin, the instigator, he returned to the talent market early. Chapter 63, Great Harvest of Superpowers. After another day of recruitment, we recruited 200 fair-skinned and beautiful girls. The overall quality is even higher than yesterday. Seeing Suin coming back, Xueqingyu hurried over to him, her face full of worry. Are you okay? It's okay, I got a lot of good stuff. Suin grinned. The supplies of the Viper Adventure Group had long been looted by him. It's just 18,000 points of supplies, nothing to be happy about. What really made him happy was that he had looted a total of 58 superpowers today, and all of them were superpowers that could be given away. 1 S level, 1 A level, 8 B level, 12 C level, and the rest are low-level abilities of DFG. These supernatural powers are the greatest gain he has gained from this trip, and his strength has once again undergone a qualitative change. It used to take half a day to wipe out the Viper Adventure Group, but now, an hour is more than enough. Seeing Suin was safe, Xueqingyu breathed a sigh of relief. We have recruited enough people. Shall we leave now? Let's go, I stink, I need to go back and take a shower. Just like yesterday, the bus was full of beautiful girls of all ages and headed back into the city. But when I left, I spread the news that tomorrow would be the last time the Chongqing Adventure Group would recruit new members. If you miss this opportunity, it will be basically impossible to join the group again. It took an hour to get back to the base. As soon as Suin got out of the car, he was stunned by the scene in front of him. I saw naked girls lying in all directions in the yard. Some lay on the ground crying, some curled up in the corner and trembled, and some had empty eyes as if they had lost their souls. It is hard to imagine what kind of inhuman treatment they suffered in such a short day. Master, you are back. Lu Hui came up with a gentle smile, her expression still as noble and elegant as ever. Qingxia, who was standing by, lowered her head and said nothing. Looking closely, she was still trembling a little, and her face was pale, as if she was frightened by something. Suin glanced at the girls who were in different states of misery and asked in confusion. They are, Master, don't worry. I just want to punish her a little to make her more obedient. Lu Hui still smiled. Suin hesitated to speak. You call this a little punishment? I'm almost broken. But in the end, he was too lazy to ask. Lu Hui had a great impression of him and was very loyal to him. She would not do anything to harm him. Let her do whatever she wants, as long as she achieves her goal. After all, the treatment of the Chongqing Adventure Group is not so easy to get. Since you choose to stay, you must be mentally prepared. Master, 20 qualified ones have been selected, 2 of which are very beautiful and clean. Would you like to take a look? Suin waved his hands repeatedly. No, I need to take a shower first. After Suin finished speaking, he ran back to the bathroom in the villa. Lu Hui's loyalty is a good thing, but sometimes she is too loyal and a little crazy. The reason why he recruited these people back was not for his own enjoyment, but for future planning. Besides, how could he handle so many girls? He doesn't have any kidney amplification ability, and it would kill people. But except Suin, everyone thought that these girls were just for Suin to enjoy himself. Even Xueqingyu thought so. There may be other reasons, but this point is beyond doubt. Otherwise, why not recruit men who are stronger and more practical? If Suin knew, he would cry out that he was wronged. What can he do? He can't just recruit some men back and then improve their favorability, right? The condition for gifting supernatural power is more than 60%, which means at least reaching the level of love. If a large group of men have a special brotherhood with him, just think about it. He will really thank you. If you are attacked by a girl at night, you could just bear it. But if you are attacked by a good brother at night, he will really kill. Looking back to junior high school, he was a boarding student. During the month-long vacation, most of his roommates went home, leaving only him and two other roommates to stay overnight in the dormitory. Two roommates? That scene caused indelible damage to his little heart. He was so scared that he asked his class teacher to change his dormitory the next day. But he always felt that there was something wrong with the way those two guys looked at him. And after that, even if he went to an internet cafe to sleep overnight during the holidays, he didn't dare to stay overnight in the dormitory. Fencing was a childhood trauma for him, and he was quite disgusted and terrified by it. After preparing the bath water, Suin laid down comfortably. Since there are no crows, the solar water heater can be used again, so we use hot water. Of course, only the Chongqing Adventure team can still take a shower. Now most of the water resources in the outside world have dried up, and they can only dig wells to get groundwater. But groundwater is not unlimited. There are too many people and too little water. We have to drink it sparingly, not to mention taking a bath. Just then the bathroom door was pushed open, and the little maid Chow Chow walked in with a blushing face. "Master, I will rub your back." Suin did not refuse, and lay on the bathtub, enjoying Chow Chow's back scrubbing service. This day was also very tiring. If he hadn't copied Qing Xia's recovery ability before, he would have collapsed from exhaustion. Killing people is a physically demanding job, especially when the person being killed is an awakened one. While enjoying it, Sun was also quietly sorting out all the supernatural powers that could be given away. There were about 60 of them, but most of them are crooked and cracked. Those below, sea level, don't need to be considered. He recruited these people to enhance their combat power. The abilities below sea level are not up to par, and their combat effectiveness is very limited. After a rough calculation, there are about 20 abilities that can be given as gifts. The goal is 200, or even more. At most, I only managed to collect 1/10 of the amount. In other words, at least 10 Viper Adventure groups must be wiped out to make up enough. Just thinking about it is troublesome enough. The only good news is that the proficiency of Plundering ability has reached 75%, and another 25% of proficiency can be upgraded to level 3. Level 1 to level 2 means 10 superpowers are plundered, and level 2 to level 3 means 100 superpowers are plundered. This means he only needs 25 abilities to level up. I don't know if new features will be enabled when I upgrade to level 3. Just as Suin was sighing, Xue Qingyu, who was standing outside the bathroom, tiptoed out. Although he wanted to go in, he lacked the courage when the time came. Chapter 64. The 3 stages of the first Doomsday. After taking a shower, Suin put on a bathrobe and came to his own office. This is the office that Lu Hui specially built for him. The decoration is very luxurious. The velvet carpet is the most inconspicuous thing in the room. There are all kinds of antiques and calligraphy and paintings everywhere. The desk is carved from a whole piece of high-gnarled golden manhwa. Before the end of the world, this desk would be worth tens of millions. Because of their scarcity, even after the end of the world, they are still the favorites of the top leaders of major adventure groups. But what puzzled Suin was that his desk was piled with Xiao Qiao's hot photo albums, and the walls were also covered with Xiao Qiao's sexy posters, many of which were taken by Lu Hui for Xiao Qiao recently. Suin also didn't understand what Lu Hui meant. After thinking about it, I can only explain it with maternal love. Lu Hui loves her daughter too much. Even in the end of the world, she still remembers to help Xiao Qiao realize her dream of becoming a star. Suin didn't think much about it. He took out his notebook and started drawing and writing. The second stage of the zombie apocalypse will begin at 12 noon the day after tomorrow. The first apocalypse was called the zombie apocalypse. There are 3 stages. The first stage is the initial appearance of zombies, which lasts for 31 days. In the first stage, the first 7 days are the most ordinary, with only some zombies, and at most some mutant zombies. After 7 days, it is the transition period from the first stage to the second stage of the Sea of Bats and the Sea of Crows. Since there are the fewest awakened people during this transition period, and it lasts for a long time, it is also the most difficult time for the survivors. After surviving the Crow Sea, there is a 3-day rest period. Then we will enter the second stage. The second stage is an upgraded version of the first stage. Today, zombies are all naturally evolved species. But in the second stage, Bao will appear, commonly known as biological weapons. These Bao are modified biological weapons, and their strength is even stronger. If tank is the current ceiling, then in the second stage it can only be regarded as a sewer. The initial level of Bao is LV8, which is the highest level of evolution of ordinary zombies. The second stage is more than 10 times more dangerous than the first stage. But with great risk comes great opportunity. In the second stage, many abandoned laboratories will appear out of thin air, and many high-tech items are hidden in the laboratories, such as high-tech battle suits, alloy swords, amplification potions, etc. The size of the laboratories varies, and the degree of danger also varies. The larger the laboratory, the better the things inside, but the bow hidden inside is also more and more powerful. In addition, more supply boxes will be refreshed after the second stage, which is more than 10 times the refresh amount in the first stage. Most of these supply boxes are also hidden in the laboratory. If the purpose of the first stage is to survive, then the purpose of the second stage is to fight. Only by constantly conquering the laboratory and obtaining high-tech materials can you be qualified to face the final stage of the zombie apocalypse. Stage 3. Zombie Rampage. In the third stage, all zombies and bows will attack humans like crazy. Wherever there are living people, there will be zombies, and they can never be completely killed. The continuous attack will last for a week. Those who cannot defend will be devoured by the zombies, and only those who survive will be qualified to go to the second Doomsday. What Suin has to do now is to rely on his experience in his previous life to outline the location of the laboratory that will be updated, its size and richness, etc. In order to conquer the most cost-effective laboratory in the first place and get what he wants. The output of several laboratories is unique and most valuable. We must seize these best laboratories and take everything inside. After a preliminary review, there will be about 200 laboratories of various sizes in the city area. According to the different safety factors, it is divided into 6 levels. The safety factor of 6 is actually the most dangerous, but also the most abundant in resources and the least in number, no more than 10. Safety factor 1 is the worst, the most numerous, and the most rubbish. It is so rubbish that he doesn't even bother to take a look. His goal is 3 gears with a safety factor of 456. Among them, those with a safety factor of 6 are refreshed every week, and he is absolutely sure that he can eat them all. But safety factors 4 and 5 are not acceptable. They are refreshed at one time. The quick hand wins, the slow hand loses. We are short of manpower and superpowers. Suin sighed helplessly. The new member had just been recruited, so there weren't many things he could use. Besides, he hadn't yet improved the girls' favorability, so he couldn't give them special powers. After all, time is too tight, and there is too little time to prepare. After thinking about it, Suin asked Lu Hui to bring the 20 new members who were selected today, to see if it works first. Since Lu Hui picked them, their obedience is definitely not low in favorability. I don't know if it's too late to brush them now. If it doesn't work, you can only press and swipe. It is said that the most direct way to get into a woman's heart is, I really want a kidney enhancement. I don't know if using recovery of superpowers will work. I'll try it with Li Xiaoyu tonight. Soon Lu Hui brought 20 selected girls to the office. Lu Hui came behind Suin and gently rubbed his temples, then gave the new members a light order. Take off your clothes. Master, please take a look at who you like more, and let her. The girls did as they were told without any hesitation, and their obedience was full. Suin quickly reached out to stop. Put on all your clothes. He knew Lu Hui would misunderstand his meaning. He can't bear to see these things now. He can't use these to test Laogan. There are too many things to do now. It's not time to enjoy it yet. The girls put on their clothes with regret. Suin then carefully looked at this group of new members. Appearance was secondary. The key was their favorability. It's okay if you don't look at it, but once you do, you'll be shocked. The lowest favorability has exceeded 70%, and the highest favorability has even reached 99%. Suin was confused. What happened to his kidney? He has never increased his favorability with these girls, so how come his favorability is so high out of nowhere? Have you been brainwashed? Suin couldn't help but look at Lu Hui with admiration. There are a lot of things. Master, don't you like it? There are younger ones who are also very beautiful. Suin waved his hands hurriedly. No, I'm very satisfied, extremely satisfied. From now on, you will be fully responsible for the assessment of new members. You can do whatever you want. I fully support you. Suddenly, there are 20 more tools to help improve the favorability, which is really a timely help. In his joy, he couldn't help but hug this beautiful young woman in his arms and kissed her hard. Lu Hui's body froze and her eyes widened. She never thought Suin would be willing to touch her. Lu Hui was shaking with excitement, and the suppressed emotions suddenly burst out like a tide. Chapter 65. Misunderstanding. Suin quickly turned his eyes away. Business is important. Business is important. We have to consecrate these new members first and arrange their special powers. Then he casually told the 20 girls, "Come to my room tonight." But he immediately realized that he had said the wrong thing, that the amount of information was a bit too much and could be easily misunderstood. So he immediately changed his words. "Just stay here. You don't have to go to my room at night." Louis gave Sue a charming look, bit her red lips, and stood up to help Sue unbutton his clothes. As long as he wants, she will do whatever he wants. She has no principles in front of him. Her soul belongs to him. Wait, what are you doing? That's not what I meant. I want to give them superpowers, not what you think. Louis blushed upon hearing this and quickly stepped aside. "I'm sorry, Master." Suin waved his hand. "It's okay." Suin then stood up and walked in front of the new members, stretched out his hand, and patted each of them on the face. Suddenly, 20 artificial awakeners were completed. "I have now granted each of you a special power, which means that you are all awakened now." The girls also felt the changes in themselves, and their eyes widened. It seems like what Lu Hui said to them. The Master is omnipotent and as great as a god. As long as you offer absolute loyalty, you will receive unexpected gifts and blessings. At this moment, no one doubted what Lu Hui said. Seeing Su An's eyes become more eager and admiring, the favorability of 8 people also increased. The favorability of 8 people instantly increased to 100%, and the lowest one was 91%. Then they all knelt down. "Thank you for your gift, Master." Suin nodded in satisfaction. His favorability increased so fast. "No need to kneel. Stand up. Just remember to keep this matter to yourself forever and don't discuss it with each other. This is the most top-level secret in our group, and not a single bit of it can be leaked. Do you understand?" "Understood, Master. We will never tell you even if we die." "All right, you guys go down first. Go find Instructor Li Xiaoyu and ask her to take you to the underground training ground. Try to master your abilities as soon as possible. You don't have much time left for training, so don't slack off." Then the new members happily went downstairs to find Li Xiaoyu for training. In an instant, they transformed from ordinary people to awakened ones. It was like a dream. Thinking about the generous treatment in the group that even S-level awakened ones would be jealous of, the girls were so moved that they cried out loud. The Master is so kind to them. Joining the Changshaman Adventure Group to serve their Master is the proudest decision they have ever made in their lives. Lu Hui did not leave with the new members, because just now she saw Su and deliberately bend down when he stood up. She certainly understands. Slowly approaching Suin, breathing like an orchid. "Master, do you want me to help you?" Suin hesitated for a moment and said, "Let's do it another day. Let Xiao Xiao come over first." "You want Xiao Xiao?" Lu Hui pursed her lips and hesitated for a moment. "Okay, I'll let Xiao Xiao come over." Suin was afraid that Lu Hui would misunderstand again, so he quickly added, "I plan to give Xiao Xiao a superpower." Xiao Xiao is a senior executive in the group, so it would be inappropriate not to give her a special ability. After spending some time together, the girl's favorability rating inexplicably became 99%, 2 points higher than Xueqingyu. This made Suin wonder if Lu Hui had brainwashed Xiao Xiao as well. It shouldn't be. Lu Hui smiled slightly, said nothing, and went downstairs to call Xiao Xiao. Suin sighed and sat down on the chair. "I'm afraid everyone now thinks he's a rice bug with a yellow brain. Even jumping into the yellow river can't wash away the... I swear to God, he only has some secrets with Li Xiaoyu. He has never touched anyone else. It's a bit unfair to accuse someone, but he couldn't refute it. You can't just tell others that he has a system and has been reborn, and everything is preparation for the future, right? It is impossible to have a showdown, not in this lifetime. He is just a parasite. Sooner or later, he will really live up to this title. After the first Doomsday, the adventure team is almost stable, so let's start surfing." Soon Xiao Xiao came to the office. Suin took the obedient little maid to sit on his lap and opened a light. Now he has 2 S-level abilities to give. One is the Burning God Corruption Poison that I just got, and the other is the Sand and Stone Master that I got from the second in command of Sinner Island. The former has too many restrictions, the lethality rate is too high, the combat effectiveness is insufficient, and the conditions for use are also relatively harsh, so it is not suitable for Xiao Xiao. Relatively speaking, Sand and Gravel Master is much better. Xiao Xiao is also the head of the logistics department of the group. She is a Sand and Gravel Master. She has high combat power and can temporarily build strongholds, transfer supplies, etc. She is a good match for Xiao Xiao. So Suin gave the Sand and Stone Master to Xiao Xiao. "I'll give you a superpower. See if you like it." Suin pinched Xiao Xiao's little nose and said with a smile. Xiao Xiao felt the new power she had acquired. She just raised her hand slightly, and the dust in the room slowly floated up. Xiao Xiao then dived directly into Su An's arms. Thank you, Master. You are the best. Su An stroked Xiao Xiao's hair gently, with a gentle look on his face. Although Xiao Xiao is young, she is very well behaved and sensible. Whenever I see Xiao Xiao's innocent smile without a trace of gloom, I am always infected and can't help but feel relaxed physically and mentally. In this dark end of the world, it is like a delicate and pure little flower, so precious. Unconsciously, he had already regarded this caring little maid as the girl next door. Master, can I call you by another name when we are alone? Of course, you can call me whatever you want. Xiao Xiao Wang snuggled in his arms and muttered softly. Shuang. It seems as if this brother-sister relationship deteriorated right after it left the factory. The taste is wrong. Chapter 66. Li Xiaoyu asked for support to share the damage. Nightfall. Suin lay on the bed with his legs crossed, reading a book while waiting for Li Xiaoyu to come back. What can I do? Of course, I have to hand in my homework. The stimulation during the day is a bit too much. For the sake of physical and mental health, it is necessary to occasionally adjust the style of painting. But after waiting for a long time, Li Xiaoyu did not come back, so Suin had no choice but to lie down and sleep. There are quite a lot of new recruits in the past 2 days. Including today, there are already more than 400 people. They all need to be assessed and screened one by one. As the head coach of the group, I think Li Xiaoyu has a lot of things to do. However, what Suin didn't expect was that Li Xiaoyu was not busy with the new members at this time, but was doing ideological work for Xue Qingyu. Qingyu, I'll be frank with you, save the child. Xue Qingyu blushed when she heard this. You wanted to go? How would I know his attack power is so high? Every strike of his sword is a critical hit. It's even scarier than when he has infinity edge, Li Xiaoyu said with lingering fear. I don't know how. I don't understand anything and can't help you. Xue Qingyu shook her head like a rattle. Seeing Xue Qingyu's cowardice, Li Xiaoyu shouted that she was not up to the task. Qingyu, you have to seize the opportunity. Look, in just a few days, there are hundreds of beautiful girls in the yard. Look at Sister Lu Hui and Xiao Xiao. They're almost falling into Su An's bed. If you are any later, you will miss the last train. That shouldn't be the case. Xue Qingyu's eyes were evasive. Of course I'm telling you, you might not get a share in the future. Look at those new little hooves. Every one of them wants to get into his bed. Just wait and regret it. Some of the girls in the yard nowadays are no worse than you. I don't know how long Su An can endure it. If it were me, I wouldn't be able to endure it. I have to change 1 a day. Oh no, 3 a day. For someone as timid as you, it will take at least a few years for you to remember. It's normal for you to forget. Xue Qingyu was speechless for a moment. She knew that she was a coward. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been secretly in love with Su An during college. She didn't even dare to ask for his phone number. After 2 years of secretly loving him, they hadn't spoken a few words. But she didn't understand anything about this kind of thing and couldn't tell whether what Li Xiaoyu said was true or false. Seeing Xue Qingyu hesitate, Li Xiaoyu immediately started to add fuel to the fire. If you don't understand, I can teach you. We are best sisters. How can I not help you? No one knows better than me. I know everything. Let's go tonight. Tomorrow is okay. I will definitely do it next time. Okay. We have a deal. Don't be a coward when the time comes. Li Xiaoyu had no choice but to go back and face the gale alone. The next morning, after breakfast, Suin brought a few girls to the job market again. Because the news was released yesterday that today is the last day for the Chongqing Adventure Group to recruit people, so there are a lot of people coming. In addition, because he wiped out the Viper Adventure Group yesterday, the fame of the Chongqing Adventure Group also increased. In addition, the Chongqing Adventure Group received incredible treatment. The number of people who came to apply for the job could be described as a sea of people. Even before they arrived, there were already long queues of people staying up all night. Some girls even walked all night to apply for the job. Although there are very few zombies in the wild, long-distance cross-region hiking still poses many dangers, which can even be fatal. But this still can't stop the girls from yearning for the Chongqing Adventure Group. Suin couldn't help but wonder if all the beautiful girls in the whole Su area came here to sign up. Even if it's not too far off. Fortunately, 20 girls officially joined the group yesterday. In order to prevent Xue Qingyu from being overwhelmed by too many people signing up, Suin brought out 10 new members. The fact was just as he expected. It was indeed overwhelmed. 1 recruitment point was not enough, so he had to divide it into 5 recruitment points to recruit at the same time. However, recruitment work is not always smooth. There are always people looking for work every day. An off-road vehicle drove to the recruitment point and stopped. A middle-aged man in a suit and leather shoes walked out of the car with a few Awaken people and came to Suin. "This must be Captain Su. I have heard of your name for a long time. I am Wu Xin, the president of the 100 Alliances." The visitor introduced himself politely. Suin raised his eyebrows and looked at the top of the person's head. Superpower, teleportation S. Wealth value, 110000. Space-related abilities, but not storage-related, but more combat-related. It is already a very good ability, the ceiling among escape abilities. The wealth value is also very high, a full 110,000, several times higher than Masan. Even the guards are 2 A-level Awakeners and 2 B-level Awakeners. This shows how extraordinary the identity of this president of the 100 Alliances is. The 100 Alliances led this Survivor Alliance conference. Since it was a conference, there must be a leader. This Wu Xin was obviously the leader of the group. Although he looks gentle and refined, he is extremely vigilant and has kept a safe distance from Suin from beginning to end. He didn't even bother to shake hands or say hello. Suin couldn't just rush up and force a copy, because he was the best at escaping with the space ability, so he couldn't be caught at all. President Wu Xin has come to visit. I wonder what advice you have for me. Suin pouted unhappily. It was your group that did the Viper Adventure Groups thing, right? Wu Xin asked directly, without beating around the bush. I did it. Is there a problem? Suin shrugged. Seeing Suin's frivolous attitude, Wu Xin did not get angry. I will not say any more polite words. We will not interfere in the feud between your group and the Viper Adventure Group. Whoever wins or loses will depend on their own ability. The Viper Adventure Group is responsible for the jurisdiction of this venue. Since your group has wiped out the Viper Adventure Group, you should have the jurisdiction of this venue. However, your group has not attended the 100 Alliance meeting before, so everyone disagrees on whether the jurisdiction of this venue can belong to your group. I hope that Captain Su can attend a 100 Groups meeting, give everyone an explanation, and at the same time legitimately obtain the jurisdiction of this venue. What do you think, Captain Su? After hearing what Wu Xin said, Suin had no interest at all. His base was not outside the city, and taking over such a large venue would not benefit him at all. To put it nicely, he was in charge, and to put it bluntly, he was just a babysitter providing free safe haven to these survivors. Other forces can use this to absorb high-level Awakeners, but he doesn't need to do that at all. It's not as fast to recruit people yourself as to snatch them from others. Whoring is addictive, but Suin thought about it and seemed to have thought of something and asked hurriedly, "You guys are going to have a meeting today too? How many people are going?" Wu Xin nodded and said, "Yes, today's meeting is very important. The supplies on the edge of the city are almost gone. We are discussing when to start a large-scale counterattack deep in the city. Most adventure groups will participate. For both public and private reasons, I hope that the Chongqing Adventure Group can come and participate." Suin's eyes lit up. Most of the adventure groups are here, so he just fell into the group of Awakened ones. "We must go. It is our duty to counterattack the city." Chapter 67, 100 Alliances. After that, Suin and Xueqingyu said a few words to the others, and then followed Wu Xin into the car. "Captain Su, aren't you going to bring a few guards with you?" Most adventure group leaders are equipped with personal guards. After all, even if you are an S-level Awakener, you will still have shortcomings and face dangers. Therefore, all the leaders are equipped with guards. "I don't have enough people at home. I can't afford this kind of treatment," Suin replied lazily. He was telling the truth. He really couldn't spare anyone to serve as a guard. And he doesn't seem to need any guards. He has no so-called shortcomings. Even if someone could restrain him and find his weakness, the moment he touched him, the weakness would disappear. He is now the god of plague. Anyone who touches him will be in trouble. The lightest consequence of touching him is bankruptcy. Seeing Suin said so, Wu Xin did not say anything more and just regarded Suin as being young and frivolous. After driving for more than 100 kilometers, we arrived at the so-called 100 Alliances. This is a newly built venue made of simple building materials. The floor was covered with tattered carpets, and there were hundreds of tables and benches, plus a large blackboard. Rather than a conference venue, it is more like a primary school classroom in the mountains. There is nothing we can do about it due to limited conditions. At least it is a place where we can hold meetings and discuss matters. At this time, quite a few people had already arrived at the venue. At first glance, there were no less than 200 or 300 people. However, Only number 70 or 80 were in charge, and the rest were guards standing by. But without exception, all those present were awakened, and they were all high-level awakened. The lowest level of ability starts at sea level. Su-In's eyes lit up immediately. Seeing Wu Xian coming, many group leaders stood up to greet him. Wu Xian made a few polite remarks, then walked straight to the podium and greeted Su-In. Captain Su, please take a seat in the first row. The closer the seat is to the front, the stronger the adventure group is. The Viper Adventure Group is a first-rate force. The Chongqing Adventure Group, which destroyed the Viper Adventure Group, is naturally not weaker in strength and should be in the forefront. Su-In walked slowly to an empty seat in the front row and sat down with his arms and legs crossed. Let me introduce you to everyone. This is the leader of the Chongqing Adventure Group, Leader Su-In. I think everyone should be familiar with the name of the Chongqing Adventure Group. It's more than unfamiliar. In the past 2 days, the reputation of the Chongqing Adventure Group has been very popular in the Sudi circle. Everyone was full of curiosity about this adventure group that had quietly risen overnight, especially the sky-high recruitment fees. Everyone would be jealous after hearing about it. Some people were a little timid. After all, they had wiped out the Viper Adventure Group in half a day. Their strength was enough to surpass 99% of the other adventure groups. I'm afraid only the top 5 adventure groups can compare with it. The crowd immediately burst into discussion. Captain Su is here to attend the counterattack meeting today, to contribute to the counterattack, and also to fight for the jurisdiction of Venue 16. The strength of the Chongqing Adventure Group is unquestionable. Does anyone object now? Venue 16, which was originally under the jurisdiction of the Viper Mercenary Group. After hearing Wu Xian's words, the meeting hall fell silent. Everyone looked at each other and chose to remain silent. Before Su-In, the real boss, came, the voices of opposition were louder and louder, but when the real boss came, no one said anything. Everyone can stab someone in the back, but not everyone dares to slap someone in the face in public. This has nothing to do with courage, it's directly linked to strength. Everyone is afraid of becoming the next venomous snake adventure group. I, Quanglong, disagree. At this moment, a scarred man put his legs on the table and looked at Su-In provocatively. I thought the leader of the Chongqing Adventure Group was some kind of person, but after all this time he turned out to be just a young boy. The scarred man stretched his neck towards Su-In. Boy, I heard that you like to use some kind of sky-high salary to trick some girls into going back to play with you. You cheat hundreds of them every day. Can your chicken-like body handle it? Ha! Hearing the scarred man's words, Wu Xian on the podium shook his head helplessly. What you fear will come true. This scarred man is called Crazy Wolf. He is the leader of the Wolf Fong Adventure Group. He is an S-level awakener himself. At the same time, he has gathered more than 200 awakeners under his command, which ranks among the top 3 among all the adventure groups. Mad Wolf has a violent personality and is known for his bad temper. It is rumored that he was a gangster before the end of the world and had killed many people. After awakening from the apocalypse, Mad Wolf immediately slaughtered all of his gang members. He even twisted off his boss's skull and made it into a wine glass. The number of people who died at his hands may be more than the number of zombies he killed. A true killer. There are few people in the whole Sudi who dare to provoke him. Since Crazy Wolf has spoken out in opposition, this matter will probably not end well. Su-In glanced at the Mad Wolf. Superpower. Endless Fury S. Wealth value. 78,000. S-level enhanced combat ability. Famous for its high recovery and high lethality. After the ability is activated, every cell in the body will be explosively enhanced, and the combat power will soar by several levels. As the time of the ability activation increases, the combat power will also increase, and there will be no sequelae after turning off the ability. It is a rare supernatural power, but it has a great pressure on the user's mentality. After long-term use, the anger brought by the supernatural power will affect the user's own mentality. After long-term use, those with weak character can easily turn into madmen who only know how to kill. Therefore, most of the holders who can control the Endless Fury appear gentle on the surface, but only after the power is activated will they become extremely violent, completely different. Obviously, this Mad Wolf cannot perfectly control this ability. It's almost the same if it's Wu Xian. As for the huge wealth of Mad Wolf, which was second only to Wu Xian, Su-In did not take it seriously. It was just a drop in the ocean, nothing to be excited about. But even a mosquito leg is still meat, so he accepted it reluctantly. President Wu Xian, I wonder which venue this Mad Wolf leader is in charge of? 4, 5, 6, a total of 3, Wu Xian answered subconsciously. Suin slowly stood up and grinned. From today on, meeting places 4, 5, and 6 belong to my Eternal Life Adventure group. Who's in favor and who's against? Chapter 68, The Black Rose Still There. When Suin said this, everyone was shocked. Oh my god, this guy is so crazy. Crazier than a mad wolf. He is simply a lunatic. Oh no, a fool. I bet he'll be torn to pieces by a wolf in 5 minutes. Fuck him, boss crazy wolf. I've disliked this bastard for a long time. It's hard to say. What if he is also an S-level awakener? It's hard to say who will win or lose. Even though they are both S-rank, there is still a gap. Do you understand the value of endless fury? This kid is doomed to die. I say, if you don't agree, come and make a bet. I'll bet a bag of rice. Let's gamble. I don't want to gamble. Come on, if Crazy Wolf loses, I'll give you 10 bags of rice. And if that kid loses, you only need to give me half a bag of rice. Don't be too picky. No, I just can't afford to play. Everyone has seen the strength of the Mad Wolf. In a one-on-one fight, no one here can be his opponent, not even President Wu Xian. Crazy Wolf has a hot temper like a barrel of explosives, which can be ignited at any time. Only this new guy dares to provoke Crazy Wolf like this. It's good to be young. You can say anything without much experience. I don't know how I died after offending a Mad Wolf. Hearing Su An's arrogant words, Quan Long was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. Want my territory? Boy, are you trying to make me laugh to death? Ha ha ha. Then he smashed the table to pieces with one punch and slowly stood up. His whole body was flushed with blood red, and his eyes gradually turned scarlet. He had already started to get extremely angry after a disagreement. It seems that some of these bastards have never seen the methods of Uncle Crazy Wolf. Boy, Uncle Crazy Wolf has killed more people than you have eaten. Come here and let Uncle Crazy Wolf teach you how to behave. A bastard should behave like a bastard. Suin was not going to give in. He activated several amplification abilities at the same time and disappeared from the spot in a flash. And when he reappeared, he was already in front of the Mad Wolf. The fist, which was full of explosive power, punched the wolf in the abdomen. The Mad Wolf laughed loudly and did not dodge or evade, intending to take Su An's punch head-on. He has absolute confidence in his defensive capabilities. Bah! A punch landed, and a muffled sound was heard. A gust of wind came out from behind the wolf, blasting a big hole in the wall. The Mad Wolf remained as steady as a rock, not even taking a single step back. Ha, you bastard. Are you tickling me? Come on. I'll let you punch me again. If you take a step back, I'll let you... Suddenly, the smile on Crazy Wolf's face froze. He only felt a sense of weakness all over his body. The increase brought by the endless fury was disappearing quickly. It disappeared completely in the blink of an eye. No matter how he activated his supernatural power, it was ineffective. He seemed to have turned back into an ordinary person. Pa! Suin took advantage of the situation and slid his hand over to grab the Mad Wolf's head and directly lifted up the Mad Wolf's sturdy body. I'm not negotiating with you. This is an order, understand? The Mad Wolf only felt his skull creaking and his entire head was about to explode. He could only scream. It seems you don't understand. After Suin finished speaking, he suddenly exerted force and crushed the wolf's head, causing red and white objects to splatter everywhere. At the same time, he struck out with lightning speed and knocked out the confused guard next to Crazy Wolf. After doing all this, he slowly turned around and looked at everyone, saying lightly, I ask again, who is in favor and who is against? Suddenly, the venue became so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Everyone opened their mouths in shock, even the usually gentle Wu Xian. One punch, just one punch killed the Mad Wolf in an instant? His brain was crushed to pieces? What kind of pervert is this guy? This is so outrageous that it's not like a human being anymore. Who dares to object now? Even Wu Xian, the president, didn't have the courage to say no, let alone others. The timid ones felt like they were committing a crime just by looking at Suin, and they planned to start a fight as soon as they had the chance. Since no one objects, venues 4, 5, 6, and 16 will all belong to the Black Rose mercenary group from now on. Suin did not intend to take over the 4 venues, but gave them to the Black Rose. Yes, Black Rose is here too. He was also a little surprised. He originally thought that if Xueqingyu was not there, the Black Rose would not be born, but she still appeared. The leader of the Black Rose at this time is Bailey Bing, known as the Ice Witch. She is a cold-blooded woman dressed in black and holding a black umbrella. She looks like she is in her 20s, but her delicate face does not show much emotion. She is a woman whose abilities, personality, and even behavior are extremely cold-blooded. She is more like an ice sculpture than a human being. When the original Black Rose was first formed, there were two S-level Awakeners. One is Yu, and the other is Bailey Bing in front of him. Yu's ability is S-level Lightning Control. Bailey Bing's ability is S Moment of Eternal Traces, the top ice ability. With two S-level Awakeners in charge, the Black Rose quickly became a superpower in the city. Although Yu is gone now, Black Rose still has Bailey Bing as its backup, and its strength is still among the top adventure groups in Sudi. When Suin first arrived, he discovered Bailey Bing, and from this he deduced that the Black Rose still exists in this world. Although he didn't know why Black Rose helped him in his previous life, it was still a favor he owed her. He doesn't mind helping the Black Rose in this life, as a repayment for the favor he owed in his previous life, and also as compensation for kidnapping Yu. Hearing Suin's words, Bailey Bing frowned slightly. In her impression, she and the man in front of her had no intersection at all. Not before the apocalypse, not after the apocalypse. Today was just their first meeting. She couldn't understand why the other party gave her so many territories for no reason. She subconsciously planned to refuse. Suin spoke at this time. He glanced at everyone in the meeting room and smiled kindly. I have something urgent to do now, so I'll take my leave now. I'm very sorry to disturb your pleasure. I will go to your house to apologize after I finish the things at hand. Especially those friends who just said bad things about me. I will listen attentively at that time. After Suin finished speaking, he sneered, picked up the person in his hand, and turned away. Mad Wolf is dead. He has to go to Mad Wolf's house to take over. If an awakened person escapes, it will be a huge loss. As for the others, you can keep them and slowly pick them up. The more powerful he is, the more afraid others will be. The more afraid they are, the more they will try their best to develop and strengthen themselves in order to protect themselves. This is exactly what he wanted to see. A lamb that knows how to fatten itself is really a relief. Chapter 69. Giving a high-price gift to the Chongqing Adventure Group. After Suin left, the venue fell into a long silence. No one spoke first, and the atmosphere seemed a bit depressing. Who said that Captain Su would be beaten to death by the Mad Wolf? It's not me, I don't have it. Don't look at me. I didn't say that. It's me, my cabinet has been moved, and I don't want to play anymore. It's just a few words, I don't think anyone will bear a grudge against me, probably. What is a sudden disaster? No one expected that Suin would leave within 3 minutes of his arrival, taking away the life of Crazy Wolf and leaving behind some not-so-friendly words. If everyone was just wary of the Eternal Life Adventure Group before, now they are deeply terrified. Everyone is afraid of being targeted by Suin and becoming the next Mad Wolf. Captain Zhang, you were the one who shouted the loudest just now. Don't you still have half a Yunnan ham at home? I think you should cut off half and send it to the person. After more than a month of Doomsday baptism, at present, fresh meat is almost impossible to eat. Even if you dig up fresh meat in the city, it will have already rotted and smelled. Fresh rat meat is a luxury. Most of what people call meat is actually ham and the like. If you add a small piece of ham the size of a knuckle to a meal, you can confidently say that this meal is a luxurious meal with meat. The top delicacies at the moment are bacon and ham, but the quantity is really very small. Even the leaders of major adventure groups may not be able to afford it. A few people have 1 or 2 pieces in their hands, but they are reluctant to eat them. They all hide them at home as treasures. Giving half a ham as a gift is simply the ultimate luxury gift. There is no grudge or resentment that cannot be resolved by half a ham. I think the Chongqing Adventure Group also wants this delicious food. Captain Zhang's face turned blue and purple, and then twisted and twitched. He understood the reason, but that was half a Yunnan ham. It is a rare treasure nowadays. He himself couldn't bear to eat it. He was intoxicated by the smell every day. Give it to someone? It hurts so much that I can't breathe. The Longevity Adventure Group has no shortage of food, and the treatment for recruiting people is good. There is meat to eat every day. Captain Zhang's eyes were a little evasive. He really couldn't bear to let them go. Lao Zhang, we just need to listen to the polite words. When we recruited people, didn't we also say that we would provide meat? Ask yourself, is what we provide meat? A piece of meat the size of a finger divided into 10 portions, with a little bit at every meal, can also be called meat, right? You can fool everyone, but don't fool yourself. Who doesn't lack meat? Who doesn't lack food? Who doesn't want to eat ham? Don't even mention a few bad words. If you give me half a ham, and you kill my horse, I can still forget the grudge with a smile. Spend money to avoid disaster. Otherwise, you will be killed by others, and you will not be able to save your ham. Captain Zhang slumped in his chair like a deflated ball. I'll think about it. No one thought that Captain Zhang's behavior was inappropriate. Anyone would feel bad for him, and some would even rather die than hand over the ham. Wu Xian, who was sitting on the podium, fell in a deep thought for a long time. He sees more than others. When Suen attacked earlier, he didn't even see clearly what kind of superpower the other party had, let alone the level of the superpower. But half of it is a very strong ability, at least S level. Compared to the others who were frightened by Su An's ambiguous words, he was much calmer. In his opinion, Suen was just talking nonsense and trying to save face in public. It was normal for young people to care about their reputation. As long as he is still a normal person, he can't fight against the majority with a small number of people and fight against multiple adventure groups at the same time. No matter how strong the Chongqing Adventure Group is, it can't be the opponent of the entire 100 alliances. Captain Zhang, please send the ham to Captain Su tomorrow. Not only Captain Zhang, but we should all send it. Everyone, please pool together and take out about half a ton of rice and flour and send it to Captain Su. When Wu Xian said this, everyone was stunned. Ham is to be given away. Rice and flour are to be given away as well. And so much? Half a ton of rice and flour. Even if 99% of the people present emptied their family savings, they wouldn't be able to afford that much. That's rice and flour. Even if dozens of adventure groups come together, it is not easy. Wu Xian saw the doubts of the crowd. Everyone should have seen the strength of Captain Su. He is even stronger than the Mad Wolf. The most important thing now is to bring the Eternal Life Adventure Group into the 100 Alliances. The Eternal Life Adventure Group will play a significant role in the upcoming counterattack on the city. Besides, this huge gift is not so easy to get. You have to work as hard as you can to get it. Otherwise, Wu Xian sneered as he spoke. Everyone's eyes lit up when they heard this. Chairman Wu Xian is trying to force the issue. Giving so much food is simply a huge gift. Anyone would be tempted and would not be able to refuse it. But once you get it, you're in trouble. Either you will be the vanguard in the next counterattack on the city, or you will have to face the wrath of the 100 alliances at the same time. Half a ton of rice and flour is indeed a lot, but compared with the supplies hidden in the huge urban area, it is nothing. Suen is indeed very strong, but he is only one person after all. Facing the 100 alliances, he is still nothing more than a piece of chicken and a pottery dog. It's a good plan, President. I agree. Fuck him. And me. Soon all the adventure groups agreed with Wu Xian's decision. Only Black Rose refused to participate. Bailey Bing looked at Wu Xian coldly, with a sneer on his face. Those who can survive in this apocalypse and establish a power are not easy to deal with. Wu Xian seems to want the Eternal Life Adventure Group to take the lead. In fact, he wanted to swallow up the entire Chongqing Adventure Group. Everyone present knew it well. The counterattack in the city must be extremely dangerous. No one knows what the city center looks like now, but the danger is certain. As the vanguard, the Chongqing Adventure Group will fight on an unfamiliar battlefield and face an unknown and terrifying army of mutant zombies. They will definitely suffer a fatal blow, unless the Eternal Life Adventure Group lives in the city center and knows the place well. But is that possible? Is the city center now a place where people can live? The severely weakened Chongqing Adventure Group will be devoured by everyone in the first place. Wu Xian looks gentle and refined, but in fact his heart is darker than ink. Otherwise he would not have been the president. Bailey Bing did not speak. He stood up and left the venue with his guards. Suen gave the 4 territories directly to Black Rose. Although she didn't know why Suen did this, the 4 territories were already a huge fortune, and Black Rose only had 1. This kindness is extremely important. She can't repay evil with kindness. Moreover, the Black Rose is a female adventure group. It is already difficult to move forward in this chaotic world. Staying out of it is the best choice. Seeing Bailey Bing leave without saying a word, Wu Xian narrowed his eyes slightly and instructed his men beside him. Ask someone to find out the relationship between the Chongqing Adventure Group and the Black Rose. Also send some people to find the location of the Chongqing Adventure Group's base, and send some people to ambush nearby. Wu Xian tightened his tie as he spoke, and a hideous smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Chapter 70 New Function, Ability Fusion. At this time, Suen had already left the base of the Wolf Fong Adventure Group and returned to the recruitment point. Suen said hello to the girls and got into the bus. He stayed in the Wolf Fong Adventure Group for less than an hour. In such a short period of time, the entire Wolf Fong mercenary group was completely slaughtered. He had already forgotten how many people he had killed in this short hour. The screams and cries were still ringing in his ears. There was no mercy or sympathy in his heart, only a little flame of anger still burning in his chest. This is the after effect of endless rage. But it must be said that Mad Wolf's endless fury is really powerful. Otherwise, he would not have wiped out the Wolf Fong Adventure Group in such a short time. The Wolf Fong Mercenary Group is indeed one of the largest mercenary groups in the world. It has 318 awakened people, including 18 A-level awakened people. It can be said that the Wolf Fong Adventure Group is already one of the top forces in Sudi. This time he also obtained 318 superpowers, and the entire Wolf Fong Mercenary Group had about 30 tons of supplies. Although the quality of these materials is very ordinary, it is already a huge sum of money in the entire Soviet area. Not everyone is Tiger Lord or Sinner Island. The opportunity to stock up is fleeting. Even if you are stronger than the sky, it is too late to stock up now. At the same time, because of the new looting of 318 superpowers, the looting superpower was successfully upgraded to LV3, and the proficiency was 39.5%. Also got a new function, same attribute fusion. Same attribute fusion. You can fuse abilities with the same attribute to obtain a higher level ability. This same attribute fusion is also a bug level ability. With this ability, you can melt those junk abilities and refine them into advanced abilities. From now on, as long as it is a supernatural power, no matter how high or low the grade is, he can turn waste into treasure. This is the real golden finger. With the existence of fusion, it is possible to create an adventure team with all members at S level. So Suin stayed in the car for most of the day, practicing his ability fusion. Iron Arm F plus Stone Skin F equals Calcification E. Calcification E plus Muscle Strengthening E equals Iron Skin E. Steel Body A plus Diamond Skin A equals Brilliant Body S. Fire Energy A plus Scorching Breath A equals Bone Burning Flame S. Water Energy A plus Jinbing equals Momentary Eternity S. Infinite Perception A plus Toxin Enhancement A equals Failed Junior High School Physics. By the evening, he had synthesized 8 S-level abilities and 40 A-level abilities. And there are only so many superpowers left. Hundreds of superpowers may seem like a lot, but they are really not enough when you use them. After synthesizing them, only this much is left. Not all fusions of the same level and attribute can be upgraded to a higher level. There are also high and low grades of abilities of the same level. The synthesis of 2 low-grade F-grade products will only produce 1 high-grade F-grade product. 1 F-level high-quality ability needs to be combined with 2 F-level low-quality abilities or 1 F-level high-quality ability to be fused into a new E-level random quality ability. The further you go, the more troublesome the synthesis becomes, especially when synthesizing S-level abilities. 4 or 5 A-level abilities are often required. That is to say, the 40 A-level abilities he has now may not be able to combine into 10 S-level abilities. Suin had no choice but to give up. Now there are too many people and too little meat in the family, too many monks and too little porridge. It's not realistic for everyone to have an S-level ability. Besides, the second phase will begin tomorrow, so there is no time for him to slowly find the superpower synthesis. I can only make do with the A-level ones first. In the evening, the recruitment of new members for the Chongqing Adventure Group was announced to be completed. Today, we recruited 500 girls in total. With the 400 girls in the base, the number is almost over 1,000. To be frank, now almost all the beauties in the entire Sioux area have been recruited by the Chongqing Adventure Group. The rest are either unwanted by the Chongqing Adventure Group or someone else's. 3 buses carrying 500 beautiful girls drove towards the city. But this time, there were some sneaky people following behind. Suin also noticed someone following him, but he didn't care at all and didn't even think about dealing with it. The reason why he chose the base in the city was to guard against people. There are many zombies in the city, and the mutants are rampant. There are many kinds of zombies. Without 2 combat S-level awakeners to lead the way and rich knowledge of zombie identification, it is basically impossible to reach the city center safely. He goes back to the city center as easily as going home, but others, after less than 10 minutes of walking, the people following behind were left far behind, and what greeted them was a huge group of zombies that bullied the good and feared the evil. Not to mention finding the base of the Eternal Life Adventure Group. Whether these people can return alive is another matter. The 3 buses returned safely to the base again. After handing the person over to Lu Hui, he went straight back to the office and started sorting out the materials, selecting the laboratories that would be updated tomorrow, and sorting them out according to their safety factors. He now has 40 A-level abilities and 8 S-level abilities to give away, which means he can add 48 new tools, plus the 20 from yesterday, for a total of 68. He plans to split these 68 people into 8 teams. Each team is led by an Awakener and equipped with some ordinary people as assistants. The 8 teams will attack the laboratory separately. It is best if the ordinary people are destined to be eliminated, so that we won't feel bad if they die. If they survive, we can give them a second chance to take the assessment and join the group. Suin asked Lu Hui to come to the office. How many people passed the test today? Reply to the master. 60 new members were selected today. 60? That's enough. Bring 8 over first. Good host. Soon Lu Hui brought 8 beautiful girls with delicate and fair skin to the office. These 8 new members are all top-notch beauties with plum, orchid, bamboo, and chrysanthemum in different shapes and sizes. It seems that Lu Hui deliberately brought the one with the best appearance. Lu Hui issued the same order as yesterday. He knew Lu Hui did it on purpose, but he was also a little angry. He had been trying his best to restrain himself and didn't want to make any mistakes, but Lu Hui provoked him again and again. In addition, I overused endless rage today, and the anger in my heart has not subsided. Adding fuel to the fire. Just ignore it. Then he said calmly, "Are you using this to test the cadres?" Chapter 71, 8 Teams. Lu Hui behaved very humbly in front of Suin. Humble like a speck of dust. The long-term distorted emotions have made her like a different person. She tried her best to please Suin. Su Ankeo was lying on the chair, feeling a little headache. He has been watching Lu Hui's gradual changes. He knew that Lu Hui's feelings for him were 7-shaped. But he never corrected her, nor did he try to guide her, nor did he comfort her. Perhaps Lu Hui's loyalty to him, to the point of madness, is what he wants to see most. He was a selfish coward from the beginning to the end. He is afraid of being betrayed. He is just like those people on Sinner Island. They are all cowards who like to control other people's fate. They are all evil people. If he had the slave power, he would put shackles on everyone around him without hesitation. He is also twisted, with malice and cowardice hidden deep in his heart towards the whole world. Even though he has a cheat, he is still himself, a weed huddled in a stinking ditch in the cold winter. Born ordinary, the only motivation for unyielding growth is the fear of the future. I don't know how long it took. Xiao Xiao pushed the door and walked into the office. She was somewhat at a loss, panicked, afraid, or perhaps with inexplicable expectations. Xiao Xiao walked over like a puppet. The night is cool. Suin was leaning on the balcony, with the maids beside her. He didn't worry about anything, but felt relieved, and his body and mind felt indescribably relaxed. All 48 powers have been sent out, including the 20 from yesterday. There are now a total of 68 Awaken ones. Tomorrow we will be divided into 8 teams and attack 8 different laboratories at the same time. There are 6 teams, each with an S-level Awakener as leader, 8 Awakeners as assistants, and 20 ordinary people. These 6 teams will be responsible for conquering the laboratory with a safety factor of 4. The remaining 2 teams are led by Li Xiaoyu and Xue Qingyu respectively to conquer the laboratory with a safety factor of 5. The safety factor of 6 is that he is alone in the game. Lu Huiqiaqio and Qingxia are responsible for logistics and treatment of the wounded. It is imperative to capture more high-quality laboratories before the main force reacts. No one slept well that night. The girls who have just gained new powers are adding some new powers to their familiar powers. Snow whispers alone and can't sleep, because there is a new resident in Su An's room. The next morning, before daybreak, 17 large trucks drove out of the base and headed out of the city. Suin is riding Wankai in front of the team. It has been a long time since Wankai came out for a walk. He seemed very excited and kept jumping up and down. After Suin slapped him a few times, he finally calmed down with a wronged look on his face. When the convoy drove out of the city, it was just getting light. Look, so many cars are coming out of the city. So cool. It seems to be someone from the Chongqing Adventure Group. No wonder. Only the people from the Chongqing Adventure Group dare to drive in and out of the city. They have the capital to do so. I heard that even the Wolfong Adventure Group was wiped out by the Chongqing Adventure Group. It just happened yesterday. Oh my God, is he that strong? It's a pity that my daughter didn't get the job and couldn't join the Chongqing Adventure Group. Where are they going? Why are they driving into the wilderness? Who knows? What if it was Captain Su who took the girls on an outing? I heard that the Chongqing Adventure Group only has one man, Captain Suin, and the rest are all beauties. I'm so envious just thinking about it. I can't envy you enough. Even if we have so many beauties, we can't support them. We don't even have a place to stay. We'd better dig up the grassroots as soon as possible. There are fewer and fewer grassroots now. Under the gaze of the survivors, 17 buses passed through the densely packed survivor camps and drove into the wilderness. At first, some people followed behind, curiously, but human power could not keep up with the car, and they were left behind after a while, so they had to give up and return. After driving for half an hour, the convoy finally stopped slowly in a wilderness. Let's set up camp here. At Sue Ann's command, the girls quickly unloaded the tents and simple fence building materials prepared in advance from the truck and began to build the camp. Lu Hui and Xiao Xiao led the logistics team to start a fire and cook. Li Xiaoyu led a group of superpowers to clean up the wandering zombies. This will be the base of the Chongqing Adventure Group for a long time. Sudi is a plain area. Looking around, you can see an endless vast plain. In the past, these were all fertile fields, but now they have become endless wastelands. Not even a single survivor can be seen. Only occasionally can you see some zombies wandering aimlessly in the wilderness. At noon, large and small laboratories will appear one after another in this wilderness. The location they were in happened to be the open space in the laboratory refresh area. Laboratories would be refreshed all around the camp, but not here. It will not be affected by the refresh laboratory, and you can start the attack in the laboratory as soon as possible. The perfect place to stay. Suan and Xue Qingyu stood in front of the wilderness, holding the map for comparison, and confirmed the refresh location of the laboratory in advance. Suan was in the front to confirm, while Xue Qingyu was in charge of recording. Everyone is busy. No matter how busy the Chongqing Adventure team is, the 100 Alliances are also busy. Under Wu Xian's leadership, a gift consisting of half a ton of rice and half a ham was prepared. Dozens of group leaders gathered together, planning to give the Chongqing Adventure Group a last meal. Looking at the full truck of rice and flour, many people couldn't help but swallow their saliva. These are all good stuff. The women in the Chongqing Adventure Group will pop their eyes out when they see them. I was moved by them, not to mention those women. Hasn't the base of the Chongqing Adventure Group been found yet? Yes, the people who were sent out should be back by now. Chapter 72, the second stage, officially begins, one step ahead. Wu Xian stood at the front of the team with a gloomy face. No matter how hard he thought, he could never have imagined that the Chongqing Adventure Group would actually wipe out the Langya Adventure Group. No one was left alive, completely replicating the ending of the Viper Adventure Group. The Wolfang Adventure Group is much stronger than the Venomous Snake Adventure Group. The overall strength of the two groups differs by several times. But the ending is the same. They are all destroyed within a day. This gave Wu Xian a strong sense of crisis. There is a vague feeling that the chairman's throne is not secure. There is no doubt that Suan is definitely a strong contender for the chairman's throne. He became more determined to annex the Chongqing Adventure Group. There can't be two tigers in one mountain. There can only be one boss in this land of Su. But the people he sent out yesterday to search for the Chongqing Adventure Group's base have not returned yet, as if they had evaporated from the face of the earth. As for the rumors that the Chongqing Adventure Group's base is in the city center, in Wu Xian's view, this is undoubtedly a fantasy. No one can establish a base in the city center. This is absolute. At most, it's somewhere on the edge of the city. Therefore, Wu Xian gathered dozens of large adventure groups from the 100 Alliances early in the morning and gathered here to find the base of the Chongqing Adventure Group. Time waits for no one. Let's counterattack the city. Seeing that time was passing by, and there was still no news from the people he had sent out, Wu Xian could only order a counterattack on the city. The thousands of awakened people gathered and slowly advanced towards the city. It is not only a counterattack in the city, but also to find out the lair of the Eternal Life Adventure Group. But even though they were an alliance, they still had their own agenda, and no one was willing to take the lead, so they could only slowly grope their way along the edge of the city. Wu Xian was not in a hurry. He just treated it as a training exercise. He did not plan to really go to the city center. The matter of leading the charge and losing one's life had to be left to the Eternal Life Adventure Group. But even though it was on the edge of the city, the team was so large that it still attracted a dense tide of zombies. 1/3 of them are mutants, and there are several tanks mixed in. Zombies are not fools who only know how to defend their territory. If the noise is too loud, even the zombies in the city will come out. Therefore, even if the Alliance army advances in the marginal areas, it seems difficult. In less than half an hour, more than a dozen people were killed. Everyone cherishes their lives and is afraid of death. If you retreat, I will retreat too. If you are timid, I will be even more timid. Seeing more and more people giving up, the advancement of work has come to a standstill. Wu Xin, who was standing in the rear to unite the troops, was so angry that he almost jumped up and down. He could only pick up the loudspeaker and yell, "Fellow countrymen, do not be afraid. Do not retreat. Let us unite and move forward. Ahead of you is an urban area with abundant supplies. Every step forward brings you one step closer to the supplies. There will be bread and there will be milk. Go ahead, come on. Food is ahead and sweet bread is under your feet. Today we will witness history and have a full meal after a long absence." With Wu Xian's encouragement, the crowd gradually became excited. When they thought of the sweet bread and food, they were like chicken blood. Hey, it's getting exciting. For bread, for instant noodles, for my mom's hot sauce, kill. Roar, kill. I'm going to have a good meal today. No one can stop me, I said kill. Wu Xian's encouragement is still very effective. But at the same time, it has a greater effect on zombies. The screaming crowd attracted more zombies. Although we are only in the outskirts of the city, the number of zombies is no less than that in the inner city. Seeing the dense tide of corpses coming, Wu Xian's scalp tingled. Is this the city? What will happen when we get to the center? I don't know how the Chongqing Adventure Group managed to stay in the outskirts of the city and survive. It's not easy for anyone to live in the end times. On the other side, the new base of the Chongqing Adventure Group has been initially built. Although it is still very simple, it can be temporarily stationed. Today's meal is 1 meat dish and 2 vegetable dishes plus white rice. The meat and vegetables are enough to satisfy your hunger. You must eat well before the battle. Suin also reiterated during the meal. This time, we have to conduct a quick and safe lab operation. Safety is our top priority. If we can't take down a lab, we'll put it aside and try another one. Each of you is a treasure of our adventure group. Your lives belong to me. Your life and death should be decided by me. You cannot die easily without my permission. Do you understand? It's not a big deal if an ordinary person dies, but it would be a big loss if an awakened person dies. That was the superpower he had snatched with great difficulty and risked his life. If one dies, there will be one less. Hearing Su An's words that seemed to be a reprimand, but were actually full of concern, the girls were immediately moved. The favorability has increased again. The unanimous answer should be. As for Su An's statement that a laboratory would appear out of thin air, no one doubted the truth of his words. In the Chongqing Adventure Group, Suin is the absolute core and pillar, and even the faith of many people. If he says yes, then there must be. This time, Suin did not bring all the Awakened Ones out, but left 2 A-level Awakened Ones to guard the house while screening new members. For safety reasons, he has used his sand and stone abilities to build a wall several dozen meters high around the base, and set up multiple traps on the wall. In addition, the high-level zombies around the base have been almost eliminated, so the safety is 100% guaranteed. As for man-made disasters, you also need to be able to reach the city center, find a stronghold in the city center, and break through the thick city walls without zombies coming to backstab you. As time went by, the sun gradually rose to the sky, and it was 12 o'clock noon. Boom, boom. The earth trembled. Steel forts are springing up one after another. These fortresses vary in size, with the smallest ones being only 5 or 6 stories high, and the largest ones being several hundred-meter-high fortresses connected together. In the blink of an eye, the empty wilderness turned into a jungle of steel fortresses. The girls from the Chongqing Adventure Group looked around at the huge buildings that had broken out of the ground, and their shock was beyond words. These fortresses are almost all dark blue in color, and covered with unknown vines and fungi. They look like monsters that have emerged from the ground, majestic and strange. Remember what I said, don't try to pick any of the plants here. All the flowers here are highly poisonous, and the fungi contain deadly viruses. Once poisoned or infected, you will die. There are many monsters in there, their types, and their weaknesses. I have already sorted out the information on how to kill them for you in advance. Remember them all. Bring back the supplies you got from inside. The team leader will teach you how to use them. This is my final test for you. Those who failed the previous test will have a second chance, as long as they come back alive. I hope you can cherish this last chance to join the group. Suin said as he jumped onto Wang Sai's back. Okay, I've said everything I need to say. Set off. Chapter 73, 100 Alliances. I will go to the city tomorrow. 1 team stayed behind to guard the base, and the remaining 7 teams set off according to the previously planned route. Before leaving, the girls gave Suin a big hug one by one, and the more sentimental ones already had tears in their eyes. For some people, this farewell may be a farewell forever. Everyone embarks on this journey with the determination to die. But no one blames Suin for being ruthless. This is their own choice. During the time in the Chongqing Adventure Group, the life was even more comfortable than in heaven. We no longer had to eat grass roots or cockroaches. We had rice for every meal and meat soup every day. It felt like a dream, but this does not mean that they can enjoy this treatment with peace of mind. Now is the time when Suin needs them, and it is also the time for them to prove their worth. Watching the 7 teams set off, Suin was about to act alone. Xiao Qiao threw herself into Su An's arms. Then he patted Xiao Qiao on the back and said soothingly, "Don't worry, I'll be back soon." After speaking a few words to Lu Hui, Suin rode Wankai and disappeared into the jungle of the fortress. Now is the first day of the laboratory refresh, and only a top-level laboratory with a safety factor of 6 will be refreshed. This laboratory is deep in the southwest of the fortress jungle, quite a distance away from the temporary base. It would take at least an hour for Wankai to get there. The reason why he chose to attack the top laboratory alone was because the risk factor of the top laboratory was too high. It was almost certain that ordinary people would die if they entered. Even an S-level Awakener had to be cautious when entering. Even at the end of the first Doomsday in the previous life, the top laboratories in Sudi had not been conquered. The few that were conquered by dozens of adventure groups, and they also paid an extremely heavy price. This shows how dangerous the electrical laboratory is. In other words, anyone who travels with him is a burden. Not only can't help but also hinder him. Only mutant creatures like Wankai can barely keep up with him. Wankai followed Su An's instructions and continued running forward. During this time, there were occasional monsters blocking the road and creeping mutant plants, but Suin had already dealt with them with his long-range supernatural powers. When encountering large obstacles, Wankai can use his flexible body and explosive power to run across the wall. After running for an hour, the man and the cat rushed out of the jungle fortress and came to a huge circular plain. This is an empty plain standing alone in the heart of the Iron Fortress. The plain is covered with blood-red flowers, and it looks like a sea of blood. If you look closely, the petals of each flower are wriggling like tentacles. The whole sea of flowers will be like this. People with trypophobia may die on the spot if they see it. In the center of the blood-red sea of flowers stood a giant black steel fortress. The fortress looked like a giant octopus with its belly ripped open. Dozens of thick pipes with a diameter of more than 10 meters extended from the inside of the fortress until they were deeply rooted in the ground. The fortress in front of us is the destination of this trip, a laboratory with a safety factor of 6. Suin took out a piece of beef brisket from the wide space and threw it to Wankai as a reward. Then he took out a palm-sized piece of pork and threw it into the sea of flowers. Before the pork hit the ground, the sea of flowers became agitated. Densely packed flowers shot out like red tentacles, instantly devouring the meat, and then slowly retracted as if nothing had happened. These blood-colored flowers are the first line of defense of the laboratory. The flowers themselves have a very long attack range, can be stretched and retracted freely, are very hard, and have a very fast recovery ability. After being cut off, a new one will grow again in the blink of an eye. They are only afraid of fire. After being burned by fire, the recovery speed is greatly reduced. Except for the A-level or above fire awakeners, no one else can cross this sea of flowers. Follow the idiot closely. Suin greeted Wankai and walked towards the sea of flowers. In an instant, dense red tentacles shot towards him. The scorching flames burst out from Su An's body, burning a path through the sea of flowers. In less than 3 minutes, the man and the cat arrived at the door of the laboratory. Turning around, they saw that the sea of flowers had returned to its original state. The door of the laboratory was completely destroyed, with only a door frame left, but a large pink fungus mass blocked the entrance. As if sensing the presence of a living person, the fungus slowly crawled towards Suin. Another S-level flame went down, and the fungus mass instantly turned into charred ash, and the passage leading to the inside was also exposed. A man and a cat walked into the laboratory, so arrogantly. Outskirts of the city. At this time, the army of the 100 Alliance had been fighting in the urban area for 4 or 5 hours. Progress is still slow. Wu Xin commanded the army to roam around the periphery, picking up supplies as they went. However, the supplies in the periphery were really limited. After a few hours, the replenishment was not as much as the loss. The seemingly huge army of thousands of awakened people still seemed extremely small in front of the tireless zombie tide, and the casualties were getting bigger and bigger. What made Wu Xian even more angry was that he had not yet found the base of the Chongqing Adventure Group. This is not over yet. A sudden earthquake made the earth tremble. The earthquake lasted less than a minute and then disappeared. But this caused the already shaky high-rise buildings in the city to collapse one after another. The Awaken army was torn apart by the impact, and the formation was scattered. The zombie army beat the fallen dog, and the attack became more and more brutal. No matter how good Wu Xian's mentality is, he is a little bit broken. Had to order a retreat. See you tomorrow. Chapter 74. Artificial Organic Controllable Biochemical Weapons. Suen has already entered the laboratory. It is indeed a laboratory with a safety factor of 6. Every few steps you take, you will encounter mutant monsters of various shapes and colors. There are mutant spiders as big as millstones, wasps as big as basketballs, and cockroaches as big as local dogs. The lowest level is LV4, and these are just the most common organisms infected by the virus, not Bao. Just then a red figure slowly crawled out from the corner. This is a humanoid creature without skin, with all muscles exposed to the air. The swollen brain tissue blew away the skull, exposing the brain. The slender limbs are tipped with sharp claws. Liquor. LV7. This is not Bao either. It is also an evolved zombie infected by the virus. Brain tissue proliferates, vision degenerates and disappears, but hearing is extremely sharp, and the person has a high jumping ability. Evolved a retractable tongue with spikes and sharp claws. Possessing the same hunting instinct as wild animals, with a strong desire to attack. It has completely surpassed the scope of humans and evolved into a new species. Suen waved his hand lightly, and a steel lightning rod flew out and blew his head off. The disadvantage of this thing is also obvious. It has no vision and can be killed by launching a quiet attack. After destroying the liquor, Suen continued to walk deeper into the laboratory. It is not difficult to see that these laboratories are also Earth-like civilizations. Although the surrounding facilities are already very dilapidated, it can be vaguely seen that they are not much different from the tools on Earth. As for why these laboratories suddenly appeared here, and whether they are Earth civilization, it is unknown. Every Doomsday is extremely strange. No one can tell where these things that appear in the Doomsday come from and why they suddenly appear on the Earth. This is probably only the answer that can be found by those who have reached the end of the world. At least Suen lived for 10 years in the apocalypse and witnessed 9 natural disasters. But he still couldn't get to the end and know the final answer. Maybe there is still a little hope in this life. The premise is that the apocalypse will not last longer than his lifespan. A dozen liquors jumped out from the shadows again. Suen did not stop and easily wiped them out with his hand. Just as the liquor was killed, a dark shadow pounced from the corner. This is a humanoid lizard standing on 2 feet, with claws on its hands and skin covered with green scales. LV8 Hunter Alpha, development codename MA-121. The product obtained by fusing human genes with reptile-fertilized eggs and combining them with T-viruses. Live in groups, average intelligence, many weaknesses. This lizard-like humanoid monster is BOW. Controllable Organic Biological Weapons. It's a man-made monster created in a laboratory. The defense and speed are very high, and it is difficult for ordinary awakeners to deal with them alone. Suen did not retreat, but advanced. His fist turned into a dazzling diamond, and he punched it directly into the wall. A dozen Hunter Alpha suddenly jumped out from the corners. Suen snorted coldly, and flames suddenly burst out from his body, burning dozens of boughs to ashes like a hurricane. As Suen gradually went deeper, the number of boughs also soared. Almost every 100 meters you walk, you will encounter a small group of. Each of these boughs is a terrifying existence. In the outside world, they are tank-level bosses, but here they are only worthy of being reduced to a group of small monsters. This is the value of a safety factor 6 laboratory. If you are not careful, you will be stuck here forever. This laboratory has only 3 floors and hundreds of rooms. Suen did not miss a single room, entering each one he saw. Soon, a golden treasure chest was found in the corner of a room. Gold-level treasure chest. Good luck. Open the treasure chest, and there are 3 things inside. Intermediate alloy, impact-resistant outer armor. Intermediate alloy sword. Low-level limited-time strength enhancement potion. 2 pieces of equipment and a limited-time strengthening potion. The face is a bit dark. For a gold treasure chest, the contents are a bit shabby. Suen put the potion and outer armor into the wide space and held the sword in his hand. Although it was only an intermediate alloy sword, Its strength and sharpness far exceeded the weapons forged with his supernatural flame, really sharpening iron. He doesn't have any good weapons right now, so he can only make do with this one. Because ordinary metal objects can hardly cause fatal damage to BOW. If you want to save time and effort, it is best to equip yourself with a suitable weapon. It took Suen almost 2 or 3 hours to search the entire laboratory room. 46 silver treasure chests, 21 gold treasure chests, 8 platinum chests. There are 168 pieces of alloy equipment, 18 advanced alloy weapons, 268 bottles of various strengthening potions, 1,800 bottles of catalyst liquid, and 100 bottles of nutrient solution, 12 elemental power amplification devices, 8 pairs of strength amplification gloves, 6 pairs of speed amplification boots, 3 sets of intermediate and low-level Metal Gear solid design drawings. Nutrient solution is the main food for people in the second stage to survive. 1 bottle of nutrient solution can basically meet the nutritional needs of an adult man for 2 days. It's just that smell. It's hard to describe. It's stinky. Equipment and the like are all fine, but the design drawings are particularly rare. This kind of item can only be found in platinum-level treasure chests. The number of platinum treasure chests is very small, and it is almost impossible to refresh them in a laboratory with a safety factor below 4. It's rarer than any advanced Metal Gear. But it's useless. You have a design, but you haven't manufactured the equipment yet. At least in his previous life, he had never seen anyone find the manufacturing equipment. So these theoretically valuable design drawings became waste paper. Suen didn't mind putting everything into the wide space. What if you find it? In addition, it is not only the design that is useless, but also the 1,800 bottles of catalyst liquid. This kind of thing is a specialty in the treasure chest after the second stage is opened. This stuff will kill people and explode animals. Crops that can only be ripened by watering the plants and take half a year to mature can be fully mature in just 3 days. Ripe, but overripe. Plants watered with catalysts are extremely poisonous, and anyone who eats them will die. Some plants mutate and crawl around, chasing and biting people, becoming man-eating monsters. At this stage, these catalytic liquids are useless and even harmful garbage, which is simply despised by everyone. The key is that the output is still large, but it's only at this stage. The real effect of the catalyst will not be fully realized until the second Doomsday comes, and the garbage of the past will become a gold nugget. By then, a bottle of catalyst will be worth more than a sack of meat. This made Suen think of buying a large number of catalysts. The acquisition price of the catalyst at this stage is probably too low. How many catalysts can you get for a loaf of bread, a sack, or a trailer? How about a grain of rice in exchange for a bottle? No, 2 bottles. Chapter 75. Treasure chests are piled up like a mountain. After walking around the entire laboratory, Suen still chose not to leave. Less. There are too few things. Is this the output that a hazard factor 6 laboratory should have? Although there are hundreds of bows and tens of thousands of mutants, if an ordinary large adventure group came here, they would be either wiped out or seriously injured. But in Suen's opinion, the risk factor is still far from enough. There are too few types of BOW, and the only item specifically produced by the Safety Factor 6 laboratory has not been found yet. After wandering around for several times, I finally found a passage that went straight down under a collapsed metal plate. Yes, Suen casually threw a ball of fire and threw it down. The flames swayed and fell to the bottom. Dense black shadows immediately rushed towards the fire, devouring the flames in the blink of an eye, and the passage was plunged into darkness again. With the remaining light before the flame went out, Suen also saw the appearance of the monster clearly. This is a giant humanoid toad with densely packed gray-green raised keratin on its back. LV9 Hunter Gamma. Development codename MA-124. Product obtained by fusing human genes with amphibian fertilized eggs and combining them with T-viruses. Live in groups, cunning and brutal, afraid of cold. This is also a new model of bow. The attack and defense speed are much stronger than Hunter Alpha, but they also have the disadvantages of most amphibians, that is, they are afraid of cold and have to live in dark and humid places. Otherwise, the mucus on the body surface will evaporate quickly, leading to death from dehydration. Because it is a combination of amphibian genes, Hunter Gamma does not have sharp claws. Instead, it has 4 fangs in its huge mouth, as well as highly corrosive stomach acid. Hunter Gamma likes to swallow its prey alive, then corrode it with strong acid. At the same time, its highly resilient stomach wall firmly holds the prey, allowing the prey to enjoy the wonderful process of being slowly corroded by gastric juice. It also has the jumping ability and explosive power of amphibians. After a brief thought, Suin released his water energy and poured it into the channel. Hearing the sound of the water, the big toads rushed to the entrance of the passage like crazy. Suin took the opportunity to throw out electric lightning, paralyzing the big toads and making them unable to move. Then he used his ice power to freeze the wet toads into ice sculptures. Then he activated the brilliant body and jumped down directly. Boom! Clatter! An ice sculpture was smashed into pieces of meat. Suin waved his hand, and a fireball was formed, illuminating the dark surroundings. This is a place like a sewer. At this time, the accumulated water on the ground had all turned into solid ice, and there were dozens of frozen toad sculptures around. These hunter gamma seem unable to move, but in fact they are not dead yet. They are just temporarily dormant. Suin controlled the high-grade alloy sword and cut it into pieces one by one. Meow. Wankai also jumped down, and without saying anything, he picked up a piece of toad meat and started eating. Suin's mouth twitched. Aren't you afraid of being eaten to death? Meow. It smells good. This guy is hopeless. He dares to put anything in his mouth. The previous bout had already eaten a lot. Only mutant creatures like Wankai can have this kind of good fortune. If it were an ordinary person or a cat or dog, they would be infected by the T virus and become a zombie if they licked it. Suin was too lazy to care. Wankai was a little stupid, but he knew what he could eat and what he couldn't eat. He turned around and walked deeper into the sewer. Wankai hurriedly followed with a toad thigh in his mouth. It can only follow Su and then pick up leaks. Level 8 mutant creatures are really not good enough in this environment full of bows. The sewers are arranged in a network, with intersections one after another, and it is impossible to tell where the end is. The number of hunter gamma is increasing. In 10 minutes or so, thousands of them were killed. At the same time, Suin also found many treasure chests, the lowest of which were gold level. 86 gold chests, 12 platinum chests, some metal gears, some potions, some nutrient solution, 8 sets of design drawings, 2,200 bottles of catalyst liquid. Catalytic fluid is more likely to be found in low-level treasure chests, but not in high-level treasure chests, which is why it has become a cancer that everyone despises. Imagine working so hard to get a treasure chest, only to find it is filled with useless catalysts. Don't even mention how sour and refreshing that feeling is. This trip was very fruitful. Suin was in a good mood. It was indeed a top-notch laboratory with so many good things. In his previous life, he might have tried his best, but he still couldn't get a platinum treasure chest. Not only Suin was happy, but Wankai also enjoyed the meal. I have gained experience from eating. It can responsibly say that no one in the world knows how to eat hunter gamma better than it. Which one has a good taste? Which one is both fat and lean? It clears. After 2 hours of wandering around, Suin finally reached the end of the sewer. This is a heavy alloy door several dozen meters high. The iron door is tightly closed and cannot be opened by pulling or pushing. There is also a small screen next to the door that seems to be used for fingerprint verification. Suin tried to verify it. Fingerprint match error, no entry qualification. A mechanical sound came from the verifier. If I'm not mistaken, there should be a fingerprint key somewhere in this laboratory that can open this door. It's not realistic to put it in the sewer, so we can only do it in the office on the ground. Does that mean I have to go back upstairs to get the key? Decryption is the most annoying thing. I asked you to decrypt it for me. Then his body suddenly became huge, and his entire body turned into a diamond body. Dozens of supernatural powers were activated at the same time. Flames and lightning roared. Ice and fire swept endlessly. Then he threw a set of military boxing at the alloy iron door. Let me decrypt. Bang, bang, bang. The loud noise continued to sound. Soon, he smashed a big hole in the alloy door, and the tightly sealed door also cracked into a gap large enough for him to pass through. Decryption successful. Suin released his special ability and went straight in. As soon as I entered, a dazzling light hit me. This is an underground square about 100 meters wide. The center of the square is filled with dazzling treasure chests, like a small mountain. The lowest level is platinum. There are even dozens of diamond-level ones. This was the first time he had seen a diamond-level treasure chest, and he saw so many at once. It sent out. Chapter 76, Disaster-Level Creature, Goddess of the Night. It took Suin half an hour to unpack the pile of treasure chests one by one. A total of 842 treasure chests. 800 platinum, 42 diamond. What is a great harvest? He has never seen so many treasure chests in his 2 lifetimes. The contents of the Platinum treasure chest are almost all high-level alloy equipment, as well as blueprints and drugs that permanently enhance body functions, etc. These Platinum-level treasure chests alone have opened more than 1,200 pieces of high-level alloy equipment and 1,528 bottles of permanent physical enhancement potions. As for the contents of the Diamond-level treasure chest, they are even more outrageous. There are not many items in the Diamond-level treasure chest, but they are all exquisite. First of all, each treasure chest must have a permanent automatic charging, handheld electromagnetic cannon. The electromagnetic cannon has an average firing rate of 1 round every 5 seconds. The power of 1 round is equivalent to the full force of an A-level Lightning Awakener and can fire up to 20 rounds in a row. However, there will be a 3-minute cooling and recharging time after 20 bursts. An ordinary person holding an electromagnetic cannon can even fight against an S-level Awakener. Only Diamond treasure chests can reveal bug-level high-tech weapons like electromagnetic cannons. There are other good things besides the electromagnetic gun. 16 sets of exoskeleton high-tech armor. This kind of external armor is bulletproof, explosion-proof, and impact-proof. It has 8 small electromagnetic cannons and a nano-advanced alloy sword. It can automatically search for enemies and also has a built-in flight function. Wear it, and you will be a weak version of Iron Man. The only drawback is that the battery life is very poor, less than an hour, and there is no time to activate the electromagnetic gun and flight function. At full firepower, it can only last less than half an hour before it stops. Even so, an ordinary person wearing it is equivalent to about 0.8 Mad Wolves. If a Combat S-level Awakener wears it, he will be unbeatable in a one-on-one fight. High-tech armor is so perverted. Not only is the combat power explosive, but it also has a considerate self-adjusting function. It can adjust its size according to the wearer's body shape, eliminate the external environment, and maintain the most comfortable body temperature for the human body. The material is light and sweat-wicking, convenient, and easy to use. It is a must-have equipment for home travel, murder, and robbery. In his previous life, Suin only saw it from a distance after the second Doomsday. A set of high-tech exoskeleton armor can almost be described as priceless. It can't be exchanged for any amount of food. And now he has got 16 sets. Suin took out a set of clothes without hesitation and put them on. The material is very thin, more like silk underwear, and the body feels very smooth. After putting it on, it automatically adjusts to the right size for Suin. The only drawback is that it becomes a tight-fitting suit after you put it on, and it fits very tightly. Although it is very flexible, you won't feel confined. It's just too tight. If I wear it like this and go out to meet people, it's more or less a bit abnormal. In addition to the high-tech armor, there is also a very special blueprint. Electromagnetic Tower Automatic Defense Turret. It's something really cool. However, like other blueprints, there is a lack of manufacturing equipment, so it can only be viewed but not used. Finally, there are 9 top-level nano-cold weapons left. When not in use, it can be turned into an accessory to carry with you. And when needed, it can be turned into your favorite weapon. Suin was in need of a weapon, and these 9 nano-weapons came to his rescue. After happily putting away the things, Suin looked around again to see if there was anything he had missed. A large alloy iron can on the edge of the square caught his attention. There's a big one. This large iron tank is more than 10 meters high and 7 or 8 meters thick. It is made of high-grade alloy. This jar itself is worth a lot of money. It's obvious that there must be something good inside. There is a barely detectable thread on the side of the jar, which must be the opening. So Suin activated his supernatural power again and tore a can of. But this time, with the high-tech armor, the clothes will not explode. Ka. Under Suin's brute force, the alloy can head made a harsh friction sound. The gap is getting bigger and bigger. It's open. However, at this moment, a giant fist suddenly shot out from the can, and it knocked Suin away with one punch. It got stuck in the wall and I couldn't get it out. I saw a giant figure slowly walking out of the can. This is a humanoid creature over 9 meters tall, with swollen, wriggling flesh all over its body, and 2 large hands growing on its sides. The neck is empty and the head is not visible. Strictly speaking, its head is on the body, and there is more than one head. Dozens of heads with different appearances were scattered all over the body like tumors, and the mouths of these heads kept opening and closing. At first glance, it looks like a giant tumor made of many corpses fused together. Distorted, ugly, and disgusting. Goddess of the Night. LV-29. Disaster Level Organisms. Civilization Destruction Threat Index. LV-6. Higher threat to civilizations of Level 1 and below. Intelligence assessment. 5 foot low, with preliminary biological instincts. Key point: energy gathering lesion core. Skills: infinite proliferation, organic fusion, infinite recovery, super pathological change. Unlimited proliferation. No upper limit to cell division. Organic fusion. Can devour and fuse all organic matter. Infinite recovery. Damaged cells repair faster. Unlimited self-repair. Super pathological change. Infect and assimilate all fused organic matter. Never reject it. Seeing the long list of system introductions above the monster's head, Suin was completely stunned. What is this? Level 29, disaster level creatures. He seems to have accidentally released something incredible. Chapter 77, God level superpower. Guardian of civilization. There is no doubt that this is the most powerful creature Suin has ever seen. With an initial level of 29, Bao is nothing compared to it. The skills are also abnormal and outrageous. To be honest, Suin regretted not controlling his hands. How could he have let something like this out? This is a terrifying creature that threatens all civilizations. No wonder there are so many treasure chests here. It turns out to be the boss room. He should have thought of it earlier. Just as Suin was stunned, the goddess of the night rushed up like crazy. As it ran, its huge body weighing several tons caused the ground to shake. Suin, who had just come out of the wall, could only deal with it hastily and was hit hard again. Bang! The several meter thick alloy-wrapped walls were blasted through. Suin was blasted directly into the sewer, rolled dozens of meters, and hit the wall hard. Boom, boom, boom. The goddess of the night smashed the alloy door and rushed out. However, he did not rush to Suin immediately, but stretched out his big hands to grab the bodies of the bows on the ground, and then quickly absorbed and merged them. The body was also growing continuously, and in the blink of an eye it expanded by several meters. While fusing Bao's corpse, it also wantonly hunts other creatures in the sewer, such as cockroaches, bats, and spiders. Devour and fuse whatever you see. The level has increased by 1 level, becoming level 30. Suin felt his scalp tingling. This is just in the sewer. If it escapes from the laboratory and absorbs the zombies and other large amounts of organic matter, who knows how big it will become. By then, no matter how many people there are, it won't be enough for it to kill. It might even destroy the entire Earth civilization. Suin didn't have time to think about it, and all his supernatural powers were activated. Amplification, defense, elemental, perception. Use everything you can. First, use fire to burn all the Bao bodies on the ground, and evaporate the other creatures in the sewer before the goddess of night, to prevent the goddess of the night from growing stronger. Seeing the food being snatched away, the goddess of night went berserk and locked her sights on Suin, rushing at him like crazy. Suin had no choice but to rush forward. There's no going back now. If this thing gets out, he won't mind destroying 1 or 2 cities, but if it destroys an entire civilization, he won't be able to escape. When the nest is overturned, no egg can remain intact. This is the truth. After all, it's his fault that he released this thing because he was itching to do it. The man and the monster collided violently. What surprised Suin was that the opponent's defense was much lower than he imagined. He was directly hit by his full force and penetrated through, leaving a huge bloody hole on his huge body. However, in less than 10 seconds, the hole healed quickly as if it had never been injured. It's really difficult. Suin had no choice but to launch another attack, piercing the goddess of night again and again. But no matter how he attacked, no matter how much damage he caused, even if he was split into pieces, the opponent could recover in the blink of an eye. It seems that there is no concept of injury at all. When Suin saw the message, vital, energy-concentrated pathological core, on the monster's head, he was thoughtful. I think there should be something like a core in this monster. If you want to kill it, you must destroy the core, otherwise it will keep recovering. As for where the core is and how big it is unknown, and it may even keep changing positions within its body. It is not easy to find the core. Thinking of this, Su Anshin made up his mind and used all his strength to mobilize his fire-related abilities. The scorching flames gushed out and evaporated all the accumulated water around. The wet sewer became abnormally dry. The temperature of the flame continued to rise, from fiery red to yellow, and then from yellow to blue-white. Under the high temperature, the surrounding walls began to crack and peel off, and the concrete ceiling made crackling sounds, with debris flying everywhere. At the same time, he also activated the super energy storage to further increase the power of the supernatural flame. Seeing the flames getting hotter and hotter, the goddess of vengeance, instinctively felt threatened and slowly backed away. How could Suin let it escape? He controlled the flames and rushed straight at it. The flame in his hand turned into a huge fire tornado that enveloped the goddess of the night. Under the engulfing blue and white flames, the goddess of night let out a heart-wrenching scream. The bloated body began to carbonize and evaporate. This is not over yet. Suin used his wind power again. Fire and wind merged together, and the strong wind carried the flames and turned into a scorching blade, strangling and tearing the body of the goddess of night. The 3S level abilities work together, and the super energy storage maximizes the power of the flames. The strong wind drives the fire, forming a strong wind-fire tornado that is powerful enough to tear steel apart. The power is more than 10 times greater than releasing them one by one. In less than half a minute, the huge body of the goddess of night was cut into countless small pieces. These small pieces of meat were burned into ash by the flames before they could even fuse together again. A moment later, the goddess of night was completely turned into ashes, leaving only a fist-sized blood-red bead on the ground. Suin quickly removed the flames, took out the nano-weapon, transformed it into a tang sword, and chopped the blood-red bead in half with one stroke. At this point, this disaster-level monster was destroyed by him. It took him 5 minutes. Too strong. So far, no creature has been able to withstand his attacks for so long. Of course, the main reason is that the goddess of the night is restricted by the environment and has not integrated too much organic matter. Otherwise, whether she can be killed is another matter. Ding. Detected that the host has killed a catastrophic creature. Title obtained. Guardian of Civilization. Obtained God-level superpower. Civilization. Spark only. Civilization. Spark. 10 1-2 level civilization items can be randomly drawn every day. Hearing the system prompt sound, Suin couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, and his heart started beating. Another God-level supernatural power? He made his fortune by plundering this God-level supernatural power. He knew very well how powerful the God-level superpowers were. Even S-level superpowers were nothing compared to them. I didn't expect to get an unexpected reward after killing a boss. Like Spark of Civilization and Plunder, they are not combat abilities but functional abilities. The function is also very straightforward, which is a lottery. You can draw 10 times a day and randomly draw items of civilization level 1 to 2. Earth civilization is probably less than 0.7 of level 1 civilization. In other words, he has the opportunity to obtain technological creations that are beyond the civilization of Earth. Control nuclear fusion, AI, or gravity vehicle. My knowledge is limited, and I can't imagine it at all. Let's do 10 consecutive combos first, and show me the golden light. Let's go. No matter how much you think, it is better to draw a lottery directly. You will know whether it is right or wrong after trying it. Ding. Obtain first-level civilization items. Pressure cooker, stainless steel frying pan, bicycle, tractor, rice cooker, lemon-flavored ultra-thin TT, 9 batteries. Suin. Really unimaginable. Tula. Ding. Obtained level 2 civilization item. Autonomous energy storage faucet. Nice. Chapter 78. Level 2 civilization item. Wonkai evolution. Although I was a little embarrassed, at least I got a level 2 civilization item. Even though it's just a tap. The appearance is not much different from ordinary faucets. It's a bit like the faucet in a public toilet. It's automatically sensed and water will flow out automatically as long as you put your hand over it. And the amazing thing is that you don't need to connect to a water source. The faucet can produce water by itself. It's a pity that the water flow is not very large, only the thickness of the little finger, and it can't collect much water all day long. However, Suin still collected it with great satisfaction. In the second apocalypse, water resources are very precious, more precious than food. By then, what flows out of the faucet will not be water, but gold. With this faucet, we will have the most basic water resources guarantee in the second Doomsday. Just as Suin was imagining the future, Wonkai appeared out of nowhere and ran to the core left by the goddess of night. Looking at the blood-red core that was broken into 2 pieces, Wonkai's mouth suddenly became salivating, and his saliva could not stop flowing down. While Suin was not paying attention, Wonkai swallowed half of the core in one gulp. Fuck, you idiot, do you want to die? When Suin found out, he jumped up in shock. Although the core was destroyed, who knows if Wonkai will be able to revive after eating it. If the goddess of night is resurrected, then you have to kill again. and then get a god-level supernatural power from the system? Su-An's eyes lit up, and he immediately gave Wang Kai a doting smile. There's still half left, don't waste it. Eat it all. Wang Kai thought he was going to be beaten up, but he was so moved that he couldn't express it in words. The master is really good to her. Not only did he feed her delicious leftovers every day, but now he also gave her such delicious food. Wang Kai then swallowed the remaining half of the core with tears in his eyes and gratitude. Oh yes, that's it. Su-An's smile became brighter. Meow. Wang Kai let out a strange cry and fell straight down, his limbs twitching constantly and rolling on the ground. Seeing this, Su-An unconsciously took out the nano sword. After 3 seconds of silence, Wang Kai will be liberated. At this time, Wang Kai suddenly began to swell and deform, his body getting bigger and smaller until it became the size of an ordinary house cat. Wang Kai jumped up with a whoosh and jumped back and forth excitedly, controlling his body to keep growing and shrinking. Super Mutant. Energy Eating Scale Cat, LV-15. Skills. Infinite growth, infinite recovery. The goddess of night has not resurrected. Wang Kai got a great bargain instead, inherited some of the abilities of the goddess of the night, and evolved into a new mutant creature. Seeing the message above Wang Kai's head, Su-An curled his lips and put away the nano sword in dissatisfaction. Just treat it as an upgrade of your own mount. It's better than nothing. Gone idiot. This laboratory has been completely conquered. It's time to go back to the base. Su-An called Wang Kai to go out. Wang Kai called out happily and quickly followed. But before leaving, I took the big alloy iron can with me and also dismantled and packed the alloy door. With the opening of the second phase, countless laboratories have emerged. The survivors slowly gathered around the laboratory area. No one knows what these sudden steel fortresses are. The brave ones sneaked in, hoping to find something good inside, but most people never came out after entering. No surprise, it must be an accident. But driven by curiosity, more and more people entered the laboratory. Finally, someone managed to escape from inside. This person found a silver treasure chest inside and got a low-level alloy sword that he had never seen before and a bottle of nutrient solution. The alloy sword is so sharp that it can cut through iron like mud. It is easy to chop down hardened zombies with one blow. After drinking the nutrient solution, I was no longer hungry and felt full of energy. People went crazy and rushed into the steel fortress like crazy. However, facing the bow and mutant creatures in the laboratory, these people are almost powerless to fight back. Often hundreds of people cannot conquer a laboratory, but instead lose their lives in vain. Because most of the people present are ordinary people, and there are very few awakened ones. The main force of the Awakeners, the 100 Alliance, had just withdrawn from the city. The wounded, the disabled, the exhausted, the first counterattack on the city failed. By the time the 100 Alliance got the news and rushed to the laboratory area, it was already night. When they learned that the laboratory could produce treasure chests and many supplies, Bai Meng would choose it without hesitation. The meeting content is as follows. For example, who should own this lab? Who should own that area? What are the qualifications in order for attacking? Should we have a meal first? Let's vote together. It took a whole night of discussion before we made a decision. Finally, the Bai Menghui issued a public statement. In order to build an orderly and harmonious society, and for the safety of the survivors, Bai Menghui will temporarily control the laboratory area. Any private exploration of the laboratory without the permission of the Bai Meng Association will be illegal and improper. Violators will be punished, and serious violations may be directly punished by death. If you want to explore the laboratory, you must first choose to join an adventure group affiliated with the 100 Alliance, and then you can legally explore the laboratory. However, not all laboratories can be explored, but only the area under the jurisdiction of the adventure group can be explored. And in order to compensate for the huge cost of Bai Menghui's maintenance of the laboratory area, personal income from exploration must be paid to Bai Menghui for personal income tax. The taxes on awakened people vary according to their ability level. Awakened people of level A and above are exempt from taxes. Ordinary people have to pay 80% of their personal income. Chapter 79, The Strongest Legion, is being built. It was already sunset when Su-An returned to the temporary base. All 8 teams have returned and completed their exploration work. A total of 16 people were killed in the 8 teams, with an average of 2 people killed in each team, accounting for 1/10 of the total. This is the result after Su-An informed us of the laboratory precautions, bow types and weaknesses, etc. Fortunately, none of the awakened ones died, which was a blessing in disguise. If it were any other adventure group, the first time they explored a laboratory with a safety factor of 3 or higher, even if they were led by an S-level awakener, the casualty rate would be at least 80%. After a little thought, Suin asked Li Xiaoyu, who had the best driving skills, to return to the city base tomorrow morning and bring another 100 people with him. On the one hand, he was going to replenish the casualties, and on the other hand, he was going to create another group of awakeners to conquer more laboratories. If you don't have enough supernatural powers, then go visit other adventure groups. With his current strength, he can walk sideways in the entire Sioux land, and the group of chickens and clay dogs of the 100 Alliance can be directly ignored. The 8 teams brought back thousands of alloy equipment, hundreds of bottles of nutrient solution, hundreds of physical strengthening potions, tens of thousands of bottles of catalyst solution, and 4 sets of alloy equipment design drawings. However, most of the metal gear are mid-level, and the high-level ones account for a small proportion, less than 1/10. There are 3 antiviral serums among them, including the one Suin got at the beginning of the apocalypse. He now has 4 antitoxin serums. This thing is very rare, and the output is extremely low. The demand is also the greatest, because both the awakened and ordinary people will be infected with the zombie virus. It's just that the awakened ones have a slightly higher resistance, slightly better than ordinary people, but they are still not immune. Therefore, virus serum is extremely scarce. 4 doses of virus serum can be exchanged for at least 4 tons of supplies, but there is still no market for them. However, the 4 tons of supplies were not attractive to Suin at all. It would be better to keep the serum for his own use. Suin first gathered 68 girls with special powers and had each of them injected with 3 permanent physical enhancement potions to improve their overall combat effectiveness. But it can only be injected 3 times. After 3 times, the physical enhancement potion will basically be ineffective. Suin himself was too lazy to take the injection. The improvement it brought to him was so small that it could be ignored. Better to keep it for others. Afterwards, Suin distributed a set of high-grade alloy equipment to each person. From weapons to protective gear, even helmets and shields were all high-grade. Not only the awakened girls, but also ordinary people have a set. He now has more than 600 sets of advanced metal equipment, so he doesn't have to be stingy. By the way, each of the 8 S-level awakened girls was equipped with an electromagnetic cannon. With the support of these equipment, laboratory work can be carried out more quickly, and the rewards will be more substantial. The equipment reserves of the Chongqing Adventure Group are now luxurious. In the entire city, except for the Chongqing Adventure Group, I'm afraid that no one can put together a set of high-level alloy equipment. We should be thankful if we can put together a few sets of low-level ones. Even if an ordinary adventure group reaches the end of the second stage, it is impossible for everyone to have a set of low-level alloy equipment. Only the top leaders of large adventure groups are qualified to have intermediate and high-level equipment. In most cases, even the top leaders of large adventure groups may not be able to put together a set of advanced alloy equipment for themselves. If you can get 1 or 2 pieces that are similar, you can proudly say that you're wearing a high-end suit. The Chongqing Adventure Team achieved a dream that no other adventure team could achieve in one day. As night fell, Suin went straight back to his room after dinner. Although it is not as luxurious as the one in the city, it is still not bad and has everything you need. The most important thing is that the bed is big enough. Now that the Chongqing Adventure Group is on the right track, there are fewer and fewer things that require him to personally manage. The first few girls around him were really capable. In every aspect. One night with paintings. The next morning, Suin and Li Xiaoyu temporarily left the temporary base and left the laboratory area. Li Xiaoyu drove back to the base alone to pick someone up. Suin took Wang Kai for a stroll, thinking about which adventure group to visit. There is still a lot of bread, but I don't know who will be lucky enough to eat it. At this time, the survivors had gradually moved their camp from the edge of the city to the periphery of the laboratory. There was a huge crowd that could not be seen from the end. Most of the people in the entire city gathered here. However, the progress of the laboratory is indeed a bit slow. A day passed, and even the lowest safety factor, one laboratory had not conquered many. The main reason was that most of the awakened people were not in a hurry to attack the laboratory. Instead, they blocked the laboratory area at the call of the 100 Alliances and came forward to deter ordinary people from crossing the cordon easily. Anyone who dares to enter the laboratory area will be ruthlessly killed. The body was hung high up for public display. The laboratory area is obviously more dangerous than the urban area. It is almost impossible for ordinary people to go in and die. But in order to survive, they had to rush in and fight desperately. The best case scenario is that you can find a low-level alloy equipment, a bottle of nutrient solution, or a physical enhancement potion in it. With these things to save your life, you are qualified to continue exploring the laboratory or return to the city to dig for supplies. The laboratory is not only filled with danger, but also their hope of survival. But the reality is that even if you try your best, you may not have a chance, and your life is worthless. Only by paying a certain amount of supplies, as the joining fee, to join the 100 alliances, can you be qualified to die. The world has already changed, but it seems like nothing has changed. Chapter 80. Suin. Do you want to blackmail me? Suin staggered to the periphery of the laboratory, and Wankai turned into an ordinary house cat, running and jumping behind him. Seeing Suin coming out of the laboratory area, two members of the 100 Alliance quickly surrounded them. What's your name? Do you have the exploration qualifications approved by the Alliance? Please bring out whatever you found, and I will pay taxes based on your search qualification level. Suin was confused by these three questions. You want to blackmail me? Only when Su's hands were dirty. He had never been robbed by others. Stop talking nonsense, and show us your Alliance search permission certificate now. You can't take it out? You are so brave. Kneel down with your hands on your head. We now suspect that you have illegally explored the laboratory area and will punish you. You'd better cooperate obediently. Otherwise, we have the right to execute you on the spot. Suin couldn't help but take a breath. What a great official power. Is this still the end of the world? Do these people really think they're the government? Without any further instructions, Wankai suddenly grew several meters tall and swallowed the two little quacks alive in 2 bites. Wankai just chewed a few bites and spit it out. It's not tasty at all. Human flesh no longer has the taste of my childhood. The two minions were not dead yet, so Wankai dug a pit for them and buried them. Seeing 2 minions die tragically, the members of the 100 Alliance who were maintaining law and order outside were horrified. He's a traitor. He dared to kill someone from our 100 Alliance. Kill him and hang him up as a warning to the public. And that strange tiger, kill them together. 2 Awaken guys, come with me and kill this guy. Then the 2 Awakened ones rushed towards Suin. Boy, I don't care whether you are an Awakener or some kind of monster. If you dare to mess with our 100 Alliances, you must be prepared to die. Before Suin could make a move, Wankai rushed up again like lightning. After biting it, he brought it back to Suin. After Suin plundered the 3 companies, he never looked at it again. Wankai swallowed the 2 screaming Awakeners, chewed them up, and swallowed them. It's a bit hard to eat, but he is an Awakened one after all. Great tonic. Seeing the 2 Awakened ones dead, the other companions became even more angry and rushed towards Suin with roars. At first glance, there seemed to be 30 or 40 Awakened ones, but the highest level of supernatural power is only sea level. Faced with these crooked melons and cracked dates, Suin was too lazy to take action. Let Wankai pounce on them and bite them one by one and bring them back. Suin plundered 3 consecutive. With Wankai's current strength, Awakeners below S level can basically be ignored. Even if it is an S level Awakener, it can't be hurt without 2 or 3 people attacking it at the same time. Even if it's injured, it can't kill. Wankai has inherited the infinite recovery skill of the goddess of the night. As long as the core in his body is not broken, he will not die. At this stage, it is a bug level. In less than 5 minutes, dozens of Awakened people were killed one after another, and it was too late to escape. The rest of the 100 Alliance members who were not Awakened did not dare to rush forward. You are dead. Someone has already notified the president. Just wait. You will be hung up and whipped. A member of the 100 Alliance pointed at Suin and said something trembling. Wankai doesn't spoil him either. Send him on his way with 1 claw. To be honest, Suin is already very dissatisfied with the 100 Alliance. After living a new life, the 100 Alliance has not changed at all. In the previous life, it was because of the 100 Alliances that by the end of the 2nd phase, the laboratory had not even conquered 1/10 of the amount. Many people wanted to enter the laboratory area, but had no chance. The Awakened ones, who were originally the main force of the attack, hid outside every day, waiting for ordinary people to go in and desperately bring them supplies. In the end, many people starved to death, rather than entering the laboratory area to desperately look for a chance of survival. He doesn't care about the life and death of ordinary people. But now he hopes to see everyone go in and conquer the laboratory with all their might. The Chongqing Adventure Team mainly conquers high-level laboratories. They will not touch low-level ones because they are too low in value. But the catalyst output of the low-level laboratory is the highest, which is also what he needs. How can he acquire catalysts if no one is going to conquer the low-level laboratories? He can't just lead people to search every laboratory by himself. It is easy, but time is not enough. The second stage is also time limited. The best way is to have all the survivors go to the low-level laboratory and try their best to collect catalysts. Then he will buy it at a discount price. Thinking of this, Suin kicked down all the fences surrounding the laboratory area, shouted to the crowd, "In the name of the leader of the Chongqing Adventure Group, I solemnly declare here, from today on, everyone can freely enter the laboratory area to explore. No approval from anyone is required, and no qualifications are required. You can enter and leave as you please. Anything you get inside will belong to you personally, and you don't need to hand over a single cent to anyone else. My fellow countrymen, fight for survival, for tomorrow, for your family, for your friends. Let us live together in this terrible world." After Suin drank a few bowls of chicken soup, the crowd's emotions were instantly ignited. Fuck the 100 alliances. Why do they want to occupy the lab? Why do we have to fight to the death while they are waiting outside to collect taxes and even ask us to hand over 80% of the taxes? Captain Su is right. In order to survive, we must fight and work together to overcome difficulties. With the Chongqing Adventure Group in charge, the 100 alliances are nothing. I will never let them exploit me even if I die. Yes, we have the Chongqing Adventure Group and Captain Su to make the decisions for us. Screw the 100 alliances. Long live the Chongqing Adventure Group and Captain Su. Long live the Chongqing Adventure Group. Long live Captain Su. Long live the Chongqing Adventure Group. Long live Captain Su. Suddenly, the crowd cheered louder and louder. Boom! At this moment, a ball of fire suddenly exploded in the crowd. Under the explosion of flames, several people who were still cheering were instantly burned into black ashes. The change of bodyguards also stopped immediately. I saw Wu Xian leading a group of adventure group leaders, slowly walking over. Wu Xian's face was extremely gloomy. Yesterday, the 100 Alliance paid a heavy price to find the base of the Chongqing Adventure Group. The key is that we haven't found it yet. The Chongqing Adventure Group's base has not been found yet, and Suin has come out of nowhere to cause trouble again, killing dozens of awakened members of the 100 Alliances. Wu Xian's blood pressure is already maxed out. Captain Su, who allowed you to speak so arrogantly here? The rules set by our 100 Alliance are iron laws. You have no right to change them. Chapter 81 Suin, you're going too far. At this time, there were hundreds of people following Wu Xian. All of them are awakened, including some high-level awakened A-level, and even 5S level awakened. These people are either members of Wu Xian's Golden Crow Adventure Group, or high-level backbones of other major adventure groups, or even group leaders. It can be said that Wu Xian and his group have gathered the absolute backbone force of the entire city. No wonder Wu Xian can cover the sky with one hand in this chaotic world. He really has the ability. Wu Xian was also steady enough to give Suin enough face. When he heard that Suin was causing trouble, he called the main force and rushed over. When people saw Wu Xian and his group, they immediately fell silent and dared not even breathe. In front of high-level awakeners, ordinary people are just ants. Although they're a large group of people, most of them are skinny, pale, hungry, weak, and have no special abilities. Facing Wu Xian and his group, I have neither the courage nor the ability to resist. Seeing Wu Xian leading so many high-level awakeners over, Suin was immediately delighted. Wu Xian can handle. If you're sleepy, send a pillow. He just happened to be in need of a special ability, so Wu Xian personally brought someone to deliver it. Then he looked at Wu Xindao with a smile. What? President Wu, what you and your 100 Alliance say is the rule, but what my Chongqing Adventure Group says is not the rule. A woman beside Wu Xian suddenly took a step forward. Don't be so arrogant, kid. Don't think you can do whatever you want after killing Crazy Wolf. In front of our 100 Alliances, you are nothing. Believe it or not, I will take your life today. Wu Xian reached out to stop the woman and signaled her to calm down. Suin's ability was too strange, and he couldn't see through it at all. The Wolf Fong Adventure Group was destroyed at will, and he would try to avoid direct conflict as much as possible. Although he was absolutely sure to kill Suin, when Suin counterattacked before his death, he would definitely kill many awakened people. These people are his precious chess pieces. One less chess piece means one less bargaining chip. If you want to exploit the general public, a large number of awakened chess pieces are essential. Otherwise, if these ordinary people riot, they will be unstoppable. Then he smiled at Suin. There shouldn't be any grudges between our 100 Alliance and Captain Su, right? If you are dissatisfied because your adventure group did not join the 100 Alliance, I will now formally allow the Chongqing Adventure Group to join the 100 Alliance as the president of the 100 Alliance. The Chongqing Adventure Group will also receive the benefits and territory they deserve. To express our apology, we are willing to send your group half a ton of rice and flour and half a ham as compensation. What do you think, Captain Su? The reason why Wu Xin compromised was just to temporarily stabilize Suin. When Suin killed the Mad Wolf with one punch, he had already decided to kill Suin. This kind of person who can threaten his position cannot be kept. With half a ton of rice and ham as bait, I don't think Suin would be able to refuse. No one can resist this kind of temptation. Even he can't refuse it. He is full of confidence. Suin looked at Wu Xin as if he were an idiot. You bring out this little bit of rubbish and you want me to follow you? Who are you looking down on, Wu Xin? Do I look like someone who is short of food? This little bit of food is not even enough for my dog to eat. Wonkai. Meow. It's a cat, not a dog. Hearing Su An's words, Wu Xion's face turned pale and black. Half a ton of rice and flour. This is just a small amount? His Golden Crow Adventure Group is the largest adventure group in Sudi. You can't pretend like this. The only thing I can understand is that it is a sin to save face. So, what does Captain Su want? I don't want anything. Just like I said just now, from now on these people can go in and out as they please. No one can stop them. We have no hatred or grudges. Don't push your luck. Wu Xion's face became more gloomy. Wuxin, I'm not discussing this with you, understand? Suin snorted with a sneer. Seeing that the talks were about to break down, the awakened people behind Wu Xin could not help but get restless. President Wu, why waste time talking to him? Just kill him. There are so many of us. How can we be afraid of a kid who is still wet behind the ears? At this moment, Bailey Bing, dressed in black and holding a black umbrella, slowly walked out. I also agree with Captain Su's opinion. Bailey Bing glanced at Suin calmly. It's not that she wanted to take sides. She just had no other choice. Because Suin had previously given Black Rose a territory, Wu Xian suspected that Black Rose had private dealings with the Chongqing Adventure Group. Therefore, Black Rose was not allowed to participate in this laboratory control and was excluded by the 100 Alliance. The members of the Black Rose are not eligible to enter the laboratory area to explore, and they don't get any share. To qualify, you can only choose to become a subordinate group of Wu Xian's Golden Crow Adventure Group. Bailey Bing would naturally not be willing to do so. She knew very well what the consequences would be if a female army vassal was included in other adventure maps. And Wu Xian had been thinking about her for a long time, and everyone knew it. To be honest, she didn't have much affection for Suin. He had investigated privately and found that the Chongqing Adventure Group had only recruited 3 times, and they only recruited beautiful women, and none of them were awakened. It's obvious that Suin must have recruited him back to play with him. Just like the men she hates, they are not good people. Being a plaything is fine. In this chaotic world, being able to eat a full meal is the long-cherished wish of most people. Being a plaything or a member of the group makes no difference. But the Chongqing Adventure Group used the lie of high-priced treatment to deceive those ignorant girls into falling into the trap. This is what she despises most. In her opinion, Suin was just eyeing the female army of Black Rose, so he took the initiative to show his goodwill. After all, there are many beautiful girls in Black Rose. If it wasn't a last resort, she wouldn't stand on the same team with Suin. Now she just hopes Suin has enough bargaining chips to make Wu Xian compromise. Otherwise, the Black Rose will be in danger. She didn't have a choice. Seeing Bailey Bing, the icy beauty, take the initiative to stand on the side, Suin was also a little surprised. After all, this woman was also a man worrying like Xueqing Yu in the previous life. Suin thought that it was because of the previous gift of land that Bailey Bing took the initiative to stand on his side. I'm too lazy to think about it. He had no intention of being kind today. Wu Xian would not let this group of people go unless he got angry. His purpose today was to steal the superpowers. Then he glanced at Wu Xian with ill intent and then shouted to the crowd. You can enter and exit the laboratory area freely from now on, and you no longer have to pay taxes to the Biming Association. Do you agree? Raise your hands if you agree. After hearing Su An's words, the crowd fell silent. Many people wanted to raise their hands, but under Wu Xian's cold gaze, they lowered their heads obediently and did not dare to make any moves. I agree. I saw a hungry, skinny, and dirty little girl timidly raising her hand and saying in a baby voice. She hasn't eaten for several days. Her parents starved to death a few days ago, and her sister was kidnapped. When she found her sister, Only a naked body was left. She is now living alone in this world. She didn't know how dangerous the laboratory area was. She just heard that there was a drink in there that would not make you hungry. She also wanted to drink, to obey her parents' wishes and live well. You have no right to speak here, little bastard. A fire awakener behind Wu Xin threw out a ball of flame and blasted towards the girl. Seeing the girl about to be burned to charcoal, Suin gave Wankai a look, and Wankai leaped out like lightning, blocking the girl and swallowing the flames in one gulp. Then he burped at Wu Xin and the others, spitting out a big smoke ring, and his taunt value was full. Wuxin, you and the 100 Alliance are so bold that you dare to touch my Chongqing adventure group? Suin also grinned. Wu Xion's teeth chattered when he heard this. This is simply calling a horse a zebra. Suin, stop talking nonsense here. She is not a member of your Chongqing adventure group. Suin waved at the girl without replying. Come here. The girl had no choice but to walk over, lowering her head and not daring to look at Suin. This is what her parents told her before they died. From now on, when she sees a man, don't look up at him. If you can hide away. Suin didn't mind and patted the girl's head. From now on, she is a member of my Chongqing adventure group. Then look towards Wuxin Road. The 100 Alliance should now give me an explanation as to why they attack my members. It's too much. This is too much. Chapter 82. Single-handedly challenged the 100 Alliances. Seeing Suin being so unreasonable, Wu Xian also got angry and completely gave up the idea of temporarily appeasing Suin. Then he said to the people behind him calmly, kill him quickly, this guy is very weird. As soon as Wu Xian finished speaking, the people who had been holding back their anger rushed towards Suin. Fuck, I've wanted to kill this guy for a long time. I heard that my blood pressure is high. I should have taken action earlier. Why waste time talking to him? Don't break it, this guy is quite handsome. Leave his body intact for me to play with, haha. Suin still stood there calmly, without any movement. Everyone thought he was scared and laughed at him. Meow. Wankai suddenly rushed into the crowd, biting down or tearing off the awakened one's limbs, and threw them directly in front of Suin. Instantly, blood splattered everywhere and screams were heard. Suin nodded with satisfaction. This is what a pet should look like. At the right occasion, you should come out to block the knife for your master. Under Wang Sai's wanton slaughter, dozens of awakened people were wiped out in the blink of an eye. Suin was responsible for plundering the 3 companies, and Wang Kai was responsible for arresting people. They cooperated very well. Wu Xian didn't expect that the big cat Suin brought would be so fierce. He originally thought it was just an ordinary mutant creature. B-level awakeners were crippled and incapacitated in one encounter, and A-level ones couldn't even withstand a few claws. The look he gave Suin became colder and colder, and at the same time, there was deep jealousy. Only he is worthy of owning such a divine pet. How can a young boy drive such a powerful mutant creature? He has also tried to tame mutant creatures before, but without exception, they all failed. Most of the mutant creatures were ferocious and bloodthirsty, seeing humans as food, and would not listen to humans at all, let alone be tamed. Let's go together. Some of you hold down the big cat, and the rest of you go and kill the kid directly. Seeing that more and more awakened people were lost, Wu Xian was no longer calm. He can't afford this kind of loss. The other 5S level awakeners smacked their lips in dissatisfaction. Okay, you are the boss now. You have the final say, but I want 20% of the Chongqing Adventure Group supplies. Don't forget, I'm here. Although Wu Xian is the president on paper, it doesn't mean that everyone is his subordinate. Everyone listened to him temporarily for the sake of profit. As an S-level awakener, who doesn't have some pride? Okay, I will share the resources of the Chongqing Adventure Group with you guys equally. Wu Xian was very helpless. He originally wanted to slowly take advantage of the Chongqing Adventure Group, but now he can only give up part of the benefits. The other 5S level awakeners were satisfied and started to work. 3 of them had melee abilities and quickly rushed towards Suin. The remaining 2 have elemental abilities and are responsible for long-range firepower strikes in the rear. Seeing 5S level awakeners attacking at the same time, Suin grinned, and instead of retreating, he activated his brilliant body and turned into a dazzling diamond body. As for the other abilities, they are useless. The 6 of them fought together instantly. The battle between the 6 S-class players is nothing short of spectacular. The roar of the explosion shook the ground, and there were huge holes everywhere. The crowd had already moved away to avoid being affected. Watching from afar, he was horrified, but also worried about Suin. Everyone hopes Suin can win, but 1 against 5S level awakeners at that. Just think about it, it's impossible to win. Alas, Captain Su has fallen to this point because of us. It's all my fault. I'm useless and can't help at all. How can you be called a hero if you use your numbers to bully the few? These scumbags from the 100 Alliances are just that. The S-level Awakeners fought a great battle. Not to mention ordinary people. Other Awakeners did not dare to intervene easily. The aftermath alone is enough to kill people. Captain Su could have exploited them together with the 100 Alliances, but he stood up and sought justice for them. That stubborn body seems so great in this cold end of the world. The survivors lowered their heads unwillingly, some ashamed, some angry, some worried, some lost. Bailey Bing neither helped nor ran away, but calmly watched Suin being besieged by the crowd. But she was not just watching, she was waiting for an opportunity. If Suin loses, she will rescue him. If Suin wins, she will kill the remnants of the 100 Alliance. If it were before, she would definitely not take action no matter who wins or loses. Once she takes action, there is no room for her to stay out of it. But Suin's selfless act of monopolizing the huge 100 Alliances and carrying firewood for everyone changed her view of this man a little. Stupid, but also a bit chivalrous. If it were her, she would never fall into despair for some strangers. Moreover, Suin was able to fight against 5 S-level Awakeners alone without being defeated immediately. His strength was already very strong. Bailey Bing believed that he could not do it. Maybe this man is worth her taking a gamble. As long as Suin doesn't die today, everything will be uncertain. If they can recuperate over time, they may be able to defeat the 100 Alliances. Black Rose can also develop better and go further. The battle lasted less than 3 minutes. Suin was suppressed everywhere and had fallen into a disadvantage, causing the survivors to exclaim. Someone whispered to Suin to cheer him up. Gradually, it turned into a tide of cheers. Looking at the excited survivors, Wu Xin snorted disdainfully. Troublemakers. Then he disappeared from the spot. When Wu Xin appeared again, he was already behind Suin. He could see that Suin was beginning to lose strength under the siege of 5 S-Awakeners. The brilliant body also began to have gaps. The back was no longer covered with diamonds, leaving a gap in defense. Wu Xin then teleported behind Suin, took out his dagger, and stabbed him with a fatal blow. Captain Su, be careful behind you. Seeing Wu Xion's sneak attack, many people cried out in surprise. The timid ones had already closed their eyes, unable to bear to see the cruel scene of Su and being stabbed to death with a dagger. I caught you, ha! Suin, who originally looked defeated, suddenly laughed strangely. With lightning speed, he reached behind him and grabbed Wu Xion's throat accurately. What? Wu Xian was horrified and immediately realized that he had fallen into a trap set by Suin. Immediately activate teleportation to escape. But he was shocked to find that his special ability was useless. I couldn't get rid of the hand that was grabbing my throat. Your death is already quite honorable. I never need to make excuses for killing people. You are the first, and you will be the last. After Suin finished speaking, he crushed Wu Xian to death in his hands. Wu Xian died without knowing why his powers had failed. He is in a high position with great power and a bright future to enjoy. He is really unwilling to give up. Why can someone be so strong? That's not fair. Wu Xian took his last breath. Chapter 83. Kill like crazy. Does the true God Church know about this? Isn't that unfair? Suin threw away Wu Xian's body. No, that's fair. In the eyes of Wu Xian and others, Suin is incredibly powerful. But in the eyes of ordinary people, Wu Xin is an unattainable existence. If you insist, there is no fairness in this world, whether it is before or after the end of the world. The reason why he was willing to be beaten by 5S level Awakeners was to deliberately expose his flaws and wait for Wu Xian to attack him. Otherwise, this old guy's ability is teleportation. He ran away and he couldn't catch him. With Wu Xian dead, he no longer had any worries. His bad luck was wiped out. He punched through one of the S-level Awakeners with one punch and launched a 3-hit looting combo at the same time. Suin pulled out his bloody hand and twisted his aching shoulder, his bones making a crackling sound. Did you enjoy the fight? Now it's my turn. In the blink of an eye, 2 companions were killed, including Wu Xian, an S-level teleportation Awakener. The remaining 4 people immediately died. Not good, retreat quickly. There's nothing to think about. Even a fool would know that they have encountered a tough opponent today. No, it should be said that he encountered a death-chasing ghost. If the opponent can kill 2 companions instantly, he can definitely kill them too. The four of them turned around and ran without saying anything, fearing that they would be slower than the others, and even used their supernatural powers to attack their companions. You don't have to run faster than your enemies when running away, just faster than your companions. What 100 alliances, what brothers go to hell? Yes, brother, please help me block the knife first. You can't escape. Su An's words of death fell, and the teleportation started. In the blink of an eye, he appeared behind one of them. Solve it with one stroke. His knife skills are getting better and better. After one cut, there was only a small breath left, just enough to plunder 3 consecutive. After the plunder, there is no need to finish off the enemy. They will leave peacefully. With his knife skills, no one would believe him if he said he hadn't studied in New West for a few months. 1. Teleport again, and KO with one strike. Plunder trio. Both. Teleport again. 3. Teleport again. 3 with 1. You guys played really badly. Suin swung the nano sword, bringing out a handful of blood flowers. At this point, all 6 S-level Awakeners of the 100 Alliance were saved by Suin. 6 S-level abilities are securely obtained. Of course, if he is a good person to the end, he will help the others to be liberated one by one. Rather than staying in this end times and suffering, it is better to reopen the world as soon as possible. Suin felt as if a Buddha's light was about to appear on his head. The merits are overflowing. Suin looked back and saw Wonkai being besieged by hundreds of awakened people. It's not just a losing battle anymore, the whole cat is torn apart. Physically split open, intestines scattered all over the floor. How miserable it is. But he is still fighting strongly, and his stubborn and unyielding fighting posture makes people tremble with fear. Suin covered his head helplessly. This idiot is simply possessed by a spirit of drama. If it weren't for Wongsai's wise eyes that occasionally glanced at him, Suin would have almost believed it. Stop acting like a bitch. I'll give you a snack tonight when I get home. Meow. It's a cat, not a dog. Hearing about the extra meal, Wonkai suddenly became energetic, and the injuries on his body recovered in the blink of an eye. No matter how others attack, it won't break. Become stronger. With Wongsai's strength, these awakened ones really can't do anything to it unless they besiege it for 2 or 3 days. Suin also teleported into the crowd and started wantonly killing and looting. Several S-level Awakeners of the 100 Alliance have died. I'm afraid these people won't be able to hold on for long before their defenses break. It will be troublesome to hunt him down then. Kill as many as you can before they break through the defense, and chase after those who run away. Suddenly, screams rang out one after another, and the number of awakened people decreased madly at a speed visible to the naked eye. In less than 3 minutes, more than half of them fell down. This is when Suin deliberately controlled the killing range. If it wasn't for the purpose of plundering the superpowers, they could have carried all these people away in 1 minute with full firepower. Seeing the killing godlike Suin, all the awakened people no longer live in Bungbu. Turn around and flee. Help, Sarilung. Mom, I want to go home. I don't want to play anymore. How could Suin let them escape like this? It's a loss to escape one. Then he exerted his supernatural power to the extreme. Chase and plunder at the same time. If you can't plunder enough, just beat them up temporarily and come back to finish them off later. As a result, the scene became one person and one cat chasing hundreds of awakened people, with laughter mixed with crying and shouting. The survivors who were watching from afar were stunned. In less than 30 seconds, the style of the painting changed 180 degrees. The dying man and cat suddenly became like gods, killing the people of the 100 Alliance like cutting melons and vegetables. Killing like crazy. War Day. Captain Su is so powerful. Long live Captain Su. Seeing Su An's miraculous comeback, the survivors jumped up excitedly. They all raised their arms and cheered excitedly. What is a savior? What does it mean to be a god descending to earth? This is the awakened ones who were unattainable in the eyes of the people in the past were now vulnerable in front of Captain Su. Seeing Suin killing people indiscriminately, everyone couldn't help but feel relaxed. They have been exploited by the 100 Alliances and are almost unable to survive. These bastards are even trying to snatch the grassroots. Watching Suin kill the people from the 100 Alliances was so satisfying. Kill them all. Good kill. 5 minutes later, Suin sent away the last passenger with one knife. Although it's a bit late, I still hope he can catch the last train to heaven. Why not go to hell? Maybe it's because hell was already full before the end of the world. Looking around, not a single awakened person is left. Only a dozen girls from Black Rose hugged each other and trembled. Even Bailey Bing, the ice beauty who was as beautiful as an iceberg, couldn't help but tremble slightly. Su-An's strength has completely exceeded her cognition. As an S-level awakener at the top of the awakeners, she could feel more deeply how powerless she was in the face of the godlike mighty power. Maybe in his eyes, there is no difference between S-level awakeners and G-level awakeners. The power that I was proud of seemed so insignificant compared to him, like an ant watching the stars. She had thought about helping before. Now it seems so ignorant and arrogant. She, like those people from the 100 Alliance, has always put Su-An on the same level as herself. However, Su-An's strength is not on the same level as theirs. Those who should be killed have been killed, and those who should be plundered have been plundered. Su-An then jumped onto Wang Sai's back and prepared to catch up with the next. Many members of the 100 Alliance are still hanging out at their base. Before the news leaks out, I have to pay a visit. It's too late. I'm afraid that after today, the Awakened Ones will avoid him when they see him. It will be difficult to catch so many Awakened Ones at once. Strive for a wave of fat today. Seeing the survivors still dancing with excitement, Su-An couldn't help but roll his eyes. What are you standing there for? Go explore the lab. No one is stopping you now. After saying that, he rode away on Wang Kai and disappeared from people's sight in a moment. Not long after Su-An left, a group of people in black robes quietly appeared. A little black-robed man walked up to the survivors, slowly lifted a corner of his hood, revealing a face as delicate as a porcelain doll, with a bright smile on his lips. Do you know about the True God Church? Our Lord is Captain Su, Lord Su-An. My name is Xian. Welcome everyone to join our True God religion at any time and become the loyal servant of the Lord God. Chapter 84 Bailey Bing. I saw a paradise on earth. Because after Su-An wiped out the 100 alliances in one fell swoop, all the rules and regulations were gone. As a result, a huge crowd of people took up their weapons and rushed to the laboratory area. Don't worry about its safety level, just go for it. Let's fight while we still have some strength. The results are obvious. A life or death experience, quite cruel. But even so, it is better than starving to death with no hope. As the number of conquered laboratories increases, more and more people will obtain Metal Gear, and the casualty ratio will decrease. As for now, I can only pay with my life. Su-An's reputation was greatly improved at once. When talking about the 3 words Captain Su, everyone's faces are full of admiration and worship. After all, it is because of Su-An that they have the opportunity to explore the laboratory, and most importantly, they don't have to pay high taxes. The treasure chests you find are yours. Some even went so far as to bring their families with them to join the so-called True God Church. Rumor has it that this is a sect that believes in Leader Su. As long as you sincerely believe in Captain Su, then you are the True God Church's family. The True God Church will not abandon any believer, and we will stand together through thick and thin. The premise is that you will never quit the religion. If you quit, then you can send it. If you quit, you are a heretic, you are an apostate, the True God Church will fight you to the death. And if you are caught, you will be subjected to the 3-strike heresy trial. Skin peeling, tendons pulling, bones scraping. With Su-An's reputation, the True God Church attracted thousands of believers in a short period of time, including some awakened ones, and it is still growing stronger. Soon they established a firm foothold in Sudi. The 100 alliances disappeared, leaving many territories vacant. The True God cult also took over some of them, and there was a vague possibility that they would transform into a major force. At the same time, the True God Church also sent its own exploration team to the laboratory. Faith cannot be eaten. It just makes you more courageous when you swing the knife, or more calm and relieved when facing death. When death comes, please hold on to your faith and forget the pain temporarily. Believe that the loving God will lead you to a beautiful country where there is no hunger, zombies, or suffering. Isn't this a kind of happiness? At the same time, the Black Rose, as one of the few remaining large adventure groups, also embarked on the road of exploring the laboratory. However, they're a large adventure group after all, and their strength is not low. There are also many awakened sisters in the group. It is impossible to just stay in the outer area and explore like ordinary people. Going deeper, large adventure groups also have disadvantages. They have more people to feed, and the output of low-level laboratories is difficult to meet basic daily needs. After half a day, Black Rose had successfully conquered 2 laboratories with a safety factor of 1 and obtained a lot of goodies, including 2 pieces of intermediate alloy equipment. It's a great harvest. Looking at the entire Sudi, The speed of Black Rose's attack is also amazing. A large part of the reason is that the team leader, Bailey Bing, personally led the team. Powerful S-Class Awakeners are the foundation of large adventure groups. Bailey Bing once again ordered a deeper investigation. With the strength of Black Rose, it should be possible to challenge the laboratory with a safety factor of 2. Even though people would die, they had no choice but to go ahead. This is the era. Only those who work hard can win. Eating a full meal is everyone's ultimate goal. As we go deeper, the surrounding environment becomes more and more complex. Not only did many mutant creatures that had never been seen before appear, there are also zombie dogs. That ghost thing is particularly difficult to deal with. It is extremely fast and will launch a sneak attack from the dark if you are not careful. If you are bitten, there is basically no hope. You will definitely be infected with the corpse. The virus carried by the mutants in the laboratory area is much stronger than those zombies in the city. Even the awakened ones cannot resist it. After a while, everyone was exhausted and wanted to lie down and take a nap. At this moment, the group seemed to smell the delicious smell of meat. Now it's better. I'm not sleepy anymore. It smells so good it smells like pork. Yes, I smelled it too. It's the smell of pork or braised pork. I smell it every day in my dreams. I haven't smelled meat for more than a month. This smell makes my throat watery. Just smelling it can make you eat 2 bowls of rice. Although there is not that much food to give them. Attracted by the fragrance, everyone involuntarily walked towards the direction where the fragrance came from. Even Bailey Bing couldn't help but want to find out. Turning a corner, the view suddenly opens up. This is a huge open space in the laboratory fortress. There is a camp on the open ground. There were several poles erected around the camp, with several unknown monster corpses hanging on the poles. There were people walking around in the camp. All of them were young and beautiful women. They all had smiles on their faces, some were chatting, and some were busy doing something. And without exception, these women were all wearing high-tech alloy armor that could blind a dog's eyes, and the weapons in their hands were alloy weapons they had never seen before. What's even more outrageous is that someone seemed to be cooking in the camp. Some were frying vegetables, some were steaming rice, and there was also a big iron pot stewing delicious braised pork. The refreshing meaty aroma emanated from this camp. The girls of Black Rose were petrified. What is this? A paradise on earth? Ward, my goodness, they have meat to eat, and stir fry, and a large bowl of rice. Their equipment is so cool. Think about it, the food I usually eat is made of dry grass and coarse grains, and most of my defensive equipment is simple armor made of iron sheets. This comparison is simply too cruel. Everyone's heart seemed to have been hit hard. Normally, they thought that the treatment of Black Rose was the best among all the adventure groups. We are all human beings. Why is there such a big difference between them? Bailey Bing's eyes widened in disbelief. As the head of the group, she knows what it means to feed such a large group of people and have them eat white rice and braised pork. To say it bluntly, absolutely not. There is no fresh pork to eat at this stage, and no matter how much money you spend, you can't buy it. Eating bacon makes you cry. Not only fresh meat, but also fresh vegetables are not available. To supplement vitamins, we just eat wild vegetables and grasses. But the people in this camp are actually stewing braised pork and frying fresh vegetables. Who is it? The people in the camp also discovered a kind of Black Rose. In an instant, they were well-trained and assembled, ready to go. A huge hand made of sand and stones suddenly rose from the ground in the camp. A beautiful girl in a maid outfit stood in the palm of the hand and said coldly, "This is the territory of the Eternal Life Adventure Group. Unrelated personnel, please take a detour." Chapter 85 Sisters Meet. Bailey Bing enters the Grandview Garden. Hearing the girl's voice, Bailey Bing was stunned for a moment. Is this the Chongqing Adventure Group? It's the first time she's seen. For a long time, the Chongqing Adventure Group has been a legendary existence. No one has ever seen the true appearance of the Chongqing Adventure Group. The only thing people know about the Chongqing Adventure Team is that they are treated very well, or that the team leader Sue and is extremely powerful. Seeing it today, it turns out that the rumors are unreliable. Rumor has it that the Chongqing Adventure Group has ham sausage to eat every day. This is not a ham sausage. It's even braised pork. This is called good treatment. It's clearly a paradise. Is Captain Suen powerful? It's just inhuman. In a trance, Bailey Bing felt a huge sense of frustration. She suddenly realized that Suen was not lying. Not only that, the conditions and benefits of the Chongqing Adventure Group when recruiting people might have been very conservative. At this moment, A team of beautiful women with equally luxurious equipment came out from another direction. When he saw the Black Rose, he immediately took an attacking stance. We are the Black Rose Adventure Group. We have no ill intentions and are just passing through here. Bailey Bing hurriedly explained. Not to mention, the girl standing on the gravel hand is also an S-level awakener. Just these ordinary members with luxurious weapons and equipment are not something they can handle. Cousin, why are you here? Yu walked out of the crowd and trotted towards Bailey Bing. Whisper. Seeing Yu, Bailey Bing also widened his eyes. She never expected to meet Yu here. The two sisters hugged each other excitedly. The two are close cousins. We are not in the same university, but in the same city. We keep in touch during the week and get together on weekends. We are very close. After the end of the world, the two lost contact. Bailey Bing also tried to find Yu, but his ability was limited and he never found her. Xiao, she's my cousin, don't worry. Yu waved at Xiao and explained. Xiao nodded and said, Okay, Sister Qingyu. Then the big hand slowly removed the gravel and landed on the ground. The girls in the camp let down their guard and did what they had to do. Cousin, let's go in and talk. Good. Then, under the leadership of Qingyu, the group entered the camp. When observing the Chongqing Adventure Group up close, Bailey Bing finally understood what true luxury was. The clothes and shoes people here were all new, unlike theirs, which are all tattered, and they all smelled delicious. You could tell they had used shampoo and soap and even perfume. It's not that they don't like cleanliness. They're all women who would like to be smelling of sweat all day long. Because of the limited conditions, they can hardly afford to use soap, let alone perfume. Moreover, water resources are limited and drinking water is a bit tight. How can they take a bath every day? Not only were the clothes new, but the utensils were also new, and there were even new carpets at the doorways of several rooms. Some girls even went too far and actually put on makeup. When do you put on makeup? No, where do the cosmetics come from? Bailey Bing, who is known for his ability to withstand pressure and doesn't like to express himself, is a little bit upset. Qingyu, do you usually live like this? Qingyu smiled embarrassedly. No, we are stationed here just now, and the conditions are slightly worse than those at the headquarters. Bailey Bing, is this bad? Bailey Bing doesn't know how to complain anymore. If she didn't know Qingyu's temper, she would really think that she was just showing off. By the way, Qingyu, why are you in the Chongqing Adventure Group? Bailey Bing was afraid that Qingyu would not be able to bear it if she continued talking, so she quickly changed the subject. It's like this. Qingyu took Bailey Bing by the hand and sat down at a table. She told him a brief account of what happened after she met Suin. Bailey Bing was surprised when he heard this and looked at Qingyu with a strange expression. Why does she sound wrong? Qingyu didn't seem to have suffered any hardship during this period. It was more like she was on vacation. She ate well and slept well. She didn't have to worry about safety or supplies. Is this what it's like in a doomsday world filled with despair? The only thing I'm worried about is that I've gained a lot of weight and I'm wondering how to lose weight. Listen. Is this what a person says? Wait. Whisper. Are you saying that you are now the deputy leader of the Eternal Life Adventure Group? Well, Suin asked me to be the one. Bailey Bing frowned upon hearing this. He didn't force you to do anything? Qingyu waved her hands repeatedly. No, he is very good to me. Qingyu actually wished Suin could force her to do something. Bailey Bing raised his eyebrows, feeling doubtful. But she still trusts Qingyu's words. Based on her understanding of Qingyu, she was a woman who was gentle on the outside but strong on the inside, and she was definitely not the type who would be easily coerced and manipulated. Compared to being coerced or defiled, Qingyu would rather commit suicide than live in vain, given her strong character. This is strange. Why would Suin give such an important position to Qingyu? She would never believe that there was nothing going on between the two of them. Just then Xiao came over with 2 glasses of juice. Please enjoy your meal, sisters. If you like soda or ice beer, please tell me and I will help you change it. Thank you, Xiao. Shui nodded and thanked. Bailey Bing's mouth twitched slightly. I feel like a beggar. This is what they call life, while what they call escaping is. Let me introduce you to my cousin. Her name is Xiao. You must have seen her on TV. She is very famous. She is now the logistics director of our adventure group. Bailey Bing nodded and said hello. She just felt that Xiao looked familiar, and after Qingyu said that, she remembered that she was indeed a star she often saw on TV. Sister Xiao, what is your relationship with Suin? Bailey Bing asked meaningfully. Xiao smiled brightly and tilted her head and said, Maid, what's the problem? Owner. Yes, that's how most people address their master. Bailey Bing turned to look at Xue Qingyu. Qingyu, don't you think it's a bit inappropriate? Bailey Bing also thought that Xue Qingyu usually called Su in this way. Calling a man master casually. Is this still her iron-willed cousin? Xue Qingyu was silent for a moment. It's really not suitable. He still calls Suin by her full name. She is the only one in the group who calls Suin by her full name. In fact, she also wanted to change her name. If possible, it would be better to call me husband like Li Xiaoyu. Forget about other names, and I won't be like Lu Hui. She has always been very firm in her principles. Chapter 86. All beings are equal under plunder. At this time, Suin was killing people in the base of the adventure group under the 100 Alliance. No matter what supernatural power it is, it will be copied and stripped. Wealth points are all plundered. Even 1 point of wealth must be taken away. Not only the supernatural wealth value, but anything that can be used will not be missed. Seats and benches? Take away. Bed bedding? Use it as a dog bed mat for Wonkai. Steel bars? What if they're useful? Fridge, TV, washing machine? This is great. Take it, although he has tens of thousands of them in the wide space. When an animal leaves its skin behind, a goose plucks its feathers. Any adventure group base he visited would not have intact land. One after another, the adventure groups were destroyed by his looting, and one after another, the awakened ones boarded the high-speed train to heaven. After half a day, dozens of adventure groups have been completely destroyed. Especially some of the leading large adventure groups, almost all of them were wiped out. The remaining adventure groups, regardless of whether they had any conflicts with the Chongqing adventure group, all ran away. Some of the smart awakeners even buried themselves in advance, leaving only their heads exposed, and covered them with some shelters, just to avoid Suin, the ghost who was trying to kill them. It truly explains what it means to be half-buried automatically. Suddenly, all the adventure group's bases were deserted. Suin had no choice but to stop cursing. It can only be blamed on him for not killing fast enough. It took him half a day to kill 1,000 awakened ones. Business capabilities and professionalism need to be improved. Even so, the number of awakened people he had killed before and after this probably accounted for more than half of the entire city. The high-level awakened ones in the head are missing. Perhaps in the eyes of the awakened, Suin, is more like the Doomsday. If compared with other regions, the number of awakened people in Sudi must be much less than other regions. But it's hard to say about his overall strength because this death-chasing ghost is entrenched in Sudi with his own Awakener special attack. No matter how many awakened people come, they will just be sent to eat. After a day of supernatural power looting, Suin's proficiency in plundering supernatural power has also reached full. It takes 10 abilities to upgrade from level 1 to level 2, and one ability corresponds to 10% of proficiency. It takes 100 abilities to upgrade from level 2 to level 3, and one ability corresponds to 1% of proficiency. It takes 1,000 abilities to upgrade from level 3 to level 4, and one ability corresponds to 0.1% of proficiency. Now it is level 3 with 100% proficiency, which has reached the upgrade requirements. Ding! Congratulations to the host for upgrading the level of the plunder ability and adding additional new functions. All beings are equal under plunder. All beings are equal. An inherent skill that can plunder all carbon-based life. Hearing the system prompt sound, Suin's mouth twitched. Well, now he can even plunder things that are not human. I am going further and further down the path of being an inhuman. So the question is, can humans use the skills plundered from mutant creatures or zombies? Should I say, can use it? For example, the infinite proliferation of the goddess of night. Once used, Cthulhu will be directly transformed into an ancient god, directly into an infinitely swollen meatball. Just thinking about that scene makes his scalp numb. There are so many beautiful girls waiting for him at home. He doesn't want to become that kind of indescribable thing. It's fine to plunder it, but forget about using it yourself. Let's try it first. Suin immediately slapped Wonkai on the head. Wonkai, meow meow meow. Take it here. Detected lootable object. Please select looting direction. Replicate skills, plunder wealth. Successfully replicated skills to obtain mutant creature skills. Unlimited growth, unlimited recovery. Successful plunder of wealth. 1,024 points of wealth were obtained and stored in the wide space. Please check in time. Wangcai's 2 main abilities were copied by him, and even his wealth was plundered. There were several boxes of dried fish and many canned cat foods in the wide space, plus a book called Pet Cat Breeding Encyclopedia. It really works, absolutely amazing. I can understand food, but the book, this cat is not serious. At the same time, Suin also discovered that he could see the favorability rating above Wangsai's head. 100%. Surprisingly high. But if you think about it, it's not surprising. He is Wangsai's bread and butter. To Wangkai, a foodie, he's like a god. Since he can plunder the skills of mutants, the next step is to try zombies. Suin then took out the can of dried fish cat food that he had just looted from Wangkai from the wide space and placed it on the ground. He ordered Wangkai, "Go help me capture 2 zombies, 1 weak and 1 strong. These things are yours." Seeing so many dried fish cat food cans, Wangkai immediately drooled with his tongue hanging out. The big head nodded frequently. Then he ran towards the city. Soon he came back with 2 zombies in his mouth. One of them is just an ordinary zombie, and the other is a witch. Both zombies have lost their ability to move. The ordinary zombies were only breathing their last breath, but the witch was still opening her mouth and emitting piercing screams. Suin was annoyed by the call, so he grabbed a can of Wangkai cat food and stuffed it into Witch's mouth, making it unable to make any sound. Wangkai? Wangkai quickly took the remaining canned cat food and dried fish into his arms to protect them, and looked at Suin's not very clean hands warily. Suin first used a 3-shot looting combo on the ordinary zombies. The result was no reaction at all. It seems that without skills, nothing can be looted. Then he gave Witch a 3-hit combo. When looting, he also specifically told the system, "Give me a hard plunder." Then I got 2 skills from Witch, Rip and Trace. At the same time, a dirty piece of clothing appeared in his hand. What the hell? Suin quickly threw it away. Now his hands are really dirty. Chapter 87. Suin, no, this is not a sentence. There is a judgment. Things were almost done, and it was around 4 or 5 in the afternoon. It's almost time to go home for dinner. Then he rode on Wangkai and headed towards the temporary base. When Suin rode Wangkai to the periphery of the laboratory area, the survivors were rushing in large numbers, and many of them returned with full loads. Seeing Suin riding a tiger, everyone stopped to look at him, their eyes full of admiration and gratitude. Some people bowed their heads quietly to express their silent gratitude. Suin didn't pay too much attention to other people. Instead, he focused his attention on a girl cowering in a corner. The girl was about 11 or 12 years old, with a dirty face and big eyes looking around for something. When he saw Suin, his eyes lit up. He was about to get up and run over, but when he looked at his dirty and torn clothes and shoes, he lowered his head in inferiority, his little finger picking at a stain on his pants intentionally or unintentionally. I almost forgot about her. In order to find an excuse to deal with Wu Xin, he also recruited a new member. Then he waved to the little girl and smiled. "Come here, I'll take you home." The girl raised her head in joy when she heard that, and ran to Wangsai's side, looking up at Suin with eyes full of expectation. "Come up." Suin turned sideways and reached out to pull the girl. The girl wiped her dirty hands on her body before she dared to hold Suin's hand. Thank you, the girl said timidly. Suin smiled and said, "You're welcome." Wangkai then jumped high into the laboratory area and disappeared from people's sight in a few bounces. The crowd on the side saw the little girl being taken away by Suin, and they all showed envy. Now everyone wants to join the Chongqing Adventure Group, but the Chongqing Adventure Group is no longer recruiting, so there is no chance to join. This little girl got lucky. But it can't all be luck. Earlier, when Captain Su was confronting the 100 Alliance and asking for the opinions of the masses, only this ignorant little girl dared to raise her hand to express her support. It is reasonable for Captain Su to recruit him as an exception. Everyone couldn't help but secretly curse themselves for not living up to expectations. If I had raised my hand at that time, I might have joined the Chongqing Adventure Group now. It's okay not to ask for any treatment. With Captain Su as a big tree, I can hold my head high wherever I go. Everyone will give me some face, right? In less than 10 minutes, Suin returned to the temporary base. Seeing Suin coming back, the girls all stood up to greet him. One voice after another. "Master, the master is called A. Master, welcome home." Lu Hui also came forward to greet him. Suin nodded and lifted the little girl in front of him. "This is my new member. You can take care of her and let her do some chores. Such a young girl can only do odd jobs. It is impossible to let her explore the laboratory." Lu Hui looked at the little girl and then at Suin. "Master, do you like this too?" Suin was immediately frightened. "No, this is not a punishment. There is a judge. I will be punished by God." Lu Hui covered her mouth and smiled secretly. Her eyes were full of charm. And then she said to the little girl, "Little sister, what's your name?" "Hello, sister. My name is Bingdang. The kind of rock candy you can eat. Lu Hui smiled silently and looked at the little girl with more affection. Normally, kids of this age call her Annie. You are as sweet as your name suggests. Come on, I'll take you to take a shower and change into clean clothes. Then Bingdang followed Lu Hui and walked away, looking back every 3 steps. Suddenly arriving in this unfamiliar environment, the little girl was still a little scared. It takes a few days to adapt. Su, are you okay? I heard from my cousin about you and the 100 Alliance. Xue Qingyu also hurried over, her face full of worry. Bailey Bing followed behind. Sun was also a little surprised to see Bailey Bing. He didn't expect these 2 girls to get together. It was no coincidence that they worked together in their previous life. Don't worry, I'm fine. Are you and Captain Bailey cousins? Well, distant cousin. No wonder then. If you look closely at their faces, you will find that they are quite similar and both are top-notch beauties. It's just that their personalities are totally different. One is as gentle as jade. The other is as cold as ice for 1,000 years. She looks at everyone with a cold face, as if she owes her 800 tons of supplies. Suin is not too interested in this kind of girl. She might be cold all over. We meet again, Captain Bailey, Suin casually greeted. Bailey Bing nodded without saying anything more. The look he gave Suin was filled with deep fear. The strength Suin showed today has left her with some psychological trauma. She had no doubt that as long as Suin was willing, he could wipe out the Black Rose alone, and they wouldn't have the slightest chance to resist. Moreover, Suin is not the only one who is strong in the Chongqing Adventure Group. After careful observation, she found that the Chongqing Adventure Group had at least a dozen S-level Awakeners. What an outrageous lineup! Even the Sudi combined don't have this many. If the 100 Alliances had known earlier that the Chongqing Adventure Group was so strong, they probably wouldn't even have dared to provoke them. They would have been subservient to whatever the Chongqing Adventure Group said. Unfortunately, there is no if anymore. Captain Bailey, if you don't mind, please stay for dinner, Suin said politely. Bailey Bing wanted to refuse. But the smell of meat in the air made her hesitate. The expectant eyes of the other girls in Black Rose made her even more reluctant to refuse. Thanks. Bailey Bing thanked him and felt a little embarrassed. She is not a person who likes to take advantage, but she really can't refuse this meal. The temptation is too great. You are Qingyu's cousin. It's just a meal. There's no need to be polite. Suin turned around and returned to his room. He still has a lot of things to do. Have you opened more than 1,000 superpowers? Li Xiaoyu has already brought the people from the headquarters. We must hurry up to fuse their abilities and create another batch of Awakeners. When the girls of Black Rose heard that they could have a meal with the Chongqing Adventure Group, they all jumped up excitedly. Yeah, I'm not dreaming, am I? Long live the commander, long live the Commander Su. Xue Qingyu felt a little touched as she watched Suin leave. Even though it's just a meal. But Xue Qingyu also knew how precious a meal for the Chongqing Adventure Group was. Why don't you go find him tonight and thank him properly? Xue Qingyu thought so. As if she thought of something, her face was slightly hot. Chapter 88, Xue Qingyu's Gratitude, bringing artist Li Xiaoyu. After dinner, Bailey Bing and his men left in a hurry. It's not that she wants to leave, but she really doesn't dare to stay any longer. If they don't leave now, the members will quit their jobs. They all want to die here. The living conditions of the Chongqing Adventure Group were already outrageous to the point where she could hardly bear it. And yet they even had fruit to eat after the meal? Not to mention the other members. Even she herself was a little reluctant to leave. Before leaving, she really wanted Xue Qingyu to go with her to the Black Rose as the deputy leader, so as to avoid being ruined by Suin. But I really don't have the face to speak up. Should we let them go back and eat weed dumpling cakes with them? Only a fool would be willing. However, knowing that Xue Qingyu was doing well, she felt relieved and relieved. The only thing I'm worried about is whether Xue Qingyu will be abused by Suin, a beast who doesn't even let Xiao Bingtang go. Suin is the only man in the Chongqing Adventure Group, and the rest are all pretty girls with fair skin and beautiful looks. Just think about what Suin is up to. It would be better to just change the name to Harem Adventure Group. So she repeatedly told Xue Qingyu to be careful to protect herself, and so on. Xue Qingyu nodded repeatedly, but in her heart she was thinking about how to find Su and to thank him in the evening. Bailey Bing's advice went in one ear and out the other. If Bailey Bing knew this, he would definitely vomit blood. My cousin has changed. At this time, Suin was leaning on the chair in the temporary office, silently integrating his supernatural powers. It is indeed troublesome to fuse more than 1,000 superpowers, and the workload is not small. Fortunately, I already had experience and had a synthesis table in mind. He has gradually figured out how to combine abilities of the same attribute to produce new abilities. In the blink of an eye, 14 S-level abilities have been synthesized. With the 6 from Wu Xin and others, there are already 20 S-level abilities. The overall quality of this batch of superpowers is obviously higher than any previous one. After all, the 100 Alliance is the strongest awakened force in the Sioux land. Even if it has been sent, this card still has some face. Even the 100 Alliances had very little supplies. The combined supplies of dozens of adventure groups only amounted to about 200 tons. Another day of missing Tiger Lord. If all are synthesized, there will be at least 50 or 60 S-level abilities. But he doesn't plan to fully synthesize the S-class. Even though half of the awakened people in Sudi have been gathered, the number of superpowers is still not enough. There are about 800 girls in the group. More than 90% of people have a 100% favorable impression of him. They worship him like a god and are so loyal that they can't be more loyal. It was originally planned to keep only 200, but now it seems obviously unrealistic. I really can't bear to throw it away. There are hundreds of loyal, obedient, and beautiful girls, including a lot of school beauties, because they were recruited at the beginning of the Doomsday, and they were screened through layers of screening when they joined the group. Who would be willing to throw it away? It's hard to recruit such a good one after the first apocalypse. It's just a few hundred more mouths to feed. He can still afford it. There's no pressure at all. He decided to keep most of them, but he will need to work harder in the future. It's really going to tire the old ox to death. To get 800 level abilities, it's extremely difficult just to think about it. At present, I can only keep some A-level and B-level abilities to make do with them. S-level abilities are not given to everyone. Only those who perform well can get S-level abilities. At the same time, it can also play a role of motivation. Invisibly, it promotes a strong cohesion with him as the center, making the Chongqing Adventure Group an indestructible fortress both inside and outside. Although the 100 Alliance seems very strong in Sudi, it is nothing in the entire Doomsday era, and it is not even as far as the Black Rose. The Doomsday era is an era of chaos, but also an era of heroes rising up. When the end of the world looms, the unyielding humanity will finally burst into brilliant glory, and the stars will rise up to lead people forward in the darkness. The Chongqing Adventure team still has a long way to go. It's not to be the brightest star in the night. It is to challenge the end of the world, to finally tear apart the big hands that are tightly around my throat. Just then Xueqingyu opened the door and walked in. Suin came back to his senses. Have your cousin and the others left? Yeah. Xueqingyu nodded and said softly, Thank you, Suin. It's just a small matter. Don't worry too much, Suin smiled slightly. It was just a meal. He really didn't take it seriously. But not everyone can make a living from him. On the one hand, it was because Black Rose had done him a favor. And on the other hand, Bailey Bing was Xueqingyu's cousin. Xueqingyu is still the deputy leader of the Chongqing Adventure Group, so he still has to give her this face. He has complicated feelings towards Xueqingyu, the school beauty. The two of them didn't have much contact in their previous life. I vaguely remember that he helped Xueqingyu carry her luggage on the day she entered school. When he saw the pure and gentle girl for the first time, he was attracted by her, but he was more inferior to her. He was so inferior that he had to be sneaky to look at her more than once. In addition, he had already started to pursue Su Xiaoyan at that time, so he could not develop any admiration for Xueqingyu, although he also vaguely sensed Su Xiaoyan's green tea nature later. But at that time, he had already given a lot to Su Xiaoyan, and he could not turn back. Whether it was self-deception or being Pua, he resolutely chose to continue giving, hoping to win Su Xiaoyan's heart by relying on the persona of a good man. Licking dogs are always in the play without knowing it. Men are always young until they die. There are always endless things to learn and endless walls to hit. When you look back, whether it was right or wrong, just laugh it off and move on. He and Xueqingyu didn't interact much before the apocalypse, and even less after the apocalypse. When the two met again, one is a piece of trash crawling on the ground with one leg missing and not even daring to lift his head to look at the other. A high-ranking leader of a top adventure group. What Suin didn't know was, at that time, Xueqingyu was already in tears. I almost wanted to hold those hands full of calluses and scars. Wanted to throw myself into the arms of the senior whom I had admired for many years. Wanted to pick up the love that had been broken before I even said it out loud. But I seemed so powerless and inferior. She is a noble S-class awakener. She is the feared Black Widow. But she is still herself, and deep down she is still the stupid girl that Li Xiaoyu mentioned, not brave at all. Fate is so cruel sometimes. Looking back at the past, Suin couldn't help but sigh and wave to Xueqingyu. Yu walked over unconsciously. Just as he was about to turn around and run away, Suin hugged him. Chapter 89 Metal Gear Production Line. The next morning, Suin woke up on the soft big bed. The DNA was moving again early in the morning. For the sake of physical and mental health, it is reasonable and rational to do some morning exercises. So the big wooden bed, which had been groaning day and night, finally couldn't bear the weight and retired early. Although the kidney enhancement ability has not yet been found, the diamond body can control the strengthening of parts. His fighting ability is already off the charts. While Suin was feeling depressed, he was also thinking about whether it was time to get a new bed. Got it. Suddenly, I remembered the high-grade alloy door I got in that Safety Factor 6 laboratory. Wouldn't it be nice to use that thing to build a big bed? Not to mention playing landlord on it. It can even be used as a family heirloom. Just do it. He immediately found an open space and took out the 2 alloy doors from the wide space. The quality is good. Although it was deformed by the goddess of the night, it can be corrected by knocking. The size is just enough. Each door is half a meter thick, 6 meters wide, and 10 meters long, and no cutting is required. After some corrections, smoothing, and modification, a high-grade alloy bed has taken shape. But Suin always felt that something was missing. Yes, 2 bedside tables are missing. Then he took out the high-grade alloy containing the goddess of night from the wide space and started to fiddle with it. Just by fiddling with it, Suin discovered something was wrong. There is a treasure chest stuck on the top of the jar. A treasure chest style that he had never seen before, which looked even more advanced than the diamond grade. Fortunately, it was found out by mistake. Otherwise, I don't know when it will be released in the wide space. You still have to be more careful when killing monsters and getting treasures in the future. With great anticipation, he slowly opened the treasure chest. After a flash of dazzling red light, the contents inside were revealed. There weren't many things, just one thing. An iron ball the size of a basketball with a black hole in the middle. Standard Metal Gear Production Line core. Currently starting charging 0%. Charging material. Advanced alloy. Oh my god! Suin's eyes widened. This guy actually opened a Metal Gear manufacturing facility. This is a bit outrageous. With this thing, wouldn't he have jumped from a demander to a producer, making equipment for himself without middlemen making a profit from the price difference? And I have a lot of design drawings in my hand, so I can use them right away. It was just that this thing was the first time he had seen it, and he had never heard of anyone having it in his previous life, so he didn't know how to use it. If you think about it carefully, it's normal. The initial level of Goddess of Night is as high as level 29. Even if an S-level Awakener has maxed out his skill proficiency, he can only fight a bow of around LV9 alone. If you want to kill the Goddess of the Night, you don't have to have more than a dozen S-level Awakeners attacking at the same time. The location of the Goddess of the Night is the deepest part of the Safety Factor 6 laboratory. There are thousands of bows along the way. Even if there were a dozen S-level Awakeners willing to work together to conquer it, it would still take a month to reach the deepest point. Obviously, the claim of the 100 Alliance in the previous life that they had conquered 2 top laboratories was not credible. Conquering half of it is the best. Perhaps the difficulty of conquering a problem in a top laboratory is not set according to individual strength. The overall strength of the region. Only if all the S-level Awakeners in this area work together can they conquer it. But obviously, this is impossible. Therefore, the top laboratories have become an embarrassing situation where they can be conquered in theory, but are extremely difficult to implement, and the results are difficult to achieve. But this is also very reasonable. The final output of the top laboratory is too buggy. With Metal Gear manufacturing equipment, the equipment requirements have been met, and the difficulty of the second stage has been reduced by more than a little. The end of the world is indeed full of difficulties, and the environment is getting worse day by day. It seems hopeless, but it doesn't mean there is no way out. If people can work together, even ordinary people can have hope of survival. High-level Awakeners are responsible for leading the charge, followed by low-level Awakeners, and ordinary people are responsible for scavenging all usable materials and logistical supplies. After the overall equipment level is improved, even ordinary people can conquer low-level laboratories. The high-level Awakeners will conquer more advanced laboratories, and so on until they conquer the top laboratories and obtain the alloy equipment manufacturing equipment. Since the equipment is released, everyone will have the combat power to resist the third stage of the zombie tide. If this is true, the number of people who can survive until the second Doomsday in Sudi alone will exceed 3 million. No more than 1/3 of the casualties. But this is just a fantasy. The reality is that the second stage of the first apocalypse has just begun, and more than 100,000 of the remaining 4 million people have died. These people either risked their lives to search for supplies in the city and died in the mouths of zombies, or starved to death, or killed each other, or died of disease. People are dying every day. By the second apocalypse, the number of people left alive will definitely not exceed 1 million, and may even be only a few 100,000. Sun had some insights. Perhaps this sudden doomsday does not test the individual's ability to survive. Rather, it is whether all mankind can work together to find the possible in the impossible. Of course, he just thought about this kind of thing casually and sighed. He's not some savior, just a person full of desires and shortcomings. It would be great if I could live with my group of girls and have enough food every day. There's no point in thinking more. Then he continued to study the standard alloy equipment production line core. It shows that the startup charge is 0%, and it seems that manual charging is required to start. The starting material is high-grade alloy. Sun tried to stuff a high-grade alloy sword into it. It was swallowed by the core in less than half a second. The charge also changed from 0% to 0.05%. Feed another piece of advanced alloy armor. Becomes 0.075. Feed an intermediate alloy sword, or 0.075. According to this charging conversion, he needs to feed 2,000 high-tech alloy swords, or 4,000 pieces of high-level alloy armor, before he can start. What a joke! Even gluttons can't eat this much. He now only has more than 400 sets of advanced alloy suits left. Even if you throw all of them in, it will still not reach 50% of the charge. Where can I find so many high-grade alloys? In a trance, Sun saw the high-grade alloy bed beside him. It seems like there is... Now, the newly built alloy bed is about to be sacrificed before I can experience it. Sun had no choice but to feed the alloy bed to the core with great pain, and even the alloy can. As for the advanced metal gear, he really couldn't bear to part with it. There are not enough girls in the whole group. How can there be so much surplus to feed the core? And if the output is not satisfactory, the equipment will be gone, the overall strength of the adventure team will be greatly reduced, and the speed of conquering the laboratory will be reduced. It will be a huge loss. With 2 alloy doors and a large alloy can being fed down. The charge has reached 60%. Sun did not choose to feed the finished equipment, but stopped there. There's a long way to go. There's a long way to go. Chapter 90, Expanding the Team. After temporarily putting the production core on hold, Sun came to the square of the temporary base. At this time, the girls also got up early, and the logistics department was preparing breakfast. The rest were either organizing their equipment or doing warm-up exercises. After breakfast, the 8 teams will continue to attack the laboratory. With the experience of the previous 2 days and the blessing of advanced alloy equipment, plus Su An's crucial guidance, it's completely the kind of thing where you put on graduation clothes and take a guide to play a dungeon. The damage ratio has dropped very, very low. The death of 1 or 2 people can be considered a huge loss. Seeing Su coming over, everyone put down their work and greeted him in unison, their eyes full of enthusiasm and yearning. In the Chongqing Adventure Group, Su's popularity is no longer a question of whether it is high or not. A godlike existence. Almost everyone classified themselves as Su An's possession. It is not difficult to see how successful Lu Hui's brainwashing tactics are. Lu Hui not only brainwashed them, but also painted a rosy picture for them. Although the Chongqing Adventure Group has not yet had any contact with the outside world, it does not mean that it has completely closed itself off. Lu Hui would send people out every day to bring back the current situation outside and compile it into a book for everyone's reference. Don't even need to exaggerate, just tell the truth. This is enough to make the girls realize what kind of life they're living now compared to the outside world. If the outside world knew the true treatment of the Chongqing Adventure Group, I'm afraid everyone would go crazy. Eat well, sleep well, don't worry about safety, and wear the most advanced equipment. All of this was given to them by Su Anbai. It's hard for Su and not to be admired. Moreover, they also knew that Su had challenged thousands of Awaken people from the 100 alliances. Shocked by the strength of their master, the girls couldn't help but feel ashamed and distressed. Even when facing a huge army, their master alone blocked it. He was protecting them. Everyone felt an indescribable feeling in their hearts and vowed to do their best to repay Suin. Suin didn't know that the girls had so many inner thoughts, but he found that everyone's favorability was rising desperately. Now, almost everyone in the camp has 100% favorability. Suin nodded with satisfaction, glanced at the crowd, and smiled. From now on, everyone present, including those who failed the assessment before, will officially become permanent members of the Eternal Life Adventure Group. The girls all jumped up excitedly when they heard this, and many of them hugged each other and cried. It is said that women are more dramatic. In daily life, there are many small quarrels and fights among people, but they are all emotional. Moreover, because of the existence of this absolute core, internal conflicts can be almost ignored. No one wants their former partner to fail the final assessment and be expelled from the Chongqing Adventure Group. Besides, we have heard that the number of people joining the Chongqing Adventure team is actually very limited, and most people will be eliminated. Therefore, although life is good, the better it is, the more people worry that they will be the one to be eliminated. Once you leave the Chongqing Adventure Group, everything you have now will be gone. If this is really the case, without Su-in, many people's faith will collapse, and doing some extreme things will become a matter of course. Su-in's words were undoubtedly like a reassurance, which made the girls feel completely at ease. The shaky fate finally returned to the expected destination. Su-in then selected 10 girls without special powers from the 8 teams and brought them back to the office. Now he still has 20 S-level abilities to give away. It's time to build another batch of Awaken combat forces and expand the number of teams attacking the laboratory. These 10 girls were all members of the previous 8 assault teams and had participated in the assault on the laboratory. Give each of them an S-level ability and let them lead the team as a captain, and then expand 10 teams. Now that high-level alloys are in short supply, in order to start the Metal Gear production core as soon as possible, we have to expand the scale of the attack. As soon as the girls entered the office, they were unceremoniously. Well, before we knew it, this had become a perverse trend in the Chongqing Adventure Group. Anyone who had entered Su-in's office had assumed that they would be stripped naked. Su-in was too lazy to correct this evil trend. It's a waste not to look at it. Anyway, these girls are all his. The opening process is simple and easy. 10 S-level Awakeners were born out of thin air. Before letting the girls leave, Su-in specially left behind a girl with twin ponytails who was very arrogant. You want to try it out? With the same 100% favorability, would there be any difference between the ordinary members and the girls around him? Will the obedience be the same? 1 hour later, the arrogant sister's face turned red and her mouth was slightly swollen as she left the office. Facts have proved that 100% favorability is awesome. Not only is her obedience not lower than that of the girls around her, but it is much higher. She is very arrogant in words but honest in actions, not worse than Lu Hui. The S-level team leader is complete, and the next step is the other A-level and B-level Awaken team members. Su-in directly brought out 100 Awaken people, divided into 10 teams, led by the previous 10 captains. Although he still had a lot of superpowers left, he didn't plan to give them out one by one. Now is a special period, special treatment. If you want to obtain superpowers in the future, you will have to meet certain conditions and rules. As for the rules and conditions, let Lu Hui take care of them. Lu Hui is much better at personnel management. At this point, the number of attacking teams has expanded to 18, and all the people in the temporary base have also been involved in the operation to attack the laboratory. The laboratory with a risk factor of 6 will not appear again in the short term, and Su-in also has some free time. So he rode Wonkai back to the headquarters in the city center. There are still about 500 members stationed in the base. Most of them are formal members who have passed the assessment. He planned to take another group of people to the temporary base to join the assault team for training. It is not enough to just have superpowers, combat awareness also needs to be cultivated. The focus of the second phase is on the laboratory area. The whole group must be slowly transferred there. As for this base in the city, it must be gradually abandoned. Now, this top adventure group created by him is finally going to appear in the public eye for the first time. Chapter 91, A New Order in Chaos. 10 days after the lab appeared. It has been almost 2 months since the end of the world. It is the end of December, and winter is getting closer. Fortunately, Suzhou is in the south, but in winter the temperature will drop to single digits. As the temperature gradually turned colder, people set up iron barrels in the camp and added some combustible materials to make fires to keep warm. Survivors can be seen gathering around fires to keep warm on both sides of the road. Without the control of the 100 Alliance, everyone can enter the laboratory area to explore. In 10 days, many people brought out high-tech alloy equipment from the laboratory. When facing the lowest level laboratory, I also have a certain ability to protect myself. And most people know their own limitations and will only explore in the most basic laboratories. Although the output is low-level equipment and nutrient solution, it is enough for ordinary people, right? Today, the Su family has become a three-way structure. The city is a paradise for zombies. The wilderness in the middle is where humans gather, and the other side is the laboratory area. Each has its own territory. Zombies rarely come out of the city, and neither do the mutants in the lab. Although life is hard, without the invasion of zombies and mutant creatures, it can be regarded as a peaceful and precious time of peace. At the same time, Sudi also welcomed its dominant force. The Chongqing Adventure Group came to the fore overnight. Dozens of S-level Awakeners appeared together, with hundreds of high-level Awakeners under their command, and even ordinary members were wearing high-level alloy equipment. The strong debut of the Chongqing Adventure Group directly broke the defense of a number of adventure groups. Even if all the forces in the entire Su area were added together, they would probably not be able to defeat the Chongqing Adventure Group. What's more, the Chongqing Adventure Group also has that man in it. After the incident at the 100 Alliance, the man was given a new name. Everyone calls him the Fourth Calamity. It is an uncontrollable, irreversible, and unreachable existence. But most people look up to and admire this natural disaster. His existence is like a magic needle that stabilizes the sea, making everyone feel more or less safe. And the Chongqing Adventure Group will not wantonly exploit the survivors like the 100 Alliances. Not only did they not exploit the survivors, they also established a free trade zone at the entrance of the laboratory, referred to as the trade zone. People can trade freely in the trade zone. At the same time, due to the existence of the Chongqing Adventure Group, all private fights and forced buying and selling are prohibited in the trade zone. Violators will be executed immediately. However, you can't enter the trading area for free. You need to pay for the ticket. However, the ticket that the Chongqing Adventure Group wants is neither supplies nor resources produced by the laboratory. But it is a catalyst that is completely useless, and only 100 bottles of catalyst are needed. This kind of thing is not only useless, but it can also kill people if eaten. It can also cause plants to mutate and attack people when they fall to the ground, but it often has the highest output. It can be called a cancer in the treasure box. Many people just throw it away as garbage. People once thought that the Chongqing Adventure Group was doing charity. The low ticket price makes the trading area crowded almost every day. The large trading area that can accommodate tens of thousands of people has to queue up every day to enter. There are still people waiting outside until the evening. If nothing else, everyone just wants to be safe and secure. As long as you pay the ticket price, your personal safety in the trade zone will be absolutely guaranteed. No one dares to challenge the majesty of the Chongqing Adventure Group. But the only regret is that you can't stay overnight in the trading area. Otherwise, many people would like to move into the trading area and settle down. However, even so, the trading area has become the absolute core area of Sudi, and more than 80% of the people have settled near the trading area. With a boost of population and initial trade, the Soviet land regained new vitality. Even the burning, killing, and looting that were common before have become much less common. Because the leader of the Chongqing Adventure Group hates this kind of internal fighting behavior. In his words, it is better to explore the laboratory with this little energy. As long as there is breath left, go to the laboratory to explore. Therefore, in the residential areas around the trading area, few people dare to burn, kill, and loot openly. If anyone dares to do this, even without the help of the Chongqing Adventure Team, the other adventure teams will be hung up and sent to the trading area for public execution. Su Angeo sat on the balcony of a makeshift 5-story building, overlooking the bustling trading area below. The little maid Xiao Xiao was beside her, serving tea and water attentively. The little apprentice, maid Bingtang, was watering the flowers with a sprinkler. He had never thought that the land of Su would gradually become orderly in the chaotic end of the world. The establishment of the trading zone is just to collect entrance fees and pave the way for the subsequent large-scale acquisition of catalysts. As for hating things like burning, killing, and looting, it was all because he wanted more people to go to the laboratory and bring out catalysts. What was the point of fighting among oneself all day long? Even if you die, you must die in the laboratory. But all these changes are moving in a positive direction. Because the latest Safety Factor 6 laboratory will not be updated for another 4 days. And he basically doesn't have to worry about the affairs within the adventure group. Suin has nothing to do. I just bask in the sun and play games with the girls at night. The days just pass by like this. Today, Suin plans to go out for a stroll and pick up something. I haven't used my plundering ability for a few days, and my hands are itching. Chapter 92. The Purity Test of the True God Religion. Suin changed into a black sportswear and wore a mask to avoid being recognized. Being too famous is not a good thing, at least for Suin. Now almost everyone in Suzhou knows him. Even if they haven't seen him in person, they have seen his portrait or photo. To ordinary people, he's a kind man and a hero who carries firewood for everyone. But for the awakened, it is a nightmare. Now everyone knows that Su-in is the awakened killer, and the awakened have to avoid him when they see him from a distance. This undoubtedly brought Su-in's plundering career to a standstill. To be honest, he doesn't really need to plunder supernatural powers now. Now there are only about 2,000 awakened people left in Sudi. These people are the main force of the exploration laboratory. Without these people, the catalyst production will inevitably decrease several times, which is totally not worth the loss. The wool has to be pulled slowly. After the third stage is opened, there will be another wave of awakening a large number of awakeners. The awakening probability is now 1 in 1,000, and it will be 1% in the third stage. By then, there will be tens of thousands of awakened people in Sudi, which will be enough for him to grab. The only regret is that the number of S-level awakeners is always small. In each awakening wave, there are at most a dozen. He has few opportunities to directly plunder S-level finished superpowers, so he still has to focus on superpower fusion. But now I can't plunder superpowers, so what else can I plunder? For example, zombie skills and bow skills. Before plundering, he has to do a little experiment. I don't know if the skills I plunder from the zombies can be used, and I don't know if there are any side effects. He dare not joke with his own safety. The best way is to find someone to try it out, give someone a skill that looks like it has side effects, and see what happens. Just like gifting others skills and abilities, you need a favorability index. The minimum is 60% or more. It's obviously not worthwhile to use your own girl for experiments. It's better to find someone else. Thinking of this, Su-in slowly walked towards the headquarters of the True God cult. As for his Mount Wankai, he had recently gone to the laboratory with the strategy team and had been hanging out with Li Xiaoyu all day. The purpose is to eat those bows to upgrade and evolve. He had heard of the name of the True God Church before. It was a church force that was recruiting believers everywhere under his name. The speed of its rise is quite fast. If we only consider the number of people, the True God Church is the most powerful of all forces, with more than 10,000 followers. As for hard power, let's not talk about it for now. As long as you believe in their main god, you can join the guild. The entry threshold is ridiculously low, and the strengths vary. As for the other Su-in, I don't know much about him. The reason why he didn't care about it before was that the True God Church didn't do anything bad except using his name to recruit believers. It was quite honest. When he called on everyone to explore the laboratory, the True God Church responded most actively and is still leading the general public to fight on the front line of exploring the laboratory. Su-in was curious, so he didn't attack the True God Church. He found some free time to take a look. Keep it or destroy it. Make a decision after reading it. The base of the True God cult is not far from the trade fair. It is a base built around a small hill. When Su-in arrived at the entrance of the True God Church, he saw people coming in and out. When believers meet each other, they make a strange gesture, similar to praying. There are still some people queuing at the door. These people are here to join the True God Church. Su-in thought for a moment, and then mixed in. He wanted to see what this True God Church was up to. Brother, why don't you join the True God Church? A thin man talked to Su-in in a familiar way. Yes, I came here because of his reputation. He is wearing a hoodie and a mask, and most people can't recognize him. Dude, are you also a die-hard fan of Captain Su? Coincidentally, I am too. How many fans does Captain Su have? The thin man looked at Su-in with disdain. Brother, you seldom go out, right? How can that be called a lot? That's quite a lot. Let me tell you this, 9 out of 10 people who are still breathing are all fans of Captain Su. If the Chongqing Adventure Group is not accepting people anymore, I would have given it a try even if I had to castrate myself. Hiss, Su-in took a breath of cold air. This is a real brainless fan. Not really, buddy. I heard that they only accept beautiful women. The thin man was like a deflated ball when he heard this. That's right. Who made me have an extra pound of flesh when I was born? Well, now I have no choice but to join the True God Church. Does the True God Church really have no entry threshold? How is that possible? Not only is there a threshold, but it's also very high. If there really was no threshold, the True God Church would have been squeezed out long ago. I really don't know. Please tell me more about this. First of all, if you want to join the True God Church, your purity must be high. Purity? Su-in was full of questions. Yes, purity. The more devout you are in your belief in Captain Su, the higher your purity will be. Someone will come to test your purity later. Only when your purity is high enough can you join the club. Su-in was completely speechless. How could something like purity be detected? Even he can only judge others based on their liking for him. What is the basis of this true God religion? Soon the team reached the end, and it was Sue-Ann's turn. A man in black robes took down some basic information and led Sue-Ann into the base of the true God cult. Most of the people along the way are ordinary survivors who are similar to those in the outside world. There are men, women, big and small. There are makeshift houses on both sides of the road. Although they are not very good, they can be considered habitable. And Sue-Ann discovered that these people all had one thing in common. That is, these people have a very unified, favorable impression of him. Basically between 60% and 70%. There is no one with less than 60% and no one with more than 70%. Sue-Ann couldn't help but frown slightly. Could it be that this true God church can really detect purity and then divide the believers into different levels according to purity? This is interesting. Seeing Sue-Ann looking around, the man in black robe said slowly, "Don't be too nervous. Next, I will take you to the Hall of Truth to accept the trial of the goddess. As long as you are a devout believer of the true God, you will definitely pass the trial. May the supreme God be with you." Chapter 93. Now that we have seen the true God, why not worship him? Sue-Ann was taken to a hall similar to a church. There is a reclining chair in the center of the church, and at the end is a 4 or 5 meter high statue of a young man riding a giant cat, looking down at everything. After seeing the statue clearly, Sue-Ann couldn't help but twitch his lips. Isn't this what he looks like riding on Wonkai? Crack! The church doors slowly closed, and 6 people in black robes, hiding their faces, walked out from the shadows. They each held a burning candle in their hands. "Please sit down on the chair and accept the trial of the Lord God." Sue-Ann glanced at the black-robed men. Among the 6 people, 4 of them are ordinary people, but the 2 black-robed people standing in front, one large and one small, are awakened. Superpower, Dream Creation A. Wealth Value, 1,000. Superpower, Hypnosis A. Wealth Value, 300. Both are psychic abilities. After seeing the information of the 2 supernatural beings, Sue-Ann roughly guessed how the true God Church purified its believers. Most likely, they hypnotized the believers and then created dreams, and conducted trials through the compiled dreams. Since people in dreams are unaware that they are dreaming, the series of actions they perform in dreams are all from their inner thoughts and cannot deceive others. Purification efficiency is extremely accurate. Sue-Ann couldn't help but mutter to himself, this true God sect is really a talented person. Sue-Ann did not refuse, but lay down on the big bed leisurely, waiting to be hypnotized. He really wanted to see what kind of dreams this dream maker would use to test his believers. He now has 2 S-level psychic abilities, one of which is Great Dream Master and the other is Mind Control, both of which are new S-level abilities that have just been synthesized. His spiritual thoughts have far exceeded the scope of ordinary people. He can instantly make the awakened people below S-level fall into a dream. These 2 awakened ones did not pose any threat to him at all. Even if they wanted to get drunk and sleep, he would suffer a mental backlash. Sue-Ann had no choice but to hypnotize himself and enter a state of half-sleep and half-wakefulness. While experiencing the dream woven by the other party, pay attention to the safety of the surroundings. What surprised him was that the dream woven by the other party was actually a 9-layer dream within a dream, one within another. It seems that the dream maker's ability has reached the full proficiency of A-level ability level 20. Ben is very talented to create this 9-layer dream. In the first dream, this is a magnificent and solemn palace. The floor is covered with soft red carpet, and the wall is hung with a ferocious cat face banner. On the throne at the end of the hall, a handsome young man was sitting lazily. He was wearing silver armor, and his cape was as red as blood. A huge black cat lies on its side beside the throne, its green eyes reflecting a fierce look that is intimidating without even getting angry. At first glance, it looks so majestic and sacred. The man slowly spread his hands and said loudly, "Since you have seen the true God, why don't you worship him?" "Sue-Ann, I pay my respects to you. A fake one who loves to pretend. There is no reality, it's all special effects." Is he really that pretentious? How come we didn't notice it? Then he crushed the first dream into pieces. Go to the next few dreams. The general content of the dream is that the trial taker swears allegiance to Sue-Ann, the true God, and then joins the true God Church. Follow the development of true God religion and witness the rise and fall of the entire true God religion. There have been glory and decline. In the 9th dream, the true God Sue-Ann lost all his power, fell from the altar, and became a rat that everyone despised. Even the True God Church regarded him as a heretic and issued a hunting order. If one could successfully pass the first 8 levels of dreams, the trial taker in the dream will have followed the True God, Su, and for nearly decades, and has long been a high-ranking member of the True God Church. As long as he catches the escaped True God Suin, he or she will be able to become the new leader of the True God Church. And he's also very lucky to find the hiding place of True God Suin. At this time, if the True God Suin, who is already a rat crossing the street, is caught, the dream will collapse, the trial will end, and it will end in failure. If you are loyal to the True God Suin, then the dream will continue, and your future performance will be used to determine how loyal you are. After having a general understanding of the methods used by the True God Church to purify its believers, Suin himself could not help but feel somewhat puzzled. Is this True God Church really helping him to establish a church of believers? It shouldn't be. It seems that it is time to have a good talk with the top leaders of the True God Church. Then he left the dream and stood up. The dream dissipated, and the psychic trapped in the dream came back to his senses and stepped back several steps. You. Who are you? What is your purpose in coming to our True God Church? The little black-robed man pointed at Suin and scolded. It was the first time that she was trapped in the dream she created after weaving a dream for someone. Obviously, the other party's psychic ability is much stronger than hers. Upon hearing this, the other few black-robed men immediately took up attacking postures. One of them quietly pressed the alarm to notify the other believers. Soon the door of the hall was knocked open. Dozens of people of different ranks, wearing the same believer uniforms, rushed into the hall and surrounded Suin. There is also a S-class Awaken female knight, wearing heavy armor leading the way. This is a mixed-race woman with brown hair, blue eyes, and fair skin. Her eyebrows are filled with a bit of competence and heroism. The little black-robed man ran to the female knight and pointed at Su Ando. Sister Jean, this man is here to cause trouble. He has disrupted the True God trial. Catch him quickly. The female knight's face was as cold as frost. She drew the knight's sword from her waist and pointed it at Suin. How dare you desecrate the holy trial ceremony? You will be punished by God. Suin shook his head helplessly, took off the hood and mask on his head, revealing a playful smile. Since I have seen the True God, why? Oh no. What? Don't you even recognize your True God? Chapter 94: The Origin of True God Religion. After seeing Su An's appearance, the believers were stunned for a moment. Then they all knelt down. You are truly the True God. The True God has come. Supreme God, your pious servant is willing to offer his loyalty to you. Meet the Supreme God. Meet the Supreme God. The female knight also knelt down, looking at Suin with eyes full of enthusiasm and excitement. Although Suin is the True God worshipped by the True God Church, he has never appeared in the True God Church. This is the first time. Seeing everyone kneeling down and bowing, Suin waved his hand and said, All right, everyone, get up. Call your manager up. He still couldn't figure out what the True God Church was up to, so he decided to go talk to the True God Church's manager. It's okay to use his name to cheat people everywhere. Protection fees should be paid, right? Then all the believers were dismissed, leaving only the female knight and the other 2 black-robed men. Soon a middle-aged couple came running in. After seeing Su and he knelt down, the middle-aged man said with tears in his eyes, Lord God, you finally came to see us. Shuang. He just felt that the man looked familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere before, but he couldn't remember where. The man patted his face. Have you forgotten me, Chu Lao-san? Oh, it seems you don't know my name yet. When the Doomsday just came, I wanted my wife to do that with you. The middle-aged man said as he pulled the little black-robed man over and lifted the black robe on his head, revealing a delicate baby face. My daughter Xian, you once gave her a big cake. Have you forgotten? After the middle-aged man said this, Suin finally remembered. Aren't these the family of 3 that he met in a small survivor camp on his way to Sinner Island at the beginning of the apocalypse? This guy is trying to solicit customers for his wife. At that time, it was from this girl that the A-level dream creation ability was copied. In order to thank the other party, he also left some supplies. I remember now. I didn't expect you guys were still alive. The day after he returned from Sinner Island, the flocks of crows and bats gradually increased and lasted for more than half a month. That period was also the most difficult time for the survivors, and half of them died under the crows. I didn't expect that this family of 3 could survive without a single member. Seeing that Su remembered him, the middle-aged man laughed and said, It's all thanks to the things you left for our family and your reminder. Otherwise, we would have died a long time ago. On the day Suin left, he followed Su An's advice and immediately took his wife and children to find a cellar to hide. The next day, a swarm of crows swept across the entire camp and lasted for more than half a month. Thanks to the supplies left by Suin, they were able to walk out of the cellar alive. They were also the only 3 people who survived in the small camp. Did you create this true God church? The man nodded and shook his head. Here's what happened. The man then told the whole story. After they came out of the cellar, they started wandering around. Because Suin had mentioned it, I also knew that his daughter was an awakener who could control other people's dreams. For this reason, the family lived in various survivor camps, relying on their daughter's special abilities to make a living, creating beautiful dreams for people in exchange for food. Until they met a small sect called True God. That sect is a small church that is deceiving people in the name of the true God. The leader is a witch covered in a white sheet. She tricks believers into joining the True God church, offering food to the true God and praying that the true God will lead them out of the end of the world. In fact, he embezzled the tributes from the believers and squandered them. After defrauding one camp, he went to the next camp. My daughter Xianxian recognized the portrait of the true God at first sight. He is really a great benefactor who helped their family escape from the crows. Then he made up his mind and joined the True God Church with his wife and daughter, and then asked his daughter to use her supernatural powers to make the witch disappear. They claimed that the 3 of them were the chosen ones sent by the true God to uphold the doctrine. At first, he just didn't want to see that witch holding the portrait of her benefactor and swindling people everywhere, wanting to destroy the True God Church. But after taking control of the True God Church, he came up with a new idea. Rather than wandering around with my wife and children, it is better to develop the foundation of the True God Church. Not only will your life be secure, but you can also build up your own power. When you meet a benefactor in the future, you will have the capital to repay him. At the same time, they rescued a very beautiful female slave from the old witch. This female slave was captured and locked up by the witch. Because she is a first-rate beauty with a beautiful figure and a mixed race, she can be sold at a high price to large adventure groups. Unfortunately, before the old witch could sell the man, she was killed in her dream by Xianxian. The rescued slave girl also became a member of the new True God Church. Well, the 3 of them are really lucky. On the 3rd day after rescuing the slave girl, she also awakened her special powers and became an awakener. And it is the top S-level compatibility, Feathered Angel. The S-level awakener had been deeply fascinated by Western mythology before the end of the world and was deeply obsessed with it. He firmly believed in the identity of the 3 of them as God's messengers, and firmly believed that it was the true God who was guiding her destiny. Her awakening is the guidance of the true God, and her mission is to strengthen the True God Church. It is a test from the true God. She even threw away her real name and took the name Joan of Arc. It foreshadows the conquest in the name of God to clear up the troubled times. Joan of Arc was devoted to the development of the True God Church. With the existence of this S-level awakener, the True God Church has been able to develop smoothly. In a short period of time, it has developed into a religious group with hundreds of believers. However, due to the dream trial set up by the True God Church, it is difficult for some people who say one thing and do another to join. In a short period of time, the development of the True God Church came to a halt. After all, Suin had not yet appeared in the public eye at that time, and his fame was very ordinary. Most of those who joined the church were seeking protection because of Jean's S-level status. Until Suin and the 100 Alliances confronted each other, and he killed thousands of soldiers on the spot and wiped out the 100 Alliances. For a moment, Suin was like a god descended to the world and was unrivaled in the limelight. The True God Church, which believed in Suin, also took the opportunity to expand and became a first-class force in a short period of time. The reason why I didn't contact the Chongqing Adventure Group to find Suin himself immediately, because Joan of Arc firmly believed that they only needed to do their part and strengthen the True God Church. The Almighty True God will come at the right time to guide them. Chapter 95: The Future of True God Religion is Promising. After listening to the man's brief account, Suin also understood the origin of the True God Religion. I didn't expect this to happen. When he subdued Wankai was worshipped as a divine beast by a group of people. The leader happened to be a witch covered with a white sheet. I think that was the origin of the True God Religion. After a round of review, the True God Church was also a thing that was born out of his unintentional influence. The development has been smooth and smooth. Suin couldn't help but laugh. Moreover, he found that the guards who rushed in just now, Joan of Arc, and even the family of 3, had a 100% favorable impression of him. What the hell is this? Brainwashing yourself? For Suin, this can barely be considered a good thing. At least, there will be no shortage of experimental subjects for the skills stripped from zombies. Then Suin came to a spacious room with extremely luxurious decoration. There are goose feather carpets, a clean and soft big bed, neatly trimmed green plants, and the walls are covered with portraits of Suin. This is the room specially prepared for him, the most confidential and sacred place in the entire True God Church. Even the sanitation is cleaned by Joan of Arc herself every day. Sometimes, Joan of Arc would sit by the door with her hands on her knees, staring blankly for the whole night. It seems that she is expecting the true God to come soon and give her a mission. Just as Joan of Arc expected, Suin really came. This room that has never been lived in by anyone finally welcomed its long-awaited owner. Not only Jeanne d'Arc, but the entire True God Church was in a state of excitement because of Suin's arrival. Most believers have only seen Suin's portrait and heard of his deeds. But very few people have seen the real person. Most of them have only seen him from a distance. Soon the followers of the True God Church were called together, and they were all crowded with people. But not everyone can meet Suin. The rules of the True God religion are very strict. Only first-level believers can meet the True God and listen to divine revelation. According to the different loyalty of the True God trial, it is divided into 5 levels. Those who have passed the trial and performed well are the lowest level 5 believers, who are peripheral members of the True God Church and usually live in the peripheral areas of the True God Church base. Next are the more loyal 4th-level believers, and then the 3rd-level believers. Level 2 believers have basically reached the point of extreme piety and are willing to unconditionally sacrifice their lives for the true God. Finally, there is the management, also known as the God's Messenger. There are not many God's Messengers, less than 10. Xianxin's family of 3 is also included. The mother is a high priest, the father is a high priest, and the daughter is a saint. As for Joan of Arc, she has a dual identity, saint and war God's servant. After taking a short rest in the room, Suin came to the square to meet these so-called first-level believers in person. There are more than 10,000 True God followers, but only about 1,000 of them can reach the first level of believers, a ratio of 1/10. There were men and women, big and small. Looking at Suin standing in the attic, everyone's eyes were filled with enthusiasm. It's really the true God. This is the first time I have met the true God. Is the true God here to guide us? Many believers were so excited that they shed tears. They knelt down and put their hands together in front of their chests, making the prayer gesture invented by the True God Church. Suin leaned over and looked. It was discovered that most of these first-level believers were ordinary people, and only a few were awakened. Come to think of it, it makes sense. Most of the awakened ones are powerful people. They have the ability to survive even in the end times. They are more or less arrogant. However, ordinary people are different. They are the real powerless. In troubled times, one can only go with the flow, and it is extremely difficult to get a bite of food. Therefore, these people are more pious. They long for peace and protection, and they long for the same powerful power as Joan of Arc. At the same time, the teachings of the True God Church also made Suin look at it differently. They only believe in the true God. Once you join the church, you are one family. As long as you work hard, you will be rewarded accordingly. Even if you're the weakest child, as long as you have faith and do your best, you will have hope of survival here. But in this way, the material accumulation of the True God Church will not be so rich. The treatment of the top leaders is also the worst among all forces, even worse than that of some small and medium-sized adventure groups. In exchange, it is the life-sustaining rations of most ordinary people. They may not be full, but they will not starve to death. However, as the exploration of the laboratory area became more proficient, the True God Church gradually showed signs of improvement, and at least the lives of the believers could be saved. Suin looked at the smiling Chu Lao San and his family. It has to be said that this management model is unique in the entire apocalypse. If it weren't for his reputation, it would be impossible to maintain it. But if these people survive until the second apocalypse, they will become a force that cannot be ignored. Because after the second apocalypse, there is a real shortage of people, and population is a precious resource. I can only say that the future of True God religion is promising. Suin doesn't care about the future of the True God Church. Let Chu Laosan and his family struggle slowly. But since everything has been developed under his name, then it is reasonable for him to use his followers for experiments, right? Suin then randomly selected a few followers and brought them to the hall to begin the preliminary experiment. Chapter 96, Chinibu Female Knight. He doesn't have many zombie skills now, and he has been busy enjoying himself these days and hasn't done much work. Looks like we have to find zombies to get supplies. The selected followers are all first-level believers with 100% favorability, 3 women and 2 men. The 5 people were somewhat flattered by Su An's order, kneeling on the ground waiting for the oracle. Suin first gave one of the female believers a witch's tearing skill. Try to see if there are any changes and whether you can feel any special abilities. The female believers were excited and followed Su An's instructions to feel the changes in their bodies. I feel it. I also have superpowers. The female cultist stood up excitedly and waved her hands. Blood-red sharp claws immediately grew on her 10 fingers, exactly like the witch's claws. Suin took out a large log from the wide space and threw it on the ground and ordered, "Let's try out the power." "Yes, it's the true God." The female believer scratched the big log with her claws. The sharp claws immediately cut the large log into several pieces, and the cut surface became very smooth. "Can you retract your claws?" "Okay." The female believer retracted her hand, and the sharp claws retracted into her flesh and disappeared. Suin nodded with satisfaction. It seems that there is no problem with the skill rip. Continue to try the next skill, Frenzy. This is the skill he got from a tank when he returned to his old base in the city 2 days ago. Gifted Rage to a male member of the church. As soon as the opponent activated the skill, his eyes turned red and veins bulged, and he fell into a state of rage. The body's functions also increased several times in an instant. The body grew by half, and the strength also increased a lot. But the flaw is also obvious. That is, after activating the rage skill, his personality will become very irritable. Even in front of Suin, the true god, he showed great fighting spirit. Fortunately, I was able to control myself and didn't become a madman. It's a bit like a simplified version of Endless Fury. The future effect is unknown. At least for now, it can be controlled freely. Suin then tried a few more skill experiments. Without exception, all are still within the acceptable range. However, these skills were collected by him when he passed through the city, and the quality was just average. The strength displayed by the user was very limited. Take the Rage skill as an example. Tank is a LV-8 mutant zombie, and his strength is equivalent to that of an A-level Awakener with full proficiency. However, the strength of a person with the Rage skill is only that of a LV-5 to LV-6 mutant zombie, which is 2 levels lower. But Suin is already very satisfied with this. Zombies like Tank are just monsters in the first stage with limited strength. The bows in the second stage laboratory are the absolute main force. He hasn't been to the lab to restock recently, so he doesn't have any bow skills. If it were replaced with bow skills, then the strength should be able to rise to the next level, at least to the strength of a LV-7 zombie. At the same time, there are a lot of bows and mutant zombies, and he can grab as many as he wants. Then we will merge again. It's a bit of a work. If you calculate it this way, the potential of zombie skills is not much lower than that of superpowers. First, experiment with the true god cult followers. Select the skills with no side effects and high value, and then bless each member of your own adventure team with an advanced skill. Hundreds of S-level Awakeners with top zombie skills. I feel a little excited just thinking about it. Thinking of this, Suin could no longer sit still and asked Chu Lao-san to take a few followers away to observe if there were any side effects. He left the True God Church base directly. Purchase in stock. At the same time, Joan of Arc also left with Suin. From beginning to end, Joan of Arc followed Suin like a little follower. "Why are you following me? You are not going back to the True God Church." Joan of Arc knelt down on one knee and said earnestly, "Respected True God, please grant Joan of Arc a mission." Joan of Arc is ready to accept all trials. Seeing that Suin could easily create an Awakener, Jean became more certain of her inner thoughts, and the devoutness of the believers was rewarded. And she finally met her destiny. The true God is about to guide her to complete her mission. Looking at this serious female knight, Suin was speechless. There is no such thing as a mission or a trial. This is the end of the second-year syndrome. Then I could only cough twice and lower my voice, trying my best to cooperate with the other party's performance. "Hisu is also a second-rate monkey, okay? Joan of Arc, do you know that you are about to embark on a difficult road full of killing and blood? Have you thought it through?" Joan of Arc took a deep breath, her blue eyes filled with determination. Great true God, Joan of Arc has made all preparations. Suin pretended to be pleased and nodded. You are worthy of being the one I chose. I have always seen your performance. Jean, you are my most proud believer. Suin said as he took out a nano-alloy sword from the wide space, transformed it into a knight's sword, and placed it on the opponent's shoulder. Now, in the name of the true God, I grant my most loyal knight, Saint Joan of Arc, the title of war's servant. Give her humility, honor, sacrifice, bravery, mercy, spirit, honesty, justice, virtue. She will not fear darkness or powerful enemies, and will always be brave and heroic. Suin gave a full score to this random nonsense he came up with. Hearing Su An's words, Jeanne d'Arc trembled with excitement and responded quickly. I swear to be kind to the weak. I swear to stand up to violence. I swear to fight against all wrongs. I swear to fight for the defenseless. I swear to help anyone who asks me for help. I swear not to hurt any woman. I swear to help my brother knight. I swear to be sincere to my friends. I swear to love you till death. Joan of Arc spoke the honorific proclamation with great skill. It seems she practiced it a lot in private. In this round of Chinibu battle, Su was defeated. Ahem, that's it. Go ahead. Follow your inner guidance and embark on your own path. Joan of Arc was stunned for a moment and asked hurriedly, Loving true God, please tell the ignorant Joan of Arc what to do next. Suin rolled his eyes helplessly. Who should I ask? Then he waved his hand casually and said, You should be able to understand even if I don't say it. If you don't understand, you won't understand even if I tell you. Once you understand, you will understand naturally. My beloved knight, you are special. The answer is already in your heart, isn't it? Please follow your heart and do it. Suin said, and then he slipped away with oil on his feet. He was so embarrassed that he couldn't stand Jean, a middle school student with a second-year syndrome. Looking at the direction where Suin disappeared, Jinda's heart began to beat violently, and she murmured, I am special. The true God said, I am special. Chapter 97, The Correct Way to Open the Laboratory. After leaving the True God Church, Suin went straight into the laboratory area. Now a large part of the low-level laboratories in the periphery have been captured, and ordinary people can be seen everywhere. This period is very friendly to the survivors. Zombies will not come out of the city, and the bow in the laboratory will not come out either. The scattered mutant creatures outside have long been killed by the adventure groups that went to explore deeper areas of the laboratory. As long as you don't break into the lab without permission, it's safe. Can the survivors rely on the human wave tactics to cooperate with each other to conquer the low-level laboratory? A team led by someone with equipment and experience. Kill a zombie, open a treasure chest, and run away. Then go in and kill another one. Repeat this process over and over again, and you can conquer a low-level laboratory in a few days. And there are more low-level treasure chests than high-level treasure chests. The equipment is a little bit worse, but the nutrient solution is guaranteed. 99% of people go to the lab for this stuff. Physical enhancement potions and the like are just unexpected prizes. If you can get it, you will be rich. If you can't get it, it's normal. A survivor also opened a dose of virus immune serum from a silver treasure chest. After it was acquired by the trading market, it caused quite a stir. In the end, it was taken by a large adventure group with 500 kilograms of food and a management position. So it did not waste time in the low-level laboratories outside, but towards the depths. Bows rarely spawn in low-level laboratories. Lickers and violent zombies are the ceiling. His target today is only those high-level bow. After walking deeper for more than 40 minutes, Suin finally stopped. The area he was in was mostly a laboratory with a safety factor of about 3, and there were almost no survivors nearby. I randomly picked a laboratory with a safety factor of 3 and dived in. With his current combat capability, entering these laboratories with a safety factor of 3 is easier than entering a kindergarten. A large adventure group would take 2 days and 3 weeks to complete the expedition, but he only needed 20 minutes. The most time-consuming part is actually opening the treasure chest. He would not let go of any monster with skills and plundered them all. After 3 hours of hard work, he had cleaned out more than 10 laboratories around him. Then I changed to another area to pluck. I have to say the skill of grabbing monsters is really cool. The quantity is large and full, and they won't run away. It's much easier than hunting down Awaken ones. He now feels unusually familiar when he sees those ugly bows. After 3 hours, I had 500 to 600 monster skills. But even so, Suin still felt it was a bit slow. When he thought of other adventure groups ruthlessly slaughtering these little cuties, he couldn't help but feel heartbroken. These are valuable skills. Others killed him, but not even a grain of rice could burst out. What a waste. Thinking of this, Suin simply stopped visiting the laboratory and returned directly to the temporary base of the Chongqing Adventure Group. Currently, the Chongqing Adventure Group has a total of 34 S-level Awakeners and about 300 A-level and B-level Awakeners, divided into 30 teams. 28 teams were responsible for attacking the laboratory. The other 2 teams are stationed in the trading area to maintain law and order. The high-end alloy equipment of the Chongqing Adventure Group is now saturated, and almost everyone has one. Low-level and mid-level metal gear can only be used as storage. The speed of conquering the laboratory is also the fastest among all adventure groups. For other adventure teams facing laboratories with a safety factor of 3 or above, it would take almost 2 days for the entire team to try their best to conquer one. Each team of the Chongqing Adventure Group will conquer more than one mountain a day. The whole group conquers 30 laboratories on average every day. If this continues, the entire laboratory area will be plundered by the Chongqing Adventure Group in less than half a year. But Suin didn't plan to do that. Almost there. When you eat meat, at least leave some oil for others. At least a laboratory longevity adventure team with a safety factor of less than 3 is not rare. Su thinks he is still very generous. After returning to the base, Suin asked people to gather all the teams that were attacking the laboratory. Then he led nearly 400 girls and headed towards the depths of the laboratory. Other adventure groups along the way quickly made way when they saw this. Oh my goodness, what is the Chongqing Adventure Group going to do? Such a big fuss. I saw Shui Qingyu, the goddess of thunder and lightning. She is so beautiful. I prefer Li Xiaoyu, the lowly with a big sword, so cute, so adorable. Lu Shishir is the most beautiful, an S-level mind awakener. High heels and black stockings, step on me, sister. All good. Let me apply glue first. The Chongqing Adventure Group is not only famous for its strong strength, but also has a lot of beautiful women that make all the gentlemen drool. Looking around, all of them are beautiful women. Many girls in the Chongqing Adventure Group are well known outside and have many admirers. Firstly, the girls in the Chongqing Adventure Group are all beauties picked from thousands or even tens of thousands of miles. Pick any one of them and she can instantly kill all the ordinary girls with her bare face. Secondly, the treatment of the Chongqing Adventure team is amazing. The girls all wear new clothes and pants, and those who have the leisure time will even put on some light makeup. The food they eat is also nutritionally balanced, and everyone has a rosy complexion and a healthy body. Compared with the other survivors who were dressed in tattered clothes and had sallow complexions, I can't say the difference is huge. I can only say they're like 2 completely different worlds. Under such a strong contrast, those who do not feel inferior are already experienced netizens with full stress resistance. It can be said that any girl in the Chongqing Adventure team is an unattainable fairy in the eyes of the outside world. As for the evaluation of the group leader, Suin, how else can we evaluate him when he is called the 4th calamity? I can't comment on it. It's already in the realm of non-human beings. Seeing the Chongqing Adventure Group gathering on such a large scale, more and more adventure groups gathered around and followed behind to watch the fun. Not to mention the hundreds of beautiful fairies, the terrifying lineup of 30 or so S-level awakeners is enough to make people unable to take their eyes off. The beautiful and strong army of beauties. You will earn money if you look at them more. After Black Rose got the news, Bailey Bing also brought people to watch the fun. Based on her understanding of Suin, this man is definitely going to do something big. After arriving at a high-level laboratory area, Suin gave an order and asked 28 teams to stand in front of the doors of 28 laboratories at the same time. However, he did not start the strategy right away, but stood at the door waiting for Suin's next instruction. Suin jumped off one side's back and moved his body joints. It was too slow for him to explore the laboratory alone, and 90% of his time was spent on opening treasure chests. He wanted to rush in alone and kill all the monsters inside, leaving the treasure chest for the team members to open slowly. Is this the correct way to open the lab? Chapter 98, Bailey Bing's guess is too crazy. Because it was the first time to act with Suin, the girls in the Chongqing Adventure Group were also very excited. They all straightened their backs and put on their best efforts, wanting to perform well in front of Suin. If the team leader takes a fancy to me, I can get promoted and get a raise right away if I go into his office. Suin waved to a long-legged girl in black silk stockings. The girl hurried over to Suin and bowed to greet him. Leader, this girl is Lu Shishir, and she is one of the 8 S-level awakeners that Su initially promoted. His status in the group is second only to Xueqingyu, Li Xiaoyu, and other senior executives. A direct subordinate of Suin. The treatment is much better than other members. At the same time, these 8 girls are also among the top in the adventure group in terms of appearance and figure. As Suin's personal guard, he pays great attention to his appearance and skincare. Gradually, he became the face of the Chongqing adventure group. Therefore, these 8 guards have a great reputation in the outside world and have countless fans. Lu Shishir has a mature female style, especially a pair of slender and well-proportioned legs, which makes people imagine. Many people in the outside world fantasize about being stepped on by Lu Shishir with her high heels every day. Lu Shishir is intelligent, thoughtful, and very friendly. She is usually responsible for helping Xueqingyu and has a tendency to rise to management level. Suin took out a mechanical watch and threw it to Lu Shishir. When I go in later, please take note of how long it took me from the time I entered to the time I came out. Good leader. Lu Shishir smiled and nodded, looking at Suin. Her eyes were already full of autumn water. Suin plans to use all his strength to conquer a laboratory with a safety factor of 4 to see how long it will take. With a specific time as a reference, it is also easier to arrange the team members to open the treasure chests and transport supplies in an orderly manner. Otherwise, no matter how fast he progresses, if the team members don't plan their time well in advance, things will get messy and the progress will be slowed down. After Su Onbei finished speaking, he walked towards the laboratory door. Several S-level abilities were activated at the same time, causing the ground to tremble. The ground collapsed into a large pit about 4 or 5 meters wide and half a meter deep. The huge supernatural elemental forces intertwined to form a supernatural wave, and the roar of supernatural collisions and explosions was endless. At the same time, Suin also activated the infinite growth skill he got from Wankai. He found that Wankai had been growing continuously in the past few days, and his level had increased from level 15 to level 17. This growth and evolution speed has surpassed all zombies and mutant creatures at this stage, and there were no adverse effects. The probability is that the relationship is infinite growth. This skill was inherited by Wankai from the Goddess of the Night. As a disaster-level creature, the Goddess of Night has the potential to destroy a civilization, so her skills are naturally not bad. To be honest, Su-In's growth in supernatural powers has begun to slow down. As the number of superpowers increases, the growth of combat power changes from multiplication to addition. The superpowers of the same attribute have a serious problem of combat power dilution. If you want to increase your strength again in a short period of time, you need to add a new combat power multiplication zone. Obviously, the skills of zombies and mutants are this new area. If used properly, it could bring about a qualitative change in strength again. Thinking of this, Suin pushed hard with one foot and rushed directly towards the laboratory door. At lightning speed, a piercing sonic boom erupted. The tightly closed metal door was directly knocked through by it. The whole laboratory trembled. The members of the adventure group who were watching all shuddered at the same time. Suin simultaneously unleashed dozens of S-level abilities. The power that could destroy the heavens and the earth was extremely shocking. Even the most powerful S-class awakened ones couldn't help but feel horrified when they saw it. This is the power of the 4th calamity. It's too scary. I'm afraid if it touches me, I'll be dead. I've already said he's the 4th calamity. He's no longer a human being. Haven't you seen that the true God cult worships him as a true God? Tisk, what's the point of this? It's just that there are many people with special powers awakening at the same time. In the end, they are all human beings like us. Hush, keep your voice down, or the true God Church will hear you and arrest you as a heretic and try you and skin you alive. That's right. I'm not wrong. I'm also an awakened one. Does that mean I'm also a god? That's ridiculous. Huh. How many superpowers do you have? How many superpowers does he have? In just a blink of an eye just now, I saw him release at least a dozen S-level superpowers, and that may not be all. Why don't you try to see how many superpowers he has? Do an elementary school math problem of finding the limit. Why do you care if he is an awakened one? He is so powerful that it is not an exaggeration to call him a god. Many people are amazed at the strength of Captain Su, while some are also wondering what Captain Su is planning to do. Only Captain Su entered the laboratory. The other members of the Chongqing adventure group were just waiting outside, with no intention of going in to help. The long-legged beauty, Lu Shishir, was counting the time with a mechanical watch in her hand. Captain Su, are you planning to solo the safety factor for a laboratory? It will take our adventure team 4 or 5 days to take down a lab like this. Captain Sue is indeed a man of great skill and courage. There are quite a few bows in the Safety Factor 4 laboratory. They are much stronger than mutant zombies. I am an A-level awakener. I have to risk my life to fight one alone. It will take at least 2 hours to kill it. With such a big commotion, the bows will surely rush over in droves. I'm scared just thinking about it. Can Captain Sue handle it? I think it's no problem, Captain Sue. It would just take a little longer. We can conquer this laboratory in 7 or 8 hours at most. Impossible. It will take at least 10 hours. Do you think the level 4 lab is a vegetable market? We can just walk around and it's done. Human power has its limits after all. People express their opinions. The other large adventure groups were also discussing with each other. Captain Bailey, I heard that you and Captain Sue are acquainted. You should know Captain Sue's strength better than we do. In your opinion, how long will it take Captain Sue? Bailey Bing shook his head lightly. She was not very clear about Sue and specific strength. If the combat power of the current awakened people could be scored, the combat power performance would be different according to the different levels of superpowers, and the score would be from 1 to 100. Then she would give Sue 1,000 points. This person is not the same version of player as these people. When speculating on its combat effectiveness, at least add 1 more 0 to the current combat effectiveness ceiling. Within 3 hours, about 2 hours. Bailey Bing thought about it for a while and gave a guess. Black Rose needs 2 full days to conquer the level 4 laboratory. If Sue conquers it alone, it should take more than 2 hours. 2 hours? Isn't that a bit exaggerated? It can't be that outrageous. The leaders of the adventure groups couldn't help but take a breath. Bailey Bing did not explain much. She was a person of few words. Just ask your men to take out a clock to time it. Bailey Bing had a vague, absurd illusion. She thought Sue could conquer the level 4 laboratory in an hour and a half. But this speculation is too crazy. She herself can't believe it. Chapter 99. Oh no, I became a future warrior. However, it was different from what everyone expected. After Sue rushed into the laboratory, he just killed a licker and then froze in place. Infinite growth in effect. Experience +1. Shuang. Killing zombies actually gives you experience points? Not only does he get experience points, but he also has his own character panel. Character name? Suen. Level? LV0. Experience value? 1%. Estimated wealth? 380 million, including human resources. Territory none. Superpowers: Plunder God level, Guardian of Civilization God level, Lightning Control S, Sand and Stone Domination S, Wide Space S, Great Dream Lord S, Mind Control S, Burning God Corruption S, Brilliant Body S, Titan Power S, Instant Mark S, Bone Burning Flame S, Super Energy Storage S, Crazy Growth S, Raging Waves S, Instant Teleport S, Speed Force S, Wind of Revival S, Roaring of War S, Endless Rage S, Global Detection S, Weakness Perception S, Fatal Blow S, Dark Infection S, Mark of Terror S, Lullaby S, Touch of Death S, Wild Winds S, Killing Efficiency S. Skills: Tear Normal, Sprint Normal, Frenzy Normal, Leap/Normal, Shadow Strike Elite, Defense Enhancement Elite, Tracking Boss, Super Recovery Boss, Infinite Growth Disaster, Infinite Recovery Disaster. When I see my character panel, I won't be able to fix it directly. If you remembered correctly, everyone's character panel would appear on the second day of the Doomsday. The first apocalypse and the second apocalypse are completely different situations. The first Doomsday, without all the bells and whistles. Hell has begun, zombies are rampant, and the only goal is to survive. Is there any benefit from killing zombies? No. Would you like the variation set meal? Survivors chase zombies and kill them, and then their stuff explodes? Wrong. It's zombies chasing people and killing them. Fresh meat. If it wasn't for digging for supplies to survive, only a fool would provoke zombies. The only ways to improve combat effectiveness are to improve your ability proficiency and to produce alloy equipment in the laboratory. If you can hang on to your life and live until the next Doomsday, you will be considered a success. Only when the second Doomsday comes will the situation of the survivors change completely. At that time, no matter whether you are awakened or not, you can upgrade your character level by killing monsters. Each time you level up, your initial character's combat power doubles, and the maximum level is 10. That is to say, even if you are an ordinary person, as long as you reach level 10, your combat power will increase tenfold, and you will still have decent combat power, not much worse than the current Awakeners. As for the Awakeners, their powers have also increased tenfold. If an A-level Awakener is upgraded to level 10, he will be stronger than the current S-level Awakener of the first Doomsday. After killing monsters has positive benefits, the survivors will take the initiative to provoke monsters and will no longer walk around zombies like they do now. But the problem is, that's the second apocalypse. What does it have to do with the first Doomsday? He was still in the first Doomsday, but he had already stepped half a foot into the second Doomsday, half a Doomsday version faster than others. While others were avoiding zombies because of too many of them, he was already able to obtain a large amount of positive feedback by killing monsters, gaining both skills and experience. Oh no, I'm a future warrior. Fortunately, your account won't be blocked. It's fun to cheat for a while, and it's fun to keep cheating all the time. Suin didn't care too much at the moment, and started killing monsters directly. Skills to take away. Experience grabbing. Although the experience value is very low. LV8 Lickers only have 1 experience point, and LV9 Bows only have 1.5 experience points. The experience value of any small monster in the second Doomsday is much higher than this. But after all, it's a cross-version killing game, so it's normal to have less experience points. Fortunately, everyone is avoiding zombies at this stage, so no one will compete with him for them, and there will definitely be enough for everyone. Not to mention the massive bow in the laboratory area, there are tens of millions of zombies in the city, enough for him to kill. So Suin started a crazy killing in the laboratory, killing all zombies and mutated creatures, not even a mutated mosquito. Bow. That's even better. It's so cute. However, because you have to pay attention to the experience points of various monsters, the speed of killing monsters is undoubtedly reduced a lot. It took me more than half an hour and nearly 40 minutes to finish the lab. Suin kicked a hole in the wall of the top floor of the laboratory building. Regardless of the 40 to 50 meter height, he just jumped down. The body hit the ground like a cannonball, creating a big hole. Seeing Suin coming out, all the spectators opened their mouths wide. How long have you been in there? And you're already coming out? Could it be that they have already conquered this laboratory? Impossible. This is a level 4 laboratory. There are hundreds of rooms alone. It would take an hour to jog around it, not to mention killing those mutant monsters. Will they come out to take a break first, and then continue with the second half? Makes sense. Bailey Bing, who was far away, trembled when he saw Suin coming out. Suin jumped down from the top floor of the laboratory, which means that the laboratory has been captured. 40 minutes. It only took 40 minutes to conquer a level 4 laboratory. It was several times shorter than her previous guess of an hour and a half. She couldn't help but wonder if Suin just went in for a walk and came out. On the other side, Suin had already come to Lu Shirshir's side and asked calmly, "How long did it take?" Lu Shirshir's face flushed with excitement. 37 minutes and 25 seconds. This is a level 4 laboratory. The leader conquered it in just over half an hour. What an amazing feat. As the leader's property, she also felt genuine excitement and pride. One wins, all win. The other girls also smiled and were very happy. As expected of the owner. Invincible. About 40 minutes. Suin calculated in his mind. Most of my time was spent recording the experience points given by the monsters. I wasted too much time. If I do it again, I should be able to shorten the time several times, and it won't be a problem to control it within 10 points. Now that we have the strategy time parameters, the next step is the time parameters for collecting supplies. Suin then waved to Lu Shirshir. I have killed all the zombies inside. Take a small team in to search for supplies. Search as fast as you can. Yes. Lu Shirshir then led a team and rushed into the laboratory. Suin took out a mechanical watch to time. Master, you have worked hard. Please sit down and rest for a while. The maid Xiao Xiao obediently brought a stool for Suin to sit down and rest. I took the mechanical watch and looked at the time. Septercento? Solo? No, it's a race. After a long time, Lu Shirshir came out of the laboratory with her team members. Everyone returned with bags of supplies. At this time, the crowd finally realized what was happening. It turns out that Suin really conquered a level 4 laboratory in half an hour. The people from the Chongqing Adventure Group went in to carry the supplies directly. Otherwise, how could they come out so quickly? This is outrageous. So outrageous. War, this scared me to death. They conquered a level 4 laboratory in just half an hour. The fourth disaster. This is the fourth disaster. Suin turned a deaf ear to the exclamations from the audience. Slow, too slow. The speed of collecting supplies is too slow. Due to the lack of spatial abilities, a team had to collect supplies, open treasure chests, and move them out. It took more than an hour to go back and forth. Moreover, he had to attack the laboratory for these materials. He didn't have time to store them one by one in the wide space, so he had to send some people to transport them back to the base. At this rate, the team member's speed in collecting supplies will gradually fall behind his speed in conquering the laboratory. Once the team members are busy, the laboratory he has captured will be exposed to the other survivors. There are no zombies and bows blocking the lab. Anyone can go in and open the treasure chest to get supplies. Wouldn't he then become a slave working for others for free? How can this be possible? Thinking of this, Su first asked Li Xiaoyu to lead a team back to the base and drove over a dozen large trucks parked in the base to form a transport team. Li Xiaoyu and Xiao Qiao are responsible for escorting the transport team and delivering supplies. The remaining teams were integrated into 8 large teams, 6 of which were responsible for moving the supplies out of the laboratory. The remaining 2 teams were responsible for maintaining security at the scene, alerting other survivors, and preventing people from stealing things. As for loading the goods, Li Xiaoyu will bring some more people from the base. It takes about 40 minutes to walk from here to the base, and about 15 minutes to drive around. And because Xiao Qiao's ability is Sand and Gravel Master, she can control the sand and gravel on the ground to level it, and quickly open up a highway directly to the base. The one-way journey can be shortened to 10 minutes. In addition to loading and unloading goods, it takes 1 hour to complete the trip if you are quick. More than a dozen large trucks are operating at the same time, and the delivery speed is definitely enough. An hour later, 12 large trucks were lined up and in place, and 8 teams were also assembled with clear division of labor and ready to go. This really confused the survivors who were watching. What is the Chongqing Adventure Group going to do? Do you want to dismantle the laboratory and take it back? No one collects scrap copper and iron these days. Food and other things are extremely scarce, and there's scrap iron and steel everywhere, right? There's no point in bringing it back. In the confusion of the group, Su explained a few words to the team members and then rushed into the laboratory again. Come again? Captain Su might be addicted to solo dungeon. Half an hour to build a laboratory is indeed outrageous and scary, but leaving so many men resting outside is not putting the cart before the horse, is it? If it were me, I would have everyone conquer the lab together. With the strength of the Chongqing Adventure team, how many labs can we conquer in a day? In a few days, we will have freedom of supplies and equipment, an endless nutrient solution to drink. Wake up, buddy. You are not the 4th calamity, and the Longevity Adventure Group has long achieved freedom of supplies and equipment. Everyone wears top-grade alloy suits, and I heard that they eat meat every meal, and they don't even bring nutrient solution to drink. Only refugees like us treat nutrient solution as a treasure, and drink a sip to be happy for the whole day. Fuck, how can a few words hurt so much? While everyone was whispering, Su had already transformed into a rapid supernatural storm that was wreaking havoc in the laboratory. In about 20 minutes, they conquered another laboratory and jumped out through the wall. Seeing Su coming out, Xue Qingyu and her team immediately rushed into search for supplies. A large truck turned around and pushed the cargo box to the door of the laboratory. The loading team quickly followed and prepared to load the goods. Su rushed into another laboratory. A cute girl with twin ponytails immediately led a group of people to wait at the door. When Su came out, they immediately went in. The audience was stunned. What the hell is this? I don't understand, but I am shocked. We conquered another level 4 laboratory in 20 minutes. Is this reasonable? Is this reasonable? Oh my god, this is so perverted, so perverted. Just when everyone was in a mess, within 15 minutes, Su broke through the wall again and went to the next laboratory. The girl with twin ponytails gave an order and led people to rush in and quickly search for supplies. Another large truck also rushed over, and the cargo team followed. 14.5 minutes? Everyone was petrified on the spot. Horror is so horrible. Isn't this a race? If ordinary people enter the level 4 laboratory alone, it is like entering a grave. Captain Su, on the other hand, started racing directly. But this is just the beginning. 12 minutes later, Su broke through the wall again and headed for the next laboratory. 11 minutes later, another one came out. Come back in 10 minutes. 9.5 minutes. 8 points. 7 minutes. The final time stabilized between 4.5 and 5 minutes. Not only ordinary people were petrified, but even the leaders of large adventure groups were petrified as well. Bailey Bing opened her red lips slightly and murmured in a daze. He's really racing. Chapter 101? Racing? No, it's about buying goods. 2 hours passed quickly. Su has conquered nearly 30 laboratories of various sizes. The lowest of these is a level 3 laboratory and the highest is 4 level 5 laboratories. But whether it is level 3 or level 5, the strategy time is not much. One level 5 lab even took less than 4 minutes to complete. Su-En's figure had almost turned into a lightning wrapped in a storm of supernatural power. No mutant creature could survive wherever he passed. Later, when faced with 2 laboratories that were very close to each other, Su-En simply conquered both laboratories at the same time. Back and forth, back and forth. Here Su-En is attacking the laboratory at lightning speed. The girls from the Chongqing Adventure Group were busy carrying supplies. Most of the time, they didn't even have time to open the treasure chests, so they just carry the chests back. Those who move things move things. Those who load goods. They are busy and happy. Hundreds of people had to work hard to barely keep up with Su-En's attack speed. 12 large trucks were constantly transporting supplies to the base, like a material production line. The crowd watching was in chaos. So many high-level laboratories and so many supply chests. The girls of the Chongqing Adventure Group just rushed in and started taking things without encountering any danger. This is not an exploration laboratory at all. This is just a zero-yuan shopping experience. The golden treasure chests and supplies were pulled out in trucks without stopping. At this time, people finally reacted. Captain Su doesn't seem to be racing. This is a restocking. Come to the advanced experimental area to purchase goods openly. When the onlookers saw the huge trucks filled with treasure chests and supplies, their eyes almost popped out. Their eyes were bloodshot, and their whole bodies were about to burst with jealousy. A large truck is loaded with all the supplies for at least a semi-advanced laboratory. These things would be a huge fortune for any large adventure group, but small and medium-sized adventure groups would not even dare to think about it. Advanced laboratories are not within their reach. Moreover, the Chongqing Adventure Group got this without losing a single soldier or a single casualty. Jealousy and greed spread wildly among the crowd. Many people were already getting a little restless, wondering whether they should start snatching. In the face of absolute interests, human greed is like hay doused with gasoline, which will ignite at any time. The Chongqing Adventure Group has eaten so many experiments. What are we going to eat in the future? They have all been conquered by the Chongqing Adventure Group, so we will have no more strategies to conquer in the future. That's so unfair. They should at least leave some soup for us when they eat the meat. That's right, they should leave a few cars for us to share. That's the truth. Anyone who sees it will get a share. Now is the end of the world, and everyone is having a hard time. Especially at times like this, we should work together to overcome difficulties. With greater ability comes greater responsibility. Captain Su should set a good example. Don't you agree? Well said. With great power comes great responsibility. Many awakened people quickly responded, shouting words like, with great power comes great responsibility, and everyone who sees it has a share. And those who dare to say so are basically awakened ones. Very few ordinary people participate in it. 99% of ordinary people quickly hide away and don't want to get involved. For ordinary people, Su-En has done them a great favor. Without Su-En's efforts to eradicate the 100 alliances, they would still be exploited and might have starved to death long ago. How could they have the opportunity to freely explore the laboratory like now? 99% of ordinary people respect Su-En as if he were a god, so Su-En's Chongqing Adventure Team naturally also respects him very much. Even if they had 10,000 guts, they wouldn't dare to take Su-En's things, but would complain about having a long life. As for the excited awakened ones, they were blinded by greed. The transcendent status of the awakened ones made them think that they could flatter the Chongqing Adventure Group to compromise. Su-En eradicated the 100 alliances to seek benefits for ordinary people and selflessly created trading areas and residential areas. This made many people think that Su-En was a Ren-Jun who cared about the people of the world. As long as public opinion can be used to force them to give in. Things like the Chongqing Adventure Team ate up the advanced laboratory, and everyone has nothing to eat or just for fun. How many adventure groups present here are capable of conquering the advanced laboratory? There are not even 2 adventure groups in the entire city with this ability. The crowd was getting more and more agitated, and they were eager to try. Many people even crossed the red line that the Chongqing Adventure Group had drawn earlier. Obviously, Su-En's decision to leave 2 teams to maintain law and order was absolutely correct. The 2 teams of the Chongqing Adventure Group immediately rushed forward and killed anyone who crossed the red line. With the equipment and ability quality of the Chongqing Adventure Group, these awakened ones are nothing to be afraid of. Don't kill him. Leave him a breath. It will be useful to my husband, Li Xiaoyu, who was originally in charge of transportation. shouted hurriedly, and joined the battle circle carrying a giant saber. At the same time, he ordered not to kill all the people, but to leave some alive for Sue and to come back. The girls understood and held back. If you can't kill me, then chop off my legs and hands. For a moment, the awakened ones screamed and begged for mercy. Blood was splattered everywhere, and broken limbs were everywhere. These awakened ones are so frightened that the timid ones have already started running away. But stimulated by the killing and blood, some people have fallen into madness. Greed has overwhelmed fear, and they want to take advantage of the chaos to attack the trucks full of supplies. Xue Qingyu, who was originally in charge of the transportation work, had to dispatch some people to intercept these profit-driven awakeners. Of course, not all adventure groups participated. Several leaders of large adventure groups hurriedly told their men to stay away from the battle and not to get involved. The leaders of large adventure groups are not fools. The tragic end of the 100 Alliance is still fresh in their minds. They don't want to become the 100 Alliance 2.0. Besides, these large adventure groups are different from those small and medium-sized adventure groups that are not afraid of wearing shoes when barefoot. You can make a living by your own ability. There is no need to steal the supplies from the Chongqing Adventure Group. Whether you can grab it or not is another matter. Even if you grab it and eat your fill, it will probably be your last meal before execution. The fourth calamity is just a nickname given to Su and by ordinary people. In the large adventure group, everyone prefers to call him Su Baopi, the god of death. Black Rose also did not participate in the fight, but instead sent some people to help the Chongqing Adventure Group maintain law and order. Even Bailey Bing participated in it personally. Black Rose still owed Sue a lavish meal, and her cousin was the deputy leader of the Chongqing Adventure Group, so she had to help. Not only the Black Rose, but also the True God Church came, and the believers wearing the uniform of the church also joined the Chongqing Adventure Group. Joan of Arc, wearing knight armor, with wings of light on her back, floats high above the crowd, like a warrior angel descending. The deep blue eyes were filled with coldness, and she said softly, with her red lips slightly parted, "Those who rebel against God shall be killed." Chapter 102 Good people are rewarded. The Awaken group comes to send. After Su cleared another level for a laboratory, he broke through the dome, stood on the top of the building, and looked down. Watch the Awaken people's riots. There was no fluctuation in his expression. These were all within his expectations. The extremely hungry wild dogs would pounce on the elephant and take a bite of it. It didn't matter if they could bite it or not, they would just try it first. He's too lazy to care. Not to mention that there are only a few hundred or 1,000 Awakened ones. Even tens of thousands of Awakened ones are just like that. If they can't fight one against 100 and can't purchase and transport goods in an orderly manner, the Chongqing Adventure Group is not worthy of being called the strongest adventure group. These chickens and dogs are not even worthy of being the grindstone for the Chongqing Adventure Group. Su then jumped into another laboratory to continue his strategy. His focus should still be on killing monsters, gaining experience, and stealing skills. Su was still moving quickly through the laboratory, and the Chongqing Adventure Group was also doing what they needed to do, loading and transporting goods. The one who cuts people continues to cut. Hundreds of Awakened people combined cannot pose the slightest threat to the Chongqing Adventure Group. At first, it could still cause a little trouble, but in less than 5 minutes, it was no longer qualified to cause any trouble. At this time, the Awakened ones realized their mistake and began to flee. The fighting power of these girls in the Chongqing Adventure Group is not at the same level as these savages. He couldn't even break through the defense of his top alloy armor, let alone kill or injure him. These pretty girls, each looking weak and frail, were terrifying when they started fighting. They chopped off legs and hands with their knives, and they would not stop killing people. If a strong Awakener has his limbs chopped off, he will basically be useless. Seeing the Awakened ones start to flee, the girls will not let them go so easily. If you chase them, you will chop them. Don't let any of them escape. Seeing that they couldn't escape, many people simply knelt down and raised their hands in surrender. The seemingly mighty Awakened riot only lasted for half an hour before it was silenced. Some of the Awakened ones were disabled, some surrendered, and there were as many as 600 or 700 of them. After Su cleared another laboratory, he teleported to the front of the crowd. Gather all the people together, leave the Awakened ones behind, and kill the ordinary people. After taking a moment to explain, he returned to the laboratory. After Su cleared 2 laboratories again, the girls had tied up the people and gathered together. Su teleported to the front of these captives. "Captain Su, please let us go. We will never dare to do it again." We didn't get anything, we were just saying it casually. You are the boss of our city. You can't be so petty. Yes, Captain Sue, the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. You should think more about us ordinary people. We just want to survive. Captain Sue, please don't be angry. I am telling the truth. Since you have this ability, you should take on the responsibility of saving the people. Your Chongqing adventure group only has a few hundred people, and everyone has a set of top-grade alloy armor. You have too much supplies to use up. Please have pity on us and give us those mid-level and low-level equipment. Yes, there's no point in letting it get moldy in the warehouse if you take it home. That's too selfish, and you won't be able to convince others. If you give it to us, it will be a great merit, and everyone will praise you as selfless and highly respected. If you don't give it to us, it will be too selfish. Even if you have the courage of 10,000 men, it will only be the character of a petty person, which is not in line with your status. Suin raised his hand to signal everyone to be quiet and grinned. Honestly speaking, I'm really gratified that you guys came together as a team to kill people today. During this period, the Awakened ones avoided him when they saw him. He hadn't plundered superpowers for a long time. He was really pleased that these hundreds of people had formed a team to give him superpowers. I thought everyone avoided me, but it seems my reputation is still pretty good. Maybe this is what they call good things happening to good people. You should do more good deeds in the future. Suin said as he took out a nano sword and held it in his hand with a warm smile on his face. Everyone rest assured, my knife skills are superb. There will definitely not be too much pain. Give me 5 minutes and I will try to send you all to heaven to enjoy bliss. After hearing Su An's words, the awakened ones panicked and the timid ones even cried. Even if they have broken arms and legs, they will still scream and try to escape in pain. Suin quickly raised his hand to stop. Don't move, or you'll bleed again. Don't worry, you are beyond help. After hearing this, people became even more terrified and fled desperately. However, in the face of teleportation, any means of escape seemed so pale and powerless. Suin turned into a ghost, wreaking havoc among the crowd, harvesting lives one after another. The crowd fell down like wheat being cut. Screams and blood, roars and cries. In less than 5 minutes, the ground in front of Su and was already filled with corpses. With one swing of the sword, he looted 3 consecutive attacks, and the last awakener fell. Suin said a number calmly. 718. There are 718 awakeners in total, which means 718 superpowers. Although the quality is average, there are enough of them to fuse many advanced superpowers. The wealth value is basically negligible, and everyone is getting poorer. Unfortunately, this kind of large-scale harvest of superpowers will probably not happen again in the first Doomsday. The thousands of awakened people in Sudi were killed by him, half of them from 4,000 to 2,000. Now it's half again, 2,000 will soon be reduced to 1,000. If this continues, they will become extinct. No one will give him superpowers anymore. I have to tighten my belt and endure the days ahead. However, what surprised Su and was that killing awakened people would actually give him experience points. The amount given is not much. The highest is 2 or 3 points, and the lowest is only 0.1 points. At this time, his level has also changed from the initial. LVO has become the current LV2. The experience bar also increased to 12.68%. His own strength has doubled, and his ability power has also doubled. The character level's combat power new area is so abnormal. It's just that the level increase is too slow. It takes dozens of monsters in the advanced laboratory and hundreds of awakeners to reach level 2. And as the level increases, the upgrade experience required becomes higher. From level 0 to level 1, 1,000 experience points are enough. From level 1 to level 2, it is 2,000 experience points. Level 2 to level 3, 4,000 experience points. Level 3 to level 4, 8,000 experience points. Level 4 to level 5, 16,000. 5 to 6, 32,000. And so on. To upgrade from level 9 to level 10, you need 512,000 experience points. Each high-level bow can only give 2 experience points. He had to kill 250,600. Without eating or sleeping, if I kill 1 per minute, it will take more than half a year. The second stage of the first Doomsday lasted less than half a year. He simply doesn't have that much time to slowly gain experience. Don't even think about reaching level 10, but there's still hope if you reach level 6 or 7. The difficulty of cross-version upgrade is really too great. On the second Doomsday, any little scorpion can also give you dozens of experience points. It's not easy to be a future warrior. Chapter 103: The Karma and Care of Leaks, Cakes and Dreams. After dealing with these awakeners, Suin planned to continue attacking the laboratory. But because he was so fast, the girls could only barely keep up with him. In this way, we cannot guarantee that every laboratory can be searched thoroughly. We can only search about 90% and miss 10%. Suin then gave these laboratories that were not completely cleaned out directly to the True God Church and the Black Rose. Black Rose needs no further explanation. Although the True God Church is not under his direct jurisdiction, it is actually not much different and can be considered half of his own. Besides, the True God Church is their own experimental field, so it is reasonable to give them some benefits. It's better to give it to others than to leave it there for other survivors to take advantage of. After learning that Suin gave them the materials left in the laboratory, the True God Church and the Black Rose were overjoyed. Don't think that you were just picking up the trash that the Chongqing Adventure Group doesn't want. This is already a huge sum of money. The materials left in dozens of laboratories combined are enough to store at least 3 or 4 complete advanced laboratories. They spent 2 days trying their best to capture one, but it also cost them a lot of casualties and material consumption. After conquering an advanced laboratory, you cannot immediately move on to the next one. You need to spend several days to rest. For large adventure groups, conquering advanced laboratories is equally difficult. However, now I can pick up some advanced laboratory supplies for free without any effort. Isn't that great? So fragrant. After expressing their gratitude, the True God Church and the Black Rose immediately sent people to the laboratory to pick up the leaks. The large adventure groups that had been watching the battle were stunned. Is this okay? If I had known earlier, I would have helped the Chongqing Adventure Group to suppress the riot. Because they did not participate in the riots, they were indeed out of the picture, but they did not get any benefits. Watching the True God Church and the Black Rose people happily picking up bargains. Everyone was crying. As time passes quietly, night falls gradually. But after the last truckload of supplies was delivered, Suin led a group of girls to withdraw, leaving behind only the devastated and empty laboratory building. In just one day, the Chongqing Adventure Group captured more than 100 advanced laboratories. A large vacuum zone was cleared in the advanced laboratory area. Everyone is so jealous that they are about to burst. That's more than 100 advanced laboratories. The supplies and treasure chests piled up could form a mountain. Although the Chongqing Adventure Group is the strongest adventure group, it does not have many members. Its number is even less than that of some small adventure groups in the middle and lower reaches. There are only a few hundred people in the group. With so many supplies, even if the Chongqing Adventure Group ate and used as much as they wanted, it would take at least 10 years to use them all. Some are happy while others are sad. The Black Rose and True God Church also made a fortune by picking up the leak. Each company received at least 5 advanced laboratories worth of supplies. Completely free, no one is hurt. For both families, this was undoubtedly the most supplies they had ever received since the end of the world. Even Bailey Bing couldn't help but feel a little excited. With the replenishment of supplies from these 5 advanced laboratories, Black Rose's life would be easier. At least they wouldn't have to worry about running out of food in the short term. The top assault team can also go to the assault laboratory with full stomachs. The True God Church is even happier because of its management style. The True God Church has the largest population and is also the poorest. The top believers and management can only barely get enough to eat. The low-level believers and the outside believers were just hanging on to their lives. With these supplies, their situation would improve. At least they would have the capital to move forward. After Suin returned to the base, he first stored all the supplies in the wide space. Let the logistics department prepare the meal, and announced that there will be no limit on the amount of wine and meat tonight, and no limit on fresh vegetables and fruits. Everyone can eat as much as they want, and the whole group will celebrate the festival together today. The girls cheered excitedly. This is the first festival organized by the Chongqing Adventure Group, and the whole group has begun to prepare intensively. Suin went to his own private laboratory and took out the Metal Gear manufacturing core. The current equipment configuration of the Chongqing Adventure Group is that each person has 2 sets of high-level alloy equipment. One set has been issued, and the other set is a spare. There are still a lot of parts and advanced sets left. Suin then began to prepare to activate the Metal Gear core. I have fed the core with more than 3,000 pieces of advanced alloy equipment, which has almost exhausted the storage of advanced alloy equipment. I have just fully charged the core to 100%. As the charge bar reached 100%, the Metal Gear core burst into a dazzling light. and in the blink of an eye, it expanded into a large black ball with a diameter of 5 meters. The big black ball splits into two ends, with a black track running through the center, connecting the two ends. It looks like the security scanner in the subway, but the size and shape are different. On the side of the black ball is an operating table and a design drawing collection scanner. After the scanner scans the design drawing, it will be automatically recorded. Just put the corresponding materials into the entrance, select the item to be made on the operating table, and the finished product will be automatically produced from the exit. But not everything can be produced. Currently, this Metal Gear maker can only produce low-level Metal Gear. However, as the output increases, the fabricator will also gradually evolve and upgrade automatically from low-level, medium-level, high-level, and finally nano-alloy level. To upgrade from primary to intermediate level, 1,000 pieces of low-level alloy equipment need to be produced. To upgrade from intermediate to advanced level, 10,000 pieces of intermediate alloy equipment need to be produced. To upgrade to nano level, a full 100,000 pieces of advanced alloy equipment need to be produced. Produces one low-level alloy equipment in about 1 minute. With enough materials, you can upgrade from low-level to medium level in 1 day. However, it is more difficult to upgrade from intermediate to advanced levels. The materials required to produce intermediate alloy equipment are twice that of low-level equipment. The continuous supply of materials and non-stop production will take 7 full days. As for the production materials, they are surprisingly cheap. Neither ordinary steel nor very expensive alloy. It is precisely the building material of the laboratory shells in the laboratory area. Those black iron shells. Alloy, raw material. There is no need to worry about raw materials. We have as much as you want. It just takes some time and manpower to dismantle and bring back. Suin plans to only produce low-level and mid-level alloy equipment, and high-level equipment can be completely omitted. Now that more than 10 days have passed since the second phase, the survivors have stored a lot of catalysts. It's time to harvest them, and we have to start harvesting. Because he killed too many Awaken ones, there were only about 1,000 Awaken ones left in Sudi, which was about 3,000 less. Fully 3/4 of the number. The Awaken ones are the main force in attacking the laboratory. Ordinary people are very slow in attacking the laboratory, and it is even slower without the metal equipment to protect themselves. The mass death of Awaken people indicates that the speed of attack will decrease, and the output of catalysts will also decrease. Only when these ordinary survivors obtain alloy equipment in large quantities and their combat effectiveness is collectively improved can the speed of attack be restored, or even accelerated several times. The best way is to let the survivors use the catalysts in their hands to buy low-level Metal Gear. If you can't afford it, just pay a down payment and pay the rest in installments. After paying off the installments, you can pay a very small amount of catalyst, and the low-level equipment you just receive in full as the down payment for the intermediate Metal Gear. Get the intermediate Metal Gear in advance, and then continue to repay the debt in installments. The price must be high, so high that most people can only afford the down payment for a low-level Metal Gear Solid. In fact, the down payment has already exceeded the value of the equipment itself, and the remaining installments are actually the total value of the intermediate Metal Gear that has not yet been received. After getting the intermediate equipment, the installments you paid are actually the money for the advanced equipment. With the blessing of Metal Gear, the survivors will naturally go to the attack laboratory honestly and produce catalysts continuously. You don't even have to pick it up, they will be willing to deliver it to you and pay in installments. I look forward to being able to switch to a more advanced Metal Gear after the installment payment is completed. Leaks like to grow in the sun. When they see the dawn of hope, they will desperately jump up. In fact, every time it grows, it is cut down. No matter how much it grows, it can never reach the longed-for sun. Theoretically, as long as you work hard enough, slowly pay off the installments, then change to more advanced equipment, and continue to repay the loan, one day you will be able to exchange for the most advanced nano-alloy equipment from Suin. It's just a pity that this is impossible. The first Doomsday won't give you that much time. It looks like a pie, but it is actually a dream. Chapter 104. Take some time off to celebrate the festival. Express your love to the whole group. Suin is not in a hurry to produce Metal Gear. Instead, the Metal Gear maker was left alone. Starting tomorrow, this Metal Gear maker will officially begin production. Let's just have a peaceful holiday today. At this time, the camp was decorated with lights, and the girls were busy. A huge bonfire was lit in the center of the square. A temporary stage was built at the end of the square, with some spotlights hanging on the stage and speakers on both sides. Several generators behind the stage are continuously turning to supply electricity. There are neatly arranged tables, chairs, and benches under the stage. Lu Hui was directing the logistics preparations. The delicious meals were about to be cooked, and bags of wine, drinks, and fresh fruits were being transported out of the cellar and neatly placed on each table. Xue Qingyu and Lu Shishir were arranging the seating arrangements for the group members and the replacement of security personnel. Li Xiaoyu and Xiao Qiao led a group of talented girls to prepare for the performance backstage. After preparing for about an hour, everything was ready and the girls took their seats one by one. Suin was half pushed by the girls to the stage to give a speech. Suin picked up the microphone and smiled. When I was recruiting, I promised to celebrate the holiday for everyone. I believe everyone has been looking forward to this day. I'm sorry that I'm late in fulfilling your promise. At the same time, many people did not make it to this day, and I cannot guarantee that everyone will be able to survive until the end of the world. In the future, you will face a doomsday world that is more dangerous and more difficult than the present. No one knows where the end of the doomsday is. I can't give you a definite future. At this point, Suin paused, but I will do my best to lead you all to go further than anyone else. I hope everyone can work together in this doomsday world. I also hope that in the near future, each of you will be my pride. Today is the first festival of the Chongqing Adventure Group, and it is also the most meaningful festival, so that we can still gather here next year for a better tomorrow, so that we can survive in this terrible world. Go ahead, my lovely girls. After giving the group members some chicken soup, Suin put down the microphone and left the stage. There was a thunderous applause and cheers from the audience. Su An's speech was brief but sincere. Now everyone is very satisfied with the life of the Chongqing Adventure Group. The future seems so far away in this terrible doomsday world. No one knows where the end of the doomsday is. We just hope that the present days can continue forever. Enough is enough. In order to maintain this kind of life, everyone is willing to give their all. They really want to be Su An's pride and be loyal to him. Do your part for this big family. After Su An finished his speech, the festival banquet officially began. The delicious food and wine were served one by one. A group of girls dressed up in fancy clothes also ran to the stage and stood up, and the music started. The girls danced to the music. The audience enjoyed the show while eating a big meal. Su An's seat was in the middle of the first row, and next to him were seats for Lu Hui and others. One show ends, and another one starts. Although the preparations were rushed, the girls performed well, and some were very professional. Many of the girls present were from wealthy families and had outstanding talents. Piano, guzheng, guitar, and drums are at her fingertips. Some girls were students of the dance department before the apocalypse, so they dance very professionally, including classical, modern, and ballet. Some even sing Peking opera. There are also pop songs. There are also songs and dances that complement each other. In some ways, the Chongqing Adventure Group is also full of talents. Su An had enough of the visual addiction. Of course, since it is a performance, there will be corresponding competition and scoring sessions. Su An originally planned to let the management give unified scores and finally rank them according to the scores. But everyone unanimously rejected this proposal, insisting that only Su An could give the score. In the final analysis, many people go on stage and show off their special skills just to perform for Su An. Su An's evaluation is the most important. Therefore, Su An had no choice but to bite the bullet and become the only judge, trying his best to give fair and just scores. No backdoors, all depends on performance. Even Li Xiaoyu wanted to bribe the judges with her own recorded artwork. All of them were rejected by Su An sternly, because he also recorded, who isn't an artist. The girls on stage are of all shapes and sizes, and each has its own characteristics. And the appearance and figure are both very good. It is difficult to separate the score just by appearance. The content of the program becomes the key to winning the game. One of the girls in ancient costumes performed a classical dance, which impressed him the most. Her soft and boneless dance posture was extremely graceful, and her difficult movements followed one after another, like a poem or a painting, with a kind of fairy-like agile beauty. The second is the girl group of Li Xiaoyu and Xiao Qiao. The two danced a home dance, which was quite youthful and made people smile. There was also a girl with a bun who performed a down-the-mountain dance, which Su An admired. He was familiar with this girl. Her name was Yu Kiki. After all, she had been in his office before, but she had twin ponytails at that time. Lu Shishir's piano solo is also very elegant, with an inexplicable nobility and elegance. There was also a girl who went on stage to sing a song and confess her love to Su An in public. At the end, the original work was done, and he kept making eyes at Su An, and the lyrics were very explicit. One of the songs is Taste the Red Beans, which has lyrics so explicit that the audience blushed after hearing it. The girls open the book in strange places. This puts Soo-in, the judge, in a difficult position. The girl's talents are too high, and his level as a second-rate judge is really limited. You can only rate based on your preferences. In the end, the classical beauty won the crown and won the first place. The prize was originally 100 consumption vouchers, but the girl insisted on exchanging the vouchers for a request from Sue, and that was not too unreasonable. Soo-in didn't want to disturb everyone's interest, so he readily agreed. The second place is the home dance performed by Yukiki. There are many beautiful girls in the Chongqing Adventure Group, but there are not many who are as energetic as Yukiki in appearance, temperament, looks, and speech. She looks like a lively girl from a two-dimensional animation, very lovable. It can be compared with it. Unfortunately, the girl duo Li Xiaoyu and Xiao Xiao made obvious mistakes when dancing and were slightly inferior to Yukiki. Narrow defeat. The second-place prize was originally 60 consumption vouchers, but Yukiki changed it to a weird request of one-day date with Soo-in. The third place went to Lu Shirshir's piano solo. Even Soo-in, a layman, can tell that Lu Shirshir is very good at piano and has a serious demeanor. It's definitely not because of the Black Silk Sister. The legs are too long to make his eyes go straight. The reward Lu Shirshir wants is also weird. I just moved the dormitory to the side of Soo-in's bedroom. Then there are 10 consolation prizes. 20 consumption coupons per person. With these coupons, you can exchange them for snacks, cosmetics, and other things you want in the internal supermarket of the Chongqing Adventure Group. The first internal festival of the Chongqing Adventure Group slowly came to an end. This new festival was uniformly named Confession Festival by the girls. But before the end, Soo-in was dragged to the stage to give a final performance. Soo thinks that his talents are limited, and he doesn't have much to show for it. After much thought, I can only take out a guitar and sing a song. The love is long, paper is short, is dedicated to every girl present here. The melodious and crisp notes plucked by the fingertips slowly came, and Soo-in's slightly hoarse but magnetic voice also sounded. You accompany me into the summer of cicadas, across the hustle and bustle of the city. The song is still wandering in your eyes like pomegranate flowers. I don't see your tenderness. I lose the laughter among the flowers. Time cannot stop. The clouds are waiting. I really miss you. In every rainy season. What you choose to forget is what I hate the most. The words are short, but the feelings are deep. There are too many ripples to describe. Chapter 105 S-Class Power Complete Form. Overall, the Chongqing Adventure Group's small festival was a complete success. The girls were all having a great time, with laughter and joy all around. Eat and drink as much as you want. In the end, a large group of people were drunk. This is hard for Soo-in, the only man in the group, and the song he sang to confess to the whole group. All the members had autumn water in their eyes. Taking advantage of the alcohol, I became bolder. Soo-in didn't know how much he had taken advantage of during the chaos. Soo-in hid back in the bedroom as if escaping. This also made Soo-in fully aware of the importance and necessity of special enhanced abilities. There is no time to lose. He immediately began to fuse skills, trying to create a unique enhanced skill that had never been seen before. The next morning, Soo-in walked out of the room with one hand on the wall. With yesterday's experience, Soo-in plans to mobilize the entire Eternal Life Adventure Group today. The 28 teams from yesterday still went with him to the laboratory area to purchase goods. The remaining 2 teams guarded the house and sent some people to transport the alloy raw materials and be responsible for the low-level alloy equipment assembly line manufacturing. At the same time, he also asked Lu Hui to select a group of people and wait for him to come back to bless them with supernatural powers. I got 718 abilities yesterday. Although the level is a bit lower, I can still get 20 S-level abilities by putting them together. There are about 100 A-level and B-level left. After this batch of superpowers were delegated, the ratio of superpowers held by the Chongqing Adventure Group was about 2 to 1.5. Most of them are high-level awakeners, and there are nearly 60 S-level awakeners. The overall strength has been strengthened again. After a short rest, Soo-in led 28 teams to go out again. Although the equipment demand of the Chongqing Adventure Group has long been overflowing, there is still a small amount of equipment blueprints in the treasure chest, which are very useful now. Total equipment design is produced more in high-level treasure chests, and basically not in low-level treasure chests. He had basically wiped out most of the large adventure groups in Sudi, and there were less than 10 who were still capable of attacking the advanced laboratory. It's obviously difficult to rely on these 10 or so adventure groups to give him the blueprints. You can only make your own food and clothing. Secondly, he also needs to find zombies in the laboratory to steal skills and gain experience points. I also took the supplies along the way. With yesterday's experience, I drove the truck directly there, and Xiao Xiao activated his skills to build a highway along the way. Suin also notified the True God Church and the Black Rose to follow him to pick up the trash. Of course, the garbage is not picked up for nothing. The catalysts and Metal Gear designs in their hands must be handed over. True God Church needs no mention. Suin will obey whatever he says. Black Rose had no objection. There was no point in keeping the catalyst and design drawings. It would not make any difference if they were all given to Suin. Rather, it is a good deal to pay such a small price to join the Chongqing Adventure Group to pick up trash. If these people knew the great value of the catalyst at the second Doomsday, they would probably be so angry that they would vomit blood. But you have to know that, at this stage, this thing is just trash that everyone hates. If it weren't for the trading area opened by the Chongqing Adventure Group, this thing would be used as an entrance fee. No one was too lazy to take it out of the lab. Of course, this is what Suin did on purpose. The ticket setting of the trading area is to remind these people not to throw away the catalyst as garbage. It's still useful to keep it. The Chongqing Adventure Group, this big enemy, just likes to do charity. I want the garbage you don't want. What catalyst or not, it's just an excuse to benefit everyone. What matters is selflessness. Today, Suin still chose a piece of high-end laboratory purchase. The staffing and division of labor are basically the same as yesterday. He was responsible for entering the laboratory and bargaining with the salesman, while other team members were responsible for moving and delivering the goods. True God Church and Black Rose followed to pick up the trash. The onlookers were responsible for shouting 666, sighing, being stunned, petrified, and shouting WTF. Apart from being shocked all day, there is no benefit at all. Many people's heart of Tao has collapsed because of this. At about 10 o'clock, the exciting stocking operation officially began. Suin turned into a flash of lightning and rushed straight into the laboratory. As the level increases, the superpowers have also been greatly enhanced. Take lightning control as an example. Although the lightning control has great destructive power and fast speed, being too fast is not a good thing. The duration of lightning is very poor. Lightning dissipates after leaving the body. It is necessary to use some conductive objects to prolong the duration of lightning. Otherwise, if you keep throwing thunderballs like this, it won't take long before you're drained. Therefore, Suin previously preferred to use electromagnetic force to control metal objects to reduce the burden on battery life. However, as the character's level increases and his abilities increase, the lightning he releases will be more powerful, denser, and last longer. In the past, a thunderball would explode and disappear. Now you can compress the thunderball into the size of a marble and use it as a high-density, high-penetration thunder marble. After killing multiple targets in succession, the thunder force will gradually become unstable and then explode. After reaching level 10, the power of lightning is more than 10 times stronger than the initial full proficiency. If used properly, hundreds of thunder marbles can be compressed at the same time to attack, and thunder marbles can also be detonated at will. At that time, the S-level Awakener will be truly complete. At this stage, the terrifying BOW can't even survive a single encounter with a fully formed S-class Awakener. This is the terrifying growth potential of S-level Awakeners. The further they progress, the greater the gap between them and other low-level Awakeners will become, and it will gradually become a world of difference. As for Suin, with multiple power amplifications, he can now compress hundreds of lightning marbles. After the supercharge is turned on, it can be thousands. He can also use the fire power to coat the lightning marbles with paste, and then cover the paste with a layer of strong wind. With the support and catalysis of multiple superpowers, its power is still unknown. Even Suin himself couldn't explain why. I believe that for a long time in the future, no one will be lucky enough to experience this kind of multiple S-level supernatural compound feast. Everyone who has eaten it says it's good, but it's a pity that I can't survive. Chapter 106, Another Day of Purchasing Goods. This day's purchase journey was extremely smooth. It started at 10 a.m. and lasted until 8:30 p.m. The Chongqing Adventure Team has once again gained 126 advanced laboratories, nearly 20 more than yesterday. Treasure boxes and supplies were transported in truckloads from morning till night. Not to mention the other members, even Suin himself was so tired that he almost collapsed. However, judging from the jealous expressions of the onlookers, all these efforts are worth it. Some even shouted, "Bring the knife, I want to kill Nyo Z and join the Chongqing Adventure Group." Moreover, today Suin specially selected laboratories with a safety factor of more than 3 to purchase goods. Level 3 and below are not even looked at. As a result, such a large area of advanced laboratory was directly cleared out. It is clearly deep inside the laboratory fortress, but it is safer than the periphery. Not even a mutant mosquito can be found. Suin gave an order and led the girls back home. No more brushing. Not only will I not brush it today, I won't brush it tomorrow either. Although there are still hundreds of advanced laboratories, they are relatively scattered, and it is very troublesome to clean them up. It will take a lot of time to continue cleaning them up, and it is not very meaningful. It would be better to let all the girls join the ranks of mining. With the existence of the Metal Gear Maker, as long as there are enough raw materials, there will never be a shortage of Metal Gear. In addition, during the 2 days of crazy looting, he had already plundered the skills of 7 or 8,000 zombies and mutant creatures. It takes him 2 days to synthesize. These skills are very mixed with different levels of strength, and no one knows what the side effects are. Zombie skills and Awakener abilities are different, but they also have levels. However, the skill level classification is relatively simple. Normal level, elite level, boss level, and world destroyer level. The number of ordinary and elite levels is the largest, accounting for more than 90% of the total. Boss level skills account for about 1% of the total. I didn't get the world destruction level skill, I only got the infinite growth and infinite recovery, which I copied from Wankai. After all, we have only encountered one disaster level creature so far, so we can't plunder it. I can only try to see if I can integrate it. After returning to the base was already piled with alloy raw materials, all of which were taken from the laboratory by the team members. Suin then called Lu Hui and several other girls to the storage point of the Metal Gear Maker. I explained to the girls how to use it, how to set up replacement equipment styles, etc. The girls were also surprised when they saw the Metal Gear Maker. Not to mention after the apocalypse. Even before the apocalypse, Metal Gear was something that no one had ever seen before. I've never heard of anyone making it. Nowadays, if you want Metal Gear, you can only open the treasure chest in the exploration laboratory to get it. However, Suin took out a Metal Gear Maker, which was quite outrageous. The raw materials for making the Metal Gear were actually the scrap iron that was everywhere and inexhaustible. With this Metal Gear Maker, the Chongqing Adventure team will never be short of Metal Gear for the rest of their lives. The women didn't know how to complain about Suin, this mysterious man. With a wave of his hand, he could pull out a huge amount of supplies like a small mountain, and there was nothing missing, just like he had a dormant treasure bag. I don't know where he got all those things. The supernatural powers are even more outrageous. Other awakened ones only have one ability. He, on the other hand, has all kinds of superpowers. Even the women who eat and sleep with him don't know how many superpowers he has. Not only does he have many superpowers, he can also give them to others. Now there are hundreds of awakened people in the group, and almost all of their abilities were given by Suin, completely beyond the scope of ordinary people's cognition. He seems to have the ability to predict the future. Before the laboratory appeared, he led everyone to this feng shui treasure land to camp in advance. It was as if he knew the lab would pop up and where it would be best to be stationed. Now he even took out a machine that seemed to be breaking the rules of the game. Don't tell outsiders. Even Xueqing Yu and the other girls began to feel that it was unreasonable for the True God cult members to worship Suin as the true God. From some perspectives, it's like God, omnipotent and omniscient. It is precisely because there is such a powerful man. The Chongqing Adventure Group will show a strong, cohesive force. There are very few conflicts among the members, and everyone is running around him. If anyone else were the leader, it would be impossible to do this. Women are emotional, jealous, and love to fight among themselves. The relationship between women is full of drama. 3 women can make up a Zhanhuan Zhuan, not to mention hundreds of arrogant and beautiful women. Without an absolute core leadership, hundreds of women gather together, and who knows how many conflicts would erupt. Bailey Bing should have a deep understanding of this point. As a female army, the Chongqing Adventure Group is united in purpose. The whole group has only one belief and one goal. They do whatever Suin says. It can be said that they are at Suin's beck and call. On the other hand, the Black Rose has constant internal conflicts. Many people have formed small groups in private, and there are conflicts between the small groups. They will tear each other apart at the slightest disagreement. Scratching hair, scratching faces, pinching necks, and so on. Bailey Bing is often needed to mediate. Not only do they have to face internal conflicts, but they also have to guard against harassment from the outside. As we all know, the women's army is made up of women, including some high-level awakeners. These female awakeners are very popular. Every adventure group welcomes them and is recruiting them. If you really can't recruit, go back to other adventure groups to poach people. Not to mention ordinary members. Even the leader, Bailey Bing, has been invited by many adventure groups. In the Doomsday world, the road to the women's army is very bumpy and full of difficulties. Only the Chongqing Adventure Group can travel so easily and comfortably. Anyone who joins the Chongqing Adventure Group doesn't want to leave and wants to die inside. People outside are trying their best to join the Chongqing Adventure Group. But the Chongqing Adventure Group is really just as it said at the beginning. Only recruit for 3 days. No waiting after the deadline. If you miss this opportunity, you will never get it again. Even if you are a fairy, I don't want you. This made some girls who initially planned to wait and see regret it so much that they wanted to find a rope to hang themselves. Of course, the one who regretted the most was that he had already followed Sue into the car, but changed his mind and got off the car when he was near the city. They could have joined the Chongqing Adventure Group. Unfortunately, there is no regret medicine in this world. No matter how unwilling you are, it will eventually turn into a sigh and lingering sadness. After handing over the Metal Gear Maker to the girls, Suin became a hands-off manager again. Back to his private office, he called Yukiki over. He plans to make a big splash. Chapter 107. Change the Ochi into the taste you like. At this time, Yukiki had already changed into the Han-style clothing she wore at the festival party. Suin took out a speaker from the space, put it on the ground, and started playing the song Going Down the Mountain that he had prepared long ago. Let's play the music, and then dance. Then Yukiki obediently danced a lively home dance. Suin quietly activated his ability Civilization, Spark, and started the lottery. Since I got this ability, I got a level 2 Civilization faucet one day, and all the ones I got after that were level 1. I'll try a lot of rubbish, but I can't find anything good. The upgrade of Civilization. Spark is also a simple proficiency upgrade, but it's not the kind that adds 1 point of proficiency at a time. It's somewhat similar to the god-level ability Plunder. Plunder is to gather the number of superpowers. The Spark of Civilization is to collect high civilization items. If you draw a level 2 civilization item, your proficiency will increase. Now he has only drawn a level 2 civilization item once, and his proficiency is level 110%. In other words, to upgrade to level 2, you need to draw 10 level 2 civilization items. Although he could draw 10 times a day, Suin was unlucky enough to be considered a non-African. God knows how long it will take to extract 10 level 2 civilization items and upgrade the skill to level 2. For this reason, Suin simply saved up 100 draws, trying to use some metaphysics to change his fate. Isn't Yukiki full of energy and sunshine? Let her come over and jump around a bit, bringing a bit of youthfulness, and who knows, maybe a miracle will happen. Give me a 10-draw combo. Everything was ready. Suin started the lottery with piety. Happy Fat House Water 2.5 L Large, Assembly X1. King Shifu Instant Noodles Box X1. Ultra White Glass Fish Tank 50x 50 cm Square Steel X1. 3080 Ti Graphics Card X1. Big Hammer X1. The first 10 consecutive GG. There's nothing good. Keep going 10 times. I don't believe it. Test X, Stick 1 Box X1. 1 box of mint green gum. Steel Measuring Tape X1. Hatsune Miku Life-Size Figure X1. The second 10th company was also killed. Continue. Suin closed his eyes in pain. Cotton Swabs, 200 pieces X1. Rubber Band X1. Your brother Kuin's nude selfie photo X1. After 3 rounds of 10 attacks, there was not a single level 2 civilization item left. Suin's mood had already become not very good. I took a look at Yukiki, who was dancing. Is it that the method of metaphysics is wrong? Yes. The force is wrong. The European energy is all sucked in. How can you see it? Then he waved to Yukiki. Yukiki understood and walked over. As we all know, luck is a very mysterious thing. You can't be sure how to get it from the Emperor of Luck. As an old non-African, Suin could only try all the methods he could think of. A little too much, a little more too much. 1 hour later, Suin felt refreshed and full of energy, and without hesitation, he made a 20-game winning streak. Longza XX's collection of learning materials X1. Perpetual Nuclear Energy Lighter X1, Level 2 Civilization Item. Hearing the system prompt sound, Suin immediately became excited. Finally, a Level 2 Civilization item has appeared. It took me 50 draws to get one. It's really hard to draw, and it's a useless lighter. He himself has fire powers, so this lighter is completely useless and can only be used as a souvenir display. After smoking these 50 cigarettes, Suin decided not to continue smoking. With this drop rate, I'm afraid I'll have to draw thousands of times to upgrade civilization. Spark to level 2. To sum up, it's because I don't have enough luck and my metaphysical approach is wrong. Then he gave Yu Chow Chow a kiss on her little face, making the little girl blush. Then he went out. He has to change his metaphysical method. Things like European chi, etc. Shouldn't the Europeans go to foreigners to suck? The Nordic people should have a wider face. Coincidentally, Joan of Arc is a mixed-race girl, mixed with European blood white. In order to draw the level 2 civilization item as soon as possible, Su also tried his best. Then he went directly to the True God Church. As soon as they entered the True God Church, all the believers knelt down and prayed. Although he had experienced this many times, Suin still couldn't help but twitch his lips. He always felt like a cult leader. Brother True God, you are here. The little girl Xian Xian jumped into Su An's arms and laughed happily. Although the life in the True God Church is quite busy, Xian Xian is the saint of the True God Church, and at least she can have enough food to eat, but her little face is still a little sallow. Suin rubbed Xian Xian's little head, took out a lollipop and a bucket of big chicken from the space, and handed them to Xian Xian. Where is your sister Jean? Ask her to come and see me. Xian Xian held a large bucket of fried chicken with her eyes shining brightly. Her saliva immediately flowed down, and then she wiped it off hastily. Thank you, Brother Jinshin. I will go and call Sister Jean right away. Xian Xian said and ran away. Soon, Jean came over in a hurry. After entering Suin, she knelt on one knee respectfully and performed a knight's salute. I have seen the Lord, the true God. Get up and follow me to the room. Yes, my master. After Suin finished speaking, he walked towards the room that the true God had specially prepared for him, and Jean followed him calmly. After arriving at the room, Joan of Arc stood respectfully beside the door, looking straight ahead and saying nothing. Among the many believers, Joan of Arc is a special one. She is not like other believers who like to show their joy and like to talk about their worship and faith. Instead, he quietly did what he should do without smiling. Integrity, nobility, elegance, courage. At least that's what Joan of Arc has always required of herself. She also pays great attention to her image and tries her best to behave like a female knight. By now, she seems to have completely integrated into the role of female knight. Suin didn't know how to complain about such an upright female knight. The second grade is quite second grade. But you know what? It really tastes like that. Female knight is also good. At least, besides Jean, no one else around him has this kind of character buff. Quite novel. Then he walked behind Jean, lifted a strand of her hair with his fingers, and sniffed it gently. This European air smells like laundry detergent. There's also a faint fragrance. Now everyone is focusing on conquering the laboratory area, and the excavation of materials in the urban area has been postponed. Although there are still a lot of supplies buried in the city, after being buried for a long time, many foods are completely inedible, and it is useless even if they are dug out. Only some vacuum-packed foods and canned foods can be eaten. However, the reserves of these things are not very high, and even if you dig them out with great effort, you may not be able to fill your stomach. Although the nutrient solution produced in the laboratory is a little hard to drink, it is at least nutritious and can satisfy hunger, so people prefer to go to the laboratory. No one goes to the city, so there is a serious shortage of daily necessities. For example, shampoo, soap, shower gel, and the like have become extremely scarce. It is already very rare to be able to use washing powder. Suin thought for a moment and took out a bottle of osmanthus-scented shower gel from the wide space, then pointed in the direction of the bathroom. Go ahead and change your European energy into the taste I like. Chapter 108. The Small Society in the Chongqing Adventure Group. Suin is still adding fuel to Jean's luck and is using metaphysics to draw a prize. The Chongqing Adventure Group is carrying out the raw material transportation and low-level alloy equipment work in an orderly manner. Now the Chongqing Adventure Group has a total of 769 people. Half of them were working, and the remaining half were resting in the camp. However, two of the teams, led by Qing Xia, were stationed in the trading area of the residential area. There are so many alloy raw materials, and they are so easy to obtain that half of the people are enough to carry them. A small mountain can be moved in one day. Fortunately, the base of the Chongqing Adventure Group is large enough, and there is enough open space around it, so no other adventure groups dare to station nearby. Therefore, it is easy to stack. And when Suin comes back, he will store most of the alloy raw materials into the space. For the time being, there is no problem with how to preserve the original materials. The only regret is that there is only one Metal Gear maker, and the production efficiency is limited, with an average of one low-level Metal Gear per minute. Since Suin announced that he would stop attacking the laboratory, many people have become idle and returned to their relaxed daily lives. There is a small shopping street in the Chongqing Adventure Group that is only open to internal members. It consists of 4 or 5 small supermarkets. Most of the items sold inside are snacks, cosmetics, daily necessities, clothes, shoes, and books for group members to buy. The currency consumed for purchase is shopping voucher. Every ordinary member can get 10 shopping coupons every month. 10 shopping vouchers are just enough to redeem the daily necessities for each month. In addition to being issued monthly, shopping vouchers can also be obtained through task performance. For example, you can get honor points from the laboratory strategy work in a series of team tasks, and honor points can also be exchanged for shopping coupons. Each team has 2 supervisors, who will follow them on every mission. These 2 supervisors will not directly participate in the mission, but will be responsible for observing and recording. Record the performance of each member in the task. Eventually, the performance of these members will be submitted to Lu Hui for review. After Lu Hui has finished the review, she will select those with good performance and compile them into the honor list. The list will be given to Lu Shishir for review. After Lu Shishir completes the review and confirms that everything is correct, it will be given to Xue Qingyu for stamping, and different honor points will be given according to performance. The honor list after stamping will be given to Qiao Qiao for sorting and preservation. At the same time, Qiao Qiao will also announce the list and the honor points each person on the list has received. Or you can ask Qiao Qiao to exchange your honor points for shopping vouchers. However, most people choose to save their honor points, and only when they are really short of daily necessities will they take out a little bit to exchange for shopping vouchers for emergency use. Because honor points are too precious and too useful. After accumulating a certain amount of honor points, you can go to Su An's office to open the door and gain superpowers. The more points you have, the higher the level of superpowers you get, and you can even exchange for S-level superpowers. You can also change to a low-level ability first and then upgrade it when you have enough points. It can be said that the whole group is eager for honor points. Even the dozens of girls who are already S-Awakeners are very eager for honor points. Because honor points can also be used to apply for a dormitory change. You can even move to the dormitory next to Su An's bedroom. Without exception, the people living in the dormitories around Su An's bedroom are almost all S-level Awakeners, and those below are A-level. It is not difficult to see from the distribution of dormitories that the closer to Su An, the closer to the core management. Rumor has it that as long as one reaches a certain number of honor points, one can even live directly in Su An's big bedroom, although no one has collected enough points yet. But it does not prevent everyone from yearning for it, and it can even be said to be the ultimate dream of every member of the group. As long as you live in the leader's bedroom, you will step directly into the management level, and the shopping coupons will increase from 10 per month to 100. Of course, the material temptation is only a small part. Being able to live with the leader is the most important thing. But so far, except for Xue Qingyu and a few other management staff at the beginning, no one else can live there. Even the popular Lu Shishir couldn't live there. It's really too difficult. Of course, it's not that no one can take shortcuts. The most typical one is Yukiki. Half a month ago, after being called to the office by the leader, he was directly promoted to an S-level Awakener. This is not the end. After the festival the day before, I was called to the group leader's office. When Yukiki came out, Lu Hui informed her that she would move to the group leader's dormitory at night. Lu Kiki thus became the only relationship household. The girls are so jealous, envious, and hateful, but they can't learn. No one knows what the leader likes or what computer system he uses. It is more difficult to capture the leader than to accumulate honor points honestly. Too much competition. The shortcut is hard to take, and the back door is hard to open. At this time, Lu Hui was inspecting the dormitory area with a cold woman wearing OL clothes and glasses. Lu Hui is also responsible for personal hygiene and appearance. Even though all the members of the Chongqing Adventure team are beauties, it doesn't mean that all of them are diligent and love cleanliness. There are also many lazy dogs. The Chongqing Adventure Group has enough water resources, a public bathhouse, and shampoo and shower gel can be purchased with shopping coupons. As long as you buy a lot of snacks, basic daily necessities are definitely enough. Lu Hui will never allow lazy dogs who don't like to be clean to exist. The masters gave them absolute protection, luxurious living conditions, and even a brighter future than others. This is the treatment that other survivors dare not dream of. They are all the owner's property. Since it is the owner's thing, take good care of it. At least you can't be sloppy and don't like cleanliness. Be prepared to be called by your master at any time. Otherwise, it would be blasphemy and disrespect to the master. It's extremely arrogant behavior. Under Liu Hui's strict management, the girls in the Chongqing Adventure Group all pay great attention to their personal hygiene. Otherwise, if Liu Hui caught him, at the very least, some of his coupons would be deducted, he would not be allowed to eat or sleep for 2 days, or at the worst, his honor points would be cleared. Even the laziest dog would not dare to be lazy in the face of such punishment. Both the living environment and personal hygiene are kept clean. Liu Hui was also quite satisfied with this. But when Liu Hui walked to a dormitory, the discussion coming from inside made her face suddenly gloomy. Is the captain of the group hiding something? Otherwise, why has it been so long and only 5 people have moved into his dormitory? At this rate, when will it be my turn? How about we go to the shopping street and see if there are any tonic foods? Buy some for the captain? Chapter 109 Liu Hui. I don't want to be a human anymore. Hearing the conversation between the 2 girls in the room, Liu Hui's face became extremely gloomy. Although there is no prohibition on speech within the Chongqing Adventure Group, but everyone knows what to say and what not to say. There is nothing wrong with this kind of private speculation and plotting against Suin. Even if Liu Hui doesn't say anything, we should discuss it. Rumors are a powerful thing. Even if they are false, they will become true if they are passed on from one person to another. Isn't Suin awesome? No. Liu Hui has a deep understanding of this point, let alone hidden illness. It is exactly the opposite. But when these members of the group spoke of it, Suin became a loser. Arrogant, too arrogant, unforgivable. Liu Hui walked into the dormitory with a gloomy face. Seeing Liu Hui coming in, the 2 girls immediately stood up and greeted her. Hello, Minister Liu. Hello, Minister Liu. Liu Hui looked at the 2 girls calmly. You should know what to say and what not to say. Who gave you the guts to plot against the master in private? The 2 girls were so frightened that their faces turned pale. Sorry, we were wrong. We will never say such nonsense again. Liu Hui shook her head. How dare you, humble and lowly people, desecrate the dignity of your master. I cannot tolerate your arrogance and conceit. Liu Hui turned around and left, saying something to the OL lady next to her. Yun Bing, take them all to the team leader's office. Yes, the OL's name is Yun Bing, and she is Liu Huixin's newly promoted assistant. Yun Bing is aloof, meticulous, and serious person. He only cares about the matter and not the person. He is a person who is absolutely self-disciplined and has a rather rigid attitude towards life. It was precisely because of this character that Liu Hui took a fancy to him and promoted him. The Chongqing Adventure Group really needs an unsympathetic manager like Yun Bing in some places. Soon the 4 of them came to the head of the group's office. Liu Hui gently sat on Su An's office chair, stroking the cold desk. Then he gently pressed his face against the backrest and took a deep breath. The familiar smell left behind made her gradually feel hot all over, and the madness and enthusiasm in her eyes gradually overflowed. After such a long time together, she has completely sunk into the world that Suin has woven for her, like falling into the abyss. Or maybe she wanted to be in the abyss. He felt that he had fallen and was no longer himself. Liu Hui touched her delicate skin. Although she took good care of it, she would get old one day. She is 10 years older than Xueqingyu and the other girls. The frost of time will soon creep up on her cheeks. She was very uneasy. Although her position in the Chongqing Adventure Group is very high, second only to the deputy leader Xueqingyu in the management team, but she still has low self-esteem, and that inferiority complex in her bones is like a maggot in her tarsal bones, which has never been removed. In order to make the Chongqing Adventure Group develop better, she even rejected Su An's offer of S-level supernatural power. She is in charge of personnel management, which does not require strong strength. A-level abilities are enough, and the precious S-level abilities can be left to others. It can be said that everything she did was for Suin. But even so, she still felt it was not enough. Not enough. Still not enough. No matter how much she gave, it couldn't fill the big hole in her heart. Why? Why couldn't I meet him earlier? Why did I have to be born 10 years earlier? Liu Hui's expression gradually became painful and ferocious, but in the blink of an eye she suddenly started laughing so hard that she couldn't even straighten her back. Yes, do I, a lowly person, have the qualifications to stay by his side as a human being? It's fine if I fall, it's fine if I fall. Lu Hui said as she held her cheeks with both hands and gently pulled them. Her sharp nails left scarlet scratches on her skin. At this time, Li Xiaoyu had no idea that his beloved camera had been borrowed by Lu Hui. As the chief instructor of the Chongqing Adventure Group, Li Xiaoyu's strength is second only to Suin, and he is the only Awakener with two S-level abilities. One is Super Energy, and the other is Titan Power. One is an Energy Storage Counterattack type, and the other is a Strength Amplification type. The amazing combat power that the two combine can easily kill several bows, and can easily win against other S-level Awakeners. Li Xiaoyu is quite famous in the whole Suzhou area. Many people jokingly call her Violent Loli. Li Xiaoyu was so angry about this. She is not a Loli. She is already 18 years old, okay? Just a little shorter? Of course, she doesn't mind people saying she's violent, because she has a violent tendency. Whether she is killing zombies or chopping people, she will be extremely excited. Whenever she saw the bloody scene, she would become restless. But this will cause some minor troubles. The super energy combined with the Titan's power has a huge power. As a result, the machete Suin made for her has been deformed. It's no longer usable now. This made Li Xiaoyu very sad. So we have to find other weapons. Although the alloy sword is sharp, it is too light and not easy to use. Ordinary steel has poor toughness and durability. Li Xiaoyu had no choice but to place his hopes on Metal Gear Maker. She did find the manufacturing drawings of heavy weapons. But can a weapon weighing 200 or 300 kilograms be called a heavy weapon? It's still too light. Finally, Li Xiaoyu came up with an idea. Anyway, her weapon doesn't necessarily need to be sharpened, nor does it need to have complicated functions. It just needs to be able to smash and knock and be durable. Can't you just use the Metal Gear Maker to melt some alloy solution and then make the mold yourself? Pour out a big hammer, the kind that weighs 700 to 800 kilograms. Chapter 110, Metal Gear Solid begins. This morning, the Chongqing Adventure Group closed the trading area. This was the first time since the trading area opened that a huge crowd of people gathered outside. I didn't know what was going on. Many people now make a living by trading goods in the trading area. If the trading area closes, they will basically have no food to eat. What's going on? Why did you suddenly close the door today? I don't know either. I brought a bar of soap here today, hoping to sell it for a good price. I brought a low-grade alloy jacket here to see if I can sell it for a good price. Fuck, brother, you are awesome. You are willing to sell your Metal Gear. How about I give you 10 bottles of nutrient solution? Get lost, you are bullying the honest people, bro. This guy is a liar. Don't listen to him. A low-level alloy equipment is worth at least 30 bottles of nutrient solution, and there is no demand for it. I'll give you 32 bottles of nutrient solution. How about selling it to me? I'll give you 35 bottles. Just as people were talking, several members of the Chongqing Adventure Group opened the door of the trading area and walked out. However, just when everyone thought that the trading area was finally going to open, a few girls posted a few notices and turned away, and the door of the trading area was closed again. Oh my God. Why is it closed again? Mr. Dio, please come out and explain. Does anyone know why the trading area is closed? Some people were discussing it, while others gathered under the notice board to read the notice. Anyone who reads the announcement will scream, fuck, and run away within a minute. What's wrong? Are you crazy? What does the notice say? Please let me see it too. What the hell? Oh my God. The big one is coming. Brothers, the Chongqing Adventure Group is going to sell Metal Gear. You can buy Metal Gear directly from the Chongqing Adventure Group, brothers. Sale starts at 2 p.m. sharp. When the crowd saw the announcement posted by the Chongqing Adventure Group, they were immediately excited. Even though the lab has been around for a long time, people are still in great need of Metal Gear. Low-level laboratories are mostly filled with wooden boxes and bronze boxes. The output of alloy equipment is shockingly low. You may not get one even if you open dozens of them. The cancerous catalysts were so numerous that they disgusted the survivors. Even large adventure groups are in great need of Metal Gear and are collecting them every day. The price of Metal Gear is getting higher day by day, but few people are selling them. Even if they get the same parts from the treasure chest, they will choose to exchange them with others for other parts to complete the set instead of selling them. If you have a complete set of Metal Gear, you can explore the laboratory more safely and efficiently, and you will have enough money to survive. However, even such a precious thing can now be bought directly from the Chongqing Adventure Group, and you can buy not just one piece, but a whole set. Coat, pants, shoes, helmet, sword, shield. You deserve the Dream 6-piece set. What's even more outrageous is that the items used to purchase Metal Gear are not precious daily necessities or precious nutrient solutions. Instead, it is a cancer in the treasure chest and a catalyst that makes people hate it. How can this be? The survivors went crazy immediately. Without saying a word, he rushed home to get the catalyst. The news that Chongqing Adventure Group was selling Metal Gear spread quickly among the survivors like a gust of wind. There was no need for the Chongqing Adventure Group to do much publicity, as the news spread to everyone within just one morning. Everyone immediately started collecting the catalyst that everyone disliked. Because the trading area opened by the Chongqing Adventure Group used catalysts as tickets, most people did not throw away the catalysts, but kept them at home for future use. So there are many people who hold a lot of catalysts. Less than an hour after the announcement was posted, a long queue formed at the entrance of the trading area. At first glance, there are no less than 10,000 people. Although the trading area will not open for a few hours, it does not affect people queuing up in advance. But some are happy, while others are sad. I am happy for those who were reluctant to throw away the catalyst before. I'm worried about those smart people who only saved a few days' ticket money and threw away the rest. The announcement of the Chongqing Adventure Group clearly states, a low-level alloy equipment requires 10,000 bottles of catalyst. To be honest, most people can't take out so many catalysts. Even those who didn't want to throw away the catalysts before, most of them can't take out the catalysts. But the Chongqing Adventure Group has a conscience. They are rich and like to do charity. It doesn't matter if you can't afford it all at once. You can buy it in installments after paying the down payment. The down payment for a piece of Metal Gear is only 2,000 bottles of catalyst, and the remaining 8,000 bottles can be paid in up to 10 installments. In other words, as long as you collect 12,000 bottles of catalyst, you can exchange for a complete set of low-level alloy equipment. Although most people can't afford so much, it's still no problem to empty your family's savings and take out 5,000 or 6,000 bottles to make up half a set of Metal Gear. With half a set of alloy equipment on your body, you can boldly explore the low-level laboratory. As long as you work hard, you can quickly get the money for the remaining half set, and it won't take long to get a full set of low-level alloy equipment. At first, there were many smart people who wanted to collect a set of low-level alloy equipment, then pretend to be a deadbeat and don't want to pay back the installments, so they took advantage of the Chongqing Adventure Group. At worst, I can just stop associating with the Chongqing Adventure Group and stay away from them. I can still make a living with my low-level alloy equipment. Anyway, I don't have a credit report, so I won't lose anything. Instead, I'll make a lot of money. But when I learned that Chongqing Adventure Group also had mid-level alloy equipment for sale, I could only buy mid-level alloy equipment after paying off the installments of low-level alloy equipment. Everyone has given up the idea of escaping the bill and getting something for free. If low-level Metal Gear is the dream of ordinary people, then the mid-level Metal Gear set is everyone's dream. Even large adventure groups will drool. Compared with the mid-level Metal Gear, the low-level Metal Gear is not just a little bit worse. Performance, durability, and even appearance are not on the same level. Although there is no identity card. But don't even think about getting away with it from the Chongqing Adventure Group. Because the notice has already said that if you want to buy the intermediate metal equipment, you must accept the hypnosis examination of the Psychic Awakener of the Chongqing Adventure Group. No matter how hypocritical you are, no matter how stubborn you are, you will still tell the truth in front of the psychic, and they will know whether you have paid off the installments or not just by asking. At 2 p.m., the door to the trading area slowly opened, and the crowd instantly became excited. Here it comes. Chapter 1:11 Bailey Bing wants to take the back door. Cousin, you are confused. On this day, the Chongqing Adventure Group's trading area was packed with people. In just half a day, more than 100,000 survivors were gathered. They were all carrying large and small bags of catalysts, waiting in line to buy Metal Gear. Some people also want to bully others and cut in line. After being chopped down in public by the Chongqing Adventure Group, they became obedient. No matter who you are, you have to queue up obediently, and large adventure groups are no exception. Each person is limited to one set, and group purchase is not supported. All beings are equal. In less than 3 hours, 5,000 sets of low-level Metal Gear were sold. Just as more and more people were lining up, the Chongqing Adventure Group suddenly announced that they would not be selling it today and asked everyone to come early tomorrow. Yes, the Metal Gear Solid of the Chongqing Adventure Group is sold in limited quantities. The exact number of units sold is not disclosed. It is all up to everyone's imagination. This made the survivors jump up and down anxiously. I finally gathered enough catalysts, and you told me that it was limited? They were sold out before it was my turn today? Some people left cursing, but more people would rather die than leave. If you can't buy it today, there's always tomorrow. It's always a good idea to queue up in advance. Who knows how many sets will be limited tomorrow? If I queue up again tomorrow, it will take me a long time to get my turn. It will be useless if I don't get my turn no matter how many catalysts I have. As a result, a spectacular and strange scene appeared at the entrance of the trading area. The densely packed team of survivors began to sit on the ground and lie down to sleep. Everyone has almost the same idea. I'm not leaving. I want to get in line. I'm sleeping here tonight. In the small building at the end of the trading area, Qingxia and Lu Shishir are sorting out today's bill. 5,000 sets of low-level alloy equipment were sold out without a single piece left. A total of 60 million bottles of catalyst were collected, which was a huge harvest, faster than picking them up in the laboratory. Snow Whisper is adjusting the equipment purchase limit for tomorrow. After all, the metal equipment of the Chongqing Adventure Group is not unlimited, and the sales quantity needs to be limited. Now there are only more than 10,000 sets of low-level alloy equipment and more than 3,000 sets of intermediate alloy equipment in the warehouse, and only 400 to 500 sets of high-level alloy equipment. All of them will be sold out in no time at today's sales rate. Even if the Metal Gear Maker produces 1,500 sets a day, it is still far from enough. There are too many survivors, and the equipment required is too great. Sister Qingyu, why don't we raise the price of the equipment? Qingxia thought for a moment and asked. Judging from the current enthusiasm of the survivors, they would rush to buy even 20,000 yuan, not to mention 12,000 yuan. Shui Qingyu smiled slightly, tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, and explained softly. For the sake of stability, if there is an increase, there will be a decrease. This will make some people not dare to boldly take out the catalyst. Only stable prices can make people feel at ease. Moreover, he said that 12,000 yuan per set is already the limit. If the price goes up again, many people will not be able to afford it. The selling price is set by Suin, but they are responsible for the sales process and sales quantity. Shui Qingyu admired Su An's arrangements from the bottom of her heart. Changing the price of equipment without authorization will only make people feel uneasy, which will be detrimental to the continued sales in the future. It is of utmost importance to ensure that the Chongqing Adventure Group has absolute credibility and sales popularity. This is a very far-sighted approach, which is enough to show the breadth of Su An's vision. Not only that, the master is really amazing, Lu Shishir continued after thinking for a while. The owner has set the price at a level that most people can afford even if they spend all their money. There's a reason for that. Think about it, the catalyst comes from the laboratory. So many people will definitely go to explore the laboratory after getting the equipment. Then the output of catalyst will increase significantly. Low-level alloy equipment only costs 12,000 yuan per set, but mid-level alloy equipment costs 200,000 yuan per set. Getting low-level alloy equipment is just the beginning. Lu Shishir's words are not false. This is exactly what Suin wants. The low-level equipment is just to make the survivors spend all their money. The high price of the mid-level equipment is the highlight. The survivors who get the low-level equipment will naturally go to the laboratory at all costs. Even with the support of low-level equipment, it will take a few months to pay off the 200,000 installment. Report to the deputy leader. Black Rose's leader Bailey Bing wants to see you. A guard reported. Okay, I understand. Let her wait in the reception room for a while, and then I'll come over. Shui Qingyu put down the work at hand and turned to the reception room. At this time, Bailey Bing was drinking coffee in the reception room. He seemed calm on the surface, but in fact, he was very nervous. Chongqing Adventure Group sells Metal Gear, which is good for everyone. But the problem is that there are too many people buying, and you can't cut in line. Even large adventure groups can only wait in line. Chongqing Adventure Group does not accept group purchase reservations. As a result, large adventure groups not only cannot get equipment in advance, but also have to queue up, which will undoubtedly affect the progress of laboratory exploration. Although large adventure groups are more powerful, they have more people and require more equipment. In order to keep the main force at the head better able to attack the advanced laboratory, the equipment loss is also large. Facing the ferocious BOW, the alloy equipment will also be damaged to a certain extent and will need to be replaced over time. Everyone wants to discuss with the Chongqing Adventure Group whether they can use the internal channel to purchase in bulk. But there is no way out. The Longevity Adventure Group just ignores me. I can only find someone who has contact with the Chongqing Adventure Group to make a connection. Don't even think about the True God Church. They are all Captain Su's lackeys and fanatics. What Captain Su said was an oracle, and there was no room for doubt. If they were asked to help with the connection, they might be arrested and tried as heretics. I think the only thing I can find is Black Rose. After all, It is rumored that the leader of the Black Rose, Bailey Bing, is the cousin of the snow-whispering snow goddess of the Immortal Adventure Group. With this relationship, if Bailey Bing comes forward, there might be hope of getting in touch. Bailey Bing did not reject the proposals of the major adventure groups, because Black Rose also has a great demand for Metal Gear. Seeing Xue Qingyu, Bailey Bing stood up and said, "Qingyu, you are here. I hope I am not disturbing your work." Xue Qingyu smiled and said, "No. What do you want to talk to me about, cousin?" Bailey Bing hesitated to speak. Although the two were cousins, Bailey Bing still found it difficult to speak up when someone came over to buy equipment through the back door. Xue Qingyu understood and pulled Bailey to sit on the sofa. "Cousin, you came here today probably because of the Metal Gear incident, right?" Bailey Bing's pretty face was slightly hot, but she still nodded. "Qingyu, you know that everyone is in short supply of Metal Gear right now. Can you please?" Xue Qingyu shook her head and refused without thinking too much. Bailey Bing sighed when he saw this, and his expression dimmed. Xue Qingyu then slowly explained. "My husband, Suin, guessed you would come from the beginning. He said that it's not impossible to buy equipment in a group. You should go back and discuss it with other adventure groups. Each adventure group should send a representative to come over tomorrow to discuss the details." Bailey Bing. Well, people had guessed it all from the beginning, even knowing that she would be pushed over as a lobbyist. However, Bailey Bing still discovered some small details from Xue Qingyu's words. Then he asked with a strange look, "You just called him hubby. You two wouldn't?" Xue Qingyu did not deny it and smiled sweetly. Her bright eyes turned into a beautiful crescent moon. Bailey Bing couldn't help but shake her head and lament. "Cousin, you are so confused." Snow whispers and smiles without saying a word. Confused? Not at all. It's better to say that it happened to be her wish. She had been secretly in love with him for several years before the end of the world. In this chaotic world, being able to be with your loved ones is already a luxury. She's really satisfied with it. Chapter 112, New Superpower, Civilization. Continuation. Over there in the Chongqing Adventure Group, the leaks are being organized in an orderly manner. Suin was desperately absorbing the European energy in the True God Church. At this time, Joan of Arc was wearing her heels and a little armor, sitting on the soft big bed. Her pretty face was red as if it was about to bleed. Suin leaned on Jean's soft legs and drew the lottery. Suin unexpectedly likes Jean. Although I'm a little bit. But the others are all top-notch, and one of the Forsacred Beasts. The character is also very interesting, and it is quite fun to tease him. The way she tried to suppress her shame, blushing but pretending to be calm and nonchalant, was really cute. Of course, what makes Suin even happier is that Jean Dark is really lucky and can be called the King of Luck. Just 5 10 draws, and a total of 10 level 2 civilization items appeared. Although most of the second level civilization items are dispensable gadgets, there are 2 of them that are very practical. One is a purifying automatic flush toilet. It looks like a normal toilet, but you only need to add water once to flush it and it will cycle automatically. Moreover, feces and urine will automatically decompose inside the toilet and become some colorless and odorless dry organic sand, which is very convenient to handle and can also be used to grow vegetables. The other one is the water circulation attached bath. This is a palm-sized square box made of special nanomaterials. It looks small, but once it is turned on, it will automatically turn into a huge bathtub of 10 meters by 10 meters with a dozen shower platforms. The water temperature can be adjusted manually at any time or automatically set according to human body temperature. The bathtub is also automatically recycled and purified. Dead skin and some stains on the human body will be recycled and purified and also become colorless and odorless organic sand. It is also very water-saving. It is estimated that adding water once can last for a year or so, or even longer, because the bathtub will automatically absorb the surrounding water vapor to replenish. As long as it is not placed in an open-air environment, the evaporation rate is much greater than the absorption rate, and you will basically not feel thirsty. These 2 things can be regarded as convenient assistants for home life, and they are very useful. Of course, these things are actually secondary. The most important thing is that Suin's God-level ability has been upgraded. Currently, there are 2 God-level abilities, Plunder and Guardian of Civilization. Plunder has several functions, including replicating superpowers, depriving of wealth, stripping superpowers, and equality of all beings. The Guardians of Civilization are Civilization, Spark, and a newly upgraded Civilization. Continuation, Civilization, Continuation. You can copy one currently acquired civilization item every day. The effect is simple and crude, That is, you can nest dolls infinitely. If you get something you like, you can copy it and copy it again the next day. With this ability, the already wealthy family will undoubtedly become even richer. At least the output of Metal Gear has been completely solved. If we copy a few more Metal Gear makers, in just a few weeks, we can produce tens of thousands of Metal Gears per day, and in a month, we can produce tens of thousands of sets per day. It can be said that when this ability appears, he has already cleared the current version. In order to reward Jean for the huge amount of luck she provided, Suen generously rewarded her. Let Joan of Arc continue to add color to the good fortune. This is called Taste of Life. After discussing the second wave of the Way of the Virtuous Knight with Jean, Suen left the True God Church with satisfaction and returned to the base of the Chongqing Adventure Group. I copied the Metal Gear Maker as soon as possible. What was copied was not the Metal Gear manufacturing core that needed to be charged, but the intermediate Metal Gear manufacturing device that could produce intermediate Metal Gear. With 2 Metal Gear makers working nonstop, production doubled from 1,500 pieces per day to 3,000 pieces. Although there are still too many people and too little meat, the supply cannot keep up with the demand, but as time goes by, a Metal Gear maker is reproduced every day, and eventually the supply and demand will be balanced. At most, it will just be flat. He will not let the situation of oversupply and Metal Gear Solid being everywhere happen. Even if there are so many Metal Gears that they are left in the wide space to molder, he will not sell them at a low price. Suyi then hummed a little tune and returned to his group leader's office. But when he entered the door, he froze in his tracks. What happened to the kidney? Lu Hui slowly hugged Su-en's waist from behind, breathing like orchids and said, "Master, do you like it?" Su-en's expression remained unchanged as he closed the office door. Early the next morning, Su-en came to the True God Cult stronghold again, and first found Jean to absorb some good luck. Then he asked people to bring some believers to experiment with him. There are 2 experimental topics today. Topic 1. Experiment on disguise combinations of various zombie skills and rejection reactions of skills. Topic 2. Feasibility of strengthening and increasing human kidney function. While Suen was devoting himself to the study of science, a Metal Gear mass purchase meeting was held in the meeting room of the Chongqing Adventure Group trading area. Hundreds of adventure groups arrived. It can be said that all the powerful forces in the entire Sioux land have come, both men and women, without exception. They are the leaders and vice leaders of major adventure groups. The meeting was co-chaired by Xue Qingyu, Li Xiaoyu, and Lu Hui. Xue Qingyu was responsible for the main speech. Lu Hui assisted, and Li Xiaoyu was idle. Deputy Captain, everyone is here. It's almost time to start. Xue Qingyu nodded, glanced at everyone, and said slowly, "I don't want to beat around the bush, so let's get straight to the point. We can provide you with priority purchase channels for 2,000 pieces of Metal Gear every day. Not only basic alloy equipment, but also intermediate and even advanced ones. As long as you can afford the price, our Chongqing Adventure Group can give you something." As soon as Xue Qingyu finished speaking, there was a commotion in the conference hall. Does Vice Captain Xue really mean what he said? Can I really buy advanced Metal Gear? 2,000 pieces a day is not a small amount. Yes, and how should we divide it? We can't just draw lots to decide. Currently, the trading area only opens the purchase channel for low-level alloy equipment. The intermediate and high-level alloy equipment will be opened after purchase. According to the Chongqing Adventure Team, the intermediate level Metal Gear will be available for purchase in 10 days, and the advanced level will be available in a month. If they could buy more advanced metal equipment from the Chongqing Adventure Group in advance, it would undoubtedly be a great thing for everyone present. Who would buy low-level ones when they can buy high-level ones? Everyone present is rich, and if the whole group pools together, they can get a lot of catalysts. Not to mention the advanced ones, there are still a lot of intermediate Metal Gears that can be bought. Xue Qingyu raised her hand slightly to signal everyone to be quiet. I can tell you responsibly that 2,000 pieces per day is just the initial number, and it will increase in the future. As for how to allocate the purchase quantity, we will talk about it later. Before that, you all need to agree to some conditions. First, once you buy equipment from our adventure group, your adventure group can no longer buy or sell Metal Gear. Second, everyone needs to hand over the design drawings in their hands. One set of design drawings can be exchanged for 1 intermediate alloy equipment. Third, for bulk purchases, equipment prices will increase by 10%. After we achieve the above 3 points, we can discuss the next cooperation. All the bigwigs were speechless after hearing this. The second and third conditions are easy to deal with. The blueprints are useless to everyone, and it is not a loss to exchange them for an intermediate alloy equipment. The 10% price increase is within an acceptable range, and it is even much cheaper than expected. But the first condition is a bit too overbearing. Although no one knows what the catalyst is used for, but since the Chongqing Adventure Group purchased such a large quantity, it means that it must be useful. Many people actually bought equipment from the Chongqing Adventure Group and then sold it with one hand and bought it with the other, stockpiling some catalysts. A fat middle-aged man said dissatisfiedly, "Deputy Captain Shui, isn't it a bit unethical for your Chongqing Adventure team to do this? What exactly is the use of catalysts? Let's talk about it openly and honestly. We can all benefit from it together. You can't just take all the benefits with your adventuring group, right? Besides, can a woman like you make the decision on such a big matter? Where's Captain Sue? Let him come out and give everyone an explanation." Not only the middle-aged man, many people present thought so. They echoed. As soon as the fat man finished speaking, Li Xiaoyu had already flashed behind him. A giant hammer weighing more than 800 kilograms smashed down. After hearing a muffled sound, the ground began to tremble. Li Xiaoyu picked up the sledgehammer and put it on his shoulder, then returned to Shui Qingyu as if nothing had happened. As for the obese middle-aged man, he had already turned into a pile of rotten meat. Shui Qingyu said coldly, "I hope everyone understands something. You should thank my man for giving you a chance to cooperate and survive. Otherwise, he won't even have to do anything. The things in your homes will appear in the warehouse of my Chongqing Adventure Group tomorrow. From the beginning to the end, you have no right to negotiate or raise any questions. Besides, you can't see my man whenever you want. Please make sure you put your position and attitude in the right place." Chapter 113. All people are in debt, being exploited in gratitude. Time flies, and it is January. It is the coldest month of winter, and the temperature has dropped to single digits. Fortunately, Suzhou is a southern city, and the temperature rarely drops below zero. For people who are used to living in the civilized world, this winter is particularly cold. In addition, supplies are scarce, and the only way to survive the winter is to have a healthy body. Fortunately, with the equipment provided by the Chongqing Adventure Group, everyone could still have a full meal. Chongqing Adventure Group has been selling Metal Gear Solid publicly for a whole month. By now, most people have some low-level alloy equipment to save their lives, and those who are more motivated even have mid-level alloy equipment. Several large adventure groups also purchased several sets of high-end metal equipment from the Chongqing Adventure Group. With the help of these equipments, those who are capable can attack the laboratory, and those who are not capable can quietly return to the city to search for supplies. Nowadays, food supplies are no longer indispensable in urban areas. Compared with foods that are relatively difficult to preserve, nutrient solution is more cost-effective. The nutrient solution tastes bad? Anyone who can still say such things is probably just too full. The most valuable items in the city now are clothes, pants, quilts, and other cold-resistant equipment. Of course, compared to these most basic daily necessities, antibiotics and other medicines are even more scarce. Living conditions are already terrible, and with the weather turning cold, who wouldn't have a fever or a cold? Before the end of the world, the price of medicine was not low, and after the end of the world, it became sky-high. One antibiotic tablet can even be exchanged for 5 bottles of nutrient solution, but even at this price, it is still in short supply. However, what is incredible to people is that the Chongqing Adventure Group actually opened a sales window for selling drugs at this time. As long as you take out a certain amount of catalyst, you can buy medicines such as penicillin, Ganmao Ling, oxytetracycline, Cieli Ting, Gankong, Lianfa Qing 1, etc. As long as you have enough catalyst, you can buy what you want. But the price is a bit expensive, 1,000 bottles of catalyst and 1 tablet of antibiotic. Even with such a high price, the drug sales window of the Chongqing Adventure Group is always crowded with people. You can get another catalyst if you lose it, but if you are terminally ill and don't take medicine, you will really die. The sale of drugs is the same as Metal Gear Solid. If you can't afford the full price, then pay a down payment of 50% of the price and pay the rest in installments. After paying off the drug installments, you can also receive a 500-point catalyst voucher for the intermediate Metal Gear Solid. Although compared with the high 200,000 price of the intermediate Metal Gear Solid, this coupon seems a bit ordinary, like a Lamborghini 50-cent voucher. But at least it's free. Who can say it's not good? And if you don't pay off the drug installments, it will also affect the installment credit of Metal Gear. Once discovered by the psychics of the Chongqing Adventure Group, it will be sent away. The Chongqing Adventure Group will not open any cooperation opportunities to you, and you can't even think about buying anything. Because the Chongqing Adventure Group has such a high status, once you are blacklisted by the Chongqing Adventure Group, there won't even be anyone to team up with you. All the major adventure groups avoid this kind of illegal residence like the plague. There is no way. The Chongqing Adventure Group is the only one in power. Not to mention offending anyone, no one even dares to question the Chongqing Adventure Group. The main reason is that everyone owes money to the Chongqing Adventure Group. There are not many people who have not taken out installment loans from the Chongqing Adventure Group. The survivors have to get up early and come back late every day to explore the laboratory desperately to pay off their debts. Many people's calves began to tremble when they saw the laboratory area, and they felt as if they had entered a black hole factory. If you want to say that the Chongqing Adventure Group is exploiting the survivors, that's not necessarily true. They clearly provided everyone with Metal Gear, giving everyone hope of survival. You can say there is no exploitation, but it is clear that everyone owes others a lot of debts. But the catalyst is useless, and the most precious nutrient solution is not even wanted by the Longevity Adventure team. No matter how you think about it, it feels like a mixture of pain and happiness. Being exploited and oppressed while being grateful, this is probably the voice of everyone at the moment. As for the Chongqing Adventure Group, there are now 30 Metal Gear makers, with a fixed daily output of nearly 45,000 Metal Gear items. Such a large output is just barely enough to match the supply and demand of the survivors. Suin also stopped copying the Metal Gear maker. This was just right now, allowing the Chongqing Adventure Group's Metal Gear sales point to remain popular. He instead replicated an automatic energy storage faucet every day. Of course, even if the Chongqing Adventure Group no longer has any need for Metal Gear, it is a complete version graduation. But Suin still let the girls take turns to attack the advanced laboratory every day, and they were not allowed to wear high-level alloy equipment. At most, they could only wear intermediate alloy equipment, or even low-level alloy equipment. Although no force can challenge the Chongqing Adventure Group at this stage, we still need to be prepared for danger in times of peace. It is a very long process to let the girls fight frequently and hone their strength and combat awareness. If you want to survive in the Doomsday world, you need to keep getting stronger. As for the rest of the people, most of them were engaged in the work of transporting alloy raw materials. As for Suin, he completely became a hands-off boss. Every day, I travel back and forth between the True God Church and the Chongqing Adventure Group. Or you can go to the True God Church to do experiments and combine the zombie skills. After a period of research, Suin has barely understood most of the zombie skills. Generally speaking, zombie skills have no side effects. But not all of them. A small number of them will have certain sequelae after using. For example, after combining multiple berserk skills, the brain will be burned out and fall completely into frenzy. Each person can only withstand 3 zombie skills at most. Any more will basically result in brain stem loss. After Sue Ann's experiments over this period of time, the True God Church turned a disaster into a blessing, and for no reason, it gained hundreds of Awaken ones. This method of turning an Awakened person out of thin air excited the believers, and they all shouted, "Long live the True God." For a time, Sue Ann's prestige in the True God Church became even greater, to the point of bursting. Any one of them you pick out is a fanatic. Even some small groups evolved within the True God Church, and they named themselves the Devotion Society. Although they have believed in Suin for such a long time, the believers have no idea what their true God likes or what he lacks. Supplies? Equipment? Awakeners? Nutrient solution? Since the True God came to the True God Church, the situation of the True God Church has been getting better and better, but he has never taken away a single needle or thread. On the other hand, they have not made any substantial contribution other than asking for things. This is obviously wrong. You also need to burn incense when you pray to God. The True God is too selfless, which makes believers gradually feel uneasy. Fear of being abandoned by the True God. For this reason, the Dedication Society was born. Chapter 114. The third stage is coming soon. The purpose of the dedication meeting is simple. That is to offer to the True God what the True God likes and to devote everything you have. We still don't know what the True God likes. But it is not difficult to see from the gender ratio of the Chongqing Adventure Group that if the True God really likes something, it must be beautiful women. It is absolutely right to offer beautiful women to the True God. However, because the Chongqing Adventure Group had been recruiting beautiful women since the beginning of the apocalypse, there are not many beautiful women in Sudi now, and there are even fewer who can meet the standards of the Chongqing Adventure Group. After much deliberation, the dedication will choose to start from the children, plan to train the saint personally. So this group of people started looking for beautiful women everywhere. If they couldn't find big ones, small ones would do. Either they buy it with money, or they kidnap it, or even use the name of the True God. But what the Devotion Society never expected was that the news of training a saint for the true God accidentally spread. A lot of people came with their daughters, trying their best to send their children to the true God church to become saints. Cheap and affordable. Reverse opening. Some people don't even want to pay. There is no way. Sue-In's reputation is too big. Now the Longevity Adventure Group is no longer recruiting, and the True God Church only accepts level 1 believers. On one side, there is no door at all, and on the other side, there is a high threshold. It is considered good enough to send your child to the True God Church. In this doomsday world, raising children is extremely difficult, and you have to face danger at any time. You can't even get enough food and clothes, and raising children means that both the young and the old will suffer together. It would be better to send him to the True God Church. If he is chosen by someone, it would be like winning the lottery jackpot. Although separation from family is painful, at least the children have hope of survival. They don't have to worry about starving to death or being captured and enslaved by the thugs. As a result, within just a few days, the entrance of the True God Church was filled with people who were willing to give away their children for free. The dedication meeting was completely confusing. The top leaders of the True God Church were also alarmed. You should know that the True God Church has only one doctrine and no branches. The establishment of branches is expressly prohibited. Joan of Arc immediately arrested all the members of the oblate. Interrogate them separately one by one. Then they were all released the next day, and the chosen children were still the reserved saints. Not only that, even Joan of Arc herself chose to join the Oblate Society. It seems nonsensical, even funny, but Joan of Arc couldn't laugh at all. When Joan of Arc saw those skinny and pale children, she still felt a little uncomfortable. The purpose of the dedication meeting is to dedicate everything to the true God and to find what the true God desires. But are these children really what the true God wants? It goes without saying that Sue-In has no shortage of beauties, let alone these children. But the purpose of the dedication meeting is worthy of recognition. The True God Church gained so many benefits from Sue-In, but received little in return. The only reward is probably to give all the catalysts to the Chongqing Adventure Group. But this is far from enough. All believers must always understand that their current status is given by the true God. This is the reason why the True God Church was born. So Joan of Arc chose to retain the Oblates and agreed to select some children to join the True God Church. Although this will make the True God Church return to the days before liberation. But with the hundreds of awakeners created by Sue-In, life can still be managed. Joan of Arc still remembered that Sue-In once told her that in the near future, heaven and earth would merge. At that time, people will see light. As long as they can hold on, food will no longer be scarce, and most people will no longer starve to death. At that time, the population will drop sharply, and every person will be a precious resource. Joan of Arc had no doubt about Sue-In's words and kept them in mind. This might be the hint Sue-In gave her, and also the guidance to the True God Church. These children are a burden now, but perhaps they will no longer be in the future. After all, the True God Church already has a lot of burdens, and it doesn't need a few more children. As for Sue-In, he had no idea what kind of dedication meeting the True God had organized for him. Even if he knew, he would just laugh it off and not care. This is what the True God religion is like. It likes fraternity and Virgin Mary. But he wasn't going to interfere. In this doomsday era, when jackalls are everywhere and people are cold-hearted, this kind of Madonna spirit is even more precious than gems. The True God Church may be ridiculed by others, but what about those who are protected by the True God Church? Everyone has their own sorrow, and each has to walk their own path. There is no need to agree or despise. Just stay firm on the path you have chosen. In the blink of an eye, another 3 months passed. As winter goes and spring comes, all things come to life. The continuous drizzle fell. The devastated land, once ravaged by crows, has regained its green vitality. Spring is here, and it's time to... As the temperature rose, the survivor's condition improved slightly. But overall, it's just like that, still shuttling back and forth between the urban area and the laboratory area. However, those who have survived to this day have more or less developed their own set of survival rules. Everyone has become more and more adapted to this doomsday world. The Chongqing Adventure Group is still selling metal gear and medicine. In just 4 months, Sooty's catalysts were almost completely extracted. To date, almost everyone owes a debt to the Chongqing Adventure Group. Originally, everyone thought that if they worked hard for a year or half a year, they would be able to exchange a set of high-end alloy equipment from the Chongqing Adventure Group. But the fact is, it has been almost half a year and not many people can afford to switch to intermediate alloy equipment. Less than 1/5. There is no other reason. The number of low-level laboratories is limited. So many people went to the low-level laboratories to grab catalysts. And as a result, the number of low-level laboratories even became more than that of high-level laboratories. I dare not go to the advanced laboratory. At this rate, it will take a long time to upgrade to advanced Metal Gear. At the same time, the Chongqing Adventure Group, which had been silent for 3 months, suddenly made new moves. All the team members evacuated the laboratory area in unison. The entire regiment moved to an uninhabited wasteland area and began to build large-scale fortress defensive fortifications. The survivors were left scratching their heads. Everyone speculated that the Chongqing Adventure Group was planning to build their own city. At the same time, the True God Church also stopped most of the offensive work and invested its main manpower in the construction of defensive fortifications. On the 4th day after the Chongqing Adventure Group's city building, the Chongqing Adventure Group issued an announcement to the public. After field investigation and prediction, 3 days later, a large number of zombies will rush out from the urban area and the laboratory area and attack the survivors' camp. Survivors, please build shelters and defensive offensives as soon as possible to resist the tide of zombies. Chapter 115, The Zombie Tide is Coming. As soon as the Chongqing Adventure Group's announcement was issued, the survivors immediately panicked. Huh? Where did the zombie tide come from? Why didn't I see it? Didn't they say that in 3 days the zombies in the city and the lab will rush out? That shouldn't be the case. Don't those ghost things never come out on their own initiative? Believe it or not, I believe it anyway. And I'm going home to dig a tunnel now. The tunnel is great, I'll go back and dig too. Don't you believe it? Ahem, the Chongqing Adventure Group can't really deceive us. Even though it's a little bit mysterious, we still have to believe it. Compared to ordinary survivors, the major adventure groups were even more shocked. Although everyone's life is relatively stable now, the days when they had to escape from the jaws of zombies are still vivid in their minds. How terrifying must it be to face the zombie tide that even the Chongqing Adventure Group has to build fortifications in advance to resist? The Chongqing Adventure Group has dozens of S-level awakeners. So, adventure groups of all sizes began to build fortifications without saying a word. Especially those large adventure groups who were working hard to build walls and fences. There was no need to explore the laboratory or dig for supplies in the city. The most important thing was to upgrade the defense of the shelter. As for the Chongqing Adventure Group, after 4 days of construction, the fortress has been preliminarily completed. The interior is a temporary residence built with simple spliced building materials, which can accommodate about 1,000 people. The living area is in the center, and the defense area is on the periphery. The defense area is divided into 3 layers, all of which are made of sand and stone walls that are more than 3 meters thick and more than 10 meters high. There is a buffer zone of several hundred meters between the city walls. Even if the zombies break through the first line of defense, they can stand on the city wall and kill them from a distance. The outermost layer is a spur fence embedded with sharp steel spikes and more than a dozen layers of electric fences. Behind the power grid were large and small earth pits, in which some clay had been piled in advance and was mixed in a mud before the zombie tide arrived. Once a zombie falls in, it will take a certain amount of time for it to struggle out. Ordinary traps do not pose much threat to mutated zombies, but this clay trap can significantly slow down the zombie's attack speed and buy time to kill them. Moreover, this type of trap is the easiest to maintain. After all, there are many waves of zombies, and durability is the key. At this time, on the high city wall, Suin was sitting at the table with his legs crossed, drinking coffee. Chow Chow was serving by the side, wearing a black and white maid outfit. Standing behind him were 4 S-rank Awakener guards. Looking at the girls busy at work under the city wall, Suin couldn't help but smile. The 3rd stage is coming, and it is also the last stage of the first Doomsday. The zombie tide will last for a total of 7 days. There are still 3 days left before the zombie tide arrives. This means there are only 10 days left until the second Doomsday. With sufficient manpower and massive resources, he was completely invincible in the first Doomsday. In the past few months, he had nothing to do all day. Either it is a replica of civilized items or a lottery, or to enhance the relationship with the members. The 2 god-level supernatural powers have never been upgraded. Plunder now needs to replicate 10,000 superpowers to upgrade. Even if all the awakened people in Sudi are killed, there will be less than 2,000, which is far from enough. As for the Guardian of Civilization, his proficiency has reached 80%. I think he should be able to upgrade in another month. This is all thanks to Joan of Arc's good luck. Although his supernatural powers have not been upgraded, his leader's dormitory has been expanded a lot. In addition to Yu, Yukiki, and the other 8 bodyguards also moved in. Fortunately, the kidney strengthening has achieved some success, and Mr. Su is still in good health. Suin had no fear of the second Doomsday, and was even a little bit looking forward to it. If the second Doomsday doesn't come, he will become a useless person. As for the zombie tide in the third stage, he didn't take it seriously at all. With the current configuration of the Chongqing Adventure Group, they could definitely withstand the zombie tide. Not to mention building fortifications a week in advance. Even one day in advance would be enough. The reason why they built fortifications with such great fanfare and announced the news of the zombie tide to the outside world was entirely for the last wave of leaks. Over the past few months, the Chongqing Adventure Group has collected more than 20 billion bottles of catalysts. 70% of Sooty's catalysts are in his hands. This is the power of capital. Of course, this last wave of leaks does not just refer to the remaining catalysts, but the tide of corpses. His current character level has barely reached level 6, and the experience points given by the zombies are too little, so he really can't grind anymore. Not to mention him, even Wonkai, who can also eat zombies to level up, has recently developed anorexia due to eating too many zombies, and wants to vomit when he sees zombies. Killing zombies, honestly, is not the right way after all. He came up with the idea of taking a shortcut, because he found a bug. Ever since Metal Gear Solid was upgraded to the top level, he discovered that one of the things it produced was a bit problematic. Automatic defense, electromagnetic gun, sentry tower. This thing is a defensive weapon, a high-tech sentry tower. It will play a big role in the next stage of resisting the zombie tide. But that's not the point. The key point is, when he used this thing to test its power on zombies, he found that the zombies killed by the electromagnetic cannon would provide him with experience. This is probably related to the fact that the machine for making the electromagnetic gun sentry tower was copied by him using his supernatural powers. Not only the electromagnetic gun sentry tower, but any equipment made by the top-level alloy equipment maker will provide experience to whoever holds it as long as it kills a zombie. However, due to the limited production of top-level alloy equipment, it is currently only circulated within the Chongqing Adventure Group and has not been promoted externally, so the cost-effectiveness of using it to gain experience is not high. He would not be so generous as to distribute large quantities of top-level Metal Gear to the survivors. It's not a question of whether the production volume is low or not, but he just wants to use it himself. But the electromagnetic gun sentry towers are different. You can sell some to others. This thing has a fast firing rate, long battery life, and great power. The only drawback is that it cannot be one building, but it is perfect for defending strongholds against zombie tides. At that time, not only can you sell it to major adventure groups and collect another wave of catalysts, but you can also get a huge amount of experience points for free, and reaching level 10 is no longer a dream. But Suin did not intend to sell the electromagnetic gun sentry tower right now. The survivors have to suffer first, and when they are complaining, they will realize the preciousness of electromagnetic turrets. Then they will be more generous when buying electromagnetic turrets. He had asked someone to send more than a dozen machines to the True God Church in advance. After all, the True God Church would send him any bottle of catalyst they had, so giving them more than a dozen electromagnetic turrets could be considered a gift in return. In this tense atmosphere, 3 days passed in a flash. When the first ray of sunlight in the early morning shone on the earth, all the zombies froze in place. After a moment, they suddenly became irritable and roared towards the sky. Then they rushed towards the living area of the survivors like crazy. Chapter 116. Being a social animal in the Doomsday. With the advance warning from the Chongqing Adventure Group, most of the survivors wisely built defensive fortifications. Of course, there are also those who do not believe in evil and continue to do what they are supposed to do. If the sky falls, there are still tall people to hold it up. Don't panic. Some survivors still got up early in the morning and headed towards the laboratory area and the city. But when the sun rose, the zombies rioted. Everything changed. Zombies poured out from the urban area and laboratory area like a tide. Everything was destroyed along the way, and the survivors who were still active in the city and the laboratory were torn to pieces by the tide of zombies in an instant without exception. The tide of zombies continued to surge towards the living area of the survivors. The survivors who were in charge of reconnaissance on the watchtower panicked when they saw the tide of zombies pouring out of the city. He quickly picked up a small hammer and hit the iron bell to sound the alarm. The zombie tide is coming. Ding, ding, ding. The zombie tide is coming. Alarms sounded intensively from every corner. The survivors, who were well prepared, quickly picked up their weapons and went to the defense wall to look around. Looking around, All they saw were dense swarms of zombies rushing towards the survivors like a tide. The zombies' roars were so deafening that my ears became somewhat deafened. At this time, everyone realized how important the Chongqing Adventure Group's reminder was. If we hadn't prepared defensive fortifications in advance, the consequences would be unimaginable when facing a zombie tide of this scale. Don't be afraid, they are all white-skinned zombies. There are not many advanced mutant zombies. Get your weapons ready and get ready for battle. Prepare for battle. The only thing for the survivors to be thankful for is that the level of the zombies is not very high. They are basically ordinary zombies and white-skinned, hardened species. With everyone's current equipment, it is quite easy to deal with white-skinned zombies, mainly because the alloy equipment is powerful enough. High defense and high lethality. Ordinary people wearing a full set of metal gear are not much worse than the Awaken ones, at least when facing zombies with low IQs. In less than 10 minutes, the tide of zombies had rushed out of the city and killed their way into the survivors' living area. With advanced preparation, the survivors would not have their defenses broken through in the first place. But there were too many zombies, so we had to send people to clean them up. And everyone discovered that the more people there were in a stronghold, the more zombies would attack. This made some large adventure groups curse. On the other hand, those small forces, or the mole who had dug holes and hid early on, were much better off. Of course, this is just the beginning. As time went by, the number of zombies decreased, and they were almost wiped out in one morning. The casualties among the survivors were not high, accounting for less than 1%. An adventure group that builds better fortifications can even avoid taking any damage. That's it. That's all. The Chongqing Adventure Group is making a big fuss out of nothing. Brothers, do what you need to do. Keep playing music and dancing. That's not right, boss. Look, there seem to be quite a few zombies on the edge of the city. I also saw the big bull tank. It is obvious that there is not just one wave of zombies. There are still a large number of zombies wandering around the city and outside the laboratory, including not only mutants but also bows. But for some unknown reason, these powerful zombies did not launch an attack, but just watched the survivors camp from afar. It seems a bit weird. The survivors couldn't help but feel their scalps tingling and cried out that it was fatal. Now no one could laugh anymore, and they hurried to strengthen the base's defenses before the zombies arrived. I wish I could lift up all the bedboards and block the defense wall. In the afternoon, the zombie tide came again. The survivors quickly set up their offensive and began to resist the tide of zombies. However, although this zombie tide is still dominated by white-skinned zombies, there are also some LV3 jumping species and fat guys among them. It is relatively difficult to deal with. The zombie tide lasted for almost an hour, twice as long as the first wave. But it is still easy to solve. But this time no one laughed out loud. Even a fool can guess that as time goes by, the number of zombies will increase and the level of zombies will become higher and higher. Sooner or later, those high-level mutant zombies will join the zombie tide, and even Bao will get involved. The survivors were completely panicked. Large adventure groups are still okay. At least they have the ability to deal with advanced, mutated zombies. Small adventure groups are not able to do this. They can deal with ordinary zombies, but to deal with things like BOW, they must send out people with special abilities and wear metal gear to ensure safety. It is useless for ordinary people to face Bao even if they wear metal gear. As a result, some small adventure groups began to curry favor with the large adventure groups and joined them at the risk of their lives. Of course, there are also many who are hoping for the best and do not want to be taken over by large adventure groups, so they choose to fight head-on, thinking that they will face fewer zombies with fewer people, and they can just survive. At the same time, news spread that the Chongqing Adventure Group was selling high-tech electromagnetic gun sentry towers. At the same time, the True God cult also drove a small pickup truck, pulling an electromagnetic gun sentry tower and hanging around the entrances of various adventure groups to help with publicity. The electromagnetic gun sentry tower was indeed powerful. Those wandering zombies were blasted into pieces by an electromagnetic cannon before they even got close to the pickup truck. The little pickup truck was flying with sparks and lightning all the way, which made the survivors very confused. Is this okay? This is more powerful than a cannon, and it even has automatic tracking. It seems that it only kills zombies and won't attack humans. If we can get 100 or 80 of these, we won't have to worry about zombies at all. Hurry, hurry. Go to the Chongqing Adventure Group and buy it. Buy it? You must buy it. As a result, all the major adventure groups rushed to the fortress of the Chongqing Adventure Group. When seeing the huge sandstone fortress of the Chongqing Adventure Group and the densely packed high-tech electromagnetic cannons on the city walls, everyone became emo at the same time. There is no harm without comparison. As we are all survivors, everyone always feels that there is a difference between our own version and that of the Chongqing Adventure Group. Emo is emo, but you still have to buy the electromagnetic gun sentry tower. But the price made many people gasp. 10 million for one catalyst. With the price of just one electromagnetic gun sentry tower, you can buy 5 sets of advanced metal equipment. It's ridiculously expensive. The point is that it doesn't support installment payments. After half a year of exploitation by the Chongqing Adventure Group, there are not many people who can still come up with so many catalysts. Even if it was a large adventure group, they would only be able to buy 10 to 20 machines if they took out all their belongings and drained the savings of all group members. Small and medium-sized adventure groups should be thankful if they can afford one. As a result, everyone really has no catalyst left. Is there a choice? No choice yet. As I said, if you lose the catalyst, you can get it again, but if you lose your life, everything is over. It's more or less familiar, and everyone thought the same thing when they bought Metal Gear Solid. Everyone couldn't help but shout, "Fuck it." Ever since the Chongqing Adventure Group dominated Sudi, everyone's life has become better. But it didn't get completely better. They all owed a lot of debt to the Chongqing Adventure Group, and they had to get up early and go to bed late every day to collect catalysts. In a trance, I returned to the days before the end of the world when I was a social animal. You can't starve to death, but you can't live a good life. The harder you work, the poorer you get. I always feel like something is not right. Is this what the end of the world should look like? Am I a social animal in the Doomsday? Chapter 117 Sue Anne's Experience Gaining Plan. Day 5 of the Zombie Tide. Experience +1. Experience +0.02. Experience +0.1. Experience +0.25. Experience +1. Experience +0.5. Experience +1. Listening to the wonderful prompt sound coming from the system, Suen felt elated. You can experience heaven while sitting at home. He sold nearly 100 electromagnetic cannon defense towers in total, a catalyst for a small profit of 1 billion. At the same time, every time these sentry towers kill a zombie, he can gain corresponding experience points, which is no different from killing the zombies with his own hands. His character level also increased from level 6 to level 8. Not only can you upgrade while lying down, but the key is that the upgrade speed is also very fast. I believe that I will be able to reach the maximum level of 10 before the end of the 3rd stage. In the 3rd stage, the zombie tide in the first 4 days is relatively small, and the zombie level is also low. It is the last time for people to react and prepare for the end of the world. Starting from the 5th day, high-level zombies will appear in the zombie tide. First the tanks in the urban area, the corpse-eating species, and other types of high-level mutant zombies. On the last day, even the bow and the laboratory will join the zombie tide. The number of zombies will gradually increase. And in the end, all you can see are zombies. If you can survive these 7 days and live until 8 o'clock on the 8th morning, you will enter the 2nd Doomsday. If you can't survive, you will die and become food for zombies. He remembered the people who survived the 2nd apocalypse in his previous life. The entire Sioux land, which originally had a population of tens of millions, now had a population of less than 1 million. 90% of people stayed in the first apocalypse forever. It is now the 5th day since the zombie tide arrived, which means that we will enter the 2nd Doomsday in 2 days. Suen was more or less reluctant to leave. Leaving the first Doomsday meant that he would no longer be able to happily learn the skills of zombies. We can only take advantage of these last 2 days to get as much as we can. With the strength of the Chongqing Adventure Group, they can survive until the 8th day without any injuries, even without him in charge. He can go out and have fun to his heart's content. Then he kicked Wonkai, who was lying on the high wall basking in the sun, down. Stupid dog working. Meow. It's a cat, not a dog. Sun also jumped off the city wall. Then he rode Wonkai and ran away into the distance. The man and the cat quickly attracted the attention of the zombie tide. In less than 10 minutes, thousands of zombies had gathered behind Suen. However, the quality of the zombies is really average, and not many of them have skills. However, because his level has reached 8th level, the power of his supernatural powers is no longer the same as before. His lightning ability was already able to transform into thousands of high-density compressed lightning balls. With one sweep of the lightning balls, a large number of zombies would die, falling backwards in unison like wheat being cut. Only those high-level zombies with skills were left to be dealt with by hand and plundered. But after going around in circles and killing thousands and tens of thousands of zombies, he only plundered a few hundred zombie skills, not even as many as he could get by taking a trip to the advanced laboratory. There are still too few high-level mutated zombies, not enough to kill them. Suin had no choice but to ride Wonkai home cursing. We can only wait until the 7th day to tell you. Suin disliked the zombies for being too weak, but for other survivors, it was a completely different picture. As time went by, the zombies became stronger and stronger, and the situation of the survivors could almost be described as living day by day like a year. After 5 days of fierce fighting, there is no small adventure group left in the entire Sioux land. Small adventure groups were either drowned in the zombie tide, or took advantage of the brief period of zombie tide rotation to join the large adventure groups with their families. The original hundreds or thousands of adventure groups have now been integrated into dozens of super large alliances. As for whether it can feed such a large population, it is no longer important. Let's talk about it first as long as we can survive. Of course, there are also people who want to join the Chongqing Adventure Group and even get supplies for free. But unfortunately, the Chongqing Adventure Group did not plan to accept anyone else. They drove away all those who came to seek refuge and did not take anyone in, not even women, young or old. Are beautiful ladies coming too? What have you been doing so far? Get lost. As a result, the Chongqing Adventure Group, an adventure group with less than 800 people, suddenly became the smallest and most ultra-small adventure group in Sudi. Now it is almost impossible to find an adventure alliance with less than 10,000 members. However, although the Chongqing Adventure Group has the smallest number of people, it is the strongest, there is no doubt about that. The thousands of electromagnetic gun defense towers erected on the walls of the Chongqing Adventure Group alone tell it all. After 5 days, not only were there no zombies able to break through the first line of defense, they couldn't even touch the city wall of the Chongqing Adventure Group. Of course, these people who come to join the Chongqing Adventure Group are not without value. Suin introduced them all to the True God Church and asked Joan of Arc to take them all in. There is no need to spend materials to raise them. They can just be kept outside the True God cult stronghold to attract the zombie tide. The number of zombies will be affected by the number of people. The more people there are, the more zombies there will be. If you erect some electromagnetic gun sentry towers outside the crowd, you can gain experience very quickly. As for those who are accidentally scratched or bitten by zombies, it doesn't matter. Experience +1. Of course, it would be best to keep these people alive so that enough high-level zombies can be attracted on the 7th day. Under Su An's introduction, the True God Church took in nearly 100,000 survivors in just 5 days. It can be called the superpower with the largest population in Sudi. The overall quality is a bit poor. There are many women, children, and even old men. Moreover, unlike the alliances of other forces, the True God Church is still autonomous and independent, and Suin still has the final say. The management is responsible for control. Relatively speaking, the zombie tide attracted by such a large population is also extremely terrifying. Other strongholds have thousands or even tens of thousands of zombie tides. The True God cult has a base of 100,000 people. Once the zombie tide comes, it will be a sea of zombies, and anyone who sees it will tremble. The timid ones have been so scared that they haven't slept for several days. The most important thing is that the True God Church expanded too quickly, and the fortifications were built very haphazardly, basically just a layer of small iron sheets as a fence, barely forming a circle. Hundreds of thousands of survivors huddled inside and shivered. Faced with a huge sea of corpses, this defense is as good as paper. Anyone would not be able to sleep. Even if I fell asleep, I would dream about zombies coming in to eat the buffet. Fortunately, Suin was kind enough to distribute nearly 1,000 electromagnetic cannon defense towers to the True God Church. With so many electromagnetic gun sentry towers, the True God Church can still cope with it and has not fallen. Chapter 118, The Zombie Tide, is like a sea, the final battle of the zombie apocalypse. After 5 days of zombie tidal waves, the survivors finally realized how powerful the electromagnetic gun sentry tower produced by the Chongqing Adventure Group was. This thing is powerful, accurate, and has a fast rate of fire. And most importantly, it has a long battery life. Having one of these things can replace several tireless high-level awakeners, and it is better than any high-level Metal Gear. As a result, all the major adventure alliances pooled money to buy electromagnetic cannon sentry towers. Even if there is only a bottle of catalyst, I would still like to exchange it for something from the Chongqing Adventure Group. After all, if you lose the catalyst, you can always find another one. But if you lose your life, everything is over. Of course, they didn't know that from then on they would never have another chance to swipe the catalyst. Now, every bottle of catalyst used is one less. As a result, More than 90% of the catalysts in the entire Sue area fell into the hands of this person Sue. Therefore, Suin has been smiling recently, feeling relaxed both physically and mentally, and has been performing blessings for group members more and more frequently. Time passed quickly, and finally, it was the 7th day. Suin got up early that day and ordered the girls to tear down all the houses they lived in and hand over all their daily necessities. As the morning light fell, the deafening roar of the zombie tide was heard again, and a new round of zombie tide came again. The 7th day of the zombie tide only has one round, but this round will last all day and will not end until 8 o'clock the next morning. For the survivors, this day will be like hell, much more difficult than the previous 6 days. A large number of advanced mutant zombies will join the battle, and the Bao in the laboratory area will also come out. The girls of the Chongqing Adventure Group were also fully prepared for the battle, and they all went to the first line of defense and set up their formation. Suin rode the enlarged Wonkai alone at the front of the crowd, facing the wind. Soon the earth began to tremble, and a dense tide of corpses came like a flood, carrying smoke and dust, and the deafening roar seemed to make people deaf. Ordinary zombies, white skin, jumping species, explosive species, corrosive species, long-tongued species, corpse-eating species, which giant species, tank, hunter are, seriously injured alpha, mutant cockroach, mutant wasp, mutant crocodile, mutant mosquito. Everyone who could come came. Suin took out a cigarette without changing his expression and snapped his fingers casually, and flames shot out from his fingertips to light the cigarette. After taking a deep breath, he raised his head and stared closely at the sea of corpses in the distance. In a trance, my thoughts returned to my previous life. In his previous life, his strength was average and the supernatural power he awakened was only a sea-level supernatural power. But he had one advantage, which was that he could survive and be prepared for danger in times of peace. Soon after the second phase began, he dug a small tunnel that went vertically downward and then horizontally and hid inside with Su Xiaoyan. While working hard, they also tried their best to store food. After the third stage began, a tide of zombies came. Fortunately, a multiplied zombie fell into the entrance of the passage and got stuck, blocking the other zombies outside. He also used a thin steel pipe to slip through the ventilation hole in advance. Fortunately, he avoided the tide of zombies and survived the most difficult first Doomsday. However, in this life, he no longer needs to hide, but must fight the tide of zombies openly. 2 different lives, like 2 different perspectives, allowed him to see different scenery. But the only thing in common is the heart that always wants to climb higher. Just like what he thought before he died in his previous life. If there is an afterlife, I will no longer be dust under my feet. I want to be stronger than everyone else. I want to rise straight up. I want to live to the end and see what the end of the world looks like. After his rebirth, he still thought so and did so. Guard your position well. After Suin gave the instructions, he patted Wonkai on the head and signaled Wonkai to go forward. Wonkai meowed and walked slowly forward. His body gradually grew larger, 3 meters, 4 meters, 5 meters. In the blink of an eye, Wonkai had grown to 8 meters tall, transforming from a pitch-black kitten into a terrifying giant beast. Suin also activated his multiplying ability, and his body turned into a giant 3 meters away. Bang, bang, bang. Muffled sounds were heard one after another. Several high-density elemental energy balls slowly emerged behind Suin. There are blazing white flames, lightning beads flashing with electric light, blue ice cones emitting cold air, and clear suspended water droplets. Looking around, they are densely packed, numbering tens of thousands. At the same time, Suin's body and Wang Sai's body were also burning with flames that shot up into the sky. Suin spat out the cigarette, but that had already been half burned in his mouth, and an excited smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Come on, Doomsday! After a loud roar, he drove Wonkai towards the sea of corpses. The man and the cat turned into a flaming meteor, dragging a long flaming tail behind it. In the blink of an eye, it collided with the sea of corpses. There was a loud explosion, and flames and lightning shot up into the sky, exploding in the sea of corpses. In just a moment, hundreds of zombies were torn into pieces, and smelly rotten flesh splattered everywhere. The sea of corpses was like waves of wheat caused by wind, and waves blowing through a wheat field, falling down in circles. With the strength of just one person, he tore the sea of corpses into pieces. All the survivors standing on the watchtower and watching were petrified. There was no cheering or exclamation, only silence. Silent tremor. Although everyone knows that the leader of the Chongqing Adventure Group is very strong. But no one thought that he would grow to this extent, able to walk freely in the sea of millions of zombies, and the supernatural powers released by his gestures were like a missile exploding. This has completely gone beyond the scope of humanity and has completely become non-human. To be precise, it has gone beyond people's imagination of the limits of carbon-based life. The shock brought by the huge flaming figure even overshadowed people's fear of the tide of zombies. Everyone felt sincerely grateful. Fortunately, this non-human is on the side of the survivors. Because he is more terrifying than Doomsday. The sea of corpses attacked the survivors from 4 directions: east, south, west, and north. Suin alone blocked the tide of zombies coming from the east. But there were still waves of zombies coming towards people from 3 directions. This battle is a matter of life and death. All the survivors were in high spirits and fought with all their strength and energy. Among them, the Chongqing Adventure Group is the strongest, but because they have the smallest number of people, they face the least zombie tide. The rest of the Adventure Group alliances will have to face tens of thousands of zombies. The ratio of humans to zombies has reached a terrifying 10-1, and there is an endless stream of zombies pouring in. Fortunately, these zombies cannot fly, and the number of jumping species is limited. As long as the fortifications built before are strong enough, the number of zombies they face will be limited. If we do a good job in personnel rotation and carry out reasonable replacement and allocation of combat power, there will be hope of survival. This is the last battle of the first Doomsday, and also a battle of life and death. Fight, unyielding people. Until the next dawn. Chapter 119. Brutal battle, true god cult in danger. Push it up quickly. Who is the Awaken one of the healing system? Come and save people. A zombie is coming in. Where are the members of the second team? Seeing him, I will fight these bastards. Change the direction of the electromagnetic cannon. The zombies have made a breakthrough. The tide of corpses lasted for a whole day and was still going on until the evening. The endless tide made everyone look despair. One after another, Adventure Group alliances were submerged in the tide of zombies. In just one day, 1/4 of the Adventure Alliance had completely disappeared. This is even when Suin is able to handle the situation alone and reduce the number of zombies. Otherwise, half of the people would have been killed by zombies by now. At this time, Suin had completely turned into a killing god on the battlefield. Wherever he went, there were corpses everywhere. No matter what kind of zombies they were, no matter what level, whether mutated or ordinary, they were all turned into experience points. Suin was also the most aggressive in killing, releasing all his supernatural powers without reservation, and the huge momentum made people tremble. He killed most of the zombies in the east by himself. The broken limbs and flesh piled up into a thick wall of flesh. The ground was devastated, and there were big holes everywhere blasted by his supernatural powers. It was as if the center of a battlefield had been bombarded by countless missiles in modern warfare. Gradually, the zombies in the east were no longer enough for Su and to consume. Then he rode Wonkai and rushed in another direction. He goes wherever there are more zombies. Wonkai also completely burst out with ferocity. His cat face wrinkled and his green eyes were full of murderous intent, like a peerless, ferocious beast. A man and a cat kept shuttling back and forth on the battlefield. With Su An's rescue, one survivor camp after another got a brief respite. Many survivors almost knelt down and called him Dad. They arrived just in time. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to hold on. Captain Su is really kind. No, it should be called True God. From now on, I am a believer in the true God, and no one can stop me from saying anything. If I can survive today, I will join the True God Church tomorrow. It doesn't matter if I can't add it in. I'll put up Captain Su's portrait and pass it down from generation to generation. Woo woo woo. Su Ang didn't care about the inner thoughts of the survivors. He only recognized zombies and not humans. Just as Suin was killing people indiscriminately, the True God sect also faced their most severe test. The number of zombies attracted by hundreds of thousands of survivors is extremely terrifying. Even if we take the simplest scenario of one person against 10 zombies, the True God cult is also facing an army of millions of zombies. Looking around, there was no end in sight for the tide of zombies. And because the True God Church's defensive fortifications are particularly poor and the sense of security is extremely low, once the zombies break through the defenses, it will be an unimaginable disaster, and hundreds of thousands of survivors will completely become food for the zombies. Fortunately, with the support of thousands of electromagnetic cannons provided by Suin, although the number of the zombie army is terrifying, it is not enough to break through the defense line. The electromagnetic cannon surrounded the entire True God Church. Dense electromagnetic cannon energy balls poured down on the tide of zombies like raindrops. The dense roars were like firecrackers that would never stop, crackling and exploding nonstop. The shooting range of the electromagnetic cannon is about 800 meters, so these zombies are basically stopped on the plane 800 meters away from the True God Church. But as time passed, more and more zombies were killed. With the True God cult stronghold as the center, on the plane 800 meters away, the zombie corpses had piled up into a thick circular wall of corpses. And this wall of corpses is still slowly moving inwards. Strictly speaking, the bodies of the killed zombies are piling up closer and closer to the front, and the wall of corpses is getting thicker and thicker. The electromagnetic cannon is certainly powerful, but its shortcomings are also obvious. It can kill zombies, but its penetration is insufficient, and it cannot clean up corpses. When faced with such a huge tide of zombies, the zombies used the human wave tactics to move forward little by little, and eventually they were able to rely on their flesh to move under the electromagnetic turret. By the time the electromagnetic turret is overturned, the entire True God Church will be destroyed. Moreover, this is a desperate situation that is difficult to intervene with human power. Who can clean up so many zombie corpses? Even the powerful S-Class Awakeners look pale and powerless. By sunset, the wall of corpses had advanced to within about 400 meters of the True God Church's stronghold. It will take a long time for the zombie tide to end. It's not even dark yet, let alone the next dawn. At this rate, the True God Church will have to send it within a few hours. Joan of Arc naturally saw the seriousness of the matter. He immediately directed his men to destroy the body. Fortunately, the electromagnetic turret can automatically identify zombies and survivors to avoid accidentally hurting people. But nothing is absolute. Under such intensive firepower, it is extremely difficult to avoid being accidentally injured. There are also limited ways to clean up the zombie corpses. You can only use fire abilities to burn them, or directly blow up the wall of corpses. After the corpses are crushed, the area occupied will be smaller, which can more or less free up more space. Joan of Arc flapped her wings of light and dived up and down in the air, smashing one corpse after another. However, her cleaning speed was far from keeping up with the number of dead zombies. Before she cleaned up one body, a new one would appear. In the face of absolute numbers, the power of the individual seems so insignificant. You can't scare them by killing them, and you can't clean them up completely. But even so, Joan of Arc was still gritting her teeth and persevering. She couldn't give up. She would clean up every body she could and delay for every second. Every second of time now seems extremely precious. Maybe just one more second could save your life. This is a race against death, and no one can afford to lose. At this time, the survivors in the True God cult's stronghold were completely terrified. The dense tide of corpses explained to them what the real Doomsday was. This horrifying sight will be unforgettable to all of them. Any special effects blockbuster would seem so poor compared to this one. Many people were so frightened that they huddled on the ground and trembled, not daring to look up. He kept muttering, "I don't want to die yet. God bless me. God bless me. My God bless you. My God bless you." Chu Laosan's family, who were standing at the highest point, also had stern expressions on their faces. Chu Laosan's entire face was covered with a mask of pain. He didn't expect that even though Su Wen had provided them with so many electromagnetic gun sentry towers, they still couldn't resist the tide of zombies. There are still too many survivors of the True God Church. The fortifications were not large enough, which led to the current predicament. But Chu Laosan did not regret it. If it happened again, he would still listen to Su Wen's advice and unconditionally accept these survivors. Not to mention 100,000 survivors. He would accept even another 100,000. Chapter 120. In the name of God, give faith, ordinary people fight. The current situation of the True God Church is very serious. But there is a solution. The best thing to do right now is to sacrifice the car to save the driver. Withdraw some of the electromagnetic cannons and retreat all the core personnel to the center of the stronghold, where the defenses are most solid. In this way, it won't take more than a few hours for the zombies to break through the outer defenses of the True God Church. At the same time, hundreds of thousands of survivors will all die. Once these people are dead, the number of zombies will decrease. Because Su Wen informed him in advance, the defense of the True God Sect's core stronghold fortifications was very strong. There are only more than 10,000 core members of the True God Church. If they all retreat to the core stronghold, they will definitely be able to withstand this tide of zombies. The price is just some insignificant strangers. In this doomsday world where life and death are at stake, the choice between dying together or living to the death is not difficult to make. Any leader of an adventure alliance would choose to abandon these strangers. The world is so big. The most important thing is to survive. But Chu Laosan chose the latter without hesitation. Either we die together, or we live together. Chu Laosan lived a mediocre life all his life. Even at the end of his life, he had to rely on his wife to sell her body for a living. He is just an ordinary person who is as ordinary as can be. But everything changed after he met Suin, and he became the high priest of the true God Church, revered by everyone. It's God's messenger. Chu Laosan knew in his heart that Suin was not a god, but just a very powerful awakened person. We are all human beings. But whether he is a human being or an awakened one, the fact that he was saved is true. The one who can save his life is God. Suin saved their family. Suin is the God of their family. But God is high above, and he may save some people, but he will not save everyone. Salvation is out of mercy, not obligation. That is why the true God religion exists. Those whom God does not want to save, the true God Church will carry out God's will to save them. God saves some people, but the true God Church wants to save the whole world. This is undoubtedly a foolish delusion, but it is also the foundation of the true God religion. Most of the true God Church members are ordinary people, and because they are ordinary, they can empathize with each other more. The Doomsday ruthlessly destroyed their homes, hurt every ordinary person, and made it difficult for them to move forward. So there needs to be such a God. This God may not have mercy on the world and may be selfish, but as long as he is powerful, that is enough. His followers will embark on a difficult journey with a selfless will to save all living beings from danger. This is not blind worship. This is a revolutionary trend. The true God Church must be this guide. The starting point of revolution is faith. Chu Laosan took a deep breath, picked up the loudspeaker he had prepared long ago, and shouted to the 100,000 newly joined survivors. Everyone listen up. If I give up on you now, our true God Church will definitely survive. You have no relationship with our true God Church. We have done enough for you. We have done our best. As soon as Chu Laosan said this, the crowd suddenly became agitated, and the timid ones began to kneel on the ground in pain. Everyone's face was pale. This is a worry that everyone has had in their mind before. They have no connection with the true God Church, so why should they share life and death with you? Looking at other large adventure groups, they are also recruiting people, but they are only able-bodied men with fighting ability or those who can afford to wear metal gear. In order to control the number of people, later on they only accepted the awakened ones. It is only natural for the true God Church to abandon them. Everyone's face was filled with despair. Once the true God Church abandons them, they will have absolutely no hope of survival in the face of such a huge tide of zombies. However, just when everyone looked ashen, Fatty Chu shouted again, "But we in the true God Church will not abandon you. Our Lord, the true God, is merciful and selfless. He will not abandon any of you. Whether you are a member of the true God Church or not, as long as you are still on the land under the feet of the true God Church, the true God will not abandon you. Everyone, stand up and clean up the zombie bodies. The true God Church will not give up on you. But please do not give up on yourself, and do not give up on the true God Church. Respond to the mercy of the true God. Go fight. Let's fight together. Let us live together, for ourselves and for the true God. Now everyone, immediately, go move the bodies, bring the zombies in, and destroy them." There was a brief silence among the crowd, and then they burst into thunderous cheers. The true God Church did not abandon them, but gave them hope to survive. Either live together or die together. The survivors' eyes were red and their bodies were shaking. For yourself, for the true God, charge. For yourself, for the true God, charge. For yourself, for the true God, charge. The huge group of survivors immediately tore apart the fragile protective fence and rushed out. They carried the bodies, risking being accidentally hit by the electromagnetic turret at any time. Corpses were dragged back one after another, and some were buried in pits, some were burned directly, and some were chopped up and dumped in large pits, just to reduce the zombie wall and slow down its advance a little bit. Everyone was mobilized, men, women, young and old, joined in this life and death battle. Seeing this, Chu Laosan collapsed on the floor and started laughing foolishly. That's all he can do. Whether he can get through this depends on God's will. Is it stupid? Of course it's stupid. That's right. Only a stupid person would make the decision to die together with a stranger. But he doesn't regret it. Joan of Arc, who was still fighting, heard Chu Laosan's passionate speech and nodded with satisfaction. This is what the true God Church should look like. She is Joan of Arc, the knight chosen by the true God. The meaning of her existence is to guide people towards light in the name of God. However, just when everyone was trying to save themselves at a life-or-death speed, a tall figure suddenly appeared among the zombie army. This is a bald man over 3 meters tall, with dark skin and wearing a black raincoat. The man just stood quietly in the zombie army. The zombies around him not only did not attack him, but instead walked around him. A vacuum zone was formed in the tide of zombies, which was extremely eye-catching. The next moment, the man suddenly raised the heavy machine gun in his hand and fired hundreds of shots at Joan of Arc. Faced with the sudden attack, Joan of Arc hurriedly used her wings of light to protect her body and deflected all the bullets. When she saw clearly that the person attacking her was actually a bald zombie man, anger welled up in her deep blue eyes. He gathered a spear of light in his hand and threw it at the zombie man. However, the spear of light that could penetrate even Bao could not hurt it at all. Just a small hole left in the raincoat. The next second, the zombie man rushed towards Jeanne d'Arc at a speed invisible to the naked eye and punched her. Joan of Arc had no time to dodge and hurriedly used her wings of light to protect her body. With a tremendous force, Joan of Arc was blown hundreds of meters away, rolling on the ground for dozens of times, raising clouds of dust and leaving a long scar. Then the zombie man slowly raised the heavy machine gun in his hand and aimed it at Joan of Arc. The heavy machine gun changed a lot and finally turned into a complex stray bullet launcher. Chapter 121, The Strongest Boss, Tyrant T. 103. Just as the zombie man was about to pull the trigger, a meteor dragging lightning shot rapidly towards the True God cult stronghold. Wherever the zombie army passed, they were pierced through, with blood and flesh flying everywhere. Even the thick wall of corpses couldn't stop it at all. In just a moment, it penetrated the zombie army and rushed towards the zombie man. The zombie man put his hands in front of him and took the fatal blow. The zombie man was blown away like a cannonball and crashed through the wall of corpses on the other side. The lightning faded, revealing Sue Ann's slightly excited smile. But at this moment, Sue Ann's body was covered with thick layers of blood plasma and minced meat. Boom! A raging fire rose from the soles of his feet, burning the blood and rotten flesh into ashes. Wonkai followed closely behind, jumped out of the zombie army, and stood beside Suen. Seeing Suen and his iconic black tiger mount, the believers were stunned for a moment, and then burst into thunderous cheers. The true God is here. The true God has really come to save us. Long live the true God. Long live the true God. Jean staggered to Suen and knelt on one knee. Owner! Suen casually used an S-level healing power to restore Joan of Arc's injuries to their original state. Go back to your base. You can't handle that thing. Jean nodded obediently, spread her wings of light, and flew back to the base. The reason why Suen came to the True God Church stronghold was, on the one hand, because the True God Church had the most survivors, and the number of gathered zombies was enough for him to kill to his heart's content. On the one hand, the prey he had been looking for finally appeared. Bang! A hole was knocked open in the zombie wall. The zombie man in a black raincoat slowly walked out. However, the zombie man was already in a miserable state at this time, and his raincoat was mostly torn. A huge hole appeared in my chest. It was obvious that Suen had kicked him pretty hard just now. However, the big hole in the chest was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye, and it was back to normal in a blink of an eye. At the same time, Suen also saw the specific information above the zombie man's head. The ultimate man-made organic biochemical weapon, Tyrant T. 103, codenamed Nemesis. Level: LV40. Developed by injecting Nemesis Alpha virus into human body and combining it with T virus. The spine and cranial nerves have been completely occupied by the Veronica parasite. Disaster-level organisms. Civilization Destruction Threat Index. LV7. Higher threat to civilizations of Level 1 and below. Intelligence Assessment. 9 foot high, reaching the initial level of human intelligence. Key point: high energy attack inhibits cell regeneration. Skills: triple evolution, fission regeneration, limit amplification, alloy heavy armor, super speed infection. Triple evolution: there are 3 different forms. Fission regeneration: can quickly transfer consciousness and perform cell regeneration. Limited amplification. Unleash the potential of all cells to the limit, greatly enhancing body functions. Heavy armor core. Equipped with variable form nano-alloy heavy weapons. Super speed infection. Can infect the organisms it touches at a faster speed. Seeing the zombie man's message, Suin grinned. Boss. A true boss. The biggest boss in the zombie apocalypse world has appeared. The level is 11 levels higher than the Goddess of Night, reaching a terrifying level 40. It is no exaggeration to say that it is the representative of the first Doomsday itself. At this stage, whoever encounters it will die, and any adventure group or alliance that encounters it will be easily destroyed. Although it only appeared for half a day, in this short half day, it was able to slaughter hundreds of thousands of survivors, and this was based on the most conservative estimate. Fortunately, there was only one such creature, so it would not kill all the survivors. Of course, from Suin's point of view, he needs to have more of these things. Disaster-level zombies have too few skills and are difficult to acquire. They can't be fused. The power of this skill is subversive to the rules of reality and even exceeds S-level supernatural powers. Moreover, he didn't know whether this powerful skill could still be obtained after the second Doomsday. So if you can take one, take one. Suin then gave Wonkai an order. Go kill some zombies and don't get in my way. Wonkai meowed and ran away. Suin stretched his muscles and bones, and there was a crisp collision sound between his bones. He planned to have some fun with this Tyrant T-103. If nothing unexpected happens, this will be the strongest monster he has ever encountered in the zombie apocalypse. How can he justify it without experiencing it himself? However, he was somewhat dissatisfied with a wall of zombies that were slowly crawling forward. The venue is almost packed. Suin then shouted loudly and stepped hard on the ground. Suddenly the ground began to tremble, and soon waves of sand and gravel were rising. Huge waves of sand and gravel dozens of meters high smashed towards the tide of corpses with tremendous force, pushing the wall of corpses back hundreds of meters. At the same time, a sand and stone wall several tens of meters high and thousands of meters long was formed to keep the zombies out. Only the Tyrant T-103 is left. Just by releasing his supernatural powers for a moment, he was able to block hundreds of thousands of zombies. His power was truly terrifying. All the survivors' hearts trembled violently with the huge waves of sand and gravel. Their mouths opened wide. Every move Su and makes can refresh people's cognitive limits. This is not some kind of superpower. It's clearly magic. Only Su and himself knows how difficult it is to use his supernatural powers to this extent. This is the result of the fusion and release of multiple superpowers. At the same time, because the single power consumption is too great, he can no longer use the power of Sand and Stone Master today. To describe it in terms of skill CD, it means that the ultimate skill can only be released once every 24 hours. Of course, once this skill is released, there is no need to release it a second time. And you can't point it at people. Otherwise, it would be a sin. It is hard to imagine who can handle such a powerful attack. It would be difficult to even find a piece of residual tissue for DNA testing. Sometimes being too far ahead of others is not necessarily a good thing. Life will lose a lot of fun. Being invincible is also a kind of loneliness. At least this is the case in the current Jiangsu area. No one will want to have a fight with Captain Su. Anyone who has such thoughts will think twice in bed at night, wondering if he has eaten too much today and is bloated and wants to start over. After cleaning up the place, Suin waved to the Tyrant T-103. Tyrant T-103 exhaled a breath of cold air, his bloodshot eyes filled with endless anger. Without saying a word, he raised the heavy alloy equipment in his hand and fired an RPG missile at Suin. Just as the RPG missile was about to hit, Suin disappeared from the spot. Chapter 122 Su and's Final Battle. To be honest, even the Tyrant T-103 at level 40 has no chance of winning against Suin. Even if Suin didn't want to have some fun, it would be questionable whether the Tyrant T-103 could last more than 30 seconds. The Plundering ability is too buggy and almost restrains any carbon-based life with skills. As long as one Plundering attack is launched 3 times in a row, everyone will have to kneel down. It's just that the Tyrant T-103 has not yet realized the seriousness of the problem. Still carrying the heavy-fire nano-alloy weapon towards Suin, the alloy weapon kept changing into various forms, pouring out bullets and shells. It's like a silent cry. Humanity, times have changed. Unfortunately, in the face of teleportation, all long-range weapons seem so pale and powerless. It took Suin less than half a second to teleport to the side of the Tyrant 103. With a simple wave of her hand, she borrowed the Tyrant T-103's era-changing weapon. Tyrant T-103 was stunned for a moment. It had never expected that it would only take half a second to go back to the time before liberation. The times had gone back again. Roar! The Tyrant T-103 let out a deafening roar. This is simply an insult to it and a blasphemy to a perfect living being. Then he smashed down heavily towards Suin. Suin did not retreat, but advanced, punching forward to meet the attack. When the two fists collided, the ground shook and a gust of air swept across. Neither the man nor the corpse took a single step back. After a brief confrontation, Suin had a general understanding of the strength of the Tyrant T-103. In terms of strength, he has surpassed the S-level power-enhancing Awakeners. The strength of the physical body has also reached the top of the S-level functional enhancement system. Suin once again activated several amplifying powers in his brilliant body. His body suddenly turned into a dazzling King Kong body, and the explosive force passed through his arms, directly blasting the Tyrant T-103 away. But there's not much. The Tyrant T-103 struggled to get up from the ground. His black raincoat shattered into pieces, revealing his sturdy body and the red blood vessels covering his body surface. Roar! Tyrant T-103 then roared like a wild beast, and its body suddenly grew twice as large. The 10 fingers of both hands slowly grew white bone spurs 1 meter long. Whoosh! The next moment, the Tyrant T-103 disappeared from the spot and pounced towards Suin at a speed invisible to the naked eye. The long bone spur stabbed towards Suin fiercely. Suin raised one hand and clamped it with just 2 fingers. Bite! The bone spurs and the dazzling body collided with each other, making a crisp sound. After the raincoat is destroyed, it should be freed and enter the second form. It should be in the second form now, but unfortunately, it's still too weak. Honestly, you really disappoint me. You don't look like a disaster-level creature at all. Suin shook his head helplessly. I originally thought that he would be a good opponent. Even if we couldn't have a thorough fight, at least he would be able to make him sweat. At least it proves that he also suffered and struggled hard during the zombie apocalypse. Unfortunately, things did not go as planned. The gap between imagination and reality was too big. Then he lost the intention to continue entertaining himself and directly activated his plundering ability. Bring it here. Pillarable object detected. I want them all. Skills successfully copied. Skills obtained. Fission regeneration. Limit amplification. Skill stripping is successful, and the following skills can be obtained. Fission regeneration and limit amplification. Obtain special items. Nemesis Alpha Virus. T-Disease. Original Serum. Suin was stunned when he heard the system prompt. That's not right. Where are my skills? There are 5 skills, but how come he only has 2 left? Isn't the deduction a bit too much? He could understand the loss of the alloy heavy armor. After all, he had already confiscated the weapons of the Tyrant T-103 into the wide space. What about triple evolution and overspeed infection? Suin immediately became furious and kicked the Tyrant T-103 hard. Bastard, give me back my skills. Without the blessing of the extreme amplification skill, the Tyrant T-103's physical functions dropped sharply. Suin kicked and was kicked away. Even with such a simple kick, the Tyrant T-103 could not withstand it, and its body was directly broken into several pieces by the huge force. It turned into a pool of minced meat. Suin did not expect that after losing 2 skills, the Tyrant T-103 would be so vulnerable. Even though it was an angry kick, it shouldn't be that serious, right? Where's the appearance of the disaster-level creatures? Hurry up and stand up. Where's your fission regeneration? Oh, fission and regeneration is gone, so it's okay. Just when Suin thought that the Tyrant T-103 was dead, something strange happened again. The broken flesh of the Tyrant T-103 began to wriggle constantly, and the pieces of flesh and blood combined together to form a pool of wriggling flesh. And the piece of meat is constantly growing 1 meter, 2 meters, 3 meters. In the blink of an eye, the piece of meat swelled to a height of more than 10 meters and turned into a giant piece of meat. 7 or 8 bloody, meter-long sturdy arms grew out of the piece of meat, with white bone spikes extending down from the fingertips like sharp blades. A huge head squeezed out from the center of the ball of flesh. Roar! The giant monster let out an angry roar, like rolling thunder. The final form of the Tyrant T-103 is finally completed. This is the true form of the beast of destruction, enough to destroy a super creature of the first-level civilization. Seeing the appearance of the Tyrant T-103, Suin was not surprised but happy. He opened his arms and laughed out loud. I knew you wouldn't be that weak. You will definitely bring me more surprises, ha ha ha. The Tyrant T-103 had already fallen into complete rage and launched an attack towards Suin. Dozens of thick and sharp bone spurs stabbed towards Suin fiercely. Suin also activated hundreds of superpowers at the same time without hesitation. Elemental powers poured out from around his body like a tide, as ice, fire, thunder, and darkness merged to form a huge wave, rushing down towards the Tyrant T-103 like an angry dragon emerging from the sea. Come on, let me see the true strength of the world-destroying beast. Huh. I would like to call you the strongest zombie. However, when the Tyrant T-103 came into contact with the powerful elemental energy, it was evaporated in an instant. In less than 2 seconds, it turned into ashes. Suin's wild smile froze on his face. Is this his last battle in the first Doomsday? As calm as water, without any ripples. Suin withdrew his open hands angrily and put them into his pockets. Forget it. Let's go home and find a new member to consecrate. Chapter 123, The Second Doomsday. The Fall of Civilization. It was a difficult night for everyone. Endless zombies attacked the survivors' camp like a tide. The people gradually turned from their initial fear to numbness, repeating the hacking and killing movements mechanically. Everyone's face was filled with fatigue. Overnight, nearly 1/3 of the people never saw the dawn, and the entire Sioux land was filled with smoke and flames of war. One after another, the survivors' camps were washed away by the tide of zombies. Without the protection of the defensive wall, even those wearing metal gear would still be devoured by the surging tide of zombies. This is a feast just for the zombies. Desperate shouts and roars rose one after another, and the strong and pungent smell of blood and flesh floated in the air. Just when people fell into complete despair, dawn broke with the morning light. The melodious bell sound suddenly rang between heaven and earth, over and over again, spreading to every corner of the world. After the bell rang, all the zombies stopped moving, as if they were frozen in place, motionless. The whole world fell into an eerie silence. A survivor who had just been knocked down by a zombie pushed the motionless zombie away. Ka. The zombie's body cracked with a crisp sound, and soon turned into a handful of ashes and dissipated into nothingness. Struggled to get up, all the zombies in sight gradually broke apart and turned into smoke and dust with a light breeze. What happened? More and more survivors came out of the dilapidated stronghold and looked around in confusion. The zombies that had originally appeared like a tide disappeared without a trace, as if they had never appeared. Only a devastated land and the remains of the survivors proved that they had been there. The zombies are all gone. It's over. It's all over. The end of the world is over, ha. It's finally over, I survived. The survivors hugged each other and cried, hugged each other tightly, and cried and laughed. On the top of a distant mountain, above a ruined fortress, a group of people in uniform climbed up the high wall. A man with a scar on his face stood facing the wind holding a telescope. Major, the zombies have all disappeared. The apocalypse is over. On a small island in the ocean, a group of people of different skin colors slowly poked their heads out from the steel fortress. Oh my God, those damn mutant sharks and zombies are gone. The Lord must have heard our prayers and driven away the evil spirit. Haha, I survived. Deep in the tropical jungle, survivors with camouflage on their faces came out of the underground city one after another. Everyone hugged each other, cried and cheered. Submarine after submarine surfaces on the polar sea. In the Kunlun Mountains, a steel gate on the mountainside opened from top to bottom. At this moment, all the survivors in the world walked out of the shelters on which they depended for survival and were exposed to the clear sky without any scruples. The whole world is cheering at this moment. It's over. It's all over. There was also thunderous cheers in Sudi. The zombie tide lasted for 7 whole days, and the number of survivors in Sudi, which originally numbered more than 3 million, is now reduced to just over 1.5 million. Nearly half of the people stayed forever before dawn. This was even after Suin slaughtered zombies on a large scale and provided electromagnetic gun sentry towers. Otherwise, there might not even be 500,000 people left. The girls in the Chongqing Adventure Group were also very happy. After 7 days of being baptized by the zombie tide, the surviving adventure groups have suffered varying degrees of damage. More than half of those who were seriously injured were killed or wounded, or only a few dozen people escaped from the stronghold of tens of thousands of people. Even those with the least losses lost at least one-fifth of their main combat power. Only the Chongqing Adventure Group had no deaths from beginning to end, and no one was even injured. Suin first collected all the electromagnetic turrets on the city wall back into the wide space one by one, and then returned to the center of the stronghold. Xiao Qiao threw herself into Su An's arms like a swallow, and said with tears in her eyes, "Dad, is the apocalypse really over? Can we go back to our old lives?" The rest of the group members gathered around, all with an expression of uncontrollable excitement on their faces. Many people are even fantasizing about returning to ordinary social life in the future. "Captain, please open a company in the future, and we will all go to work in your company." Yes, I think that's great. I'm an accounting major, and I can help. I'm from Snow Finance. I studied fashion design. I am studying medicine. I want to be the captain's concubine. Me too. And me. Suin gave a bitter smile and shook his head helplessly. If only the end of the world could end so easily. Although such a large-scale disaster has occurred and human civilization has been severely damaged, it will probably be difficult to recover without decades. At least there are still hundreds of millions of survivors around the world. It will just take some time to restore our former prosperity. But this is just a look. This Doomsday game has just begun. Suin looked at the mechanical watch on his wrist, scanned the area, and said in a deep voice, "Although I also want to go back to my old life, I regret to tell you that we can no longer go back. In 3 minutes, the second Doomsday will come and human civilization will be completely wiped out. Please take a closer look at this world, because it will say goodbye to us soon." After Suin finished speaking, he stopped talking and took out a mobile phone from the wide space. He turned on the camera function and pointed it at himself. With the beautiful group members as the background, he made a scissors hand gesture and pressed the shutter. "Just consider this as a commemorative photo of my first Doomsday experience." After hearing Su An's words, everyone was stunned and looked around in confusion. No one ever questioned Su An's words. Isn't the end of the world over yet? Everyone's heart suddenly sank to the bottom, and joy turned into sorrow and confusion in an instant. There is still 1 minute left. Everyone listen up. Hold on to your most important things. Everything else, except the things on your body, will disappear in a moment. The end of the world is coming. As soon as Suin finished speaking, a strong wind suddenly blew up between heaven and earth, and dust flew everywhere. The melodious bell sound from before rang out again, echoing between heaven and earth for a long time. Li Xiaoyu dropped the sledgehammer in his hand without saying a word, jumped on his Su An's back, and hugged Suin tightly. Then came Xue Qingyu, Lu Hui, Yu Qiao, Lu Shishir. All the girls ran over and hugged each other tightly with Su An as the center. The storm grew stronger and stronger, raising a cloud of dust that was so thick that it made it impossible for anyone to open their eyes. Everything around began to weather and disappear under the storm. Reinforced concrete buildings, asphalt roads, steel rails, ships and cars, as well as satellites in space. Everything gradually turned into dust and sand in this strange storm. Human writing, which has developed for tens of thousands of years, came to an end at this moment. Chapter 1, 24 Endless Sea of Sand, heading toward a new home. The storm did not last very long, less than 2 hours. The storm's wind force level did not exceed level 10. But it was such a storm of moderate size that destroyed the entire human civilization in a short period of time. When the storm subsided, the world returned to calm again, vision was restored, and people slowly opened their eyes. As far as the eye can see, the sky and the earth are all covered with a withered yellow color. All I could see was yellow sand, nothing else. Everything was gone, cities, roads, even mountains and rivers. Everything turned into yellow sand all over the ground. In just 2 hours, it had turned into an endless sea of sand. The sudden change left everyone dumbfounded. It was as if I had come to another world in a trance, and everything around me seemed so unreal. Suin stood up and shook off the yellow sand on his body. Fortunately, the wind and sand were not very strong and did not last long. Otherwise, countless people would have been buried alive. Then he said loudly, "Get up and get going, girls. Don't just focus on looking at the scenery. There will be plenty of time for you to enjoy it." As Suin spoke, he took out the weapons and equipment that he had previously collected from the members of the group and distributed them to everyone. When the second Doomsday comes, everything on a person except for his possessions and clothing will be weathered away. Along with the supplies in the survivors' warehouses, they all turned into yellow sand. Therefore, the second Doomsday is also called the Fall of Doom, symbolizing the complete fall of human civilization. The reason why it is said to be a complete decline rather than a retreat is that mankind will then enter a completely new civilization. The mechanical energy era of the past has completely disappeared, and no one will ever bring it back in the future. The second Doomsday is the starting point for a new civilization. Suin then took the sun as a reference and the east direction as the forward coordinate and walked forward first. If he remembered correctly, if he kept walking in this direction, he would reach the oasis in half a day. The oasis will be the only safe zone for the survivors, where there is water and vegetation to block the sunlight and where they can avoid attacks from desert monsters. The sooner you arrive, the better, so you can occupy a favorable position in advance. Although the group members were still filled with shock and confusion, they hurriedly followed. Seeing that the Chongqing Adventure Group took the lead, some far-sighted people also followed silently behind. The first to lead the way were the True God Church, followed by the Black Rose. Under the scorching sun and on the yellow sand, people set out on the journey to their new home. Since the current environment has turned into an endless desert, there is yellow sand underfoot, and every step you take will cause you to sink deeper, so the progress is very slow. Coupled with the scorching sun, the heat waves even distorted the vision. For the survivors, every step was torture. The moisture in their bodies turned into sweat, which was quickly evaporated by the high temperature. In a desert environment, the human body loses 1 to 3 liters of water per hour during the day. Without sufficient water to replenish it, dehydration shock will occur within a few hours. Within 2 hours, some people had collapsed from heat stroke, not to mention the other survivors who were already malnourished. Even some of the girls from the Chongqing Adventure Group suffered from heat stroke. Suin immediately ordered everyone to rest, and first asked Xiao Qiao to use the Sand and Stone Master's supernatural power to build a simple dome for everyone to cool off. Suin took out some mineral water from the wide space and distributed it to everyone, 1 bottle per person. With water replenishment and the shelter of the sand and gravel dome, the girls immediately regained their spirits. Now, all the other survivors were dumbfounded. A storm blew away everything, including supplies and water. Where does the Chongqing Adventure Group get its mineral water? The survivors' throats were almost smoking from the dryness of their mouths, and everyone wanted to drink a sip of water. I wanted to rob, but I didn't have the courage. I wanted to exchange something, but it seemed like I had nothing to offer except what I was wearing. Besides, the Longevity Adventure Group only accepts catalysts. But the catalyst is gone. Suin simply ignored the eager expressions of the survivors. Water is the most precious resource in the second apocalypse, much more precious than food. Awakeners with water-related abilities are also the most popular, because water-related abilities can directly extract moisture from the air and create water resources. But it cannot be exploited indefinitely. There are certain limits. In the second Doomsday, releasing a water-based ability is more than 10 times more difficult than in the first Doomsday. Even for an S-level Awakened water-based ability user, collecting 10 tons of water a day is already the limit of the limit, and most of the time it is only a few tons of water. At the same time, the combat effectiveness of the Water Awakeners in the second Doomsday is the worst, with a significant reduction in power and lower endurance. Low-level Water Awakeners would overdraw their physical strength and lose their combat effectiveness after only releasing a few water-based abilities. They would need more than 10 hours to recover before they could use their abilities again. Although its combat effectiveness is not good, its economic value is relatively high. In contrast, the power of fire-related abilities will be greatly increased in the scorching hot desert, more than doubling, and is also recognized as a popular ability. Of course, the greatest enhancement is to the earth-related ability. Take Xiao Qiao's Sand and Stone Lord as an example. Xiao Qiao's original combat power was 100, but now its combat power will be 500 plus. The endless yellow sand is the best weapon, mainly because it is very soft and easy to control. In the second Doomsday, the Sand and Stone Lord is undoubtedly the king of superpowers. It also takes into account the strongest attack power, the longest endurance, and the greatest functionality. Suin asked the girl to rest for a while, and he went to the True God Church. First, he took out some waterproof cloth from the wide space, used his supernatural power to dig a few large holes in the ground, and then had someone spread the waterproof cloth on top. Then, some water was pumped out from the reservoir in the wide space to fill up the puddles. This water was previously pumped from the Jinlong Reservoir. Currently, the Chongqing Adventure Group has dozens of energy faucets, and there is no shortage of water resources. Even a serious overflow. This water is raw water from the reservoir that has not been purified and can be given to the True God Church members to drink. Because his hands were not very clean, he stored too much water. In the past 6 months, he would store a little water whenever he had time, and he would not miss any small river or stream. Occasionally, he would use his supernatural powers to dig a few large pools in uninhabited areas to store groundwater, and then drain them when they were full. The autonomous energy storage faucet is also open one by one as soon as it is copied, and it basically never stops. This has led to the fact that the most abundant resource in the wide space today is water. There is a volume of dozens of gene-long reservoirs. It can provide drinking water resources for tens of millions of people. The problem is that most of this water is unpurified raw water, which is not very hygienic. If you drink too much, you will have hard urine. Anyway, he wouldn't drink it himself, nor would he let his sister drink it. He had enough clean water. All you can do is take it out and make good use of it. The True God Church is now considered an external force to him and needs proper care. At least they won't die of thirst too much. Under the command of Joan of Arc and Chu Laosan, the people of the True God Church also began to line up to receive water resources. However, because there were so many members of the True God Church, it took more than half an hour just to distribute the water. And Suan also has to fill the pool with water from time to time. Just then there was a commotion among the crowd. In the distance, I saw dozens of small sand dunes rushing rapidly towards the True God Church's stronghold. Chapter 1, 25 Seeds of Civilization and Night Battle. Seeing these fast-moving mounds, Suan grinned. Here we come. With one hand, he swung out dozens of highly compressed lightning balls and bombarded the mounds. The lightning ball quickly flew over and hit the sand dune, exploding directly and emitting a huge electric current magnetic field. Dozens of sand dunes suddenly stopped moving. Suan flashed to the side of the sand dune and used his sand and stone abilities to pull the monster out of the dune. Li Xiaoyu and several other girls quickly surrounded them. It was a strange rat with jet black hair all over its body, huge claws, and long sharp claws on its fingertips. There is a fleshy whisker on the tip of its nose, but no eyes. What is this? Li Xiaoyu kicked the strange mouse curiously. Suan glanced at the strange mouse, tapped the mouse's head with one hand, and started to plunder. Sand Shrew, LV8. Skills, Sand Walk, Bite. Plunder is activated and 2 skills are obtained. But they are all ordinary skills. It's a desert monster unique to Fallen Doomsday. You should all have character panels now. Try to summon the character panel. There is a skill called Exploration in the skill column. Use the skill to scan it, and you will know the name and level of the monster. After the second apocalypse, everyone will have a character panel that displays their character level and experience bar. At the same time, everyone has a detection skill, which can be used to detect the level and name of the monster. However, not all information about the monster can be detected. Only its level and name can be detected, and nothing else can be known. Really? It's so magical, just like playing a game. How come I'm only level 1? I'm also level 1. Me too. The girls quickly summoned their character panels to check them out, and exclaimed in amazement at how magical it was. With a wave of his hand, Suan pulled all the stunned sand shrews out of the sand, piled them in front of him, then took out his alloy sword and split the sand shrews' heads open. Soon, an almond as crystal clear as a peanut was found in the head of a sand shrew. Then he picked up the almond and explained to everyone. This is called Civilization Seed. It can be used as experience for character upgrades. 1 Civilization Seed is worth 50 experience points. It has many uses. The most direct one is to use it as experience points. As Suan spoke, he took out a bottle of catalyst from the wide space and dropped a drop of catalyst onto the seed. The seed suddenly emitted a faint green light, and then a tender sprout broke out of the shell. Suan placed the tender sprouts in the sand again and poured a whole bottle of catalyst into them. The tender shoots grew upwards at a speed visible to the naked eye, and soon became a tree more than 5 meters tall. Everyone watched in amazement. Suan patted the tree trunk and continued to explain. This tree is called Guardian Wood, and it emits a special smell. Monsters in the desert will avoid it after smelling it. It has the effect of dispersing monsters, and Suan said as he took out another bottle of catalyst and poured it on several roots. The guardian tree suddenly grew several meters taller and became even taller. At the same time, hundreds of palm-sized fruits began to grow densely on the crown of the tree. Suin used his sand and stone abilities to pick the fruit and passed it to others. He broke open a fruit and took a bite. There is a light sweetness and the mouth is full of juice. These fruits store a lot of water and can be drunk directly. They will be one of the main sources of drinking water for the survivors in the future. Suin threw away the half-eaten fruit of hope and clapped his hands. In the fallen Doomsday, the seed of civilization is everyone's goal. There is a chance of producing it after killing desert monsters. The probability of producing it for monsters below level 10 is 1/10. For monsters above level 10, it is 1/2. And for monsters above level 15, it is 100%. Civilization seeds will also be the universal currency in the future. They have many other uses, and you will learn about them later. Suin handed the sand shrew's body to the True God Church as food. Unlike the zombie apocalypse, half of the monsters in the fallen apocalypse are non-toxic and edible, but they have a lot of parasites. If you eat them raw, you will be infected by the parasites and lose your mind. Hosts infected by parasites will involuntarily walk towards the depths of the desert and will either be eaten by monsters in the desert or disappear. Monster meat can only be eaten after it is thoroughly cooked. So in general, there is no shortage of food in Fallen Doomsday, but the texture and taste of monster meat remains to be discussed. What is really lacking is water resources and seasonings such as salt. The only way for people to obtain salt is from the salt brought by the Space Awakeners from the previous Doomsday, or from the cooked blood of monsters. After a short rest, Suin led a group of people and continued to move forward. But people still choose to walk instead of finding a means of transportation from a wide space. Now that the Doomsday has just begun, the survivors have not yet planned a safe route. The noise made by vehicles is too loud and will attract a large number of desert monsters. But even such a large-scale migration of survivors still attracted a large number of desert monsters. There are sand shrews as big as calves, sand lizards 3 or 4 meters long, and snakes of various species lurking in the sand. From time to time, giant vultures with a wingspan of up to 7 or 8 meters would circle in the sky. The desert may seem desolate and empty, but it is actually just as dangerous and not much safer than a zombie apocalypse. But compared to the zombie apocalypse, the monsters in the fallen apocalypse are more regular, and it is a very complete ecosystem. What the survivors have to do is to integrate into this ecosystem, find their own ecological niche, and survive better. Time passed quickly, and it was evening. The temperature gradually began to drop. When the sun completely set behind the horizon, the temperature dropped to single digits in an instant. The temperature difference between day and night in the desert climate is quite large. The highest surface temperature during the day can reach 60 degrees or even 70 degrees, and the temperature perceived by the human body is also above 35 degrees. It can be said to be extremely hot, but at night the temperature will drop sharply again, with the lowest temperature reaching -4 or 5 degrees Celsius, or even -7 or 8 degrees Celsius. It can be said to be a true mixture of ice and fire. In this sudden change environment, many survivors will collapse due to lack of resistance, develop high fever, etc. But as time goes by, people will eventually adapt to this extreme climate. As the night deepened, the temperature dropped, and everyone couldn't help shivering. Suin did not let everyone rest overnight, but took advantage of the night to hurry on. Compared with the high temperature and huge water loss during the day, the low temperature at night was nothing. Suin asked Joan of Arc to fly high into the sky and spread her light wings to act as a signal light for navigation, guiding the people behind her to follow the route ahead. At the same time, the members of the Chongqing Adventure Group took on the responsibility of hunting monsters and acting as guards. At night, the monsters' activities become more frequent, and their numbers increase greatly, more than 10 times higher than during the day. Even with the protection of the Chongqing Adventure Group, their combat power is still scarce in the face of such a large group of survivors. Of course, Suin would only help the True God Church. The lives and deaths of other survivors were none of his business. He had already done his best by guiding these people to the Oasis safe zone as soon as possible. If you want to live, fight on your own. Chapter 126. The Uses of Earthshakers and Catalysts. Everyone stayed up all night and traveled all night long. Many people didn't even get to see the sun the next morning before they were eaten by the monsters that roamed at night. However, in the face of the huge group of survivors, these casualties will not have much impact at all. At sunrise, Joan of Arc slid down from the sky, knelt on one knee in front of Suin, and said with a look of surprise, "Master, there is a very large oasis ahead." Upon hearing this, Suin spread his wings of light and flew into the air, looking far ahead. Sure enough, about 10 kilometers ahead, there was a huge oasis community. It seems I remembered correctly. Suin grinned and shouted to the people below. Everyone cheer up. We are less than 20 kilometers away from the oasis. Once we get there, we will be safe. Upon hearing this, the survivors immediately became alert and rushed forward quickly. After daybreak, the number of monsters decreased significantly, but the temperature also rose rapidly. When the scorching sun was overhead, the temperature rose again, and everyone's situation would only be worse than at night. The desert journey of more than 10 kilometers is not long. If you go at full speed, you can reach the destination in 2 or 3 hours. After running and climbing for almost 2 hours, they could see the oasis with their naked eyes. They would arrive in 10 minutes. But at this moment, the ground shook and a big pit suddenly collapsed behind the survivors' team. Hundreds of survivors immediately fell down screaming. In the blink of an eye, the pit slowly closed and disappeared. Hundreds of survivors just disappeared. Suddenly, a yellowish-brown hill rose from the ground, and upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a huge roundworm with a diameter of 10 meters. The fong-filled mouth is as big as a house when opened. The worm screamed at the survivors and then burrowed into the sand and disappeared. However, a huge mound of earth appeared on the ground and quickly chased after them. Apparently, the giant worm is chasing the survivors underground. Suin cursed inwardly what bad luck he had. Wonkai, you go and lead the way and take everyone to the oasis first. Everyone listen up, hurry to the oasis, run, and don't look back. Wonkai responded with a meow and flew towards the oasis. His body doubled in size to that of a giant beast, and he cleared out all the desert monsters along the way. The members of the Chongqing Adventure Group quickly caught up with Wonkai. Seeing this, the other survivors hurried to follow. Suin spread his wings of light and flew in the opposite direction towards the back of the survivors. He stopped in front of the rapidly moving earth mound, shouted loudly, and used his supernatural power to control sand and stone to build a heavy wall in the sand dozens of meters underground. There was a dull thud, and the worm slammed hard into the heavy wall, forcing its movement to stop. Bang! Squeak, creak, creak. The next moment, a huge head rose into the sky from under the sand. Desert Wandering Devourer. LV-30. Skills. Devouring. Earth-shaking. This is the most troublesome monster in the fallen Doomsday. It has another name, Earthshaker. There are not many of these monsters, but they have no fixed place to live. They like to wander around in the desert in search of food. They not only eat humans, but also eat any living thing. Its level is extremely high, reaching level 30. No one is its opponent. Even an S-level awakened person with a character level of 10 will lose more than win against it. The best way to deal with this thing is to run away if you can. However, the biggest threat this monster poses to survivors is not the individual itself, but the devastating blow it causes to the bases where the survivors live. Once the Earthshaker skill is activated, the entire survivor camp will be knocked down by it. Fortunately, this kind of monster will not approach places with a large number of guardian trees. Most of the vegetation in the oasis are natural guardian trees, so the survivors can only build homes in the oasis at first to avoid the threat of this monster. This kind of monster is devastating to others, but it is not enough for Suin. The annoying thing is that it will suddenly launch a sneak attack, steal your home, and destroy your stronghold without any moral principles. Suin then activated several supernatural powers and rushed towards the Earthshaker, killing it in one encounter, and at the same time plundered the 2 skills of the Earthshaker. Both skills are boss level, which is pretty good, especially the skill of Earthshake, which is simply a demolition weapon. At the same time, the team of survivors also successfully reached the oasis area. However, the survivors who arrived at the oasis area were not just Su Di's group of survivors. Survivors from other areas also arrived one after another. After the Doomsday, the survivors from all over the world were invisibly drawn closer to each other, and all moved closer to the oasis community. Survivors from at least a dozen or 20 large areas will gather in an oasis group with a population exceeding tens of millions. An oasis community is divided into dozens of oasis blocks of varying sizes. Next, everyone will compete for the ownership of these oases. The larger the oasis, the richer the resources and the more people it can support. The forces that seize the oasis will be able to develop better, while those that fail will have to become nomads in the desert, facing the invasion of desert monsters at any time. If you encounter an Earthshaker, the entire base will basically be destroyed. After Suin put the body of the Earthshaker into the wide space, He quickly rushed towards the oasis to reunite with everyone. A large number of survivors arrived at the oasis and immediately rushed to pick fruits at the risk of their lives, or jumped into the small pond in the oasis to drink water. Suin asked Joan of Arc to lead the True God Church to occupy a large oasis as soon as possible. The True God Church now has the largest number of members, with a population base of over 100,000. They can only support so many people by occupying large oases. This oasis community consists of 10 oasis plates of different sizes. Oasis number 1 is the largest, number 2 is the second largest, and number 10 is the smallest. Suin asked the True God cult to occupy Oasis number 2, while he took the members of the Chongqing Adventure Group to Oasis number 1. There is basically no danger in the oasis except for some non-aggressive herbivores. First come, first served. But the prerequisite is that you can control yourself and not be driven away by other survivor forces. For a long period of time to come, it will be a battle for the oasis among the survivors. After the Chongqing Adventure Group arrived at Oasis number 1, Suin immediately ordered them to set up camp on the spot. Make a fire and cook as quickly as possible. After a quick meal, Suin assigned half of the group to set up camp in the center of the oasis, and the rest went out with him to hunt. Although he has no shortage of water and food now, he is extremely short of seeds of civilization. There are 3 types of guardian trees grown from civilization seeds. One is a supplementary tree that produces fruits that are high in vitamins and water. The other is attack wood, which has both offensive and defensive properties. The last type is the living wood, which produces cotton-like fiber and gum. Only by planting a circle of attack trees around the oasis can safety be guaranteed. Supplementary wood is planted inside to provide water and vitamins, and living wood produces raw materials for making daily necessities such as cotton and linen and high-tolerance rubber. But no matter it is supply wood, living wood, or attack wood, it needs a catalyst to help it grow, and ordinary water will not work. At the same time, these guardian trees need to be fertilized with catalysts every once in a while. Otherwise, they will gradually wither and eventually die. This is the most common use of catalyst in Fallen Apocalypse. Even if you have the power to occupy the oasis, without sufficient catalysts, the oasis will slowly disappear. Therefore, catalysts are the most precious resources at the end of the world. Only with a catalyst are you qualified to develop. Otherwise, you won't even be able to sleep well. Chapter 127 First Hunt. Under the scorching sun, Suin and 300 girls walked through the desert. But this time they were no longer walking, but driving several large trucks. Without other survivors to hold them back, not only do they not have to worry about being attacked by monsters, but they actually hope that the monsters will come over quickly. Therefore, each large truck is towed behind a long line of metal bottles and cans, and the bottles and cans make crisp clanging sounds when they collide with each other. Most of the monsters in the desert have poor eyesight, but their sense of smell and hearing are very strong. They bury themselves in the sand during the day to avoid the scorching sun. But when they hear an unusually high-frequency sound, they will come out to look for food. After eating the food, they will retreat back into the sand and wait for night to fall. The sound of cans colliding and cars roaring was undoubtedly like throwing a handful of pebbles into a calm pond. A large number of monsters slowly emerge from the sand. There are gerbils as big as calves, lizards several meters long, snakes as thick as buckets, and scorpions as big as millstones. Soon the rear of the convoy was followed by dense swarms of desert monsters. Suin flipped over from the passenger seat and climbed onto the roof of the car, looking at the monster that was following him. About 1,000 of them. Most of them are below level 10. That's about it. Then he spread his wings of light and flew towards the rear of the convoy, landed on the ground, stomped his foot, and a wall of sand and gravel stood up to block all the monsters. The convoy then stopped steadily, the cargo hold opened, and the fully armed girls jumped out of the cars in an orderly manner and rushed towards the monster. Suin flew to the roof and took out a parasol, a seat, a bench, and an iced cola from the wide space. Just drinking Coke while admiring the girls' heroic fighting figures. As the chief combat instructor, Li Xiaoyu naturally came along as well. However, because her sledgehammer has been weathered, she can only fight with a pair of high-grade alloy gloves. The attacks mostly consist of swinging, smashing, and kicking, showing their violent nature. The performances of the other members were not bad either. After the baptism of the end of the world, these delicate and beautiful girls have grown into qualified warriors, and each of them is capable of standing on their own. And they're still growing. The future is promising. Although Suin could definitely join the battle, his efficiency could be increased by more than 10 times. but that would be meaningless. If he took action, the girls would have no chance to show their abilities, nor would they have the chance to continue training, which went against his original intention of building the strongest legion. Currently, the Chongqing Adventure Group is the smallest organization, with less than 800 people. It is estimated that they will not recruit large numbers of people in the future. If they want to compete with many powerful forces, the girls must all become warriors who can fight against hundreds of people. Moreover, the girls' current strength and equipment are far ahead of other survivors. Due to the fall of civilization, the adventurers no longer have many supplies and even fewer weapons. At this stage, everyone can only hide in the oasis and engage in internal fighting to grab territory. Only when the situation stabilizes and the territory is clearly divided will they start hunting on a large scale. Weapons and equipment are also made from the simplest local materials, such as shells on monsters. There are very few Metal Gear Solids left over from the zombie apocalypse, especially for those who like to keep their equipment at home for maintenance. They have no place to cry because everything is gone when the apocalypse comes. Those who hoard several sets of Metal Gear are also very miserable. At this point, the Chongqing Adventure Group has high-level alloy equipment as a base, and each person has more than 10 sets in reserve. Moreover, in Su-En's wide space, there are mountains of alloy raw materials stored, as well as dozens of top-level alloy equipment manufacturers, so he can make any equipment he wants. Therefore, the Chongqing Adventure Group directly skipped the stage of living in the oasis and started large-scale hunting on the second day of the Doomsday. The Chongqing Adventure team not only has sufficient equipment, but also has sufficient food and daily supplies. The only thing they lack is the seeds of civilization. We must gather a large number of civilization seeds as soon as possible so that the team members can raise their character levels. These civilization seeds can only be obtained by hunting by oneself. After all, the other survivors are still confused. More than 90% of them don't even know what civilization seeds are, let alone hunting monsters. The specific effects of the civilization seeds will not become known among the survivors until at least a week later. This made Su-En somewhat dissatisfied. He hadn't gotten anything good for a long time, and his hands were itching to get them. The battle did not last long and was over in less than half an hour. Thousands of desert monsters were slaughtered. The girls suffered 0 casualties. After the girls dug out the seeds, they handed them over for unified management, and the monster corpses were collected into the truck and taken back together. Since they live in a desert area, it is very necessary for Su-En to share some basic knowledge about what they can eat and what they cannot eat with the girls. Although monster meat is not delicious, it is nice to eat it occasionally to try something new. Any leftovers can be taken to the True God Church. The True God Church doesn't care whether you taste good or not, as long as you can eat it. This is also the voice of the vast majority of survivors. After dealing with one wave of monsters, the convoy started again to attract the next wave of new monsters. This continued until the evening, with one wave after another being killed. After a day's work, they had killed thousands of desert monsters and harvested nearly 1,500 seeds of civilization. That translates to 75,000 experience points, enough to get 75 girls to level 2, which is enough to significantly increase the overall strength of the Chongqing Adventure team. As for Su-En, I reached level 10 on the last day of the zombie apocalypse, but it didn't show as the maximum level. The experience points for killing monsters will still increase, but the upgrade will show 500,000 experience points. This terrifying leveling experience value made him not dare to even think about leveling up for the time being. His level of 10 is already one major version ahead of everyone else, which is completely sufficient. We'll talk about the future later. The hunt was almost over, and after the monster corpses were loaded, the convoy turned around and began to return. But before he had gone far, he was stopped by someone. This is a team of more than 10,000 survivors. They march in an orderly manner and appear to be an independent adventure group. Moreover, many people are wearing alloy equipment. Those who can still have such equipment in the zombie apocalypse are definitely a powerful force in the zombie apocalypse. The number of Awaken people is also extremely exaggerated, reaching a ratio of 1/10, which is as many as thousands. They all look strange, not from Sudi, but from other large areas. After the apocalypse, the distance between the survivors will be shortened invisibly. Originally, they were thousands of miles apart, but after the apocalypse, they will gather together in regions. This means that all the survivors in Jiangzhou province will eventually gather together. Chapter 128: The Beggar Who Poaches People. Follow me. I have plenty of money. Dozens of awakened people stopped the convoy of Sue In and others. The girls jumped out of the car one after another, with cold expressions. They drew their weapons and prepared for battle. The creed of the Chongqing Adventure Group is very simple. Everyone except your own people is the enemy. Be prepared to engage in a firefight every time you go out. Don't be nervous. We have no ill intentions. A middle-aged man in a white suit walked out of the crowd and said with a smile. Even though it was the end of the world, the man was still dressed meticulously and appropriately. He was obviously not an ordinary person, but at least a high-level leader of a major force. The man said this elegantly as he performed a gentleman's salute. I forgot to introduce myself. I am Du Lekong, the leader of the Crystal Adventure Group. It is an honor to meet you beautiful ladies here. I wonder where you are going. Li Xiaoyu, who was standing at the front, curled his lips impatiently. I don't know you, and I haven't heard of you. Don't block the road. Move aside. Otherwise, don't blame me for beating you to death without any mercy. Du Lekong smiled indifferently, and his eyes became somewhat eager when he looked at Li Xiaoyu. I wonder if you ladies are interested in joining our Crystal Adventure Group. The treatment is excellent. You can have a full meal every 3 days, a real meat meal every half a month, and each person will be given 2 handfuls of laundry detergent every month. I think this kind of treatment is something you would never dare to ask for, right? Don't worry. As long as you are willing to join, I will do what I say, and I will give you more than what I promised you just now. After Du Lekong finished speaking, he looked at the group of fair-skinned and beautiful girls with full confidence. Honestly speaking, in today's chaotic world, there aren't many adventure groups that can offer such conditions. Even the members of the Crystal Adventure Group couldn't help but feel jealous when they heard Du Lekong's words. They had been drinking nutrient solution for half a year, and meat and other things were only things that appeared in dreams. But when seeing hundreds of fair-skinned and beautiful girls, everyone felt that it was worth it. There are so many beautiful girls. Each of them is goddess level. Looking at the entire Crystal Adventure Group, there are not many beauties like this. If these beauties could join the Crystal Adventure team, maybe I could get one too? Boss, why waste time talking to them? Just tie them up. At most, there are only a few hundred women. How much trouble can they cause? That's right, tie them up and give me one. After hearing Du Lekong's words, the girls of the Chongqing Adventure Group were all stunned and looked at Du Lekong with strange expressions. There is teasing, mockery, and suppressed laughter in his expression. I feel more pity. Ever since the Chongqing Adventure Group was founded, it has been running rampant, and no one dares to take advantage of the girls in the Chongqing Adventure Group. This is the first person who dares to come and dig into Sue N's wall with a hoe. Moreover, they poach employees by offering generous treatment. This is simply one word. Absolutely. Li Xiaoyu was also shocked and said in disbelief. 3. 1 full meal every 3 days? 1 meal of meat every half a month? Are you serious? Du Lekong nodded proudly. Surprise, right? I know it's hard to believe, but my Crystal Adventure Group definitely has the ability to do this. Li Xiaoyu also nodded. It's really incredible. Du Lekong laughed. Don't be too surprised. Our Crystal Adventure Group is the largest and strongest adventure group in the world. If you join me, I guarantee you will have a bright future. If you perform well, you can even get carbonated drinks. Li Xiaoyu couldn't listen any longer and interrupted. Etc. I'm curious. How did you know we would be short of food? If conditions permit, I suggest you look in the mirror. You all look malnourished. Our Wan Kai would be eager to give you some food when he sees you. And wouldn't you see what we sisters are wearing? After Li Xiaoyu said this, Du Lekong began to observe Li Xiaoyu and others carefully. I was blinded by the beauty before, but now when I take a closer look, I see that each of these girls has a rosy complexion and is dressed neatly and cleanly without any sense of drowsiness, showing their nobleness in this chaotic doomsday. It seems that he really doesn't look like someone who is short of supplies. As for the equipment, they're all Metal Gear, high-level Metal Gear. Du Lekong couldn't help but take 2 steps back. There are high-level Metal Gear Crystal Adventures, but there are really not many of them, only about 10 sets at most. And because of the Doomsday, there are only 3 or 4 sets left. But this group of girls, hundreds of them, are all wearing high-end Metal Gear. What does this mean? There aren't so many advanced Metal Gears in the entire world, right? I'm afraid we can't even get 100 sets together. Impossible. How can you have so many advanced alloy gears? Advanced alloy gears only appear in level 4 or higher laboratories. How can you possibly conquer such a high-level laboratory? An advanced laboratory may not be able to produce a set of advanced alloy equipment. Only top laboratories above level 5 can stably produce advanced alloy equipment. Although the Crystal Adventure Group is powerful, they still dare not easily set foot in the level 5 laboratory. Even if they conquer the level 5 laboratory, it may not be a positive return. The casualties and losses are huge, and the gains are not worth the losses. Li Xiaoyu looked at Du Lekong with a half-smile. Do you still want us to join your adventuring group? When Du Lekong heard this, his old face turned blue and red, and he felt a burning sensation on his face. I wanted to show off, but got slapped in the face. Just these 300 sets of high-end alloy equipment were beyond his reach. What's more, they even had trucks. How did this thing come from? It's unscientific. He seemed like a beggar on a tricycle, who came in front of a beautiful woman driving a multi-million luxury car and said something shamelessly. Would you like to get in the car, beautiful lady? I'll show you what it means to be noble. It's so embarrassing. Not only Du Lekong, but all the members of the Crystal Adventure Group felt ashamed. Du Lekong was embarrassed at first, and then became furious. His expression was gloomy and uncertain. A force that could produce 300 sets of advanced alloy equipment was definitely one he couldn't afford to offend. But there are only about 300 little girls here now. There are tens of thousands of them. If I could get all these girls, wouldn't I get both money and beauty? Thinking of this, a hint of coldness flashed in Du Lekong's eyes, and he signaled to the men next to him with a look. The subordinates understood and began to disperse their formation, gradually surrounding the girls of the Chongqing Adventure Group. Li Xiaoyu and others looked at the truck indifferently. Suin, who was leaning on the passenger seat, stretched and jumped out of the car. He yawned and said lazily, "We kill ordinary people if we can, and chop the Awaken ones into pieces." Chapter 129. Slaughter of the Crystal Adventure Group. The Crystal Adventure Group seems to have more than 10,000 people, but there are only about 2,000 people who can really fight head-on against the girls of the Chongqing Adventure Group. That means the actual ratio is 7-1. Each girl in the Chongqing Adventure Group only needs to kill 7.5 enemies. Following Su An's order, the girls formed a battle formation and took the initiative to attack. The momentum of the team of 300 well-equipped and high-level Awakeners is terrifying, and there are more than 20 S-level Awakeners among them. It was a complete crushing victory as soon as the fight started. Suin walked slowly towards Du Lekong, and the enemies who pounced on him were swallowed by the raging fire before they could get close to him. Ordinary people didn't even have time to scream before they were burned to ashes by the raging fire. The Awakened one could only hold on for a short while, and turned into charcoal after being lightly patted by Suin. The girls also remembered Su An's instructions closely, and when facing ordinary people they used all their killing moves, trying to kill them with one blow, but when facing the Awakened ones they would chop them into pieces and make them lose their ability to move. There were screams everywhere, broken limbs were flying, and blood had dyed the sand into large patches of blood red. The scene was extremely bloody. Seeing the members falling down one after another, Du Lekong's face turned pale. I never expected that a group of pretty and delicate girls could be so scary when fighting. Although they have a large number of people, their equipment is too sophisticated, and each of them is a high-level Awakener. They all look like veterans who have experienced many battles and are well-trained. Not to mention killing people, they couldn't even break through the defenses. What shocked Du Lekong even more was that the opponent had more than 20 S-level Awakeners. There are only 4 of us. All sides were completely restrained, and there was no chance of fighting. In less than 10 minutes, the defeat was overwhelming, and some members of the group had already begun to think about retreating and wanted to escape. What kind of monster did I provoke? For a moment, Du Lekong regretted his actions so much that he wanted to slap himself a few times. Originally, I thought they could dominate the world, and would also be a powerful force in other places with few rivals. But he was beaten up just after leaving the novice village. The gap between dreams and reality is quite big. At this moment, Suin had teleported behind Du Lekong. An S-class brilliant body with a wealth value of 650,000 is considered a fat sheep. Unfortunately, I already have this ability, and my wealth value is still far from Tiger Lord's. I don't know if I can still meet the holder of the wide space. In the Apocalypse era, especially after the second apocalypse, the richest people will always be the Awakened ones with space storage system. These Awakened people are basically hoarders, hoarding a lot of everything, and each of them is the fattest of the fat sheep. It's a pity that there are so few such Awakened people, and whether you can meet one depends entirely on luck. Hearing the voice behind him, Du Lekong activated his diamond body without hesitation and his body instantly turned into indestructible steel. The top defensive ability of Brilliant Body can almost be immune to more than 90% of elemental abilities and is invulnerable to water and fire. The only weakness is that the steel body has poor toughness and cannot withstand great force. It suffers a little loss when facing S-level power-enhancing abilities. But the merits outweigh the flaws. Not only does the dazzling body have incredible defense, its combat power is also very strong. The destructive power of brute force alone is extremely impressive. Keat. Du Lekong rushed directly towards Suin, causing the ground to tremble slightly. His brutal fighting style is in stark contrast to his gentle appearance. Bang! Suddenly, sand and dust flew everywhere. However, this seemingly destructive impact was stopped by Su and with one hand. What? Du Lekong was shocked. He never expected that his fatal collision would be intercepted by the opponent with one hand. You have to know that his attack had at least 10 tons of force. It was a full-strength attack from an A-level pure strength amplification mutant. Give it to you. Su An's indifferent voice came. Du Lekong only felt a moment of fatigue, and the dazzling body disappeared in an instant, and his body returned to its original state. How could this happen? Where is my ability? The answer given to him was Su An's brain exploded. But my head hurts a bit. It exploded Du Lekong's entire head, like a watermelon hit by a sledgehammer, with red and white splashing everywhere. At the same time, the members of the Crystal Adventure Group who were fleeing with supplies were horrified to find that the luggage was suddenly empty. All the supplies are gone? Where are our supplies? All gone. How can we survive without these supplies? They naturally didn't know that all the supplies had been looted by Su and taken to the wide space. They all stood there in a daze. With the tragic death of their leader Du Lekong, all the members of the Crystal Adventure Group were completely panicked, and the other 4 S-level Awaken cadres were all chopped to pieces. Now the members of the Crystal Adventure Group dropped their weapons and started running for their lives. The girls immediately began to chase and intercept them, determined to kill them all, especially the Awakened ones. Suin came to the battlefield full of wailing to pick up superpowers and also did the finishing work. All the supernatural powers and wealth were plundered, and the experience points from killing people were a little less. But even a little bit is still meat, so it's not a big deal. As for the corpse, just leave it where it is and don't worry about it. The vultures circling in the sky have been waiting for it for a long time. After an hour's pursuit, most of the Crystal Adventure team had been killed, and nearly 90% of them had turned into corpses in the desert. The remaining fleeing remnants were basically ordinary people without special powers. Suin was too lazy to continue chasing them and ordered the girls to call off the battle. In this battle, Suin obtained thousands of superpowers, including 5 S-level finished products. Materials with a wealth value of less than 800,000. It's a not-so-small gain. After the second Doomsday begins, all the survivors in Jiangzhou will gather together, and there will be several waves of awakening. He can happily draw on his supernatural powers again. It is no longer a dream to make all the more than 700 girls in the group become S-level awakeners. Compared to Su An's indifference to human life, the girls are different. Although some of them had killed people before, this was the first time they had massacred survivors on such a large scale. Some girls couldn't help, but their hands trembled slightly. Suin walked up to a girl and wiped the blood off her face with his hand. But he didn't say anything to comfort her. This is just the beginning, and more people will be killed in the future. At least in the next 7 days of the battle for the Oasis, everyone in the Chongqing Adventure Group will have their hands stained with blood. When it comes to killing people, if you kill once or twice, you will feel guilty and uneasy, but if you kill too many times, you will become numb. At least Suin himself has become numb. Chapter 130: The Battle for the Oasis intensifies. When Suin led his men back to the Oasis community, the entire Oasis community had already been devastated. The entire Oasis community only has 10 larger blocks, which can support less than 5 million people, but the number of survivors is increasing, reaching 4 million in just 2 days. These survivors all come from different regions and different forces. In addition, those who have survived to this day are not good people. They would start fighting if they disagreed on something. In an instant, the entire Oasis community was engulfed in flames of war. The new survivors just watched at first, but soon joined the melee. The first stage of the second apocalypse, the battle for the Oasis, has officially begun. The Chongqing Adventure Group occupied the most fertile Oasis #1, which naturally aroused envy. In addition, there were only a few hundred pitiful, beautiful girls stationed there, so the survivors naturally regarded the Chongqing Adventure Group as a soft persimmon. Large groups of people attacked Oasis Number 1. Brothers, follow me and kill. Grab the goods and the women. Occupy this oasis, and you will never have to worry about food and drink. Defense-type psychics, push forward. Elemental-type psychics, use your powers. And nurse, pay attention to healing your teammates. A huge fight between people with special abilities actually felt like a team fight in an online game. Xue Qingyu and others who were in charge of guarding the oasis had already started fighting with the survivors. After Suan brought his men back, he immediately joined the melee in Oasis Number 1. However, Suan did not take any action, but just watched the girls rush forward quietly. It's time for the girls to be on their own. There were many forces coming to attack Oasis Number 1 from all over the place. Some were individual adventure groups, while others were alliances formed by several adventure groups. The number of people is over 100,000. Since the strength of the survivors in each region varies, the number of people who survived to the second Doomsday is also different. In some regions, there are only tens of thousands of people left, while in some regions, there are hundreds of thousands. There are very few places like Sudi that can have 1 million survivors. However, none of the survivors in Sudi participated in the attack on Oasis Number 1 occupied by the Chongqing Adventure Group and Oasis Number 2 occupied by the True God Church. Everyone has some AC number in their mind. That man cannot be messed with. Therefore, the survivors of Sudi formed a 1 million-strong alliance army, mainly focusing on capturing Oasis Number 345. Taking over these 3 oases would be enough to feed them. It's just because Suan had slaughtered too many Awakened people in Sudi before, so now there are less than 2,000 Awakened people in Sudi, and the overall level is rather poor. Fortunately, everyone has been working as a social animal for the Chongqing Adventure Group for half a year. Although the catalyst is gone, the equipment is not bad. It more or less makes up for some of the difference in combat power. Therefore, the Sudi Million Alliance suddenly became the strongest force in the Oasis community. It was only a matter of time before they occupied Oasis Number 345. As for Suan, he was wandering aimlessly in the Oasis community. I plunder every Awakened person I encounter, without any hesitation. This scene of Awakened people fighting everywhere was like heaven to him. Yes, that's it. Let's fight. Let's all fight. Suan's figure turned into a ghost, flashing and wandering in one Oasis community after another. Many Awakened people only felt something patting their backs, and then all their superpowers and belongings were gone. Die, you bastard. Wait a minute, my supernatural power is gone. Where's my alloy sword? My alloy armor is gone. Oh my god. Half a bottle of my mom's hot sauce. The fighting continued until the next morning, when it showed signs of abating. However, as new survivors arrived at the oasis, the fighting continued. The entire oasis area was in ruins, with corpses and blood everywhere. The oasis is so small, with limited resources and a limited number of people it can support. You either have to drive the other party out or kill them. Otherwise, you will be the one wandering in the desert waiting to die. In this life-and-death battle, everyone risked their lives to fight. After a night of work, Suan had visited Oasis areas 5 to 10 and had looted more than 9,800 new superpowers, including 18 S-level superpowers. This also means that on this night, more than 9,000 Awakened people lost their special powers and turned back into ordinary people. Especially the dozen or so S-level Awakeners, who turned from high-ranking powerful leaders into ordinary survivors overnight. It was really tragic. What awaited them was either the revenge of past jealousy or the revenge of their enemies. But more often they died directly in the chaos of battle. But even if Suan had plundered so many superpowers, he was still hundreds of superpowers away from upgrading his plundered superpowers. So Hu Xian spread his wings of light and flew towards Oasis Number 2, where the True God Church was located. Although the True God Church is a large force with over 100,000 people, the number of Awakened people is not large and the overall level is average. If it were not for the alloy equipment and zombie skills provided by Suan, they would have been driven out of Oasis Number 2 long ago. After a night of fighting, the True God cult only occupied less than 1/5 of the territory of Oasis Number 2, and it was difficult to continue to expand the advantage. At this time, Joan of Arc, who has the strongest combat power, is still fighting with 2 S-level Awakeners. One is an S-level Earth Awakener, and the other is an S-level Wood Awakener. The two were from the same Adventure Alliance. One was a big, bearded man. The other was a thin, young man. The bearded man's ability is S Crazy Growth, and the boy's ability is S Rock Plasticity. The bearded man can quickly grow plants into thick vines and command these vines to launch continuous attacks. The boy can shape rocks and soil into huge, pictographic dolls of various shapes, and control these dolls to attack by ramming, trampling, throwing, and other methods. These two S-level powers are both good top-level combat powers. The two of them working together have extremely terrifying combat power. If Jean hadn't had the ability to fly, she would have been defeated long ago. But even so, they were still in a tough battle. Big sister, please stop flying around. You are so beautiful. I will make you into a doll too. I will protect you, The boy's gloomy face was already covered with a sinister smile. He has a very unique hobby, which is to make people into dolls and keep them as treasures. So far, he has collected hundreds of dolls, including his biological parents, who told them to sell him to those perverts to be ravaged. He clearly loved them so much. Why abandon him? Why? The first thing he did after gaining superpowers was to return home and make his parents into dolls so that they could stay with him forever. This way love won't disappear, right? Chapter 131, Ding Zeng and Uncle Pan. Ding Zeng, stop playing around. Use all your strength and don't let this bitch get away. Once you catch her, she'll be yours to play with as you wish. Seeing that the young man was just slacking off, the bearded man couldn't help but get a little anxious. Don't be fooled by this little bastard Ding Zeng's innocent face. He is actually a very bad person. He won't give his all if he doesn't see the benefits. He just likes this mixed-race girl and wants to take her home and make her into a doll. To be honest, I also like this mixed-race girl, but for the sake of the overall situation, I have to give it to this little bastard. As expected, Ding Zeng laughed when he heard the bearded man's words. Uncle Pan, you said it, this beautiful sister belongs to me. He no longer hid his strength and began to attack with all his might. The sand puppet had more than doubled in size. The sand doll picked up clods of earth from the ground and smashed them towards Joan of Arc in the sky. Faced with vines and occasional throwing of sand, Joan of Arc gradually felt a little exhausted and had to keep dodging in the air. There were few opportunities to take the initiative, and they were already at a disadvantage and in a tough fight. The True God Church members were extremely worried, and they wanted to help, but they couldn't. The battle between S-level Awakeners was not something that ordinary people could intervene in, so they could only watch anxiously. Moreover, they had to face attacks from other Awakeners, and everyone was busy with their own affairs. Just then a cold voice came from the sky. Hey, 2 S-level abilities, not bad. The bearded man was startled when he heard the sound coming from above. Oh! Suddenly he looked up. In midair, a man in white casual clothes was standing facing the wind, looking down at everyone. Master True God is coming. Long live the True God! Long live the True God! The believers of the True God Church burst into cheers. The bearded man frowned. Oh no, help is coming. Ding Zeng, hold that girl back first. I'll take care of this guy first. The bearded man immediately urged the vines to rise from the ground and stab towards Suen. I don't care if you're a helper or not. Since you dare to join in the fun, go to hell. The thick vines made a sound of breaking through the air, and in a blink of an eye they pierced in front of Suen, piercing him directly. Humph, you are such a loser, yet you dare to come and join in the fun. You made me worry for nothing, Ba. Seeing that the enemy reinforcements were dealt with so easily, the big man spat in disdain with a look of contempt. However, when the bearded man took a closer look, he found that the boy he had stabbed had disappeared. How? How could people be here? Are you looking for me? An indifferent voice slowly sounded behind the bearded man. The bearded man suddenly felt several times colder and was about to urge the vines to continue attacking the person behind him. I felt a tightness at the back of my head, and then I was lifted up. At the same time, all of his supernatural powers stopped responding, and the summoned vines disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. The bearded man was shocked. My friend, I'm sorry. Please spare my life, and I will take my people away right now. The only response he got was a simple handshake from Suen. The bearded man's head exploded like a watermelon. The headless body of the bearded man collapsed to the ground helplessly, his limbs still twitching slightly. Seeing Uncle Pan die tragically on the spot, Ding Zeng also stopped attacking Joan of Arc. Without saying a word, he jumped onto the mud and stone doll, let the doll carry him, and ran away. But before he could run a few steps, Suen, who had teleported over, blocked his way. The mud and stone doll braked suddenly and froze on the spot, and an innocent and romantic smile appeared on Ding Zeng's little face. Brother, I'm sorry, I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again. I'll give you everything I have. I have a can of peaches. They are delicious, cool. Puff! Before Ding Zeng could finish his words, he felt his body being pierced by a spear of light. The tearing pain made Ding Zeng scream and fall to the ground, screaming heart-wrenchingly. This spear of light was thrown by Joan of Arc. Although Ding Zeng's body was pierced, it was not immediately fatal. Suen walked slowly to Ding Zeng's side and stepped on his head. At the same time, he activated his plundering ability and performed 3 consecutive plundering attacks. Then he ignored the man's pleas and screams and stomped him to death. Seeing their 2 elder brothers killed on the spot, all the people who were besieging the True God Church immediately fled. Jean slowly landed in front of Suen and said with gratitude, "Thank you, my master." Suen waved his hand indifferently. "Get up. The True God cult is still too weak, and it is difficult for it to occupy Oasis number 2. Suen thought for a moment and ordered, "Call 2,000 believers over." Joan of Arc nodded in agreement, and soon brought over 2,000 level 1 believers. Suen then quickly distributed more than 2,000 zombie skills one by one, and they were all elite zombie skills. On the last day of the zombie apocalypse, he collected nearly 100,000 zombie skills. After fusing them, they became 20,000 elite level 1s and more than 5,000 boss level 1s. The boss level 1s will naturally be given to their own team members, and the elite level 1s can be given to the True God Church for emergency use. Elite level zombie skills are almost equivalent to CD level superpowers. With the addition of 2,000 CD level Awakeners, the True God cult can temporarily gain a foothold in Oasis number 2. In a few hours, there will be a new wave of awakening people. By then, with the huge population base of the True God Church, there will be thousands more awakened people. In this way, the True God cult will be able to completely occupy Oasis number 2, which will become a large oasis that can support a population of hundreds of thousands. If the True God Church survives the battle for the oasis, its future will be bright. He saw a new hope in the True God Church. After distributing the zombie skills, Suen left Oasis number 2 with his believers kneeling and bidding him farewell. After a night of hard work, Oasis number 1 gradually stabilized. Although the number of people in the Chongqing Adventure Group is small, they are well equipped. Their weapons and equipment are all top-notch. Even the Awakeners are high-level Awakeners, and there are dozens of S-level ones. Although the number of people attacking Oasis number 1 could reach hundreds of thousands, they still could not gain any advantage against the terrifying lineup of the Chongqing Adventure Group. Everyone is fighting on their own, even though there are hundreds of thousands of people attacking Oasis number 1. The Chongqing Adventure Group only has to face 40 to 50,000 people. The rest were stabbing each other in the back, and the fight was in chaos. Therefore, the Chongqing Adventure Group did not pay much to securely occupy the heart of Oasis number 1. As long as we continue to expand the occupied areas, it won't be long before we can completely take over Oasis number 1, which has the richest resources. Chapter 132, Plunder Upgrade New Ability, Seize the Future. When Suen returned to the temporary base, the girls were taking turns to go into battle. Lu Hui and Xue Qingyu were responsible for the personnel mobilization. The injured people will be evacuated in time to receive recovery-related supernatural treatment, and others will take over. Some of the tired ones were replaced, and when they had rested enough, others took over, making full preparations for a long-term battle. Every member of the Chongqing Adventure team was carefully trained by Suen, and the death of one of them would be a huge loss. You can get hurt, but you can never die. Therefore, tactically, we don't rush into anything, but rather we take steady steps and gradually erode other people's territory. Seeing the performance of his girls, Suen nodded with satisfaction. It has already begun to show its edge. If it keeps up this steady and resolute spirit, Oasis number 1 will be easily conquered in no time. Of course, occupying Oasis number 1 is just the beginning. With a small number of only a few hundred people, the biggest challenge in the future is to firmly defend Oasis number 1. There is still a long way to go. Seeing Suen coming back, the girls who were still resting immediately surrounded him happily and gave him a big hug one by one as a spiritual encouragement. Thousands of awakened people who had been hacked to pieces and were dying of hunger were lying outside the camp. It was obvious that the girls left it for him on purpose. Suen was not polite either. He plundered and finished off each of them one by one and happily sent them off. With the addition of these thousands of superpowers, the number of newly acquired superpowers has exceeded 10,000. The proficiency of the plundering ability also became level 4 100% and was successfully upgraded to level 5. Ding! It is detected that your God-level ability Plunder has been upgraded, and you have gained the ability Seize the Future. Seize the Future. You can plunder the character's experience and level. You can plunder a target's level up to 9 and 99% of the current character's experience each time. Level 1 or below targets cannot be plundered. The experience and level gained from plunder can be given as gifts, and the gift target must have a favorability of more than 90%. Seeing the brief description of the new ability, Suin couldn't help but grin. Great, this is predatory. Originally, you could only plunder other people's abilities and wealth, but now you can even plunder their experience points and levels. However, this ability is still very humanitarian, and the targets of looting can still have a bottom line. People at level 1 and below cannot have their levels and experience points looted. At least there is still hope of continuing to climb up, right? Just like chives, the roots are still there, and it can still grow. It can grow again. Originally, Suin was planning to go out and plunder some supernatural powers, but now he gave up the idea after thinking about it. Wait until other survivors raise their character levels, then plunder their levels and abilities together. I now have more than 10,000 superpowers in my hands, and after fusing them, I can produce about 200 S-level superpowers. In this way, almost half of the people in the Chongqing Adventure Group are S-level Awakeners. The remaining half were also replaced with A-grade ones. At the same time, it is also time to give team members boss-level zombie skills. The skill level of boss-level zombies is roughly equivalent to A-level or A+ level supernatural powers, but not as good as S-level supernatural powers. But the advantage is that there are enough of them, and each member can at least dispatch several boss-level zombie skills. However, it is a bit difficult to match the skills because the side effects must be taken into consideration. Currently, Suin only dares to give 2 to each person, otherwise it is easy to make people become cerebral palsy or stupid. The combat capability will be raised to a new level again. Suin dived into the tent and started practicing his skills. So the girls who were withdrawn from the front line had to go into Suin's tent one by one to receive the opening ceremony. The first ones to be distributed are the combined zombie skills, 2 per person. Everyone has 2 new zombie skills, and their combat power will undoubtedly be greatly improved. At least Oasis number 1 can be firmly defended. As for his superpowers, he'll have to wait and see, mainly because he hasn't completed the integration yet. Besides, there is a rule in the group that honor points can be exchanged for superpowers. It is unfair to the girls who have accumulated honor points in exchange for superpowers to distribute superpowers so casually. Although he is the one who has the final say in the Chongqing Adventure Group, there is no order without rules. No matter how chaotic the world outside is, there must be no chaos within the Chongqing Adventure Group. Moreover, after this great battle, many girls have collected a considerable amount of honor points and can also exchange them for S-level superpowers from him. A few hours later, the girls from the Chongqing Adventure Group all walked around Suin's tent, and everyone received their own zombie skill package. Everyone looked happy, and the pace of occupying Oasis number 1 increased. Time flies, and it is 12 noon, and the battle for the Oasis is still going on. At the same time, the survivors also ushered in a new round of awakening of superpowers. Many ordinary people possess superpowers in the blink of an eye, transforming from the most ordinary survivors into awakened ones. The most recent wave of awakening was during the zombie apocalypse. At that time, the chance of awakening was still 1 in 1,000. This time it's 1 in 50. 1 out of every 50 people will awaken their special powers and become an awakener. Today, the Oasis community has gathered millions of survivors, most of whom are ordinary people. With this wave of awakening, tens of thousands of awakeners were born at the same time. There are even more than a dozen of the rarest S-level awakeners. The overall strength level of the survivors has taken a big leap forward. As a result, the war became more intense, and the awakened people who gained superpowers felt like they had taken a power pill. But this excitement came and went quickly. I have the superpowers, but I don't have the proficiency. The power is really limited. Slipped away. Slipped away. As a result, the awakened ones who had newly acquired superpowers withdrew from the battlefield, retreated to their own strongholds, and began to work hard to improve their proficiency. Although it is relatively simple to improve the level of supernatural powers, you only need to release the supernatural powers desperately to increase your proficiency, and you can upgrade when your proficiency is full. But human stamina is limited. In the early stage, you can't use skills many times before you get tired. You need to eat to replenish your stamina and energy. It would take at least a week to master C-level abilities. S-level abilities were even more difficult, requiring at least half a month of hard work. At the same time, there must be enough supplies to replenish physical strength. Otherwise, before one's supernatural power proficiency is fully reached, one will be drained of it and starved to death. But right now the battle for the oasis is in full swing, and material resources are running out. How can they have the time to brush up their proficiency in peace? This made the newly awakened ones complain bitterly, and they could only grit their teeth and push forward, improving their proficiency in supernatural powers as they fought. If you feel exhausted, just lie on the ground and pretend to be dead, and pray that no one will come to kill you. However, this wave of awakening has nothing to do with the Chongqing Adventure Group. There are no ordinary people in the Chongqing Adventure Group nowadays. All of them are awakened ones, and those with the lowest level of supernatural powers are A-level awakeners. The proficiency of supernatural powers has already been maxed out. The next major direction of improvement is still the character level. It is worth mentioning that the True God Church had the largest number of awakened people in this awakening wave, with more than 3,000 awakeners directly awakened. Chapter 133. The battle for the oasis has come to an end, a different end of the world with the same flavor. 3 days passed in a flash, and the battle for the oasis gradually came to an end. The Chongqing Adventure Group was the first to announce the complete occupation of Oasis Number 1. Over the course of 3 days, the Chongqing Adventure Group fought off large-scale attacks from the survivors time and time again. The number of survivors killed has reached 70,000 to 80,000. It is no exaggeration to say that every girl in the Chongqing Adventure Group is now a devil who kills people without hesitation, and everyone will be terrified when they see them. Among them, Wang Kai was even called a peerless evil beast by a group of survivors, and tens of thousands of people died in his mouth. Oasis Number 1 is attractive, but no one wants to die there for the time being. The main reason is that the supply of materials cannot keep up, and all the food has been eaten up. Only now did everyone realize that this battle for the oasis was clearly a battle for material reserves. Whoever has more supplies will last longer. Obviously, the Chongqing Adventure Group had no shortage of supplies, so it was only natural that they won. The second group to announce the occupation of the oasis was the Sooty Alliance Army. This huge alliance with a population of millions directly occupied Oasis Number 456, taking over 3 at once. However, the price paid was also extremely heavy, with casualties accounting for 30%. The True God Church soon followed suit and announced the occupation of Oasis Number 2. The reason why the True God cult was able to occupy Oasis Number 2 was closely related to the thousands of monster corpses donated by Suin. Although these monster corpses are not delicious, they can provide nutritional supplements and allow the thousands of newly awakened people in the True God Church to quickly improve their skill proficiency. At the same time, it also ensures basic supplies of materials to the rear so that there will be no shortage of food after the war. Then Oasis Number 3 was also declared occupied. It was occupied by an alliance of survivors from Haicheng, numbering as many as 50,000. Among them, there are as many as 9 S-level awakeners and more than 7,000 other awakeners. Their overall strength is top-notch among all forces. If the material supply had not been unable to keep up, I'm afraid that the True God cult's Oasis Number 2 would have been captured by them. Oasis Number 7 was also declared occupied in the evening of the 3rd day. This was a large adventure group from Changde. The number of people was not large, just over 20,000. The important thing was that there were 4 S-level awakeners in charge, and the rest of the awakeners were more than 4,000 with decent combat power. Oases Number 8 and Number 9 were also declared occupied on the 5th day. As for the most powerful Oasis Number 10, it has become the object of competition among a number of small and medium-sized forces with considerable strength. After fighting for 6 or 7 days without any consensus, the leaders of 10 small and medium-sized forces finally discussed and announced the joint occupation of the 10th Oasis. The week-long battle for the Oasis has come to an end. The wars in the Oasis communities were extinguished one after another, and each Oasis block had its own owner. The situation has temporarily stabilized, and the next question the survivors have to face is how to survive. The first thing to solve is the problem of food and drink. Relying on the Oasis's guardian trees, a small number of springs and water awakeners, water resources can hold out for the time being. But for food, we can only hunt in the desert. But because no one knew which monster meat was edible and which was not, a large number of survivors were poisoned to death. At the same time, people gradually figured out what kind of monster meat is edible. At the same time, the lords of the major oases also began to recruit people. It doesn't mean that once you occupy an oasis, it will always be yours. If you don't expand your military force, it will be taken away by others sooner or later. Now everyone is eyeing the richer oasis. Number 10 is drooling over number 9. Number 9 is obsessed with number 8. Number 8 is looking at number 7. And number 7 is sitting on pins and needles. It becomes natural to recruit valuable people to join your own forces to expand your strength and make yourself stronger, whether it is to protect yourself from being harmed or to plan to swallow up other people's oases. Among all the oasis overlords, only the Chongqing Adventure Group chose to remain as they were. If you want to join the group, turn left when you go out and enter the True God Church. We don't accept anyone, not even the Awaken ones. He is actually an outlier among the oasis overlords. Seeing that the Chongqing Adventure Group refused to find anyone, many people couldn't help but feel jealous when they saw hundreds of girls occupying the richest oasis number 1. They all started to make their own plans in their minds. For example, after a period of development, they will be given to the Chongqing Adventure Group, or the Chongqing Adventure Group can be recruited into the team by using a combination of big sticks and sweet dates. The abacus beads were about to jump onto Su-An's face. Su-An didn't care about it at all, as if he didn't notice it at all. Still doing what you should do. Every day, half of the team members go out hunting and the rest stay at home. The seeds of civilization are used to upgrade the girls, and the edible monster corpses are brought back and thrown to the True God Church. The rest of the forces followed suit and began sending large armies to hunt monsters in the desert and dig up seeds of civilization to upgrade their characters' levels. At the same time, some people also discovered the wonderful uses of catalysts. After the catalyst matures, the civilization seed can grow into a guardian tree. As long as there are enough catalysts, an oasis can even be created out of thin air in the desert. A half-dead guardian tree can be revived immediately by pouring a little catalyst. An oasis with large areas of natural guardian trees in the desert is where people depend for survival, and the catalyst for growing guardian trees is of utmost importance. But the problem is, who would stock up on catalysts during a zombie apocalypse? Who knew that catalysts were actually used like this? Therefore, the number of catalysts brought to the fallen Doomsday is not large. As for who will hoard catalysts, all the survivors in Sudi fell into collective silence. Everyone used to stock up on this stuff, but now, all gone? I took them all to the Chongqing Adventure Group to exchange for equipment. At this point, people in the entire Su area finally realized why the Chongqing Adventure Group had stockpiled useless catalysts during the zombie apocalypse. The price of a bottle of catalyst is now sky high. No one knows how many catalysts the Chongqing Adventure Group has stockpiled. No one knows how rich the Chongqing Adventure Group is. The survivors in Su D should be thankful that, because of the Chongqing Adventure Group, the number of survivors in Su D is the largest among all regions. At least they're still alive, and nothing is more precious than life. The catalyst is gone, but I can still make more. It seems I can't make any more. If it's gone, it's gone. The Metal Gear Solid we got in return is real. And some people still have a small amount of catalyst left in their hands. Compared with the survivors in other areas, this is a very good start. If you work harder and be more diligent in the future, there will still be hope for your life. At the same time, the Chongqing Adventure Group also issued a timely announcement. Our group has now opened the exchange window for civilization seeds to exchange for catalysts. Those who are interested can bring a large amount of civilization seeds to Oasis number 1 to go through the catalyst exchange procedures. At the same time, our group also provides installment payment services. As soon as the news came out, everyone in the Oasis community was delighted and ran around to tell each other the good news. Without a catalyst, the guardian tree will gradually die. Without the protection of the guardian tree, safety and water resources cannot be guaranteed. If you lose the seeds of civilization, you can earn them again. But if you lose the catalyst, it's all over, compared to the joy of survivors in other regions. The survivors in Sudi broke out in cold sweat. The days dominated by the Chongqing Adventure Group seemed to have returned again. Different Doomsday has a familiar taste. Chapter 134. Tianlong Adventure Group and Conspiracy. It's another sunny day. At this time, the Oasis area has entered a brief period of peace. Everyone is either busy recruiting or busy hunting. Half of the Chongqing Adventure Group went out hunting, and the other half built a home in the Oasis. Different from previous temporary bases, the Chongqing Adventure Group this time built a base for long-term residents. At the same time, Su-An also explained that this would be everyone's first home in the end times, and if nothing unexpected happened, they would never need to move again. Therefore, the girls were extremely concerned about the construction of the house and gathered together to discuss what the new home should be designed like. Everyone was busy and having a lot of fun. Suin was only responsible for providing building materials, and the rest was left to the girls to handle. Just when the Chongqing adventure team was busy. In Oasis 3, 9 S-level Awakeners gathered in a meeting room of the Tianlong Adventure Group. The Tianlong Adventure Group is an adventure group from Haiti. There are 9 people in the senior management, each of whom is an S-level Awakener. These 9 people are collectively called the 9 Heavenly Dragons and jointly manage the Heavenly Dragon Adventure Group. There are 50,000 survivors under the Tianlong Adventure Group, of which 6,000 are awakened. Looking at all the Oasis overlords, in terms of apparent strength, the Tianlong Adventure Group is undoubtedly the strongest. However, the Tianlong Adventure Group only occupied Oasis number 3 in the battle for the Oasis. Jiao Tianlong was naturally dissatisfied with such a result. Brother, do as I say. Let's take a break and go directly to Oasis number 1 to destroy that immortal adventure group. The speaker was Sun Yin, who was ranked 3rd among the 9 Heavens Dragons. He had the top fire-type combat ability and was known as Explosive Monkey and was famous for his hot temper. I agree with my third brother's idea. I agree too. Agree. 7 of the 9 Heavenly Dragons agreed. The Tianlong Adventure Group is powerful, and wherever they are, they're the only overlords above all others. How can they tolerate a small Chongqing adventure group riding on their heads and occupying the richest Oasis number 1? The only ones who didn't express their opinions were the eldest and the 9th. Although Lao Jiao is one of the 9 Heavenly Dragons, he is timid by nature. He hardly ever expresses any opinions and always follows the arrangements of the eldest brother. How's the background check on the Chongqing adventure group going? The leading man asked expressionlessly. This is a middle-aged man with a burly figure, a square face and thick eyebrows, wearing a camouflage waistcoat. His real name is Wu Hongyi. He is currently the leader of the 9 Heavenly Dragons and also the captain of the Tianlong Adventure Group. The superpower is S-level Explosive Instant Kill, a purely destructive combat power. Once the superpower is activated, the speed is incredibly fast, reaching the speed of sound, tearing out a sonic boom, and the destructive power it unleashes is extremely astonishing. He could even decapitate someone easily with a single blow from his arm, without using any weapon. Since Wu Hongyi awakened his supernatural powers, no one has been able to survive 3 rounds under his hands, not even an S-level Awakener. Reporting to the captain, "We have checked. We have found it," the subordinate beside him replied tremblingly. The Chongqing Adventure Group is an adventure group from Sudi. The whole group is less than 800 people. All of them are young and beautiful women. The only man is the leader Suin. Wu Hongyi said calmly, "Women's army, and what about their specific strength? How many awakened ones are there? How many S-level awakened ones are there?" "No, I don't know. No one knows the specific strength of the Chongqing Adventure Group. Even the people in Sudi don't know. But they are the only overlord in Sudi. No one dares to provoke them. They have the final say in the entire Sudi. It is rumored that all the members of the group are awakened, and they are all high-level awakened. There are 30 S-level awakened people." After hearing the report, the council hall fell into a brief silence. How many S-level ones? Baoho thought he had heard wrongly. 30, maybe more? The reporter shrank his head. Impossible. How could there be so many S-level awakeners? We don't have that many S-level awakeners in the entire Haiti combined. Can Sudi alone produce so many S-level awakeners? The entire Haiti population is over 30 million, and there are only about a dozen or so S-level awakeners. How could Sudi gather 30 of them? And they're in the same adventure group. Regardless of whether they can get together, every S-level awakener is a proud person who will not yield to others easily. Even the Tianlong Adventure Group has divided the leader's seat into 9 parts, and every S-level awakener is a leader. Could it be that the Chongqing Adventure Group also divided the leader's seat into 30 parts? The Tianlong Adventure Group had nearly 300,000 members during the zombie apocalypse. Otherwise, they wouldn't be the sole overlord of Haiti. Unfortunately, on the last day of the zombie apocalypse, they were attacked by the tyrant T-103 and suffered heavy losses. Half of the awakened ones died, and more than 100,000 ordinary members were killed or injured. The strength was greatly reduced to less than half of the original. Originally, 9 people jointly managed 300,000 subordinates, and each of them was truly above 10,000 people and held a high position. This is how the situation of 9 S-level awakeners jointly in power was barely maintained. But the Chongqing Adventure Group only has a few hundred people? Can it accommodate 30 arrogant S-level awakeners? What's more, they are all beauties, except for one man. What does this mean? Do you want to have a harem in the apocalypse? And all of them are S-level awakened ones? That's not how dreams work. Everyone couldn't help but feel it was ridiculous. The only one who remained relatively calm was the Captain Wu Hongyi. Wu Hongyi said calmly, "That's possible. Otherwise, how could they occupy Oasis number 1? What kind of supernatural power does that person named Suin have?" The reporter hesitated and said, "I don't know either." "Huh? Has no one seen him take action?" Wu Hongyi frowned. "That's not the case. It seems that everyone in Sudi has seen him take action, and more than once. But no one knows what kind of supernatural power it is. When it comes to Suin, the people in Sudi keep silent. No matter how we ask, we can't find out. No one is willing to describe what kind of supernatural power it is to us. They just say two very vague nicknames." "What nickname?" "One is nicknamed the Fourth Disaster, and the other is called the True God." All the team leaders were stunned. "Real God? Are you kidding me?" "No, I have to fight him some other time." Wu Hongyi slowly raised his hand to signal everyone to be quiet. "Don't act rashly. If you can dominate the land of Su, you are not a good person. Know yourself and your enemy, and you will win every battle. Let's invite all the bosses of Oasis number 456 to come over and have a talk. Anyone who wants to come to Sudi will be happy to help overthrow this Sudi overlord." Chapter 135 Wu Hongyi. Are you all tempted? In the evening, all the leaders of Oasis number 456 were invited to the base of the Tianlong Adventure Group. Oasis number 4 is occupied by Black Rose. Bailey Bing was dressed in black and holding a black umbrella, with a cold expression on her delicate face. Behind her followed a group of beautiful female guards, all of whom were dressed in black clothes and black pants. One of them is a newly awakened S-level awakener. Oasis number 5 is occupied by the Kamikaze Adventure Group, whose leader is Chiu Chun, a gentle and refined young man with a fair complexion and a scholarly air. He is an S-level Wind Awakener. Chiu Chun was also followed by a group of high-level Awakened Guards. The Tough Guy Adventure Group occupied Oasis number 6. The leader was Niu Meng, an S-class power awakener with a burly figure. The younger brothers following him were all muscular men. The 3 Oases of 456 were all captured by 3 adventure groups from the same place. They are the only ones of their kind in the entire Oasis. The reason for this was that Sudi had the largest number of survivors, more than 1 million, and relying on the initial numerical advantage, they were able to occupy 3 full Oases in the front. Among them, the Black Rose only accepted women and absorbed most of the female survivors in Sudi. The Tough Guy Adventure Group is completely different. It is a pure male group that does not accept women. In Niu Meng's words, women will only affect the speed of punching. Women are the root of conflicts. Therefore, the Tough Guy Adventure team only accepts men. As for the Kamikaze Adventure Group, led by Chiu Chung at the end, it was much more normal with a mixed composition of both men and women. The 3 adventure groups together have a total of nearly 20,000 awakeners. Most of these awakeners were awakened in the recent awakening wave. They are an extremely powerful force. As for the S-class awakeners, the 3 families, including the new and old, have exactly 2 each for a total of 6 S-level awakeners. These 6 people are the only remaining S-level awakeners in Sudi besides Su and forces. The others were killed by the zombies long ago. Of course, the Tianlong Adventure Group didn't know this news, and no one would tell them even if they asked. In Sudi, anything about Su was a taboo, and no one wanted to discuss it. Because in the eyes of the people of Sudi, Captain Su is both a god and a devil. Seeing that the heads of number 456 had all arrived, Wu Hongyi said with a smile, "I have long heard of your great names. Today I see that you are indeed extraordinary. Each of you is a hero. I am honored that you have condescended to my humble residence and given me some face." Wu Hongyi looks rough, but he has a delicate heart and is very tactful in his dealings with people. Bailey Bing remained expressionless in the face of such flattery, pretending not to hear it. Chiu Chun smiled slightly. "Captain Wu, thank you for your compliment." Niu Meng raised his eyebrows impatiently. "Mr. Wu, if you have something to say, just say it directly. Don't beat around the bush. I like to be straightforward. Don't be so unreasonable. If you keep nagging like a woman, I will just leave." "Shit, what the hell is this attitude of yours? Who are you trying to bully?" Explosive Monkey stood up suddenly, and the other 9 Sky Dragons also stood up. Seeing several S-level awakeners glaring at him, Niu Meng was not at all intimidated and spat with disdain. "What? You have an opinion? You want to fight, right? Who is afraid of who?" He was a man who had looked into Captain Sue's eyes, and his legs were only slightly trembling. He didn't even kneel. It's really audacious. So what if there are 9S level Awakeners? Are they worth half a look from Captain Sue? Incomparable. Seeing that the tension was intensifying, Wu Hongyi raised his hand and motioned Zhou Tianlong to sit down. Explosive Monkey glared at Niu Meng fiercely, then sat down cursing. Wu Hongyi didn't keep the secret any longer and cleared his throat. You are all local heroes. Are you willing to be inferior to others? I wonder what you think of Oasis number 1. As soon as Wu Hongyi said this, the scene suddenly became quiet. Oasis number 1? Isn't that Captain Sue's territory? What else can I do? Niu Meng subconsciously wanted to get up and run outside. This is not a good thing to look at randomly. Qiu Chen's eyelids were twitching, and he had an urge to escape. Although he looks like a scholar, he is actually quite belligerent at heart and is nicknamed Crazy Scholar. But he was not at all belligerent towards someone and did not even want to talk about him. At the beginning, he was just a little bit away from joining the 100 Alliance, which meant he was just a little bit away from meeting the King of Hell. Bailey Bing raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a faint smile, and said lightly, "Sure enough, Oasis number 1 is of such high quality and has the most abundant resources. It is occupied by only a few hundred people from the Chongqing Adventure Group, which will naturally cause dissatisfaction among other forces." The first to bear the brunt was the Tianlong Adventure Group. "Mr. Wu, you are not planning to attract the attention of Oasis number 1, are you?" Niu Meng looked strange. Wu Hongyi smiled confidently. "Why not? The resources in the Oasis are limited. How can the Chongqing Adventure Group occupy such a large oasis with just a few hundred people? They are well-fed and well-drinking. But what about the others? What about the other survivors? What about the large adventure groups like you and me that need to feed so many people? They have more than 30S level Awakeners. They are very strong, and it is indeed difficult to compete with one family alone. But if the 4 families of you and me join forces, we can definitely defeat them easily. When the time comes, we will divide Oasis 1 into 4 parts, and the 4 of us will share Oasis 1 and advance and retreat together and develop together in the future. I wonder what you all think." Qiu Chen's mouth twitched when he heard this. "You really dare to think so? Are the dozens of S-level beautiful Awakeners of the Chongqing Adventure Group the key? No, not at all. Those S-class beautiful Awakeners who seem extremely powerful to outsiders are actually just Captain Sue's pampered concubines. Captain Sue is the big boss of the Chongqing Adventure Group. He is the ultimate killer who can slaughter millions of zombies by himself. I'm afraid that Captain Sue alone can overturn the entire Oasis community. Do you still want to attract his attention?" The way Qiu Chen looked at Wu Hongyi was as if he was looking at a dead person. "Are you really not tempted at all? That is the richest oasis. Even if it is divided into 4 parts, it is still a huge resource that can feed hundreds of thousands of people." Wu Hongyi continued to seduce. Niu Meng suddenly pointed at Wu Hongyi. "Wu, you are really bold, but I like it. I'm a rough man with little education, but I can see that you are a well-educated person, so it's no problem for me to follow you. I'll do whatever you say." A trace of disdain flashed across Wu Hongyi's eyes. This kind of idiot whose brain is filled with muscles is the easiest to fool. But he smiled cheerfully. "Captain Niu is straightforward. Wu admires you." Qiu Chen looked at Niu Meng, who had a simple smile on his face, and then looked at Wu Hongyi, who was confident of victory. After a moment's silence, he said, "My Kamikaze Adventure Group will also join." Bailey Bing just said coldly, "Yes." Chapter 136 Go out and complain. Qin Kunwai's teammates are all the worst. In this way, the alliance against Oasis number 1 was formed very smoothly. 3456 The 4 Oasis overlords formed a temporary alliance and launched a series of careful plans for Oasis number 1. They must snatch Oasis number 1 from the Chongqing Adventure Group, divide it into 4, and divvy it up. Wu Hongyi was very pleased to see that the 3 overlords of number 456 were quite cooperative. He didn't know why, but he always felt that everyone looked at him in a slightly creepy way. Just like a hungry wolf seeing a lamb to be slaughtered. Especially that silly Niu Meng, who looked left and right in Oasis number 3 and kept muttering, "This place is not suitable." Like a country bumpkin who has never seen the world, his eyes were full of greed. Wu Hongyi comforted himself. "Maybe I've been too tired recently and have hallucinations." After seeing off Bailey Bing and the others, one of the 9 heavenly dragons said with a worried look, "Boss, is there something fishy about their cooperation? After all, the Chongqing Adventure Group all come from the same region. I'm worried." Wu Hongyi waved his hand. Don't worry too much. All they think about is how to get more benefits. In the face of absolute interests, even brothers can kill each other, not to mention the friendship between fellow townsmen. Boss, do we really have to share Oasis number 1 with those country bumpkins? We might as well just take over Oasis number 1 ourselves. There's no need to share it with others. Explosive Monkey said with some dissatisfaction. Wu Hongyi shook his head. The Oasis is now surrounded by enemies. Although we could take over Oasis number 1, we will lose 800 of our own for every 1,000 casualties. Even if we take it, we can't defend it. It would be better to find a few idiots to help block the bullets in front. Maybe in the end, we will not only take over Oasis number 1. Baoho's eyes lit up. Boss, are you planning to take over Oasis number 456 as well? Wu Hongyi laughed and did not deny. The world is still uncertain. Nothing can be said yet. On the other side, Bailey Bing left Oasis number 3 and led his men directly back to his own base. Qiu Chun and Niu Meng looked at each other, smiled, and ran quickly towards Oasis number 1. Form an alliance to attack Oasis number 1? Only a fool would do this. Before, I was just pretending to fool that fool Wu Hongyi. Tell this news to the Chongqing Adventure Group. Maybe you can get some benefits from it. What if Captain Su destroyed the Tianlong Adventure Group, but was too lazy to occupy Oasis number 3? Wouldn't they be able to share some of the meat? Just when the two were about to reach Oasis number 1, they met a group of people from the True God Church on the road, who were also heading towards Oasis number 1. The leader was Archbishop Chu Laosan of the True God Church. Although this guy is only an F-level awakener, his strength is quite poor, and his supernatural powers have just been awakened. But he is also an important figure among the Oasis overlords. The True God Church occupies Oasis number 2, which is second only to Oasis number 1. It has abundant resources and is recruiting believers every day. In the blink of an eye, there are more than 200,000 followers. Moreover, the True God cult is not like other Oasis forces. It is composed of multiple adventure groups, with one adventure group as the leader. They are more or less alliances, and their decision-making is constrained, and there is no one-man show. The True God Church is different. It is a completely independent force, which is extremely terrifying. But there is nothing that can be done about it, since he is working under Captain Su. Hey, isn't this Captain Nyo and Captain Xiao? We haven't seen each other for a long time. Where are you going? Seeing Qiu Chun and his group, Chu Laosan greeted them with a smile. We are all from Suzhou and are quite familiar with each other. Niu Meng put his arm around Chu Laosan's shoulder affectionately and said, Brother Chu, long time no see. We're going to talk to Captain Su about something. You should also go to Captain Su. Chu Laosan and Niu Meng have a pretty good relationship privately, and many of the female family members of their own group members are placed in the True God Church. I'm just about to take people to build a house for the True God. Hey, Captain Su is building a new house. Let's go. Everyone is going on a blind date in the village. I want to help too. Soon the group arrived at the base of the Chongqing Adventure Group. After the patrolling female guard learned the purpose of their visit, she brought them to where Suin was. I saw some grills, tables, and chairs placed next to a small pond. Several girls with delicate looks were grilling in an orderly manner. Suin, wearing sunglasses and flowery shorts, lay on a recliner nearby, leisurely enjoying the cool air under the shade of the tree. The two lively maids, Qiao Qiao and Yukiki, were serving him grapes. Master, Chu Laosan, Qiu Chun, and Niu Meng want to see you, a female guard reported. Let them come over, Suin said lazily. Needless to say, Chu Laosan had also met Qiu Chun and Niu Meng, the leaders of the large adventure group in Sudi, several times. Soon a group of people came over. Master True God, I have brought the construction team you were looking for to you. Although the girls in the Chongqing Adventure Group are very enthusiastic about building a home, their professional knowledge is not very good. Suin simply asked the True God Church to send some people with expertise in civil engineering to help build the house. Chu Laosan was very concerned about this and summoned all the believers to discuss it that day. Finally, more than 1,000 people with high civil engineering expertise were selected, among whom there were even several well-known house decoration design masters. Well, take it over. Yes, Chu Laosan said goodbye and took a group of civil engineers to build a house. Even he, the archbishop, planned to do the work himself. Suin pushed up his sunglasses and glanced at Niu Meng and others indifferently. Do you two need anything from me? Although Su An's face was calm, the invisible pressure he brought to Niu Meng and others was enormous. On the last day of the zombie apocalypse, Su An's invincible figure, as if descended from God, shocked them too much. Just now, when Chu Laosan and his group knelt down, Niu Meng almost knelt down as well. Niu Meng then poked Qiu Chen on the back. You tell me I'm not good at talking. Qiu Chen's mouth twitched slightly. Don't be fooled by Niu Meng's honest appearance. He is actually a bad guy. He had no idea how the self-righteous Wu Hongyi got into trouble. Qiu Chen immediately cleared his throat. It's like this, Captain Su. Qiu Cheng told everything that had happened before, including Wu Hongyi's plan and so on. I wish I could reveal the color of the leggings that Hong Wu Hongyi is wearing. Niu Meng on the side was looking around with his eyes wide open. When Niu Meng saw the large pile of ingredients on the barbecue grill, his eyes almost popped out. Sea cucumber, abalone, lobster, chicken wings, chicken legs, lamb kidneys, and even premium Wagyu beef. There were also several cups of iced watermelon juice with a hint of coldness on the table, and several pretty girls would take a sip of the watermelon juice from time to time. Niu Meng was so exhausted by what he saw. He suddenly realized that the rumors about the treatment of the longevity adventure team, such as the endless supply of nutrient solution, instant noodles, and sausages to eat, were all fake. That's too subtle. Cognition limits our imagination. Chapter 137 Wu Hongyi calls for help. Suin accompanies Yukiki on a date. Suin was not at all surprised at Wu Hongyi's plan. The Chongqing Adventure Group has only a few hundred people, but they occupy the largest oasis. It would be strange if they didn't arouse envy. However, Wu Hongyi chose the wrong teammates. He underestimated the level of Niu Meng and others. One moment they were discussing how to fight the enemy together with laughter, and the next moment they went out and surrendered to the enemy. Suin didn't take the Tianlong Adventure Group seriously either. How can it be enough when the Tianlong Adventure Group is the only one targeting Oasis number 1? It's not enough, it's not bold enough. Oasis number 7, number 8, number 9, and number 10 should also join in. The more courageous the people, the more productive the land. Suin then pondered for a moment and explained to Qiu Chen. Go and tell Wu Hongyi that our adventure group has more than 40 S-level awakeners and hundreds of high-level awakeners, but we have too much supplies to eat, and the catalysts are piled up like a small mountain. If you want to take over Oasis number 1, you guys alone may not be enough. You need to recruit more people, including people from Oasis number 70, number 80, number 90. Hearing Su An's words, Qiu Chen was obviously stunned for a moment, his mouth opened. More than 40 S-level awakeners? I'm afraid there aren't so many in the entire Oasis community combined. The configuration of the Chongqing Adventure Group is too scary. Is that too few? 50 or 60 is fine. Qiu Chen wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Enough! Enough! If it is true that the Chongqing Adventure Group has 60 S-level awakeners, how could the people from Oasis number 80, 90, or 100 dare to have any bad intentions? Wu Hongyi was probably going to slide to Oasis number 1 and kneel down to admit his mistake on the spot. Qiu Chen then hurriedly left for Oasis number 3 to reveal to Wu Hongyi the top-secret information he had just learned. As for Niu Meng, he stayed in Oasis number 1 and helped move bricks. His goal was clear. Getting a staff meal would be considered a success. On the other side, Wu Hongyi, who had just received top-secret information, felt terrible. 40 S-class awakeners? Qiu Chen nodded seriously. I just got some top-secret information. It can't be wrong. And there are hundreds of high-level awakeners. This is a difficult situation. Wu Hongyi frowned. Even though there are only 10 more S-level awakeners, these 10 S-level awakeners are enough to change the situation of the battle. According to the original plan, our side has less than 15 S-level awakeners, and in a one-on-one situation, the other side has 15 more. Because his ability is quite special and has miraculous effects on awakened people, he estimates that he can kill more than 5 opponents of the same level. This means that the other side will still have 10 S-level awakeners left. But they have a lot of people on their side, with tens of thousands of awakeners pushing forward together. It is no problem to use the human wave tactics to push down 7 or 8 S-level awakeners. The remaining 1 or 2 will be easy to deal with. But if 10 more appear out of thin air, it's hard to say. S-level awakeners are too powerful, and sometimes they cannot be compensated by numbers. For example, for a top-level defensive awakener, awakeners below the S-level cannot break the defense at all. No matter how many people there are, it will be useless. Thinking of this, Wu Hongyi's face turned extremely ugly. Are you going to give up before you even start? He must be unwilling to accept this. Not to mention that Oasis number 1 itself is very attractive. According to the news brought by Qiu Chen, the Chongqing Adventure Group still has endless supplies and catalysts piled up like a mountain. The temptation of these things was too great, and he didn't want to give up at all. Since the 4 Oasis alliances can't take it down, let's call in more people. Go and invite all the heads of Oasis number 7, 8, 9, and 10 over here. Tell them that we have something to discuss. Chiochin on the side smiled knowingly. That's right. Everything went according to Captain Su's script. If nothing unexpected happens, these people are probably doomed. I'm afraid the Kamikaze Adventure Group will have to follow Captain Su to Oita. Within 2 hours, the heads of several other oases were also invited. The leaders of number 7, number 8, and number 9 have all arrived, but number 10 Oasis is still arguing over who will be in charge, so no one has been sent over. The alliance aiming to capture Oasis number 1 has grown stronger. The Oasis overlords were discussing how to attack Oasis number 1, and later on they were even discussing how to divide the territory after the attack. However, the scene in Oasis number 1 is relaxed and pleasant, and the girls are doing what they are supposed to do. Suin took Yukiki out for a walk. In the last talent competition held at the Chongqing Adventure Group Festival, Yukiki won 2nd place. The reward he wanted was a day date with Suin. Yukiki didn't say anything during this period, and Suin almost forgot about it. Only then did he remember that it was better to do it today than to wait for another day. Since he had some free time, he decided to redeem the prize for Yukiki. Suin took out an off-road motorcycle from the wide space, took Yukiki out of Oasis number 1, and drove towards the depths of the desert. Along the way, you can see many survivors making their homes on the edge of the oasis. There are still about 8 million survivors in this area, but the oasis community can only support less than 4 to 5 million people, and the rest can only survive outside the oasis. Most of these survivors are ordinary people, either lone wolves who are unwilling to join the oasis camp, or wanderers who are not accepted by the oasis camp. The situation of these wanderers is extremely bad. Not only do they have to face the invasion of monsters, but they also have to worry about water resources. But there is still a way out. Monster meat can fill the stomach, and monster blood can replenish water. However, it is extremely difficult for ordinary people to kill monsters. It requires multiple people to form a hunting team and hunt together to get something. At the same time, whether inside or outside the oasis, people gradually developed their own division of labor. Those with weaker combat power will stay in the base to do housework, while those with stronger combat power will go out hunting to obtain food and seeds of civilization. These people who went out hunting gradually developed their own new titles, no longer collectively referred to as survivors. Hunter. Human civilization has collapsed, but a new round of civilization is slowly being built, just like the tribal civilization of our ancestors. This is the starting point of a new civilization. Suin took Yukiki through the wanderer camp and galloped towards the depths of the desert. They galloped for about an hour before slowly stopping. What comes into view is a miniature oasis. The oasis was very small, only a few acres in size, with only 100 or so guardian trees. An oasis of this size could hardly support 100 or so people. However, what surprised Yukiki was that there was a large pond in the center of the oasis, and the water was flowing, and the huge sound of flowing water could be heard from afar. From time to time, some strange-looking fish would jump out of the water. At the same time, many desert animals gathered around the pool to drink water and eat grass. There are snow-white deer with horns, vegetarian lizards covered with spikes, small foxes with huge ears, frogs covered with bone spurs, and buffaloes covered with earth-gray calcium shells. Birds are flying and flowers are fragrant. It is a paradise with birds singing and flowers blooming. Captain, it's so beautiful here. Yukiki happily ran into the flowers and picked the gorgeous flowers. The pink little face is filled with a bright and lovely smile. Suin took out 2 fishing rods and lines from the wide space. I'm going to be a fisherman in the desert today. Chapter 138. 2 fishing rods and a mountain of fish, the god Leviathan of the New World. In fact, in addition to the oasis communities, there are dozens of small oases in the desert. However, the locations of these small oases are not fixed, but appear randomly. But this randomness is only true for humans. Animals living in the desert can accurately know the location and specific time of the oasis. They will move along the oasis and rely on it to survive. There is an underground river under these mobile oases, which will gush out a large amount of water resources, and the oasis will be transformed into a paradise full of green plants in a short period of time. However, this mobile oasis does not exist for long, no more than a week. After that, the underground river sinks, and when the wind and sand blow, the entire oasis will become a dead place again. The animals in the oasis will also scatter and head to the next oasis that will appear. This is the desert dark river ecosystem unique to fallen Doomsday. It will also be the mainstream lifestyle of those wanderers in the future, following the footsteps of animals to migrate and wander around in the desert. If there is anything delicious in the entire desert area, it is undoubtedly the animal meat and seafood produced in the mobile oasis. It is incomparable to the delicacies from land and sea enjoyed before Doomsday. However, the number of them is very small, so the price is high. Even if the wanderers catch oasis animals, they are reluctant to eat them, and most of them are taken to the oasis community to exchange for daily necessities. In his previous life, Suin himself worked as a professional food hunter for quite a while. I raised a desert animal, followed its instructions, and traveled between mobile oases to get delicious food. Then I exchanged it for equivalent living supplies and civilization seeds. Life was pretty good. Suin built a simple fishing platform by the pond, put up a parasol, prepared some bait, and put the fish basket directly into the water. He was so confident. The Air Force will never be able to defeat the enemy, and will never be able to defeat the enemy. If you can't catch any fish, you can carry a buffalo back home. Yukiki came skipping over and put a bright wreath on Suin's head. Her beautiful big eyes are filled with bright smiles. Suin smiled and pointed to the stool next to him. Sit down, I will teach you how to fish today. Okay. Yukiki sat aside obediently. She took the opportunity to turn her head and kiss Suin, giggling nonstop. Suin then taught Yukiki how to put on the bait, cast the rod, adjust the fish maw, etc. Because there is an underground river under the pool, the water gets deeper and the current gets faster as you go deeper, so you can only float fishing. The environment in the desert is harsh, and fish are not very picky about their food. They eat both meat and vegetables. If you dare to throw bait, they will take it. However, the fish in the nest are seriously disturbed by the small fish the size of soybeans. The bait will be quickly eaten up by the small fish as soon as it falls into the water, which is quite a headache. It is best to use corn as bait to guard big fish. But the prerequisite is that you have to be able to afford corn. Suin naturally had no shortage of corn, so the fishing process went relatively smoothly. Soon, 7 or 8 palm-sized sand fish with hard shells were caught. Most of the fish in the desert area are amphibious lungfish, which can move both underwater and in the sand. They just prefer to stay in the water, and they only open their mouths in the water. They will not eat in the sand, and their mouths are tightly closed. For this reason, the body surface is basically covered with a hard keratin shell to lock in its own moisture, and also to facilitate passing under the sand without being hurt. Under the shell is tender, delicious, and boneless fish meat. It is perfect for steaming or stir-frying, or you can dip it in egg liquid, coat it with breadcrumbs, and fry it until golden brown. The oasis overlord next door will be so envious that he will cry. Their luck was pretty good today, perhaps because they encountered a school of fish. In a short while, the two of them had filled their baskets with fish. Yukiki's face flushed with excitement, and she still looked like she was not satisfied. Suin had no choice but to pick up a few more fish and put them all into the water. Let's fish until we have fun today. This fishing lasted the whole day until sunset, when the fish showed signs of decreasing and the bites were less frequent. At night, the desert monsters were active, and these fish would hide in shallow water at the bottom of the water. The two of them then began to fish with their hand rods. The catch of fish has already exploded, weighing as much as 70 or 80 kilograms. In order to ensure the freshness of the fish to the greatest extent, Suin did not put the fish into the wide space. Once put in, the live fish becomes dead fish. Instead, they took out a large truck from the wide space, put a waterproof cloth on the truck cargo bed, poured some water into it, and then put the fish inside to ensure that the fish were still alive and kicking and full of freshness when they were brought back. Of course, dozens of kilograms of fish seemed too small for such a large truck, which is quite incongruous. In order to make up for this sense of incongruity, Suin grinned and took out 2 large iron rods from the wide space. As the saying goes, 2 fishing rods can produce a mountain of fish. Then he jumped into the pool with 1 lunge. Soon, bursts of electric current began to surge out of the pool. One after another, fat fish floated up from the bottom of the water, turned up their bellies, and every one of them was electrocuted. It wasn't long before the water was filled with fish. Yukiki was stunned by what she saw. Many. Suin broke out of the water, took out a large net bag, and started catching fish. Yukiki also hurried over to help. It took them 2 hours to catch all the fish. The fish and water filled up half a truck, at least 4 or 5 tons. Enough for the whole group to eat for several days. It will be difficult to encounter such a large school of fish again in the future. Just when Suin was about to jump into the water for another electric shock, the ground suddenly shook. Boom! Not far from the oasis, a huge monster suddenly broke out of the ground and leaped into the sky. Whoa! The monster let out a long, melodious, low cry like a howl. This is a huge whale that is several hundred meters long and dozens of meters wide. It probably weighs more than 100 tons. The dark blue keratin shell wraps the entire body like a suit of steel armor. Under the setting sun, the armor emitted bursts of cold blue light. There is also a huge gear-shaped halo above the whale's head, emitting a bright white light. This is a giant creature filled with supreme majesty and holiness. It looks like a whale, but it can swim in the air and soar freely in the water. The posture is elegant. Yukiki was trembling with fear. She had never seen such a huge creature, such a giant beast that was beyond common sense. Xiao nervously held Su An's big hand, interlocking their fingers. "Captain, is this a whale?" Looking at this huge whale, Suin narrowed his eyes slightly, shook his head, and said lightly, "It's called Leviathan, the god of the new world, the master of the endless sea of sand. Leviathan, the blue beast. Race, granted god. Level, unknown. Skills, unknown. High-dimensional creatures. Cannot be plundered." Chapter 139, Walking with the Gods. Looking at the huge figure of Leviathan swimming in the air, Suin couldn't help but have an absurd idea in his mind. Will Leviathan bite? What kind of bait does it like? Of course, it's just a thought. Even if you catch it, you can't hold it. A fish weighing hundreds of tons would require very thick sublines and main lines to tie it. Besides, Leviathan is not an ordinary fish. It is a god. Although Leviathan will not actively attack people, God's majesty is inviolable. Suin vaguely remembered that in his previous life, there was a large and inflated adventure group that had set its sights on Leviathan. They assembled tens of thousands of Awakened ones, and more than a dozen S-level Awakened ones, and ambushed and besieged Leviathan. As a result, in less than 2 minutes, he was dazzled by Leviathan in just a few bites. No one survived in the huge group of tens of thousands of people. Not to mention killing Leviathan, not even the slightest scratch was left. At this point, Leviathan was officially classified as a god by the survivors. But it is just a guess, because the detection skill can only detect the name of Leviathan, and the rest of the information is unknown. With the blessing of the system in this life, Suin can clearly see the Leviathan race's granted gods, the real god. But other information could not be seen either, and even the bug-level ability of Plunder was ineffective against it. This shows how valuable Leviathan is. And as time goes by, and the number of Doomsdays increases, there will be more and more creatures like Leviathan. Suin pulled Yukiki, who was still frightened, back to the truck. Turn the car around and start returning the same way. The ground in the desert is soft, and large trucks can easily get stuck in the sand. But Suin can use electromagnetic force to make the car body levitate and reduce the weight, so there will not be any obstacles. Just then Yukiki screamed and grabbed Su An's arm. It seems to be chasing us." Suin glanced at the rearview mirror. Leviathan's huge body slowly floated down from the sky, its huge tail swaying gently, and then it slid towards the direction of the truck. Suin grinned and slowed down the car. At the same time, the electromagnetic force exploded, directly suspending the entire truck in the air, dozens of meters above the ground, and slowly moving forward in the air. The huge body of Leviathan soon caught up with the truck and drove side by side with it. The huge eyeball, as big as the front of a car, stared straight at the two people in the driver's seat. Yuki's pretty face turned pale, and she stood there motionless, not even daring to breathe too loudly. The pressure brought by close contact with gods is enormous. The two men in front of Leviathan were like ants on the ground, looking up at the terrifying upright ape. As long as Leviathan slightly tilted its head, the truck would be smashed to pieces. In the face of such absolute power, any supernatural power would seem so pale and powerless. Suin turned his head and looked at Leviathan without hesitation. His breathing gradually became rapid, and his blood began to boil. Leviathan is an extremely special existence in the entire endless sea of sand. Note that only survivors get it. The other creatures in the sand sea seemed to not see Leviathan at all, no matter whether they were monsters or animals in the oasis. Even if Leviathan was right next to them, they would remain unmoved, not panicked, not afraid, and would not run away, as if they could not see Leviathan. Perhaps in the eyes of animals, Leviathan is no different from this sea of sand. Leviathan is the entire sea of sand, no different from the Mother Earth that gives birth to all things. In the eyes of Leviathan, all living things in this sea of sand are its children. It will not hurt, but it will not interfere either. It will just soar quietly in the sky, looking down at all living things. Watch the flowers bloom and fall. Watch all things change. But all of this is based on the premise that these children must be well-behaved and powerlessly cute. When a child suddenly has enough power to challenge its majesty, then this child becomes a rebellious son who attempts to seize the throne. It was obvious that the force released by Sue Ann's previous electric fishing behavior was too great, which attracted the attention of Leviathan. That's why Leviathan suddenly appears. Now Leviathan is examining whether this child has the potential to become a rebellious child. Sun also had this guess in his mind. Although everyone calls him the true god, he knows in his heart that he is still a human, just a more powerful awakener. Although he can now boast that he is invincible under the gods. But when facing a real god, it is not known whether it is possible to exchange one for one. You know, the power of Leviathan's tail swing alone is probably at least 1 million tons. However, just when Suan was fully alert and ready to counterattack at any time, Leviathan suddenly slowed down and soon fell behind the truck. After a hum, the huge body crashed straight into the sand and disappeared, as if it had never appeared. Suan slowly exhaled a breath of foul air. His violently beating heart gradually calmed down, and his original strong fighting spirit disappeared in an instant. Even when facing gods, all he had was a strong desire to fight, not fear. This is not bravery. It's just the law of survival of the weak. In the Doomsday world, if you want to survive, you must not be afraid no matter when, where, or what kind of enemy you face. You must learn to control your emotions, let excitement overcome fear, and learn to think rationally in excitement. You can't just turn around and run away. Never turn your back to the enemy. The very things that all predators love to attack are the ones that like to turn their butts toward them. Suan patted Yukiki's little head. Are you scared? Yukiki nodded. It's so scary, I almost thought it would eat us in one bite. Will we see it again in the future? It should be, and we will encounter many creatures as powerful as it in the future. Some are not hostile to humans like it, but some are not friendly to humans and are even enemies. Are you scared? What we are going to face in the future is a real god. Yukiki bit her lip and shook her head. As long as I'm with the leader, I won't be afraid. Suan laughed in silence. What a sweet thing you have. After saying that, he took out a piece of pineapple and started eating it. Then he slowly stopped the truck on the ground, turned off the accelerator, applied the brakes, and rolled up the windows. Chapter 140, The whole group eats fish. The catalyst price increases. It was nightfall when Suan brought Yukiki back to the base. Yukiki's cherry mouth is swollen again. The lights were still on inside the stronghold. Desert areas lack everything except sunlight. Suan installed hundreds of solar street lights in the base, which absorb solar energy and store electricity during the day and automatically turn on the lights at night. It is lit from dusk till 12 a.m. Several main roads are also paved with cement, while the rest are Tansha roads. Among all the oases, Oasis number 1 is the most civilized. Very few people had access to electrical lighting, and at night most people could only light a small bonfire and gather around it to brag. Household lighting equipment is all oil lamps. The lamp oil is extracted from some inedible monster oil, and the price is ridiculously high. Therefore, most people worked from sunrise to sunset and rested from sunset, gradually integrating with primitive society. The Chongqing Adventure Group doesn't have that many entertainment facilities. The girls usually gather in the cafeteria at night to play cards, chess, or read books. There is also a movie screening every other week. Compared to the comfort of the girls in the Chongqing Adventure Group, the true god civil engineering guys who came to help build the house were much more miserable. Still working overtime to build the house under the light. But no one had any complaints. With the blessing of faith, everyone was in high spirits. They are now helping the true god build a palace. This is an incredible honor. At the same time, they also got a staff meal. In order to complete the project as soon as possible, Lu Hui did not skimp on the food. The staple food is enough to fill you up. There is 1 meat and 1 vegetable, and you can eat as much monster meat as you want. This deeply moved all the workers. I haven't eaten vegetables for a long time since I came to the desert area, let alone pork, which was rarely seen during the zombie apocalypse. Many people sobbed when they tasted the long-lost pork again. Niu Meng has not left yet, and is working hard with his group of muscular men. Ever since he had a staff meal for the Chongqing Adventure Group, Niu Meng's goal has been clear. If you continue working all night and then manage to have breakfast, you'll be considered a success. Are there still many things in the group waiting for him to deal with when he returns? No, no, no. Nothing is more important than eating. Besides, isn't there a deputy leader? He is determined to get this breakfast. And because he is an S-level power awakener, when it comes to moving bricks among the thousands of people on the huge construction site, no one can compete with him. Even tower cranes are not as useful as him. This is the value of an S-level power awakener. Suin brought the girls to a group open-air barbecue party. The ingredient is the sand fish that we just brought back. Because it is an amphibious fish, sand crawlers have strong vitality and were still alive when they were brought back. It's just that most of them are still in the corona state. But it does not affect the deliciousness of the meat. It was the first time for the girls to eat this kind of desert delicacy. They were all amazed and enjoyed the meal very much. Even Shui Qingyue, who usually has a small appetite, ate a lot of grilled fish. Li Xiaoyu, Yukiki, and Xiao Xiao, 3 cute girlish girls gathered together and feasted. Li Xiaoyu has the ugliest eating habits and has no ladle-like temperament at all. She grabbed a grilled fish in one hand and devoured it. She loved eating fish, and this boneless, tender, and juicy sand fish was exactly her dream fish. Yukiki and Xiao Xiao look more ladle-like when they eat, but their eyes are still sparkling. The 3 of them ate and chatted. Laughing nonstop, Yukiki occasionally said something like pineapple flavor. This left the other girls not far away confused. This fish clearly tastes sweet and fresh. Where does the pineapple flavor come from? The 3 girls became more and more excited as they talked. Xiao Xiao simply ran back to the cellar and got a pineapple. After peeling it, washing it, and cutting it into pieces, the 3 of them held the pineapple and came to Suin. Su-An's mouth twitched, and he ate a piece of pineapple helplessly. A month has passed in the blink of an eye. The survivors gradually adapted to desert life. Go out hunting during the day and return to the oasis at night. With edible monster meat, people have finally escaped the fate of starving to death. I wouldn't say the food is delicious, but it's enough to fill me up. At the same time, everyone's character level was gradually raised. Most hunters were upgraded to level 2 or even level 3. The backbones of large adventure groups are as high as level 4 or 5. With the ability to resist the harsh environment, people gradually formed a new social order. The survivors moved between oases and traded with each other. At first it was just the simplest barter, but now it has entered the stage of using universal currency. There are 3 types of currencies. The first one is the sand lizard reverse scale. Each sand lizard has more than 10 reverse scales on its body. These reverse scales are purple all over and have a round texture. By drilling a small hole in the scales and threading them through, they can be used as currency. Under the current conditions, it is almost impossible to forge the sand lizard's reverse scale by human power. In addition, the output is not large, and the source of acquisition is stable, which is not easy to cause market currency fluctuations. It naturally becomes the basic universal currency. Above the sand lizard's reverse scale is the seed of civilization. It can be used directly as experience points for upgrades, and can also be planted into guardian trees. It is an absolute hard currency. On average, 100 sand lizard scales can be exchanged for 1 civilization seed. Further up is the catalyst. The price of this thing is a bit high. Initially, the selling price of the Chongqing Adventure Group was 100 civilization seeds and a bottle of catalyst. At that time, everyone thought it was an outrageous price that would eat people up, and not many people were willing to buy it. But as time went by, the guardian wood in the oasis was in worse and worse condition, while the attack wood and life wood were still okay. The supply tree that specifically bears fruit is the top priority. Everyone can now eat monster meat to fill their stomachs, but the means of replenishing water are very limited. The ponds in the oasis have long been drunk dry, and basically everyone relies on supply wood to survive. If the supply wood is in poor condition, the fruit yield will decline or even die. The only way is to pour the catalyst. The problem is that there is really not enough catalysts, and those who still have stock are reluctant to sell them. If you want a catalyst, you can only buy it from the Chongqing Adventure Group. Unlike Yambaba, who guards the wood, the price of the catalyst is extremely high. The Chongqing Adventure Group raised the price from 100 civilization seeds to 1,000 civilization seeds per bottle. The down payment is 200 civilization seeds, and the remaining 800 can be paid in installments. The survivors cried out for their lives. Relatively speaking, the survivors from Sudi were much calmer. They are familiar with this set. When you need to buy. When you need to take out a loan in installments, take out a loan in installments. It's just being a corporate slave. It's not like I haven't been that before. Worker spirit, workers are the best. If you follow the Chongqing Adventure Group, you may never make it, but you won't die of hunger or thirst. The Chongqing Adventure Group will not let go of any creditor, and it will be difficult for you to die. What? You dare to say that Captain Su is an unscrupulous capitalist? Bullshit. He is clearly a selfless national entrepreneur. Just wait for me to go and tell on you, and use your life as collateral for the loan. Chapter 141, New Ability, Civilization. Development. In Oasis Conference Room Number 3, all the Oasis overlords are present. The atmosphere was a bit depressing, and everyone looked unhappy. Wu Hongyi's face was even more gloomy. Recently, the Chongqing Adventure Group has been selling a large amount of catalysts, and their feng shui has been going smoothly. Lots of seeds of civilization went into the pockets of the Chongqing Adventure Group. No one knows how much the Chongqing Adventure Group's daily turnover is now. The Oasis overlords are so jealous that their hearts are about to burst. There is no doubt that with a steady supply of civilization seeds providing experience points, the upgrade speed of the women in the Chongqing Adventure Group will be as fast as riding a rocket. Originally, Wu Hongyi and others planned to develop and accumulate enough strength first, and then launch an attack on Oasis Number 1. However, the Chongqing Adventure Group's sale of a large number of catalysts has disrupted his plan. What's even worse is that he had previously overlooked a very important variable: True God religion. Everyone in the Oasis knows that the True God cult follows Suin, the leader of the Chongqing Adventure Group. At first, Wu Hongyi did not take the old, weak, and sick people of the True God Church seriously. Even though there are hundreds of thousands of people, their combat effectiveness is not high, so there is no need to be afraid of them. But as time goes by, this group of old, weak, and sick people have gradually become the biggest variables. Because the people of the True God Church are all fucking brainless lunatics. They were not afraid at all when facing the desert monsters. 90% of the hundreds of thousands of people were hunters. Even a 10-year-old child dares to pick up a knife and fight the desert monster head-on. He is so brave. Shouting, "Long live the true God," is like drinking fake wine and being poisoned. There is no fear of death at all. Therefore, the True God Church is actually the fastest growing one among all the oases. Who could have imagined this? The key point is that the people of the True God Church actually work for the Longevity Adventure Group for free without asking for anything in return. Every day, half of the civilization seeds obtained from hunting will be donated to the Chongqing Adventure Group. Hundreds of thousands of people, hundreds of thousands of hunters. The hundreds of thousands of hunters of the True God cult are not only self-sufficient and able to support themselves, but they also serve as slaves for the Longevity Adventure Group for free. Although the population of each oasis is not small, ranging from 200,000 to 70,000 or 80,000. However, these people will not hand over all the seeds of civilization obtained from hunting, nor will they honestly report how many seeds of civilization they have harvested today. After all, no one is a fool. They rely on the adventure group just to live a better life. It is impossible to work for nothing. If everyone is required to honestly report their specific hunting gains, it would be better for them to simply leave the adventure group and become wanderers. Obviously, those people in the True God Church have no brains at all. Under the dual support of the Catalyst and the True God Church, the overall character level of the Chongqing Adventure Group is now difficult to guess with common sense. No, we can't wait any longer. As the character's level increases, the power of the ability will double, especially for S-level awakeners, because the initial power of S-level abilities is too large. After the power has been multiplied several times, there will gradually be a qualitative change, and the human wave tactics will become increasingly useless. If this continues, the Chongqing Adventure Group will become stronger and stronger. You know, the Chongqing Adventure Group has a total of 40 S-level awakeners. I suggest that we start in a week. Wu Hongyi knew that he couldn't delay any longer. I agree. I agree too. Can. In the end, all members voted unanimously to pass Wu Hongyi's proposal. On the one hand, the growth rate of the Chongqing Adventure Group was too fast, and everyone had a sense of crisis. On the one hand, the large amount of catalysts held by the Chongqing Adventure Group has long made everyone jealous. As usual, as soon as the combat meeting ended, Qiu Chun and Niu Meng quietly ran to Oasis Number 1 to punch in for work. Not only Niu Meng, but also Qiu Chun went to the construction site to participate in the construction of the house. Just to grab a meal? After a month of construction, the project is about to be completed. After the work is completed, it will be difficult to come to the Chongqing Adventure Group for free meals. Qiu Chun and Niu Meng seized the opportunity to eat a meal. Upon learning that Wu Hongyi and others would bring people to attack in a week, Suan was not panicked at all, and was even very relieved. Wu Hongyi was much more considerate than he thought. I know I should fatten myself up first before coming here to get killed. Suan almost couldn't help but give Wu Hongyi a little red flower right now. After a period of development, the Chongqing Adventure Group now has 400 S-level Awakeners. The lower-level logistics department is all level 6 or above. The combat troops are all at level 7. In a week, 7 Oasis forces will attack at the same time. But the real enemies are just the 4 people from Oasis. Oasis number 4, 5, and 6 are all the ones who stab people in the back. There are about 30,000 to 40,000 awakened people in these 4 Oases combined. When he thought about being able to harvest tens of thousands of superpowers, Suan couldn't help but grin. After obtaining these tens of thousands of superpowers, the Chongqing Adventure Group will be able to truly achieve S-level superpowers per person. At the same time, a large amount of character levels, experience points, and civilization seeds will be credited to your account. The Chongqing Adventure team is not far from the goal of having all members at the maximum level. Unfortunately, Suan still needs to climb for another week. Bored, Suan wandered over to the True God Church. He has saved up a lot of lottery draws recently. I plan to find Joan of Arc to get some good luck. The proficiency of Guardian of Civilization is almost full, reaching 99.8%. If nothing goes wrong, I can upgrade today. Every time a god-level ability is upgraded, new capabilities will be added. The Plundering ability is now at level 4, with a proficiency of 0.2%. It will take about 100,000 Plundering abilities to level up. At LV1, it has the ability to replicate supernatural powers and deprive wealth. New ability stripping has been added to LV2. LV3 adds equality for all and the ability to plunder and deprive monsters of their skills. LV4 is to seize the future, which can deprive the character of level and experience points. The later level obtained by Civilization Guardian is only LV2. The only functions are Spark and Continuation. Spark is to randomly draw civilized items, and Continuation is to replicate civilized items. Seeing Suan, Joan of Arc went to the bathroom to add some European energy skillfully and obediently. Double color ball, must win number X1. Football World Cup ticket X1. National football team uniform X1. Championship trophy X1. Antidepressant drug X1. Psychotropic drugs X1. Psychiatric hospital flyer X1. Organic biological prosthetics maker X1. Level 2 civilization item. Simple personality development program X1 level 2 civilization item. Ding. The only god-level ability Guardian of Civilization has been detected. The skill level has been upgraded. Civilization Guardian unlocks new ability. Civilization. Development. Civilization. Development. Randomly detects civilization gathering points and can mark them independently. After marking, you can freely teleport to the marked points. The number of teleports per day is equal to the number of character levels. Note: coordinate marking can only be performed twice a day. Chapter 142, Strange Oasis, entering the nostalgic server. The Guardian of Civilization was successfully upgraded, unlocking new abilities. Suan was in a very good mood at the moment and couldn't help but kiss Joan of Arc on the cheek. This made Jean blush and her heart beat fast, and she quickly checked to see if the door was closed. Suan immediately began to study his newly acquired abilities. After a short period of study, I quickly understood the role of the new ability. Simply put, he can now detect civilization gathering points on a large scale. But the desert area only has survivors of this kind of pre-human civilization. That is to say, he can randomly detect other gathering points of survivors. It can also be marked, and after marking, it can be freely teleported to the marked point. To put it more simply, he now has the function of automatically exploring the map and can set the teleportation point by himself. The vast sea of sand is boundless, and it is basically impossible for survivors who are not from the same area to meet each other. But it is not absolute. Although the distance between oasis communities is very far, as long as you have enough water resources and strength, you can cross the sand sea and find other survivors' gathering places. However, the vast sea of sand is full of dangers, and it is easy to get lost. It is extremely difficult to successfully find a new gathering place for survivors, and it takes an unknown amount of time. Suan had also thought about going out for a walk. However, due to limited conditions, I had to give up. But things are different with the advent of civilization. Exploration. As long as he wants, he can go out and have fun anytime, and come back anytime after having fun. It's so convenient. Suin immediately launched a civilization development. Suddenly, a pitch-black, translucent screen appeared before his eyes. There is a small red dot flashing in the upper right corner of the screen, and near the small red dot is an oasis icon. The red dot was where he was, and the oasis mark was the oasis community where he was now. There is a detection option in the lower right corner of the screen. After clicking on detection, a circle of light red ripples quickly spread across the map. Soon, an oasis icon slowly emerged in the southwest of the map. Judging from the number of oasis icons, it is several times larger than the oasis community he is currently in. This was the first civilized gathering point he discovered, a brand new gathering place for survivors. Suin couldn't help but feel a little excited. He first placed a coordinate on the oasis under his feet, and then placed a coordinate on the newly discovered civilization gathering point. Then he exchanged a few words with Jean and started the teleportation. Suin then disappeared right at the spot. Although he lived 2 lives, he never left this oasis community when his previous life ended. To say I'm not excited would be a lie. Suin only felt his vision blurred, his body became light, and he felt light all over. But this feeling of weightlessness lasts only a few seconds. When his vision returned and the feeling of weightlessness disappeared, Suin found that everything in front of him was pitch black. Did we get teleported to the other side of the planet? That shouldn't be the case. Not only was there darkness in front of my eyes, but my body seemed to be imprisoned with something pressing on my head, and I could smell a foul odor. He raised his hand and pushed the thing on his head away. Then he crawled out. He found himself in a huge garbage dump with flies and insects flying around and a foul smell. Some people in tattered clothes were rummaging through the garbage dump for something edible or useful. Most of them were women or children. Suin's face was full of black lines, and he cursed to himself that he was unlucky. He took off his stained and smelly coat and threw it on the ground, then walked out of the garbage dump. As soon as Suin left, the coat on the ground attracted a group of scavengers to scramble for it. After leaving the garbage dump, Suin began to look around. Apparently, he was now in a completely new gathering place for survivors. The overall scale of the oasis is more than 10 times larger than that of the oasis community in Jiangzhou. It is called an oasis, but it is more like dozens of huge desert cities connected together. But he is not in the oasis now, but in the wanderer camp outside the oasis. Like Jiangzhou, the survivors here are obviously divided into classes. They can be roughly divided into 2 categories. One type is the oasis dwellers who live in the oasis and are organized into adventure groups. The other type is wanderers who have no organization and live outside the oasis. The former holds absolute power and occupies the entire oasis, but only accounts for 40% of the total population. The remaining 60% are homeless. However, compared to Jiangzhou, the proportion of vagrants here seems to be even higher. Moreover, looking at the oasis area from a distance, the buildings there are obviously more luxurious than those in Jiangzhou. Although civilization has fallen, people's knowledge still exists. The surface of the desert is all sand, but underneath are layers of soil and rock. These things can also be used to build houses. With the blessing of supernatural powers, it is not impossible to build a decent house. In addition, there are many kinds of monsters in the desert, and they vary in size. Some monster parts can be used as materials for building houses. Of course, not many people can afford to build houses, and half of the oasis people still live in tents. Not to mention the wanderers. All of them have shabby tents built with monster fur and bones. Not only is it extremely hot during the day, but it also smells terrible. Fortunately, it is well kept warm, so you won't freeze to death staying there at night. Just when Suin was wandering around, he was suddenly stopped by someone. "Hey, would you like to be our supporter? We are short of a handyman. 8 sand dollars a day." The people who called him were several people wearing black masks and gray cloaks. There were 4 people in total, 3 tall and 2 short, and it was hard to tell whether they were male or female because of their masks and cloaks. But judging by the tone of his voice, the one who called him just now should be a woman. The masks of several people were made of monster shells, and the cloaks were made of special glue produced by the living wood in the oasis. The sun is scorching in the desert. Exposure to the sun will increase the body's water loss and cause sunburn. The sunproof cloak made from this gum can not only dissipate heat and protect against the sun, but also slow down the evaporation of a certain amount of human body water. Very popular among hunters. It is almost a must-have item when going out hunting. As for sand dollar, it is the abbreviation of sand lizard's reverse scale. Supporters are easier to understand. They're the ones who help the hunters with miscellaneous tasks, such as carrying things, cleaning up monster corpses, etc. This kind of work is generally preferred by vagrants. Suin had just crawled out of the garbage dump and hadn't found a place to take a shower or change clothes. His body was covered in stains and smelled terrible. This image is very wandering. In addition, he had a good physique, was about 1.8 meters tall, and did not look sickly, so naturally he was noticed and hired to do hard labor and odd jobs. Okay, when do we leave? Suin grinned and agreed. I haven't experienced this feeling for a long time. It's like entering a nostalgic server, full of memories. Chapter 143. You are so fast. The hunter team that Suin joined was called the Scarlet Hunter Team. There were only 5 members in the Scarlet Team, all of them women, but their faces could not be seen clearly due to the masks and cloaks. All 5 team members are awakened, and their character levels are not low. The highest level captain is almost level 6. Among all the survivors, his strength is among the top. Suin followed the Scarlet Squad and walked gradually into the desert. Desert monsters hate the aura released by the Guardian Tree, so there are not many monsters around the oasis. Hunters usually go hunting in the desert far away from the oasis. As for how deep you can go in the desert, it depends on the hunter's strength. Generally speaking, the deeper you go into the desert, the higher the level of the monsters and the stronger they are, but the rewards for killing them will also be greater. For experienced hunters, monster meat is no longer the main pursuit. The seeds of civilization stored in the monster's head are the target of hunting. The higher the level of the monster, the higher the chance of producing seeds of civilization. The Scarlet Squad was obviously going for the seeds of civilization. The girl named Kong Qing in the team is a defense awakener and is responsible for taking the lead. There are often highly venomous snakes lurking under the sand. It is difficult to spot them with the naked eye. Once people get close, the venomous snakes will break out of the ground, bite their prey, and quickly inject venom. There are many kinds of venomous snakes in the desert, and their toxicity and venom output vary. Once bitten, you can only leave it to fate. Therefore, we can only move forward slowly and steadily. Seeing Suin following leisurely behind, exposed under the scorching sun, Captain Xiao Zhijie took out a piece of tattered black cloth from the package and threw it to Suin. Just make do with this, or you'll get sunburned. We're spending the night in the desert. Thanks. Suin did not refuse and put the black cloth on his head, pretending to do so. Although with his strength, the sun couldn't possibly burn him, but it was not good to reject someone's kindness. Another girl named Wang Yingxiu couldn't help but roll her eyes when she saw it. He looks tall and strong, but I didn't expect he's actually a newbie. He doesn't even bring sunscreen when he goes out. He might as well ask the people who have been there before for support. Although the supporters only do odd jobs, it does not mean that a rookie without common sense can do the job. The desert is full of dangers, so the most basic hunting knowledge is always necessary. It was obvious that Suin had been treated as a rookie with no common sense of hunting. Forget it, Yingxiu. It's too late to change people now. He should be a wandering scavenger. It's normal that he has no hunting experience. Let's try to be careful. The team is now far away from the oasis, and it is too late to change a supporter. Everyone pay attention. There are prey coming. They are level 9 desert wolves. There are 2 of them. Kong Qing, who was at the front of the team, sounded the alarm. The 5 of them immediately got into attacking stances. 2 gray desert wolves the size of calves emerged from behind the sand dunes. When they saw the people, they rushed over with a roar. Hard, Kong Qing shouted coldly, and his arm immediately turned into a bone shield, and he rushed forward to block one of the desert wolves. The other 4 were not idle either. Xiao Zhijie is a healing awakener. Her combat power is not high, but her combat awareness is good. She is in charge of command. Kong Qing, hold on for a moment. Yingxiu, stop the other one. Wang Yingxiu nodded, drew out the low-level alloy sword from his waist, and rushed forward, slashing at the desert wolf. The desert wolf immediately opened its bloody mouth and bit the alloy sword. At the same time, it raised a claw and grabbed Wang Yingxiu. Wang Yingxiu seemed to be prepared and kicked the giant wolf on the knee, preventing it from moving its claws. Big double, little double. The other 2 short girls rushed out, one on the left and one on the right. While running, the 2 men drew out their alloy daggers at the same time, and when they reached the desert wolf, they directly stabbed its throat. Their movements were smooth, and there was no hesitation at all. Their movements were surprisingly consistent, and blood immediately gushed out of the desert wolf's throat. Wang Yingxiu shouted loudly and activated his strength ability. He grabbed the wolf's head and twisted it off along the wound on its neck. At the same time, Das Wang and Xiao Shuang continued their attack and attacked the other desert wolf. Within 3 minutes, the 2 desert wolves were dead. Suin, who had been watching from a distance, couldn't help but nodded. These people are all quite strong, and they cooperate very well. It is obvious that they have been living and hunting together for a long time. After killing the 2 desert wolves, the girls were not too happy. Instead, they turned around and ran away. What are you standing there for? Run! I really admire you, old six. Seeing that Suin was still in a daze, Wang Yingxiu held the wolf head in one hand, grabbed the back of Suin's collar with the other, and ran away. Suin folded his arms as if nothing had happened, letting Wang Yingxiu drag him along, leaving a long scratch on the sand. De Shuang and Xiao Shuang also held another wolf head, and each grabbed one of the wolf ears and chased after them. The second is Kong Qing. The one who was left behind was the team leader Qiao Zhijie, who did not forget to clean up the traces left by the escapees while running. It's not that they're neurotic. On the contrary, it shows that these people have rich hunting experience. Desert wolves are social animals, and they had already sounded the alarm when they attacked the people just now. The howl of the desert wolf is extremely penetrating and can attract companions within dozens of kilometers. If we stay where we are, we will be attacked by wolves soon. The number of wolves in a pack can range from a dozen to hundreds. With the strength of just a few people, they are basically doomed to die against a large wolf pack. For hunters, what is more important than strength is to have off of the sand sea, to run when you need to, and not to pretend too much. Several people ran for 2 or 3 kilometers following the wind direction before slowly stopping. Wang Yingxiu threw Suin to the ground, panting and cursing. Oh my God, you've exhausted me to death, you idiot. Fortunately, she is a power-type awakener, otherwise she would not be able to drag Suin for several kilometers. Even so, I am still very tired. He threw the wolf head in his hand in front of Suin, gasping for breath. See if there are any seeds, take them out, and the others, throw away the others. We need to go further away. No problem. Suin pretended to reach into his pocket and took out a small alloy folding knife from the wide space. The knife in his hand danced with a burst of flowers, and the wolf's head was dissected open. With a slight flick of the knife tip, the seed of civilization was picked out and placed on the tip of the knife. With a wave of his hand, the seed of civilization flew into Wang Yingxiu's hands. While I was at it, I dealt with the other wolf head as well. Good luck! He picked out another seed of civilization and gave it to Wang Yingxiu. Suin flicked the blade with his fingers to shake off the blood stains, and with a dance of the knife, he sheathed the folding knife and put it back into his pocket. The movements are smooth and seem to be natural. Several girls couldn't help but look at Suin in surprise. They had seen someone with superb swordsmanship, but they had never seen anyone who could break open a wolf's head and take out the seeds of civilization in seconds. Wang Yingxiu patted Suin on the back heavily. Oh my God, you're so fast. Chapter 144, Kyoto Dragon City. Hearing Wang Yingxiu's praise, Suin raised his eyebrows. How could this woman defame someone's innocence like this? He's obviously not fast at all. Okay, let's leave quickly before we are discovered by the wolves. After taking a short rest, they set off again and headed towards the desert. We encountered monsters from time to time along the way, most of which were below level 10. The team members cooperated well, so they didn't cause any impact. Suin was responsible for digging out the seeds of civilization, and for the monster corpses without seeds, he would take out the edible parts and valuable parts, and throw away the rest. The girls praised Suin's extremely fast knife skills and increased his salary to 10 sand dollars a day. Time passed quickly, and it was evening. The sun set below the horizon, and the afterglow cast a layer of red over the sea of sand. The group found the remains of a dilapidated mobile oasis with only a few guardian trees and planned to spend the night there. The men first searched for some firewood in the oasis, cut off a portion of the monster meat and roasted it for dinner, and hung the rest up and smoked it for easy preservation. Otherwise, the monster meat would be spoiled and inedible by the next morning. After being smoked, it can be preserved for a long time, and the uneaten ones can be sold back. Of course, whether it is luggage or monsters, Suin, the supporter, is responsible for carrying them back. He will also get the due compensation, currently 10 sand dollars a day. If the harvest is good, he can also get a little tip, provided that the employer is not stingy. At this time, the sun had already set. Without the scorching sunlight, the members of the Scarlet Squad also took off their masks. In the light of the fire, Suin was able to see the appearance of several people clearly. Overall, the girls are all pretty good looking. The average score is over 70 or 80 points. Captain Xiao Zhidie's appearance is close to 90 points, while Wang Yingqiu's appearance is around 85 points. Das Wang and Xiao Shuang are the most special. They are twins who look exactly the same and are quite good-looking, like two replicas of ceramic dolls, except that they are younger, probably about 16 or 17 years old. As for Kong Qing, her score was between 70 and 80. Several people sat by the fire, eating monster meat and chatting while eating. However, Suin did not get any monster meat. If he wanted to eat it, he had to pay for it. 1 sand dollar would be enough, and this was the friendly price given by the supporters. However, Suin didn't want to eat the monster's meat and was busy gathering information. Suin gradually became clear about the identities of these people. The 5 people in this group were actually free men not affiliated with any adventure group. They lived on the outskirts of the oasis and occasionally accepted missions from adventure groups for compensation, which was considered a kind of mercenary profession. They usually make a living by hunting. Among them, Xiao Zhijie and Kong Qing were classmates who had known each other before the end of the world, and both were students of Kyoto University. Wang Yingqiu and Das Wang and Xiao Shuang joined later. Wang Yingqiu was also a student who came to Kyoto to study, while Das Wang and Xiao Shuang were Kyoto natives and were still in their 3rd year of high school when the Doomsday came. As for how they managed to survive until now, they didn't elaborate, and Suin didn't ask any more questions. But it is absolutely impossible that he has always been a lone wolf, otherwise it would be difficult for him to survive to this day. Among the 5 people, Xiao Zhidie, who has the highest level of supernatural power, is only an A-level awakener. The rest are B and C levels. If you want to stay out of trouble in this chaotic world, this level of strength is not enough. I think these people all have some stories. At the same time, Suin also knew which region this oasis community belonged to. Kyoto area. It consists of 38 oasis plates, with more than 30 million survivors gathered here, covering all the survivors in most of the north. This is also the largest gathering of survivors Suin has ever seen. The overall strength is several times that of Jiangzhou district. According to Wang Yingqiu, the number of S-level awakeners in the entire Kyoto area is probably as high as hundreds. There are countless awakened ones. Compared with Jiangzhou, the class differentiation here is more serious. If you want to become an oasis citizen, you must first be an awakened one, and secondly, you will be given different identities according to your corresponding level of supernatural powers. There are 8 status levels in total. G-level abilities are the worst. They are level 8 oasis dwellers, and F-level abilities are level 7 oasis dwellers. The highest S-level is called Lord. Almost every S-level awakener has his own territory in the oasis. All the adventure groups in the entire oasis united to form the Kyoto Federation. This place is also called Dragon City. Inside Dragon City and outside Dragon City are 2 completely different worlds. In Dragon City, as long as you have money, you are the boss, and even your status can be purchased with money. As long as you have enough money, you can even enjoy the extravagant life before the end of the world. There are both beautiful women and good wine. Of course, the price of fine wine is extremely high. Most people can't afford it, and even level 2 oasis residents may not be able to afford it. They can even kill people at will as long as they are paid. An ordinary person's life is only worth 1 civilization seed, but that of an oasis dweller is much more expensive. The life of a level 2 oasis dweller can be exchanged for thousands of seeds. As for the Lord, no one has dared to put a price on the Lord yet. In general, Dragon City is a paradise for the rich and powerful, where life is even more comfortable than before the end of the world. The material life may not be as good as before the end of the world, but the sense of freedom to do whatever one wants is greater than before the end of the world. But for ordinary people, it is not so friendly. Just surviving is already extremely difficult. Most of the water resources are in the hands of the lords. If you want to survive, you can only work for them. After learning the general information about Longcheng, Suin fell into deep thought. Without a doubt, he drew the best lot. The number of awakened people in the entire Dragon City is probably hundreds of thousands, and the number of civilization seeds they have mastered is unknown. Putting aside the seeds of civilization, the number of hundreds of thousands of awakened people alone was enough to make him very excited. As long as you plunder another 100,000 superpowers, the plunder will be upgraded to another level, thus generating new abilities. But it is not easy to plunder so many superpowers. The shortcomings of the plundering ability are too obvious. Plundering can only be launched when the target is in contact. Others are not fools who would stand there and let others take advantage of them. Besides, he is a foreigner, and if he reveals some of his strength, he will attract other people's attention. By then, even if they can't beat him, they will run away. As Suin was thinking about it, he subconsciously took out a piece of tender lamb chop from the wide space, skewered it, and started grilling it. Monster meat is really not tasty. Lamb chops are more delicious, although a little greasy. And his cooking skills are not as good as Lu Hui's. But when you go out, there are not so many requirements. While Suin was grilling, he took out the seasoning and started brushing it on. Add some onion and ginger juice to the soy sauce and brush it on the lamb while grilling. This will allow the meat to absorb the flavor and remove the fishy smell. Don't be too impatient when grilling. Grill them slowly and evenly over low heat to ensure that the lamb chops are crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. When brushing with soy sauce, don't forget to brush with oil. Olive oil is the best as it won't overpower the flavor. The lamb chops will become crispy when moistened and fried with olive oil. Crystal clear fat dripped onto the fire, making a popping sound. The strong aroma of meat hits you in the face. When the women saw the lamb chops grilled by Suin, they all stood there in a daze, and the monster meat in their hands fell quietly to the ground. They all opened their mouths wide. Chapter 145, Recruiting Su into join the Crimson Team. Seeing the lamb chops in Suin's hand, several people suddenly felt that the monster meat in their hands was not fragrant anymore. De Shuang and Xiao Shuang sniffed at the same time and drooled immediately. Xiao Zhijie and the other two were not in a much better condition and kept swallowing their saliva. I seem to see him grilling lamb chops. I seem to be hallucinating. Wang Yingqiu said while swallowing his saliva. I seem to be hallucinating too. I saw lamb chops too. Kong Qing nodded in response. It's not an illusion. She is really grilling lamb chops. Xiao Zhijie wiped the crystal from the corner of her mouth. It's not that they lack self-control, but that lamb chops are too attractive to them. You have to know that during the zombie apocalypse, everyone can only survive by drinking the tasteless nutrient solution. When it comes to the doomsday of the fall, although there is meat to eat, it is also tasteless monster meat. Monster meat tastes fishy and bitter, but after eating it for a while, you'll get used to it and even taste some goodness without realizing it. I've completely forgotten the taste of pork, beef, and mutton, but when they smelled the aroma of lamb chops, the women suddenly felt that the memories of the dead were attacking them. Suin, however, was grilling lamb chops. The surface of the lamb chops has become crispy and the oil beads are sizzling. It looks like the lamb chops are almost done. Suin took out a small plate, put the lamb chops on it, sprinkled cumin on it, brushed it with Lu Hui's special barbecue sauce, and took out 2 rosemary sprigs to put on the lamb chops to enhance the flavor. Of course, when eating lamb chops, you must have a lettuce salad to relieve the greasiness. Take out the knife and fork and pour the red wine. I cut a piece of lamb chop and put it in my mouth and chewed it for a few times. The skin was crispy, the meat was tender, and the juice was well locked. Just barely enough. Mr. Su is not very satisfied with his cooking skills. Lu Hui had already spoiled his appetite. Where did you get the lamb chops? Wang Yingqiu teleported to Su and sighed with a whoosh. His eyes were fixed on the lamb chops, and tears flowed uncontrollably from the corners of his mouth. De Shuang and Xiao Shuang followed closely behind. The 2 little ones did not hide the greed in their eyes. They wanted to pounce on the plate and eat all the lamb chops, even licking off the condiments. Of course I brought it with me. Suin shrugged and slowly put a piece of lamb chop into his mouth. De Shuang and Xiao Shuang finally couldn't bear it anymore and pounced directly on the lamb chops. Suin took a step back and avoided the sneak attack from the 2 little ones. At the same time, he picked up 2 pieces of mutton and threw them out gently. The 2 little ones were quick-eyed and quick-mouthed. They opened their mouths to catch the mutton and started chewing it in big mouthfuls. Wow, so hot, so delicious. Hot and delicious. The 2 little ones jumped up and down excitedly, their faces beaming with joy. Xiao Zhijie looked at Suin in surprise as if she had thought of something. You are a space storage awakener. Kong Qing and Wang Yingqiu looked at Su and in the same surprise. There are many types of superpowers, but in the Doomsday era, the most precious thing is undoubtedly the space storage ability. Because the Awakened ones with space storage abilities have their own independent small space where they can store supplies. Moreover, these supplies can be kept fresh forever, so there is no need to worry about them spoiling. At the same time, the materials can be stored in a small space without being discovered. At the same time, a large amount of materials can be transferred without anyone noticing. This kind of supernatural power is basically a bug-level existence in the Doomsday era. Therefore, Space Storage Awakeners are the targets that all major adventure groups compete to recruit. The treatment for recruiting them is almost better than that for the group leader. But the number of Space Storage Awakeners is so small that they almost only exist in legends, and no one has ever seen them. Yeah. Suin nodded without denying. What level is the superpower? Kong Qing asked quickly. Suin thought for a moment. B level. There are only 4 levels of storage-related space abilities. SABC. Class C is the worst, with a cubic space the size of a football field. Class B is the size of 10 football fields. Class A is the size of 1,000 football fields. Class S is the top level, with a cubic space the size of 100,000 football fields. But no matter which level it is a bug-level existence. It is no exaggeration to say that the worst C-level storage space ability is much rarer and more practical than other S-level abilities. Relatively speaking, their numbers are extremely rare. Suin has never met another one except Tiger Master in his life. Idiot, you can't say it out loud. Wang Yingqiu covered Su-In's mouth with her hand. Although storage-related space abilities are precious, their combat effectiveness is indeed limited. But every person who has awakened the storage-type space ability is a real fat sheep. Therefore, once exposed, they will be immediately targeted by others, and either killed to reveal their secrets, or recruited and taken back to be imprisoned. No matter which one it is not a good ending. Wang Yingqiu didn't expect Suin to say it so unscrupulously. Suin waved his hand without caring at all. It doesn't matter. You won't tell anyone anyway. In fact, it is better to speak out. Xiao Zhijie and the others fell silent after hearing this. I never expected that Suin would trust them so much. What he didn't expect was that a wanderer he picked up along the way turned out to be a holder of storage-type space abilities. The expressions of several people were very complicated. It's okay for me to keep it a secret for you. Give me some lamb chops, Wang Yingqiu said, smacking his lips. Big and small pears also came over. De Shuang. I'll keep it a secret for you too. Can you give me another piece of meat? Xiao Shuang. Keep it a secret, eat meat. 5 pairs of big watery eyes stared at the lamb chops in Su-In's hand, and the sound of swallowing saliva was heard continuously. Su-In handed over the lamb chops indifferently. Here you go. The girls were overjoyed and started eating the lamb chops like crazy. Even Xiao Zhijie, who was usually very calm and beautiful, was completely smitten by the delicious lamb chops, without a trace of her ladle-like image. Su-In took out another piece of Wagyu steak and started grilling it. 5 faces were confused. How many steaks do you have left? Just with the steak in Su-In's hand, he could at least exchange it for the identity of an Oasis citizen. If sold to those big lords, it can be sold at a sky-high price. Su-In turned the steak over expressionlessly. There are still a few 100 million left, not much left. After Su-In had eaten and drunk his fill, the sky had already darkened and the temperature had dropped. After eating the lamb chops, the women still seemed unsatisfied. But I was too embarrassed to ask Su-In for it again. Because Su-In was not a member of their team, giving them a portion of lamb chops was already a huge favor. Hey, what are your plans for the future? Su-In shook his head. I haven't decided where to go yet. In the previous conversation, Su-In had told several people that he was a wanderer who had been wandering in the desert. He had just arrived in Longcheng and was unfamiliar with the place. Wang Yingqiu rolled his eyes and said, How about you join our team in the future? Chapter 146, Joining the Scarlet Team. If Su-In is willing to join, the Scarlet Team will undoubtedly make a fortune. Let's not talk about how much stuff Su-In has hoarded. The permanent preservation function of the storage space ability alone is enough for the team members to make a lot of money. Take monster meat, for example. When hunters go out hunting, they often cannot bring back the corpses of the monsters they hunt due to various reasons. Especially for a hunting team like the Scarlet Team, which often spends the night in the desert and hunts for 2 or 3 days in a row, it would be good if they could bring back 30% of the monster meat they hunted. Most of the others were either rotten or could not be moved back at all. I can only throw it away with reluctance. But with Su-In's joining, everything will be different. There is no need to worry about the monster meat rotting or there being too much to carry back. At the same time, you can bring more spare supplies out for hunting, and your hunting efficiency can be increased several times. Monster meat, monster fur, bones, grease can all be exchanged for money. If we work harder, it won't be a problem for the whole team to achieve moderate prosperity. Su-In thought about it and nodded and agreed. Okay, please take care of me in the future. Just treat it as an experience of life and a bit of nostalgia. Hearing Su-In's answer, several girls cheered happily. Only Kong Ching's smile seemed forced. The temperature in the desert at night can drop to below zero, and there is strong wind and sand, so a few people dug a big pit, lit a bonfire in the center of the pit to keep warm, and rested with their backs against the edge of the pit. 6 people took turns to watch the fire. Because it was Su An's first day joining the team, everyone unanimously decided that he would not be on guard tonight. Suin was also happy to have some free time, so he found a comfortable position, took out a blanket, wrapped himself in it, and lay down to sleep. Time passed quickly, and it was midnight. Suin heard a slight noise and woke up immediately. At this time, there were only 4 people left in the big sand pit. Wang Yingxiu was lying carelessly in the corner, sleeping soundly. De Shuang and Xiao Shuang had already quietly come to Su An's side and rubbed the blanket. The 2 little ones were sleeping soundly, and they kept mumbling in their sleep like eat meat. Xiao Zhijie and Kong Qing disappeared. General Suin activated his mental abilities and went out to investigate. Soon, Xiao Zhijie and Kong Qing were spotted. 2 women were arguing about something not far away. Zhijie, let's go back. I've had enough of being a wanderer. With just a few of us, we will die sooner or later. Kong Qing seemed to be persuading Xiao Zhijie. Xiao Qing, I won't go back. I finally escaped from there. Although life is hard now, I am free, right? And with Suin joining us, life will get better and better. Zhijie, you are too naive. He is an awakened storage space ability. As long as he is willing, he can even become a level 2 Oasis citizen. What can we give him? Nothing. He will leave sooner or later. We can't keep him. It's better to take him back with us. No, if we take him back, he'll be doomed. He'll be imprisoned by my brother. He won't be free until he dies. I can't hurt him. He obviously trusts us so much. Hearing the conversation between the 2, Suin smiled slightly, closed his eyes, and continued to sleep. As he expected, these people all had some stories. Maybe there will be some good uses. But De Shuang and Xiao Shuang snatched away most of his blanket, forcing him to take out another blanket. The next morning, as the sun rose, Suin stood up and stretched. Kong Qing was patrolling around, and Xiao Zhijie was roasting monster meat to prepare breakfast. Wang Yingxiu is collecting using a plastic water bag. De Shuang and Xiao Shuang were catching a kind of black beetle in the sand. The survivors haven't seen rain since they arrived in the desert, but a small amount of dew can be collected every morning. At the same time, insects in the desert will come out in the morning, stand upright on the sand dunes, use their shells to cool water vapor, and collect dew for drinking. These insects are also a good source of protein, and they taste better than monster meat, but the price is more than 10 times that of monster meat. Hunters would catch insects in the morning and sell them. After breakfast and packing up, the group set out on their hunting trip again. With Su An's joining, the hunting efficiency has obviously increased a lot. There is no need to worry about having no place to put the monster meat. In half a day, they hunted 50 or 60 monsters, 20 of which were edible. Normally, they could only take 5 or 6 away at most, but now they can take them all back. At the same time, more than 20 civilization seeds were harvested, which was a considerable income. But the supplies that everyone had prepared were basically used up, especially drinking water. In the end, I had no choice but to go back home and walk towards the oasis. After 2 or 3 hours of trekking, we finally returned to the oasis. Several women brought Su into their residence. Most members of the Scarlet Squad live together. It is a cellar in the outer area of the oasis. 2 bedrooms and 1 living room, with a total area of less than 40 square meters. The cellar was also rather shabby, with smoked monster meat hanging on the walls. The living room was even more shabby, with only a tattered little table and a few small benches. The rest of the furniture is minimal. Xiao Zhijie and Kong Qing share a room, while Wang Yingxiu and Daxia Shuang share a room. Suin took the monster corpses out of the wide space and piled them on the ground. Then they were carried out one by one and sold. The fresher the monster head is, the less fishy it is, so its price is higher than smoked monster meat. The sales location is the Oasis Trading Market. Most of the basic necessities of life can be bought here with money. Food, furs, bones, utensils, etc., which can only be obtained in the desert, are basically traded with sand dollars. Soap, laundry detergent, metal products, these valuable items that can no longer be produced can only be traded with hard currency, such as civilization seeds. As for catalysts, few people would trade them, and they were basically circulated internally among large forces in Oasis. At the same time, even inside the Oasis, there are basically no traces of guardian trees. Almost all of them have been transplanted into the territory by the lords of the Oasis and managed in a unified manner. Because the catalyst is too scarce, not to mention the guardian trees of the oasis. Even the guardian trees of the mobile oasis in the desert will be dug up by large forces overnight once they are discovered. Because the monster meat that the Scarlet Squad brought back this time was very fresh, it sold particularly well. It was snatched away soon. In total, I sold more than 2,000 sand dollars, which was considered a small windfall. There was a happy smile on everyone's face. Then the girls discussed buying a set of equipment for Sue as well. First of all, a rubber cape for sun protection is a must, as well as a mask to prevent wind and sand, long leather boots suitable for walking in the sand, etc. However, the women did not notice that Kong Qing quietly left the team alone and walked towards the territory of a large lord. Chapter 147, Night of the False Lord. After selling the monster meat, the girls took Sue in to visit Longcheng. Because of the large flow of people, Longcheng is relatively lively. There are many stalls and various shops on the street. There are snack bars that make monster meat, as well as equipment stores, clothing stores, and more. There are a wide variety of goods, but most of them are produced in the Doomsday era, and there are very few goods before the Doomsday. Das Wang and Xiao Shuang got a white rabbit milk candy from somewhere and presented it to Sue as a treasure. My sister and I spent a lot of money to buy this. I'm giving it to you, Das Wang said proudly, puffing out his chest. I bought it. It's for you. Xiao Shuang repeated it and puffed out his chest like Das Wang. These two twin sisters are very distinctive. No matter when or where, what to do or what to say, De Shuang always takes the initiative. Express the main opinions of the two sisters. Xiao Shuang is like a parrot who doesn't have any inspiration. The delay is still very high. When repeating what De Shuang said, I can only repeat it briefly. It looks silly and cute. Suen took the candy, peeled off the worn wrapping paper, and threw the candy into his mouth. Even though it is just a small piece of candy, it is already a valuable item for ordinary people in the Doomsday era. I guess the big and small pears must have cost a lot of money to buy. Probably to thank Sue for treating them to lamb chops, and for the blanket she and her sisters snatched from Sue. When passing by a circus, Sue stopped. There were a few big words on the circus saying Lord's Night. There are some small words on it. Powerful S-Class Awakeners are at your disposal, and the experience of a lord obsessed with paper and gold begins tonight. Suen asked curiously, is there an S-level Awakener in there? De Shuang and Xiao Shuang looked at each other and shook their heads. We don't know either. We've never been in there. Sister Jidie told us not to look too much, saying that if we look too much, needles will grow in our eyes. I don't know. I'm not allowed to watch it. I got sty. I'm so angry. Suen looked at Xiao Jidie with a questioning look in his eyes. Xiao Jidie was wearing a mask, so her expression couldn't be seen. But he turned his head away and looked away. I don't know either. Wang Yingxiu playfully punched Suen. You're asking even though you know the answer. This is exactly that kind of store? I really don't understand why you stinky men always like to come to places like this. So are there any S-level Awakeners? This is the question that Sue is most concerned about. I don't know either. You can go and see for yourself. But I heard it's very expensive. You can't afford it. Sue nodded and walked towards Lord Knight. Wang Yingxiu was stunned. She was just joking. I didn't expect Sue to really go. This bastard really went in. Wang Yingxiu kicked the floor angrily. There is such a beautiful girl in the team, but he insists on looking for those dirty women. Are they not attractive enough? Don't you care about your own image? Xiao Jidie just sighed helplessly, shook her head, and said nothing. They naturally couldn't do anything about Suen paying for his own enjoyment, but they all felt a little uncomfortable. It is not a wise move to spend a lot of money to consume in such places just for the sake of temporary enjoyment. But they had no choice but to wait outside. As Suen walked behind the tent curtain, a thin man with a pointed chin and monkey cheeks came up to him with a smile. Hey sir, come and sit down. What do you want to play? We have everything. Uniforms, nurses, flight attendants, workplace bosses, we have them all. We also have reenactment role-playing stage plays. There is also a special escape room where you play as a ghost. I recommend you try our latest but well-received Wrath of the Minotaur and Cry of the Pure Love Warrior. It's just that the price is a little bit expensive. Suen thought about it and directly took out 10 bottles of catalyst from the wide space and placed them on the table. The aura of a nouveau riche suddenly spread. The most expensive one. Give me the most expensive one. Call up all the S-level Awakeners. Seeing the 10 full bottles of catalyst, the skinny monkey was stunned for a moment and then became ecstatic. 10 bottles of catalyst are a huge amount of money. Sell it to the Lord and exchange it for a sack of civilization seeds. It seems that the man in front of me is a big shot, The skinny monkey didn't dare to neglect it, and nodded and bowed repeatedly to please him. After saying, "Sir, please wait a moment," he ran to make preparations. During this time, a little girl came running over and brought a glass of water and a plate of snacks made from insects. Soon the skinny monkey came over trotting over and said, "I've prepared everything for you. Do you want to start now? Or should we wait until you've rested enough before starting?" Suin waved his hand. "Now then." "Okay, then you can play slowly. I won't disturb you, The skinny monkey smiled and quietly retreated. After a moment, the curtain at the end of the room slowly opened. Behind the curtain was a prison-like room, with various torture instruments on the table. Tied up in the cell were 4 young girls who were dressed in rags but had good figures and looks. All the girls looked sad and angry as they glared at Suin. One of the girls spat fiercely and said viciously, "You beast, no matter how you torture us, we will not surrender." The other girl showed disgust. "I am a powerful S-class awakener. If I hadn't been caught, I could kill you with just a flick of my finger. The dignity of an S-rank awakener cannot be violated." The other 2 also spoke proudly. "I have S-level lightning power. I have S-level fire ability." Suin spurted out a mouthful of water. "You farted. You are Hammer's S-class awakener." These 4 women are all ordinary people, without even any special powers, let alone being S-level awakeners. A few minutes later, Suin walked out of Lord's Night with a gloomy look. It's obvious that this is just an ordinary custom shop. Not to mention S-level awakeners, there are not even many high-level awakeners. The 2 of them immediately surrounded him and asked Suin whether he had seen the S-level awakener. Suin shrugged and didn't answer. Seeing Suin's frustrated look, Wang Ingqiu gloated and said, "You've let your mind wander. You feel sorry now, right? How much money did you get cheated out of?" "Not much. 10 bottles of catalyst." "What? 10? 10 bottles of catalyst?" Wang Ingqiu suddenly raised her voice and grabbed Suin by the collar. "Are you seriously ill? That's 10 bottles of catalyst. If you want to play, you can give the catalyst to me." Mother. As Wang Ingqiu spoke, she picked up Das Wang and Xiao Shuang like kittens. "I'll give these 2 little ones to you." Chapter 148, Homecoming, Shirley Street. In the end, Suin didn't use 10 bottles of catalyst to buy the 2 little ones. Instead, he threw both sacks of civilization seeds to Qiao Zhijie. These seeds of civilization were all picked up by him in this fake Lord's Night. Looking at the 2 sacks of civilization seeds, Qiao Zhijie was at a loss and didn't dare to reach out to take them. There are at least tens of thousands of civilization seeds in 2 sacks, which is a huge sum of money. Their team could only obtain dozens of seeds each time they hunted. Even if they received a mission from a large adventure group, the most they would get after the mission was completed would be a few hundred seeds of civilization. This time she got tens of thousands of them, which made her head buzz. You didn't steal it from there, did you?" Suin shrugged without comment. "You guys go back first. I'll go walk around and take a look by myself." After Suin finished speaking, he turned and walked towards the interior of the oasis. Longcheng was more boring than he had imagined, which made him lose interest. It was not much different from Jiangdi. He would get bored after just walking around and looking around. The girls looked at each other, then picked up the sacks and ran away. "You have to run. This sex shop has a background. It is owned by a great lord. If people knew the origin of these seeds, the overlord would be so angry that he would skin them all alive. They didn't even dare to think of going back, as doing so would mean walking into a trap. The best way is to pray that you don't get caught, or that you don't know that it was Suin who did it. Suin is an awakened person of the storage space system, so his petty thefts will definitely not be discovered." The women could only think this way to comfort themselves. On the other side, Suin first took out a sack of catalyst from the wide space, and then went directly to the center of the oasis. This is the most prosperous place in the entire Dragon City. It is called 10 Miles Homecoming, and also has another name, Lord's Night. In other words, this is the real Lord's Night. This was also the news he had heard from Shouho. Of course, it was also known to everyone in Longcheng, except for him, a foreigner who knew nothing about it. Just to enter Shirley Street, you need an entrance fee of 10 world seeds. This is an underground commercial center that is laid underground. The floors and buildings are constructed of a single piece of stone material. It is about tens or hundreds of meters high and hundreds of feet wide. There are many streets inside, with various prosperous shops and entertainment venues. The lighting equipment is all made from the luminous parts of rare monsters and minerals that are unique to the desert. These ores can temporarily store the light released by light-based abilities and be recharged every once in a while. It is called a street, but in fact it is more like an underground city carved into the mountain. It is not difficult to see that this is a dungeon built by hundreds of powerful Earth-type mutants. A huge amount of manpower and material resources were spent on its construction alone. As soon as Suin entered the door, a fresh-looking female waiter came to greet him. "Hello, sir. Do you need a tour guide?" Suin thought about it and nodded. "Sir, please come this way. You can choose your favorite tour guide." Suin was then taken to an office. There are thousands of tour guides in Shirley Street, all of whom are young and beautiful girls. They are responsible for serving as tour guides, temporary assistants, personal secretaries, or playmates for the guests. Of course, prices vary. Generally, the basic parameters are based on appearance and figure, and there are extra points for those with talents. Suin's arrival did not attract much attention from the waiters. It was just because Suin was not wearing very clean clothes and was covered in dust, making him look like a poor vagrant. Another redneck. "Sisters, if anyone likes it, go and take the order. If I don't go, I might not even be able to pay a few sand dollars. Whoever wants to go can go. Even if the sand dollar is a little, it's still money." Look, he's carrying a sack. What if it's full of seeds of civilization? Only a fool would carry so many civilization seeds. If there were really so many seeds, they would have exchanged them for checks at the exchange point when they enter the door. Guys like this are uniformly categorized as country bumpkins by girls. They're the ones who spend money to broaden their horizons and don't have much money. There is no money to be made from such people, so their attitude is not very enthusiastic, and not even one will come forward to take the initiative to do business. The only one who still greeted Suin with a smile was the waiter who greeted him at the beginning. "Sir, please take a look. What kind of tour guide do you want?" The waitress smiled and handed Suin a price list. There are 4 grades of tour guide ladies. The higher the comprehensive score, the higher the grade. The minimum guided tour fee is 10 sand dollars per hour. The highest cost is 3 civilization seeds per hour. The lowest priced one has an appearance score of around 80 points, without any additional talents. Those who cost the highest have an appearance score of over 90 points and have outstanding talents. In addition to the guided tour, other items also have additional charges, and the prices vary. The cheapest takeaway overnight package requires at least 10 civilization seeds. The 3 most expensive ace tour guides cost thousands of civilization seeds. This price is like robbery. Not many people can afford takeaway services, especially the top tour guides. But the more this happens, the more noble one appears. The organizer has really figured out the gimmick. Suin just glanced at the price list and threw it aside. He asked the girl in front of him, "How much does it cost to keep you?" The girl was stunned for a moment, her face slightly red, and she said embarrassedly, "Sir, I'm only a second-level silver medal tour guide. The tour guide fee is not expensive, 60 sand dollars per hour, but if you want to take out, it will be very expensive. An additional 1,000 civilization seeds are required. In the apocalyptic era, what is even rarer than good looks is cleanliness. Therefore, the price of the first takeaway service was ridiculously high. The additional fee for a bronze medal tour guide was as high as 500 civilization seeds. But it only applies to the first time. There will be no additional fee thereafter. If you need a takeaway service, those who can afford it tend to prefer top-notch tour guides. Because they have already been taken away, there's no additional charge, and they are good-looking. On the contrary, few people are willing to take out the inferior tour guides. The price is too high, and it is not worth it. 1,000 civilization seeds can be exchanged for 4 bottles of catalyst in Dragon City. 4 bottles of catalyst can feed more than 30 guardian trees. This shows how outrageous the prices are. Suin thought about it, and threw the sack he was carrying on the ground. Gulyalu. Several bottles of catalyst rolled out of the sack and onto the ground. Apparently there was a sack full of catalyst inside. Suin said calmly, "Let's see if it's enough." Seeing the sack full of catalyst, everyone was petrified. Chapter 149. Kong Qing informs on others. Xiao Xiao has a double happiness. Suin admitted that his little hands were indeed a little itchy. It had been a long time since he had plundered anything decent. To him, Dragon City was nothing more than a lush leek field. Guixiang surely is the most prosperous place in Longsheng, so it is difficult to estimate how rich the boss behind it is. However, if you want to find the boss behind the scenes, you can't just search blindly like that. The most skillful hunters often appear as prey. Therefore, from now on, he will play the role of a nouveau riche who is stupid, rich, and has never seen the world. "I lack everything except money." The staff were stunned when they saw the sack of catalyst. There are at least several hundred bottles of catalyst in this sack. Not to mention bringing a tour guide, it would be easy to just buy people. Sir, please wait a moment. I will go and ask the supervisor. Such a large order was beyond the decision of a small tour guide like her. Soon, a woman with delicate looks and charming figure came hurriedly. He smiled and stretched out his hand. Hello, sir. I am the supervisor here, Wang Qing. Suin did not shake the woman's hand, but said dissatisfiedly, Why is it so troublesome? Then he pointed to the trembling little tour guide next to him. How much does it cost to take her away? Don't waste my time. Wang Qing smiled slightly and walked to Su Anshan, pouring him a cup of tea. He said in a gentle voice, She is just a silver medal tour guide. Sir, you can choose other more senior tour guides. Even I. Suin interrupted him impatiently. Are you teaching me how to do things? I told her to do it. Wang Qing didn't expect Suin to have no interest in her at all. She was no worse than those gold medal ace tour guides. If you want to take the service away, 4 bottles of catalyst will be enough, but if you want to buy it outright, 20 bottles of catalyst. Buying out means buying the entire person outright. But the price of 20 bottles of catalyst is undoubtedly robbery. He is just a silver medal tour guide and an ordinary person without any special abilities. 10 bottles of catalysts are a premium. Generally, the big guys from various forces come here to play, and they just take away whoever they like. Wang Qing did this simply to test Suin. After all, Suin is a stranger. We will know once we try him whether he is a young master from a certain family or a nouveau riche who has just arrived. 20 bottles is 20 bottles. Suin nonchalantly took out 20 bottles of catalyst from the sack and bought the young tour guide directly. The young tour guide followed Suin and left amid the envious gazes of the girls. I'm so angry. If I had known, I would have gone by myself. Xiao Yu is also lucky to have met a nobleman who is also handsome. That's right. A sack of catalyst is worth a lot of money. Although they're called tour guides, they are actually commodities of Shirley Street. There are no human rights and freedoms. The only hope is that someone will buy it at a high price. After all, the sponsor who can spend so much money to buy them is not an ordinary person. You don't have to worry about having no means of living after it is bought. Looking at Su An's back, Wang Qing pondered for a moment and left directly, then came to a luxurious office. In front of the desk, a handsome young man in a white suit and white gloves was eating some unknown half-cooked meat. A woman was standing by and pouring wine for him tremblingly. Looking closely, the woman turned out to be Kong Qing from the Crimson Team. Mr. Qiao, please give me another chance. I will definitely bring Zhidia back. She was just confused for a moment. The man raised his hand slightly to stop Kong Qing from speaking, then looked up at Wang Qing. I told you I don't want to be disturbed while I'm eating. Wang Qing shuddered and lowered his head, saying, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. There was a special guest today, and I wanted to report to you. Xiao Xiao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth elegantly with a white napkin and said lightly, Explain. Upon hearing this, Wang Qing hurriedly reported everything about Suin. Young Master Qiao frowned slightly. There are many people who come to Shirley Street to play, including some rich and powerful people. But there is really no one who would directly use the catalyst for consumption. Everyone is short of this thing. On the surface, you can use the seeds of civilization to measure its value. But if you are not stupid, you will not take out the catalyst. As time goes by, the price of catalyst will continue to rise until it reaches a sky-high price. This is no longer an era where whoever has the bigger fist is the boss, but whoever has more catalyst will have the last laugh. Hundreds of bottles of catalyst are not a small amount, enough to attract his attention. And it is still unknown how many catalysts this country bumpkin who came out of nowhere has in his hands. Send someone to follow him and report back to me at any time. Find a suitable opportunity to arrange for him to meet with me. Shirley Street is not his territory alone. He is just one of the shareholders. He cannot let others discover this fat sheep first. Yes, Mr. Qiao. Wang Qing nodded and left the office. Xiao Xiao continued to look at Kong Qing. Tell me, my silly sister, how's she been doing recently? Kong Qing hurriedly reported everything one by one, and at the same time, she also told Su and about his storage space ability without hesitation. When Xiao Xiao heard this, a smile slowly appeared on his lips. My lovely sister, you always bring me surprises. First you sent me an adventure group, and now you help me find a big baby. How can I thank you, I just met a fat sheep, and I also learned that I found a storage-type space ability awakener, and he is a B-level one. Young Master Qiao felt that it was a double blessing and was in a very good mood. On the other side, Suin, led by the newly bought tour guide, got on a rickshaw and strolled around Shirley Street. Strictly speaking, she is no longer a tour guide, but Su An's personal secretary. The secretary's name is Tong Xiaoyu, and she is 19 years old. At this time, he was holding a large sack of catalyst and introducing various tourist attractions in Shirley Street to Suan. Tong Xiaoyu introduced while looking at Suan from time to time. Looking at Su An's handsome face made her blush. She never thought that Suan would spend a huge amount of money to buy her, without even blinking an eye. From then on, she became Su An's private property. Many big guys in Dragon City like to collect beautiful women. It is rumored that the leader of the Glow Adventure Group has more than 80 concubines. And they are all beautiful, making countless people envious. Suan was not very interested in the recreational facilities in Shirley Street. They are nothing more than high-consumption water bars, nightclubs, discos, custom shops, underground arenas, etc. Most of these are entertainment venues that were common before the end of the world. Drinking water is a problem for ordinary people. But here, as long as you have money, you can even enjoy sauna services or swim in the swimming pool. It is indeed extremely luxurious. What is the smell of wine and meat? Chapter 150. The Four Great Families of Dragon City, Blackbee Visits. Under the leadership of Tong Xiaoyu, Suan ate, drank, and had fun along the way. Buy whatever you like and play whatever you want. Only play the most expensive ones, and only eat the best ones. He looks like a nouveau riche. Originally, the catalyst could be exchanged at the exchange counter for consumption checks issued by Shirley Street. But Suan refused. Tong Xiaoyu was allowed to parade through the streets with a sack of catalyst. It was as if he was afraid that others didn't know he was rich. After playing for half a day, Suan lost interest and directly booked a swimming pool. Suan was leaning listlessly on the edge of the swimming pool in his swimming trunks, while Tong Xiaoyu was massaging him in her swimsuit. At the same time, he also introduced to him the specific strength division of Longsheng. There are a large number of survivors in Dragon City, and there are hundreds of forces, large and small. But most of the resources are controlled by 10 large adventure groups. These 10 large adventure groups together form the Dragon City Alliance, and are the undisputed leaders of Dragon City. He is also the rule maker of Dragon City. Everyone lives under the rules set by the Dragon City Alliance. There are 4 most powerful adventure groups in the Dragon City Alliance. They are the 4 major families, Glow, Dark Knight, Dragon Language, and Zongheng, are collectively known as the 4 Tigers of Dragon City. These 4 big families are also the behind-the-scenes bosses of Guixiang Shirley Street. Among them, the tour guide company that Tong Xiaoyu worked for before was the company that the Dragon Language Adventure Group belonged to. The leader of the Dragon Language Adventure Group is called Qiao Junyi, also known as Mr. Qiao. After knowing the specific division of power in Longsheng, Suan also had a specific goal. Hearing Qiao Junyi's name, Suan thought for a moment and said, "Do you know a person named Qiao Zhijie?" Tong Xiaoyu thought for a moment and nodded. Yes, she was the former leader of the Dragon Language Adventure Group, Qiao Xiao's sister. But for some unknown reason, she left the Dragon Language Adventure Group, and no one knows where she went. Oh, that's interesting. Suan smiled slightly. He could guess that Qiao Zhijie had a story, but he didn't expect it to be so prominent. Thinking about the conversation between Kong Qing and Qiao Zhijie during the previous hunt, Suan gradually had some guesses in his mind. I'm afraid Qiao Zhijie's leaving the Dragon Language Adventure Group was definitely not voluntary. Otherwise, the word escape would not be used. But the former queen would be unwilling to be reduced to a precarious hunter overnight. He was just an outsider, and if he acted rashly, it would easily alert others. It was easy to steal superpowers, but if the richest group leaders got wind of it, they would dig a hole and hide inside, and it would be difficult for him to find a huge dragon city. Qiao Zhijie still needs to help her cut the big cake of Longsheng. The former queen makes a comeback. Brother and sister turn against each other. Longsheng falls into chaos from within, and he is in troubled waters. What an interesting drama. Thinking of this, Suan couldn't help but smile. When he was selling monster meat in the morning, he had already seen Kong Qing quietly leaving the team, and the direction Kong Qing was heading was Shirley Street. If nothing unexpected happened, Kong Qing had already sold Qiao Zhijie. Of course, it wouldn't matter even if Kong Qing didn't betray Qiao Zhijie's whereabouts. He didn't kill anyone when he robbed the false lord's knight. He left someone alive on purpose. He also deliberately let people see that he gave the stolen money to Qiao Zhijie and others. Now Qiao Zhijie has been pushed onto the stake. She had no choice. If she wanted to survive, she could only resist. She had to cut the cake with her hands, no matter what. Just at this moment, a group of people in suits and ties walked in. The leader was a middle-aged man with a crew cut and wearing a white suit and white gloves. Tong Xiaoyu couldn't help but lean towards Suin and whispered, "He is the deputy leader of the Dark Knight Adventure Group, Black Bee." Seeing Suin, Hei Feng walked over alone, while his younger brothers stood guard at the door in an obedient manner. "Friends are so elegant. I am Black Bee. Is there any chance for us to make friends?" Suin looked up at the Black Bee. Superpower. Tiger Peak Alienation S. Controllable. Level. LV10. Wealth value. 8.2 million. As the deputy leader of the top adventure group in Dragon City, it is not surprising that Black Bee is an S Awakener. His level has also reached the maximum level of 10. Just the wealth value is ridiculously high. After the end of the world, things like civilization seeds, catalyst materials, etc. were all included in the wealth value. A civilization seed is only worth a little wealth. Using the simplest numerical estimate, the Black Bees are worth at least 8 million civilization seeds. As expected of a senior executive of one of the 4 major families in launching, he is quite fat. A simple thought would tell you that the Black Bees came for the catalyst. People priced the catalyst at a few hundred seeds per bottle, but he, who could see the wealth value, knew that the system priced the catalyst at 10,000 wealth values per bottle. This shows how valuable catalysts are. He took out hundreds of bottles of catalyst at one time, which was enough to attract the attention of these big adventure groups. People are greedy. If someone can take out hundreds of bottles of catalysts at one time, maybe he has even more catalysts in his hands. Thousands of bottles? Be bold. What if it is tens of thousands of bottles? Suin grinned, stood up, and shook hands with Hei Feng affectionately. I have heard of the name of the Black Bee deputy commander for a long time. Today I meet him, and he is indeed extraordinary. It is my great honor to be friends with him. The looting started. It was just a replica of the opponent's supernatural powers and plundering of wealth. At the same time, he quietly activated his poisonous ability and planted a poison seed in the Black Bee's body. At this time, Black Bee didn't know how heavy the price of shaking hands with Suin would be. With just a gentle handshake, he had returned to the time before liberation. Black Bee nodded in satisfaction, secretly saying, "You're smart," and continued with a smile on his face. I heard that a distinguished guest had arrived, so I hurried over to see if my brother was having a good time here. Black Bee said this and took out a black card from his pocket. "This is the VIP card of Shirley Street. Brother, you can enjoy 30% discount on all your purchases from now on." Suin took the black card and gave a thumbs up. Brother Black Bee is really generous. He just gave away more than 8 million in wealth value, and now he's giving away a VIP card. He's really generous. Black Bee waved his hand. "It's just a little thing, not worth mentioning." Black Bee glanced at the half-filled sack of catalyst next to the swimming pool and narrowed his eyes. Then he pretended to be cheerful and said, "I won't beat around the bush with you, brother. We are both gentlemen, and we like to speak our minds directly. I don't know how much catalyst you have left, brother. We can charge you a high price. We can slowly negotiate the price." After Suin pondered for a moment, "To be honest, brother, I do have a batch of catalysts." Black Bee quickly asked, "How many are there?" "A lot of." "How much is a lot?" "There are too many, so many that I can only talk to your leader in person." As Suin spoke, he pulled the sack over and stuffed most of the remaining catalyst into Black Bee's arms. "This is just a small gift to show my respect. Brother Black Bee, please pass it to your leader on my behalf. Let's find a place to discuss this tomorrow. What do you think, Black Bee?" Black Bee held a sack of catalyst in confusion and couldn't help swallowing. Fat sheep. This is a fucking super fat sheep. Chapter 151, The Birth of a New Double S Power Holder. After leaving Guixiang Shirley Street, Suin took Tong Xiaoyu and walked towards the outskirts of the oasis. He has agreed with Black Bee to meet again at noon tomorrow to discuss the transaction of catalysts, and the leader of the Dark Knight Adventure Group will also show up at that time. By then he can directly use the sweeping technique to pick the wool. It's just that the wool has been plucked, and the mutton cannot be wasted. We can let Xiao Zhidie take over the Dark Knight Adventure Group. Otherwise, the girls in the Scarlet Team will not be able to cause any trouble in Dragon City. He doesn't even have the qualifications to lure out a few big guys from launching. Not long after leaving Shirley Street, Suin realized that someone was following him. Using psychic powers to detect the past, there are at least dozens of people. Moreover, all of them are high-level awakeners, and there is even an S-level awakener leading the team. I think it should be someone sent by Black Bee. In this world, there is no such thing as honesty between people. If Black Bee hadn't been worried that Suin might be an S-level awakener, and he wasn't sure of killing him with one blow, he would have attacked Suin long ago. Who would be willing to pay when they can get it for free? As soon as Suin left Shirley Street, he sent people to follow him. Once they found the location where the catalyst was buried, these people would immediately start to snatch it. Suin didn't care and continued to walk forward. Tong Xiaoyu followed slowly beside him, blushing slightly at Su An's pretty face. She was just an ordinary person, not an awakener. She had managed to survive until the end of the fall. But as an ordinary person, it was becoming increasingly difficult for her to survive with only her own abilities. Eventually, with her good looks, she successfully joined the Dragon Language Adventure Group. While she had basic living security, she also lost her qualifications as a human being and became a commodity. There is fierce competition within the tour guide company, even though the tour guides there are just ordinary people. But they still like to suppress and persecute each other, and use every possible means to frame, slander, and accuse each other. She was just a small silver medal tour guide, so it was inevitable that she would be bullied. But she has gotten used to it, and it will pass if she just endures it. Her biggest wish is to find a good buyer who is not a pervert who likes to abuse people and treats her well. She will be satisfied then. When Suin bought it at a high price, she felt like she was dreaming. Suin was much better than any other buyer she had expected. Tong Xiaoyu felt that she was really lucky. Suin took out a bottle of catalyst and played with it. Then he said to Tong Xiaoyu beside him calmly, "I can give you some money, and you can find a place to live in peace." Tong Xiaoyu's face turned pale when she heard this, and she said hurriedly, "No, I don't want money. I want to follow the boss. I can cook, wash clothes, and sweep the floor. Boss, please don't throw me away, okay?" Suin looked at Tong Xiaoyu with interest. "But I don't have much money left. I'm afraid I can't support you. You'll only suffer if you follow me. I can catch mice and weave straw sandals. I can support myself. I can also catch insects for you to eat. When I was a child, I often caught grasshoppers." Tong Xiaoyu spoke with tears in her voice. In this endless apocalypse, she really didn't want to be alone anymore, and she didn't want to go back to the tour guide company. I have no one to rely on and live in fear every day. For her, the inner helplessness and confusion are greater than the physical pain caused by hunger. She was abandoned by her family long before the zombie apocalypse. She relied on her frail body, hiding in narrow sewers, picking up garbage, eating grass roots and rats to survive until now. There is a huge void deep in her heart, longing for a home. She doesn't need to be rich or powerful. She just wants to live in peace and find someone who can support her and move forward together. Suin grinned, revealing his white teeth. "I'm just kidding. You should help me from now on." He held up Tong Xiaoyu's tearful face with one hand. The mouth can lie, but Tong Xiaoyu's 90% favorability rating cannot lie. The tour guide company is nothing more than a slave market in disguise, and the tour guides inside are slave commodities. I have already accepted my fate. After being bought by someone, my loyalty will naturally not be low. Of course, this also has a lot to do with Tong Xiaoyu's personality. He is a typical giving personality. In addition, due to long-term repressive environment, he is a little mentally fragile. Tong Xiaoyu's attachment to him came unexpectedly, but it made sense. It's like a very extreme suspension bridge effect. It was both an illusion and the wish she had always longed for. In this day and age, there are not many mentally normal people left, judging from the perspective of the pre-apocalyptic world. Nowadays, the streets are full of psychopaths. Suin wiped away Tong Xiaoyu's tears with one finger. 2 S-level superpowers were directly bestowed upon him. Longcheng needs someone to take care of this chive field, and Tong Xiaoyu is a good candidate. As for Xiao Zhijie, she is just a tool. After 2 days of getting along, the people in the Crimson team didn't have a very good impression of him at all. Xiao Zhijie, who seems to be the easiest to get along with, has a favorability rating of just 50%. The usually fierce Wang Ainqiu's rate is 70%. De Shuang and Xiao Shuang are a bit more naive, but they are both foodies. A piece of lamb chop increased their favorability by a large margin, reaching 80%. As for Kong Qing, 10%, she already regards him as an enemy and is ready to stab him in the back at any time. Overall, Tong Xiaoyu is more suitable and more obedient. Go and kill those people following behind. It's a good opportunity to get familiar with superpowers. He gave Tong Xiaoyu 2 superpowers. One is the defensive steel body, and the other is sharp wind. The defense of the fine steel body is not as good as the brilliant body, but it is more resilient and ductile, but also more cumbersome. The fierce wind is an elemental power that can reduce its own weight, increase speed, and also provide a means of long-range attack. It can be used for close combat or ranged attack. The two complement each other, and it is a good combination of abilities. At the same time, because the superpowers plundered are mostly at full proficiency, the superpowers fused are also at full proficiency. Tong Xiaoyu also skipped the process of brushing up her proficiency. At the same time, with the top-level defensive S-level supernatural power, Tong Xiaoyu will not be in danger even if she is a novice. The best teacher is always fighting itself. These people sent by Black Bee are just the right opportunity for Tong Xiaoyu to practice. Of course, Suin still has to do the finishing job himself. At the same time, Team Crimson was not having an easy time either. Several people carried the 2 sacks of civilization seeds that Suin had stolen and went straight back home. Several people prayed that they would not be visited by the boss behind Lord's Knight to settle the score. But the opposite happened. Kong Qing came back in the evening. However, Kong Qing was accompanied by dozens of members of the Dragon Language Adventure Group. Most of them are high-level awakeners, and there is also an S-level awakener executive among them. Several members of the Crimson team have been trapped in their own cellar. There is no way to heaven and no door to earth. Chapter 152, The Past of the Crimson Team. Kong Qing stood not far from the cellar and shouted towards the house. Jidia, please don't be so stubborn, okay? Just come back with me. We have been best friends since childhood. Would I hurt you? Xiao Jidia walked out of the cellar, took off her mask, revealing her gloomy face. The look he gave Kong Qing was filled with anger. She never expected that Kong Qing would betray her. Seeing Xiao Jidia coming out, Kong Qing's face lit up with joy. Master Jidia Qiao has already forgiven you. Master Qiao said that you are brother and sister after all. As long as you go back, you will still be the deputy leader of the Dragon Language Adventure Group. Xiao Jidia smiled coldly. Forgive me, does he deserve it? It's ridiculous. The Dragon Language Adventure Group was originally founded by me. He stole my position and wanted to sell me to that old guy, Cheng Hui, as a plaything in exchange for benefits. He doesn't deserve to be my brother, let alone forgiveness. I will never forgive her in my life. Even if I, Xiao Jidia, die, I will never go back to work for that beast. And I will never become a bargaining chip for him to exchange for benefits. Seeing Xiao Jidia's angry look, Kong Qing wanted to continue persuading her. She had followed Xiao Jidia to escape from the Dragon Language Adventure Group on impulse, but the life of a wanderer was too hard, and she had already regretted it. What's the point of sisterhood? The most solid thing is to live a stable life. As long as she can bring Xiao Jidia and Suin back, she will be able to make a great contribution and return to the Dragon Language Adventure Group. The S-level awakener who followed raised his hand to stop Kong Qing from speaking. This is a young man wearing high-grade alloy armor, with a long scar on his face and a somewhat fierce look. The man said softly to Xiao Jidia, "Big sister, come back with us. The brothers still regard you as the deputy leader. We all miss you very much." Xiao Jidia couldn't help but laugh. Her face was miserable, and then she said in a hoarse voice, "Who saved your life? Who helped you survive the zombie apocalypse? But when that bastard tried to steal my position as leader, you stood on his side. When that bastard wanted to sell me to someone else, you also agreed. Cheng Gang, don't you think you are hypocritical? You are just as ungrateful as he is." Hearing Xiao Jidia's hoarse cursing, Cheng Gang frowned and did not reply. Xiao Jidia awakened very early and quickly built up her own power in the early days of the apocalypse. Cheng Gang was just an ordinary person at the beginning. In order to survive, he had to go to the city to search for supplies at the risk of his life, and was almost bitten to death by zombies. It was Xiao Jidia who saved him and never abandoned him. It was not until he awakened that he rose to become a senior member of the Dragon Language Adventure Group. Under the leadership of Xiao Jidia, the Dragon Language Adventure Group continued to grow, and more talented people gathered. Xiao Jidia led everyone through crisis after crisis and became one of the top 10 adventure groups in Kyoto. But as time went by, people welcomed several waves of awakening, and the number of awakeners increased. The number of S-level awakeners gathered by the Dragon Language Adventure Group increased day by day. As the strength grew, some discordant voices also emerged. Because Xiao Jidia is just an A-level awakener, her strength has gradually failed to convince others, and she is also a woman. But considering the authority that Xiao Jidia has established and the kindness she has shown to everyone, although everyone has some opinions in their hearts, they still reluctantly listen to Xiao Jidia's orders. Until Xiao Jidia's brother Xiao Junyi awakened his S-level supernatural powers overnight. Everything changed. Xiao Junyi, who had long coveted the position of group leader, launched a rebellion, successfully seized the throne, and imprisoned Xiao Jidia. In order to prevent future troubles and cut off Xiao Jidia's influence in the adventure group, Xiao Junyi actually wants to sell Xiao Zhidia to someone else as a plaything. But in the end, Xiao Zhidia escaped and escaped. Cheng Gang shook his head and sighed. Big sister, I know I am sorry for you, but please trust me this time. I will help you plead with young Master Qiao. But I hope Big Sister can hand over the boy with space-related abilities so that you can make up for your mistake. After hearing Cheng Gang's words, Xiao Zhidia suddenly realized. I see. No one of you guys put up such a big show. Even you, the commander-in-chief of a combat unit, came out in person. It turns out you came here for him. But I regret to tell you that I have driven him away. You will never get the storage space ability in your lifetime. Upon hearing this, Cheng Gang frowned even deeper and lost his patience with Xiao Zhidia. He said to his men calmly, "Take Captain Zhidia back and kill the others. Storage-related spatial abilities are too rare and the matter is of great importance. The news must not be leaked." Wang Yingqiu and the two little ones who were hiding in the cellar were already frightened out of their wits. Wang Yingqiu kept cursing his bad luck inwardly. I should have known better than to retire. In fact, she and Das Wang and Xiao Shuang were all professional scammers. Daxia Shuang was responsible for luring the LSP survivors into a trap, taking them to a deserted place, and then the three of them robbed them together, playing a sting operation. But as time went on, the good name of this trio of scammers gradually became widely known. There are still many LSPs, but not many are easy to deceive. In the end, he had no choice but to retire from the underworld and join the Crimson Team to work as a worker. However, she never expected that the Scarlet Team was actually a deeply in-debt black company. Xiao Zhidia's creditors came to their door and demanded that everyone's lives be used to pay off the debt. The members of the Dragon Language Adventure Group had already surrounded the cellar. Xiao Zhidia attacked in anger, frequently releasing her rare offensive abilities. But as an awakened healing being, the power of her abilities released is really limited. They can't cause any trouble to the high-level awakeners of the Dragon Language Adventure Group, and can even accidentally increase their health. Wang Yingqiu had no choice but to grit his teeth and fight his way out with the two little ones. "Damn it, I'm going to fight you!" The two little ones also shouted loudly. Let's fight, let's fight!" Seeing this, Xiao Zhidia couldn't help but look apologetic and said, "I'm sorry, I got you into trouble. Stop wasting time and get it over with quickly. There are so many women out there. None of you can afford to delay young Master Qiao's important event." Seeing his men playing with Xiao Zhidia and the others like a cat playing with a mouse, Cheng Gang urged them on unhappily. Just then, two figures slowly emerged from the wind and sand. Suan was walking in front, and Tong Xiaoyu, covered in blood, followed behind, holding onto the corner of his clothes. Tong Xiaoyu looked a little excited and kept muttering in a low voice, "I am useful. I can finally help. I won't be abandoned again, right?" Seeing Su An's expression lit up, Kong Qing shouted hurriedly, "That's him. Catch him. He is the one who has awakened the storage space ability. I saw him take out lamb chops, steak, and red wine. He must have other good things hidden in his space." Cheng Gang did not hesitate to act immediately after hearing this. He was an S-class ability user with a speed enhancement ability, and his character level had reached level 10. With the full force of his supernatural power, it took less than 2 seconds to cross the distance of 100 meters, and the big hand immediately grabbed Suan. However, Suan just took a light step, made a lightning-fast move, and grabbed Cheng Gang, who was rushing towards him. With a raise of his hand, he lifted Cheng Gang, who was strangling his throat, into the air. Then he ordered Tong Xiaoyu lightly. The men were killed. Tong Xiaoyu raised her cheek, which had already been stained with blood, and nodded excitedly. "Okay, I'll kill whoever you tell me to kill. I'll be very obedient, and I can help you. P.S. I have a fever recently, so the updates are a little late. I am very sorry. Brothers, please keep warm, take care of yourself, and eat more fruits." Chapter 153, Subjugating the Crimson Team. Copy the ability successfully. Obtain the ability Rapid Amplification S. Successfully stripped the ability, and obtained the gift ability Rapid Amplification S. Successfully plundered wealth. Obtained wealth value of 4.58 million. Wealth and materials have been transferred to the wide area space. Please check in time. Successfully plundered the character's level. Converted into 990,000 experience points for you. The looting target's level has been reduced to level 1. You can no longer loot the character's level and experience. In just a moment, Cheng Gang felt his body was hollowed out. The supernatural powers that he was so proud of disappeared, and his character level became level 1. Even the alloy armor on his body disappeared, leaving only a bitter tea seed on his body. Chung Gang's heart trembled with fear, and he tried to break free from Su An's big hand, but he was horrified to find that no matter how he struggled, it was in vain. The huge hands that held his fate were as majestic and immovable as mountains. Hearing the system prompt, Su-in licked his lips. That's great. It's good to have the protection of the Great Adventure Team. In a short period of time, the character level was raised to the maximum level. The power of capital is indeed strong. Most of the survivors are still struggling to make ends meet and are at level 3 or 4. The top leaders of these adventure groups had so many civilization seeds that they could not use them all, and they even stored them up as working capital. Su-in naturally didn't mind helping these hoarding rats reduce their burden. His white space was large enough to accommodate them. On the other side, Tong Xiaoyu had turned into the deadly god of death, reaping lives from the crowd. Although he is not yet proficient in the application of his supernatural powers and his movements are a bit clumsy. But with the support of 2 S-level superpowers, ordinary people are no match for him at all, and he can cripple an enemy in every encounter. Su-in frequently used instant movement to carry out plundering. These people are the elite combat troops of the Dragon Language Adventure Group. Their character levels are all around level 6, and each of them can provide around 40,000 to 60,000 experience points. Converted into civilization seeds, that means each person is worth more than 1,000 civilization seeds. There are about 50 people present, which means more than 50,000 civilization seeds. Of course, the fattest one is the little boss Chung Gang, whose experience points alone are close to 1 million. Within a few minutes, the battle was coming to an end. After looting all the members of the Dragon Language Adventure Group and burning their bodies, Su-in teleported in front of Qiao Zhijie. Chung Gang, who had already been frightened silly, was thrown to the ground. You are not a human. You are a devil, a monster. Chung Gang was so frightened that he tried to run away crying. Su-in slightly pointed his fingertips, and several wind blades shot out, directly cutting off all of Chung Gang's limbs. At the same time, in order to prevent Chung Gang from screaming too loudly, Su-in pulled out his tongue with his telekinesis. Chung Gang's screams turned into whimpers, and he vomited mouthfuls of blood. The severe pain mixed snot, tears, and blood together, and he almost collapsed mentally. Su-in stepped on Chung Gang's chest, turned his head, and looked at Qiao Zhijie with a grin. Captain Qiao, this is a gift from me to you. Do you like it? Qiao Zhijie's pretty face had already turned pale, her body was shaking, and she lost her balance and fell to the ground. In just a few minutes, dozens of elite combat troops of the Dragon Language Adventure Group were wiped out. Moreover, there was no body left, it was burned to ashes. Even Chung Gang, a powerful S-level awakener, was cut into a human stick. Qiao Zhijie looked at Su-in with eyes full of fear and confusion. Su-in obviously had a storage-type space ability that had no combat power, so how could he kill Chung Gang in an instant? And it seemed that he also released an S-level wind attribute ability. The person in front of me still looked the same as when we first met, still with a cynical look on his face. But the feeling of oppression she felt now was so great, as if an invisible mountain was pressing on her heart, making it hard for her to breathe. Who exactly are you? Qiao Zhijie said with trembling teeth. Su-in looked down at Qiao Zhijie from above. It doesn't matter who I am. What matters is where Captain Qiao will go from now on. Oh no, you should call him Captain Qiao. After hearing Su An's words, Qiao Zhijie bit her lip, not knowing how to respond. Her identity has been exposed, and the people sent by Qiao Junyi have all been killed. Regardless of whether she was the one who killed them or not, the account will be held on her head, and Qiao Junyi will definitely not let her go. It has become a luxury to continue hiding and living a miserable life. I can give you a chance. Not only can I save you from hiding, but I can also help you take back what belongs to you. Qiao Zhijie suddenly looked up and stared at Su-in with a hint of desire in her eyes. She longed for revenge all the time, longing to take back what belonged to her, and take back the Dragon Language Adventure Group that she had built with her own hands. But it dimmed again in an instant. You are indeed very strong, but the Dragon Language Adventure Group has tens of thousands of awakened people, and there are more than a dozen powerful S-level awakened people. You can't shake them with your own strength, let alone helping me regain the position of leader. Even meeting Qiao Junyi is extremely difficult. Su-in shook his head slightly. Since I dare to say so, I can definitely do it. You just need to answer whether you want to or not. Qiao Zhijie looked at Su with a complicated expression. After hesitating for a moment, she made up her mind. Please help me. I want to get back everything I lost. Su-in nodded with satisfaction. Very good. I will help you realize your wish. Xiao Zhidia bit her red lips. Then what reward do you want? Suin lowered his body, raised Xiao Zhidia's chin with one finger, and said lightly, as long as you behave yourself, I will get what I want myself. Xiao Zhidia blushed and lowered her head without saying anything. There is no such thing as a free lunch. He didn't know what Suin wanted. Was it the control of the Dragon Language Adventure Group? Or, as if she thought of something, Xiao Zhidia's face turned even redder. Okay, as long as you can help me take back the Adventure Group, I will listen to you. At this time, Wang Yingxiu and the two little ones were already frightened silly, huddled together and shivered. Kong Qing, with a pale face and trembling, slowly retreated backwards. Suin used his mind to suck Kong Qing into his palm with one hand. Then they started looting. In a split second, only the bitter tea seeds were left of Kong Qing. However, Suin did not kill her, but threw her to Xiao Zhidia. Suin then called Tong Xiuyu over, first used his water power to help her wash the blood off her body, then took out a new set of clothes, some food, and a tent and gave them to Tong Xiuyu. Then he ordered, you stay here tonight. I'll come see you tomorrow morning. Although Tong Xiuyu was reluctant to leave, she looked at Xiao Zhidia and the others, and knew that Suin wanted her to stay here to watch, so she nodded obediently. Suin looked at Xiao Zhidia and the others, and without saying anything more, he opened the map and teleported back to Jiangzhou Oasis No. 1. He disappeared right away. Chapter 154. The villa complex is completed and the war is about to start. After more than a month of construction, the base of the Chongqing Adventure Group has been completely completed. Located in the center of Oasis No. 1, it is constructed with dozens of exquisite and luxurious villas. The leader's villa is located in the center of the front row of the stronghold. It is a spacious 3-story villa with more than 20 rooms of different sizes. Private cinema, gym, study, bar, entertainment room, and more. The third floor is the most special, with only 2 rooms. One of them is a large bathing pool that was converted from a high-tech bathing pool. The leader's bedroom is more than 800 square meters, with soft carpets on the floor, a dozen dressing tables, a large bed 4 or 5 meters wide, and a dozen smaller beds. There are 3 toilets on the side. The rest are some luxurious sofa seats and other furniture, and there is also a small bar and wine cabinet in the corner. The back wall of the leader's bedroom is a full wall of floor-to-ceiling windows, through which you can see the vast Oasis No. 1 and the lush Oasis scenery. In the distance is an endless sea of golden sand. The oasis under your feet is lush and vibrant, while the sea of sand in the distance is vast and boundless. The two completely different landscapes complement each other. Outside the window is a spacious balcony. There are tables, chairs, benches, lounge chairs, and bar counters on the balcony. There is a gap more than 3 meters wide at the end of the balcony, and a springboard is connected to the gap. Below the diving board is a huge swimming pool. There is a withered old poplar tree and a dry well next to the swimming pool, which seems a bit out of place. This tree and this will have been here from the beginning and were not deliberately planted or dug. At the same time, Suin asked people not to move and stayed behind on purpose. Only Suin himself knew that in fact, there were old poplar trees and dry wells in the center of the largest oasis plate in each oasis community. This old poplar tree and the dry well will be of great use in the future. This is also the fundamental reason why Suin wanted to occupy Oasis No. 1. Otherwise, you can use catalysts to create an oasis by yourself, and there is no need to compete with others for the oasis. Suin returned to Oasis No. 1 and saw the changes in the stronghold. He nodded with satisfaction. It seems that Chu Lao-san put a lot of thought into building the house. The villa complex looks luxurious yet unobtrusive as a whole. There are Western-style villas, as well as Chinese-style mortise and tenon-structured buildings. The rockery and ponds are the design of Suzhou Gardens. Not to mention in the Doomsday era, even before the Doomsday, this villa complex is a top-notch masterpiece and can be used as a tourist attraction. It is even more luxurious than the villa complex that the Chongqing Adventure Group originally had in the city. When the girls saw Suin suddenly appear, they were startled at first, and then they quickly surrounded him with joy. He kept calling Captain and Master. Although Suin had said goodbye when he left, he was only away for 2 short days. The strength of the Chongqing Adventure Group is no longer what it used to be. But as the absolute backbone of the adventure team, everyone felt very uneasy when he was not around. Shui Qingyu and other people ran out in a hurry, and when they saw Suin, they immediately smiled. Li Xiaoyu let out a strange cry and fell directly on Suin's back, hugging Suin's neck and refusing to let go. Suin smiled bitterly and hurried to comfort the girls. Sometimes having more women in the family is not always a good thing. After about half an hour, Su-an's hands were sore from holding the girls, and his face was covered with lipstick marks, so he finally sent the girls away. I saw that Su-an was a little dirty. I went to the large bathroom on the third floor to wash up. Compared to Oasis number 1, this side is quieter and more peaceful. The other oases in Sudi are much stranger. From Oasis number 3 to Oasis number 9, there was an eerie silence. In addition to sending out a small number of hunters to hunt, the 7 oases summoned most of the main forces back to the oases and began to make intensive preparations for the pre-war affairs. The entire oasis community was shrouded in pre-war solemnity. Even ordinary people can see that war is coming. The tragic scene of the battle for the oasis is still vivid in everyone's mind. Fearing that they would be affected by the war, a large number of survivors fled the oasis area under the pretext of hunting and temporarily became wanderers. Wait until the war is over before going back. The overlords don't care at all about the escape of ordinary people. The main theme of this war is still centered on the Awakened. In Oasis number 3, a group of overlords sat together in the meeting room. The battle deployment has already been drawn up. As soon as a gunshot is heard, the 7 oases will attack Oasis number 1 from 4 directions at the same time. The entire Chongqing adventure group was surrounded and gradually devoured. But the land in Oasis number 1 is limited, and it is obviously not enough to share amongst 7 families. In order to maximize the results of the battle, after taking over Oasis number 1, the army turned around and attacked Oasis number 2 again, taking over the True God Church as well. At this stage of the plan, Wu Hongyi already felt that victory was in his grasp. The only regret is that I can't have Oasis number 1 all to myself. There are also things that are gratifying. Oasis 456 was more positive than he had imagined. The 3 companies directly called all their main forces back to the front line, not even sending hunters out to hunt. Many ordinary members were also called to the front line. It feels like a desperate attempt. It can be said that he has done his best. Maybe it was because he was oppressed too badly by the Chongqing Adventure Group when he was in Sudi. Wu Hongyi thought so. But what is puzzling is that the 3 overlords, Qiu Chun, Niu Meng, and Bailey Bing, always like to run to other oases. It was like traveling, and I visited every oasis one by one. Qiu Chun and Niu Meng were like 2 fools, arm in arm, walking around and laughing, and they found everything they saw to be not surprising. Even the cold beauty Bailey Bing smiled for the first time. The other side. It took Suin several hours to finish taking a bath. Suin leaned against the head of the bed, flipping through the battle plan drawn up by Xue Qingyu. Whenever Wu Hongyi and others made the slightest progress in their battle plan, Bailey Bing would have someone report it quietly. It made the Chongqing Adventure Group feel like they were all participating in a battle plan against themselves. Suin did not interfere with or modify Xue Qingyu's battle plan. Xue Qingyu's leadership skills are outstanding, and she already has the ability to lead the Chongqing Adventure Group. She also has a good grasp of the situation. Not to mention that there are a few scoundrels in Wu Hongyi's team. Even if no one tipped off the team, the Chongqing Adventure Group would not lose. He glanced at the battle plan casually and put it aside. Won't you take another look? In case there are any mistakes. Snow whispered softly. Suin looked at Xue Qingyu. We'll talk about it later. Chapter 155 Wu Liangxi, 50 million wealth value. The next day, Suin stayed in bed until noon before getting up. Although he is now more and more proficient in the kidney strengthening skills, he can fight 5 people alone in a team. But it is still a bit difficult to learn from Ip Man to fight 10 people. Fortunately, it was a narrow victory. After washing up and talking to Xue Qingyu and the others, he took a large bag of breakfast prepared by Lu and was teleported back to Longqing. With the experience from last time, he adjusted the teleportation coordinates and set them at the doorstep of Qiao Zhidie's house, avoiding the tragedy of being teleported directly to the garbage dump. Seeing Su Tuan suddenly appear, Tong Xiaoyu greeted him happily. Boss, you are here. Suin nodded and handed the beef pancake and soy milk to Tong Xiaoyu. How was your sleep last night? Tong Xiaoyu took the pancake and said, Thank you, boss. I slept well last night. Then he started to eat the pancake with a smacking sound. His eyes were full of little stars. Qiao Zhidie and the others had also gotten up long ago and were making breakfast in the small kitchen next to the cellar. It was still the same monster meat that hadn't changed for thousands of years. When Qiao Zhidie saw Suin appear, her expression was a little complicated, while Wang Yingqiu grinned at Suin. When the 2 little ones saw Tong Xiaoyu eating the pancake, they immediately started drooling. They didn't care about being afraid. and ran over to Suin to ask for food. Suin was not stingy and gave each of them a hand-pulled pancake. The two little ones danced with joy while holding the pancakes. Then he threw two hand-pulled pancakes to Wang Ingxiu and Xiao Zhijie. Let's go. We have a lot to do today. Let's eat while we walk. Suin brought Xiao Zhijie and his group to Guixiang Shirley Street and went straight to a bar. It's called a bar, but it's just a water bar, mainly selling some bland drinks. Of course, there are real alcoholic drinks for sale, but only a few people can afford it. Soon after the waiter made the announcement, Black Bee and his group came down from the second floor of the bar. Brother Su, you are finally here. Black Bee greeted him enthusiastically, but his smile seemed forced and there were obvious dark circles under his eyes. Because his house was robbed yesterday, all the supplies in the house were gone. The seeds of civilization in the small treasury disappeared, and even the furniture and beds disappeared completely. Black Bee was mad for the whole night and sent people to catch the thief everywhere. But it was just impotent rage. Not to mention the thief, he couldn't even catch the shadow of the thief. These people are... Tong Xiaoyu had seen the Black Bee yesterday, but Xiao Zhijie and the others were wearing masks, so their faces couldn't be seen clearly. One could only tell from their body shape and figure that they were women. A few of my men, Suin replied with a smile. Black Bee narrowed his eyes slightly and said, Is that so? Brother Su is very lucky. Let's go upstairs to talk. Our team leader has been waiting for you for a long time. Then the group went up to the second floor of the bar and came to a private room. Suin finally met the leader of the Dark Knight Adventure Group. This is a thin man in his early 30s with long hair, a height of about 1.7 meters, deep eye sockets, heavy dark circles, and a pair of slender eyes. This man's name is Huo Liangxi, the head of Anya, one of the four great families in Longqing. Among the four heads of the big families, he is the most vicious and cruel, and is nicknamed Evil Ghost. He had killed countless people, and their deaths were extremely horrific. Most of them had incomplete bodies, with all the blood gone from their bodies. This must be Brother Su. Come on, take a seat. Huo Liangxi showed a slightly sinister smile and glanced at the men beside him with his narrow eyes. The subordinate understood and quietly retreated, closing the door. Suin looked at the detailed information above Huo Liangxi's head and smiled with satisfaction. Ability: Phantom S Specialization. Wealth value: 48.52 million. Level: LV10. Spectre is a very rare, specialized ability. It possesses the characteristics of three kinds of superpowers: mental, dark elemental, and strengthening, and is a top-notch one among all S-level superpowers. After the power is activated, the body will be greatly strengthened, but when attacked, it will turn into black mist like a ghost. At the same time, it also has the ability to interfere with the mind and is a complete nemesis of physical power awakeners. His weaknesses are light attributability attacks and mental attacks using psychic abilities that are stronger than his. Huo Liangxi's wealth is worthy of his status as the head of one of the four major families in Longqing. It's almost approaching 50 million. Suin hadn't seen leaks grow so fat since Tiger Lord. Judging from the surface, they were fatter than Tiger Lord. But in fact, the actual value is much lower. The materials collected by Tiger Lord are genuine pre-civilization materials, and they do not contain things like civilization seeds and catalysts. If they were put into the present, their value would soar dozens or even hundreds of times. However, Huo Liangxi must have a lot of civilization seeds in his hands, which are exactly what Suin needs. Huo Liangxi looked at Su Anson and smiled coldly. I wonder how many catalysts you have, Brother Su? Suin asked back. I want to know how many seeds of civilization you have. I have as much as you want. I'm just worried that you can't eat it all, Brother Su. I want as much as you can give me. I'm just afraid you can't afford it. Suin looked at Huo Liangxi with amusement, tapping the table rhythmically with his fingers, making a tapping sound. Huo Liangxi narrowed his eyes and said, Before the transaction, there is something I need Brother Su's help to clarify. Did you kill my people? The people that Black Bee sent out yesterday to follow Su and have not returned yet. After sending people to search everywhere, they only found dozens of charred corpses. It would be fine if it were just an ordinary member, but there is an S-level awakener among them. Although the Dark Knight Adventure Group is large and powerful, the number of S-level awakeners is very limited, and each one is a valuable combat force. How could he be allowed to die in such an unclear manner? Of course, I didn't kill him. Suin paused and added, My men killed him. As soon as Suin said this, the room suddenly became quiet. Huo Liangxi's eyes turned cold rapidly, and his voice was cold. Very good, now that you admit it, let's discuss how to settle this account. I know you have some tricks up your sleeve. There must be an S-level awakener among the girls you brought with you. But I tell you, in my territory, if you are a tiger, you have to lie down, and if you are a dragon, you have to coil up. Hand over all the catalysts, and I can spare your life. Bang! As soon as Huo Liangxi finished speaking, the door of the room was pushed open, and dozens of awakened people entered one after another. They are all high-level awakeners, and there are even 4 S-level awakeners among them, including Black Bee and Huo Liangxi. The Dark Knight Adventure Group has dispatched a total of 6 S-level awakeners. A large number of awakened people also poured out from the corridor outside the door. The entire bar was surrounded tightly in an instant. It can be seen how much importance is attached to Suen. The preparations are thorough, and there is no carelessness at all. Xiao Zhijie and the others turned pale immediately and subconsciously moved toward Suen. Only Tong Xiaoyu acted as if nothing had happened, as if she hadn't seen anything, and stood obediently beside Suen. Suen's expression remained unchanged, and he said calmly, "Your last words are a little long." Huo Liangxi snorted coldly, and his body suddenly turned ink black. Black air swirled around him, and his long hair moved without wind, like a fierce ghost choosing its prey. Then he stretched out his hand and grabbed Suen. "Die for me, bastard." Chapter 156, Dark Knight Adventure Group changes owner. Huo Liangxi passed away peacefully. He didn't even have a chance to fight back before Su and took him down with one move. After robbing him, he killed him. It only takes a few seconds. The helmsman of one of the 4 great families died so simply. You may not know what happened until you die. After killing Huo Liangxi, Suen used instant teleportation again and took care of the other 4 S-level awakeners in less than 10 seconds. Black Bee was immediately frightened and wanted to run away, but he just felt his body spasm and immediately collapsed to the ground powerlessly. Kill all the others and leave them alone. Then he gave Tong Xiaoyu a light instruction. "Yes, boss." Tong Xiaoyu nodded, activated 2 S-level abilities at the same time, and pounced towards the others. Suddenly, there were screams in the bar. Suen threw the incapacitated Black Bee to the ground, then sat down on the sofa with his legs crossed. His eyes rolled, and he immediately ran to the wine cabinet, took out a bottle of red wine, filled Suen's glass, and placed it in front of Suen in a flattering manner. De Shuang laughed and said, "Big brother, let me pour you some wine. Drink wine." Suen patted the 2 little ones' heads, took out 2 lollipops from the wide space, and stuffed them into their mouths as a reward. Then he turned to look at Black Bee, whose face had already turned pale. "Congratulations, brother Black Bee. You will be promoted soon to become the new leader of the Dark Knight Adventure Group. Are you surprised?" Hearing the screams coming from outside the door, Black Bee trembled constantly and looked at Suen with fear in his eyes. He never expected that this wild boy would be so strong. He killed Boswa instantly at the first sight, and even the other 4 S-level awakeners had no room for resistance. That little secretary was also incredibly strong, and was like a tiger entering a flock of sheep when facing the elite awakeners of the Dark Knight Adventure Group. In less than a minute, the Dark Knight Adventure Group was defeated by this man and woman. "Brother, oh no, big brother, let's talk. I will give you whatever you want, but I beg you to spare my life." Black Bee had no intention of resisting and begged for mercy quickly. Upon hearing this, Suen snapped his fingers. The Black Bee immediately regained its ability to move and quickly stood up, but did not dare to make any more unnecessary movements. But in my mind, I was thinking about how to escape. After he uses his superpowers, his body functions will be greatly enhanced. An insect-like shell will grow on his body to strengthen his defense. Tentacles will grow on his head to increase his perception, and wings will grow on his back to give him the ability to fly. He ran as fast as he could, and if given 2 seconds, he could escape from the bar. But he didn't dare to do so, as he had just watched Suen perform the teleportation. In the face of teleportation, no matter how fast you are, it is all fake. At this point, the Black Bee finally realized that it had provoked something unclean. This is not a fat sheep at all. It's simply a ghost, even more like a fierce ghost than Huo Liangxi. Huo Liangxi's ability to fight alone was second to none in the entire launching, but in front of this ghost thing, he didn't even last 3 seconds before being carried away. It's not that the Black Bee is short-sighted and mistakes people for ghosts, but in his eyes, Suen didn't look like a human at all. He was no different from a ghost. Black Bee swore that once he was out of trouble, he would leave Dragon City immediately and go directly to the desert to become a wanderer. He suddenly felt that the simple life of a hunter who killed monsters and ate insects was pretty good, The psychological trauma that Suin brought to him would probably take him a lifetime to heal. Suin took a sip of red wine and said calmly, "Don't worry, I won't kill you." Blackbee looked at Suin in confusion. "You really won't kill me? Not only will I not kill you, I will also let you sit on the leader's throne. From today on, you are the new leader of the Dark Knight Adventure Group." Blackbee stood there in a daze, completely unaware of what Suin was up to. Not only did they not kill him, they also helped him become the leader of the group. There is no such good thing in the world. Only a fool would believe his lies. The right thing to do is to find a chance to escape. But he still said in a flattering manner, "Big brother, whatever you want me to do, I will do it. It's all at your command. To be honest, I was in awe of you the first time I saw you. I can see from the first glance that you are the one who can hold the sun and the moon and pluck the stars. There is no one like you in the world." The Blackbee smeared honey on its little mouth and flattered the master without blushing or beating its heart. Suin waved his hand and said, "I have planted a poison in your body. If it is triggered even slightly, you will be poisoned and die. No trace of your body will be left. Give up the thought of running away." Upon hearing this, Blackbee's face froze, and he stood there in a daze. No wonder he suddenly lost his ability to move before. His feelings had been poisoned a long time ago. But his ability is to transform into a controllable poisonous bee, and his resistance to toxin should be very high. So how could it be? Suin ignored the Blackbee and waved towards Xiao Zhijie. Xiao Zhijie walked over with her head down, her body trembling slightly. "You will be the deputy leader of the Dark Knight Adventure Group for the time being." Then he took out a black ball the size of a finger and put it in Xiao Zhijie's hand. "This is the poison attractant I separated. As long as you crush this poison attractant, the poison in his body will explode." Hearing Su An's words, Heifeng almost lost his balance and secretly cried out in his heart that his life was in danger. Xiao Zhijie held the little black ball carefully. She was also shocked by Su An's methods. It turns out that such an inconspicuous little black ball can decide the life or death of an S-level awakener. "What do you want me to do for you?" Xiao Zhijie asked puzzledly after hesitating for a moment. "It's very simple. You just need to find a way to gather all the respectable people in Dragon City together. Whether it's holding a meeting, fighting for territory, or distributing benefits, you can find the excuse and method yourself. The Blackbee will obey your orders, and the Dark Knight Adventure Group will also obey you. With your ability, it shouldn't be difficult to do. You can't cut leeks one by one. The correct way to cut them is to grab a handful and cut them at once. However, it is not so easy to gather together all the presentable people in Longsheng. At least he, a foreigner, couldn't do it. Firstly, he lacks prestige, and no one will listen to his call. Secondly, if the strength revealed is too strong, everyone will become wary and will not keep the appointment. It would be much easier to let Xiao Zhijie and Heifeng do it. He originally wanted to experience life in the Scarlet Squad and reminisce about the past. But the Battle of Sudi was imminent, and the leek fields in Longsheng were shining brightly, with many leeks waiting for him to pluck. Busy. We can only wait until things are over, then explore new civilization bases on the map and take a stroll around. The endless sea of sand is vast and boundless, and he also wants to go for a walk and take a look. Chapter 157. Hongmen Banquet, full of guests. The commotion in the bar soon attracted the attention of others. But the riots came and went quickly, and soon everything returned to calm. No one knew what really happened in the bar. This bar is the territory of the Dark Knight Adventure Group, and no one dares to break in and find out what's going on. Only Xiao Zhijie and a few others inside knew that the Dark Knight Adventure Group was doomed. The leader was killed, and several S-level awakeners, along with the core elite members of the Dark Knight Adventure Group, were killed. In the entire bar, Blackbee was the only one who survived. But they also became fish at the mercy of others. The top combat forces of the Dark Knight Adventure Group have been almost completely destroyed. Even if Suin no longer takes action, the Dark Knight Adventure Group is in name only, and it is a foregone conclusion that it will be swallowed up by other forces. Xiao Zhijie and others didn't know what Suin was going to do, but they could only obey Su An's orders. In order to survive, the Blackbee obeyed the orders. In order to complete the order given by Suin, Xiao Zhijie thought about it and asked Blackbee to send people to deliver invitations to other adventure groups. The reason for posting is also very simple and straightforward. Huo Liangxi abdicated, and Blackbee took over as the new leader of the Dark Knight Adventure Group. He invited the heads of all the major adventure groups to come over for a drink. As one of the 4 major families in Dragon City, The Dark Knight Adventure Group will naturally be given some face by all major forces. What is supposed to come will come. The banquet was held at the base of the Dark Knight Adventure Group. The leaders of the Adventure Group were puzzled by Huo Liangxi's sudden resignation and could not figure out the reason. But I still came to the appointment and came to see it in person. Not to mention outsiders. Even the people inside the Dark Knight Adventure Group didn't know what had happened. Huo Liangxi and a group of senior executives disappeared, and Black Bee suddenly announced his appointment, which seemed quite strange. But since Black Bee is the deputy leader of the Dark Knight Adventure Group, he has many confidants and supporters in the group. Seeing Black Bee taking over, they were naturally happy, and each one was more diligent than the other in organizing banquets. As for those who supported Huo Liangxi, in order to prevent them from causing any trouble, Black Bee quietly dealt with them. Black Bee knew that the Dark Knight Adventure Group was finished and had no future. Your own life is the most important thing at this moment. That night, the Dark Knight Adventure Group's base was brightly lit and decorated with lights. A number of lords and group leaders came to congratulate him. Congratulations to Brother Black Bee on his promotion. The Yellow Sand Adventure Group is here to congratulate you. You are so polite, please take a seat inside. Drinks are free today. I hope everyone has a good time. Black Bee greeted the guests with a smile, but the smile seemed a little forced. He had vaguely guessed Su En's purpose. This is definitely a Hongmen banquet. Black Bee looked at these guests as if they were dead people. I looked at the small building where Su-en was. It was pitch black upstairs, and no one could be seen inside. The large, dark floor-to-ceiling windows looked like a giant man-eating mouth. Black Bee couldn't help but shiver. He quickly turned his head and put on a difficult smile to greet the next group of guests. Captain Zhao, long time no see. Come on, sit inside. Lord Zhang is here too. More and more lords and group leaders came to keep the appointment, and the banquet hall was full of people. Among them are some leaders of major forces. Even people from the Dragon City Alliance came. Sitting in the front row were people from the 4 major families in Longsheng. Glorious, Long Yu, and Zongheng are all here, and the 4 great families of Dragon City are gathered together. The scene was truly spectacular. Qiao Junyi sat in the front row of the banquet, frowning slightly. He found that something seemed to be wrong with the Dark Knight Adventure Group. I've been here for quite some time, but haven't seen Huo Liangxi and his group of senior executives. The only person I saw was Black Bee. He also didn't understand what kind of medicine was sold in the Black Bee gourd. To be honest, he is not in a very good mood right now. The people sent to capture Qiao Zhidia disappeared without a trace, as if they had evaporated from the face of the earth. Chunggang did not come back either, and the storage-type space ability, Awakener mentioned by Kong Qing, was not caught either. Even the nouveau riche who came to Shirley Street to get catalysts to spend everywhere was overtaken by the Dark Knight Adventure Group. What seemed like a good double blessing suddenly turned out to be a dud, which made him feel very upset. Even if Black Bee didn't hold a banquet, he would still talk to Black Bee. Shirley Street does not belong to the Dark Knight Adventure Group alone, so the nouveau riche fat sheep should have a share. Not far from Qiao Junyi is the location of the Glow Adventure Group. Sitting in the first seat was a gray-haired man in his 60s. The old man's name is Chen Hui, and he is the leader of the Glowing Adventure Group. Although the old guy is old, his strength is not weak at all. He is an extremely powerful S-level Awakener. At the same time, it's also very fun to play. He married a total of 86 concubines. No matter when and where you are surrounded by beautiful women, slim and plump, from young girls to mature women, all kinds of them. Wherever you go, you are the focus of the crowd. However, it is rumored that the old guy is old and likes to collect nutritious things. But my age is there, and no amount of effort can make up for it. As time went by, the old guy became a little mentally abnormal. He always likes to let his concubines have affairs everywhere. Today, he can even herd sheep on his head, but I still enjoy it. Everyone who saw it gave a thumbs up and praised it, saying, "May good people live a peaceful life." Of course, this does not mean that the old guy Chen Hui is easy to get along with. On the contrary, he's the most difficult person to get along with among the 4 families, and his moods are unpredictable. It is difficult to understand abnormal psychology with ordinary people's thinking. Sitting in the center of the front row were members of the Zongheng Adventure Group. There were only 2 people in the Zongheng Adventure Group, the deputy leader Tang Gongxian and the leader Zhao Xuanya. There was a large empty seat next to the 2 of them, but no one dared to sit there. The 4 major groups are recognized as the 4 strongest adventure groups in Longsheng. But the most powerful of the 4 families is the Zongheng Adventure Group. Everyone agreed on this point. The strength of the Zongheng Adventure Group lies in Zhao Xuanya himself. At the beginning of the battle for the Oasis, Zhao Xuanya single-handedly defeated an entire medium-sized adventure group, killing countless of his men. He also once fought against 3 S-level Awakeners alone, and not only killed all 3 of them, but also remained unscathed. No one knows how strong Zhao Xuanya is, and no one can survive a single move from him. Those who challenged him have all become dead souls. In Longcheng, Zhao Xuanya represents invincible. However, Zhao Xuanya was not very interested in power struggles and only had a special liking for fighting. The arena in Shirley Street is the property of the Zongheng Adventure Group. Zhao Xuanya also stayed in the arena almost every day, sitting on the high stands and ignoring the fighting in the arena. Just like a lone emperor overlooking everything, or like a tiger waiting quietly for his prey. Chapter 158: The Farmer and the Sheepdog. In the dark room, Suan lazily leaned on the chair in front of the floor-to-ceiling window. He gently stroked Tong Xiaoyu, who was as docile as a kitten in his arms, with one hand. His slender fingers lifted a strand of her hair and fiddled with it intentionally or unintentionally. Through the floor-to-ceiling windows, one can see the bustling banquet hall below. The room was silent, with only Su An's indifferent voice counting slowly echoing. 1029, 1030, 1031. Every time someone entered the banquet hall, Suan would add a number. Qiao Zhijie on the side remained silent, and her eyes looking at Suan were filled with confusion and a hint of fear. After hesitating for a long time, Qiao Zhijie finally couldn't help but ask, "Do you want to control the Dragon City Alliance?" Qiao Zhijie knew that although this speculation was crazy, judging from what Suan had done, it seems to be true. She knew that Suan was very strong, so strong that he could kill an S-level Awakener in seconds. But the huge Dragon City is home to many hidden talents, and there are hundreds of S-level Awakeners. The major forces are intertwined, and any move will affect the entire body. Can one person really shake a city with his own strength? Speaking of strength, Li Xuanya of the Zongheng Adventure Group is also extremely powerful. She had also seen Li Xuanya take action. Slaughtering high-level Awakeners is like slaughtering pigs and dogs. From a sensory perspective, Li Xuanya has become a monster that transcends human capabilities. But even someone as strong as Li Xuanya wouldn't dare to say that he could rule Dragon City by himself, right? Qiao Zhijie felt inexplicably uneasy. If Suan really took action at the banquet, he would be besieged by dozens of S-level Awakeners and thousands of high-level Awakeners. Almost all the top fighters in the entire Dragon City gathered in this small banquet hall. Suan's expression remained unchanged. He just said calmly, "From now on, Dragon City should indeed have a new master. But it's not me, it's you." Qiao Zhijie was stunned for a moment after hearing this, then shook her head and said, "Impossible, they won't obey my orders." She had to do her best to manage a dragon language adventure group. She didn't have the prestige to manage these arrogant and ruthless characters in the banquet hall. "If I say yes, then it's fine," Suan said without taking it seriously. Qiao Zhijie did not refute, but asked doubtfully, "What about you?" Suan showed a very sunny smile. "I will be a devil in the eyes of the people of Longcheng. To be more precise, I will be a farmer. You know, generally speaking, farmers need to keep a sheepdog in order to better manage their livestock. The livestock are frightened, and the sheepdog will protect the livestock's safety. The livestock are disobedient and run around everywhere. Sheepdogs will help herd the livestock together so that they can eat grass better and grow meat and hair. In the eyes of the animals, the farmer is not their master. The sheepdog that protects and manages them is the leader. When it's harvest time, the sheepdogs will lead the livestock into the pen, either to pluck their hair or to slaughter them. But the prerequisite is that the sheepdog must be obedient enough and majestic enough to lead the livestock. I happen to be planning to be a farmer, and I just happen to be in need of an obedient dog. I think you're a good fit. You have both the ability and the foundation to quickly build prestige." I'm sorry. I'm a bit too blunt. We can change to a more elegant way of saying it. You will be the master of Dragon City, the true queen of Dragon City, but you will have to pay me a small price accordingly. Suan paused, turned to look at Qiao Zhijie, and continued, "As for whether you pay with wool or mutton, it depends on you." After hearing Su An's words, Qiao Zhijie's face turned pale, and she almost couldn't stand. At this moment, she finally understood Su An's purpose. He didn't want to control the Dragon City Alliance or Dragon City at all. Instead, he wanted to round up all the people in Longcheng like livestock and slaughter and eat them at regular intervals. and she had to help the other party manage these livestock, prevent them from escaping at will, become his dogs, and tell a huge lie to all the people in launching. Xiao Zhijie took several steps back, her heart trembling. Although she hated Xiao Junyi and those men who betrayed her to the core. But at best, they're just part of the Dragon Language Adventure Group. She never thought about taking revenge on the entire Dragon City. No, you can't do this. If Suin really did this, he would be a devil, just as he said. As an accomplice, Xiao Zhijie is no different from a devil. Suin just continued to say calmly, I can replace Xiao Zhijie in the story with Tong Xiuyu. Although it may be a little more troublesome, the final result will not be much different. Suin rubbed Tong Xiuyu's head. Do you want to be the queen of Longqing? Tong Xiuyu rubbed Su An's palm obediently. I listen to the boss. I do whatever the boss tells me to do. Suin smiled knowingly and slowly stood up. He said to Xiao Zhijie calmly, You are a smart person. I think you should know how to choose so that you and Longqing can live more easily. Everything that was supposed to come has almost come. It's time to swing the sickle. Then he went downstairs and walked straight towards the banquet hall. Xiao Zhijie's expression was unclear. She gritted her teeth and followed. At this time, most people had already arrived in the banquet hall. In order to prevent some people from leaving early, Suin took out a lot of drinks for the guests to drink. In this Doomsday era, alcohol is a complete luxury, and every sip is one less sip. Therefore, no one was willing to leave early, and everyone had to drink until they were drunk. Seeing that all the guests had arrived, Blackbee had no choice but to go up to the podium. Thank you to all the guests, relatives, and friends for taking the time out of your busy schedule to come to the banquet. I am very grateful. I'm here to offer a toast to everyone, just as a farewell to you all. As Hei Feng spoke, he raised a small cup of white liquor mixed with water and drank it all in one gulp. When everyone heard Blackbee's words, they were stunned at first, and then burst into laughter. He exclaimed that the Blackbee leader was really humorous. Just a joke, but it's too dark. Let's give everyone some earthly work to do. How about Brother Blackbee show us how to bite a lighter? This is possible. Amid the laughter of the crowd, Suin slowly walked up to the podium. Wang Qing, who was next to Xiao Junyi, saw Suin and said hurriedly, That's him, the upstart who used catalysts to spend money lavishly. Xiao Junyi turned his head and looked at Suin on the stage. His eyes narrowed slightly. Is that him? Sure enough, he is here. Wang Qing's voice was not small, and people at the nearby tables heard it. Old bastard Chen Hui also turned his head and looked at Suin with interest. Of course he knew that Suin was squandering the catalyst like crazy in Shirley Street. Catalysts, everyone wants them. Just then a lord came over and whispered to Chen Hui. Chen Hui raised his eyebrows. He has a storage-type spatial ability? Are you sure? Chapter 159, Banquet Massacre. Seeing Suin coming over, Blackbee immediately nodded and bowed. Brother, is everyone here? Suin asked calmly. Almost everyone is here. The leaders of the Dragon City Alliance are here, and other people who are presentable are also here. Suin nodded with satisfaction. When everyone present heard Blackbee addressing Suin, they looked puzzled. Blackbee calls this young man Big Brother? When did Blackbee produce such a young Big Brother? At this moment, Chen Hui stood up first and walked up with a charming woman in his arms. He grinned at Suin. Hello, little brother. I am Chen Hui, the leader of the Glowing Adventure Group. I heard that you have a lot of catalysts. Are you interested in doing business with me? Not interested, Suin simply replied. Chen Hui's eyes turned cold when he heard this, and he said in a threatening tone, Young man, have you thought it through? Don't think that the Dark Knight Adventure Group can always protect you. Chen Hui paused and lowered his voice. If I make your storage space ability known to the public, how many people would target you? How long can you live? If you know what's good for you, come work for me. I can save your life. Suin looked at Chen Hui calmly. Suddenly, he made a lightning-fast move and grabbed Chen Hui's throat. The looting then began. S-level multiplication ability, more than 50 million wealth points, 990,000 experience points, compared to Huoliangxi. You are not bad. Chen Hui's eyes widened, his expression filled with pain and horror. He was horrified to find that his special powers were no longer usable. He turned back into that old, frail, and weak man. The big hand around his throat made it almost impossible for him to breathe. Chen Hui was captured in one move, and there was a commotion in the banquet hall. How dare you? Asshole, let go of my husband. Do you want to die? When Chen Hui's concubine saw this, she was horrified and slapped Suin in the face. Suin didn't tolerate it and kicked Chen Hui's concubine out. But the force was a little too great, and the man was kicked several hundred meters away and hit on a small building in the distance. Under the huge impact, the body exploded directly and turned into a pool of meat paste, sticking to the wall. At the same time, a blazing flame suddenly burst out from Su-En's palm, and Chen-Hui was burned into a mummy before he could even scream. Su-En slowly withdrew his hand, and the charred corpse fell to the ground with a crash, turning into a pile of ashes. After a brief silence, several female screams were heard from the crowd. Chen-Hui's concubines were so frightened that they collapsed to the ground. The others were also surprised. This old fellow, Chen-Hui, is a genuine S-level awakener. His strength is also among the top among all the S-level awakeners in Longcheng. How could he be killed for no apparent reason? Everyone's eyes changed when they looked at Su-En. Although everyone present was a powerful figure from Longcheng, no one dared to say that they could kill Chen-Hui in one move. Even Li Xuanye, who had been lacking interest, slowly raised his head and looked at Su-En with interest, with a hint of fighting spirit in his expression. Black Bee, what do you mean by this? Xiao Junyi suddenly stood up and looked at Black Bee on the podium. Black Bee shrank his head and took a few steps back, waving his hands repeatedly to indicate that he had nothing to say. His mission had been completed, and he dared not say a word more. He just stepped aside and watched the performance of Big Brother. Seeing Black Bee's look, Xiao Junyi instantly understood. The Dark Knight Adventure map might have already changed hands. It was said that Black Bee took over as the new leader, but in fact he was secretly controlled by this wild boy who appeared out of nowhere. Ha, you called us all here. It seems like this is a hungman banquet. You want to kill the chicken to scare the monkeys? You've come to the wrong place, humph. Xiao Junyi snorted coldly, and the guards and executives of the Dragon Language Adventure Group also stood up. The other bigwigs from all parties were not to be outdone, and all took up their positions. Where did you come from, you wild boy? Don't think you can act wild here, just because you have some skills. Do you think I'm made of clay? Although Su-En's action of killing Chen-Hui in an instant shocked everyone for a short while, those present were not good people. They were all ruthless people who had walked on the edge of a knife and had licked blood. How could they be frightened so easily? Moreover, all those gathered here are high-level awakeners, and there are 80 to 90 S-level awakeners alone. There are hundreds of A-level ones, and B-level ones are everywhere. The total number of awakened ones is as high as thousands. If you incur public wrath, no matter how strong you are, it will be useless, and you will still not escape death. This is no longer the era where you can become king by fighting and killing. Dragon City has its own rules. Even someone as strong as Li Xuanye has to follow the rules. Seeing the excited crowd, Xiao Zhijie and others not far away clenched their fists nervously. Not only did other people not expect Su-En to kill someone so openly, but she also did not expect Su-En to be so bold. All the top combat forces of Dragon City are gathered here. Su-En looked at the angry crowd and said calmly, I remember the last time I was surrounded by so many people was last time. You didn't turn around and run. You are much braver than I thought. But if you want to run now, it's probably too late. As Su-En finished his words, he took a step forward. The earth suddenly shook. With a loud rumbling sound, a huge wall of sand rose from the ground, covering the entire banquet venue in an instant. Everyone's retreat has been cut off. Su-En then snapped his fingers calmly. Thousands of high-density compressed energy balls formed by elemental energy slowly emerged above the crowd. Oh no, there's something wrong with this kid. Kill him quickly. Xiao Junyi immediately shouted loudly, waking up the crowd who were still in a daze. He is very strong. Let's attack together. Otherwise, we will all die. Feeling the tremendous power bursting out from Su-En, everyone felt as if they were facing a formidable enemy and were sweating profusely. Kill him, someone shouted. The crowd moved together in an instant, and all colorful supernatural powers were activated. Hundreds of people simultaneously used their special powers to attack Su-En. Too slow, Su-En said lightly. The elemental energy balls in the air instantly fell like raindrops. The energy ball penetrated into the crowd and began to wreak havoc and strangle them. Faced with such a large-scale energy ball bombardment, people had to use all their strength to resist. But there were too many energy balls to resist, defend against, or destroy. In just a few moments, large groups of people had their limbs strangled by the energy balls and lost their ability to move. Even an S-class defense awakener known for his defensive capabilities would not be able to withstand this destructive energy wave for long. A body of steel will be pierced, skin of rock will be shattered, and even a body of fine steel will not be able to escape the fate of being bombarded continuously from all directions by huge energy balls until the limbs are shattered. Chapter 160. the Emperor of Dragon City, the Emperor's armor. In less than 5 minutes, more than half of the more than 1,000 Awakened people had fallen. No matter whether it is a powerful S-class or B-class or C-class, they're all the same in front of the energy ball and are equally fragile. If the defense of a C-level Awakener is 1, then the defense of an S-level Awakener is 10. The defense of specialized defensive abilities can reach over 100. But Su-An's attack damage value is in tens of thousands. They are not on the same level at all. This was just a casual attack by Su-An, and he didn't even use 10% of his strength. The elite troops of Longsheng went from being arrogant at the beginning to crying and shouting for help. The breath of death hung over everyone's heart. He is not a human. He is a devil. It's over. We are all going to die. No one will survive. Help me. I don't want to die yet. I just married my 8th concubine. I can't die yet. Su-An moved among the crowd with an expressionless face, frequently using his teleportation skills. He plundered one by one, harvesting the prey that belonged to him. After a few minutes, the banquet hall gradually became quiet. Because he had killed almost all the people. In just a few minutes, he had plundered thousands of high-level superpowers, including 96 S-level ones in total. The wealth value was more than 800 million. The experience value is as high as 260 million. Don't be fooled by the fact that there are only 1,000 people. These people are the leaders of the top forces in Longsheng. He controls nearly 70% of Longqing's assets. Everyone's character level is also very high, and the maximum level ones are everywhere. Just like before the end of the world, in the eyes of ordinary people, those who can save tens of thousands of yuan a month already have high-paying jobs, and their income exceeds that of 80% or even 90% of people. But even with such a high-paying job, if you want to buy a 4-bedroom apartment in a first-tier city, it will take you half a lifetime of hard work. But in the world of rich people, there are so many houses like this that they can all be occupied, and it's impossible to collect rent from them, so they have to hire people to collect the rent. The same is true after the end of the world. Even though most people go hunting risking their lives every day, they still gain seeds of civilization every day. But it is still not enough. Drinking water is a problem. You can only survive. The harder you try, the more desperate you become. The maximum level experience points are in the millions, and just thinking about it makes people feel powerless. But in these top circles, having a character at the maximum level is not worth mentioning and is standard for everyone. There are so many seeds of civilization that they cannot be used up, so they are kept in the warehouse and used as working capital to squander. Just like Cheng Hui, he has tens of millions of civilization seeds in his hands. The Crimson team only found 20 or 30 shells in 2 days of hunting. As for those wanderers who live in the desert with no safety at all, they can't imagine how comfortable the lives of Cheng Hui and others are. No matter how hard you think, you can only naively think that these top bosses in Dragon City should be reaching the maximum level soon. It's just like the old farmer in ancient times fantasized that the hoe used by the emperor was made of gold. Of course, Chen Hui and others would never have thought that Su-An's number of supernatural powers started from 5 digits. What is even more unimaginable is that there are tens of billions of bottles of catalysts in Su-An's wide space. At this time, there were only a few people still alive in the banquet hall. Xiao Zhijie had been frightened to the point of fainting, while Tong Xiaoyu looked at Su-An with a flushed face, her eyes filled with crazy admiration. Black B was so scared that he hid under the table, holding his knees and shaking. Xiao Junjie collapsed to the ground, his legs shaking uncontrollably, and his crotch was wet. Su-An just patted him lightly, and his supernatural powers disappeared, and the mission level was reduced to level 1. I watched helplessly as thousands of people first had their limbs cut off, and then were beheaded one by one. The blood dyed the entire banquet hall red, and internal organs and severed limbs were everywhere. This is no longer a question of being afraid or not. It is a horrifying terror. Su-An did not kill him. He just deliberately kept him and gave him to Xiao Zhijie as a gift. In addition to these 4 people, there is one other person alive. Li Xuanye from the Zongheng Adventure Group. The banquet was littered with corpses as if it were hell on earth. Even though Deputy Captain Zongheng died tragically in front of them, Li Xuanye remained unmoved from beginning to end and still sat at the table drinking calmly. It's as if nothing had happened. Li Xuanye's body began to tremble slightly, and as he trembled, the wine spilled onto the table. Li Xuanye suddenly laughed, then slowly raised his head and looked at Su-An. His eyes were bloodshot, but there was no trace of fear or timidity in them. Instead, there was a surging will to fight. A crazy smile appeared on his bearded face. Since the apocalypse, I have fought with 1,859 people and killed 1,859 people. No one has been my opponent. Even an S-rank Awakener is as insignificant as an ant in my eyes. Killing them is as easy as killing a chicken or a dog. There is not even anyone who can fight me properly. But you are different from them. You are the strongest person I have ever seen. I finally waited for you to show up. My most perfect prey. Ha! Suin turned his head and looked at Li Xuanye. Superpower. Emperor's weapon unique. Super specialization. Character level. LV10. Wealth value. 36 million. There are many types of S-level abilities, but they also vary in strength. Generally speaking, S-level abilities are divided into 3 types: ordinary S-level, intermediate S-level, and top S-level. However, a small number of more powerful superpowers will emerge among the S-level superpowers. That is the specialized S-class, which is stronger than the top S-class. Above specialization, there is super specialization. Li Xuanye has a super specialized S-level ability, and it is also the only one. Its combat effectiveness and destructive power are no longer comparable to those of ordinary S-level awakeners. Black-B had told him that the most powerful person in Dragon City was Li Xuanye. According to Black-B's estimation, Li Xuanye could fight at least 10 S-level awakeners alone. Although this evaluation is already very high, in Su En's opinion, it is still underestimated. And it is seriously underestimated. If nothing unexpected happens, Li Xuanye can basically stand firm against ordinary S-level awakeners. He can kill as many as he can before he runs out of energy. Fighting 10 is just a fraction of my ability limit. This is also the strongest awakener Suin has ever encountered since the end of the world, no doubt about it. Li Xuanye stood up slowly, and his body kept making crackling sounds. White bones slowly grew from the spine, and soon the whole body was covered with bones, forming a set of bone armor, and even the face was covered with angular bone pieces, leaving only a pair of golden eyes exposed. Bone spurs also slowly grew on the back, shoulders, and arms. Golden energy flowed between the gaps in the armor like silk threads. Li Xuanye has already activated the Emperor's armor. Use bones as armor and your body as weapon. At this moment, he is the well-deserved Emperor of Dragon City. Chapter 161. The Emperor of Dragon City? Extravagant. After completing the transformation, Li Xuanye clenched his fists, feeling the surging power bursting out of his body. Slowly said, I was born into a martial arts family and have been practicing martial arts since I was a child. I officially entered the Sanda ring at the age of 12. I won the Junior Sanda Championship at the age of 14, and I had no rivals at the age of 18. After reaching the top, I didn't feel very happy, but instead felt endless loneliness and solitude. So I went abroad and fought in the underground world, but I still couldn't get defeated. I finally returned home with regret until the end of the world. Li Xuanye suddenly looked up at Suin. The next moment, he disappeared from where he was. When he appeared again, he was already in front of Suin and hit Suin in the chest with a lightning-fast punch. Suin's body was suddenly blown away and hit hard on the huge sand and stone wall 100 meters away. With a dull thud, Suin's body crashed through the gravel wall and was thrown high into the air. Li Xuanye disappeared from the spot and appeared above Suin. I can feel that you and I are the same. We are both strong people who are hard to defeat. Don't you think the world is really great now? Ha! As soon as he finished speaking, Li Xuanye laughed wildly and launched another attack, his fists falling like raindrops. The world now is finally not so boring anymore. There are endless possibilities. I can finally meet some decent opponents. Li Xuanye's speed was getting faster and faster, and it was difficult to observe him with the naked eye. Only a flashing shadow could be seen. Under the fierce attack, muffled sounds were heard continuously. Suin was suffering from continuous terrorist attacks every second, and his body was like a small boat in the tide, swaying constantly. Why? You can't fight back. Resist, struggle, and pleasure me to your heart's content. And in just a few breaths, Li Xuanye had attacked thousands of times. The power of each attack exceeds the full strength attack of an ordinary S-level psychic, which is extremely powerful. But Suin did not move at all from beginning to end, not even a block, allowing Li Xuanye's fists to bombard him all over his body. The coat on Suin was torn into pieces by the wind from the punches, and his body was already covered with fist marks. But that's all. Li Xuanye couldn't help but get furious upon seeing this. Fight back. Then he used all his strength and punched Suin in the chest. Suin suddenly hit the floor like a cannonball. There was a loud bang, Dust flew, smoke filled the air, and a big hole was created on the ground. Li Xuanye fell to the ground and looked at the big pit quietly. After the smoke and dust cleared, Su An's figure was revealed. I saw that his strong body was already covered with bruises, and there was a large area of sunken area on his chest. His neck was broken, and his head hung limply to the side. The whole body has been deformed. Blood was flowing from his mouth and nose, and he looked dead. Are you dead? You only have this much strength. I overestimated you. Clatter. At this moment, Su An's body stood up straight from the sand without any warning. The deformed body was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Dozens of broken bones and muscles healed in the blink of an eye, and even the blood that had flowed out flowed back into the body. In the blink of an eye, the wounded and dying body was healed as if it had never received any harm. Ka. Suin twisted his neck, adjusted his head, clenched his fists, and said lightly, 1.5 seconds. The time required to recover from a dying body is 1.5 seconds. He didn't even use his recovery abilities. Li Xuanye's last punch, just now, had already broken his heart. But just relying on the passive abilities of infinite recovery and cell super enhancement, he can be resurrected in a short period of time. It's okay. If you manually release recovery abilities, the resurrection time should be faster. Within 0.5 seconds it should be fine. Seeing Suin return to his original state, Li Xuanye was stunned for a moment, and then suddenly burst into laughter, his laughter full of madness. Ha 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 ha. Very good, you really didn't let me down. You are very strong and qualified to be my opponent. I, Li Xuanye, formally challenge you. Li Xuanye shouted sternly after he finished speaking. Haha, soldier body. The bone armor on the body suddenly increased several times in size, and the body size also doubled in size. From the original thin armor, it turned into a heavy armor with clear edges and corners, and golden energy flowed on the armor. Li Xuanye's hands and feet also turned into sharp bone blades, not just his hands. For sharp bone blades also grew on the arms and calves. This is the highest level of superpowers. Once you launch an attack, it's a fight to the death. You are the first person who allowed me to use the full form of my body. Of all the people I've met, you are the strongest. I should be proud of you for the rest of my life. But that's it. As soon as Li Xuanye finished speaking, he turned into a beam of white light and rushed towards Suin. In less than a breath, it arrived in front of Suin, and the sharp bone blade suddenly chopped down. Suin finally took action. He raised one hand, used his fingernails to harden the bone blade, and flicked it lightly. With a crisp sound, Li Xuanye's bone blade was bounced away. Li Xuanye's pupils suddenly contracted. What? If it was an ordinary awakener, he would have been cut into 2 pieces by this sword, but the opponent easily blocked it with his fingernails. Li Xuanye was shocked at first, and then he became extremely furious. Presumptuous. His attack was actually caught by the opponent's fingernails, which was a naked humiliation for him. 8-blade slash. Li Xuanye shouted loudly, mobilizing all the strength in his body. His figure turned into a phantom, and he used the 8 white bone blades on his body to frequently launch attacks on his face. Suin was not in a hurry. His expression was calm. He used his fingers as blades to block the attack. The sound of nails colliding with bone blades was endless, making a crisp sound of ding, ding, ding. Suin flicked his finger, and Li Xuanye felt a huge force coming at him, and was blown away. He slid on the ground for more than 10 meters before he stabilized his body. Suin looked at his fingernail, which had a white cut, and exclaimed. As expected of the Emperor of Dragon City, he almost broke through the defense. He had activated many S-level defensive abilities on his fingernails, but Li Xuanye was able to chop him and even scratched his fingernails. This is incredible. Li Xian was kneeling on the ground in the middle of the night, breathing heavily, his chest heaving. Hearing Su An's words, he felt extremely humiliated, and his golden eyes turned blood red. Asshole, I want you dead. Li Xuanye suddenly burst out with all his body functions, forcing out all his potential. Then he jumped high, and the golden energy on the bone armor turned into blood red, wrapping his entire body. At this critical moment, Li Xuanye miraculously achieved a breakthrough and became even more powerful. Then it fell towards Suin like a meteor. This attack was his full-strength attack, surpassing any previous attack, and its power was more than 10 times greater than before. Just when it was smashed, Suin took a step forward, raised his hand, and swung out a big fist, hitting Li Xuanye hard in the face. With a loud snap, Li Xuanye flew out and circled in the air. It was thrown hundreds of meters away, and as it rolled, it created 7 or 8 large holes on the ground. The bone armor all over his body was shattered. His limbs and bones were all broken. Blood was gushing out of his mouth and nose, and he was already barely breathing. Suin raised his eyebrows. Flamboyant. Chapter 162. Sorry, I'm cheating. Harvesting Dragon City. Successfully replicated the ability. Obtained the ability. Emperor's Weapon Body Unique. Super Specialization. Successfully stripped the ability and obtained the giftable ability. Emperor's Weapon Body Unique. Super Specialization. Successfully plundered wealth. Obtained wealth value of 36 million. Has been transferred to the wide area space. Please check in time. Successfully plundered character level experience. Experience points gained. 990,000. After plundering Li Xuanye's supernatural wealth and experience points, Suin nodded with satisfaction. Although the wealth value is not high, fortunately the supernatural powers are still quite powerful. Looking at his tattered and dirty appearance, Suin used his water ability to summon water and rinse his body casually. Take out a new set of clothes from the wide space and put them on. Why are you so strong? Li Xuanye, who was lying on the ground, asked breathlessly. After being robbed, he no longer had any special powers. His body functions had severely declined, and his already serious injuries had worsened. He was only hanging on to life with one breath left. He couldn't understand why the other party was so strong that he didn't even have the room to resist. Su Ping'an thought for a moment and said, "You are actually quite strong. Among all the survivors I have met, you are the strongest." Li Xuanye smiled miserably and vomited blood. "Ha, really? I think I'm pretty strong too." Li Xuanye's laughter stopped abruptly, and he looked at Suin with a wry smile. "I am no better than an ant in front of you, you liar." Su Ping'an shook his head. "Sorry, I'm cheating." Li Xuanye's eyes widened, and he said with difficulty, You don't have no martial ethics." After Li Xuanye finished speaking, he couldn't catch his breath and died. Suin threw out a ball of flame with one hand and offered a free cremation service. But they only burn it and don't bury it. After dealing with Li Xuanye, Suin returned to the banquet hall again. First, Tong Xiaoyu was asked to look after the unconscious Qiao Zhidie and Qiao Junyi, and then the frightened Hei Feng was brought out. "Take me to all the adventure group's bases of the Dragon City Alliance." Black Bee's calves were still shaking, and he could hardly walk. But after seeing Su An's cold eyes, he still plucked up the courage to say, Okay, big brother. I'll take you there right away." The two then left the Black Bee adventure group and headed towards the base of the Glow adventure group. Now that the big ones have been cleaned up, it is natural to clean up the small ones next. Under the leadership of Black Bee, the two soon arrived at the entrance of the Glowing Adventure Group's lair. Suin didn't waste any time. He asked Hei Feng to wait outside and then walked in alone. "Stop. This is the glorious headquarters. No trespassing is allowed." "Didn't you hear that, kid?" Seeing Suin walking inside on his own, a group of guards quickly surrounded him. "Tell me your name, or I'll chop off your legs." Suin just stomped his feet lightly, and the sand and gravel barrier appeared again, covering the entire base of the Glowing Adventure Group. Isolated from the outside world, Blackbee stood outside and swallowed hard. He really wanted to turn around and run away, but he didn't have the courage to do so. He was afraid that once Suin came out and couldn't see him, the poison in his body would explode. Once the poison is detonated, he will be like barbecue. At this moment, bursts of muffled sounds and screams came from the Glow Adventure Group. Although nothing could be seen due to the sand and gravel, Blackbee was still frightened by the sounds. "I couldn't help but turn around, afraid that I would accidentally see something I shouldn't see." 10 minutes later, the gravel barrier slowly loosened and collapsed. Suin walked out slowly, his whole body still clean and tidy. "Let's go to the next one." Okay, big brother." Blackbee looked curiously into the Glowing Adventure Group. It was already quiet inside the Glowing Adventure Group, without a single sound. But the entire stronghold was in ruins, with collapsed houses and cave-in cellars. There were corpses lying everywhere, a thick layer of rotten flesh on the rice surface, and blood flowing like streams between the cracks in the tiles. Even though Blackbee had seen many bloody scenes, he still couldn't help but squat down and vomit. This day was undoubtedly a day full of nightmares for Longqing. Without exception, all the top adventure teams suffered devastating blows. In just one day, hundreds of adventure groups were destroyed, and the number of people affected reached millions. There are more than 30,000 Awaken people who have died. Even those who survived lost their special abilities and character levels, and their stored supplies disappeared. People returned to the beginning of the apocalypse overnight, and became penniless. Many people didn't know what was going on, and the disaster struck. Some people say that the disaster was caused by an awakened person, while others say that a monster came from the endless sea of sand, a monster that specializes in eating awakened people. Not only does it eat human flesh and blood, but it also deprives the awakened person of their abilities and levels. Wherever the monster passes, no grass grows, and even the ground is not intact. For a time, the entire Longqing was in panic. In order to avoid the disaster, large numbers of people fled the oasis and became wanderers. Those who stayed behind stayed indoors or hid in the basement, shivering. All the shops and stalls are closed. At this time, Suan was taking a hot bath in Shirley Street. Tong Xiaoyu wiped his body carefully with a red face. Xiao Zhijie stood not far away with her head down. Suan leaned back in the bathtub, tilted his head back, and closed his eyes to rest. In my mind, I am sorting out today's gains. Today, the superpowers plundered more than 80,000 in total. The wealth is worth 1.3 billion. Experience value, 1.6 billion. With so many experience points, the entire Chongqing Adventure Group can easily reach the maximum level and still have more than 10 billion experience points left. The only regret is that we only got about 80,000 people with superpowers, but there are hundreds of thousands of awakened people in the entire Dragon City. No way. People run fastest in two situations. One is when you are buying for $0, and the other is when you are escaping. Moreover, they were fleeing desperately in all directions without any purpose, and he couldn't catch up with them even with teleportation. Of course, he didn't pursue her forcefully and stopped at the last moment. If these awakened ones are scared out of their wits, they will probably never come back. They would rather become wanderers in the desert than come back to die. Suan first tried to improve his level. 500,000 experience points are required to go from level 10 to level 11. It used to be a sky-high price that could never be raised, but it is different now. Unleashed upgrades. It was upgraded to level 30 in one go, and the experience points for subsequent upgrades became a unified 10 million experience points per level. It didn't continue to rise. The maximum level is 10, but he is already level 30, which is enough. I have graduated from the version a long time ago. I still have more than 100 S-level superpowers and more than 80,000 superpowers of different levels. If they're integrated, I can at least merge 8 or 900 S-level superpowers. The girls in my family also naturally graduated with the same version. Food, clothing, supplies, housing, superpowers, levels, water resources, civilization seeds, catalysts, nothing is missing. Su Anton felt bored. Chapter 163. The new pattern of Dragon City, the war in Jiangdi, is about to break out. After this battle, Longqing was completely seriously injured. The top combat forces were almost completely lost. There were only a few S-level awakeners left, and most of the large adventure groups were gone. The overall strength dropped sharply. The Kyoto region was once a strong region, but now its strength is probably not even as good as that of a third-rate region. Of course, for ordinary people, it is not so difficult to survive, but life will be better than before. At least the number of people exploiting them has been reduced from many to one. Not all large adventure groups were destroyed. The Dark Knight Adventure Group suffered almost no damage, and the Dragon Language Adventure Group only had half of its strength left. These were specially left by Su and for Xiao Zhijie, and were integrated into a new Dragon Language Adventure Group upgraded version. In this way, Xiao Zhijie will be able to quickly integrate the entire Longqing and take control of Longqing. As the price of dominating Dragon City, Xiao Zhijie needs to hand over a large amount of civilization seeds to Suan every once in a while. Of course, Longqing will not be a place where Xiao Zhijie has the final say. Suan left Tong Xiaoyu in Shirley Street. So Tong Xiaoyu became the new owner of Shirley Street and was in charge of the underground forces in Longqing. With this light and dark, Longqing has become Suan's own leak field. The rest of the Scarlet team also became the top leaders of the Dragon Language Adventure Group. Kong Qing was killed by Xiao Zhijie early on, putting an end to this fake sisterhood. As for Xiao Junyi, he was imprisoned and was barely surviving in a dark dungeon. Because of the great shock he suffered, Xiao Junyi had gone crazy. Blackbee also had his own highlight moment. He became the deputy leader of the Dragon Language Adventure Group, holding great power and becoming the undisputed second in command of Dragon City. He is also the only S-level awakener who survived Suan's hands and retained his abilities and level. This is a miracle. However, although Blackbee holds great power, he cannot control his own destiny. The poison in his body is still there, and the trigger to detonate the poison is still in Xiao Zhijie's hands. He is said to be the second in command of Dragon City, but in fact he is enjoying the blessing of 996 all day long. He works so hard for the development of the Dragon Language Adventure Group and hasn't had a good sleep for a long time. A complete tool. But it is better to live a miserable life than to die. Blackbee is already very satisfied, feeling both pain and happiness. Suan stayed in Longsheng for 2 days and then left. Although Tong Xiaoyu was reluctant to leave, she resolutely stayed in Shirley Street in order to help Su and also promised to visit her once a week. Only then did Tong Xiaoyu burst into laughter. Just like Tong Xiaoyu, the two little ones, Da Shuang and Xiao Shuang, were also reluctant to let Suan leave. To be more precise, they were reluctant to leave the delicious food in Su An's wide space. Suan didn't dislike the two lively and cute little ones. He just left some snacks for them and easily sent them away. In order to see Suan again, the two kids simply stayed in Shirley Street and became very close to Tong Xiaoyu. Wang Yingqiu stayed in the Dragon Language Adventure Group to work in the senior management. Everything was arranged, and Suan was directly teleported back to Jiangdi District. At this time, the entire Jiangdi Oasis community has entered the stage of full preparation for war. Troops from 7 oases, from Oasis number 3 to number 9, simultaneously sent out troops to attack Oasis number 1. Hundreds of adventure groups, 7 Oasis overlords, and tens of thousands of Awakened people participated in it. The momentum was so huge that it far exceeded the battle for the Oasis. The Alliance troops divided into 4 groups and surrounded Oasis number 1. The war is about to break out. Suan also teleported back at this time. Seeing Suan coming back, the girls naturally rushed over again, asking for hugs and comfort. As for the war, it wasn't tense at all. Wu Hongyi and others have always believed that the Chongqing Adventure Group has more than 40 S-level Awakeners and is very powerful. But the Chongqing Adventure Group is very small, with less than 800 people. The Alliance Army has hundreds of thousands of people, plus 15 S-level Awakeners. The difference in individual strength can be completely made up by the huge difference in numbers. In short, don't panic, it's not a big problem. It's a pity that the specific number of S-level Awakeners in the Chongqing Adventure Group is 400. With Su An's return, the number will double. However, Suan did not directly pass down the S-level supernatural power. Instead, it is redeemed and distributed based on the honor points accumulated by the girls during this period. In just one morning, 200 new S-level Awakeners were born. The number of S-level Awakeners in the Chongqing Adventure Group has reached 600, and there are only about 100 people who do not have S-level abilities. These people do not have to go to the front line in this battle, but are responsible for logistics. After distributing the supernatural powers, Suan asked all the girls to go to the team leader's office one by one to receive a wave of blessing. However, this time, what is consecrated is not the supernatural power, but the character level. The entire group was filled with experience points by Suan. The maximum level per person is 10. Even the little guy Bing Dang is at level 10, a big guy with A-level superpowers and 2 zombie skills. After doing all this, it was already evening. Suan was so tired that he went straight back to the commander's villa and lay down. Unfortunately, the 3 girls followed quietly back, and as Li Xiaoyu turned on the camera, the old workhorse had no choice but to work overtime. The ox was a little tired, but fortunately, it was given grass. The Allied forces set up camp on the spot and surrounded the enemy without attacking. The 7 Oasis overlords gathered together to hold their final pre-war meeting. Oasis number 3 of the Tianlong Adventure Group is the strongest and is responsible for the frontal attack. The number 456 troops were divided into 2 groups to attack from the left and right. Number 6 was responsible for the right wing, and number 4 and number 5 were responsible for the right wing. At the same time, they also tied down the True God cult that might come from the right side to support the Chongqing Adventure Group at any time. Number 7, number 8, and number 9 are responsible for attacking from the rear. It seems that everything is arranged properly, but in fact, number 456 is under the greatest pressure. Number 6 is on guard alone, and number 45 will most likely face the attack from the True God Church. Even if they win in the end, Oasis number 456 will definitely suffer the most damage. Once the Immortal Adventure Group and the True God Cult are dealt with, Oasis number 456 will be the next target for encroachment. Wu Hongyi has always thought this way. There are no eternal allies, only eternal interests. Brothers can kill each other for profit as long as they pay more money. Wu Hongyi originally thought that Bailey Bing and the others would be dissatisfied or opposed, so he had already thought of an excuse and pretended to give up some of his interests. But Bailey Bing and others were surprisingly obedient. He just did what he was told to do, without any emotion at all. Wu Hongyi couldn't help but wonder if it was because his kingly aura was too much that made these three overlords willingly submit to him. Otherwise, how do we explain why these three families are so well-behaved and obedient? Colluding with the Chongqing Adventure Group? That's impossible because they don't dare. They should have witnessed how powerful the Alliance Army and how powerful the Tianlong Adventure Group are during this period of time. People go to high places and water flows to low places. Unless you are a fool, you will know which side to choose. Chapter 163, The Sooty People. The next morning, the entire Oasis community was shrouded in pre-war solemnity. When the morning light fell, the 7 Awaken teams were ready at the same time, doing the final inventory before the battle. The defensive Awakeners stand at the front, serving as the charging troops. Various melee Awakeners followed closely behind. Elemental Awakeners are responsible for ranged attacks. The auxiliary Awakeners stand at the back to provide healing and buff support. As for ordinary people who do not have special powers but have a high character level, they are used as suicide squad shock troops. The common people in Jiangdi had already hidden far away on the outskirts of the oasis to avoid being harmed. But there are also many brave ones who stand far away and eat the melons. Small vendors pulled their carts and moved among the crowd. Lizard meat, scorpion legs, fried bugs, 2 sand coins a string, make way, make way. Oasis number 10, the only one that was not involved in the war, took the opportunity to open a temporary gambling house. If you don't like just looking at it, why not try it? I guarantee you will get nothing from you once you buy it. The odds of the Chongqing Adventure Team are as high as 1 to 1,000. It's better to take action than to be tempted. Take a chance and turn your bicycle into a motorcycle. If you win, you will become a young model in the club. But the odds of the Chongqing Adventure Team are so high that no one would bet unless they are a fool. Although I heard that the Chongqing Adventure Group is very rich, there are very few people in it. Isn't betting with the Chongqing Adventure Group just throwing money away? A few hundred people against hundreds of thousands of people? Are you risking your life? I bet on 10 civilization seeds, and the Tianlong Adventure Group will be the first to reach the Chongqing Adventure Group's base. I bet 50 sand dollars on Black Rose. People are more inclined to bet on which team will be the first to capture the core stronghold of Oasis number 1. Among them, the Tianlong Adventure Group has the lowest odds, 200 to 1. If you bet 200 sand dollars, you will only get 201 sand dollars if you win. The most popular one is Black Rose. The Black Rose occupies Oasis number 4 and is second only to the Tianlong Adventure Group in strength, but the odds are 5 to 1. It's a good and safe option. Oasis number 5, 10 to 1. As for Oasis number 6, with odds as high as 20 to 1, few people bet on it. The odds for Oasis number 789 are between 1:1 and 1:5. Of course, this is just the beginning. Everything changed when the survivors of the Sooty learned the odds of the gambling house. What? The odds of the Chongqing Adventure Group are 1 to 1,000. Fuck, isn't this just giving away money? Get out of the way, I want to pick up the money. Wife, hurry up and take out all the savings at home. Go and bet on the Chongqing Adventure Group and get a sack along the way. Go! Bet on the Chongqing Adventure Team. A huge crowd of people instantly rushed to the betting point. I bet 100 sand coins that the Chongqing Adventure Team will win. I bet 30 civilization seeds, and the Chongqing Adventure Team wins. And me, I'll bet 50. I bet 100. Can pots and pans be used for betting? Are the clothes and pants okay? Are shoes and capes okay? I bet on one wife. If I win, can you give me 1,000 wives? Looking at the huge crowd, the organizer simply gave up. Why is the Chongqing Adventure Group so popular? But the problem is, this is a war. What matters is strength, not popularity. This is a battle, not a ranking for idols. Qian Duo, the person in charge of Oasis number 10, rushed over to inquire. Just because there were too many people betting on the Chongqing Adventure Group, within a short time, tens of thousands of people showed up, and each of them was betting with the intention of losing everything they had. I wish I could bet even my underwear. It would be fine if the Chongqing Adventure Team lost, but if they won, with such high odds, Oasis number 10 would be the first to go bankrupt. Brother, are you crazy? How could the Chongqing Adventure Group win? This is how the Sioux people responded to questions like these. Money is not the problem. The main thing is that Captain Su of the Chongqing Adventure Group is my idol. I will support my idol even if it means I lose everything I have. We and the Chongqing Adventure Group are both from Sooty, so we are of the same blood. If we don't support them, who will? Even if we lose, we must lose with dignity. I won't allow you to look down on the Chongqing Adventure Group. This is the dignity of the Sudi. The Sudi people must have backbone. No one knows backbone better than us. So, can I bet on my wife? Anyway, the people of Sudi can talk nonsense as much as they want. There was not a single mention of anything like Suin fighting against millions of zombies alone, or how he and a tiger wiped out a tide of zombies. At this moment, there was no emotion in the eyes of the Sudi people, only acting. No one told the truth because everyone was afraid that the organizer would lower the betting odds or simply stop allowing betting. Seeing the performance of the Sioux people, Qian Duo frowned. His businessman's intuition told him that things were not that simple. When it comes to their own interests, no one would be stupid enough to give him money. But he couldn't explain why the Sudi people were so crazy. Can the Chongqing Adventure team really win? That's impossible. He had investigated it privately beforehand. I've only heard that Suin, the leader of the Chongqing Adventure Group, is very strong, but no one has told me how strong he is. But can he be strong enough to fight 10,000 alone? Now he is fighting one against 100,000. No matter how powerful, as long as he is still a human being, it is impossible for him to influence the direction of a losing battle by his own strength. This is a matter of basic principle. Thinking of this, Qian Duo waved his hand and said, "If they want to press, let them do it. We will not refuse anyone. It's too late to lock the plate now, so it's better to let them place their bets freely. The more he bets, the more he can earn." Oasis number 10 stayed out of it in order to make a fortune here. Just after the bets were placed, the Chongqing Adventure Group finally took action. Roar! There was only a roar. A huge black tiger suddenly jumped out from the front of the oasis. More than 100 stunning beauties wearing nano-high-tech armor also slowly walked out. However, they did not go any further, but stopped at the outskirts of the oasis, facing the Tianlong Adventure Group from afar. Two graceful beauties, one on the left and one on the right, carried a small leather sofa, came to the front of the crowd, and gently placed it. The next moment, a tall and handsome man in casual clothes suddenly appeared in front of the sofa. The man sat down slowly, holding his chin with one hand, looking lazy, with drooping eyelids, as if he did not sleep well, and looked a little listless. The black tiger meowed, crawled beside the man, and rubbed his hand affectionately with its big head. Seeing the man, Wu Hongyi narrowed his eyes slightly, walked to the front, and shouted, "Are you Suin, the leader of the Chongqing Adventure Group?" Generally speaking, the overlords of the major oases know each other more or less, except for Suin from the Chongqing Adventure Group, who is very mysterious. He rarely appears in the public eye, and even if he is seen, no one except the people of Sudi will recognize him. Wu Hongyi naturally saw it for the first time as well. Hearing this, Suin slowly raised his head and looked at Wu Hongyi. The Tianlong Adventure Group was divided into two groups, one on the left and one on the right, with more than 20,000 troops on each side. Looking around, high-level awakeners are everywhere. But in Suin's eyes, there are leaks on one side and leaks on the other side. Chapter 164. The war begins, a one-sided massacre. Wu Hongyi looked at Suin and snorted coldly and continued. "Although we have never met, to be honest, I admire you very much. You occupied Oasis number 1 with only a few hundred people, and you can also manage 40 S-level awakeners at the same time. But as the old saying goes, a man is innocent but guilty of possessing a treasure. You are not qualified to monopolize Oasis number 1. If you are smart, I advise you to surrender as soon as possible and give up Oasis number 1. Maybe you can still survive. If you continue to be stubborn, today will be the day you die. I've given you the chance. Don't be ungrateful." Hearing Wu Hongyi's shout, Suin just glanced at him indifferently. He has no interest in dealing with people like Wu Hongyi. Then he pulled Xiao Qiao into his arms, pinched her chubby face, and whispered to Shui, "Quick victory." Shui Qingyu understood and nodded and ordered the other members, "Prepare for battle." 300 girls drew their weapons at the same time, activated their nano-armors, and prepared to attack. Seeing that the Chongqing Adventure Group was so stubborn, Explosive Monkey, who had long been unable to bear it, jumped to the front of the formation and cursed. "What the hell are you doing? I'm going to kill you today, you bastard. Bah! After I kill you, I'm going to have sex with all these women one by one." Explosive Monkey spat as he spoke. Hearing the dirty words of the Explosive Monkey, Shui Qingyu's eyes turned cold. Lightning surged around her body, and she opened her red lips and said coldly, "D." As Shui Qingyu finished her words, Li Xiaoyu, who had been ready for action, rushed out like a cheetah. The speed was so fast that a shadow was left behind. This is the new S-level ability, Divine Wind Step, that Li Xiaoyu just obtained from Suan. Today, Li Xiaoyu has become a powerful awakener who possesses 3 S-level superpowers at the same time. In the blink of an eye, he had arrived in front of the explosive monkey. Haha, come on little girl, let me treat you well. As explosive monkey spoke, flames burst out from his body. Explosive flame. The scorching flames swept towards Li Xiaoyu like a wave. Explosive monkey immediately determined that Li Xiaoyu had the ability to increase speed. But no matter how fast he was, the explosive flames he released covered a very large area, and it was impossible to avoid it when sprinting at such a fast speed. The fact was just as Bao Ho had expected. Li Xiaoyu had no choice but to plunge into the sea of fire. Ha 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 ha, I'll burn you to death. However, before he could finish his words, the sea of fire began to churn. The huge sea of fire was turned into a hurricane by Li Xiaoyu's hammer, and the flame barrier was directly torn apart. Li Xiaoyu's figure suddenly shot out from the sea of fire and came in front of the explosive monkey in a flash. Fuck! Explosive monkey was horrified, and just as he was about to step back, he was kicked hard by Li Xiaoyu. The whole person was thrown high into the air. Woohoo! Li Xiaoyu yelled, raised the sledgehammer in his hand, and made a baseball gesture. Home run! Then he swung a hammer, just hitting the falling explosive monkey. There was only a muffled sound and a scream, and the whole body of the explosive monkey was shot out like a cannonball, flying for 700 or 800 meters before falling to the ground with a thud. It has turned into a bloody corpse. Li Xiaoyu lifted the sledgehammer onto his shoulder, put one hand on his waist, and raised his head. I'll make your mouth stink and smash your head into pieces. The sudden change made the Tianlong Adventure Group stunned. Dead? Explosive Monkey died just like that? He was killed instantly the moment they met. Explosive Monkey is a genuine S-level awakener, yet he was defeated so completely that he didn't even have a chance to resist. What kind of monster is this petite girl in front of me? Her speed and strength are jaw-dropping. Even the knowledgeable Wu Hongyi stayed where he was. Even he couldn't kill an S-level awakener so quickly, especially an S-level awakener like Explosive Monkey, who was a pure combat type. Kill. Without giving the Tianlong Adventure Group time to continue being shocked, Xue Qingyu directly gave the order to attack. Kill. The girls from the Chongqing Adventure Group all let out a soft cry and rushed out. At the same time, all supernatural powers were activated, and the powerful aura of 300 S-level awakeners swept over. Various S-level supernatural attributes instantly enveloped the entire battlefield, and the earth was shaking slightly. What? Wu Hongyi's face changed instantly, and cold sweat immediately wet his back. They're all S-level awakeners. How is this possible? There were hundreds of S-level awakeners. This shocking scene was enough to make your scalp tingle just by looking at it. The other members of the Tianlong Adventure Group were so frightened that they just stood there in a daze. Even the commander was stunned. How can we fight against hundreds of S-level awakeners? In just a few breaths, the girls from the Chongqing Adventure Group came charging over with lightning speed. Suddenly, there was a scream in the Tianlong Adventure Group. Wu Hongyi woke up as if from a dream and immediately shouted, "Attack, attack quickly!" The others then realized what was happening and picked up their weapons to resist. But facing the S-class awakeners wearing the most advanced nano armor, they had almost no room for resistance. The scene turned into a one-sided massacre. Of course, if it was just a massacre, it would be fine, and death would be a relief. The girls of the Chongqing Adventure Group don't kill people, they just cut off their limbs, or hack them so badly that they lose the ability to move, which is simply worse than death. An army of 40,000 men could not stop 300 people and allowed them to charge and kill at will. The crowd fell back in unison like wheat straw. No matter whether they are awakened or ordinary people, they have no chance to resist in front of these 300 Shura killing gods. Even the other 7 of Jiu Tianlong were powerless to resist. In less than 2 minutes, the 4-9 heavenly dragons were cut into human sticks. The battlefield was filled with a strong smell of blood and heart-wrenching screams. Wu Hongyi looked blankly at the retreating Tianlong Adventure Group army, feeling a shudder in his heart. Not only are all of them S-level awakeners, but their equipment is also good. Everyone is a complete set of nanotech alloy equipment. He is the only one in the entire Tianlong Adventure Group who owns a nano battle sword. This was the only nano-alloy equipment he had obtained by chance, and it was the only one in the entire capital. With such a huge gap in equipment and strength, they couldn't even break through the other party's defense. The prerequisite for the human wave tactic is that the strength of individuals cannot differ too much. Otherwise, it is like a colony of ants disturbing an elephant. No matter how many ants there are, they cannot defeat a single kick of the elephant. At this time, they're just like ants still dreaming of strangling the elephant. How naive and ignorant. Kill. At this moment, shouts and screams were heard from the left and right sides of Oasis number 1. Bailey Bing, Chiu Chun, Niu Meng, and others rushed over at the same time. Reinforcements are coming. Don't give up. Our reinforcements are here. Fight while you retreat. Wu Hongyi's eyes lit up, and he saw a glimmer of hope. It's impossible to win. If there is help from reinforcements, there is still some hope of retreat. However, the 3 reinforcements he originally thought were coming rushed straight towards the Tianlong Adventure Group and attacked the members of the Tianlong Adventure Group. Bailey Bing, Chiu Chun, Niu Meng, and the other 2 left the battlefield with a group of people and headed directly towards Oasis number 3. Wu Hongyi. Chapter 165 Wu Hongyi. As long as we can get there. The onlookers were also stunned. On the battlefield, things change rapidly, but it is rare for something to turn out like this. It is a complete reversal. 300S level awakeners. What the hell is this? Why does the Chongqing Adventure Group have so many S-level awakeners? Oh my god, this is so scary. The Tianlong Adventure Group is finished. Shocked, the crowd was collectively shocked. Only the people of Sudi had an expression that was not unexpected. This is the Chongqing Adventure Group. They are as strong as ever. 300S level awakeners, that's outrageous. I knew the Chongqing Adventure Group was strong, but I didn't expect them to be this strong. Only Captain Su can do this. No, there are more than 300S level awakeners. Look over there. I saw a big battle breaking out behind Oasis number 1. The number 789 Oasis force was surrounded and attacked by a group of hundreds of beautiful S-class awakeners from the Chongqing Adventure Group. This. The crowd was collectively petrified and could no longer speak. Hundreds of S-level awakeners again? Does the Chongqing Adventure Group have S-level abilities on each member? Qian Duo sat down on the ground, his face pale. No matter whether the Tianlong Adventure Group is finished or not. The battle had just begun and was not over yet, but Oasis number 10, which did not participate in it, was the first to be destroyed. The huge bets placed by the Sioux people alone were enough to make him lose all his family fortune. He finally understood why the Sudi people were so stupid and why they didn't say a word to the Chongqing Adventure Group. If it were him, he wouldn't dare to say anything nonsense. Wu Hongyi's face was already full of despair at this time. He was already no match for the Chongqing Adventure Group, and Niu Meng and his gang took advantage of his misfortune to even worsen the situation. Caught between a dilemma and a dead end. He finally understood why Niu Meng and his companions always liked to come to his house. It turned out that they had been discussing how to divide Oasis number 3. From the very beginning, when he came up with the idea of attacking Oasis number 1, it was a huge joke. Wu Hongyi smiled bitterly and gave up his command, leaving the army in chaos and at the mercy of others. Now, it makes no difference whether you give orders or not. But that doesn't mean he has given up. There is still hope. There is still one last bit of hope. He can rely on his own powerful strength to directly kill the local general. Maybe there is still a glimmer of hope in desperate situations. Then it shot directly towards where Suan was. At this time, Suan was still sitting quietly on the sofa, teasing Xiao Qiao in his arms. There is no one else around to protect him. Even Xue Qingyu personally took part in the charge. Wu Hongyi quickly calculated the beheading plan in his mind. There are only 2 people on the other side, but it is very likely that both of them are S-level awakeners, especially the little girl in Suan's arms. She looks harmless, but she is definitely a master. Also performs guard duties. The key to beheading is to bypass the little girl and kill Suan with one blow. His abilities are extremely special, with high burst and extremely high single-point lethality being the most powerful. It is the best weapon for beheading. I can do it! I can do it! Wu Hongyi secretly cheered himself up. It's almost within attack range. Almost just a little bit more as long as we can get there. Wu Hongyi's sneaky look naturally attracted the attention of the girls in the Chongqing Adventure Group. Su An's 8 guards immediately broke away from the battle and rushed towards Wu Hongyi, and Li Xiaoyu also came back to support with a sledgehammer. Caught in a sudden encirclement, Wu Hongyi was almost scared to death. Even if he is very strong and his abilities are specialized, he can't fight 9 people alone. If he is held back, he will die sooner or later. His special ability is a directional lock-on special ability, which can only attack one target at a time. Although it can kill with one strike, there is a 10-second interval. But at the moment, it is not yet within the range of Su and supernatural powers. Damn it, I'm going to give it my all. Wu Hongyi didn't dare to hesitate any longer. He gritted his teeth and locked his supernatural power on a large rock in the open space not far from Suin. Then he shouted, "Extreme explosive kill." In an instant, Wu Hongyi turned into a red ray of thunder, broke through the encirclement like lightning, and shot towards the big rock. In the blink of an eye, he arrived next to the big rock, stretched out his strong arms, and passed by the big rock. There was a loud bang, and the hard stone was crushed into pieces by his arm. If it strangles a person's body, even an S-level awakener will die. This extreme explosive power and speed is the nightmare of all awakened people. However, after using his supernatural power once, Wu Hongyi's supernatural power also entered the CD time, with a full 10 seconds of cooling time. Under normal circumstances, these 10 seconds may be very short, but now even 1 second seems extremely long. The pursuers behind him would catch up and surround him in less than 3 seconds. Looking at the mocking smile from Su and not far away, Wu Hongyi clenched his teeth and his eyes turned red. Is this really the only way we can go? I won't accept this. I won't accept this. Wu Hongyi's eyes turned bloodshot as he glared at Suin and slowly stood up. No, I can't give up yet. I still have a chance. Just once, and it will be over after releasing the power once more. Wu Hongyi's whole body suddenly glowed with a blood-red light. His muscles tensed up, and the blood vessels on his body swelled due to the forced activation of his supernatural powers, covering his entire body like a spider web. Wow! The extreme stress on his body caused Wu Hongyi to vomit blood. But he still looked at Su and with a firm expression. He did it. He achieved a breakthrough in desperation. Reduced the cooldown time of the power to just 1 second. Now he can release his superpowers again, and he can feel that his superpowers have become stronger. Wu Hongyi took a deep breath, locked his supernatural power onto Suin, and fully activated his supernatural power. The veins on his forehead bulged, and the blood vessels in his arms slowly broke and blood flowed out because they could not withstand the huge pressure of the supernatural power. Then he said in a deep voice, "Limit!" Whoosh! Wu Hongyi disappeared directly on the spot and turned into a rapid red light and shot towards Suin. The place where he was locked had turned into a big pit. The next moment, Wu Hongyi's bloody figure appeared in front of Suin. He shouted, "Explosive kill!" The blood-stained arm, carrying a red glow, struck Suin's neck with tremendous force. Suin pointed out slowly and calmly. Boom! There was a loud bang, and the earth shook. The place where Suin was located collapsed directly into a large pit that was 0.5 meter deep and several meters wide. The cracks in the pit stretched for more than 10 meters. Amid the smoke, Suin's voice was heard. "Bring it here." Plop! Wu Hongyi fell straight down. He looked at Suin with a look of horror and fear. He said in a hoarse voice, "You can take my..." Before Wu Hongyi could finish his words, Qiao Qiao and Suin's arms waved her hand. Clatter! A huge hand made of sand and gravel rose from the ground and slapped Wu Hongyi into minced meat. "Uncle, don't say anything careless, he..." Chapter 166 Enjoyment and Knowledge. Not surprisingly, the Tianlong Adventure Group was destroyed within half a day. The troops of Oasis number 789 also died one after another. Even Oasis number 10, which had not participated in the war, lost everything because of opening a gambling house and was once again plunged into the chaos. What followed was the division of territory. Oasis number 3 was divided up completely by Bailey Bing, Qiu Chun, and Niu Meng, who had been eyeing it covetously for a long time. After dividing up Oasis number 3, the three of them rushed to Oasis number 7, and then number 8, but the True God sect had been transferred to Oasis number 8 and number 9 by Suin before the war. As soon as the battle for Oasis number 1 started, the True God cult quickly occupied Oasis number 8 and number 9. The war came and went quickly, and it was over in less than a day. Peace returned to Jiangdi within a year, as if nothing had happened. Only the bright red bloodstains and piles of corpses in front of Oasis number 1 tell of the power of the Chongqing Adventure Group. For a time, the Chongqing Adventure Group became famous and at its peak. No one can shake the position of overlord. The fame of Xue Qingyu, Li Xiaoyu, and others also soared rapidly in this battle. Not only Xue Qingyu and others, but all the girls in the Chongqing Adventure Group were given the title of goddess. The Chongqing Adventure Group is also known as the Goddess Adventure Group. As for the team leader Suin, few people talk about him. It's not that I don't want to, but that I dare not. No one knows what Captain Su's special abilities are. Probably only the girls in the Chongqing Adventure Group know the answer. But no one discusses this topic. Don't ask, I just don't know. From Sooty to Jiangdi, Suin is still a taboo among people. At this moment, Suin, who was forbidden to do so, was lying leisurely on the armchair on the balcony, wearing beach pants, sunglasses, basking in the sun, and drinking juice. Hundreds of girls in bikinis were swimming in the swimming pool, laughing and talking happily, creating a scene of great love. Suin also felt a rare sense of physical and mental relaxation. Now the Chongqing Adventure Team really has everything it needs. The seeds of civilization also have a fixed source. The leek fields in Longcheng provide a continuous supply. The True God Church and all the adventure groups in Jiangdi must provide tribute to the Chongqing Adventure Group. Tens of millions of people support 700 or 800 people, so the seeds of civilization are too numerous to be used up. Having no worries about food and drink, having beautiful women by your side, and not having to work, this is what sweet life is. The next step in life planning is simple. Enjoy, and it's sweet enjoyment. Master, can you help me apply some sunscreen? Lu Hui, who was lying not far away, said with a seductive look. And me. Xiao Xiao also raised her hand. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. As time goes by, people become more and more familiar with this strange world. The items before the end of the world are being consumed more and more, and the reserves are becoming less and less. The former human civilization is slowly disappearing in the long river of the Doomsday world. A new civilization is emerging. Since the demise of the Tianlong Adventure Group and other Oasis overlords, Sooty has unexpectedly regained unprecedented vitality. The lives of the survivors began to change from chaos to order. The reason for this can be attributed to the Chongqing Adventure Group. The Chongqing Adventure Group is the undisputed overlord of Sooty. However, the taxes collected by the Chongqing Adventure Group are not high, and are even very low. Without the burden of high taxes, the survivors' levels are rising rapidly. During these 3 months, the Chongqing Adventure Group had almost nothing to do. Apart from the necessary daily training, the only way to entertain themselves is to go hunting and adventuring in the Sand Sea. Girls are also very keen on decorating their rooms and bedrooms. The adventure team's dormitory has 2 people in 1 bedroom. Each villa has 20 bedrooms and 4 bathrooms. The place for bathing is a large public bathhouse, where hot water is available 24 hours a day. However, each member has 3 beds in the dormitory. The empty one is reserved for the group leader. The beautiful name is the team leader checks the dormitory so that those who are tired can rest. During this period, Lu Hui became closer to the True God Church and selected dozens of girls from the True God Church to supplement the Chongqing Adventure Group, bringing the number of members to 800. It's just that these new members are relatively young, about the same age as Xiao Bingtang. Perhaps because she is already a mother, Lu Hui likes children more. She personally tutors and educates these young members. Xiao Bingtang became the leader of the dolls. Qing Ning set up a medical room in the Chongqing Adventure Group. With her white coat and pretty face, she looked like an angel in white. Xue Qingyu frequently interacts with other Oasis overlords and coordinates the situation in the entire Jiangdi. Now what she was fighting for was no longer the interests of the Chongqing Adventure Group alone, but to make the lives of the survivors better so that more people could survive. The timid and shy girl of the past has grown into a strong woman who can stand on her own. Li Xiaoyu, Xiao Xiao, Yukiki, and a few others were idle all day long, eating, drinking, and having fun. This also led to Wang Kai becoming a lazy dog, who just followed the 3 girls around all day long. As for Suin, without the pressure of life, he has completely started to move forward, wandering around with a relaxed attitude of eating, drinking, and having fun. Either he went to the True God Church to discuss the way of chivalry with Jean, or he visited the God-given hall that the True God Church had built specifically for him. Either he would teleport back to Longqing to see the chai fields, or he would chat about life with Tong Xiaoyu in front of Qiao Zhidie. Over the past few months, Qiao Zhidie's favorability towards him has hardly increased. But whenever Qiao Zhidie sees Suin and Tong Xiaoyu chatting about life, her favorability towards them will drop sharply, but will slowly increase over time, and will soar if she sees them too much. It has increased from 50% at the beginning to 70% now. Not only Qiao Zhidie's favorability increased, but also Wang Yingxiu and the 2 little ones. Because these 3 guys always like to peek, At the same time, because Blackby devoted himself to helping Su and manage Longsheng, the life and death crisis was temporarily resolved. He was considered a big boss in Longsheng. All matters, big and small, were waiting for him to deal with personally. High emotional intelligence, promotion, and salary increase. Low EQ, just a beast. Of course, Suin was not only wandering around Jiangdi and Longsheng. They will also frequently teleport to other survivor locations. Either they grab something to satisfy their itch, or they occasionally hang out in an unknown hunter's guild, listening to the hunters bragging and experiencing life. In these 3 months, he has been to many places, more than a dozen regions. But most of them are the same. Some regions have dominant forces and are relatively stable. But many regions are still fighting each other. Either you hit me or I hit you, and no one is willing to give in. In order to gain the position of overlord, they attacked each other, and the civil strife continued. Of course, Suin has also seen very special areas of survivors. Tibetan region. This survivor region has a population of less than 1 million, the smallest among all survivor regions. But it is the most special. It is also the only region that Suin could not bring himself to take action. Chapter 167, Civilized Land, Wise Old Fu. Another morning, Suin walked out of a group member's bedroom yawning. There was no other way. The 2 members spent a lot of honor points just to keep him. For this reason, Suin had to work with 2 small group members. Played cards all night. It's hard to say whether you win or lose, but there's a back and forth, and it's hard to tell who wins and who loses. Suin did not go back to the leader's bedroom to catch up on some sleep, because most likely what you will catch up on is not sleep, but homework. Suin then called a girl named Dongli. This is a woman with an extremely ancient and elegant appearance, as gentle as water, and a slender and graceful figure. She stands out among the beautiful girls in the Chongqing Adventure Group. He was also the champion of the cultural performance during the Chongqing Adventure Group's first festival. At that time, she exchanged the championship reward for a wish that was within Suin's ability. But she never said what she wanted Suin to help her achieve. As the Chongqing Adventure Group completely settled down, Dongli also found Suin and told him her wish. She wanted to spend a honeymoon with Suin. This kind of request is really hard for Suin to handle. I always feel like there are a lot of steps missing. How can we start directly from the honeymoon? However, this request was not excessive and was easy to achieve, so Suin agreed immediately. It just so happened that he was going to teleport to the Tibet region, and he took Dongli with him. When using the teleportation skill, you can only bring 1 person with you. After Suin embraced Dongli, who was smiling, in his arms, he activated the teleportation skill and was teleported to the Tibetan area a moment later. At this time, the 2 were in a neat little room. This is the small private property that Suin owns in Tibet. I bought it with real money, not robbed, not robbed, not robbed. Important things should be said 3 times. Dongli looked around curiously. Where are you, sir? Suin took out an eagle badge and put it on his chest. This is a gathering place for survivors in Tibet. It's quite interesting. I'll take you to see it. Seeing that Suin did not refute her address, Dongli could not hide the gentle smile in her eyes. Let's go, I'll take you for a walk. Today happens to be the Monster Festival, Suin said as he opened the door. Is the Monster Festival some kind of festival? Dongli naturally took Suin's arm. The 2 of them went out together. As they walked, Suin introduced the Tibetan area and the Monster Festival to Dongli. Although Tibet has a small population, it is the most harmonious and stable of all regions. In Suin's opinion, it is also the region closest to the new civilization. There are no messy and complicated forces in Tibet. There are only 2 major forces that check and balance each other. The Council of Elders is responsible for coordinating people's livelihood, taking charge of all people's livelihood needs, and listening to people's wishes. The Combat Department is the Eagle, which is a hunter guild in Tibet. As long as you pay a registration fee of 1 sand dollar, you can become a hunter of the Eagle Guild, and there are no regulations that restrict personal freedom. The Hunter Guild will issue tasks, and hunters can accept them at will and receive rewards after completing the tasks. At the same time, there are relevant legal provisions in Tibet. Human life is more important than anything else. Even if you are an ordinary person, you will be treated equally and fairly in Tibet. Even if the awakened ones commit crimes, they will not be protected and will still be punished according to relevant regulations. Unlike other regions that prioritize strength, Tibet believes more in the supremacy of knowledge. Most of the Presbyterians are not awakened ones, but wise men with profound knowledge. Tibetans have no interest in internal strife, and under the guidance of wise men, They yearn for an unknown and mysterious world. In exploration, move towards the unknown. This is the slogan and core theme of Tibet. As for the Monster Festival, it was the first grand festival held in Tibet to commemorate the first solar month that Tibet had passed after the Doomsday. On the day of the Monster Festival, the elders will provide free meat and water and set up a long dragon banquet on the street. All Tibetans can eat for free all night long. Good morning, Anzi. An old blacksmith wearing animal skins greeted Suin with a smile. Good morning, Uncle Tai, Suin responded with a smile. Good morning, Go. I haven't seen you for a few days. Brother, have you had breakfast? If not, come to my house and have a meal. Brethren, I haven't seen you for a few days. Are you going hunting tomorrow? If you are awesome, you will get the biggest prize. Suin greeted the neighbors one by one with a smile. He also has a new identity in Tibet, an S-level awakener who wandered in the desert and finally came to Tibet in a daze. It was natural for him to become an S-level hunter of the Eagle Adventure Group. I also bought a house in Tibet, and I would come over to take a look occasionally or go to the Hunters Guild to take on some quests to kill time. In Tibet, most of the survivors are relatively friendly and help each other. They are a breath of fresh air in the Doomsday era. Since Suin came to Tibet, he has not encountered any man-made trouble. Since he was new to the place, his neighbors even helped him a lot. This is also the reason why Suin did not plunder Tibet on a large scale. Suin then took Dongli for a walk on the street and went straight to the elder's house in the center of the city. The guards saw Suin and did not stop him. They greeted him familiarly and let him pass. But every time he saw Dongli, he couldn't help but stay for a moment and then gave Suin a thumbs up. Say, brother-in is awesome, and sister-in-law is so beautiful. Dongli thanked him with a smile. Suin walked to the door of a room with ease and pushed it open. What comes into view is a library with shelves piled high with books. Most of the books are made of papyrus or monster leather. The books record the precious knowledge left over from human civilization, including agricultural science, chemistry, even fairy tales. Perhaps human civilization has disappeared, but there will still be some people who will record it and treasure it carefully. While exploring the unknown and embracing new civilizations, we must not forget our roots. This may be the most correct way forward in the Doomsday era. Seeing the door being pushed open, the old man who was sorting and classifying books at the desk slowly raised his head. When he saw Suin, the old man grinned. You're finally here. I haven't seen you for a few days. I thought you were eaten by a stone dragon. Ha. Suin waved his hand and pulled Dongli to sit on the chair. Don't curse me, Lao Fu. I just wandered around in the desert for a few days. I came to see you right after I got back. The old man's name is Fu Bo, and he is an elder of the Presbyterian Church. Although he is in his 70s or 80s, he is still smart and a knowledgeable scholar. Hey, this girl looks a little unfamiliar. Lao Fu looked at Dongli puzzledly. I found her in the desert and took her home as my wife. Lao Fu stared. Is this possible? Suin shrugged. Dongli smiled and said nothing, moving closer to Suin. Good fellow, I just call him good fellow. Seeing this, old Fu raised his eyebrows and muttered, Poor my good granddaughter. Lao Fu stood up and took out a book from the corner of the bookshelf. After opening it and flipping through a few pages, he suddenly said, Why do I always feel like the end of the world will come again? Am I getting old and confused? Suin smiled and spread his hands, saying, Tell me about it. Lao Fu pushed his worn-out reading glasses and continued. You see, life is so difficult during the zombie apocalypse, but it's not like everyone can't survive. It symbolizes survival and elimination. After arriving in the desert, an oasis appears as a very obvious gathering place, bringing together the scattered people, symbolizing cohesion. The next Doomsday should not be too far away. We will most likely have to leave the oasis because the catalyst will run out, the guardian tree will wither sooner or later, and the supplies in the mobile oasis will not be able to meet the needs of so many people. According to my calculations, the next Doomsday will come in a year at most, or half a year at least. By then, we will be forced to leave the desert and go to a new, unknown world, which symbolizes moving forward. Chapter 168, The Final Expedition. I have to say that Lao Fu's guess is quite reliable. To be precise, the next Doomsday will come in 8 months, which is almost the same as what Lao Fu calculated. The old guy is quite farsighted. Suin immediately nodded in agreement and said, It's not that you are crazy, I guess the same thing. So, what are you going to do next? Lao Fu said without hesitation. Of course, we should seize the time to explore this world. What if we can never come back? How much research data will we lose? Let me tell you, I have a preliminary understanding and summary of the ecology of this world. We have found many monsters in the desert. They are not just carbon-based life, but semi-silicon-based life. Do you know what this means? This is a completely new biological evolutionary route. I used to think that only a few algae had the ability to evolve silicon-based shells. This world is so wonderful. Looking at Lao Fu's endless excitement, Suin couldn't help but twitch his lips. Knowing that a new Doomsday was coming, the first thing that came to my mind was to seize the time to explore for fear that I would not be able to come back in the future. This old scholar who is extremely obsessed with exploring new things is amazing. It is under the instigation of these old scholars that Tibet has become what it is today. Each of them is a fierce hunter and has simple folk customs. Grandpa, I heard Suin is back. Has he come to see you? While Lao Fu was still talking, a tall woman with a ponytail, a high-nosed bridge, and hot and heroic clothes hurried in. After seeing Suin, his face suddenly lit up, but then he pouted again. You often disappear for days without even saying hello. Do you know that everyone in the guild is worried about you? The girl's name is Fu Shaoling. She is my granddaughter and also one of the 12 S-level hunters in Tibet. The first person Suin met when he first came to Tibet was Fu Shaoling. Later, with the help of Fu Shaoling, he was able to settle down in Tibet very smoothly. At the same time, with the help of Fu Shaoling, he also obtained the S-level hunter certification of the Eagle Hunter Guild. Both of them are S-level hunters and have completed several missions together. Fu Shaoling can be considered a familiar friend of Su and in Tibet. Suin raised his hand and casually greeted. I just came back from a few days of strolling. Aren't you afraid of getting lost in the desert again? I won't pick you up again, huh? Fu Shaoling said unhappily. Then he looked at Dongli, who was next to Suin. Even Fu Shaoling, who was a girl, had to admit that Dongli was really beautiful, especially the antique and gentle temperament that she unconsciously exuded, which made it difficult to take your eyes off her at first sight. Not to mention after the apocalypse. Even before the apocalypse, such beauties are basically rare to see. They are even prettier than those celebrities. She is, Fu Shaoling asked puzzledly. My wife, I just picked her up from the desert. Suin explained. Dongli smiled sweetly and introduced herself. Hello, my name is Dongli, and I am grateful to you for taking care of my husband. Fu Shaoling was struck by lightning and was petrified on the spot. After being stunned for a long time, he stammered. Your wife? Did you pick her up? Kindness. Fu Shaoling cried when she heard this. How can this be? I picked you up. Suin shrugged and said nothing. Then he stood up and pulled Dongli out. Mr. Fu, you go ahead and do your work. I'll take my wife out for a walk. Lao Fu asked quickly. Will you join us in the expedition tomorrow? I hope you can go with us. You are strong, and the expedition will go more smoothly with you. Besides, this may be the last expedition. The so-called expedition is an expedition team composed of the strongest group of hunters to explore deep into the desert. Powerful hunters are responsible for killing high-level monsters and bringing back some high-quality monster materials, as well as rare ores deep in the desert. These materials can be made into weapons and equipment. The equipment made from materials produced by top-level monsters is even as strong as high-level alloy equipment. At the same time, there will be scholars in the expedition team who are responsible for recording the exploration routes and areas and classifying the types of monsters in the exploration area. At the same time, record the habits of desert monsters and study the ecology of desert creatures. It is precisely because of the existence of the expedition team that the overall strength of Tibet is so strong. Because the S-level hunters are not focused on fighting for power, but are yearning for the unknown world and fighting against powerful monsters. Suin thought about it and nodded in agreement. Okay, I'll join the expedition then. To be honest, he also likes to participate in expeditions. During the expedition, everyone worked together and headed towards the unknown, constantly discovering new and unknown creatures one after another, and discovering and challenging powerful unknown monsters. There is none of the intrigues that are unique to the Doomsday era, but instead it is full of romance. As a man who doesn't have a dream of adventuring in a fantasy world, it's a good opportunity to take Dongli on a honeymoon as well. And this may really be the last expedition. After leaving the Council of Elders, Suin took Dongli and continued to wander around. Dongli also felt a little curious when he came to Tibet for the first time. It is also a gathering place for survivors, but Tibet is really different. The people here have completely integrated into this world. Weapons, equipment, furniture, clothes, people wear small accessories and toys. All aspects of life are special products of the desert area. The variety of types and the wide range of applications are much more advanced than those in Jiandi. It was like a fantasy world that only existed in movies. Dongli thought he had traveled to a movie. I wandered from shop to shop curiously, buying some small gadgets and trinkets, planning to bring them back to my sisters as gifts when I return. At the street corner, Fu Xiaoling, who had been following for a long time, poked her head out and looked at the two people shopping affectionately. She couldn't help but bit her sleeve and pulled it. Her pretty face seemed to be wearing a mask of pain. I want to cry, but I have no tears. Damn it, I was here first. Suan also noticed Fu Xiaoling and waved at her helplessly. Don't hide. I saw you a long time ago. Being caught red-handed, Fu Xiaoling was too embarrassed to hide any longer, so she walked out openly, her face slightly red, and spoke sternly. What a coincidence, huh? Then he rolled his eyes, came to Dongli, took Dongli's hand and said, Sister Dongli just came here and is unfamiliar with the place. Why don't you let me be her tour guide? No one knows shopping better than me. But as soon as she pulled Dongli's hand, Fu Xiaoling found something wrong. Chapter 169 Monster Festival and the Bride. Feeling the soft skin on Dongli's hands, Fu Xiaoling looked at Dongli strangely. Sister Dongli, why don't you have calluses on your hands? And your skin is so white, without any signs of wind or sun exposure. Although the living standards in the fallen apocalypse are much higher than those in the zombie apocalypse. But life was still very hard. Everyone had to work, and even the whitest skin would turn wheat-colored under the wind and sun, and calluses would grow on the hands. That's just how she is. The fair skin that I was once proud of has long turned into wheat color. Of course, the parts not exposed to the sun are still very white. Dongli smiled embarrassedly. I usually take care of myself a little bit, and I wrap myself up tightly when I go out. Not only her, almost all members of the Longevity Adventure Group pay great attention to maintenance. A large portion of honor points every month is spent on skincare products. The reason is very simple. Women dress up to please themselves. There are also many people who simply covet the leader's body and want to dress themselves up as beautifully as possible to improve their competitiveness. Fu Xiaoling sniffed and muttered, It smells good like jasmine shower gel. This is not some wanderer in the desert. I'm afraid she is a princess who ran away from somewhere. Fu Xiaoling didn't come and felt a sense of frustration. Her looks, skin, clothes were all rubbed to the ground. But in a flash, he seemed to have come up with a good idea. He pulled Dongli and walked forward, introducing the characteristics of Tibet to Dongli as he walked. Suan put his hands behind his head and followed the two of them shopping, paying the bill from time to time. As time passed, towards evening, more and more people came onto the streets. Because it was the Monster Festival, there were lights and decorations everywhere, and it was extremely festive. A long banquet was set up on the street, and people could sit down wherever they wanted and eat for free. In the square, some people were performing lion dances, while others were dressed up as desert monsters and parading in the streets, or dancing around a bonfire in groups. The festive atmosphere was quite strong, with constant laughter and joy, giving it a feeling of an alternative dragon boat festival. Suan and the other two also found a seat and sat down, eating while watching. Although it's all free food, it's also all monster meat. To Suan, the food was completely tasteless, so he just took a few bites for the sake of politeness. Monster meat was not tasty, but Dongli still ate it happily, with a smile on his brows, his bright eyes curved into beautiful crescents, and one hand clasped with Suan's fingers under the table. It seems that she is very satisfied with this honeymoon trip. Fu Xiaoling on the side held her chin with one hand and held the monster meat skewer with the other. It's not delicious at all, sour. He took a listless bite and muttered. As the night grew darker, Suan said he really couldn't walk around anymore and suggested that everyone go home. Fu Xiaoling said goodbye to the two reluctantly. After a day of getting along, the two girls got along pretty well. Although Dongli doesn't talk much, he is friendly and gentle like soft water, like a lady from a scholarly family. He also has a nice voice, and Fu Xiaoling is almost a fan of him. But the more outstanding Dongli is, the more emo Fu Xiaoling is. Before leaving, Qiao Qiao became angrier and planned to make things worse for Suan. Then, Qiao Qiao and Dongli said, Sister Dongli, you must keep an eye on this guy in the future. Don't let him go around attracting other girls. There are many girls in the Union who like to flirt with him. Dongli, are there a lot? Fu Xiaoling nodded seriously. A lot, at least a dozen. Dongli chuckled. My husband is really charming. There are more than a dozen young ladies eyeing your husband. More than a dozen. Dongli looked at Fu Xiaoling meaningfully and smiled. Is Xiaoling one of them? Fu Shaoling was stunned for a moment. Her face turned red, and she quickly denied. I wasn't, don't talk nonsense. I have to go on an expedition tomorrow. I'm going back to sleep first. Goodbye, Sister Dongli. After saying this, Fu Shaoling ran away as if escaping. Dongli couldn't help laughing when he saw Fu Shaoling running away with her head in her hands. A dozen or more. Not much at all. There are still 800 at home. If Fu Shaoling knew that Suan actually had hundreds of beautiful girls at home, and she was just one of them, I wonder how she would feel about that. Then she turned around and took Su An's arm affectionately. Husband, let's go home. Are we going back to the base? Or are we planning to stay here overnight? Dongli smiled gently. This is fine. The two then returned to the two-story house that Suan bought. Although this small building is not as luxurious as the villa of the head of the Sudi regiment, and there are not many furniture in the house, and it looks a bit simple, it is quiet. Coming into the bedroom, Suan casually pushed open the wooden window, and the bright moonlight poured in. Outside the window, he could vaguely hear the cheerful sounds coming from the street in the distance. Husband, don't look back yet, Dongli said in a low voice, seeming a little nervous. Yeah, okay. Soon, the room was lit up by flickering candlelight. Okay, husband. Suan turned around slowly. I saw a pair of red candles lit on the table. In the dim light, Dongli was sitting quietly beside the bed, with his hands folded on his legs and a red veil covering his head, like a bride who has just gotten married. Suan raised his eyebrows immediately. Know how to play. It's getting late, sir. Go to bed early. Suan walked over decisively and took action directly. OJBK. My husband, please lift the red veil first. Oh, sorry, this is my first time lifting the veil, and I don't have any experience with this. Poochie. Husband, let me undress you. The cuckoo was crying, and another night of wind and rain begins. The next morning, Suan took Dongli to the dock outside the city early. The expedition team has already gathered a lot of people, and they are carrying the supplies needed for the expedition onto the sand ship. When they saw Suan coming, they all greeted him enthusiastically. When he learned that Dongli was Su An's new wife, he couldn't help but flatter her. The sand ship is the best sailing vehicle in the desert and can sail freely in the desert. It is not difficult to make, but there are not many survivors who can make sand ships. Tibet is the only place that uses sand ships to the extreme. There are not only small sand boats that can carry 4 or 5 people. There are also dragon-breaking boats that are over 100 meters long and have huge impact horns installed on the bow. The former is merely a vehicle, while the latter is a combat ship that can be used to ram large monsters. The scale of this expedition is much larger than any previous one. 2 dragon-breaking ships and more than 30 small sand ships were dispatched at one time. The number of expedition members exceeded hundreds. Without exception, they are all high-level hunters, and all 12 S-level hunters must be present. Even Lao Fu, the elder of the Elders' Council, will join this expedition. At the same time, the expedition time is probably the longest, at least 1 month. Chapter 170, the expedition sets sail towards the Sea of Sand. Fu Shaoling also arrived at the dock early and directed everyone to move the goods. After seeing Suan, she trotted towards him, her long ponytail swaying gracefully behind her. Good morning, Suan. After greeting Suan casually, she took Dong Li's hand and said, Good morning, Sister Dong Li. Did you sleep well last night? Fu Shaoling just said it casually, but the speaker didn't mean it, and the listener took it to heart. Dong Li blushed and said, It's fine. After saying that, she couldn't help but give Suan a charming look. Dong Li likes to play musical instruments, and she is very good at playing the guzheng and pipa. Her supernatural power is S-level sonic attack, which is very compatible with her. But she doesn't know how to play the flute, but Suan forced her to learn last night. Whenever I think of it, my face still blushes and my heart beats faster. Seeing that Dong Li's face looked a little strange, Fu Shaoling continued to ask, Sister Dong Li, are you feeling unwell? Dong Li waved his hands repeatedly and said subconsciously, It's quite comfortable. No, it was originally quite comfortable, but I was a little tired last night. There is a meaning that the better, the darker. It's just a pity that Fu Shaoling couldn't understand anything. Will you feel tired even when sleeping? Sister Dong Li, you are too weak. You need to exercise well. Fu Shaoling patted her chest as she spoke. You have to be like me. I'm extremely healthy. I won't feel tired no matter how long I sleep. The more I sleep, the more energetic I feel. Fu Shaoling was born with a muscle brain. From childhood to adulthood, all she thought about was finding someone to fight with. When I was very young, I beat up kindergarten, and when I was in elementary school, I beat up elementary school students. In junior high school, I directly fought with hooligans. Lao Fu had been called to the principal's office so many times that he even trampled the door to the principal's office until it was worn out. However, it was also because of Fu Xiaoling's fighting talent that the grandfather and grandson were able to survive the zombie apocalypse. As she gets older, her uncontrollable hormones seriously hint to her that she is a girl. Only then did Fu Xiaoling start to look a little more like a girl. Unfortunately, I still know very little about the things between men and women. At most, I know at the level of an elementary school student. Naturally, he didn't understand the flaw in Dongli's words. Dongli said embarrassedly, "Well, I won't be so tired after I get used to it. Maybe, yeah, I'll help Sister Dongli, and we can practice together." Suin, who was standing by, shook his head as he listened. The conversation between the two people is obviously not on the same channel. Dongli drove the car onto Fu Xiaoling's face and ran over it repeatedly, but Fu Xiaoling was still unaware. It was really awesome that the tire touched her face. The materials were almost transported, and Lao Fu and other accompanying clerks who were responsible for record keeping also arrived at the dock. The next step is to assign vehicles. The two Dragon attack ships are the main combat force, each of which can accommodate 50 people. There are 20 small sand boats, each of which can carry 3 people, one at the helm, one for reconnaissance, and the other for rest, and then they rotate their positions. There are 4 fast scout ships, each of which can only accommodate 2 people. They are the smallest in size, but they are fast. Usually one of them leads the fleet, while the other one scouts the surroundings. The remaining 2 are towed by the Dragon attack ship as backup, plus 10 medium-sized sandboats that can carry 10 people. Su and Dongli, Fu Xiaoling, and the other 2 were assigned a medium-sized sand ship. This can be considered as special treatment for Suin, because Su and strength is there. When he joined the Hunter Guild for testing, he knocked down the strongest S-level hunter in Tibet, Du Shan, with 1 punch. He is recognized as the strongest among all S-level hunters. At the same time, every time he went on a mission, Suin was not very interested in the rewards and monster materials. Sometimes he even worked for free, and for a time he became the cheapest S-level hunter in Tibet. Therefore, Suin is quite popular in Tibet. At least many people respect him. It is reasonable to give him some preferential treatment. Besides, the couple is in love with each other, and no one wants to eat their dog food. Only Fu Xiaoling loves to eat. Everything is ready, and the expedition is ready to set off at any time. Large numbers of people also gathered at the dock to see the expedition off, and cheers were heard everywhere. The expedition team is the strongest hunting group in the entire Tibetan area and the most tenacious spiritual pillar of the Tibetan people. The word eagle refers to the reinforcements. After a gray-haired elder recited the blessing loudly, the drummers on the city wall began to beat the drums. "Yang Fan!" Old Fu shouted. On the sand ship, the canvas slid down, revealing a flag with a beautiful pattern of an eagle with spread wings. "Set sail." Crash! The fleet moved immediately. Amid the passionate drumbeats and the cheers of the people, the fleet slowly left the port and headed towards the endless sea of sand. Suin leaned on the railing of the boat, turned around, and looked at the crowd that was gradually shrinking but still cheering, and a smile unconsciously appeared on the corner of his mouth. Although he is not a Tibetan, every time at this time he would unconsciously want to fit in, just like a soldier going to war, and he would inexplicably feel a bit of passion. Dongli lay on the fence, observing the surroundings with curiosity. It was his first time sailing in the desert on a sand boat, and he found it quite magical. "Husband, can we also build a boat like this? I think it's very practical." Dongli turned his head and asked. The Chongqing Adventure Group does not have sand ships. It can be built, but it's not necessary. We will have better vehicles in the future. Sand ships are not difficult to make, but the fuel is a silicon-based crystal material that can only be found on high-level monsters or dug out from deep underground, so obtaining it is a bit troublesome. The Chongqing Adventure Group lacks nothing and does not need an expedition. There were only about 800 people in the huge Oasis No. 1, and a large number of people had to be sent out just to patrol the oasis every day. Sand boats could only sail on the sand and could not be used inside the oasis, so the Chongqing Adventure Group had no use for sand boats at all. As for future vehicles, there will be better options. Yeah. Dongli nodded without asking any more questions. She leaned her head on Su and shoulder with a sweet look on her face. "Hey, Suin, come and drive the boat. I want to chat with Sister Dongli." Fu Xiaoling, who was at the helm, said in a fierce voice. Suin waved his hand impatiently. "We're just getting started. I'll come back to take over in 2 more hours." Fu Xiaoling pursed her lips. "Oh, Dongli looked at Fu Xiaoling, who was crying. Sister Xiaoling seems to listen to you very much. Although Fu Xiaoling was as obedient as a kitten in front of Suin, Dongli saw that Fu Xiaoling was very fierce at the port. If someone provokes her a little, she will kick them without saying a word. She is extremely violent, and anyone who sees her will avoid her. In the Eagle Hunter Guild, Fu Xiaoling is also known as the female Tyrannosaurus. It's very simple. If a naughty child is disobedient, it's probably because he's itching to get hurt. A beating will do the trick, Suin explained. When he first met Fu Xiaoling, this girl was very fierce and would show her teeth at every turn. He always likes to win people over with virtue, and to deal with this kind of angry little thing, he can only teach by words and deeds. They drag him into an alley and beat him up. He will become obedient after being beaten a few times. Now, whenever he raised his hand, Fu Xiaoling would subconsciously cover her. But this is deterrence. Chapter 171. Semi-silicon-based life form. Subdragon species, sand thunderbird. 4 hours later, under Fu Xiaoling's resentful gaze, Suin lazily took over the helm. Take it. Suin casually threw a big red apple to Fu Xiaoling. Fu Xiaoling hurriedly caught the apple. Apple. Apple? Looking at the big red apple, Fu Xiaoling subconsciously took a bite. His pupils shrank, and his originally resentful expression instantly melted away, turning into that of a pervert. So sweet. Then he started dancing and shouting with joy while holding the big red apple. Dongli on the side couldn't help laughing. He felt a sense of déjà vu about Fu Xiaoling, a bit like Wankai at home. As the fleet gradually went deeper into the Sand Sea, it had already sailed hundreds of miles away from the oasis, and there was no sign of human habitation around. The surrounding environment has also changed unconsciously. First of all, the monster levels are generally over level 10, and the types of monsters have also increased. When the carnivorous and ferocious desert monsters discover the fleet, they will chase the sand ships in groups. However, since the sand ships are very fast, it is difficult for the monsters to catch up. Moreover, desert monsters also have a sense of territory. Once you exceed the scope of their territory, the monsters will stop chasing. At the same time, not all monsters in the desert are aggressive. Some monsters are large in size but very timid. When they see the sand ship, they will turn around and run away without hesitation. As you go deeper, the appearance of the monsters changes greatly. Some monsters will grow thick mineral shells or some kind of crystal shells or even transparent glass. There is already a trend of evolving towards silicon-based life forms. This is the unique ecology of the Sand Sea. The fleet sailed until evening and finally stopped beside an oasis. But this oasis is just a cactus jungle. The cactus is extremely thick and tens of meters tall, and is home to a large number of birds, monster lizards, mice, giant scorpions, etc. For ordinary hunters, this place is full of dangers, and they definitely dare not stay here. But for the expedition team, with a top configuration of more than a dozen S-level hunters and hundreds of experienced senior hunters, these monsters are nothing to be afraid of. Not only is the cactus forest not dangerous at all, it is also the best supply point. Cactus is edible. It contains plenty of water and is easy to preserve, making it a rare good thing. What's more, the quantity is large, so you can stockpile a lot of it on the boat. At least you don't have to worry about the problem of drinking water. At the same time, you can also avoid the wind and sand and rest overnight here. As the sun set and the temperature gradually dropped, the expedition team lit one big bonfire after another in the cactus forest. Everyone gathered around the fire to keep warm and heat up the food. A bite of monster meat, a bite of cactus pulp, so comfortable. Suin casually greeted everyone and then took Dongli back to the boat. Taking out a large blanket from the wide space, the two of them lay down on the blanket, lying on their backs, looking at the stars. In the dark night sky, the stars are shining brightly, as bright as gems. The sky is still the same sky, the stars are still the same stars, but the world is no longer the same as before. It has a flavor of life, is endless from generation to generation, but the moon on the river remains the same year after year. Are you satisfied with this honeymoon trip? Suin held Dongli tightly in his arms. Dongli nodded and said gently, "Well, Dongli likes it very much. Thank you, husband." To make Dongli more satisfied, Suin had no choice but to guide her to learn new knowledge. At this moment, Fu Xiaoling climbed onto the boat with the monster meat. He was still yelling, "Sister Dongli, why didn't you eat just now? Being hungry is not good for your health. No wonder you are so weak." Dongli sat up hurriedly. At this time, Fu Xiaoling also slowly climbed onto the deck. Hey, Dongli, why are you stealing good food? Dongli opened his mouth, not knowing how to explain. I was having a midnight snack just now. Fu Xiaoling really believed it, and lay down next to Dongli, with her hands behind her head, her long legs crossed, and she looked at the stars and sighed. It's so beautiful. It's even brighter than the starry sky I saw when I was a kid in my hometown. Wait, that's not right. Fu Xiaoling seemed to have thought of something and sat up suddenly, looking at Dongli and Suan in surprise. Where did you get the blanket? In a blink of an eye, a week passed, and the expedition team was still sailing in the sea of sand. But the speed is much slower than before. The levels and numbers of monsters are constantly increasing, and the environment is becoming more and more bizarre. Hunters often have to get off the boat to clear monsters, and accompanying surveyors also have to get off the boat to survey and record the surrounding areas and collect samples to take back. In the past few days, Suan basically did not take any action. He either stayed on the boat with Dongli or took Dongli for a walk. The honeymoon trip was very pleasant. Fu Xiaoling was not in a very good mood. There were only 3 cabins on the ship, one for storing supplies and the other 2 for living. Suan and Dongli naturally slept in one room, so she could only sleep in one room by herself. Whenever she thought of Suan and Dongli sleeping in each other's arms every night, while she could only sleep alone with an animal skin pillow. What a sin! Save the child. On the 9th day of the expedition team suddenly stopped. I saw a giant bird circling above the fleet in the sky. This is a giant bird with a wingspan of 20 to 30 meters. It is hairless, but has some black scales, and its back is covered with purple protruding crystal stones. The bird's beak is abnormally large, and its wings are also fleshy wings with crystal stones. When the big bird soars, you can vaguely see green electric light flashing around its body. Suan locked his eyes on the giant bird, and detailed information about the giant bird appeared before his eyes. Sand Thunderbird, LV-20, race Subdragon, life form, semi-silicon-based life form, skills, crystal absorption, dive, crush, corrosion, thunderbolt. Chapter 172, Dongli takes action. It was obvious that the expedition team stopped the fleet because they discovered the Sand Thunderbird. Get off the boat and lead it away. Don't fight it on the boat. A sturdy middle-aged man with a huge black sword on the Dragonstrike ship shouted and jumped off the Dragonstrike ship and ran towards the open space. The sturdy man's name was Dushan. Before Suan came, he was the strongest hunter in the Hunter Guild. Not only is he powerful, but he also has excellent combat awareness and is an extremely experienced hunter. He was the chief commander of this expedition. The bow and stern of the Dragonstrike ship are very tough and are made of special monster materials, but the center of the hull is fragile. The Thunder Sand Bird is a flying monster and is not small in size. It can dive down to attack people on the ship and cause irreversible damage to the hull. Don't move the Dragonstrike ship. The supply troops should take cover. The combat troops should follow me to the open space. The elemental awakeners should use long-range skills to lure it away. Upon hearing Dushan's order, the hunters responded quickly. The combat troops immediately jumped off the sand ship, and Lao Fu and a series of accompanying clerks and logistics troops immediately hid in the cabin. At the same time, dozens of elemental awakeners released their supernatural powers towards the Thunder Sand Bird while running. It doesn't matter whether you can hit it or not. The main purpose is to attract the Thunder Sand Bird away from the fleet. The disturbed Sand Thunderbird quickly locked onto the running crowd and swooped down towards Dushan and others. Get out of the way! As Dushan shouted loudly, the Sand Thunderbird dived and crashed to the ground, hitting the ground heavily and making a big hole in the sand. When the smoke cleared, the huge body of the Sand Thunderbird was revealed. Guang Guang just estimated that the weight of the Sand Thunderbird was at least dozens of tons, and its body looked a little fat. It can be seen that although the Sand Thunderbird has the ability to fly, it is not very good at flying and instead prefers ground combat. If it had hit the Dragonstrike ship just now, the Dragonstrike ship would undoubtedly have suffered considerable damage. Thanks to Dushan's advance command, the dive of the Sand Thunderbird did not cause any casualties. After a roar, it ran towards the hunters. In an instant, a group of hunters led by Dushan started fighting with the Thunder Sand Bird. The Sand Thunderbird is level 20, which is also a relatively high level among desert monsters. But if it is just an ordinary monster, even if it is level 20, it cannot withstand the siege of hundreds of high-level hunters and a dozen S-level hunters. But the value of the three words subdragon species is obviously not low. Both its defense and attack power are abnormally strong. It is basically immune to elemental abilities, and its physical defense is also ridiculously high. Even under the siege of many people, it cannot be defeated for a long time. I'll help too. Fu Xiaoling let out a soft cry, jumped off the sandbow with one hand supporting the mast, and rushed towards the Thunder Sandbird. Fu Xiaoling's ability is Wind-Chasing Fighting Technique S-Level Specialization, the purest combat ability and also a specialized ability. It excels in close combat and has good speed, explosiveness, and endurance. The only flaw is that there is no means of long-range attack, but it is just right for dealing with large desert monsters. This also means that Fu Xiaoling's strength has always been locked in the top 3 of the Hunter Guild. Fu Xiaoling's weapon is also quite special. She wears a ring inlaid with purple crystals on her left hand to increase her defense and attack power, and is used for punching and smashing. The right hand is wrapped in an animal skin bandage, which sacrifices defense but increases flexibility, making it easier to grab and throw. With the addition of Fu Xiaoling, the Sand Ptarmigan was beaten back step by step, and the hunters took advantage of the situation to pursue it. The Sand Thunderbird was also enraged. It flapped its wings and leaped high. The beautiful crystal on its back emitted bursts of beautiful light, and lightning surged between the lights. After roaring towards the sky, he opened his bloody mouth and spewed out several thick bolts of lightning, which blasted towards the crowd. It's a lightning attack. Come closer to me and hide behind me. Du Shan shouted loudly, leaped forward, stood in front of everyone, and inserted one hand into the sand. Then he pulled with all his strength, and with a loud bang, a huge hand of sand and gravel that was 100 meters long was pulled out from the ground. The big hand opened its palm and blocked the surging electric light. Hand of the Earth S Specialization. This is Du Shan's ability, which is also an S-level specialized ability. It is also the most popular earth element in the desert environment. Although it can only condense a sand and stone Qilin arm, the quality of the Qilin arm is much higher than ordinary earth-based abilities, and its power is also stronger. Although it has flaws, it is not an extremely powerful specialized ability. Seeing that the lightning it spewed out was blocked, the Thunderbird became even more furious, flapping its huge flesh wings and flying into the air, hovering over the crowd, while continuously spewing lightning, launching a large-scale map cannon attack. At the same time, the lightning was mixed with corrosive acid. Du Shan and other S-level hunters were still able to cope with it, but the other lower-level hunters were not so lucky. They screamed and fell down one by one, emitting black smoke and twitching. Du Shan could only try his best to intercept the lightning and protect his teammates. Then he gritted his teeth and shouted towards the sand ship where Suin was. "Brethren, we can't hold on any longer. Come over here and get some help." Du Shan and his several S-level hunters are not in any danger of life, but their companions are in trouble. If this continues, a lot of them might be electrocuted to death. By then, it would be a loss even if they killed the Sand Thunderbird. At this time, Suin was leaning lazily on the fence. He didn't have much interest in the Sand Thunderbird. What he needed now was no longer superpowers, experience points, or monster skills. Rather, it is a person that is more powerful than supernatural powers. Ever since he plundered 100,000 superpowers a few months ago, Plunder has evolved new abilities again. Predator. Plunder the status of a higher level than oneself. Character is the ultimate pursuit of survivors and is more powerful than supernatural powers. But that thing doesn't exist at this stage, and there is a very small probability that it will be produced after the third Doomsday. This Sand Thunderbird looks very intimidating, but it is just an ordinary creature that does not have a personality. Suin and Dongli said lazily, "Go and help them." Dongli nodded. "I understand, husband." Then she pulled out a green flute from her long sleeves, waved her hand, put it to her lips, and blew gently. Pleasant syllables leap out from the green flute. A breeze blew by, and Dongli floated up and drifted towards the battle circle. A light white gauze dress fluttered in the wind. Her figure was as graceful as a swallow, and with her beautiful face, she looked like an ethereal fairy. All the hunters were stunned. The next moment, Dongli played the green flute again, and the originally soothing melody became high and sharp. A translucent sound wave rippled out and headed straight towards the Sand Thunderbird in the sky. The seemingly ordinary sound waves, when heard by the Sand Thunderbird, sounded like thunder exploding in its mind. The Sand Thunderbird screamed, fell directly from the air, and landed on the ground with a loud bang. Chapter 173, Stone Dragon Chase. Sister Dongli is also an Awakener, and she has S-level sonic power. Fu Shaoling opened her mouth and looked in amazement at Dongli, who was as pure as a banished immortal. She had always thought that Dongli was just an ordinary person, but she didn't expect that he was also an Awakener, and an S-level Awakener at that. The supernatural power is also a rare sonic system. Although this ability is not a specialized ability, it can only be born in people who are proficient in music. Therefore, the number is extremely rare. Although the lethality is not very strong, but it has a wide range of functionality, it can provide buffs to teammates and also attack enemies with sound waves. It is considered to be a high-quality auxiliary power that combines both auxiliary and attack capabilities. After shooting down the Sand Thunderbird, Dongli blew the green flute again. The syllables became soft and calm, and the sound waves spread among the group of hunters. The hunters also felt a certain degree of improvement in their physical functions, about 1/5. It's still a large-scale collective improvement. This kind of gain is already extremely impressive, and only S-level pure auxiliary abilities can be compared to it. Don't just stand there, kill that stupid bird quickly. Dushan was the first to come to his senses, raising his Qilin arm and rushing towards the Sand Thunderbird. Shushi held the huge black sword in his hand and launched a set of lightning 5 whips at the Sand Thunderbird. The rest of the people also woke up as if from a dream and hurriedly got up and rushed towards the Sand Thunderbird. Kill it while it's sick. Kill. Stupid bird. Take Grandpa's knife. Look at my Pegasus Meteor Fist. A sneak attack. Invincible Zhuangding. Right whip kick. At this time, the Sand Thunderbird was feeling dizzy and its fighting power was greatly reduced. It also lost its ability to fly and could only be bullied. Under the combined attack of the hunters, he died soon after. The Sand Ptarmigan died on the spot, but the hunters did not stop. Instead, they hurriedly arranged a dismemberment plan for the Sand Ptarmigan. Get all the parts back on board. High-level monster meat is generally edible, bones and scales are excellent materials for making weapons, and fur is a good defensive material. The purple crystal on the back of the Sand Thunderbird is the kinetic fuel of the sand ship, and it can also increase the power when attached to weapons. In short, everything is a treasure, and not a single hair will be wasted. Fu Shaoling did not deal with the body of the Sand Ptarmigan. Instead, she trotted to Dongli and pounced on him. Sister Dongli, you are amazing. You have an S-level sonic ability. This is the first time I've seen it. Sister Dongli, come to the Hunter Guild when we get back. There were originally 12 S-level Awakeners in Tibet. After Suin came, it became 13. If Dongli is included, there will be 14 in total. But there is not a single S-level auxiliary ability. If Dongli joins, the strength of the expedition team will be qualitatively improved again. I'll listen to my husband, Dongli said with a smile. In fact, her strength is only average among the girls in the Chongqing Adventure Group. Now all the executives of the Chongqing Adventure Group are awakened people with double S superpowers. Chief Instructor Li Xiaoyu even possesses 3 S-level superpowers. She could only shoot down the Thunder Sand Bird. If Instructor Xiaoyu came instead, he would probably be able to deal with the Thunder Sand Bird in 3 minutes. The cumulative effect of S-level superpowers is too terrifying, and it is not as simple as 1 + 1. He will definitely agree. I'll go talk to him. Seeing that Dongli seemed to rely on Suin for everything, Fu Shaoling had no choice but to run to find Suin. Boom, boom. Just then the earth trembled slightly and the ground began to shake. A huge black shadow rushed towards the fleet from a distance. It's a stone dragon. Hurry, hurry, get on board. The hunters ran back to the sand ship, which started moving quickly through the desert. The stone dragon is a huge desert monster, with a body length of more than hundreds of meters and a height of more than dozens of meters. Like a tall building lying on the ground, it looks like a round, big-mouthed lizard covered with black scales. Good at swimming in the sand. The level is as high as 25, and with its huge body, its collision power is extremely powerful. But its means of attack are very limited. Apart from its large size, iron head, and high defense, it has no other advantages. The Dragon Strike boat is specially prepared for this kind of stuff. Dushan climbed up the mast nimbly and stood on the lookout tower, waving a small flag rhythmically in his hand. Spread. The sand ship fleet dispersed in an orderly manner to avoid the impact of the stone dragon. The stone dragon was chasing closely behind. More than a dozen small sand ships broke away from the fleet, slowed down, and tried to get as close to the stone dragon as possible. On the small sand boat, one person was responsible for driving the boat, and the other two attacked the stone dragon. Although it cannot cause much damage, it can slow down the stone dragon and also attract its attention. The two dragon-attack ships took advantage of the situation and broke away from the fleet from both sides and went around behind the stone dragon. The hunter in charge of the impact horn quickly adjusted the angle of the impact horn. Bump the fuck out! The two dragon-attack ships crashed into the stone dragon at the same time. With a loud bang, the sharp impact horn directly hit the stone dragon's slightly soft anus. The stone dragon let out a scream and then dived into the sand and disappeared. Spread! Dushan commanded the dragon strike ship on the mast, spreading out to both sides while speeding up the ship. The injured stone dragon will dive into the ground, but will surface to breathe after a while. Just use the dragon to hit the boat at that time, and it will be done. After a few rounds of collision, the stone dragon will surely die. The value of a stone dragon is extremely high, and it is the expedition team's favorite prey. Bringing a stone dragon back is basically a sure win. Within 10 minutes or so, the stone dragon surfaced again. Surprisingly, although the stone dragon screamed, it had no intention of attacking, but instead tried its best to escape. Although the stone dragon's personality is not violent, it does not mean that it does not have temper. After being injured, it will go crazy and attack the ship. At that time, a faster small sand ship will be needed to contain the enemy, and the dragon attack ship will be responsible for finding an opportunity to collide again. But the stone dragon in front of him was obviously too Buddhist and had no temper at all. Dushan was about to command the dragon-attacking boat to ram the stone dragon again. At this moment, Suin flew over out of nowhere and grabbed the small flag in Dushan's hand. Hey, what are you doing? If you hit him a few more times, he'll be killed. Dushan stamped his feet anxiously. Suin raised his hand and slapped Dushan on the head, saying calmly, "Look behind you." Dushan covered his head and looked back reluctantly. 2 seconds later, Dushan quickly turned his head and waved the small flag in his hand rapidly. No more collision, no more collision. Speed up, speed up, speed up faster. The small flag in Dushan's hand had already left an afterimage. Stone dragon? What stone dragon? I have completely forgotten it. Behind the fleet, a towering purple mountain was seen moving through the sand and rushing towards the fleet rapidly. Its size is larger than that of 10 stone dragons combined. The height alone is 700 or 800 meters, and the width is over 300 meters, and this is only the part that is exposed above the ground. The length is so long that it is impossible to tell at a glance, but it is estimated to be at least 7,000 or 8,000 meters. The key is that it is a living thing, and its body keeps moving. The expedition team was quite knowledgeable, but they had never seen a creature of such a huge size. Just looking at it from a distance makes me feel so depressed that I can't breathe. Chapter 174. Giant Haoshan Dragon. Get rich or die suddenly, it's time. The other members of the expedition team also spotted the giant monster and were immediately frightened out of their wits. Lord God, what the hell is this? Hurry, hurry, speed up, speed up. It's coming towards us. Without Dushan's command, the sand ship had already reached its fastest speed, and he wished he could install 2 more power systems on the sand ship. The stone dragon chase suddenly turned into a fight for life. Suin stood on the top of the mast of the dragon strike ship, quietly looking at the huge monster not far away. It was just a giant crocodile covered with a rusty metal shell. It had a huge spiral horn on its head and huge metallic spikes protruding from both sides of its back and its head. The top of the back is piled with a hill of colorful gems. From the outside, it looks like a giant steel beast made of gems and metals. At the same time, the monster's detailed data also appears before your eyes. Haoshan Dragon, LV50, Sand Sea Transformer. Race, Ancient Dragon. Life Form, Semi-silicon-based giant life form. Skills, Devouring and Filtering, Mineral Refining, Crushing and Impacting, Sand Stealth. A phagocytic neutral creature with low desire to attack. The level is as high as 50, which is the highest level among all desert creatures found so far. The race is also higher than the sand thunderbird and is an ancient dragon species. Despite its huge size, it is a filter feeder like a whale and a neutral creature with low aggressive desire. Judging from this Haoshan dragon should not be heading for the fleet, but is simply passing by. To be precise, due to its huge size, it is invincible in the sea of sand. It rushes wherever it goes and cuts through mountains. It would not take the fleet seriously at all, and because it is a phagocytic animal, it has no interest in the fleet. The fleet just happened to appear on its path, and it would be fine as long as it avoided it. After a moment's thought, Suin took the command flag from Du Shan and began to issue orders to other fleets. It is impossible for him to run away. It is not his style to not grab something when he sees it. The huge crystal veins on the back of the Haoshan dragon weigh at least millions of tons, and you can become fat in one bite. However, the Haoshan dragon was too huge, and the quantitative change in its size resulted in a qualitative change, so it was impossible for him to control it casually. At the very least, it is not easy to kill it, but there is no need to kill it. It is just digging some minerals. There is no need to take its life. Seeing Su An's command flag, everyone was shocked. Spread out, slow down, go around to the back. No way. Are we going to hit this monster? Du Shan staggered and almost lost his balance, and said with a bitter face, "Brother, stop messing around. Let's run away quickly. This thing can't be killed by a few more hits from a stone dragon." The stone dragon is only a few hundred meters long, and a dragon of 20 or 30 meters can injure it or even kill it with its horns. But the Haoshinosaurus was a giant monster several thousand meters long. The dragon's horn was as small as a toothpick in front of it. Not to mention killing it, it probably couldn't even penetrate its metal shell. Who told you it was going to be killed or injured? I'll let you hit it just to get closer to it. Look at what's on its back. Du Shan looked at the Haoshan dragon carefully, and when he saw the colorful gem hill on the dragon's back, he couldn't help swallowing. Oh my goodness, so many energy crystals? Energy storage crystals can store supernatural powers for use as bombs, can be used as lighting tools, and are also a source of kinetic fuel for sand ships. These are just the uses that people know about at this stage, and their specific uses are still in the development stage. But there is no doubt that storing energy through sleep is more precious than the seeds of civilization. For ordinary high-level monsters, it would be good enough if they could produce a small amount of energy storage crystals. All the energy storage crystals in the entire Tibetan area combined are not worth even 1% of what is on the back of this Haoshan dragon. If we can dig some up and bring them back, this expedition will be a great success. Du Shan also understood Su An's meaning, which was to go on the dragon's back to mine. Okay, I'll listen to you. Let's do it. Let's give it a try and turn the bicycle into a motorcycle. Du Shan gritted his teeth and decided to give it a try. Whether Tibet can upgrade its muskets to powerful ones depends on this one attempt. If we miss it, it will be difficult to have such an opportunity again in the future. Besides, isn't it an extremely exciting feat to be able to fleece such a monster? Isn't this the ultimate dream of a hunter? Du Shan then took the command flag from Suin and began to command the fleet. Suin jumped onto the Longji boat to discuss matters with Lao Fu. At this time, Lao Fu was lying on the deck, looking at Hao Shanlong and excitedly taking notes in his notebook. The other clerks were busy making a portrait of Hao Shanlong. "This is the biggest discovery in the history of the expedition, huh?" Old Fu laughed strangely and didn't even know when Suin came to him. "Old Fu, let your people get ready. Let's do something big." Suin patted Old Fu on the shoulder. Lao Fu waved his hand impatiently. "It's up to you. Do whatever you want. Don't disturb me while I'm observing and recording. It's amazing. Through my observations, I found that it is actually a phagocytic animal. I just don't know what order it is. Is it an even-toed ungulate like whales? It would be great if it could stay still so I can study it. It would be best if we could take some tissue samples so we can do a gene sequencing later. The skin shell is metallized, probably because the metal substances were ingested after eating organic matter in the sand. When the metal substances were excreted from the body, they attached to the body's surface to form a metal shell, which was then rubbed against the sand and polished into its current appearance. Old Fu has gone crazy and put all his heart on Hao Shanlong. Suin flew back and forth on the two dragon-attacking boats, explaining precautions to the hunters. The general battle plan is still similar to chasing the stone dragon. However, this time there is no need to send the small sand boat to divert the attention of the Haoshan dragon, because it is a neutral creature and has no obvious desire to attack. There is no need to use dragon horn attack and Haoshan dragon fencing. Just try to get as close to the Haoshan dragon as possible, and then send people to mine on the dragon's back, and the goal will be achieved. But it is easier said than done. The 10 evils didn't know when the Haoshan dragon would dive into the sand. If you are not careful, you will be dragged into the underground and die without a complete body. Therefore, only some experienced hunters can climb on the dragon's back, while the others support from below. When necessary, it is also necessary to attack the Haoshan dragon to buy time for the people on the dragon's back. The hunters originally shook their heads and expressed fear, But Du Shan agreed. Lao Fu also agreed. And Su In, the strongest hunter, led the team. I made up my mind and just gritted my teeth and did it. After all, this is the strongest expedition team in Tibet. Everyone has been tempered in blood and fire. Without courage and determination, you can't join the expedition team. Brothers, charge! Today is the day to become rich or die. Chapter 175 Fu Shaoling. I'm a gold miner. Under Du Shan's command, the two dragon attack ships responded quickly, broke away from the fleet, pulled away from both sides, and slowed down. About 20 small sand ships were on standby ahead. The rest of the ships, carrying supplies, tried to stay away from the battlefield to avoid being affected. Although this is the plan, no one can guarantee that it will go smoothly. We have seen many stone dragons, but this is the first time that anyone has seen such a majestic giant as the Haoshan dragon. No one knows what kind of danger they will face. It is simply gambling with their lives. But just like the first time everyone dealt with the stone dragon, wasn't it also a gamble? Someone has to take the initiative to take this step and seek better living conditions for the entire Tibetan area. Just like the graceful eagle pattern on the emblem of the Hunters Guild. Now that you have spread your wings and are flying, why fear the icy cold sky? The Dragon Strike boat slowed down and landed slowly behind the towering body of Haoshan Dragon. Before it got close to Haoshan Dragon, the Dragon Strike boat was swayed by the sand waves, like a powerless boat in the wind and waves. If you fall off the boat at this time, Haoshan Long won't even need to do anything. The quicksand alone will be able to swallow and bury you. As the Dragon Strike boat gradually approached the Haoshan Dragon, everyone's heart was in their throat and they dared not breathe. The closer you get, the more you can feel the tremendous pressure brought by the towering figure of Haoshan Dragon. Looking up, this huge and strange creature is beyond ordinary people's cognition and does not look like a living creature at all. Instead, it looks like a huge, activated mountain. Compared with the Haoshan Dragon, even a Dragon Strike ship that is over 100 meters long is as small as an ant. Perhaps it was because the people and the boat were too small that the Haoshan Dragon continued to move forward slowly, not even looking directly at the hunters and the boat. With a slight opening of its huge mouth, it swallowed a large sand dune and then filtered the sand out from the cheeks on the side of its head, immediately raising a cloud of dust. By raising its huge pectoral fins and sliding, it can create a hurricane that rolls the dust into a sandstorm. Amid the hunter's anxiety, the dragon-attacking boat finally slowly approached the side of the Haoshan Dragon. But you can't hit it directly. The Haoshan Dragon's movements were too large, and coupled with its huge size and close proximity, the dragon attack boat could easily be overturned by the sand waves. Therefore, we can only get a little closer, and a distance of 20 or 30 meters is already the limit. However, not many people could successfully climb onto the dragon's back, no more than 40 people at most. S-level hunters have no problem with this, and most A-level hunters can do it, but only a very small number of B-level hunters can do it. After climbing onto the dragon's back, he still has to mine. When returning, Aji will face the danger of the Haoshan Dragon sneaking into the sand at any time. Those who are not strong enough can only be responsible for supporting on the boat. Almost done. We can get on the dragon's back. Get ready to get on the dragon's back. Du Shan waved the small flag, and the hunters who had been ready for action rushed towards the Haoshan Dragon. They either use their special powers to fly over for a short period of time, or rely on their body functions to jump directly onto the dragon's back. Each of them uses their own magical powers. After climbing onto the dragon's body, there is still a long way to go. The target is the mine on the top of the dragon's back rather than the dragon's body. The dragon's body is covered with a smooth metal shell, but if you are not careful, there is still a risk of falling into it and being sucked into the quicksand. The hunters clung tightly to the dragon and slowly moved upwards. At this time, Suin had already climbed onto the dragon's back and sat on the high crystal hill. He lit a cigarette and put it in his mouth. Sitting on the back of the huge dragon, feeling the dry wind blowing across my cheeks, and gazing at the endless sea of sand, I felt pretty good. This expedition finally had a bit of adventurous fantasy. However, he was not in a hurry to mine, but tried it out by plundering first. The result was obviously that he could not plunder. It was not because the Haoshan Dragon was beyond his plundering ability, but because its armor was too thick. He only touched the thick old mud on the surface of the Haoshan Dragon, which did not meet the requirements for plunder. If you want to plunder, you either have to move the mine on the dragon's back or penetrate the armor on the side. He should have no problem penetrating the armor. At most, the metal shell is only about 10 or 12 meters thick. However, After the armor was penetrated, the members of the expedition team would probably be in trouble. Haoshan Dragon rolled on the ground in pain, and the members of the expedition team and their boats were killed. He was not in a hurry to plunder. The skills of Haoshan Dragon were actually dispensable. He couldn't just replicate the skills of Haoshan Dragon and then swallow sand to extract crystal or himself. With his small body, he can't even extract a few kilograms of, or even if he swallows sand for a day. He might even get some kidney stones. The greatest value lies in the energy-storing crystal mine on the back of the Haoshan Dragon, which is ready-made and available in large quantities. The only problem is that the crystal mine is connected to the body of the Haoshan Dragon and is considered a part of the Haoshan Dragon's body. The wide space can accommodate low-vitality life forms such as small fish and shrimps, but it cannot accommodate giant life forms like the Haoshan Dragon. We can only find a way to dig out the crystal mine first. At this time, the expedition hunters, who had gone through untold hardships, finally climbed onto the dragon's back. Several of them fell off during the process, but fortunately they were caught in time by the people below, saving their lives. The hunters who climbed onto the dragon's back looked at the crystal hills and danced with excitement. The hills before us are truly mountains of gold and silver, and anyone who sees them will be excited. Why are you all just standing there? Hurry up and dig. Su An's calm voice brought the hunters back to reality from their excitement. Even mountains of gold and silver have to be moved back. The hunters immediately took out their pickaxes and started digging. The energy storage crystal is extremely hard and immune to most elemental powers. It can only be dug with a special monster pickaxe, and the efficiency is not that high. Those who possess strength-enhancing abilities are slightly better off, but the rest of the abilities are basically of little use and rely entirely on human power. It is not enough to just dig it out. After digging it out, you have to find a way to transport it to the ship. If you throw it directly onto the ground, it will be buried by quicksand. Therefore, even though there are so many crystal mines, digging and transporting them wastes a lot of time. It is already difficult enough for dozens of people to dig a crystal mine. The efficiency is ridiculously low, but no one knows how long the Haoshanlong will allow you to dig here. The more you dig, the more anxious you become. The more anxious you become, the harder you dig, and you keep digging even if you drool. After digging hundreds of crystals, Fu Shaoling was exhausted and gasping for breath. When I looked up, I saw Suin sitting on the mine, rubbing something in his hands. Fu Shaoling said anxiously, "Suin, stop being so lazy. Come and start mining. If you don't mine now, you will run out of time. I will give you half of the minerals I mine later." She remembered that Su An's special ability was lightning. The power of lightning was extremely strong, and he could fly inexplicably in the air. He was invincible against both humans and monsters. But it doesn't work for mines. It's not much better than ordinary people, so maybe they might as well just give up. Fu Shaoling's beautiful eyes turned. But she is different. She is good at mining. After her supernatural powers were amplified, her physical functions were greatly enhanced. Her strength and speed are top-notch among all S-level hunters. She can't compare to Sister Dongli in terms of appearance, so she can only start from the material aspect. She plans to mine and support him, and she also supports Sister Dongli. With my left hand, I hold Suin, and with my right hand, I hold Dongli. Thinking of this, Fu Shaoling dug even harder, and the pickaxe left an afterimage. I'm a gold miner. Chapter 176, A Line of Broken Mountains. In a short while, the hunters dug up large and small piles of crystal ore. He dug out a part and sent it down, then hurried back to continue digging. After all this time, the hunters were exhausted and cried out in pain. No one would have thought that one day they would be exhausted from mining. It's so fucking tiring. I can't dig anymore. It would be great if we could just move it without having to dig. You were thinking about shit. Only Fu Shaoling seemed to have taken stimulants. She never stopped and kept laughing strangely while digging. Suin still sat calmly in the mine, rubbing the supernatural power in his hands. A small layer of shiny silk threads had accumulated in his hands and at his feet. If someone feels it carefully, it is not difficult to find that the small silk thread is condensed with destructive explosive power. These silk threads were condensed by Su when using hundreds of elemental powers. They are incredibly hard and flexible. Even an S-level defensive ability Awakener can be cut in two with just a slight pull. He plans to use the threads to mine. If I dig it out piece by hand, I don't know how many years it will take to dig it all out. To pull out the wool, you need to use a clipper. No one would pull it out in clumps. The supernatural thread was almost ready, and Suin slowly stood up. With a flick of his finger, the supernatural thread shot out like a spirit snake, and in a moment it wrapped around the small mine under his feet. All of you move aside. Be careful not to get crushed to death. Suin shouted to the hunters. Hearing Suin shout, the hunters ran over with their small pickaxes in hand. Is Ango going to take action? Anger is good at fighting, but he's not good at mining. You never know. What if Ngu has some special ideas? And seems to have wrapped a circle of wire around the mine. Could he be planning to use it to mine? I don't think so. It's not like I'm cutting tofu. Just as the hunters were talking, Suin controlled the supernatural thread and suddenly tightened it and pulled it back. With a whoosh sound, the supernatural thread passed through the crystal or unhindered. Boom, boom. The next moment, the ore hill began to tremble and slid sideways. The entire hill was cut off at the roots. The hunters were petrified on the spot, and the small pickaxes in their hands fell to the ground with a bang. Suin waved the silk thread again and strangled the mine. In just a few moments, the entire hill was cut into crystal blocks of neat specifications and uniform size. Clatter, crystal or fell to the ground all over the sky. It was raining crystals. Plop. The hunters knelt down immediately. Can mining be done this way? A single thread shattered a crystal mine. Is this person still a human being? The hunters looked at Suin with horror. Originally, I thought Suin was very strong enough to knock down Dushan with one move, and no one ever underestimated him. His fighting power was overestimated. But it was not until this moment that everyone realized that their evaluation of Suin was still too conservative. The power possessed by this young man who suddenly joined the Hunters Guild was simply beyond their reach. Dushan's mouth twitched as he watched. If Suin had hit him with this silk thread, the grass on his grave would probably be 3 feet high by now. Fortunately, I was only hit over my shoulder. Don't just stand there, move your things quickly. As soon as Suin finished speaking, the hunters woke up as if from a dream. Brother has already dug and cut the crystals for us. Let's move them quickly. Thank you all. Thanks to nature for the gift. We've made a fortune. We've made a fortune. The hunters were overjoyed and excitedly went to move the crystals. It saves time on mining and improves efficiency by more than 10 times. If we could move this pile of crystal or back home, we would be rich. As for the other dozens of small mines, forget about it. We can't take anything back even if we dig it out. We simply don't have enough manpower. We should be thankful that we can finish moving this entire mine. Boom. At this moment, Hao Shenlong seemed to sense the movement on its back, and its huge body began to shake. It's like trying to shake off the little bugs on your body. The hunters on the dragon's back staggered and almost lost their balance. After Hao Shenlong calmed down again, Dushan quickly gave orders to everyone. Everyone hurry up and move your things. Everyone, please work harder. I'm afraid this big guy will lurk around later. If the Haoshan dragon lurks under the sand, the crystal, or that Suin had just cut for them would be ruined. The hunters also realized the seriousness of the problem and tried their best to move the ore. Fu Shaoling, who was originally full of energy, just stood there blankly. Her plan to support Su and was a complete failure. She used dozens of pickaxes to dig a piece, and Suin pulled it and it turned out a mine. Don't bully people like this. Fu Shaoling pouted and threw the manuscript on the ground, almost crying out loud. Dushan, who was standing by, thought that Fu Shaoling had seen how powerful Suin was and felt inferior, so he patted Fu Shaoling on the shoulder and comforted her. Girl, forget about him as soon as possible. He is not from the same world as us. He will leave sooner or later. Suin came to Tibet suddenly. No one knew his past, where he came from, and how strong he was. How could such a person be a wanderer in the desert? Is there a wanderer who is so strong, white, tender, and clean? It's more like someone who comes to Tibet for tourism and is indifferent to everything. Everyone can more or less see what Fu Shaoling is thinking. But such a person cannot be kept in Tibet. Although Fu Shaoling has excellent conditions, there is still a certain gap compared with the ferry that someone just brought. Listen to my uncle's advice. You can't control it. Du Shan then muttered. Unless you want to be the second wife. Fu Shaoling turned her head and looked at Du Shan with a shy look on her face. Second room. This is not good. My grandfather will not agree. Du Shan slapped his forehead and said, well, just pretend I didn't say anything. If your grandfather agrees, would you really be willing? Same person, different fate. Du Shan shook his head and went to move the ore. Although Fu Shaoling has a hot temper, she is not bad looking and has a hot body. She is known as the flower of the eagle in the Hunter Guild. She had many admirers, and there were at least 80 people who proposed to her, including many young talents. However, they were all knocked away by Fu Shaoling's punch. but now I would rather be someone else's concubine. The key is that Su-An's wife is also very outstanding, and she is also an S-level awakener, and there is nothing wrong with her. Whether it is Fu Shaoling or Dongli, it is a blessing for an ordinary person to marry one of them in 8 lifetimes. How dare I think I want them all? It's really a case of drought killing people and flood killing people. Chapter 177. Shave Hao Shanlong's head. The people from the Hunter Guild over there are busy moving the crystal, or Su-An was controlling the supernatural threads, wrapping them around one crystal hill after another. Judging from the performance of Hao Shan Dragon, just now, these minerals are connected to the body of Hao Shan Dragon. But it is not connected to the nervous system, so even if all the minerals are cut, there is no pain, just like cutting your nails. But it will still react. If there are more ores, I'm afraid they will really sink directly into the ground. Su-An planned to attack in a big way and pick all the crystals on the dragon's back at once. Seeing that the expedition team had moved most of the small hill at the beginning, Su-An finally finished winding the supernatural thread and tied it from the dragon's head to its tail. He then stood up, stretched his muscles, mustered up some energy, took a deep breath, and prepared to sprint. Then he let out a low shout, and his left hand suddenly burst out with endless power, pulling the supernatural thread back and taking it all back. In the blink of an eye, the supernatural thread was cut from the dragon's head to the dragon's tail, and all the supernatural mines were silently cut off at the roots. All the ore was dug out in 1 second. Su-An then rushed forward as fast as the wind. Wherever it passes, all the crystal mines are collected into the wide space. In just a few seconds, Su-An crossed the dragon's back, which was tens of thousands of meters long, and rushed from the dragon's tail to the dragon's head. The dragon's back, which was originally rugged and full of mountains, instantly became a mirror-smooth highway without even a small stone to be seen. The hunters all stood there in a daze, looking around in confusion. What about that huge pile of ore? Hao Shanlong suddenly froze and stopped moving. He felt a sudden chill on his back and head. Then he stretched out his huge forelimbs and touched the bald head. The crystal mine on the back was gone, and so was the one on the head. Not only was the crystal mine gone, but a large layer of the iron sheet on the outer shell was also shaved off. It was a majestic ancient dragon, a tyrant in the sea of sand, but in a split second it was shaved into a short flat head. Roar! After a brief moment of confusion, Hao Shanlong's eyes suddenly turned red, and he raised his head and let out an earth-shaking roar. The roar formed a huge sound wave that spread out, and all the sand ships were swayed by the impact of the sound wave. The hunters all covered their ears and fell to their knees, feeling that their eardrums were about to be broken by the sound waves. Fortunately, the roar of the Hao Shan dragon did not last very long and did not cause everyone to lose their ability to move. The people on the sand boat were fine, but the hunters on the dragon's back were in trouble. After the Hao Shan dragon roared, it accelerated suddenly, leaving all the sand ships far behind. Then he suddenly jumped high with his feet, turned his huge body in the air, and fell heavily to the ground with his back. He actually wanted to use this method to smash the little bug on his back to death. The hunters on the dragon's back were immediately scared to death. If they were hit directly, even an Iron Man would be smashed into a discus. Moreover, Hao Shanlong's sudden acceleration was so fast that they had no time to escape. It was too late to escape now, just when everyone thought he was doomed. Suddenly, I felt my body flying to the side uncontrollably. In a moment, it was out of the range of the dragon's back and floating quietly in the air. At the same time, the huge body of the Hao Shan dragon also fell to the ground with a loud bang. There was a loud bang, and the whole earth shook. The place where the Hao Shan dragon was located has turned into a giant pit that is tens of thousands of meters wide and 500 or 600 meters deep. The aftermath has washed away huge waves of sand and gravel that are thousands of meters high. Just with this one collision, its power has already reached an extremely terrifying level. It was like dozens of missiles detonating at the same time. The power could be described as devastating. If it happened before the end of the world, just a collision like this could instantly destroy a city and kill hundreds of thousands of people. Even an S-class Awakener with specialized superpowers would appear pale and powerless, as small as an ant in the face of this earth-shattering power. The expedition's sand ship fleet was blown several kilometers away by the aftermath. A dragon attack ship was directly overturned to the ground, and several small sand ships fell apart while rolling. Fortunately, when the Hao Shan dragon jumped and collided, it sprinted a long distance before jumping. If you jump from the spot, the consequences will be unimaginable. Even so, The expedition team had suffered heavy losses and had lost the ability to continue the expedition, so they had to embark on the return journey. In the sky, Suin waved his hand and used gravity to send dozens of hunters back to the ground. The hunters who survived the disaster fell to the ground with a plop. They were all pale with fear. When he looked at Suin in midair, his expression was full of gratitude. Everyone knew that it was Suin who saved them. Otherwise, he would have been turned into meat paste long ago. Let's go and save people. Fu Shaoling gritted her teeth, propped herself up, and ran towards the direction of the fleet. The fleet was affected. The hunter was fine and should be able to protect himself, but on board were Lao Fu and a group of clerks without special powers. The other hunters hurried to follow. After the collision, Hao Shenlong slowly turned around, shook off the mud and sand on its body, and roared towards the sky again. It seemed as if it thought it had cleared the bugs off its back. Suin stared at the Haoshan dragon in the big pit indifferently. The power of this big guy is so terrifying that even he cannot compete with him in strength. The huge size of the Haoshan dragon brings with it the innate advantage of super high strength. Of course, while the huge size brings unparalleled power, it also naturally brings certain disadvantages. The flexibility is greatly reduced, turning over is difficult, and the energy consumed is also huge. I'm afraid that kind of jumping and impact just now won't be used in the short term. At this time, Hao Shenlong suddenly noticed Su and who was watching it. It also realized that this little bug was the culprit for shaving its head. How could the might of the ancient dragon be challenged by ants? Without saying anything, he opened his big mouth and roared, and the sound waves formed a substantial sonic cannon that blasted toward Suin. Suin did not dodge either. He raised his hand, and in an instant dozens of defensive walls made of elemental powers appeared in front of him. The sonic cannon and the elemental wall collided heavily. There was a roar mixed with the sound of shattering. The sonic cannon blasted through dozens of supernatural walls before disappearing. After missing the first attack, Hao Shenlong became even angrier and opened his mouth again to spit out a sonic cannonball. But Su Enk didn't plan to be its target anymore. He disappeared on the spot with a teleportation, and when he appeared again, he was already next to Hao Shenlong's head. Thousands of supernatural powers were amplified and activated instantly, and huge amounts of supernatural energy gathered on the fists, forming two giant fists. Then he threw a set of military punches towards Hao Shenlong's face. Under this combination of punches, Hao Shenlong's huge body rolled back and forth repeatedly, and the tyrant of the Sand Sea was beaten without any ability to fight back. In the blink of an eye, he was beaten beyond recognition. If Hao Shenlong could speak, he would probably only be able to say two words. No. Chapter 178. Repel the Haoshan Dragon, Sand and Stone Fish Tide. By the time Suin finished his military boxing training, Hao Shenlong was already bruised and battered all over. But it's hard to say. A big physique means you can take a beating, and most of the injuries are minor. Apart from a little Mio, everything else is fine. Hao Shenlong never thought that he would be beaten by a small insect. The fire in his chest was almost extinguished, and without caring about the pain all over his body, he began to escape underground. Slipped away. Sometimes, temporary retreat is also a survival strategy for ancient dragons. The Yinhao mountain dragon burrowed into the ground and escaped. Suin had no way to keep it, but he still grabbed the Haoshan dragon's tail and plundered it as usual. Skills obtained by successfully copying skills. Mineral refining, sand travel. Obtain special item, energy storage crystal, or Marrow X1. Hearing the system prompt, Suin curled his lips in dissatisfaction. Too stingy. Because Haoshan Dragon is a semi-silicon-based life form and an ancient dragon, only 2 of its 4 skills have been replicated and cannot be stripped off. He doesn't have a body as big as Hao Shenlong, so even if he takes all of Hao Shenlong's skills, it won't be of much use. The energy storage crystal, or Marrow, is pretty good though. Energy storage crystal Marrow. Transformed from the essence of water storage crystal, or it can breed energy storage crystal veins. Having this thing is almost like having a mine at home. However, the production capacity remains to be verified. However, all the crystal mines of Haoshan Dragon were taken away at one time, including dozens of small mines. In the short term, there will be no shortage of crystal or, as the Haoshan Dragon escaped, the desert returned to peace again. Clatter! At this moment, another strange change occurred. There was a rustling sound coming from the distance, and then I saw densely packed black dots sweeping in like a tide not far away. The frightened hunters thought that another monster had come, so they staggered to their feet and prepared for battle. But when the black spot waves got closer, people found that these waves were just sandfish jumping in the sand. It was obviously an extremely large school of sand and gravel fish. The direction in which the sandfish was heading was exactly the path that the Haoshan dragon had passed through. It was looking for food in the mud and sand that the Haoshan dragon had turned over. The school of fish followed the traces left by the Haoshan dragon along the way, surging forward, leaping over patches of sand and over the fleet. Unfortunately, many sand and gravel fish jumped onto the boat and ran aground, struggling nonstop. Soon all the sand and gravel fish were filled with sand and gravel fish. The exhausted hunters looked at each other, lay on their backs on the sand, and laughed out loud at the sand fish flying all over the sky. I traveled in the endless sea of sand, witnessed the majestic beasts, saw the wonders of the sea of sand with my own eyes, and finally returned home with a full load. This is the romance that belongs only to hunters. Although the expedition fleet suffered heavy losses and many people were injured, half of the small sand ships fell apart under the shock wave of the Haoshan dragon, and one dragon attack ship was seriously damaged. But compared to the rich harvest, these are nothing. Not to mention the harvest of an entire small mine of crystal, or the several tons of sand and gravel fish that came to the door on their own were already a considerable harvest. Just when the hunters were feeling deeply moved, Suin spread his wings of light and flew rapidly to catch up with the tide of sand and gravel fish. He crashed down in front of the school of fish, slapped the ground with one hand, and the ground instantly hardened and collapsed into a big pit. The large gravel pit was funnel-shaped, blocking the school of fish. Sand and gravel fish were jumping all over the sky and poured into the big funnel like a tide. Suin was standing quietly at the bottom of the funnel, collecting each one as it came. This small life form with low vitality can be easily accommodated in a wide space. It just died once it was put in, and the dead sandstone fish was not as fresh and delicious as the live one. But with so many gravel fish, who needs a bicycle? In just 10 minutes, Suin harvested more than 100,000 tons of sandfish. Suin caught all the huge wave of sandfish. Even the vultures passing by in the sky were knocked down by one of the stones and packed into the wide space and taken away. This expedition was both a great honeymoon and a great harvest. Mr. Su laughed an extremely sunny laugh. Mine, all mine, he. The hunters who were watching from afar were completely stunned. How could such a large group of sandfish disappear just like that? Didn't Ango have thunder-related abilities? When did he become earth-related? Only Dongli remained calm, and his eyes were full of tenderness as he looked at Suin. After spending such a long time together, everyone in the Chongqing Adventure Group knew that Suin had the ability of space storage. Everyone also knew that Su Anding had gone through untold hardships to collect so many supplies. In the last days, everyone is busy taking care of themselves. He alone was able to feed hundreds and thousands of mouths in the Chongqing Adventure Group. In addition, he also takes care of hundreds of thousands of believers. The pressure of carrying everyone's expectations is hard for ordinary people to imagine. The sisters all felt guilty and were worried about him. This is also the main reason why the Chongqing Adventure Group is relatively harmonious and united. When Suin returned to the fleet, the hunters woke up from their dreams and rushed to Suin. Lifted it up. Long live Ango. Ange is awesome. Ange YYDS. If Suin hadn't been there, their expedition probably wouldn't have been so smooth. Not to mention they would have gained so much. He was able to defeat the huge Haoshan dragon like a mountain by himself. He was simply a god. There was also some ambiguity in the look in Old Fu's eyes when he looked at Suin not far away. He has always felt that Suin is very capable, has a broad vision, and has a very comprehensive understanding of the Sea of Sand. He is a brave and resourceful young man. But after this battle, he found that he had underestimated this young man with a mysterious origin. The ability to shake mountains and plunder the earth is obviously beyond the scope of human beings. Thinking of this, Lao Fu couldn't help but take out a brand new notebook and began to slowly record in it. He planned to use this notebook to record Suin, record every detail of his life. Perhaps he has found the most ideal organism for observation, an ultimate life form that goes beyond the scope of biological organisms. Recording, observing, and studying this ultimate life form will be his biggest research topic in the future. The expedition team stayed in place to rest that night. The hunters sat around the fire, eating grilled fish with big mouthfuls. Although there is no condiment, it is still very enjoyable to eat. Sandfish is a rare top-quality food in the desert. It is many times more delicious than monster meat, but it is not something that people can usually eat. Suin, Dongli, and Fu Xiaoling were also grilling fish around a small fire. But Su An's situation is much better. Ripe Kirin melon, fresh vegetables, ice beer, and fat house water, and Lu Hui's special dipping sauce. Lao Fu just passed by and took a look. Then he couldn't move any further. I rubbed my eyes desperately. Am I hallucinating? Chapter 179, Evil Thoughts from the Dark Clouds. In the end, Lao Fu was so shameless that he finally got a seat for a free meal. I drank the long-missed ice-cold beer and ate the delicious grilled fish sprinkled with dipping sauce. Lao Fu almost cried out loud. He was almost forgetting this familiar, yet unfamiliar fragrance. It's not a question of whether it tastes good or not. It's the taste of civilization. Humanity has lost its civilization. Being able to eat such a meal again, Lao Fu couldn't help but feel deeply moved. Being a man of great learning, he couldn't find the right words to describe his feelings at the moment. Fu Xiaoling didn't think too much about it and had been showing off nonstop, eating vegetables and fish at the same time. Her mouth was as full as a hamster. Dongli was afraid that Fu Xiaoling would choke, so he handed her a glass of juice and said softly, "Eat slowly, there's still a lot left." "Xie Dong, sister and I." Fu Xiaoling replied incoherently. Suin ate fish and drank beer leisurely. These grandfather and grandson are simply the reincarnation of starving ghosts. One of them eats as much as 3 of them. However, his inventory is more than 100 million, and this amount is just a drop in the bucket. The expenses for the Chongqing Adventure Group to have hundreds of girls were extremely huge, and they were all treated at a high standard that ordinary people could hardly imagine. In the early stage, there was almost no income but only expenditure, and he alone was responsible for supporting all the expenses of the entire adventure team. But as the girls' abilities improve, everyone can stand on their own, and there is no threat to their survival. Development in all aspects has also been improved accordingly. With hundreds of energy storage faucets, the Chongqing Adventure Group has no shortage of water and does not need to plant guardian trees to obtain water. Instead, he reclaimed large tracts of fertile land and planted fruits, vegetables, corn and potatoes with the seeds he had collected in the early days of the end of the world. Domestic water is used to water the vegetables. The company has basically achieved self-sufficiency in food and even has some surplus, which it needs to store in a wide space from time to time for preservation. Some other simple daily necessities can also be produced independently. Use monster oil and monster shells to make soap. Use monster fur to create exquisite clothes, furniture, bags, and more. The era of struggling for survival is gone forever. From the initial efforts to survive, it has become living a better life now, and the pursuit of life has been further improved. Now, even if he gave up completely and did nothing, he could still live a very comfortable life just relying on these hundreds of girls. The initial investment has finally paid off, and I feel a sense of accomplishment after graduating from a small development game. The girls all rushed to wash his dirty clothes and pants, took turns to eat with him, and the girls who walked with him every day were all different. Su Anda couldn't help but admire his wise decision to recruit a girl group at the beginning of the apocalypse. Where can I find so many beautiful and obedient girls to recruit nowadays? In fact, at the beginning, he also thought about living like in his previous life, a lone wolf traveling the world without any worries, free and easy, and being able to go to all the wonderful places in the world. He also had the ability to live a better life in this life. But now looking back, being free and easy is precious, but being a lone wolf is even more valuable. If compared with a girl group, both can be abandoned. After dinner, Lao Fu lay on the sand and burped contentedly. "Will you return to Tibet in the future?" Lao Fu said something abruptly. He could see that Suin came to Tibet just to play around. He was extremely powerful, had no shortage of money or supplies, and even more so, had no shortage of beautiful women. The only thing that attracted him was probably the expedition. This was his last expedition. After this expedition, there was nothing in Tibet that could attract him anymore. Leaving is only a matter of time. After hearing what Lao Fu said, Fu Xiaoling also stopped eating, holding the grilled fish, and stared at Suin blankly. Suin smiled slightly and said, "On the way back." Lao Fu is a meticulous and shrewd man, so it's not surprising that you can see this. After this expedition, he would indeed not come to Tibet often anymore. Bah! The grilled fish in Fu Xiaoling's hand fell to the ground quietly, and her pretty face turned pale. Where are you going?" "Of course I'm going home. I have my own adventure group. The next Doomsday will probably come in a few months. I should prepare in advance. The girls at home can't live without me." As Suin spoke, he poked the fire with a stick, and the burning firewood made crackling sounds. Fu Xiaoling felt her heart tighten, and she asked quickly, "Will you come back then? We'll talk about it later." Oh. Fu Xiaoling looked lonely. Then she smiled with difficulty and said, I'm sleepy. I'm going to go back to sleep first." After saying that, he stood up and ran away, running farther and farther away, and you could still vaguely hear his loud crying. Suin was speechless for a while. It wasn't a farewell forever, so why was he crying so sadly? Dongli covered his mouth and chuckled. She knew that Suin could teleport back and forth between Jiangdi and Tibet at any time, and it would only take a blink of an eye for him to return to Tibet. It's simply that his sisters at home take such good care of him that he's too lazy to run around. But Fu Xiaoling didn't know. However, Dongli still thinks it would be better for Su and to be a little lazy, and it would be best for him to stay at home all day and not go out. Otherwise, who knows how many beautiful girls will be attracted to you. There are already more than 10 people in the captain's bedroom, including Li Xiaoyu, Xue Qingyu, several senior executives, and 8 guards. After I go back this time, I will move in too. Lu we had approached her before and asked her to move into the leader's villa, but she had refused. Just to be able to spend a honeymoon alone with Suin and then give myself to him. This was just a small wish of hers. Now that her wish had come true, this honeymoon trip was much more exciting and memorable than she had imagined. Hearing that Suin would be leaving soon, Lao Fu quickly took out his notebook and began to interview Suin. "Ask all the questions you want to know. You don't have any children yet?" "Without. Why? It's not the right time yet. In this turbulent era, how could he think of having children?" Lao Fu pushed up his glasses and said seriously, "Isn't it related to reproductive isolation? Shuang, how can there be reproductive isolation between humans? It seems that you, old man, don't treat me as a human being. You can fight off a 10,000-meter-long beast with your bare hands. I'll believe you if you say you're an alien. Tisk, there's no point in chatting today." The next morning, after the expedition team was ready, they set out again. However, the expedition team only planned to return after one more day. They had been out for almost half a month, and there were many monsters in the desert, so the food was sufficient. However, the water reserves were more than half used up, which was not enough to support the expedition team to continue exploring for a long time. Returning was the only option. But at this moment, everyone found that the sky not far away was suddenly covered with dark clouds and thunder. Everyone ran to the deck and looked up at the dark clouds. "It's a thundercloud. It's going to rain. Ha ha ha. It's going to rain." Tibetans have never seen rain since the Doomsday. Everyone is extremely excited. Suin looked at the dense thunderclouds in the sky and frowned slightly. He had an inexplicable feeling of palpitations. It seemed as if something was staring at him from the dark clouds. This is a sinister and cold malice that seems to come from the 9 Netherworld Purgatory. Chapter 180 Doomsday Catastrophe Desolate Dragon. As the expedition fleet moved deeper, the thunderclouds continued to expand, and in a blink of an eye they covered the sky above their heads. Everyone found that the surrounding environment was gradually changing. A huge black volcano suddenly appeared on the horizon. Thick black smoke was still coming out of the top of the volcano, which clearly showed that it was still an active volcano. This is the first time that people have discovered terrain other than the desert since they arrived in the desert. After advancing for another half an hour, the fleet arrived at the foot of the huge volcano. Looking up, the majestic black active volcano looked like a giant beast spewing thick smoke. At the foot of the mountain, there is a milky white stone forest. But when the fleet got closer, they could see clearly that it was not a stone forest at all, but large areas of white bones. However, these white bone remains are the bones of some giant creatures and are very large in size. So when viewed from a distance, they create the illusion of a white stone forest. Among these corpses, there are stone dragons that are hundreds of meters long, earth-shaking worms, and unknown creatures that are thousands of meters long. Judging from their size, they were all the overlords of the desert when they were alive. But now they are piled up on the ground like garbage. Looking at the giant skeletons all over the ground, even the bravest hunters couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. The thunder continued to rumble overhead. Although it was still daytime, the vision was still dim under the cover of dark clouds. It adds a bit of horror and weird atmosphere to this barren land. Lao Fu stood on the deck and carefully observed the corpses with a frown on his face. There are traces of unnatural fractures on the bones, as well as unknown bite marks and claw marks. The bodies are placed in an irregular pattern. It should not be a natural death. It is more like the remains eaten by some creature. And there is more than one kind of animal corpse. Lao Fu pondered for a moment, and his pupils suddenly shrank. Let's go, let's go. We've entered a monster's feeding ground. Lao Fu immediately asked Dushan to command the fleet to turn around and leave. He is an avid scholar, it is true, but he is not a fool. The Sand Sea is filled with mysteries and anomalies, and there are countless unknown creatures. If you are not careful, you will end up in an irretrievable situation. Respect for the unknown is the most basic quality of every scholar, and you should slip away when it is time to do so. Suin said calmly. It's too late. He is now 100% certain that the fleet has been targeted by some unknown powerful creature since the thunderclouds appeared. He has multiple S-level psychic powers, and his perception is much sharper than that of ordinary people. After saying that, he slowly floated up from the sand ship, blocking the front of the fleet, and looked up towards the direction of the crater. And others also looked in the direction Suin was looking. Amid the lightning and thunder, one could vaguely see a huge black shadow with wings crouching on the crater. The black shadow was looking down at the fleet quietly from above, like an evil ghost choosing its prey in the darkness. The giant black shadow suddenly spread its wings, flapped its wings, and flew up, disappearing into the thundercloud. The thunderclouds suddenly became more agitated, rolling nonstop, and turned into a giant cumulus cloud above the fleet. The sound of thunder was continuous. The next moment, a huge black shadow suddenly shot out from the thundercloud, carrying dazzling lightning all over its body, and swooped down towards the fleet like a giant falling thunderball. Lao Fu's eyes widened, and he shouted, "Get out of the way!" The monsters came too fast, and now it is impossible to leave. But facing this giant thunderball as big as a hill, the consequences would be unimaginable if it hit the fleet, and the chances of survival for them were slim. "Get out of the way, idiot!" Fu Shaoling on the boat shouted anxiously. Suin, who was floating in the air, grinned without any fear. Instead, he felt a little excited. He could feel that he had met a formidable guy. Then he looked up to the sky and shouted angrily. Dozens of amplifying powers were activated at the same time, and tremendous lightning power burst out. Dense lightning wrapped around his entire body, forming a giant thunderball, and the crackling sound of electric current continued. The energy-accumulating counterattack also begins. Then, instead of retreating, he rushed towards the falling monster. In a moment, the two giant thunderballs collided in midair. There was no roar or explosion as expected. The two thunderballs just stuck together tightly, squeezing each other. The collision of lightning emitted a dazzling white light and sparks. Then there was a huge tearing sound. The thunderball above was bounced straight away and hit the volcano like a cannonball, and sank into the mountain with a loud bang. The lightning in the air dissipated, revealing Su An's intact figure. Obviously, the one that was knocked away just now was the monster. Dushan swallowed hard and said in a trembling voice, When? When? As expected, he is called Ango, a godlike man. Not yet. Let's leave now, Lao Fu said in a deep voice. The monster can accumulate lightning energy through lightning in thunderclouds, and its physical strength has reached an extremely terrifying level. You can't kill someone with just one hit. We must take advantage of the time Suin has bought and retreat as soon as possible. I'm afraid they won't be able to interfere in the following battle. Under Lao Fu's command, the fleet quickly turned around and left, stopping more than 10 miles away, far away from the battle circle. Suin also slowly descended from the air, quietly looking at the big hole on the mountain. Clatter! After a burst of flying gravel, a standard Western dragon-like creature with wings on its back, covered with scales and emitting electric light, slowly walked out of the cave. The detailed information of the monster finally appeared in front of Suin. Doomsday, Desolate Dragon. Level, LV-60. Race, Ancient Dragon. Biological form, semi-silicon-based life form. Position, Granta middle position. Skills, Lightning Absorption Disaster Level. Flame Absorption Disaster Level. Water Energy Absorption Disaster Level. Earth Energy Absorption Disaster Level. Attribute Conversion Disaster. Lightning Absorption Disaster Level. Immune to 90% of lightning damage and absorb it for your own use. Flame Absorption Disaster Level. Immune to 90% of fire damage and absorb it for your own use. Water Absorption Disaster Level. Immune to 90% of water damage and absorb it for your own use. Earth Energy Absorption Disaster Level. Immune to 90% of earth damage and absorb it for your own use. Attribute Conversion Disaster Level. You can freely switch between the four attributes of thunder, fire, water, and earth. Suin was shocked when he saw the detailed information of the monster. The level is as high as 60. There are even 5 disaster-level super powerful skills. Chapter 181. The only difference between him and Ultraman is Atiga. Among the 5 skills, for our element absorption, immune to 90% damage from the 4 elements of thunder, fire, water, and earth. Not only can it provide immunity, but it can also absorb and use it for one's own benefit. Element conversion can switch between these 4 elements at will. It can be said that most of the elemental awakeners are restrained. The ancient dragon's scales and armor are extremely hard, and its physical defense is abnormal, and its ability to withstand attacks is also outstanding. Both physical and magical resistances are maxed out. A lot of tankiness and high damage. What surprised Suin the most was that this was actually a creature with a personality. Simply put, personality is an additional attribute that can break through the limits of living things. As long as one has status, one can break through the growth limit of the organism itself, which is a necessary requirement for the evolution of higher-level organisms. The most basic ability of a survivor with status is to be able to break through the character level cap. Monsters with status can also break through their growth limits and unlock their spiritual intelligence. There are 3 kinds of persons. There are 3 major stages: granting status, upgrading status, and breaking status. Each stage is divided into 3 levels: upper, middle, and lower. Every improvement in status is a qualitative change. Once the rumor breaks the rules, it will become a real god. Just like Leviathan, it transcends the category of living things and becomes a god. However, if you want to obtain the personhood, you have to wait until after the 4th apocalypse. Now, as only the middle and late stages of the 2nd apocalypse, it is still a long way off. A middle-level creature suddenly appeared, and even Suin, who was knowledgeable, was still a little shocked. If there were a few more of these creatures in the desert, the survivors would have no need to live. They should just give up struggling and find a shady place to bury themselves as soon as possible. The Desolate Dragon is more like a deadly boss in the game that will be killed instantly once the player triggers it. Unfortunately, the expedition team was fearless and was wandering around in the sea of sand, so they were spotted. Under normal circumstances, he would surely die. Because Suin could feel the overwhelming murderous intent and a pure murderous malice from the wild dragon. This malice is not only directed at the survivors, but any creature that dares to enter this territory. This is the territorial awareness that all predators have, but the territorial awareness of the Desolate Dragon is even stronger. Not to mention the expedition team. Even Suin himself felt a little pressure. Because he didn't have a status yet, but Huangyi Dragon was granted a middle-level status, which was 2 full life levels higher than him. His greatest reliance, plunder, could not be used on him. The wild dragon flapped its wings and landed not far from Suin, but did not launch an attack immediately. The throat of the Desolate Dragon vibrated at a high frequency, emitting a low high-frequency sound wave. It seems that he wants to communicate with Suin. Suin knew what the other party meant through his mind perception and had a high probability of knowing it. Because of the language barrier, I could only know that what the other party expressed was not goodwill, but malice. To put it in a more vivid way, it is equivalent to the trash talk session before a fight. Suin was not to be outdone. He raised his middle finger and made an internationally accepted gesture. See, the national quintessence is also arranged. It doesn't matter if we don't speak the same language, as long as the meaning is conveyed. The Desolate Dragon was stunned for a moment. As a person with a personality, it already had a very high intelligence. Judging from Suin's arrogant look and attitude, it was not difficult to guess that he was being greeted cordially by the other party. Roar! The Desolate Dragon roared at Suin, purple lightning flashing all over its body. It then rushed towards Suin, determined to crush this low-level creature into dust. Roar! Come here! Suin also responded with a sonic ability. All his supernatural powers were activated, and his body grew to more than 10 meters in height, with a bright light covering his entire body. Suin planned to use pure melee combat to fight the opponent in close combat. Elemental powers would only be used to amplify oneself, not to attack. Otherwise, if you accidentally use any of the abilities of thunder, fire, water, or earth, the Desolate Dragon will be able to quickly absorb your blood. He raised his fist and smashed it hard at the Desolate Dragon. The man and the dragon collided heavily in a moment. After the collision, the earth trembled and the air waves rolled. Every time the wild dragon's claws struck, it could create a spark on Suin's body, and its thick tail could leave a deep groove on the ground when it whipped the ground. Not only that, it can also spit out elemental attacks such as lightning, fire, icicles, and boulders. Suin transformed into a giant with brilliant light. He used his hands and feet, with hurricane force winds wrapped around his fists, and punched the wild dragon with each punch, causing it to scream in pain. Looking at the two monsters fighting each other in close combat, the hunters in the distance had already been petrified on the spot, their mouths wide open. My three views were shattered. They never thought that humans could fight monsters like this. Are you sure this isn't a special shoot of Ultraman fighting alien monsters? If Suin quietly took out a transformation device at this time, there would be no sense of incongruity at all. The only thing standing between him and the Ultraman is Tiga. The hunter's lips twitched, and they kept glancing at Suin's chest, really afraid that a small red light would pop up. Then there will be no need to wash. The hunters were using their imaginations, while Suin was having a great time fighting the wild dragon. It is worthy of being an advanced life form among the grantees. He couldn't actually kill the opponent in seconds, and had to use all his strength to break his defense, and the fight was evenly matched for a while. Moreover, the opponent was very unsportsmanlike and frequently used his tail to launch sneak attacks, causing him a lot of headaches. It was at this time that Suin finally realized that as his strength increased, the enemies he encountered would become stronger and stronger, and his own strength was undoubtedly cross-version. But the equipment is obviously outdated and is still stuck in a zombie apocalypse era. Facing a large enemy like the Desolate Dragon with high defense and high attack, he was completely in a naked state. He hit me with his bare hands like a savage. He swore that after returning this time, he would make a 40-meter-long nanoalloy sword. Although he has no weapons, the tens of thousands of superpowers he possesses make him invincible. After hundreds of rounds, the Desolate Dragon was really badly beaten, and several spikes on its back were broken. If it breaks, it will grow back. But this shameless guy actually used its sharp thorns as weapons to stab it. Killing the dragon must also destroy its heart. The Desolate Dragon roared, flapped its wings, and flew up from the spot. Although it was reluctant to admit it, as an ancient dragon, it really could not defeat the guy in front of it in hand-to-hand combat. Every time a punch hit my body, it felt like my bones were about to break apart. Looking at the enemy, standing on the ground in a daze, the Desolate Dragon showed a contemptuous smile that was full of humanity. Luckily, I can fly. At this time, Suin's body was covered with metallic luster, and he turned into a steel giant. The electromagnetic force surged, controlling his steel body to fly up. However, compared with the hurricane-like speed of the wild dragon, Suin's flying speed was much slower. Seeing this, the Huangyi dragon became even more contemptuous. In its eyes, Suin's flying speed was no different from that of a fly or a mosquito. But the next moment, a huge sand and stone pillar suddenly rose from the ground like lightning and hit Suin heavily. Suin instantly turned into a steel cannonball and blasted towards the Desolate Dragon. Then there was just a flying kick. Icko! The Desolate Dragon didn't even have time to react before it was kicked hard, and its chest covered with hard scales was forced to collapse. The body flew backwards. Suin took advantage of the situation and grabbed the dragon's tail, spun it in the air for a big circle, and then slammed it hard onto the ground. Wash your insides. Chapter 182. Stripping a person. The man and the dragon fought from the ground to the sky, and then from the sky to the ground. The battle lasted for more than half an hour. The wild dragon was already covered with wounds. Its tail was torn off by Suin. One of its wings was broken. A large row of its fangs were broken, and one of its eyes was blind. On the other hand, Suin became more and more excited as the fight went on. With his infinite recovery ability, he was like a tireless fighting machine. The dazzling fist is left an afterimage, aura, 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 and keeps hitting. Originally, no matter in terms of explosive power, defense, or even body size, the Desolate Dragon was superior to Suin, but it could not withstand such frequent and high-intensity attacks. Suin used his fist like a knife to pull the buttocks, grinding away the blood groove. After another round of Ola Ola, the wild dragon fell to the ground with tears of frustration in his eyes. The Desolate Dragon lost, but not completely lost. Human, you can't kill me. The great ancient dragons are immortal. Huangyi Dragon communicated with Suin through his mind. No matter how Suin attacked, the Huangyi Dragon was still hanging on to his last breath. This is the unbridgeable status gap between higher life forms and lower life forms. Although Suin is very powerful, he has no status yet and is still just the lowest level of life form. From a macro perspective, compared to the Desolate Dragon, he and the ant are the same life form, both of which are low-level life individuals that have not broken through the limits of life. Lower life forms cannot kill the grantee. This is an iron rule. The spiritual world of Huangyi Dragon and his are not in the same dimensional space, so it is impossible for him to bring death to Huangyi Dragon in the true sense. Suin naturally knew this, but he still beat the Desolate Dragon tirelessly. Damn ant, I must kill you, the Huangyi Dragon roared weakly. What responded to it was another round of beatings from Suin. He was waiting for an opportunity for the Desolate Dragon to drop a level. Although higher-level life forms cannot be wiped out by lower-level life forms, it does not mean that they are invincible. If higher-level life forms are in a seriously injured state for a long time, their status will be downgraded. The Desolate Dragon is an intermediate-level Grantaire. If it drops one level, it will become a beginner-level Grantaire. By that time, there would only be a rank difference between the two, and Suin would be able to unleash his plundering ability. Strip away the status of the Desolate Dragon and gain your own status. Without the protection of his personality, the Desolate Dragon will be close to death. At the same time, he can also obtain Status 2 versions in advance and become a future warrior again. It's fun to cheat for a while, it's fun all the time to cheat all the time. Another half an hour later, the information about the Desolate Dragon finally changed. The status suddenly changed from intermediate level of qualifier to beginner level of qualifier. The Desolate Dragon also noticed the change in his status and roared in anger. However, its anger soon turned into boundless fear. Suin laughed and grabbed the Huangyi Dragon's neck. Bring it here. Detected lootable target, whether to loot or not. I want them all. Skills copied successfully, skills obtained. Lightning absorption disaster level. Flame absorption disaster level. Water energy absorption disaster level. Earth energy absorption disaster level. Attribute conversion disaster. Skill stripping is successful, and the following skills are obtained. Lightning absorption disaster level. Flame absorption disaster level. Water energy absorption disaster level. Earth energy absorption disaster level. Attribute conversion disaster. Obtain special items. Ancient Dragon Heart. Ancient Dragon Scales. Ancient Dragon Armor. Ancient Dragon Claws. Ancient Dragon Teeth. Obtain 120 billion wealth items. Thought you have transferred to the wide space. Please check in time. Copy the character successfully. Obtain the character. Primary level of the grantor. Successfully strip the rank. Obtain the rank that can be given as a gift. Elementary rank of the grantor. In just a moment, the Desolate Dragon became a lonely man, with no scales on its body, and its sharp teeth and claws disappeared without a trace. From a domineering ancient dragon to a hairless mole. Not only the Desolate Dragon itself, but even the corpses on the ground suddenly disappeared. Hearing the system prompt, Suin was stunned for a few seconds. The skills and status were all expected, but the wealth value of 120 billion was a bit unexpected. Suin hurriedly checked the wide space. In a vast space, a few hills of gemstones suddenly appeared. Everywhere you look, you see colorful gems of all colors, and the worst ones are high-quality energy storage crystals. The rest are all various kinds of enchanted gems. Enchanted gems are essential materials for making top-level weapons and are extremely rare. Not to mention in the fallen Doomsday. Even in the Doomsday afterwards, they are hard to come by. Who knew this broken dragon actually hid so many good things? I'm afraid it has been hoarded for at least hundreds or thousands of years. Suin shrugged and laughed wildly. Great, really great. He really likes this kind of hoarding rat. Damn human, what have you done? What have you done to the honorable Lord Huangyi Dragon? Huangyi Dragon came back to his senses from his fear and roared loudly. The loss of its status caused it to completely fall back to the level of a low-level life form, and its original fearlessness turned into horror and grief. Suin was brought back to his senses by the roar of the Desolate Dragon. He shook his head and said, "We have to kill the man and silence him. Oh no, we have to kill the dragon. Thank you, Lord Huang Erlong, for the super rocket. I will show you how to break a dragon's head with my bare hands." After saying that, he raised his fist, and tens of thousands of supernatural powers were activated at the same time, accumulating tremendous strength. "No, human, you can't." Before the Huangyi Dragon could finish his words, Suin's fist smashed down towards the dragon's head. There was a loud bang, and the place where Suin was located collapsed into a big pit. The air waves rolled up, causing a sandstorm on the sand. When the dust settled, only Suin was left standing in the pit. The Desolate Dragon is deader than dead, with no life left. An advanced life form that had lived for who knows how many years was annihilated. Suin waved his hand and collected the body of the desolate dragon into the wide space. Dragon heads, dragon blood, and dragon bones are rare treasures, especially dragon meat. Eating it will strengthen your body and keep you healthy. Wouldn't it be great to take it home and have hot pot with the girls? The dragon bones are used to make weapons and equipment. Dragon blood and dragon whip are used to soak wine. After dealing with the desolate dragon, Suin let out a long breath, and his huge body slowly shrank back to its original size. Although he didn't suffer any injuries on his body, his close-fitting nano-armor was covered with claw marks and holes, and was completely scrapped. Fortunately, the key parts are still intact, so it's not so perverted as to ejaculate in public. Suin took out a coat from the wide space and put it on temporarily. Then he jumped out of the pit. Chapter 183 Cousin, you were smart. When Suin returned to the expedition, the hunters looked at him with fear and awe. The hunters who used to greet him with laughter became timid and dared not speak. Being strong is not something that people are afraid of, but when one becomes so strong that ordinary people cannot reach a height, one will be expelled from the human race by the people around him and listed as a monster. It is obvious that in the eyes of the hunters, Suin is no longer human. It has turned into a powerful monster that looks like a human, but is not human. People will instinctively feel fear and rejection of this alien. Suin was not surprised by this. He had left his footprints in many survivors' strongholds. As long as he showed a little bit of his strength, people would avoid him. Be they enemies, comrades, or friends, they will all immediately regard him as a taboo and not even want to mention him. This is the most basic human self-preservation response. Even people from Tibet are not immune to this. Dongli threw himself into Suin's arms and said softly, "My dear, you are not hurt?" Suin stroked Dongli's hair and smiled. "It's okay. I just got dirty. I have to go back and take a shower." The expedition team was about to embark on the return journey to Tibet, and there was no need for him to go back with them. His expedition can now be considered to have come to an end. Overall, the harvest of this expedition was quite good, and we got a lot of food, crystals, and gems. Suin then greeted Lao Fu and said, "Old Fu, I'm leaving now. I'll come visit you when I have time. Stay up less late to avoid sudden death." There are not many knowledgeable scholars like Lao Fu nowadays, and he is just an ordinary person who is old and frail. In such a harsh and chaotic environment, he has to live one day at a time and earn one day at a time. Old Fu was still holding his notebook and quickly recording the details of Suin's fight with the desolate dragon. Hearing this, he raised his head and rolled his eyes at Suin. "You little brat, I'm still young, and I can't die, so stop cursing me to death all day long, okay? I promised you that I would come back someday. I still have a lot of things to ask you." Suin shrugged without comment. At this moment, Fu Shaoling trotted over to Suin and said with a gloomy look, "Are you leaving? Aren't you going back with us?" Suin shook his head slightly. "No, I won't go back with you." Fu Shaoling pursed her red lips and seemed to be hesitant to speak. She really wanted to ask Suin to take her with him, but after hesitating for a long time, I still couldn't open my mouth. She is not alone. There is also Lao Fu who needs her care. No matter how high Lao Fu's status in Tibet is, he is essentially an old and frail man. If she leaves, Lao Fu will really become a lonely person. Without her encouragement, I might die suddenly from working overtime all night one day. But I don't know whether Suin will come back in the future. In this endless apocalypse, I don't know when I will see him again. Thinking of this, Fu Shaoling's eyes suddenly turned red. Dongli saw Fu Shaoling's worries, so he took Fu Shaoling's hand and comforted her. "Don't be sad. My husband and I will come back to see you later." Fu Shaoling raised her head. "Really? Don't lie to me." Dongli smiled slightly and said slyly, "Of course, you are my husband's little lover. How can my husband be reluctant not to come and see you?" Fu Shaoling blushed when she heard this. "Sister Dongli, you don't talk nonsense. I'm not." As Fu Shaoling spoke, she secretly glanced at Suin. Seeing that Suin did not refute, he felt a little happy. 2 rooms are 2 rooms. In today's world, many powerful male awakeners have 3 wives and 4 concubines. The same goes for powerful female awakeners. Simply put, strength is respected. If you have strength, you will not lack status and material things. If you have status and material things, you will not lack a partner. Of course, Fu Shaoling didn't know that Suin was a genuine Sea King. The number of girls in his family started from 3 digits, and the True God cult had prepared a lot of them. Second room? Second room is someone else's. The second room has already been booked. Although Su-in would occasionally disappear for a day or two, this time he disappeared for more than half a month, which was unprecedented. No one knew where he went. At this time, the Chongqing Adventure Group was still operating in an orderly manner on the surface. But there were already signs that his internal strength was becoming unstable. Everyone had a worried look on their face, especially the three-girl group of Xiao Xiao, Li Xiaoyu, and Yukiki. Li Xiaoyu doesn't even feel the flavor of eating fish recently. The three of them stopped playing around and instead spent the whole day climbing on the balcony, looking around, waiting for Su-in to come back. Not to mention the three girls. Even Lu Hui and Xue Qingyu felt vaguely uneasy, fearing that Su-in would never come back. They are all afraid of being abandoned by Su-in. Joan of Arc came almost every day to see if Su-in had returned. The Chongqing Adventure Group, which seems to be impregnable, will undoubtedly expose many problems and make people feel uneasy once Su-in, the absolute core, is gone. This is also the biggest drawback of the Chongqing Adventure Group. Just when everyone was lost in thought, a flash of light appeared in the yard. The shadows of Su-in and Dong Li suddenly appeared there. "Dad!" Xiao Xiao saw Su-in at a glance, and she climbed directly onto the railing on the third floor and jumped toward Su-in. Su-in dodged and caught it, and patted Xiao Xiao on the buttocks as if to threaten her. "I don't even know how to use my powers to prop my feet up. What if I break them?" Xiao Xiao giggled and stuck out her tongue, then snuggled into Su-in's arms. Xiao Xiao knows she was wrong. "Captain! Husband!" The exclamations of Li Xiaoyu and Yukiki came from above. Su-in's mouth twitched, and he had to reach out to pick him up. That night, the Chongqing Adventure Group was brightly lit, and tables and chairs were being set up in the spacious training ground. In the center of the venue was a large table, on which was placed a fresh dragon leg. The cooks were cutting and cooking dragon meat, and the rich aroma wafted through the oasis. To celebrate Su-in's return, everyone held a dragon meat banquet overnight. The ingredients include the hind leg meat of the desolate dragon and the sandstone fish that Su-in had just brought back, as well as fresh vegetables that are a specialty of the Chongqing Adventure Group. A group of oasis overlords were also invited to the banquet. Although Jiangdi is still everyone's Jiangdi on the surface, in reality, the entire Jiangdi has become a one-man show for the Chongqing Adventure Group. Almost all oases are affiliated with the Chongqing Adventure Group. Xue Qingyu acts with swift and decisive actions, and as an awakened being with double S superpowers, her aura is extremely powerful. All the oasis overlords were arranged clearly, and each of them was as well-behaved as little chicks. Even Bailey Bing, this icy beauty, could not help but feel a great deal of pressure when facing this cousin who used to be gentle and quiet, but is now a completely different person. The interior of the Chongqing Adventure Group is extremely luxurious, with rockery, pools, birdsong, flowers, and clusters of villas. They eat dragon meat, drink fruit juice, and wear fine clothes. Bailey Bing couldn't help but sigh repeatedly. Who could have thought that Su-in would be so outrageous? The adventure group of only a few hundred girls was transformed into the strongest adventure group, and they also unified all the oases. Bailey Bing smiled bitterly and whispered to Xue, "Cousin, you are so smart." Chapter 184 Life Talent, Mobius Ring. The banquet ended slowly until late at night. Niumeng, Qiu Chun, and others were all drunk and were carried back by the guards. The two sisters Bailey Bing and Xue Qingyu were whispering in the pavilion. Looking back to the beginning of the past, Xue Qingyu had not yet revealed herself in front of the public. She was just an unknown deputy leader of the Chongqing Adventure Group. But now, he has suddenly transformed himself into a person second only to the Emperor in the entire Jiangdi, and there are more than 700 S-level Awakeners under his management. It can be called unattainable. Even Bailey Bing, the overlord of the Oasis, seemed to be inferior to him. Qingyu, I never thought that you could develop the Chongqing Adventure Group into what it is now. Sometimes I even doubt whether you are still the cousin I know. 800 people may seem like a lot, but when you look at all the Oasis forces, they are pitifully few, not even as many as a combat unit. But these 800 people are the absolute overlords wherever they go, and there is no one who can compare with them. Wu Hongyi and his army of 100,000 were so vulnerable in front of him. At this point, I'm afraid that the Chongqing Adventure Group only needs to send out 2 teams of 10 people to easily capture any oasis. The strength of the Chongqing Adventure Group is obviously not on the same level as the other forces. Xue Qingyu smiled and shook her head when she heard this. It's all his credit. I just helped him take care of some trivial matters. Talking about Su-in, Xue Qingyu couldn't help but turn her head to look towards the leader's villa, her eyes filled with a happy smile. The iceberg began to melt, like a little woman soaking in a honeypot, without the usual coldness and seriousness. She only showed this expression when talking about Suin. Bailey Bing did not refute after hearing this, and took a sip of juice in frustration. He is really amazing, different from ordinary men. Although she hated men, she had to admit that Suin's methods and strength were extremely strong. He killed decisively, without any hesitation. Especially the strength, which has reached the point where it is incomprehensible and even impossible to guess. They are powerful, have a lot of supplies, and are extremely prescient, as if they can predict the future. It's like cheating. But the disadvantages are also obvious. That is lust. The whole group is full of beautiful girls. He turned the adventure group into a private harem. Even the cat he kept is a female. Can he handle it? The key point is that the harem is still very harmonious, which Bailey Bing can't understand at all. Bailey Bing asked doubtfully, Qingyu, he has so many women. Don't you get jealous? Don't other people get jealous? You tear me apart, I tear you apart, and so on. Logically speaking, the more beautiful a woman is, the prouder she is and the stronger her possessiveness is. Qingyu thought for a moment and smiled. It's hard to explain it in a few words. He has given so much to us along the way. If it weren't for him, many of his sisters wouldn't be alive today. Even our. Qingyu stopped talking. Although Bailey Bing is her cousin, there are some things that cannot be said explicitly, especially regarding Su and supernatural powers. By now, many people outside have begun to speculate that Suin can create an S-level awakener out of thin air. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the Chongqing Adventure Group to gather so many S-level awakeners. But speculation is speculation. Qingyu does not want anyone to talk about this matter openly, including herself. This is the foundation for the survival of the Chongqing Adventure Group and also Suin's biggest secret. Since it's a secret, it's best to keep it a secret. In short, there are many things that you can only understand after experiencing them yourself. To us, he is no longer just our man, but our faith. Rather than being jealous, we are more afraid that he will leave and abandon us one day. He can live without us, but we cannot live without him. Bailey Bing raised his eyebrows upon hearing this. Is it really that exaggerated? He's just a man? Could it be that he is really the omnipotent true God, as those charlatans in the True God Church say? Qingyu thought for a moment and nodded. You could say that. In her impression, there really seemed to be nothing that Suin could not do. I don't believe it. You are too deeply poisoned. Bailey Bing said stubbornly. How about, cousin, why don't you join our adventure group and experience it for yourself? Poof! Bailey Bing spat out a mouthful of juice and waved his hands repeatedly. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I am extremely disgusted with men, both physically and mentally. He might as well kill me instead of letting me sleep with him. Not to mention outsiders. Even if she was accidentally touched by a male elder in her family, she would feel extremely uncomfortable or even have an allergic shock. Qingyu naturally knew about Bailey Bing's fear of men. Then he looked at Bailey Bing with a half smile and said, Cousin, I just let you join the group, but I didn't say that I let you. Bailey Bing was stunned for a moment when he heard this, and then his face suddenly turned red. Bailey Bing knew that he had said something wrong, and in shame and anger, he stretched out his hand to scratch Shui and whispered, You little girl, you're making fun of your cousin. The two girls immediately started to play together. Although Qingyu only said it casually, she really had such a plan in her mind. Suin told her that Doomsday will come and the future world will still be full of dangers. Bailey Bing led the entire female adventure group alone. One can imagine how enormous the pressure she had to face was and how difficult it was to move forward. It would be great if I could join the Chongqing Adventure Group. At least there would be enough security guarantees. Moreover, my cousin's appearance and figure are very outstanding. She is a beauty picked out of a million. Suin should like it. It is this fear of men and her cold and arrogant personality that is a big problem and may make Suin unhappy. I can only take it one step at a time and do more ideological work on my cousin. Or maybe find a way to get Suin interested in his cousin. At this time, Suin was lying next to the large bathtub in the commander's villa. His head rested on Lu Hui's thigh, and Lu Hui stretched out her bare hands to gently massage his temple. Xiao Xiao took over Dongli's work from the past few days and practiced the instrument diligently. Suin exhaled a breath, closed his eyes, and enjoyed it, while also sorting out his new skills. To be precise, it is neither a skill nor a superpower. Rather, it is the new life gift that comes with obtaining personhood. Every living being will gain two benefits when it first obtains personhood. The first benefit is breaking through the growth ceiling. In this regard, Suin is naturally useless because he has skills that can grow infinitely and is not restricted by levels. But the talent of life still exists. There is a new label in his character attribute column. Life talent, Mobius ring, Mobius loop, self-devourer, destruction and rebirth, infinite cycle. Chapter 185. One step away from becoming a gigolo, supernatural power evolution. Seeing his life talent, Suin was also confused. He has never seen this thing before. The talent annotations are also ambiguous, and no specific detailed information can be seen. I can only make inferences and guesses based on my limited knowledge. The Mobius loop, to put it simply, is an Ouroboros with its head and tail connected. It is a symbol that has been passed down from ancient times to the present day, symbolizing an infinite cycle. He couldn't imagine anything more. Suin couldn't help but sigh. Although he has tens of thousands of superpowers, he doesn't have much of his own. There are only two superpowers, Plunder and Guardian of Civilization, plus the Mobius ring that I just obtained. Everything else, whether it's superpowers or materials, basically belongs to other people. He knows other people's better than his own. The upper limits of the two god-level powers are unknown, and the Mobius ring is also unknown. Since it is unknown, we can only experiment it ourselves. Thinking of this, Suin directly activated his life talent. The next moment, Suin felt a heat on his back, and then it was gone. There are no other changes. Then he opened the character panel to check it out in disbelief. His skill bar was completely empty. Tens of thousands of abilities. Not a single one left. All gone. Suin stood up suddenly. Where are my powers? As Suin suddenly stood up, Xiao Xiao fell backwards and started coughing, covering her mouth. Suin quickly supported her and said, I'm sorry, you are not hurt, Xiao Xiao baby. Xiao Xiao covered her mouth and shook her head and asked worriedly, I'm fine, what's wrong with you, Dad? Suin waved his hand and smiled reluctantly. It's okay, I just suddenly thought of something. Suin said he was relaxed, but cold sweat had already dripped down his forehead. I'm going to the bathroom. After saying this, Suin rushed into the bathroom, sat on the toilet, and began to doubt his life. I spent the whole day hunting geese and got my eyes pecked by a goose. Only he allows someone else to get something for free. So how can it be true that others can get something for free from him? The key point is that his own life gift was taken away for free, and he has no place to vent his anger. After Suin calmed down for a few seconds, he checked his character panel again. There is indeed not a single item left in the superpower column. He tried to release his supernatural powers, but there was no response, and even the wide space disappeared. Not only the superpowers, but if you look closely, you will find that the monster's skill bar is also empty. Hiss, it's over barbecue. Suin took a deep breath and felt unwell all over. If he has no special powers or skills, then he is completely useless. The vast space that stored countless supplies also disappeared. Although it's not to the point where I can't survive. After all, he has cultivated hundreds of girls in advance, so he can live a life of luxury. For a moment, he felt as confused as an ox and wanted to slap himself. Why did he have to study some life talent? Because of his itchy hands. After being emo for a while, Suin started to study again, the life talent. We can't just be so confused. At least we have to find out the reason. I saw a small icon next to the Mobius ring. It's a weird circular pattern. The pattern structure is divided into 4 layers. The innermost layer is a black and white Tai Chi pattern. The second layer is the words life and death. The third layer is gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. The fourth layer is covered with densely packed small characters that are difficult to tell the reality. The outermost layer is an Ouroboros with its head and tail connected, wrapping the entire disc. From the outside, it looks more like a strange compass. Suin frowned slightly, thinking, then he activated his life talent. Buzz! After a muffled sound, 2 identical translucent Ouroboros compasses suddenly appeared on the backs of his hands. As the compass emerged, he suddenly felt that he could control his supernatural powers. Then he spread out his hands and tried to summon fire. Caca! All I heard was the sound of the compass mechanically turning. A moment later, a ball of scorching flame suddenly leaped out from his palm. The color of the flame is a beautiful sky blue. The moment the flame appeared, the temperature in the entire bathroom suddenly soared. The flames have different colors and temperatures. The temperature of the sky blue flame is over 3,000 degrees. And because it was a supernatural flame, the temperature would be even higher, at least double, or even 4 or 5 times higher. He had been able to summon this kind of flame in the past, but it required the amplification and energy storage of several S-level flames. But now it can be done with just a simple summon. He could also feel that his control over the flame had become more delicate, and he felt like he was getting more comfortable with it. With a thought in his mind, the flame easily turned into a flaming dagger under his control. When I held it in my hand, I could actually feel its substance. With a light scratch on the floor, a smooth cut was made on the tile, without even a hint of obstruction, as if it was sliding through the air. To describe it as cutting iron like mud is a bit beyond my capabilities. Suin then increased the intensity of the flame, transforming it into various shapes, including swords, spears, axes, hooks, forks. It could even be transformed into flame threads as thick as a hair. The size of the weapon can also be controlled with ease. Then he tried to summon several other elemental powers. The effect is similar to fire abilities. Once summoned, it reaches several times its original power without any amplification. To put it simply, it is about 10 times more powerful than the initial S-level ability. It can also be amplified again. The increase ranges from 2 times to 100 times, with 100 times being the limit. In other words, his superpowers had inexplicably mutated and evolved. Powers with the same attributes devour each other and merge into a large elemental category. Gold, wood, water, fire, earth, and light and dark. They are mutually reinforcing and restraining, and can also interact with each other, evolving into new attributes such as wind, thunder, ice, and so on. The power has been increased, and it has become simpler and faster. The abilities that provide positive benefits such as physical enhancement, healing, etc. also disappeared, and were replaced by life. After being activated, the defense power becomes even more terrifying, even better than the brilliant body with 10 times of defense stacked on top of it. You can also release healing abilities, but you no longer need to consider which healing ability to choose. Instead, you can control the healing range and strength that will according to your thoughts. Death is a combination of mental abilities, toxin abilities, corrosion abilities, and curse abilities, and is also driven by thoughts. As for space-related abilities, sonic abilities, and specialized abilities, these rare abilities, which are in smaller numbers, may not have reached the fusion standard due to their smaller numbers, so they remain the same. Pillage and Civilization Guardians also remain the same. The supernatural power was lost and then recovered. Not only was it not lost, but it was also strengthened. Su suddenly burst into tears. He was almost just a little bit short of being forced to become a gigolo. Chapter 186, 7 Nuns. The next morning, Suin walked out of the bedroom with a look of not caring about his relatives. I stretched out and took a breath of fresh air. He can now say this responsibly. No one knows more about enhanced abilities than me. Since all his superpowers were integrated into the Mobius ring, his control over his superpowers has become more sophisticated. Simply put, the original superpowers need to be activated one by one. Now that the Mobius strip is opened, everything is activated. You can release and control the power at will. He has completely mastered the use of supernatural powers. The superpowers have been enhanced, and dignity has taken the upper hand again. Then he went directly to the True God Church to find Joan of Arc. With continuous development, the True God Church has gradually revealed its extraordinary potential. The followers of the sect are almost spread all over the Jiangdi. They have the largest number of followers, reaching millions, and their overall strength is second only to the Chongqing Adventure Group. With the energy storage faucet provided by Suin, water is available 24 hours a day, and the True God Church will barely avoid water shortages. As a result, it ushered in explosive and vigorous development. It is large in scale, but not loose. Under the strict management of Zendis and Shu Laosan, it is still well organized. Suin was also quite pleased about this. Although he was indeed very selfish and always gave priority to his sister in all benefits, he actually provided a lot of help to the True God Church. He would naturally be happy to see the development of the True God Church. At the same time, the devotion of the True God Church to him has reached an unprecedented level, and they have complete faith in his identity as the True God. Since its establishment, the True God Church has hardly participated in any battles. Under the protection of the True God, it not only took over Oasis number 2, but also occupied Oasis number 8 and number 9 without losing a single soldier. This fully demonstrates the mercy and selflessness of the True God. As soon as Suin arrived at the True God Church, the believers along the way all knelt down to greet him. Welcome to the Supreme Lord, the true God. Welcome to the Supreme Lord, the true God. Welcome to the Supreme Lord, the true God. The faces of the believers were full of fanaticism and reverence. The attitude of the true God church people towards Sue-in is completely different from that of the girls in the Chongqing Adventure Group. Although the girls in the Chongqing Adventure Group also admire Sue-in very much. Most of the belts are mixed with private love, and the man is both the master and one's own man. But the followers of true God are different. Their reverence is the kind of respect and worship that is not mixed with personal desires or emotions, and is the supreme belief. Sue-in came to the God-given hall, specially built for him by the True God Church. This is an independent and majestic hall built using giant stones by an awakened person with stone-type abilities. It is about 100 meters high and several dozen feet wide, with exquisite relief carvings on the walls. There are many milky white stone pillars in the hall, and the emblems and flags of the True God Church are hung on the stone pillars. A long red carpet stretched from the door to the end of the hall. At the end of the hall was a huge throne placed on high steps. The whole hall is majestic and solemn, and it is hard not to feel awe when seeing it. Sue-in sat on the throne very naturally, holding his chin with one hand, looking down at the True God Church executives and believers below. Greetings to my Lord, the Supreme, True God. Greetings to my Lord, the Supreme, True God. Greetings to my Lord, the Supreme, True God. The believers put one hand on their chest and the other hand on the ground and knelt down together. Sue-in waved his hand and said lazily, "Everyone get up." Today he has completely adapted to the identity of true God. Thank you, my Lord, the Supreme, True God. Thank you, my Lord, the Supreme, True God. Thank you, my Lord, the Supreme, True God. The church members all stood up in unison, standing straight in their places without keeping silent. Sue-in waved his hand, took out more than 10 tons of energy storage crystals from the wide space, and threw them on the ground. There is no need to build buildings like the God-given hall that are time-consuming, labor-intensive, and cannot be taken away. We should build enough sand ships within half a year to ensure that the core believers can be safely evacuated at any time. In another 6 months, the third Doomsday will come, and everyone will be forced to leave the oasis. Prepare enough sand ships in advance, which will make evacuation easier. The True God Church can be considered as his subordinate force and has a certain value, so naturally he would take it away if he could. The most important thing is that she is very obedient and can support herself, so he doesn't need to worry about her. The energy storage crystal is the kinetic energy core of the sand ship, and it can be charged directly using supernatural powers. The price-performance ratio is very high, and the battery life is also good, but the durability is very average. If the crystal is charged frequently, it will age and break in less than a year. 10 tons of energy storage crystals were enough to make hundreds of large sand ships. The True God cult also had a lot of stock, which was more than enough. I will obey the will of my Lord. The believers naturally obeyed Sue-in's orders. Okay, go down and do your own things, Sue-in said calmly. The believers bowed and then left. Only Joan of Arc and 7 nuns stayed. Sue-in hugged Joan of Arc in his arms. Joan of Arc did not struggle and was very docile, lowering her head and pursing her red lips. Sue-in looked at the nuns and asked, "Who are they?" "The divine servant specially selected for you will be responsible for taking care of your daily life," Joan of Arc said softly. The nuns all have slim figures and delicate features. They are extremely beautiful women, and they are all awakened. The True God Church has always been very persistent in selecting beautiful women for him. This is an old problem that has been left over from shortly after the church was established. Lu Hui had already selected dozens of the young ones and brought them back to raise them carefully. The elder Sue-in did not accept it, but just let them continue to stay in the True God Church. After seeing Sue-in's refusal, the True God Church reflected on their mistakes. Instead of giving up, they thought that the True God's vision was too high and that mediocre women were not worth their attention at all. They tried every possible means and screened through millions of believers, and finally found these 7 pure women whose appearance and figure were 1 in a million. When it comes to beauties, Sue-in really has no shortage of them. There are hundreds of them, big and small, in his house, so there is no need to bring any more home. However, he was quite satisfied with these 7 nuns. Their looks and figures were 1 in a million. If he were to give a score, they would at least get 95 points. And the favorability is still full. Sue-in accepted it without any hesitation. but I don't plan to take it back, so I'll keep it in the True God Church. The overall strength of the True God Church is good, but the top combat power is insufficient, and Joan of Arc is the ceiling of combat power. He planned to train these 7 nuns and have them serve as the main fighting force of the True God Church. Chapter 187 Favorability Rising. Since it is cultivation, it naturally needs to be consecrated. So Suin gave each of the 7 nuns 2 S-level powers plus 2 zombie skills. By the way, the top-level specialized ability, Soldier Body, was also given to Jean. Although his own abilities have been basically integrated into the Mobius Ring, the abilities and monster skills that can be donated are still there. From then on, the 7 nuns had a new name, the 7 Divine Attendants. Joan of Arc is still the only war servant. It's a little bit childish, but the True God Church really loves it. The higher the level, the better. With the special powers bestowed by Su Wanxin, the combat power of the True God cult's leaders will undoubtedly be greatly enhanced. Especially Joan of Arc's new superpower, Soldier Body, which is already the ceiling among superpowers. Combined with her original Battle Angel, her fighting power is probably even higher than Li Xiaoyu. No one can be her opponent except Suin. With Joan of Arc around, the True God Church can be worry-free. Apart from this, Suin did not interfere too much in other matters within the True God Church, allowing them to develop on their own. Because, even if he is really a god, he must be a selfish god. His kindness had long been worn out. He cannot learn and will not learn the true God's concept of loving the world. But that doesn't mean he will abandon this idea. In some ways, the True God Church is more like the part of warm humanity that he has abandoned. Of course, he doesn't really care whether it's warm or not, or whether it's humane or not. He was even more curious about the fact that every time he talked to Joan of Arc about chivalry, she was always very talkative and never forgot her original intention. This is probably the good quality that an upright female knight should have. As for the 7 nuns, they were listening to the teachings on the side. In the eyes of the True God Church, Joan of Arc has always been a powerful, noble, upright, and pure being. I have never seen such a humble attitude. Speaking of integrity, Suin couldn't help but think of Xiao Zhidia again. That woman was also the proud and upright type. It just lacks the holiness of Joan of Arc, but has more of the flavor of a strong woman. Therefore, after Suin left the True God Church, he was teleported to Longqing. The coordinates of the transmission were set directly in Xiao Zhidia's office. At this time, Xiao Zhidia was discussing some Dragon City management matters with Tong Xiaoyu. Dragon City has a permanent population of tens of millions, making it the largest of all the survivor strongholds. Even if the Dragon City Alliance and other large adventure groups were wiped out by Suin, the remaining forces are numerous and it is not easy to manage them. The cooperation of Tong Xiaoyu, the Underground Queen, is needed. Since Li Xuanya's death, Tong Xiaoyu has undoubtedly become the strongest awakener in Longqing. With Tong Xiaoyu's help, Xiao Zhidia can also be much more relaxed. Wang Yingxiu, Daxia Shuang, and Xiaoxia Shuang were also there, along with a few guards. A flash of light passed by, and Suin suddenly appeared in the office. Zhidia, be careful. Wang Yingxiu launched the attack without hesitation, and the 2 little ones quickly followed. Xiao Zhidia holds a high position of power, but ultimately, she is just a healing awakener with little combat power and poor ability to protect herself. Being in a high position, safety is naturally the top priority. Suddenly, someone appeared in the office quietly. Wang Yingxiu and others naturally would not be polite. For the safety of Xiao Zhidia's life, they had to take the person down first. But before he ran a few steps, Wang Yingxiu saw the appearance of the person who came clearly. His fierce momentum instantly weakened. He braked suddenly and stopped. Due to inertia, he fell directly to the ground in front of Suin. The other guards also recognized Suin and stopped. Later, the big and small pairs continued to move forward and jumped into Suin's arms, one on the left and one on the right. Brethren, you are finally here. I haven't seen you for a long time. I missed you so much. Miss you. Suin caught the 2 little ones, one on the left and one on the right. Seeing the saliva flowing from the corners of the 2 little ones' mouths, Suin couldn't help laughing. Do you want me or snacks? Both of them scratched their heads in embarrassment. I want both. I want both. Hey. Suin then took out 2 large gift bags of snacks from the wide space and stuffed them into the 2 little ones. Thank you, brethren. Thank you, brethren. I love you the most. Eh? Love you. Having gotten a good deal, the 2 little ones danced happily with the snacks in their arms. Boss! Tong Xiaoyu also threw herself into Suin's arms, with a happy smile on her face and a few tears in the corners of her eyes. We had originally agreed to come once a week, but this time Suin was half a month late. Tong Xiaoyu had been feeling uneasy every day and almost thought that Suin didn't want her anymore. Suin took Tong Xiaoyu and sat down on the sofa, then greeted Xiao Zhidia with a smile. President Xiao hasn't seen you for a long time. Boss, you are here. Xiao Zhidia stood up and poured Suin a cup of tea. Suin took a sip of tea and said calmly, "Please sit down. I just came to take a look today." Xiao Zhidia nodded and then ordered the guards. "You guys go down first. Don't come over to disturb me without my order." "Yes." The guards nodded and left. "Zhidia, you guys chat. I'll go out first," Wang Yingqiu said and left with the two little ones. But he didn't really leave. Instead, he quietly hid behind the window and observed secretly. Suin lazily leaned on the sofa. How is President Xiao these days? At the same time, he did not forget to make Tong Xiaoyu in his arms happy. Perhaps because of his overly arrogant personality, Xiao Zhidia's favorability towards him has always been unstable, basically hovering between 60% and 70%. After half a month, it has increased a little, reaching 71%. Xiao Zhidia's expression remained unchanged, but her favorability dropped sharply in an instant. It dropped directly from 71% to 61%. Said in a bland way, "Thank you for your concern, boss." Seeing this, Suin grinned, revealing his white teeth, and thought to himself that it was interesting. Interesting. Suin didn't care that Xiao Zhidia was still there and started chatting happily with Tong Xiaoyu. He simply ignored Xiao Zhidia and ignored her. Xiao Zhidia gritted her teeth, wishing she could just turn around and leave. When had she ever been ignored like this? I secretly complained in my heart. This damn bastard. Her favorability level also went up and down, indicating how uneasy her mood was at the moment. After an hour or so, Xiao Zhidia's favorability finally settled at 65%, and it was unlikely to fluctuate any further. Seeing this, Suin pulled him over and said in an unquestionable commanding tone, "We should have a good chat. After all, you will be helping me in the future. Some things need to be made clear. There shouldn't be any gap between leaders and subordinates." Suin used his eloquent tongue to persuade the man in every way. Finally, Xiao Zhidia's favorability was raised from 65% to 80%. Seeing such a huge increase in favorability, Suin couldn't help but give himself a thumbs up. His emotional intelligence is really high. Brushing up your favorability is really professional. Chapter 188, Division of Arms, the final step to completeness. After refreshing Xiao Zhidia's favorability to 80%, Suin took Tong Xiaoyu to Shirley Street. Xiao Zhidia swallowed subconsciously. Then he got up and went into the bathroom to wash his face with cold water. A curious voice came from behind. "Sister Zhidia, what's going on? How's it going?" Xiao Zhidia blushed and cursed in a low voice. "Damn bastard, so eloquent." Xiao Dai called him a bastard, but her guard against Suin couldn't help but lowered a bit, and her favorable impression of him was real. It turns out that Su An's rhetoric is still very useful to Xiao Zhidia. The dignity of strong women is crumbling bit by bit. Tong Xiaoyu usually lives in Shirley Street. The residence is Xiao Junyi's original luxury suite, which is right next to the tour guide company on Shirley Street. The rooms have been renovated according to Su An's preferences. The kitchen and bathroom are fully equipped, giving it a homey feel. It's just that Su An rarely spends the night at Tong Xiaoyu's place. Now the entire Shirley Street is under the jurisdiction of Tong Xiaoyu, and the former tour guide has become the queen of the underground world of Longqing. Even those big shots who had spoken coldly to her in the past would bow their heads and greet her repeatedly when they saw her. The sisters in the tour guide company also benefited a lot. At least they were no longer sold like commodities, but were treated as serious tour guides. Originally, the tour guide salary was split 30% to 70%, 30% to himself and 70% to the company. But now it's 50 to 50, split in half. The lives of the tour guides have also changed a little. Of course, those superiors who had once made things difficult for Tong Xiaoyu and beaten her had long since become food for the desert monsters. Tong Xiaoyu took Suin to stroll on the streets of Shirley Street again. When Suin came to Shirley Street for the first time, he came with a purpose. He carried a sack of catalyst and looked like a complete enemy. Now when I come to Shirley Street again, it is completely different. I can relax my body and mind and have fun freely. Big Sister Tong is here in person. Who is that guy? You look so unfamiliar. I haven't seen you before. Could he be the young master of some large adventuring group? Seeing Tong Xiaoyu and Su-wen walking together, people around them started to talk. Hush, keep your voice down, are you going to die? You are blind. That person is the real god of killing. He's the one who wiped out the Dragon City Alliance. I'm leaving first. My mom asked me to go home for dinner. Wait for me, my mother also asked me to go home for dinner. Didn't Nima die a long time ago? Can't you create something out of nothing? Some people also recognize Su-wen, although Su-wen had only made one high-profile move in Longcheng. But this one move alone left an indelible shadow on the people of Longcheng. Seeing it is like fearing a tiger, and avoiding it as much as possible, for fear of being slapped to death by the other party. Rumor has it that although Longcheng is now jointly managed by Qiao Zhijie and Tong Xiaoyu, they are actually just puppets of the god of death. These two queens, one bright and one dark, have long been someone else's. Of course, this kind of thing can only be discussed quietly in private, and no one dares to say it out loud. Not to mention how terrifying the power of the god of death is. The Dragon Language Adventure Group is now the undisputed master of Dragon City, the strongest, and as Tong Xiaoyu, the strongest awakener, assisting them in secret. Only someone who is tired of living would discuss such taboo topics in public. After staying in Longcheng for half a day, Su-wen was teleported back to the Chongqing Adventure Group. First, Lu Hui was asked to obtain the detailed information of all the girls, and then the attributes and types of the girls' supernatural powers were counted. Although the strength of the Chongqing Adventure Group has now crushed almost all the survivor forces, it's a dimensionality reduction attack, but there is still room for improvement. Nowadays, almost every girl has an S-level superpower. Those who are diligent and have more honor points have already awakened double S superpowers. The quantity target has been reached. The next step is to divide the troops into different types. Elemental powers have high long-range output capabilities, high damage and large attack range, but weak melee capabilities. They are classified as long-range soldiers, responsible for long-range fire suppression. Next is the comprehensive enhancement type of ability, which has a medium attack range, medium lethality, decent defense, and good melee ability. This type of ability is the majority and can be used as the main combat force, and can defend when retreating or attack when close. The defensive ability only allows close combat capability with low lethality but extremely strong defense, and is used as a type of troop that can break through an enemy formation. Auxiliary abilities are the least and are ranked last, providing combat arms with enhanced buffs and healing recovery. Functional abilities are guerrilla arms that are deployed according to battlefield conditions. Another 20 speed-enhancing awakeners were selected and divided into 4 5-man teams to form a surprise attack force. At the same time, they were broken up and divided into several teams of 5 people, squadrons of 50 people, and battalions of 100 people in order to deal with various battles of different sizes. Su-wen's plan was quickly distributed. As a result, all members of the Chongqing Adventure Group were quickly gathered together and began to divide their troops into different types and teams. Su-wen was only responsible for proposing the plan, and the rest was left to Lu Hui and Xue Qingyu. The arms have been divided and the squads have been created. Next comes the need for running-in training. This will be a very long process. However, the Chongqing Adventure team has everything they need and they don't need to struggle for a living. Everyone can devote all their time to training. There is still about half a year until the third Doomsday. I think it's about time. After the running-in period, the Chongqing Adventure Group officially entered the complete stage. While the girls were training in full swing, Su-wen was just wandering around idly. Let's go to the True God Church today and have a picnic in the desert tomorrow. Occasionally, I would take a group of 3 girls on Wankai to find a mobile oasis to fish or something. Of course, he would go to Longcheng from time to time to reminisce with Qiao Zhijie. They say the first time is strange, the second time is familiar. After chatting with Qiao Zhijie a few more times, Qiao Zhijie was no longer so resistant, and the gap between them was slowly disappearing. Of course, they still say tough words like disgusting and lecher, but the favorability is rising rapidly. Words can deceive people, but favorability cannot. Chapter 189, The Third Doomsday, is coming. 5 months have passed in a flash. Under Xue Qingyu's management, the entire Jiangdi is full of vitality. The character levels of most survivors are above level 5, and the levels of members of the Oasis Force have generally reached level 7 or 8. As the survivors' level increases, they will naturally no longer be afraid of monsters, and will attack them with heavy punches when they encounter them. As for food, monster meat has long been available freely, so there is basically no chance of anyone starving to death. However, water resources are still scarce, so the province still needs to save water. Sand ships gradually replaced manpower and became the main means of transportation in the desert. People have completely adapted to life in the desert and seem to have forgotten their past civilization, taking root in this world where people eat raw meat and drink blood. The Chongqing Adventure Group is still the undisputed overlord of Jiangdi, and no one dares to mess with them. True God Church ranked second, and Black Rose ranked third. It was another morning. Suan was leaning on the balcony drinking iced juice, while Xiao Xiao was serving him tea and water. Wang Kai was lying beside them, basking in the sun. He ate well and slept well, and gained a lot of weight. In the oasis, the girls are training. During these 5 months, the girls of the Chongqing Adventure Group have almost completed their training. The arms are clearly divided, the teams have clear division of labor, and the tacit understanding between them is even more pure. It is enough to deal with all kinds of battles of different sizes and terrains. Today's Chongqing Adventure Group has entered the complete stage and is the undisputed strongest group in the Doomsday. Of course, in addition to training, Suan also encouraged the Chongqing Adventure Group to actively engage in literary and artistic creation. Encourage girls to write novels, sing, dance, rap, play basketball, etc. Dongli had already moved into the group leader's dormitory and also served as the director of the literature and art department. Dongli is responsible for all literary and artistic creation. The girls are very passionate about literary and artistic creation, and various excellent works emerge in an endless stream. Of course, there are also some things that make Suan shake his head when he sees them. The domineering captain falls in love with me. I have a date with the captain. 3 sentences to make the captain take me to the dormitory, and other second-rate cool novels with him as the male protagonist. Suan would feel awkward for a long time after just one look at this novel, but this type of novel is still the most popular among girls. The Sales Champion is Sand and Sea, written by Dongli. It roughly tells what she and Suan saw and heard during their expedition to Tibet, how they drove a sand boat to chase the stone dragon in the Sea of Sand, witnessed the towering beast Haoshan dragon, how Suan came down to Earth to defeat the Huangyi dragon, and how the relationship between the two of them warmed up, etc. Since it is adapted from a true story and its authenticity can be verified, coupled with Dongli's brilliant writing, the book is full of passion, insights, and emotions. It has been the sales champion since its publication. Of course, the most important thing is that Dongli has indeed moved into the commander's dormitory and is in a high position. The girls naturally want to follow suit. However, this also made the 3-girl group headed by Li Xiaoyu jealous. Being around Suan all day, she also wants to go on a honeymoon. It's a pity that Su An's lazy dog attribute exploded. Don't ask. If you ask, it will be next time. After 5 months of settling down, the 3rd Doomsday is about to come. Seeing that the time was almost up, Suan first came to Longcheng and asked Xiao Zhijie and others to be prepared to move away from the oasis at any time. He didn't ask any more questions about the rest. He didn't care much about Longcheng, he just gave some pointers in passing. Then there is True God religion. The True God Church had already made preparations for relocation at any time. They had built thousands of sand ships of various sizes, and had also prepared supplies, food, and water. Suan not only informed the True God Church, but also the other oases in Jiangdi in advance. Everyone knew what was going on and had already made preparations for migration. Just wait for Suan's order and set off. Niu Meng, Chou Chun, and the others had long understood that no matter what the future held, they would just follow the Chongqing Adventure Group. They would do whatever Suan said and would never go west if he told them to go east. It would be a success if I could become Suan's dog. Self-esteem? What is that? I have never seen it, so I don't know. Suan thought about it and brought Dongli to Tibet again. He still had some good feelings towards Tibet, so he said hello to Lao Fu and asked them to prepare in advance so that they would not be too hasty when the Doomsday came. 5 months later, Tibet remains the same as before, with its people still strong, united, and friendly. Ultimately, it is because Tibet is vast and sparsely populated with abundant resources and a small population. Otherwise, it would not be so harmonious. When I saw Lao Fu again, he was still buried in the library tinkering with documents. After seeing Suan, his old face suddenly lit up with joy, and he pulled Suan aside and started asking a lot of questions. The only thing left was to ask Suan what color his underwear was. While asking questions, he was taking notes in a notebook, and you could vaguely see a few big words written on the cover of the notebook. Records of observations on non-human abnormal creatures. Suan, Shuang. If Suan wasn't worried about the old guy's fragile bones, he would have wanted to use a big shovel to hit him. Old Fu was determined to expel him from the human race. Hearing Su In and Dong Li arriving, Fu Xiaoling also hurried over. She was still wearing that tight leather jacket, with her long legs exposed under her hot pants and a high ponytail, looking capable. Sister Dongli? Fu Xiaoling happily threw herself into Dongli's arms. The two girls hadn't seen each other for a few months, so it was inevitable that they would hold hands and chat again. Lao Fu also told Suin roughly what happened after the expedition team returned, because Suin helped them get a lot of energy storage crystals from the Haoshan dragon. Lao Fu firmly believed that the third Doomsday would come sooner or later, so he went against the majority opinion and used all the energy storage crystals to produce sand ships. By now, there are more than 3,000 sand ships in Tibet, which are enough to carry all the people in Tibet. Lao Fu's vision is naturally quite far-sighted, and the decisions he made are very correct. Suin also explained his purpose and told Lao Fu that the third Doomsday would come in a month. It is best to move out of the oasis in advance before the end of the world comes and migrate towards the east. Lao Fu did not have too much doubt about Su An's words, as he himself had also estimated that the end of the world was coming. After giving the instructions, Suin did not plan to spend the night in Tibet, but was about to go back. Fu Xiaoling was naturally reluctant to leave when she saw this. She came to Suin and said shyly, "Well, Sister Dongli said she doesn't mind you having a second wife. What do you think? Is there a girl you like?" Suin thought about it. Second room? This thing is probably gone long ago. Suin even wanted to complain about himself. Once upon a time, he also hated the scumbag Aquaman very much, but before he knew it, he had become the person he hated the most. Indulge yourself in shit all day long. Is this the life attitude that an old Doomsday master who has been struggling in the Doomsday for 10 years should have? Where is the sense of crisis? Where is the ambition? Where is the thirst for knowledge? Why did it become like this? Oh, it turns out it's because I didn't sleep well last night, and I'm not fully recovered. That's all right. Chapter 190, Preparing for the Great Migration. The next morning, Tibet, the Longevity Adventure Group, and the Dragon Language Adventure Group. At the same time, an announcement was issued to the public that a major transfer would be carried out in 3 days, completely abandoning the original base, evacuating the oasis, and heading eastward. Those who want to survive will pack their bags immediately, prepare food and water, and prepare for the long-distance migration that will follow. When the announcement came out, everyone was shocked. No one expected that such an announcement would be issued suddenly. Give up the oasis? Then how are we going to live in the future? What is the Dragon Language Adventure Group up to? Is it because I have a serious illness? I won't go out. What's the difference between wandering in the desert and seeking death? If you put it that way, it makes sense. They have a big family and a big business, so they are not afraid. So why should we barefoot people be afraid of those who wear shoes? Whether you follow or not, I will follow anyway and retreat with the Dragon Language Adventure Group. Although the Dragon Language Adventure Group is the uncrowned king of Dragon City, their reign is short and their prestige is limited, so they cannot call on everyone to follow them. However, there are still many people who choose to believe unconditionally and plan to migrate with the Dragon Language Adventure Group. After all, his strength is there, and his vision is unmatched by ordinary people. He may have received some incredible news in advance. Compared to Longsheng, the situation in Jiangdi is much better. After the Chongqing Adventure Group issued the announcement, it caused a lot of noise and confusion. But most people immediately returned home and began to prepare supplies, ready to evacuate the oasis with the Chongqing Adventure Group. Several oasis overlords immediately issued orders, asking the entire group to prepare supplies and be ready to migrate at any time. What the Chongqing Adventure Group said must be what Suin meant. If he says evacuate, then evacuate. Don't ask or care, just follow along. If you follow Captain Su, you will never go wrong. It is even simpler in Tibet, with the Elders' Council in charge of coordination and the Hunters' Guild providing support. Everyone responded to the call and was ready to evacuate at any time. Because Lao Fu had revealed the news in advance, no one was surprised. While everyone was busy preparing for the evacuation of supplies and sand ships, the Chongqing Adventure Group seemed calm and everything went on as usual. It's time to train, it's time to eat, it's time to plant and water the vegetables. Everything goes on as usual. Suin was lying on the kayak in the swimming pool, wearing swimming trunks and sunglasses, basking in the sun leisurely. He was the one who had the announcement sent out, but he acted as if it had nothing to do with him. Shui Qingyu brought Lu Shishir to the swimming pool and said softly to Suin, "Hubby, don't we have sand ships ready?" The True God cult said they have 100 or so extra sand ships that can be given to us. In the past 6 months, the Chongqing Adventure Group has not manufactured sand ships on a large scale. The only dozen or so small sand ships are still used to patrol the Oasis territory on a daily basis. If you want to migrate on a large scale, this is obviously not enough. But it is too late to build a ship now. Fortunately, the True God Church has already made preparations for the Immortal Adventure Group in advance. Suin pushed up his sunglasses and said lazily, "No need. Let them use the sand ships themselves. We have our own vehicles." As Suin spoke, he waved his hand and took out a mountain of catalyst from the wide space and piled it beside the swimming pool. Then he pointed to the dry well next to the swimming pool and said, "Have someone pour the catalyst in continuously for 24 hours, but remember not to let it overflow. Pour it in slowly and evenly." This dry well has existed since the beginning. It has been there for more than a year and is ordinary, and there is nothing special about it. It was originally going to be removed when the stronghold was built, but Suin had it left there deliberately and told everyone not to move it, as it would be of great use in the future. Although no one knew the purpose of this dry well, naturally no one disobeyed Suin's orders. Xueqingyu naturally knew that since Suin said so, he must have his reasons. What he said must be right. Then he asked people to return the sand ship sent by the True God Church. At the same time, he personally led some senior officials and some captain-level girls to guard the dry well and pour catalyst into the dry well according to Suin's instructions. It was measured at the very beginning. The dry well was about 100 meters deep. The internal diameter of the well mouth was less than half a meter. There was a hard rock at the bottom of the well and no water. The girls opened the lid of the catalyst and poured it in. As the catalyst flowed into the bottom of the well, a faint blue glow began to appear on the wall of the well, and it became brighter and brighter. The girls exclaimed in amazement and continued to pour the catalyst. They poured more and more, and soon the catalyst filled the bottom of the well. In just a short while, several hundred kilograms of catalyst had been poured down. If an outsider saw this, they would probably collapse on the spot. This is the most precious catalyst. The outside world now estimates the price of the transaction drop by drop. But the Chongqing Adventure Group actually poured hundreds of kilograms of goods into the dry well like that, which was a complete waste of resources. You will be struck by lightning. The girls of the Chongqing Adventure Group can't care about so many things. Their master has plenty of catalysts, so they can squander them as they like. It's only a few hundred kilograms, and there are at least a dozen tons piled next to it. As more and more catalyst was poured, the blue light under the dry well became brighter and brighter. The old poplar tree next to the dry well also miraculously began to come back to life. New shoots sprouted from the long-dead tree trunks. The tree trunk keeps growing upwards. The original height of 5 or 6 meters has more than doubled in a blink of an eye, and is still continuing to grow upward. The catalyst poured for a whole day, and in the blink of an eye it was already sunset. The old poplar tree has also grown to about 10 meters. The crown is as green as jade, and new branches are growing. It has changed from a dying tree to a vibrant new plant for the spring. But even after a whole day, there is still a lot of catalyst left. The girls discovered that this dry well seemed to never be filled. After the catalyst was poured in, it would slowly sink and disappear not long after. At the same time, if you lower your head and listen, you will occasionally hear a dull sound coming from the bottom of the well, like the sound of a drum. The girls were still pouring the catalyst carefully. At this rate of watering, it would take at least 2 more days, which would be just enough time to catch up with the Great Migration. Suin stretched himself and went back to the bedroom, lying on the bed and watching a movie. There is an LCD screen of more than 80 inches on the wall of the bedroom. The power is provided by the solar charging panels on the roof, and there are also energy storage batteries in the warehouse. Although there is a private cinema in the leader's villa, the girls usually prefer to watch movies while lying on the bed to kill time. The movie was copied from the computer in the villa complex that was the old base of the Chongqing Adventure Group. There are all kinds of films, at least thousands of them. But before the end of the world, Suin was also an old stay-at-home. He watched a lot of movies and had already watched most of the popular movies on the market. Suddenly, Suin's eyes lit up, and he took out several USB flash drives from the wide space. These are the good stuff he got from Master Tiger. All of them are valuable learning materials. The information covers a wide range, combining Chinese and Western elements, spanning both domestic and overseas. It is the end of the world now. These learning materials are definitely intangible cultural heritage. Mr. Su will naturally study it carefully. History and culture cannot be forgotten. Inherited craftsmanship cannot be lost. Chapter 191, The Third Doomsday. Wenli Xiaoyu, Yukiki and Xiao Xiao, the other two girls, returned to the bedroom playfully. They saw Suin, who was studying history and humanities. Even though Suin was thick-skinned enough, he could only cough dryly and turn off the movie. Li Xiaoyu grabbed the remote control and turned it on immediately. Wow, where did you get this information, husband? A friend of mine gave it to me. I understand. Does your friend have any other stock? A little bit. Li Xiaoyu pretended to grab a handful and said, I want them all. For a great artist with a heart for creation, these materials are very valuable for reference. Shooting angles, how to edit, etc. are all worth referring to. That night, Suin was forced to watch Human Geography with the girls. At first I just watched, but later I was forced to lead by example and teach by words and deeds. The next morning when Suin came to the balcony, he had a calm expression. The heart is as calm as still water, open-minded and transparent, as if seeing through the mundane world. I just felt like there was a light coming out of my head. Today's oasis is not as sunny and peaceful as before. The dry and fierce wind howled incessantly, blowing up the sky with violent dust. The air was filled with dust and sand, and the entire oasis community was shrouded in dust. The survivors have been in the desert for more than a year and have naturally experienced such sandstorm weather. However, this sandstorm weather was obviously different from previous ones, and the wind was blowing straight to the east. The wind and sand were getting stronger and stronger, and visibility was getting lower and lower. Under the cover of the sandstorm, one could vaguely hear the roar of wild animals coming from the vast sea of sand. Seeing that the weather was not good and going out for a walk was not realistic, Suin went straight back to the dormitory. The girls next to the dry well were still taking turns pouring the catalyst, but due to the sandstorm, a large tent was temporarily built above the dry well to block the wind and sand. After a day and a night of watering, the old poplar tree next to the dry well has grown to 20 or 30 meters and has become increasingly sturdy. The rest of the survivors were also braving the wind and sand to prepare supplies. Monster jerky is the staple food. The more the better. Water should also be prepared, as well as sun-proof cloaks, anti-scalding leather boots, etc. The major adventure groups even gritted their teeth and simply dismantled their home bases, throwing away what they couldn't take away and making use of everything they could. Vehicles such as sand ships are being produced over time. The True God sect also dismantled everything that could be dismantled. They started preparations half a year in advance and had plenty of sand ships and supplies, so they were naturally able to handle the situation with ease. However, only the God-given hall was left, and the things inside were not touched. Day 3 morning. The sandstorm disappeared early in the morning, and the oasis returned to its former tranquility. This made those who were originally worried that the sandstorm would continue breathe a sigh of relief, especially those few people who have no intention of leaving the oasis. Since most people have left the oasis, a lot of the oasis resources will be vacant. If they stay, won't they have no worries about food and drink? There's no need to take risks in the sea of sand. Wouldn't it be better to just stay in the oasis and let things go? There are many people who think so. If Suin didn't know in advance what was going to happen next, he would naturally not leave the oasis, his comfort zone, at this time. But the fact is, in the following period of time, the oasis will lose its protective function. Staying in the oasis will not only bring no benefit at all, but will also lead to endless danger. There are 3 types of guardian trees: supply wood, life wood, and attack wood. Supply trees provide water. Living wood offers cotton, linen, and rubber. One is to ensure drinking water for survival, and the other is to produce scattering rubber to ensure exploration in the desert. What about the attack wood? Is it used to protect the oasis from outsiders? It is not as practical as human protection, and protecting wood is more precious than human life. Therefore, the attack tree seems to be quite useless, and basically no one plants it. Of course, this brings us to the 3rd stage of the fall of Doomsday. After a few days, there were endless sandstorms that covered the sky and the sun. There was no chance to go out hunting. They could only hide in the stronghold. From then on, the Doomsday entered the 2nd stage. The sandstorm will last for a week, and then it will enter the final stage, commonly known as the Great Migration. A violent hurricane will move slowly from west to east, crushing everything in its path. The monsters in the desert noticed something in advance and fled to the east. The number of monsters increased and gradually formed a monster tide. At that time, the oasis will lose its protective function, and a large number of desert monsters will flock to the oasis to eat buffets to fill their stomachs and store energy to prepare for the next large migration. That's when attack would really comes in handy. Only by relying on the attack can the survivors avoid being wiped out by the monster tide. But the time they spent hiding in the oasis was limited. When the hurricane from the west slowly swept over, the survivors had to evacuate the oasis. While fighting the monster tide, they retreated towards the east. How embarrassing it is! It was a hasty large-scale escape and migration, and it is unknown how many survivors would die on the way. For this reason, Suin decided to go all out and get everyone to migrate early before the second phase arrived. That's all he can do. Those who believe will naturally follow him, and the hope of survival will be infinitely increased. Those who don't believe it can just stay in the oasis and do nothing, and there will be a reward from heaven. The survivors on the river had already prepared and were waiting to set off. Under the huge appeal of the Chongqing Adventure Group, 90% of the people were willing to leave, but only 10% wanted to stay. At this time, more than 10 tons of catalyst had been poured out inside the core base of Oasis Number 1. This small dry well can be called a gold-burning cave. The old poplar tree next to the dry well has grown to more than 200 meters tall. Its huge crown is like a giant umbrella, covering the center of Oasis Number 1 and blocking out the sun on hot days. It also overlooks the entire oasis like a giant. After the last bottle of catalyst was poured, Suin slowly walked under the tree. He took a deep breath, placed one hand on the tree, and slowly closed his eyes. Boom, boom. Soon, the ground began to tremble, and the core area of the entire Oasis Number 1, along with the villa complex, suddenly floated upward. The villa complex rose higher and higher, and in a moment it was hundreds of meters above the ground. For huge, elephant legs suddenly broke through the sand, supported the ground, and slowly stood up. A huge blue crystal head emerged from the sand. Chapter 192, The Great Migration. Amid people's horrified expressions, the core base of the Chongqing Adventure Group actually came alive. To be precise, not alive. Instead, a huge beast suddenly emerged from under the base of the Chongqing Adventure Group. The beast is so big that it is almost as big as a small residential area. At a general glance, it is not difficult to see that this is a giant elephant-foot tortoise with gray-black armor and limbs, head, and tail made of blue crystals. On the turtle's back is the core area of the Chongqing Adventure Group, the group of villas, and a sturdy old poplar tree. The Chongqing Adventure Group was forcibly moved onto the back of the giant turtle. Everyone opened their mouths, not knowing what words to use to express their feelings. This spectacular and horrifying scene was beyond their understanding. No one knows what happened to the Chongqing Adventure Group. No one knows how this giant turtle appeared. Just when people were confused, Su-In's loud voice came from the back of the giant turtle. Head towards the east. As soon as Su-In finished speaking, the giant turtle raised its head and let out a low roar. It then moved its huge body and stepped out of the oasis step by step. Every step the huge turtle legs took caused the ground to tremble slightly. The thick trees were broken under its trampling, leaving a deep footprint on the ground. The giant turtle carried the entire Chongqing Adventure Group and walked towards the sand sea in a swagger. It took a long time for the remaining survivors to wake up from their dream. Set off. Everyone follow. The giant turtle of the Chongqing Adventure Group led the way, and the major adventure groups followed closely behind. Behind them were dense crowds of survivors and retreating soldiers, and there was no end in sight. People, bringing their families and carrying their luggage, marched forward resolutely under the scorching sun. In this way, tens of millions of survivors slowly moved eastward, leaving the oasis on which they depended for survival and heading towards an unknown world. The team's progress was not very fast. It could even be described as slow. On the turtle's back several hundred meters high, Suin sat on the edge of the turtle shell, gazing at the endless sea of sand, with a group of girls standing behind him. The girls seemed quite excited and kept exclaiming, although Suin had told them before that the Chongqing Adventure Group had better vehicle options. But no one expected it to be such a big one. The entire core of the stronghold was carried away. The entire Chongqing Adventure Group turned into a moving castle, which was quite magical. Looking at the girls' excited expressions, Suin smiled slightly. He knew the true secret of the oasis early on. That was after the fourth apocalypse in my previous life. It was a secret I heard by chance from a person with a superpower. The desert world at the end of the world is actually a complete desert ecosystem, and the oasis does not appear there out of thin air. Because every oasis is actually a giant tomb. Buried beneath the oasis lies the remains of a majestic dead beast, a gigantic silicon turtle. And it is a real silicon-based life form. The energy released by the silicon-based crystals on the giant turtle's body after its death gave birth to the oasis. Strictly speaking, the greatest value of the oasis is not on the surface, but the corpse of the giant turtle under the oasis. This is the treasure of the oasis. Because it is a silicon-based life form, the giant turtle's body does not rot after death. It just runs out of energy and falls into a state of suspended animation. In order to preserve its last vitality, the giant turtle used its remaining energy to give birth to an old poplar tree. The old poplar tree slowly absorbed the energy. After tens of thousands of years, the giant turtle accumulated enough energy and was able to revive again. This old poplar tree is the lifeline of the giant turtle. The upside is that there is a chance of resurrection. The downside is that it lowers the life form and also exposes one's biggest weakness. By using the wood-related ability to control the old poplar tree, you can easily control the giant turtle. But the prerequisite is that you have enough catalysts to help the giant turtle revive. Ordinary people cannot afford so many catalysts, and more than 10 tons of catalysts are just the starting price. This thing is quite fuel-intensive, and we'll need dozens or even hundreds of tons of catalysts to produce it later. In other words, even if the oasis, the greatest treasure, was discovered, there would be very few people who could afford to use it. However, behind the huge investment, the rewards are also quite huge. In the third Doomsday, people will no longer face land, but the boundless ocean. The giant turtle is the best sailing vehicle, and the safety factor is maximized. However, it is still a long distance to reach the coastline, and it will take at least half a month. They also have to face extreme desert weather and monster attacks along the way, so the migration journey is full of difficulties. Of course, these have nothing to do with the Chongqing Adventure Group. With the giant turtle, the giant dump truck, leading the way, desert monsters and extreme weather are nothing but small scum. The only ones who could compete with the silicon-based giant turtle were probably heavyweights like the Haoshan dragon. The giant turtle could crush a large number of ordinary monsters with one kick. The stronghold located high on the turtle's back could not be safer. Suffering and hardship are all other people's. However, Su was not a devil, and he did not let the giant turtle go too fast. One reason was to save fuel, and the other was to allow other survivors to keep up. With the giant turtle's deterrence and clearing the way, the number of invading desert monsters will be greatly reduced, and the safety factor of the survivors will naturally be greatly improved. Although he doesn't care much about the life and death of others, in the next Doomsday, everyone will face not only the difficult Doomsday environment, but also other foreign survivors. As a fellow citizen of the Dragon Kingdom, Suin doesn't mind doing something to help his fellow dragon countrymen. With the departure of Su-in and other Oasis overlords, the Oasis community once again fell into chaos. In order to seize the Oasis resources, the people who stayed behind started a new round of Oasis battle, but the scale of the battle was much smaller than before. Without the deterrence of a dominant force, the Oasis fell into chaos in an instant, with burning, killing, and looting taking place in every corner of the Oasis. At the same time in Dragon City, the Dragon Language Adventure Group also began to migrate with a large number of survivors. However, not many people followed, accounting for less than 30% of the population of Longsheng. The remaining 70% still chose to stay in the Oasis and were unwilling to leave their comfort zone. But even if it is 30% of the population, according to the huge population base of Longsheng, it would still be tens of millions of people. The collective migration of such a huge army of survivors is undoubtedly an extremely spectacular scene. Action has also begun in Tibet. However, because Tibet has the smallest population, less than 1 million, and the best development, there are enough sand ships and the migration speed is the fastest. Thousands of sand ships of all sizes set sail and headed towards the eastern Sand Sea. Chapter 193 Swimsuit Beauty Contest. Longsheng, Tibet, and Jiangdi, the three gathering places of survivors, have already started a large-scale migration. But the gathering place for the rest of the survivors remained the same as before, doing what they were supposed to do. Most people even thought that they might have to live in this desert for the rest of their lives. But some people found something unusual. The recent sandstorms are obviously more frequent than usual, and the strangest thing is that the number of monsters around the oasis is increasing rapidly. A large number of desert wanderers suffered from frequent attacks and began to retreat to the oasis area in an attempt to seek shelter. But the Oasis forces also have unspeakable sufferings, because they found that the desert monsters were no longer just attacking wanderers, but had begun to attack Oasis areas. At first, they just wandered around the outskirts of the Oasis. After many attempts and without being attacked by the guardian tree, the monsters became more and more daring and dared to go to the streets and attack humans in public. Such attacks are becoming more and more frequent, often accompanied by huge sandstorms, making it difficult for people to cope with them. What made the Oasis overlords even more anxious was that the Earthshakers also began to attack the Oasis. This giant monster likes to travel through the sand at an incredibly fast speed, coming and going without a trace. It can jump out of the sand and swallow several adults in one bite. Ordinary Awakeners are faced with a life-or-death situation. Eating people would be fine. The key is the Earthshaker, which has a skill called Earth Shaking that can cause the ground to vibrate over a large area, causing great damage to streets and houses. Wherever the Earthshaker passed, there were ruins, collapsed houses, collapsed cellars, and destroyed streets. The damage caused by the Earthshakers was quite enormous. The Oasis overlords had no choice but to form elite troops to hunt down the earthworms. Even the ferocious Earthshaker could not escape death when besieged by thousands of high-level Awakeners. Just as people were cheering, they had no idea that Doomsday was getting closer and larger groups of monsters were gathering towards the Oasis. The duration of sandstorms is also getting longer. In the following time, everyone will once again recall the fear they once had when they were dominated by Doomsday, until they were finally driven out of the Oasis and forced to embark on the road of migration. The end of the world never leaves. It is always here. No matter what was happening in other areas, the Chongqing Adventure Group was experiencing a leisurely and harmonious scene. Because it is on the back of a turtle, the area is limited, and only a part of the vegetable field, the villa complex, and the large swimming pool are left. Everyone had nothing to do, so the girls liked to run to the edge of the turtle's back to enjoy the scenery. But after watching it for a few days, the enthusiasm and novelty gradually faded away, and I returned to my daily life as before. At this time, the Chongqing Adventure Group also welcomed its annual group celebration day. At this time last year, the Chongqing Adventure Group was celebrating the festival in the zombie apocalypse, but now it is in the fall apocalypse. The girls naturally attach great importance to the most important festival of the Immortality Adventure Group. Preparations started a few days in advance. There are lights and decorations everywhere, couplets and auspicious characters pasted on the wall, just like the spring festival routine, with only slight changes. It was originally scheduled for 1 day after the festival, but after discussion by the entire group, it was changed to 3 days. The whole group had a holiday during these 3 days, and everyone enjoyed the festival to the fullest. Since it is a major festival, delicious food and entertainment are naturally indispensable. Louis was responsible for preparing food, cakes, snacks, etc. for the logistics department, and also had to make dumplings and eat the New Year's Eve dinner. Dongli is in charge of the evening's New Year's Eve party and is preparing the program with the talented girls. Of course, the most eye-catching one is the swimsuit beauty contest held by Yu. All the girls in the group have to participate. At the same time, all the girls in the group are also judges, selecting the top 10 beauties in the Chongqing Adventure Group. The prize is a huge amount of honor points. The prizes for the top 3 are even more generous. Just like last year, they can either get honor points and consumer coupons, or exchange them for a wish from Sue. This really excited the girls. Without exception, the top 3 last year have all moved into the group leader's dormitory. In everyone's opinion, getting into the top 3 is basically equivalent to getting a ticket to the group leader's dormitory. The current Chongqing Adventure Group has long been formalized and has a strict level division. Under Sue and is the deputy head of the group, Yu, followed by the senior management, the captain of the troop, the captain of the battalion, the captain of the squad, the dormitory head, etc. It is too difficult to enter the leader's dormitory through the back door, and it is not easy to take shortcuts. The swimsuit competition is undoubtedly the best shortcut. Everyone has good looks and figures, and the gap in appearance is not that big, so everyone is full of confidence and motivated. A large T-stage was temporarily built next to the swimming pool for the girls to walk on the stage. Opposite the swimming pool is the stands, which also serves as the judge's seat. You can also watch the game directly from the swimming pool. At noon, the sun was shining brightly, and the beauty pageant officially began. The girls had already changed into their favorite swimsuits, and when they heard their brand numbers, they walked on the stage, posed to show off their beautiful figures, recited their lines, etc. Suan was soaking in the swimming pool, hugging people on both sides. The girls were all dressed very coolly and gorgeously, showing off their enchanting figures and striking one seductive pose after another. There are hot bikinis, youthful jumpsuits, and even three-point revealing swimsuits. It was a feast for Mr. Su's eyes. As the organizer of the beauty pageant, Yu quietly slipped out of the base, climbed down from the turtle's back to the ground, went to the Black Rose team, and found her cousin Bailey Bing. The reason why she thought of holding a beauty pageant was, on the one hand, to please the girls, and on the other hand, to get Bailey Bing to participate in the competition. Although Bailey Bing has a bit of a cold personality, her looks and figure are definitely good. If Suin likes my cousin, then it's basically a sure thing, at least her safety is guaranteed. The world is so chaotic now, the safest thing is to stay with Suin. As for my cousin's own wishes, this can be cultivated slowly. Bailey Bing rejected Yu's proposal without even thinking about it. No way, I won't participate. It would be okay if they were all girls, but the thought of asking her to wear a revealing swimsuit in front of a man like Suin was unbearable. Both physiology and the new calendar are extremely disgusting. Yu was not surprised either, as she had already guessed that Bailey Bing would refuse. Smiling, he asked the guards to bring out a box of Awaken hot sauce. Is monster meat unpalatable? That's because there's not much seasoning. If you sprinkle some Awaken hot sauce on it, wouldn't the taste be better? Things like Awaken hot sauce are luxury goods among luxuries nowadays, and you can't buy them even if you have money. Looking at the box of Awaken hot sauce, Bailey Bing's eyes widened. Several executives of Black Rose were also petrified on the spot. Everyone's eyes instantly became eager, and they kept swallowing their saliva. Cousin, if you agree to a few conditions and participate, I will give you half a box of Awaken hot sauce. If you can get into the top 10, I will give you another half box. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone turned their gaze towards Bailey Bing, their eyes full of anticipation. A full half box of Awaken hot sauce. It's almost the same as if it were given away for free. Yu added again. Cousin, you don't want to disappoint everyone, right? Chapter 194. Bailey Bing collapses during the beauty pageant. The beauty pageant is in full swing. Li Xiaoyu and Yukiki, two girls, went on stage together. Both women were wearing conservative swimsuits, not too revealing. But the three of them have slightly petite and immature figures, which add a touch of youthful and tender beauty. Suin couldn't help but give a thumbs up. The needle doesn't poke. Next, Lu Hui and Xiao Qiao, mother and daughter, came on stage together, one big and one small, but they were wearing exactly the same style of sexy bikinis. One is mature, attractive, and elegant. The other is pure, lively, and lovely. In addition, the mother and daughter have faces that are 70% similar. It is indeed a rare sight. Su exploded directly. Full marks must be full marks. Then another group of beautiful girls came on stage one after another, and Suin was dazzled. Now, please welcome our special guest, the leader of the Black Rose Adventure Group, Bailey Bing. The host Lu Shishir said loudly while holding the microphone. Suin raised his eyebrows slightly. He never expected that Bailey Bing would also come to participate in the beauty pageant. Doesn't that guy have a misogyny? With him around, it stands to reason that he would never come even if he was beaten to death. Just as Suin was stunned, Bailey Bing was pushed onto the stage by Li Xiaoyu. Bailey Bing was seen standing on the stage in an extremely revealing bikini, with a look of shame and indignation on her face. The once calm and cold face was now covered with blush, and his expression was awkward. Suin was also a little surprised when he saw Bailey Bing's graceful figure. This woman is usually wrapped up tightly, but I didn't expect she has such a good figure. The figure of the mature woman Lu Hui is the best among all the young ladies, but Bailey Bing, a virgin, has the capital to compete with Lu Hui. She was thin where she should be thin, and had flesh where she should have flesh, and her skin was as white as snow. At this moment, her fair skin was stained with a layer of red due to shame and anger, which gave her an indescribable, alluring feeling. Like a ripe peach, Yu came to Su An's side without knowing when, put her arms around Su An's neck and asked with her body. How about it? My cousin has a good figure, right? Is she very pretty? Su An touched his nose and said, It's okay, but not as good looking as you. Yu smiled sweetly and gave Su An a light kiss on the face. Then she leaned close to Su An's ear and whispered, Do you like it? Su An nodded and shook his head. It's beautiful, but a little too cold. I suspect she's made of ice. He and Bailey Bing have known each other for 2 lifetimes, but whether in the previous life or this life, he has almost never seen Bailey Bing smile. She is simply a natural ice girl. He prefers women who are as gentle as water and as obedient as a sheep, like Yu. Yu chuckled. How could that be? My cousin is just not good at speaking. She has a sharp tongue, but a soft heart. She's a very good person. You will know it after getting to know her for a long time. Suin shrugged his shoulders without saying anything. From the beginning of the apocalypse to now, he and Bailey Bing have been in contact for quite a while, at least 2 years. Has anything changed? Nothing. He was not too fond of this cold beauty and had no intention of taming this little wild cat. Although Xiao Zhidie is also this type of little wild cat, Suin does not hesitate at all to take action against her. The reason why he had no thoughts about Bailey Bing was mainly because of Yu. Yu is the deputy leader of the Chongqing Adventure Group and the girl who has been with him since the beginning. On weekdays, he basically acts as a hands-off boss, leaving all matters, big and small, to Yu. Yu did not disappoint him. She managed the Chongqing Adventure team in an orderly manner, showing her strong woman side, which naturally took a lot of her energy. Bailey Bing is Yu's cousin, and the two sisters have always had a very close and good relationship. Bailey Bing can be considered one of our own to some extent. Suin naturally didn't want to provoke Bailey Bing or force him to do anything. Don't you have enough girls at home? There's no need to bother with them. Yu seemed to see what Suin was thinking, and she leaned close to Suin, tempting him. Why don't you take your cousin out for a walk at night? It's too stressful for her to manage an adventure group all by herself. I want you to help her with some counseling. And you know that she is misogynistic and loses her composure when she sees the opposite sex. This is not a good way to go on. If she encounters a powerful enemy of the opposite sex in the future, she will suffer. If you can, please help your cousin and cure her misogyny. Okay, husband. Yu's words sounded a bit coquettish by the end. He spoke righteously and plausibly about selling his cousin. Suin naturally also heard the hidden meaning in Yu's words. Although Yu has always been gentle and well-behaved, she is also extremely obedient to him. But he has never done anything like selling out his cousin. Doesn't he know that by doing this he is pushing Bailey Bing into his fire pit? Then he wondered, are you determined? Yeah. Seeing that Suin was interested, Yu nodded repeatedly. Are you not afraid that I might corrupt your cousin? It's okay. This is all for my cousin's good. Suin looked at Bailey Bing on the stage, then at Yu in his arms. Then he laughed evilly, and suddenly he had a bold idea. He lowered his head and whispered to the snow in his arms. It's not impossible. Since it's for your sister, you have to do something, right? Good. Seeing Yu agree readily, Suin quickly perfected a plan in his mind. He planned to tease Bailey Bing, the Ice Beauty. Due to the large number of participants, the competition will continue for 3 more days. The first day is the auditions, the second day is the qualifying rounds, and the third day is the finals. It just so happened that the third day was the group celebration. Not surprisingly, Bailey Bing successfully advanced to the qualifying round with his hard power. Bailey Bing, who had just stepped down from the stage, wanted to change clothes and leave without saying a word. It's so embarrassing, so shameful. She didn't expect that the swimsuit Yu gave her would be so revealing. She risked her all for that box of Lao Gan Ma. But when facing Su An's fiery eyes that were obviously malicious, Bailey Bing still felt ashamed and angry, and felt uncomfortable all over. But just when Bailey Bing wanted to change clothes and slip away, he was stopped by Li Xiaoyu. Straight to the studio. This is what Li Xiaoyu said. In order to let everyone better understand the players, all contestants who advance to the final round will shoot a video and a photo album. Don't be nervous, this is normal. Afterwards, under Li Xiaoyu's repeated persuasion and deception, Bailey Bing still gritted his teeth and shot the video and photos. Yes, that's it. Spread your legs a little, bend your waist a little more, and bite your fingers with your mouth. That's right. Under Li Xiaoyu's command, Bailey Bing posed in one shameful posture after another. Bailey Bing just felt his mind was in chaos. While I was devastated, I was secretly glad that it was Li Xiaoyu, a girl, who filmed the video, and not Suin. Chapter 195. Sacrifice the leader for the happiness of the whole family. By the time Bailey Bing left in a daze, it was already evening. Bailey Bing looked a little dazed. I never expected that filming would be so tiring. But the photos have already been taken. What else can she do? Moreover, half a box of Lao Chin Ma hot sauce was also collected. It is impossible to take back the water that has been poured out. Li Xiaoyu handed the precious images she had just taken directly to Yu. Qingyu done? Li Xiaoyu made a scissors hand gesture and grinned. Although Bailey Bing looked cold, he was surprisingly obedient. From his appearance, you might think he is very strong, but after getting to know him, it is not hard to find that he is actually a very passive person. Naturally, the idea of shooting the video was conspired by her and Xueqingyu together. After all, the girls of the Chongqing Adventure team had taken photos long before participating in the competition. It has to be said that Li Xiaoyu was also in a playful mood and was trying to tease Bailey Bing. The cold and beautiful girl in front of others is actually a very passive little white. Who can resist bullying her? Xueqingyu opened the camera and looked at the suggestive pictures of her cousin in the camera. Her pretty face couldn't help but turn slightly red. She didn't expect her cousin to be so cooperative. This time I was bullied by Li Xiaoyu. As the night deepened, the temperature in the desert began to drop. In addition, visibility was low at night, so the army of survivors stopped migrating and set up camp on the spot for the night. Wait until the next morning to continue your journey. The Chongqing Adventure group also started eating on time. Because it was a festival, the dishes were particularly rich, with both meat and vegetables. Grilled sandfish, blanched prawns, slate beef, pan-fried lamb chops, chestnut braised pork elbow, stir-fried potato shreds, oyster sauce lettuce, fruit salad. In the Doomsday era, the only group that can enjoy such a delicious meal is the Chongqing Adventure group. Xueqingyu asked someone to send 20 servings of food to Bailey Bing. After thinking about it, he sent Jean Dark the portion for 20 people. The True God Church is a subordinate force of Suin. She naturally knows about the relationship between Joan of Arc and Suin, and she also knows about the 7 stunning nuns of the True God Church. Xueqingyu not only needs to manage the entire Chongqing Adventure group, but also needs to help reconcile the relationships between the girls. Generally speaking, the relationship between Su and sisters is relatively harmonious, but living together for a long time will inevitably lead to friction. In this situation, it was usually she and Lu Hui who went to mediate. At the same time, Joan of Arc and the 7 beautiful nuns are also contestants in the beauty pageant. However, because Joan of Arc was too busy, she had to skip the auditions and directly participate in the qualifying round on the second day. Joan of Arc's own conditions are definitely not bad, so it probably won't be too difficult for her to make it to the finals. After dinner, Suin took Xueqingyu and left the Chongqing Adventure group and came to the Black Rose team base. The people of Black Rose are naturally familiar with Suin and Xueqingyu. Suin is Black Rose's big brother, and Black Rose has gained countless benefits by relying on Suin. Xueqingyu is the cousin of her team leader, the deputy leader of the Chongqing Adventure team, and the person in charge of the entire Jiandi. I usually take good care of the Black Rose. The feast that the Longevity Adventure group delivered tonight was so delicious that several executives almost left Black Rose and joined the Longevity Adventure group. The main reason is that the Chongqing Adventure group is no longer recruiting people, otherwise they would not have hesitated. Suin also stated the purpose of his visit, that he had something to discuss with Bailey Bing. Several senior executives of Black Rose looked at each other and understood. I thought, is Captain Su finally going to take action against his own captain? Finally made a move. This is a great thing. Then, without saying a word, he couldn't wait to carry Bailey Bing out. Sacrifice the leader for the happiness of the whole family. This deal is a steal. Seeing Suin, Bailey Bing's expression became somewhat unnatural, and she subconsciously covered her chest with her hands. She felt embarrassed when she thought about posing in front of Su and in a revealing swimsuit during the day. Looking for me, is there something? Bailey Bing turned his head away, not daring to look up at Suin, and his mouth was a little unsteady. It is really embarrassing for her, who has always been strong-willed, to be grateful for what she has received. Seeing Bailey Bing's performance, Suin also became interested and said with a smile, "It's nothing serious. In order to ensure a smooth migration tomorrow, I plan to go ahead and explore the route. Do you want to come with me?" Before Bailey Bing agreed, Xueqingyu intimately put her arm around Bailey Bing's arm. "My cousin must go. After all, we are on the back of the giant turtle most of the time. During the migration, we rely on my cousin to lead the way for us. It would be good to scout the terrain in advance." Bailey Bing hesitated to speak. Is it necessary to explore the terrain? Usually, we just follow the Chongqing Adventure group. Although he did bear the heavy responsibility of leading the team of survivors, it was just a nominal position. The clear division of labor is just to make the survivor team more cohesive and disciplined, and to make the migration easier. Otherwise, with so many people hanging around and no control, who knows how much trouble will arise. Seeing that Bailey Bing was still hesitating, several Black Rose executives directly pushed Bailey Bing out. "Don't worry, Captain. We will take care of everything. Just go and have fun. Oh no, just go and explore the terrain. It doesn't matter if you don't come back tonight. I can ask someone to wash your quilt for you." The people of Black Rose wished that Bailey Bing and Suin would get together, and it would be best if they could go straight to bed. Bailey Bing had no choice but to agree and followed Su and to leave the team of survivors. Suin first reached out and hugged Xue Qingyu's waist before Bailey Bing could react. He also hugged him, and without giving him a chance to refute, he soared into the sky and flew towards the depths of the desert. Being hugged by Suin, Bailey Bing subconsciously struggled, but in a moment Suin had already brought him high into the air. Although she is an S-level awakener, she does not have the ability to fly. If she falls from such a high place, she will definitely be killed. So after struggling for a few times, he stopped moving. But just by smelling the masculine scent coming from Suin, Bailey Bing felt dizzy, lightheaded, and even almost in shock. Not surprisingly, her misogyny flared up. An unknown amount of time had passed before Bailey Bing vaguely felt the whistling wind disappear and his feet finally touched the ground. Bailey Bing subconsciously pushed Suin away and almost fell down, but fortunately he was supported by Xue Qingyu. Seeing this, Suin twirled his chin, as if thinking about something. It seems that Bailey Bing is really resistant to men. It must be a psychological problem. He was not sure that he could conquer the country in a short period of time. The only way is to overtake by taking a shortcut. I just don't know if the same method I used against Xiao Zhidia will work against Bailey Bing. Directly increase favorability? Efficient and fast. Chapter 196 Xue Qingyu. Don't worry, cousin, he is very honest. Although the purpose of calling out Bailey Bing was not to explore any terrain, but the appearance still needs to be done. Moreover, Mr. Su has been staying at home a lot recently and hardly goes out recently. Li Xiaoyu and his friends forced them to study geography and humanities every day. As they studied, other people in the team leader's dormitory naturally joined in. As time went by, Su seemed to be doing nothing all day, but in fact he was carrying a heavy burden and had little time to go out. It has been a long time since I last plucked anything, and Su and his dirty hands have come back again. Naturally, I wanted to pick up some things to bring back with me when I went out this time. Although the desert is poor in resources, it is full of desert monsters, and there are even more monsters at night. Suin immediately turned into a meteor and shot into the desert. The Mobius strip opens instantly. There was only a muffled hum sound. A huge Ouroboros compass appeared behind Suin. Then the compass began to spin wildly. On the compass, yin and yang rotate, life and death intersect, and the five elements blend. Tens of thousands of superpowers are activated at the same time. The crackling sound of explosions suddenly rang out in the darkness, and the dazzling flames of supernatural power flickered in the desert. The bright supernatural fire could be clearly seen from several kilometers away, and the large area where Suin was located was as bright as day. In the darkness, one desert monster after another raised their heads and looked at the fire. After roaring, it rushed towards the light source. The roars of the monsters rose and fell in the darkness. There were more and more monsters, and in the blink of an eye a large beast tide had formed. At first glance, there are no less than tens of thousands of them, and there are endless monsters gathering. Even a large oasis force could not withstand such a large-scale beast tide. Of course, no one would want to run into the desert in the middle of the night and attract so many monsters. However, in Suin's opinion, the number of monsters is far from enough. The more come the better. He hadn't really tested the power of his supernatural powers since they were purified, so now was a good opportunity to try it out on these desert monsters. The seeds of civilization in the monster's body can be left behind. Although he has no shortage of seeds of civilization, a mosquito leg, no matter how small it is still meat. Monster meat can be brought back and given to the survivors of the expedition. It's a rare occasion for the Chongqing Adventure Group to celebrate a festival, so naturally they want to let others share in the joy as well. Mr. Su was also generous for a rare moment. The corpses of tens of thousands of desert monsters are enough for the migrating survivors to have a good meal. Seeing that the monsters were almost gathered, Suin waved his hand, and a flaming sword condensed from flames appeared in his hand. Increase. The words fell. The flaming sword instantly grew to more than 40 meters away, with flames swirling around the blade like a bloody and fierce weapon. Suin weighed the flaming blade in his hand. Not bad, just right. With his current strength, ordinary weapons are of no use to him. Even the nanotech sword is not very effective to use. Only this kind of weapon, which is formed by the fusion of one's own skills, is barely sufficient. The next moment, Suin rushed into the tide of monsters. The flaming long blade swept through large swathes of monsters and cut them off. The flaming long blade turned into the sickle of the god of death, reaping batches of fresh lives. On the sand dunes in the distance, Bailey Bing stared blankly at Sue and who had turned into a god of death. Although she had seen Sue take action many times. But every time I see it, it's so frightening. Then he looked at Shue beside him and whispered, "You are really lucky." She had to admit that her cousin was undoubtedly lucky to find a strong man like Sue and to rely on. What is even more commendable is that Sue is not greedy for power. He gives almost all the power to Yu and gives Yu absolute trust. Well, meeting him is my greatest luck in my life. Yu nodded with a happy smile. If it weren't for Sue, she might have died long ago, and there would be no such thing as today. He will never forget the day when Doomsday came and Sue broke open the door of the photography building and rescued her. She had never thought that the happiest time of her life would be in this chaotic Doomsday world. Because he is here, everything is fine. Let's set up the tent first and boil some hot water for him to make tea. He will be tired when he comes back later and drink some hot tea to warm his stomach. Yu is a strong woman who is as cold as snow outside, but when she is with Sue, she always looks like a gentle and virtuous young wife. Bailey Bing shrugged her beautiful nose, as if she smelled the sour smell of love. But he still helped Yu set up the tent and make a fire to boil water. But when the tent was halfway set up, Bailey Bing discovered a blind spot. "No. Why are we setting up a tent? Are we going to spend the night here?" Yu nodded and said, "Yes, let's stay here tonight. Can't you go back? You saw it too. He killed so many monsters in one go. He must have been very tired when he came back. He didn't have the energy to fly us back. We can only sleep here for one night." Sue didn't even need to think of an excuse. Yu had already thought of one for him. Bailey Bing thought about it carefully, and it seemed that there was nothing wrong with it, and it was very reasonable. "Is this the only tent?" There was only one tent, and Yu and Sue were a couple, so it was no problem for them to sleep together, but it would not be appropriate for her to squeeze in as well. "Don't worry." He was exhausted and fell asleep as soon as he lay down. He was very quiet when he was asleep. The tent is also very wide, more than enough for 3 people to sleep. Forget it. I'll just keep watch outside tonight. I won't sleep." Bailey Bing shook his head repeatedly. She even hated talking to men, let alone sleeping in the same tent with a man, even though her cousin was there. She still couldn't accept it. "Cousin, it's cold at night, and you will catch a cold if you stay outside the tent. No, if you catch a cold or get sick, who will lead so many people? The Sisters of the Black Rose cannot do without you. Cousin, you don't want everyone to worry about you, right?" Bailey Bing. Although what Yu said seemed to be fine, it always felt a bit familiar. Bailey Bing had an illusion that he seemed to be controlled by his cousin. But in the end, Bailey Bing couldn't resist Yu's nagging and agreed reluctantly. "But no matter what, Yu must sleep in the middle. Sue sleeps on one side, and I sleep on the other side." About an hour later, Sue came back proudly carrying a 40-meter-long sword. It feels so good to kill. After an hour of experimentation, he found that the power of his ability had indeed increased. But it's just a rough estimate. Maybe it's increased by 20 to 30 times. But there is no detailed data to list the specific level. It was still the same as before because there was no suitable opponent who could force him to use his full strength. As a result, even he himself doesn't know what level he is at now. Perhaps it will only be possible to find out after the 4th Doomsday, when we encounter more powerful opponents. Chapter 197 Desert Night. Please read the PS, please. Seeing Sue coming back, Yu greeted him with a smile, holding a cup of hot tea in her hand, and said gently, "You must be tired. Drink some hot tea to warm your stomach." Sue smiled and said, "I'm dirty. I'll take a shower first." His fighting style has always been rather violent, with big and bold moves without regard to details, and it is common for him to crack skulls with his strong hands. During the battle, he doesn't care about the splattered blood and stains. Therefore, after each battle, he would be covered in blood and flesh. He then raised his hand and summoned a water tornado, then dived into it, letting the rushing water wash away the blood stains on his body. Only he would dare to use water with such impact force to take a bath. If it were an ordinary person, he would have to shed 3 layers of skin. However, the effect of washing is still very good, and the blood stains on the body are washed away cleanly in a short time. But the clothes and pants were also ruined. Bailey Bing exclaimed and turned around quickly, seeing Sue carelessly taking a cold shower. Even in this desert with a temperature of only a few degrees, Yu gave Suin a reproachful look. You are always so careless and don't know how to take care of yourself. What should I do if I catch a cold? Suin took out a robe and put it on, scratched Yu's nose and said with a smile. Baby still cares for people. Hate it. Let me help you dry your hair. Bailey Bing. Looking at the young couple showing off their love, Bailey Bing felt like she was redundant. Subconsciously said, It seems that I came at the wrong time today. I shouldn't have come if I had known. Suin grinned. No, you came at the right time. Then he took out tables, chairs, benches, a bottle of red wine, 3 wine glasses, and several plates of exquisite pastries and snacks from the wide space. Pile firewood on the ground and light it. Other things in the desert are not good, but the night view is still good. Bailey Bing was no longer surprised by Suin's extravagant lifestyle. No one knows how many good things this guy has hidden. It's like he carries a white treasure trove with him, and he can take whatever he wants. People would just take out red wine, a luxury item that is almost extinct, without feeling sorry at all. Bailey Bing didn't act pretentiously. He sat down calmly, raised his glass, and took a sip of red wine. The red wine is sweet, the bonfire is warm, and the starry sky is bright. In the vast sea of sand, quietly watching the scenery, with a beautiful woman by your side, tasting fine wine, all the good days have been taken away by people like Suin. Bailey was afraid that if he stayed in contact with Suin for too long, he would be corrupted by this luxurious and comfortable life. It's not without reason that those beautiful girls in the Chongqing Adventure Group are so devoted to him. Suin cleared out all the monsters around in one breath, so there was no danger. He even didn't have to keep watch at night and could sleep well. The 3 of them chatted casually. Most of the time, the 2 sisters Yu and Bailey Bing talked about interesting things in the past, and Suin was responsible for listening. Only occasionally interrupt. But I'm not idle either. As the 3 of them were chatting, Yu suddenly snuggled into Suin's arms. Suin was bored and felt itchy. Yu was unusually docile, still chatting and laughing with Bailey. Perhaps it was because of the alcohol, her pretty face was slightly red. Bailey Bing naturally noticed Suin's little trick. Looking at Yu's docile appearance like a sheep, he couldn't help but shake his head. My cousin is the same. She spoils this guy too much. No shame either. Then he felt embarrassed to stay any longer, so he said, I'm sleepy, and quickly got up and ran back to the tent to sleep. Yu turned around and patted Suin's chest lightly, as if she was scolding him, or as if she was shy. She didn't blame Suin for anything. After all, she was a little shy because her cousin was watching her. She didn't expect Suin to be so bold. The next morning, Bailey Bing sat on the sand dune, gazing into the distance in a trance. She is now completely numb. She could no longer figure out what had happened last night. Dreams and reality were intertwined, like a fantasy bubble, seeming real and unreal. But what is certain is that all this must have been done by Suin. Otherwise, why would she have such a strange dream? Is that person in the dream still her? After a while, Suin and Yu also got up. Suin had finished exploring the terrain and then flew back with the 2 girls. Yu and Bailey Bing still have to continue to participate in the beauty pageant. This time, Bailey didn't seem as disgusted and didn't show any symptoms of shock. Suin nodded with relief. The initial effect was seen after just 1 course of treatment. Very good, very good. When the 3 of them returned to the giant turtle's back, the beauty pageant had just begun. Joan of Arc also came with 7 beautiful nuns. Although the True God Church is directly under Suin's control, it is still a sect after all, so it has a strong sectarian style. The 7 nuns were all dressed in a strange way. They were all wearing black nun robes with white edges, and a black veil covered their eyes and nose, leaving only their delicate thin lips and chin exposed. There was a big red number written on the black veil on the face. They are 1 to 7, 1 number for each person. Moreover, the weapons used by the 7 people were all blood-red sickles. These sickles are all made of nanoalloys. Joan of Arc remained the same as before, wearing a heavy knight's armor, a knight's sword on her waist, and a blood-red cloak rustling behind her, looking extremely dashing. This former middle school girl has transformed into a true knight, upright, noble, brave, and admired by thousands of people. In her own way and with her own beliefs, she led the True God Church to overcome all obstacles and advance triumphantly. P.S. Chatting for 5 cents with my fellow brothers and sisters. It seems that I am not allowed to do the book test anymore. Although the result is acceptable and meets the standard, I feel bad because I didn't edit it and I haven't received any recommendation for the book test after writing 400,000 words. I've had a lot of bumps and bruises along the way, and I've kept updating even when I had a cold and a fever. I've never asked for leave, and I never used the leave application I get every month. I'm a big shot, but I've done my best. Many people started to scold me as soon as they read the beginning and gave me bad reviews maliciously, etc., but I didn't argue about anything. I just hope that everyone can have less disturbances and more peace when reading. This book has many shortcomings, but its purpose will never change. It is a refreshing story, and a sweet, refreshing story. I am responsible for writing, and you are responsible for enjoying it. It is that simple. This is also the first time I have written a short essay to express my pity. I hope my fellow brothers and sisters can help promote it, urge for updates, give a rating if you haven't rated it, leave a book review, and increase its popularity. I really want to keep writing and write until the complete ending, but if I really run out of energy in the future, I won't be able to continue and will have to save myself. Please, everyone. Bow. Chapter 198, Watching a Rain of Fireworks. The beauty pageant qualifying round was held as scheduled. More than 800 girls were screened through various rounds and scored by the entire group. In the end, 100 girls successfully advanced to the finals. The most popular among them are Xiao Xiao and Lu Hui. Next are Joan of Arc and the Nun's Maid. Joan of Arc's original intention was to save time, so she took 7 nuns with her. Joan of Arc's swimsuit was conservative, but she had the habit of exercising regularly, so she had a well-proportioned body, was very healthy, and looked very heroic. In addition, she has the delicate face that is unique to mixed-race people, like an elf walking out of a painting. The 7 nuns also have their own characteristics, and even after changing into swimsuits, the 7 nuns have never taken off the veils with numbers on their heads, still only revealing the lower half of their faces. But the more this happens, the more mysterious and seductive it becomes. The True God Church became more and more formal as it grew stronger, and it had a strong sectarian attribute. These nuns were Su and servants, and they had sworn to dedicate their bodies and souls and everything they had. Naturally, they became Su An's private property. Even their looks were only visible to Suan. No matter how you look at it, it's the bad habits and stubborn diseases of the True God Church that are at work. However, the behavior of the True God Church is still relatively normal, and there is no sign of it becoming a cult. Ranked third in popularity is the girl group of Yukiki and Li Xiaoyu. They are still full of energy, sunshine, and very popular. At this point, the girls of the Chongqing Adventure group finally realized that it was basically impossible to win the championship by fighting alone. It is difficult to create a gap between everyone in terms of appearance, and the only way to have a hope of breaking through is to add additional buff bonuses. So the girls started to form teams. What kind of glasses girl group is this? The bestie group, the orchestra group, the ballet group, the literary girl group, the double ponytail group, the piano, chess, calligraphy, and painting group. Everyone started to get inward-looking in strange places again. As for Bailey Bing, she was in a daze all day long and would recall her dream from last night from time to time. For her, the impact was indeed a bit too great. It greatly increased her mental exhaustion. So much so that when he was dragged by Li Xiaoyu to record an even more shameful video, he seemed unaware and foolishly did what Li Xiaoyu said. In the evening, Suan and Xue Qingyu went to find Bailey Bing again. Let Bailey Bing go with us to explore the terrain. No excuses for changing. Still going? No, I'm not going. Bailey Bing shook her head without saying a word. She was really scared. Suan was lawless. His cousin obeyed his every word, and he couldn't beat Suan. When facing Suan, she had no confidence at all. What's more, having received so many benefits from others, I feel even less confident. Suan grinned, and without caring whether Bailey Bing agreed or not, he took Xue Qingyu with him, picked up Bailey Bing, and rushed away into the distance. Bailey Bing was filled with hatred for Su An's tough attitude, but could do nothing about it, and could only secretly criticize him in his heart. But she was not so repulsive to Suan anymore, at least she no longer showed signs of shock. Just like yesterday, Suan went to find monsters to practice on and bring some meat back. Bailey Bing and Xue Qingyu set up the tent and boiled water to make tea. After Suan finished his work, he came back and took a shower, and the 3 of them chatted under the moon again. It's still the familiar recipe and the familiar taste. The temperature dropped sharply at night, so we returned to the tent to sleep. Suan leaned on the quilt, holding a camera in his hand and watching the video. The content of the video happened to be the hot promotional video that Li Xiaoyu had previously shot for Bailey Bing. Xue Qingyu also wanted to come over and take a look. However, Suan was unwilling to share and let her study music like Dongli. Shui Qingyu looked at Bailey Bing, who was pretending to sleep beside her, and felt her heart beating violently, but she also had an inexplicable throbbing feeling in her heart. Then she bent down with a seductive look. The more Bailey Bing listened, the more he felt something was wrong, and he couldn't help but look back. He was petrified on the spot. Suin then stretched out his hand and weaved another dream for Bailey Bing. However, this time he weakened his supernatural powers so that Bailey Bing could not fall into a deep sleep and was in a state between half asleep and half awake. From Bailey Bing's perspective, she seemed to have swapped roles with Shui Qingyu. The next day. Today is the last day of the Chongqing Adventure Team's founding festival. It is also the final day of the beauty pageant. After another day of fierce competition, the top 10 were born. Third place, Lu Hui and Xiao Qiao. Second place, sister group of Shui Qingyu and Bailey Bing. First place, Joan of Arc and 7 nuns. This result surprised everyone. The girls of the Chongqing Adventure Group were very indignant that the first place was taken by an outsider, and they said they couldn't stand it. The whole group was chattering nonstop. Even though the Chongqing Adventure Group is usually very harmonious and friendly, that is only internally. Once it comes to the outside world, the situation is different. The girls are all proud and arrogant and have absolute confidence in their looks. But he lost. How can I not be angry? Su An's eyelids twitched as he watched. He had greatly underestimated the girls' determination to win the championship. Then he had no choice but to say that he would give everyone a gift tonight, and only then did he calm everyone down. After the episode, everything went back to normal. The people who needed to prepare the evening show were preparing the shows, the logistics team were preparing delicious meals, and the people who needed to build the stage were building the stage. Everyone was busy and having fun, and everyone's face was filled with happy smiles. Suin came to the True God sect and handed over the corpses of monsters hunted in the past 2 days to Chu Laosan. Then, the monster meat will be distributed to the survivors in the name of the True God Church. Although everyone brought dry food when they left the oasis, after the long journey, the dry food they carried was not enough. Especially for ordinary people with low combat power and those wanderers, it is very difficult to obtain food in the desert. With the monster meat given away for free by the True God Church, they undoubtedly had a better chance of completing the migration alive. The reputation of the True God Church has once again risen to a higher level. At the same time, when the True God Church distributed the monster meat, it also stated that this was a reward from Su and to everyone. Because today is the Chongqing Adventure Group's anniversary celebration, everyone is celebrating together. As night fell, the sky gradually darkened, and the migrating army set up camp early and made fires to cook. On the back of the giant turtle, it was pitch black for the Chongqing Adventure Group, and the lights were temporarily turned off. All the girls stood in the square and looked up at the sky. High in the sky, Suin was floating there quietly. Mobius ring. A huge Ouroboros compass appeared behind it. 100-fold increase. As soon as the words fell, the Mobius ring began to spin wildly. Suin took a deep breath and shouted softly, and a tide of elemental power burst out, forming a huge energy element ball that smashed into the air. When the elemental ball reached a high altitude, it exploded with a loud bang, bursting out brilliant flames, illuminating the entire night sky. As more and more energy balls appeared, the explosions became more and more frequent, and the entire sky was covered with colorful flames, like a dream. The girls of the Chongqing Adventure Group looked up in a daze at the magnificent scenery of the night sky. After a moment, they cheered collectively and hugged each other to celebrate. The survivors who were gnawing on the monster's flesh also raised their heads and looked at this unprecedented but extremely beautiful fireworks rain. Most people were cheering with excitement. There is free monster meat to eat and fireworks to watch, which is very much like the scene during the New Year before the end of the world. But some people started crying as they watched. They didn't even realize that the monster meat in their hands had fallen to the ground. They curled up on the ground, covering their faces with tears streaming down their cheeks. Most of my lovers, children, and family members are gone, and I am the only one still struggling to survive in this chaotic world. The world is like a tide, and people are like water. Where is home in this endless end of the world? Chapter 199, the third stage is coming. The Ice Beauty, the character collapses. Suin set off the supernatural fireworks for more than half an hour before he finally stopped. Then he flashed to the roof, sat on the eaves, and exhaled a breath of foul air. This is the gift he wants to give to everyone, a special rain of fireworks. At the same time, This was the first time he used 100% of his supernatural power amplification since obtaining the Mobius ring. The most powerful ability is to set off fireworks. Looking at the girls who were cheering and jumping for joy, Suin shook his head and smiled. That's all I can do. He did not go down immediately, but hid on the roof, waiting for the girls to calm down. Otherwise, once I go down, I will be surrounded and eaten alive by the excited girls. After staying on the roof for about half an hour, Suin jumped back to the yard, but still couldn't escape the girls' clutches. By the time the evening show started, Suin's face had already been kissed like guangong, with lipstick marks all over it. This night was destined to be a sleepless night. At least Suin had a sleepless night. Bailey Bing also suffered from insomnia, even though Suin did not take her to explore the terrain tonight. But she found that as soon as she lay down, her mind would involuntarily recall what happened in the past few days, and the images in her mind could not be shaken off. The warm moment was short-lived after all. Early the next morning, the silicon-based giant tortoise slowly got up and led the survivors to embark on the migration journey again. At the same time, the survivors have entered the second stage of the Doomsday. The sandstorms in the desert were getting stronger day by day. The sandstorms blocked people's eyes as they walked forward. The cracks mixed with hot sand and wind slapped people's faces, causing a burning pain. Desert monsters frequently jumped out of the wind and sand to attack survivors, and occasionally people would die as a result or die of thirst. This journey is destined to be full of hardships and dangers, scorching sun and high temperatures, and desert monsters constantly attacking under the cover of sandstorms. Many people never reach the end of the expedition and become nameless mummies in the sea of sand or food for monsters. But compared to those who are still staying in the oasis, those who have already embarked on the migration journey are much luckier. At this time, the oasis was in complete chaos. The sandstorms faced by the oasis were even more severe than those in the outside world, and hordes of monsters began to attack the oasis community. People had to brave the wind and sand to repel the monsters' attacks. But manpower is limited after all. The monsters' attacks day and night have seriously drained everyone's energy. Even those large oasis strongholds have begun to have defense gaps. For this reason, the oasis overlords had to reduce their jurisdiction and concentrate their forces to resist the wind, sand, and monsters. But as time goes by, the number of monsters increases. It was at this time that people finally remembered the attack wood in the Guardian Wood. Although these attack trees cannot move, they will actively attack monsters with their thorny vines, and their effectiveness is outstanding. Their endurance is also very long. It seems that the existence of the attack trees was born to restrain desert monsters. It was precisely because of the existence of the attack wood that people got a moment of respite, and the pressure on the fortifications was suddenly reduced. The sandstorm blew all over the sky for 7 days in a row. After 7 days, the sandstorm gradually stopped, and the sky became clear and cloudless. But the situation did not get easier as the wind and sand disappeared, but became even more serious. Desert monsters emerged from the sea of sand in large numbers and attacked the oasis like crazy. The monsters were storing up energy for their long-distance migration, so they went mad and rushed into the oasis to kill and eat people. The hunter in the past has now become the prey. For a time, people were suffering terribly, and a large number of survivors died in the monster's bloody mouth. Those who stayed in Jiandi and Longsheng were regretting their decision to the core. If I had left the oasis earlier and embarked on the expedition ahead of time, would I have to endure this suffering now? But it's too late to regret now, and I can only pray to God that the monster tide will recede sooner. There is definitely an endless amount of killing. There are too many, so many that it is despairing, and the mountains and plains are filled with all kinds of desert monsters. If it weren't for the existence of the attack wood, the situation would be even worse. It's a pity that God did not respond to their prayers. Monsters still appeared in large numbers, and people also discovered that at the edge of the sky, a hurricane wall that covered the sky and the sun was sweeping across with the tendency to destroy everything. Along the way, the hurricane tore through anything it came into contact with, flattening sand dunes and crushing rocks into powder. After the hurricane appeared, most of the monsters stopped attacking the oasis and turned around to flee to the east. The survivors quickly realized that they could no longer stay in the oasis. Everything would be over once the hurricane came, and no one could survive the devastating force. Then he packed up his things and fled from the oasis community in a hurry, following the monster's footsteps and fleeing towards the east. But it is not so easy to embark on an expedition at this time. Not only do you have to escape in a panic, but you also have to face the attacks of monsters at any time. The entire sea of sand fell into chaos in an instant. People and monsters alike were all fleeing and fighting each other while fleeing. I'm afraid that those large adventure groups would lose their cohesion when faced with this situation and become a loose group with everyone fleeing on their own. As for Sue and other survivors, who had set out half a month in advance, they seemed much safer and were advancing in an orderly and unhurried manner. Although with the disappearance of the sandstorm, time has come to the third stage of the second Doomsday. But because they set out early, the monsters and the hurricane that destroyed everything were left far behind. Without the interference of sandstorms, the migration journey became easier. As the sky gradually darkened in the evening, the migrating team set up camp for the night. Suin lay on the grass with a piece of dogtail grass hanging on his body, his head resting on Xue Qingyu's legs, leisurely enjoying the beautiful sunset. Not long after, Bailey Bing came to report on time. During this period, Suin would take Bailey Bing and Xue Qingyu to appreciate the moon and explore the terrain every night. After a while, Bailey Bing got used to it. If she didn't go to watch the moon with Suin and Xue Qingyu at night, she would not sleep well. The only downside is that I have to change clothes and fat every day. After a period of close contact, Suin had some understanding of Bailey Bing. One word can describe it: cowardly. Bailey Bing and Xue Qingyu are two completely opposite types. Xue Qingyu is soft on the outside but strong on the inside. She looks weak, but in fact she is very resolute and has great leadership qualities. Bailey Bing is the opposite. Although she looks as cold as ice and seems to keep people at a distance, she is actually extremely timid and passive. Once the outer defenses are breached, you'll just be stuck in this situation. Just play like an ostrich and let whatever you want happen to you. The character of the Ice Beauty has collapsed. The difficulty of the strategy was much simpler than he had imagined. Of course, this is also inseparable from Xue Qingyu's great assist. Suin waved towards Bailey Bing. Although Bailey Bing had a cold face, he still walked over. Suin raised his hand and lifted Bailey Bing's chin with one finger, gently stroked her red lips, and said disappointedly, "It's not a little wild cat. It's obviously a soft and tender little white rabbit." Bailey Bing's face turned red, and he looked away in panic, his eyes somewhat evasive. "I don't understand you. What are you talking about, you idiot, huh?" He snorted coldly, and his expression was just right. But he stretched his neck and put his chin obediently on Su An's hand. Chapter 200: Reaching the Coastline, Hatchery. In a blink of an eye, the migrating army of survivors had already marched through the desert for half a month. Suin calculated the time and realized that the Great Migration was almost over. If nothing goes wrong, we will reach the coastline this evening. Suin immediately gave orders, asking all personnel to speed up their pace and reach the coastline as soon as possible to prepare for the upcoming Doomsday. The army of survivors then quickened their pace. In the evening, a long oasis community appeared before people's eyes in the distance. The oasis is so large that it stretches to the end of the site, with no end in sight. Although it is very long, its width is limited, only about 1,000 meters. This oasis is more like a long city wall. On this side of the city wall is an endless sea of sand, while on the other side of the city wall is a flat beach, and beyond that is the endless blue sea. There is a clear river in the center of the oasis, running across the north and south ends. The survivors will get their final water replenishment here, and there is more than enough water with no limit on replenishment, so they can drink as much as they want. This oasis will be the last resupply point for the survivors. The survivors rushed into the oasis frantically, jumped into the river, and greedily drank the clear water, or took out water bags to fill them with water. After migrating in the desert for more than half a month, encountering many dangerous situations, and going through untold hardships, we finally reached the destination. The clear river flows continuously. With this big river, people no longer have to worry about water shortage. People cheered excitedly. Suin controlled the giant turtle to come to the oasis, let the giant turtle bend down and stay here temporarily, and did not cross the oasis and coastline and cross the sea directly. At the same time, an order was issued that no one could go to the beach, let alone go to the seaside. They arrived at the beach in advance, at least a week in advance. Going to the beach now would be seeking death. This beach is not an ordinary beach either, but a hatchery. It is also the last hunting ground for monsters. Although Suin gave the order as soon as he arrived at the oasis, due to the lack of communication means, it took some time to transfer the order. Some people ran towards the beach happily before receiving any orders. At this moment, something strange happened. Several huge figures glided down from the sky and rushed towards the beach. The people on the beach were dragged high into the air before they could even scream. Looking closely, we found that the attackers were actually large, strange-looking birds. These large birds have a wingspan of more than 10 meters, beaks like iron hooks, and claws as big as millstones. The person caught by the bird was torn into pieces in the air in an instant, and blood was spilled all over the ground. After the big birds shared the prey, they spread their wings and flew high, disappearing into the clouds. The entire beach returned to calm, and the sound of waves hitting the beach could be heard from afar, as if nothing had happened before. When the survivors saw this, they felt a chill all over their bodies and looked towards the beach with fear and terror in their eyes. There were at least dozens or even hundreds of strange birds that suddenly appeared before, and people also discovered that there were quite a few such strange birds in the clouds, and they could often see large groups of them flashing across the sky. This seemingly peaceful beach is always lurking in danger. At that moment, no one dared to go to the beach, let alone jump over the beach into the sea. Soon was not surprised at all. The beach was now a hunting ground. There were countless flying monsters hovering in the air. Once a living creature appeared on the beach, it would become the monster's hunting target. Even if you are an S-level awakener, going to the beach now is seeking death. The number of monsters is huge, not just hundreds or tens of thousands, but counted in millions. And there are endless streams of monsters rushing towards the beach, some running on the road, some burrowing in the sand, some flying in the sky, all coming over. Even monsters swimming in the sea will gradually gather on the coastline. The monsters all came to participate in this feast. However, the main course of this feast is not the survivors. The survivors are at most side dishes. The real main course was the baby silicon turtles hiding under the sand. A silicon-based turtle that is the same as the Chongqing Adventure Group's current vehicle. But they were just newly hatched little turtles, not the adult giant turtle from the Chongqing Adventure Group. Although it is a small silicon-based turtle, its body is as big as several ordinary houses. These turtles will also serve as a means for the survivors to cross the sea. Within a week, the turtle eggs buried under the beach will hatch completely, and densely packed silicon-based turtles will crawl out of the sand and run towards the sea. The turtles that successfully enter the sea will dive into the deep sea, follow the ocean current all the way eastward, and after going through many hardships, they will finally reach the new world. And this deep-sea drifting journey is the third Doomsday that the survivors have to experience. Deep-sea Doomsday is also known as Dark Doomsday. Of course, the prerequisite for all this is that the little turtles can successfully crawl across the beach and reach the sea. Otherwise, everything will be in vain. Because the silicon-based turtle is the purest silicon-based life form, it contains a large amount of pure energy, which is the monster's favorite. The young silicon-based turtle has just hatched from its shell. It is not very big, and the crystal structure on its body has not yet taken shape, so it is very fragile. Only at this time can it be killed and eaten. Otherwise, once it reaches adulthood, the crystal turtle will be completely invincible with its super high defense and huge size. By then it will be too late to enjoy a turtle feast. Therefore, monsters everywhere will come to hunt these newly hatched little silicon-based turtles. What the survivors have to do is to protect the little silicon-based turtles to successfully reach the sea, ride on their backs, dive into the deep sea with the little turtles, and drift along the ocean currents. There are so many small silicon-based turtles under the endless beach, tens of millions of them. But in the end, less than 20% of them, only a few million, can return to the sea. In the entire Dragon Country, there are tens of millions of survivors who can reach the coastline. Not everyone has the opportunity to ride a turtle into the deep sea and reach the third Doomsday. Strictly speaking, this time it is not the Doomsday that comes to find people, but people have to take the initiative to find the Doomsday. As for those who stay, they will become dessert after the monsters eat the silicon-based turtle. Since the day Doomsday came, people have no way back and can only move forward bravely with the tide of the times. Only when you have no fear in your heart can you survive. At the same time, the Dragon City team led by Zhongdi and Xiao Zhiya also arrived at the coastline one after another. Suen had also told them early on not to cross the oasis without permission and to take the time to rest. The three parties immediately set up camp and rested. Some hunted for food and some forged weapons and protective gear. Prepare for the upcoming war.